Chapter 1: The Wife Marrying Maniac System. Daxia, Xingchuan Village. Under the old tree, a tall, handsome young man sat on a large rock, talking animatedly. The boy was surrounded by people, ranging from octogenarians to 14 or 15-year-old children, all of whom pricked up their ears, afraid of missing a single word. Speaking of this day, half an hour later, Aubin walked out of the fitting room as if nothing had happened. He looked up and saw a familiar face. Can you guess who it was? Have no idea. I know. It's the landlady. Su Liang pointed at the middle-aged man and gave him a thumbs up. Not bad, Uncle Zhao, your VIP bedroom lessons weren't a waste of time. Zhao Dahai chuckled and scratched his head sheepishly. The other middle-aged men looked at Zhao Dahai with expressions of envy, jealousy, and hatred. Ever since he enrolled in Su Liang's VIP bedroom skills enhancement class, Zhao Dahai's wife has been completely obedient to him, and her attitude has undergone a complete 180-degree reversal. One of them clenched his fist and gritted his teeth, saying, "It's just 10 coins, I'm signing up for the class too." As he spoke, he counted out 10 coins from his pocket and handed them over. Su Liang calmly put the money into his pocket, a slight smile playing on his lips. He cleared his throat and said, "Is there anyone else who wants to sign up for the class? If you don't sign up now, this intensive course will be over soon. Sign up early and enjoy it sooner, or your wife will make a fuss. Damn it, I've had enough of that woman's disobedience. I'm going to sign up for a class to teach her a lesson." "I'll sign up too." "Me too." Su Liang grinned from ear to ear. Okay, don't rush, we'll start class soon." Just then, a burly, dark-skinned man ran over from a distance. "Liangzi. Stop telling stories, the clan chief is looking for you." Su Liang was seriously counting money into his purse, and without even looking up, casually replied, "Tell him I don't have time." Su Ernia bent over, his hands on his knees, panting heavily. Liangzi, the clan chief said that he's going to send out wives." "What the heck? Sending out wives?" Su Liang immediately stood up, staring directly at Su Erniu. "What's wrong? Is the clan chief's dementia acting up again?" Su Liang was tricked last time. When the old clan chief woke up, he called a meeting of the clan members and said that the whole clan was going to attack Chang'an. Su Liang was so scared that he hid in Widow Wang's house for refuge and did not dare to come out for several days. "He's going to give away another wife this time. I'm afraid he's having another episode." Su Erniu quickly waved his hand. "No, this time it's true. I saw those two women. They had such round butts." As Su Erniu spoke, he gestured a circle with his hand. Su Liang tied the money bag to his waist and walked quickly to Su Erniu, grabbing his hands in his. "Is it really that big?" "Yes." Su Erniu nodded vigorously. Su Liang released his hand and gestured to his chest a couple of times. "How's this?" Su Erniu thought for a moment, then gestured a circle with his hand. Upon seeing this, Su Liang gasped and patted Su Erniu on the shoulder. "Let's go." Seeing that Su Liang was about to leave, the others who had paid the registration fee immediately panicked. "Xiao Liang, don't go. Class hasn't started yet. Don't worry. I'll give you an extra lesson when I get back." Upon hearing this, the group's faces lit up with joy. Although Su Liang had a bad reputation, he was absolutely trustworthy when it came to teaching. "I've been in this godforsaken place for 3 years, and I'm finally going to get a wife." Su Liang hurried towards the Su family mansion, his heart pounding with excitement. In his past life, he was a modern person who was killed by a hand-cranked cannon while buying popcorn. Only when he died did he realize that the old man wearing sunglasses was blind and couldn't see the barometer at all. Thus, he traveled to the Great Xia dynasty, a historical era that did not belong to any of his previous lives. On the day I arrived, my father and elder brother had just drunk themselves to death. Su Liang became an orphan and lived a life of uncertainty, barely surviving. He also wanted to use his knowledge and skills from his previous life to get rich, but unfortunately he hadn't paid attention to these things before, and he only watched videos of beautiful women on Douyin TikTok, and he didn't even know how to purify the simplest coarse salt. Fortunately, he found a way to make a living by telling stories in the past year, and with the learning materials from his previous life, he was able to barely make ends meet. But a full stomach breeds lust. Now 18 years old, he dreams of having a wife. Not for any other reason than to have someone to talk to, chat with, and sleep with when he is lonely. But this dream is too difficult to achieve. In Xingchuan Village, the Su family is the most prominent. The old clan head is both the clan head and the village head. Intermarriage is forbidden within the clan, and the village women can only marry outside the clan or marry into another family. Given Su Liang's circumstances, no one would introduce him to anyone. After all, in the eyes of outsiders, he was a lazy bum who didn't even farm and just idled away his days. Thankfully, this day has finally come. Su Liang walked swiftly, leading Su Ernio by half a body length as he entered the hall. Before he even entered the room, he saw the three unfamiliar figures, or rather, 2.5. Because one of them was a child, with a round little face, looking rather simple and honest, probably only 4 or 5 years old. Did they bring a child? Although Su Liang wanted to get married, he didn't want to become a father unexpectedly, which made him calm down instantly. However, just as Ernio had said, the two women were indeed large and round. And their body proportions were excellent. As for their faces, they're all pretty good. She had arched eyebrows, a high nose bridge, and large almond-shaped eyes, yet she possessed a coldness that kept strangers at bay. The other one looked similar, but was very heroic, standing there with an upright posture like a female general. Are they twin sisters? Su Liang made a guess in his mind, because the two women looked 7/10 similar, but their temperaments were completely different. Whose child is it? Su Liang couldn't see that, after all, the child's round face didn't resemble anyone else. Judging from their ages, these two women should be about the same age as me. Logically, they shouldn't have children that big. However, this is ancient times, so it's possible they got married and had children very early. Su Liang's gaze was unrestrained, so the two women noticed it. Li Shudong said, "Sister, that man has been leering at us ever since he came in. Could it be that the Su family wants him to agree to the marriage?" Li Shuyao remained silent, but gave Su Liang a cold look. In her eyes, although Su Liang was quite handsome, his slovenly manner made him look like a scoundrel. She was the daughter of a general in the past, such a person wouldn't even have been qualified to see her. At that moment, a few more people walked in. Seeing that everyone had arrived, the old patriarch, seated at the head of the table, picked up a piece of paper from the table beside him and said in a trembling voice, "These three are General Li's daughters, and they are going to marry into our Su family today." The old patriarch's words were brief and powerful, because he didn't have the strength to say too much at once. While he was resting, the people below the hall were not calm. What? She's the general's daughter. Our Su family is truly blessed. Dad, you have to try to get it for me later. Mother, I want to marry the general's daughter too. The crowd was buzzing with discussion, their eyes filled with greed as they looked at the three women, wishing they could marry them immediately. Even a fool knows that marrying a general's daughter would be a sure way to take off. Su Liang sneered inwardly. A general's daughter marrying into this family? There must be something fishy going on here. In his memory, the Su family had officials in the imperial court, and it seemed that they were even second-rank officials. Although the relatives were distant, the era placed great importance on kinship, so the Su family benefited from this. For example, his peers in the clan would all prepare for the imperial examinations. It is said that a few years ago, some people passed the imperial examinations and became jinshi, while others who failed the provincial examinations were teaching in the county town. Therefore, Su Liang guessed that this so-called daughter of a general must have some connection with the person in the imperial court. As he had expected, it took the old patriarch a quarter of an hour to give a fragmented account of the situation. Simply put, the general seemed to have been involved in the rebellion, and his three daughters, under the protection of the Su family patriarch, were arranged to marry into the Su family and escape punishment. Actually, the clan chief had taken the wrong paper. He shouldn't have said it, but he was getting old and his memory was failing. He only realized it after he had said it. After the tribesmen learned the truth, when they looked at the three women again, all that remained in their eyes was fear. The daughter of a disgraced official, and one who committed treason, was a criminal who could have her entire family executed. Who knows if she would be held accountable later? Nobody wants to take such a risk just to get married. Those preparing for the imperial examinations, in particular, all hid in the back. What a joke! Even if they weren't held accountable, marrying them would still affect their careers. Even Su Ernio was pulled aside by his mother. Seeing the Su family's reaction, Li Shudong gritted her teeth in anger. "Sister, there isn't a single good person in the Su family. They were just trying to be friendly, but now they're all hiding far away. Why don't we run away?" She is straightforward, and coupled with her martial arts training since childhood, her temper is naturally fiery and outspoken. Li Shuyao shook her head slightly. "No, we can't leave." "But..." Li Shudong wanted to say something, but Li Shuyao stopped her with a gesture. In order to protect the three women, Lord Su personally promised His Majesty that the three women were already engaged to the Su family and were not considered members of the Li family. Although His Majesty knew it was a lie, he still chose to let them go. However, His Majesty's mind is unpredictable, and he might change his mind one day and send someone to investigate. In order not to implicate Lord Su, and to protect her two younger sisters, Li Shuyao, as the eldest daughter, had no choice but to marry. Although she still maintained the pride and composure befitting a general's daughter, a profound sense of sorrow had already arisen within her. I wonder when her three sisters would ever be like this, being pointed at and gossiped about by a group of people. But this was just the beginning. She didn't even dare to imagine what life would be like afterward. Gently patting her younger sister's head, Li Shuyao felt a surge of emotion and almost cried. Su Liang was overjoyed. Others wouldn't dare to take it, but he did. He has nothing anyway, so if there's danger, he can just run away. Where can't he tell stories? And wouldn't it be wonderful to wander the world with his young lady? He. I wonder what it would be like to train a young lady from ancient times. Su Liang chuckled slyly, almost itching to get started. Bite. Host has been detected to have a strong urge to marry. The marriage maniac system has been successfully activated. Chapter 2. She's actually this kind of person. Ah. Am I dreaming? The system, it just appeared like that? Su Liang was stunned, he simply couldn't believe it. But those 2 lines of text were right there in front of him, no matter how he moved his eyes, they were there, as if saying, look. It's me, your system daddy. Before she knew it, 2 lines of tears fell. The miserable life of the past 3 years flashed quickly through Su Liang's mind. There was a time when he also had expectations, looking forward to that point in 2.5 years. But a novel is still a novel, and the power of koan never actually appeared. Ha 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 ha. Su Liang covered his face and laughed wildly, completely disregarding the reactions of others. Everyone present was stunned. What was going on? Why was she crying and laughing at the same time? Sigh, this child probably misses his father. You're kidding me. He didn't even cry when his father died. Could it be that he misses his brother? That's even more impossible. He was still bragging when he went to the grave. The crowd was buzzing with discussion, and even the 2 women standing nearby looked on with suspicion. Sister, what's wrong with him? I don't know, maybe he's lost his mind. At this moment, the old clan chief interrupted everyone. Ignoring Su Liang, he coughed twice and said, all right, whoever wants to marry, step forward now. Upon hearing this, Su Liang also came to his senses. He quickly rubbed his face, forcing himself to calm down. Silence. The entire room was completely silent. No one dared to stand up, or even look up, as if they were afraid of being called out by name. Su Liang wasn't in a hurry. Since no one dared to marry him, he couldn't be too proactive. He had to keep the other party hanging and let them know that only he dared to want her. Under such circumstances, wouldn't they be incredibly moved? Li Shuyao held Li Shutong's hand tightly, afraid that she would do something rash. In fact, she is even angrier than Li Shutong right now. What does this person think they are? A commodity? Or a slave? And no one wants them? This is the ultimate humiliation. Seeing that no one stepped forward, the old clan chief said again, the clan will subsidize the man who takes a wife with 5 taels of silver. 5 taels of silver. Others didn't react much, but Su Liang's eyes lit up. Not only can I get a wife, but I can also activate the system, and now I have an extra 5 taels of silver. Isn't this a win-win-win situation? However, judging from the old clan leader's expression, the price of silver should be able to rise further. Sure enough, a moment later the old clan chief increased the subsidy to 10 taels. This number is not small, and many people are tempted, but compared to life and future prospects, it is still not enough. When Su Liang saw the old patriarch frown, he knew that this was almost the limit. He immediately stepped forward and loudly announced, I will marry her. Ignoring the shocked expressions on everyone's faces, Su Liang quickly turned his gaze to the 2 women, anticipating their moved expressions. But the result disappointed him. The 2 women were not moved at all. Instead, they looked at him with expressions as if they wanted to strangle him. Su Liang felt a chill run down his spine and involuntarily took a half step back. What's going on? Shouldn't I be very touched? Are they like the devil trapped in the magic lamp, and I'm just too late? Su Liang was surprised, but he didn't care much. It didn't matter if they disobeyed, he could just give them a beating when they got back. It was a simple matter. The old clan chief looked at Su Liang and nodded in satisfaction. He didn't expect that at the crucial moment, this kid would step up. He decided to let bygones be bygones regarding the criticism he received behind his back. Very good. Which one do you want to marry? Su Liang waved his hand dismissively, without even thinking. I'll take all three. Upon hearing this, everyone was first surprised, then delighted. Yes, but it doesn't say they can't marry one person. If Su Liang marries all three of them, then there's nothing left for them. At this moment, even those who usually looked down on Su Liang were now giving him admiring glances. The old clan chief was also surprised, but compared to the others, he remained relatively calm. He asked as if to confirm, "Are you sure you want to marry three?" "That's right." Clan leader, stop talking nonsense. Hand over the 3 marriage certificates and 30 taels of silver to me right now. I'm in a hurry to go home and consummate my marriage. Upon hearing the words bridal chamber, Li Shadong nearly rushed out and snapped Su Liang's neck. "Sister, don't stop me. He's a lecherous scoundrel, he only married us for money." Li Shuyao quickly comforted her sister, who of course knew this, but being married off to this scoundrel might not be such a bad thing after all. She had already figured out that Su Liang was all alone and must be an orphan, so she knew he would be hard to handle once he entered the house. With Shu Tong, who is highly skilled in martial arts, ensuring the safety of the 3 of them is not a problem. As for the others, upon hearing those 2 words, they all revealed expressions of envy and jealousy. Marrying a wife is certainly dangerous, but these 2 are truly beautiful. Their faces and figures would make anyone have impure thoughts. That guy got off too easy. Su Liang was unaware that many of his peers had already developed hatred towards him. After putting the 3 silver ingots into his pocket, he picked up a brush and prepared to sign the marriage certificate. Su Liang's pen-holding posture is so standard? Yes, doesn't he not know how to write? In everyone's impression, Su Liang had studied and knew a few characters, but they had never seen him write. Su Liang can write, but he doesn't know how to use a calligraphy brush. His current pen-holding posture is all learned from calligraphy masters in short videos from his previous life. He held the pen for a long time without moving it, trying hard to recall the traditional Chinese characters for his name. However, in the end, I still couldn't remember. Oh well, I'll just write it normally, there shouldn't be any problems. Su Liang recalled the master's techniques as he began to write. Arms, wrists, and fingers moved like swimming dragons, and the body swayed accordingly. Wow, this brushwork technique? Could it be that Su Liang is also skilled in calligraphy? Those behind could not see what was written, only Su Liang's graceful movements. However, the 2 women and the old clan chief were speechless upon seeing the contents. I spent so much time writing this, and all I got were 2 big black marks. The old clan chief wanted to question him several times, "Are you fucking lying to us?" But he held back because of his status. Alright. After signing the 3 marriage certificates, Su Liang put down his pen with satisfaction. He wasn't worried that the 6 black seals would be invalid, because the system had already given him a notification when he signed the first marriage certificate. Congratulations, host, on your successful marriage. You have received 3 wedding packages. Each wife will provide you with 1 ability draw. The ability obtained from the draw increases with the wife's loyalty. Current total number of draws, 3. Wife, Li Shuyao, 19 years old, loyalty, 1%. Wife, Li Shadong, 18 years old, loyalty, 1%. Wife, Li Shuhan, 4 years old, loyalty, 1%. Current total loyalty, 3, personal physical strength increased by 3%. Looking at these system messages, Su Liang couldn't hide his smile. Each wife gets a chance to win an ability lottery, isn't that amazing? I'll marry 100 or 2 in the future, and then train them all to be obedient and loyal to the max. My wife will do all the work while I enjoy the good life. Isn't this the pinnacle of life? He. What are you still standing here grinning like an idiot for? The old clan chief's words interrupted Su Liang's thoughts. He bowed respectfully, then turned to the 3 women. Let's go, ladies. As Su Liang spoke, he reached out to take Li Shuyao's hand, but she just snorted and turned her body away. Li Shadong didn't give him a chance to reach out at all, and directly picked up her younger sister. Su Liang wasn't embarrassed. He withdrew his hand, which had been frozen in mid-air, and walked out of the hall first with his head held high. What's with the smugness? So what if he got married? Don't worry, he won't be smug for long. With his family's circumstances, those 3 sisters will starve to death with him sooner or later. Yes, everyone, don't lend him any grain. Su Liang didn't hear these words, but the 2 sisters behind him did. After leaving the mansion, Li Shadong said, "Sister, why don't we just kill him? Li Shuyao frowned and said with a hint of reprimand, "Don't think about killing people so easily. That won't solve the problem. If you kill him, we won't be able to stay in the Su family. If the court investigates, not only will we die, but it will also implicate Lord Su and his clan." Upon hearing this, Li Shudong lowered her head, while Li Shuhan, in her arms, cried out with tears in her eyes, "Big sister, second sister, I'm hungry." Li Shuhan is quite sensible and doesn't usually cry, so the fact that she cried now means she was really hungry. Alright, Shuhan, don't cry. I'll make you something delicious soon. Li Shudong comforted her. Okay, Li Shuhan reluctantly replied, pouting and trying her best to hold back her tears. Su Liang originally wanted to open the gift pack, but after using it, he discovered that he had to draw an ability lottery first before he could use it. After a moment's thought, he used the lottery opportunity provided by Li Shuyao. Suddenly, a large spinning wheel appeared before his eyes. The spinning wheel was covered with a dense array of abilities written on it. Music, chess, calligraphy, painting, embroidery, flower cultivation, collecting, management, and so on. So you just listed everything she knows and likes for me? But what's the point of all that? Su Liang felt a wave of disappointment, but that was all he could do. Having some ability was better than having none. Just as Su Liang was about to start the lottery, he discovered something very unusual. I love reading erotic and sensual banned books. She's actually this kind of person. Chapter 3, Conquering the Second Wife. This kind of person is great. I like them. Su Liang turned back to look at Li Shuyao with a smile, only to see that she still maintained that aloof demeanor. Keep pretending, just wait and see when I expose your true colors. Su Liang snorted coldly, glanced at the contents of the spinning wheel again, and seeing nothing else special, chose to draw a prize. Congratulations on winning the collection. Your abilities are being converted. Conversion successful. Acquired ability, storage space. This works too. Su Liang was surprised by the unexpected surprise. He quickly entered the space to check it out. It was square and about 1 meter in length, width, and height. If 1% loyalty is 1 meter, then 100% loyalty would be 100 meters, 100 meters, 100 meters. Su Liang had no other thoughts at the moment, he just wanted to ask where the national treasury was. Next up is Li Shudong. Her spinning wheel has fewer features, with some overlap with Li Shuyao's, but it also has its own unique characteristics, such as boxing, horseback riding, and archery. Su Liang was somewhat disappointed because he didn't see any unusual hobbies, but being able to ride a horse was a plus. People who practice martial arts are indeed more simple-minded. Shutong's wife is worth getting to know better. Congratulations on drawing the sword master skill. Your ability is being converted. Transformation successful. Acquired ability, weapon crafting. Good ability, but it's not very useful now. Lastly, Li Shuhan, her roulette will only has one item, food. Congratulations on drawing the Eat card. Your ability is being converted. Transformation successful. Gained ability, culinary skills. Su Liang never expected that the little girl would be much more useful than her second sister. Having cooking skills at least gave her a legitimate way to make a living. Su Liang then opened the 3 gift packs, and as he expected, the contents of the gift packs matched the abilities. The items were a snack gift pack, a sword, and an exquisite jewelry storage box, which were automatically stored in the space. After walking for about 10 minutes, the group arrived at the easternmost end of the village, which was Su Liang's home. Looking at the spacious courtyard and tidy houses, the 2 sisters were quite satisfied. Li Shudong, carrying her younger sister, passed Su Liang and walked into the courtyard. Shuhan was about to burst into tears, so she had to get her something to eat first. But after taking only 2 steps, Su Liang called her back. Wife, where are you going? That's our home. Following the direction Su Liang was pointing, both women frowned. Was this home? Where was it? Su Liang said somewhat awkwardly, well, I haven't lived here for a long time. Our house is hidden among those weeds. Soon, the 3 sisters followed Su Liang through a thicket of weeds taller than a person and came to the dilapidated thatched hut. What are you standing there for? Come inside. Su Liang, being extremely hospitable, led the 3 women in. Our house may be a bit run down, but isn't this a way to be close to nature? You'll get used to it. Oh my god. Su Liang was about to open the door when it collapsed, nearly hitting him. The 3 girls stared blankly at everything, as if their brains hadn't fully processed it yet. Even Xiao Shuhan stopped complaining of being hungry. Hee hee, it's okay, we can go through the window. As Su Liang spoke, he stepped across the unobstructed floor to ceiling window first. The three women followed him inside as if possessed. The house was completely bare. No, even those 4 words are insufficient to describe this scene. Actually, when Su Liang first transmigrated, the house was pretty much like this. At that time, he was also very desperate. Recalling the Ode to a Humble Abode that he had studied before, Su Liang felt that the author was just showing off his wealth. However, once people learn to adapt, it's not so bad. And although the house is dilapidated, it has its advantages, namely, it's convenient to take a bath. Back then, whenever it rained, villagers would rush over to take a bath, and only Su Liang's shed in the village had a shower. In the past year, Su Liang has rarely returned home since discovering how to make money through storytelling, and has been living a life of freeloading. Tell me, how did you survive? Li Shuyao couldn't help but ask, her expression extremely serious. Su Liang also felt a little embarrassed. He could manage on his own, but now that he had a wife, he couldn't go back to living that nomadic life. Hee hee, we can talk about that another day. You guys have a seat first, I'll go get something to eat. The snack gift pack contained several boxes of instant noodles, which Su Liang hadn't eaten in over 3 years, and he couldn't resist the urge to eat them as soon as he saw them. But as soon as she heard about food, Xiao Shuhan couldn't hold back anymore and burst into tears. Sister, I'm hungry. Shuhan, don't cry. I'll make you something delicious right away. Although Li Shudong offered these words of comfort, her brows furrowed. She had just checked the grain jar, there wasn't a single grain of food inside, only half a jar of rainwater that smelled fishy. Upon seeing this, Su Liang immediately turned around. Little Shuhan, be good, brother will go and make you something delicious right now. Upon hearing Su Liang's words, Li Shuhan stopped crying. She asked through sobs, really? Of course it's true. You just wait patiently, and your brother will be back soon, okay? Okay. Li Shuhan nodded, biting her finger. Li Shuhan's loyalty to you has reached 50%. Su Liang had just stepped out the door when he heard the system's voice. At the same time, it was as if a whole bunch of things suddenly appeared in his mind. Chopping, controlling the heat, secret recipes, all these are cooking-related skills. Su Liang believed that if he were given a knife now, he could cut the tofu into strips. My little wife is still the best. Su Liang decided that from now on, Li Shuhan's status in the family would be second only to his. The two sisters were also very surprised. They did not expect their younger sister to listen to Su Liang so much, and they did not expect that Su Liang had such a gentle side. Sister, is he planning to do something to Shuhan? Li Shudong asked worriedly. Li Shuyao shook her head. No, I don't think he's faking it. Under the watchful eyes of the 3 men, Su Liang first went out to fetch water and brought back a package. Then he carried firewood, started a fire to boil water, and his figure kept moving among the weeds. About 15 minutes later, 4 bowls of instant noodles were served one after another. The instant noodle container was in an old-fashioned style, looking like it was made of oiled paper, so the 2 girls didn't pay much attention to it, they were just curious about what was inside. Xiao Shuhan was already drooling and couldn't wait to get down from her sister's arms. She smelled the aroma the moment Su Liang brought it in. Sister, come down, Shuhan wants to eat. Li Shudong didn't rush to put her younger sister down, but instead looked at Su Liang and said, you eat first. Oof, are you afraid I'll poison you to death? Su Liang snorted and opened the lid to start eating. This is noodles? Where did he get the noodles? And when were they made? Why are these noodles so strange? Countless questions arose in the 2 women's minds. Seeing Su Liang eating so heartily, Xiao Shuhan's mouth watered. Sister, I want to eat. Seeing this, Li Shudong had no choice but to put her down. As soon as her little feet touched the ground, she couldn't wait to run to Su Liang. Brother, Shuhan wants to eat. Su Liang patted her little head and placed a box of instant noodles on the straw mat where she slept, just high enough for her to stand and eat. Eat slowly, be careful, it's hot. Li Shuhan nodded vigorously, knowing exactly how to cool the noodles without being taught. Li Shuhan's loyalty to you reaches 60%. Li Shuhan's loyalty to you reaches 65%. Li Shuhan's loyalty to you reaches 70%. Each time loyalty is increased, it continues until it reaches 85% before stopping. Su Liang is growing to love his little wife more and more. This time, not only has his cooking skill improved again, but his body has also changed, giving him a feeling of being full of power. Current total loyalty, 87, personal physical strength increased by 87%. Su Liang planned to press on and max out Li Shuhan's loyalty in one fell swoop. He picked up the package beside him, pretended to take out a sausage wrapped in oil paper, and handed it to Xiao Shuhan. Here, this is for you. Thank you, brother. Li Shuhan said as she skillfully peeled off the oil paper and took a bite. It's so delicious. Li Shuhan's loyalty to you reaches 95%. Just a little bit more. Su Liang patted her little head and said, from now on, listen to your brother, and I'll cook delicious food for you every day. Okay. Good. Li Shuhan's loyalty to you is 100%. Congratulations, host. Your total loyalty score has exceeded 100 points. The affectionate feature is now enabled. Reward, 100 affection points. Chapter 4 is fine, tell me about it. Affectionate features? Su Liang quickly logged into the system to check. The affection feature is mainly divided into two modules. One is the affection shop, which sells items related to abilities. For example, the shop currently has various cooking-related items such as oil, salt, soy sauce, vinegar, and kitchen utensils. Secondly, there's the affection value, the currency used to purchase items in the shop. It can be obtained through affectionate actions with your wife, with a daily limit equal to your wife's loyalty. Another way to obtain it is by achieving specific accomplishments. This feature is great. Su Liang was overjoyed and turned his attention to his first and second wives. Their loyalty was only 1%, making them his next targets. Ladies, eat quickly, or the noodles will get soggy. Su Liang said with a smile. The two women didn't stand on ceremony, since they were hungry anyway. The moment the instant noodles entered their mouths, the two of them showed expressions of shock. I've never tasted this before. Such a simple bowl of noodles is so delicious. The two couldn't help but look at Su Liang, never expecting that this guy had such skills. Su Liang chuckled to himself, judging from their expressions, they really liked it. Isn't this an easy task? Su Liang said, if you two ladies like it, I can make noodles for you every day. The two remained silent, eating on their own, while Su Liang's smile gradually faded. Damn it, these two are ingrates. They've finished all the noodles, but their loyalty hasn't increased at all. This won't do, we have to clean it up properly. As for how to deal with it, well, that's just a matter of first impressions. After they had eaten and drunk their fill, Su Liang cleared his throat and said, the three of you, now that we are husband and wife, we are family. I can guarantee you a good life, but you must listen to me in this family. Li Shudong snorted coldly, why should I listen to you? Li Shuyao then asked, what guarantee do you have? Only Li Shuhan nodded in agreement for her, as long as there was food, that was enough. Don't worry about what guarantees I can give you. I, Su, always keep my word. Su Liang adopted an arrogant attitude. This was ancient times, and the head of the household had to be a man. He had to show his authority. Li Shuyao sneered, you want us to listen to you, and then what? What do you want to do? This has nothing to do with anything. Su Liang muttered to himself, feeling a little embarrassed to directly ask for a wedding night. But then I thought, she's already my wife, so this is perfectly normal. Su Liang waved his hand and said, I want the bridal chamber. Both women were taken aback by what they heard, while Xiao Shuhan looked at Su Liang and asked, what is the bridal chamber? Is it delicious? Su Liang pulled another bag of fries from the package. Go, let's eat and play outside, don't let your sister take them. Xiao Shuhan nodded vigorously, took the paper bag, and ran out. Seeing Xiao Shuhan walk away, Su Liang asked again, did you two come one by one, or together? Li Shudong clenched her fists, her face flushed with anger. Li Shuyao grabbed her sister's arm, looked at Su Liang, and smiled slightly, alright, let's see if you have the ability. Do you have that ability? You're kidding. Don't you even bother to ask around in the village? Do you know the true value of a wife-taming mentor? Su Liang snorted coldly, what? You want to go first? Li Shuyao rolled her eyes, stepped out of the French windows, and didn't forget to turn back and remind her sister, be gentle. Su Liang never expected his first wife to be so considerate. He was already overwhelmed by hormones, and all he could see was her big, round breasts. Don't worry, I'll be very gentle. Only Su Liang and Li Shudong remained in the room. Su Liang knew his opponent knew martial arts, but now his physique had doubled, so what was there to fear? My wife, you. Just as Su Liang was about to speak, Li Shudong covered his mouth with a finger. Shoo, don't talk, it won't be good if your sister hears you. As she spoke, she slowly slid her hand to Su Liang's chest. Thump thump. Su Liang's heart was pounding. He never expected Li Shudong to be so skilled. Although he was rich in theoretical knowledge and experience, he was still a novice in both his previous and current lives. At most, in his previous life, he had only reached the minor mastery of the Qilin arm. Is the seal about to be broken? Su Liang's blood rushed to his head, and he could no longer control himself. Come on, my wife. He reached out and grabbed at it, but he grabbed nothing. The next second, he was pushed onto the straw mat and his mouth was covered. Slap, slap, slap. Li Shudong slapped Su Liang's face repeatedly. Su Liang tried to resist, but he was no match for the woman's strength. Bang, bang, bang. Another round of light punches followed. Outside the courtyard, Li Shuyao was playing with her younger sister, holding a French fry in her hand and enjoying it with relish. It must be said that Su Liang is quite skilled at cooking. Suddenly, a heart-wrenching scream came from the direction of the house. Li Shuhan put down the grass in her hand and tilted her head to look at Li Shuyao. Big sister, it sounds like brother is calling. Li Shuyao curled her lips slightly and patted her younger sister's head. Brother is being disobedient and is getting a beating from your second sister, so you have to be obedient from now on, understand? Li Shuhan shrank back and looked into the courtyard with some fear. A short while later, Su Liang staggered out. His face was covered in red marks, and his tattered clothes had several holes in them, making him look extremely disheveled. Su Liang glanced at Li Shuyao, who was all smiles, and ran off into the distance without stopping. At this moment, Li Shudong also came out. She looked very pleased, clapped her hands twice and said, "It's done. He's already agreed. From now on, you're in charge of this household, sister." On the other side, Su Liang grew angrier and angrier, feeling not only angry but also incredibly frustrated. He, a dignified man of 8 feet tall, was actually pinned down on the bed and beaten by a woman. How can he ever face the village again if word gets out? Damn it, you two tigresses, just you wait, one day I'll make you beg for mercy. Su Liang had already devised a strategy. He would marry a wife when the opportunity arose, then use her loyalty to increase his physical strength, and finally retaliate. Oomph, one time isn't enough, then 8 or 10 times. We'll pin those two sisters to the ground and beat them. Su Liang unknowingly walked to the old tree, when a shout pulled him back to reality. Xiao Liang. He looked up and saw Zhao Dahai walking over. Damn it, how did we get here? Su Liang quickly put on a smile. Hee, it's Uncle Zhao. As Zhao Dahai walked towards them, he said, Xiao Liang, I heard you married 3 wives, all of them great beauties. You're really lucky this time. Hey! What happened to your face? Upon getting closer and seeing Su Liang's swollen face, Zhao Dahai couldn't help but frown. But he quickly realized something, took 2 steps forward, and grinned wickedly, saying, Tell me, have you developed any new ways to play? New gameplay? Yes, that's right, Uncle Zhao, you really understand me. Zhao Dahai's eyes lit up, and he pressed, Is it that invincible wind and fire will you mentioned before? Su Liang stroked his chin, Uncle Zhao, go and call everyone over, we'll talk about it in class. All right. Zhao Dahai dashed out in a flash. Sigh. Su Liang sighed deeply. After class, others could go home and put their knowledge into practice, but what was he going to do? Su Liang lectured until evening, explaining in words all the things he hadn't been able to do. The crowd gasped in astonishment. Oh? I didn't know you could play like that. What? You can do it upside down? Is it really possible to do that there? On the other side, Li Shudong stormed into the house. Sister, that Su Liang is a lecherous scoundrel. He talked dirty talk to those people all afternoon. Li Shuyao frowned, so, you listened there all afternoon? Li Shudong was speechless for a moment. She originally wanted to use her sharp ears and eyes to see what Su Liang was doing, but she unknowingly became engrossed in listening. Although those words were increasingly embarrassing to hear, for some reason they were actually quite attractive. Li Shudong blushed instantly when she realized she had inexplicably listened to this all afternoon. Damn it, you lecherous scoundrel. All right, stop being angry. Tell me what Su Liang said, Li Shuyao said. Ha? This? Li Shudong hesitated for a moment and said, Sister, you'd better not listen to it. Those words will only offend your ears. Li Shuyao smiled confidently. What hadn't she seen? It was just that her younger sister was too naive. How could the words of a mere lecherous man compare to those books? It's all right, tell me about it. Chapter 5 Catching Fish. As Su Liang watched the trainees excitedly running home, a sense of sorrow welled up in his heart. His second wife is too good at fighting, he's no match for her at all. But then I thought about it again, and that house really was too shabby, the straw mat was probably too uncomfortable to sit on. Start making money tomorrow. Su Liang now possesses top-notch culinary skills and has access to all kinds of seasonings available online, so making some delicious food to sell is no problem for him. Li Shuhan's loyalty to you has dropped to 80%. Li Shuhan's loyalty to you has dropped to 40%. Li Shuhan's loyalty to you has dropped to 1%. Huh? What's going on? This thing can actually go down in price? Su Liang quickly sensed that his cooking skills had not disappeared, and nothing was missing from the shop. He glanced at the sky and guessed that his concubine was hungry. You forgot about me when you were hungry, you little brat. Su Liang walked quickly home. Although his cooking skills were still there, without loyalty, he couldn't farm store currency anymore. Halfway there, he stopped and ran towards the clan chief's house. Fortunately, he still had 30 taels of silver left, so he planned to move to a new house. Some members of his clan had moved to the county town, so there were a few vacant houses. He also mentioned a technique called, oh right, it's called egg white spam, which involves cracking an egg and taking out only the egg white, which can then be used to make a lubricant. Enough. Stop talking. Li Shuyao interrupted her sister, her face flushed. Sis, why is your face so red? It's nothing. Li Shuyao turned her body to the side, her hands kneading each other continuously. Egg white spaghetti, twin tails. These words from Su Liang kept replaying in her mind, like an inescapable curse. Damn it, his mind is full of weird and lewd tricks, he really is a lecherous thief. Li Shuyao gritted her teeth in embarrassment. She regretted letting her sister tell the story, because Li Shudong might have just relayed some things, but she understood them. Wife! Come out quickly, we've moved. Su Liang's voice came from outside, and he appeared in front of the three of them shortly afterward. Hey, what's wrong? Your face is so red, did you have a fight? Su Liang asked. It's all because of you. Li Shudong was interrupted by Li Shuyao halfway through her sentence. Me? What's wrong with me? Su Liang asked, puzzled. Li Shuyao pretended to be calm and said, it's nothing. What did you just say about moving? Yes, let's talk as we walk. At this moment, Li Shuhan, who was lying on the straw mat, was awakened by the sound of several people talking. She rubbed her eyes, and upon seeing Su Liang, she immediately jumped down, ran over, and hugged Su Liang's leg. Brother, is it time to eat? Li Shuhan's loyalty to you is 100%. Did it forget about me while it was sleeping? Su Liang felt that he had misunderstood her before, but to be on the safe side, he would have to accumulate 100 affection points every day before going out. Soon, the group followed Su Liang to the newly purchased courtyard. The house wasn't big, with only 2 rooms, but it was clean and tidy, and had all the necessary items like stools and tables, making it 100 times better than before. Actually, the environment wasn't a big deal to the 2 girls, but having experienced that dilapidated thatched house, they had a change of heart from bad to good, which naturally improved their mood. Li Shuyao's loyalty to you has reached 2%. Li Shutong's loyalty to you has reached 2%. Are you all this united? Su Liang wasn't particularly happy, because these 2 women were too materialistic. Why couldn't they live in the thatched hut? But it really didn't seem like a suitable place to live. Are the ladies satisfied? Before the 2 could reply, Su Liang continued, please wait a moment, my wife, I'll go cook now. After saying that, he picked up the wooden bucket and left the yard. Li Shuyao's loyalty to you has reached 5%. Li Shutong's loyalty to you has reached 5%. You like simps? Just wait until I can beat you. After Su Liang walked away, Li Shudong said, sister, look, beating him up really worked. Li Shuyao nodded slightly, he's a fairly reliable person. However, as soon as she finished speaking, she thought of Su Liang's words again. But he's still just a lecherous thief. Li Shuyao's loyalty to you has dropped to 1%. You can't even handle being away from me for a short while? Su Liang was filled with questions. What kind of woman had he married? Early the next morning, Su Liang was playing with Li Shuhan in the yard. 15 minutes later, he had earned 100 points of affection. Actually, it's very simple to gain affection points. It's nothing more than a series of intimate actions such as kissing, hugging, and lifting each other up high. Okay, go play with your sister now. Your brother has to go out and earn money. He'll make you something delicious when he gets back. Okay. Su Liang gave the two women a cold look, then carried the basket on his back and went out the door. He has given up on the loyalty of his two wives, or rather, he has let nature take its course. Last night, he took out the whole snack gift pack and showered me with concern, and both of their loyalty levels reached 8%. But while they were sleeping, I don't know what they were researching next door, because they soon returned to 1%. Once I have money, I'll marry another wife. Soon, Su Liang arrived at a small lake. The village is called Qingchuan Village because it has underground springs. The spring water is crystal clear and flows year-round, which has led to the formation of many ponds and small lakes around it. And in these waters, there are many small fish and shrimp. Although they are small, they have a strong fishy smell, so the villagers don't eat them and prefer to catch bigger fish. But for Su Liang, who has all the necessary ingredients, these can be used to make fish sauces of various flavors, and he doesn't have to clean them like a big fish. Su Liang threw the fish baskets one by one into the water and then sat down to wait. A moment later, Su Ernia's voice came from afar. "Ryoko, you've come to catch fish too." Su Liang hummed in agreement and gestured for him to sit down. As Su Ernia fiddled with his fishing tools, he said, "Hee, my mom is making fish soup, so she asked me to catch two big fish." "Isn't the fish soup fishy?" Su Liang asked. "It smells fishy, but I haven't had meat in a long time, so I'm a little craving it, hee. Su Liang nodded. It seemed his fish sauce was definitely going to be a hit. Seeing that it was almost time, Su Liang took out the fish baskets and poured the fish into the basket. "I estimated it to be about a pound. If I keep this up, it would take at least an hour to get 20 or 30 pounds. By then, the fish at the bottom would definitely be dead or even rotten." Su Ernia was somewhat surprised when he saw the small fish and shrimp in the basket. "Liangzi, what are you doing grabbing that thing?" "I'm going to make some fish sauce." "Fish sauce? What's that?" "You can try it when I've finished making it." "Oh." Su Ernia scratched his head, then asked, "Liangzi, tell me the truth, is there no food left at home?" Su Liang scratched his head. "When has my family ever had any grain?" "Yes, that's right, your family has never had any food." Su Ernia muttered, then added, "But now you have a wife. My mother said that having a wife means you're married, and if you're married, you have to support your wife." After talking for a while, Su Ernia felt like he had recited a tongue twister. He threw the things in his hand aside, then grabbed Su Liang's shoulder and said sincerely, "Anyway, if you run out of food, just tell me and I'll steal some from home for you." Yesterday, news of Su Liang spending all his savings to buy a house spread throughout the clan this morning. Everyone said that Su Liang was completely finished this time, and that his 3 wives would starve to death with him. Many people also called on people not to lend him grain. But Su Ernia had been his best friend since childhood. How could he possibly watch his good brother starve to death? Su Liang patted Su Ernia on the shoulder. "Good brother, with you saying that, I'll help you find a wife, and I'll definitely find one with a big butt." Su Ernia chuckled, "All right. You help me find a wife, and I'll help you catch fish." Su Ernia's tools were much better than Su Liang's. He used a net woven from thin grass rope, and his basket was full after only 2 scoops. Su Liang weighed it in his hand. It weighed at least 25 kilograms. "Don't bother catching that big fish anymore. Come back with me, and I'll give you fish sauce." Su Ernia thought about it and agreed, mainly because he was worried that Su Liang wouldn't be able to carry it on his own. But Su Liang didn't ask him for help the whole way, and didn't even stop to rest. He was almost as strong as Su Liang. Does having a wife make him stronger? Su Ernia's anticipation for his wife, Ding, grew ever stronger. Chapter 6: Selling Fish Sauce. It's late May now. Qingchuan Village is located in the Central Plains, so the land has already been planted. Apart from those who work to earn money, the rest of the villagers aren't very busy. When Su Liang and his companion returned, they encountered many villagers. Apart from a few people who regularly listened to his stories and his students, everyone else was pointing and whispering about him. "Look, they've already gone fishing and eating fish after just one day. They must be out of food at home. It's such a tragedy. How could such a beautiful girl marry him? Hey, you don't know, do you? Those girls are no pushovers either." "Really? What happened?" Su Liang walked home expressionlessly, as if nothing had happened. Su Ernia, standing behind him, was somewhat angry, especially seeing that some of his clansmen had also participated. They dare not marry him, and then they turn around and criticize Su Liang. It's simply unreasonable. "Ryoko, wait a minute, I'm going to find them." Su Liang quickly stopped Su Ernia. "Don't worry about them, we're counting on them to make money." Su Liang and Su Erniu arrived home quickly. This is my good brother, Su Erniu. This is your eldest sister-in-law. This is your second sister-in-law. And this is your third sister-in-law. Su Erniu chuckled and nodded, and the three sisters also nodded politely in response. Su Erniu and the others had met him before. He seemed very honest and straightforward, so they didn't have any hostility towards him. Meanwhile, Su Liang had already started a fire. Erniu, pour the fish into the tank. Okay. After giving his instructions, Su Liang went into his room and soon came out carrying a large box. No one knew what he was going to do, so they could only watch from the sidelines. Once the iron pot was heated, Su Liang took out a porcelain jar from the box and poured the soybean oil inside into the pot. Li Shuyao's eyelids twitched upon seeing this. Others might not have noticed, but she did. Su Liang was using oil, and vegetable oil at that. Ordinary people used lard, which would solidify when cooled. Only the wealthy and powerful could afford vegetable oil. But judging from the color of the oil, it didn't look like something used at home, so Li Shuyao unconsciously took a few steps forward. Once the oil reached the required temperature, Su Liang took out a porcelain bottle and poured the sauce inside into it. Li Shuyao couldn't tell what it was this time, but the aroma of the sauce soon filled the air. It smells so good. Upon smelling the rich and unique aroma, Li Shohan couldn't help but drool uncontrollably. In fact, not only her, but the other three were also secretly swallowing their saliva. What on earth is Su Liang doing? It smells so good. While the group was filled with doubt, they also felt a strong sense of anticipation. Erniu, scoop out the fish. Su Liang took a filter screen out of the box and handed it to Su Erniu. Okay. Su Erniu quickly went to the tank to scoop out the fish. The group didn't care how the tools were made. Their eyes were glued to the fish being put into the pot. After the small fish and shrimp were put into the pot, there was no fishy smell at all. On the contrary, the aroma became even more intense. In addition to the unique soy sauce aroma, there was also the meaty aroma of the fish and shrimp. Li Shuhan walked up to Su Liang and shook his trouser leg. Brother, I want to eat. She was very clever when it came to food. She knew the fish and shrimp were almost cooked when they changed color. Sweetie, just wait a little longer, it'll be ready soon. After Su Liang finished speaking, he took out several porcelain bottles and put the seasonings into the pot. His cooking skills are at their peak. He doesn't even need to think to know how much of each ingredient to put in. At this moment, Li Shuyao's expression seemed to have lost control. She stared in shock at the porcelain bottles. She might not recognize the others, but she recognized the salt at a glance. Impossible. How could there be such fine salt? Li Shuyao simply couldn't believe it. She had cooked before, and even in her family's general's mansion, the fine salt couldn't reach this level, and it looked like there were no impurities in it. Unable to contain her curiosity, she walked over, dipped her finger in the mixture, and put it in her mouth. The next second, she was stunned. It really was salt. Su Liang naturally knew that the other party had figured it out, but since they were under the same roof, he couldn't hide it from them. Li Shuyao didn't ask him where these things came from, but instead tasted the other things as well. The result was even more shocking. There was candy inside. Moreover, although the other ingredients were unpalatable, they all had unique flavors, and one taste was enough to tell that they were used for seasoning. It's done cooking. Su Liang placed the fish sauce in a large bamboo box, which he had bought at a store. Most of the items in the system were made of contemporary materials, at least in appearance. Come on everyone, have a taste. Without any hesitation, they all picked up their chopsticks. At this moment, Su Liang roughly estimated that the 100 affection points he had accumulated yesterday had been used to buy these things. Apart from some utensils, the seasonings were enough to make about 100 caddies of fish sauce. Based on this, it seems that we can sell a maximum of a little over 100 jin per day. Sigh, the affection value is still too low. Su Liang shook his head inwardly. These were just the most basic items. He simply couldn't afford the more advanced kitchen utensils. If he had those items, even just changing one pot would greatly improve his efficiency and make the food taste even better. Wow, this is delicious. Delicious. It's a bit salty, but it smells so good. The four people were full of praise, and even his first and second wives gave him a thumbs up. Li Shuyao's loyalty to you has reached 15%. Li Shuton's loyalty to you has reached 12%. Su Liang gave a wry smile and continued making fish sauce. The loyalty of these two was too unstable, and he didn't want to be played with like this forever. Half an hour later. Su Ernio and Su Liang's entire family mobilized to carry 3 large lunchboxes and a square table to the old tree in the village. This place is not only where Su Liang tells stories, but also the village's intelligence center, where there are always many people from morning till night. Isn't that Su Liang? Those two are his wives, they're really pretty. What's the use of being good looking? You might get arrested again any day. Su Liang is such a pitiful child. He eats a bite at one house and stays at another for a night. Even when he was trying to get a wife, the clan chief tricked him. Su Liang remained unconcerned about the villagers' gossip. But Li Shuyao and Li Shutong's faces darkened. Even when these villagers were just passing by the courtyard, they would point and whisper. It's not worth getting angry with them. Most villagers are illiterate, that's just how they are, Su Liang said casually. You talk like you've ever been to school. Li Shutong glanced at Su Liang, remembering the signature on the marriage certificate. Li Shuyao's loyalty to you has reached 18%. So she knows I'm comforting her? Su Liang didn't care about anything else and quickly arranged the lunchboxes. Just then, a person walked over from under the tree. Xiao Liang, what are you trying to do? The visitor was one of his students, Lu Tigan. Su Liang didn't explain much. He simply opened the lid of the lunchbox, placed the 3 bowls in front of it, and scooped a spoonful from each. This is fish, why does it smell so good? Lu Tigan couldn't help but swallow hard when he smelled the aroma. Uncle Lu, this is the fish sauce I made. Don't just look at it, try it. This one is spicy, this one is numbing and spicy, and this one is 5 spice. Su Liang introduced the 3 flavors of fish sauce. Lu Tigan didn't stand on ceremony and casually grabbed a piece from the bowl and put it in his mouth. Delicious. I never thought fish could be cooked so well. Lu Tigan was full of praise, and even after swallowing the fish, he kept smacking his lips. Uncle Lu, try these two too. After Lu Tigan finished tasting all 3 flavors, he immediately asked the price. He wasn't stupid, he knew Su Liang was definitely there to sell. Uncle Lu, since you enrolled in my VIP class, I'll give you a 20% discount, so it'll be 8 coins a bowl. 8 copper coins? Lu Tigan hesitated, feeling it was a bit expensive. At this moment, Su Liang said again, Uncle Lu, I put a lot of secret seasonings into this fish, including a lot of salt and oil. 8 coins is just the cost price. Moreover, if you keep it in a cool place, it can be kept for at least 5 days without spoiling. Lu Tigan nodded, he had tasted everything Su Liang had said. Okay, I'll buy it and go back to get the money. Su Liang quickly stopped him, Uncle Lu, wait a minute, please help me spread the word. Those who want to buy should bring their own bowls. Also, if you bring 10 people, I will give you an extra bowl. Should I send you a bowl? Lu Tigan immediately agreed, okay. At this moment, Li Shuyao asked, a bowl only costs 10 coins, are you sure you can make a profit? Chapter 7, Loyalty Skyrockets. Li Shuyao's concerns were not unfounded. In her opinion, the cost of Su Liang's fish sauce must be no less than several dozen taels of silver, or even more. After all, it's vegetable oil, and such fine salt, sugar, and those unknown ingredients, any one of them alone would far exceed Su Liang's price. Don't worry, I have a secret recipe. The seasonings aren't expensive, and this is a village. Do you think the villagers have a lot of money? Su Liang didn't explain much. His cost was simply spending some time with his concubine, and then Ernio catching fish and carrying them back by himself, which took less than an hour in total. Li Shuyao didn't believe Su Liang's words, but she did agree on one thing, this was a village, a place she had never been before. Su Liang was right, how could the villagers possibly have a lot of money? The villagers were very trusting, so Su Liang didn't even need to call out to them, they all gradually gathered around. Everyone, this fish sauce is 10 coins a bowl. These 3 bowls are 3 different flavors and you can try them for free. If you want to buy, bring your own bowl. There's only so much fish sauce left, first come, first served. Upon hearing that a bowl cost 10 coins, the villagers immediately started discussing it, and some even began to criticize. You're selling this piece of junk for 10 coins? You might as well just rob someone. That's right, there are plenty of fish in the water, you can eat them without spending any money. Actually, this fish smells quite good. Those who were cursing were standing at the back. The fish sauce had already cooled down, so the aroma hadn't spread far. Ignoring the others, Su Liang said to the group in front of him, you can try it. Without hesitation, the group grabbed the fish sauce from their bowls and started tasting it. Oh, it's delicious. Yes, I've never eaten such delicious fish before. Does it smell that good? I'll try it too. More and more people came to try the food, and everyone who tasted it praised it highly. Even the few people who had been cursing earlier couldn't resist taking a bite. It is indeed quite delicious, but it's still expensive, the last woman said after finishing her meal. Another woman said, yes, no matter how delicious it is, it shouldn't be so expensive. Why don't you lower the price again? I'll buy it for 1 coin a bowl. Another woman said, we're all from the same village. In my opinion, we shouldn't give you a single penny. You've eaten our meals quite often, so you should give us some. Don't you all agree? Yes, why would we need any more money? That's right. We should get some to try. When the woman said it was free, the others echoed her sentiment. These 3 women are notorious shrews in the village. They are unreasonable and always try to take advantage of any opportunity. Su Liang snorted coldly and looked at the woman, saying, if I remember correctly, I don't think I've ever eaten at your house. Besides, when I, Su Liang, have eaten at someone's house, have I never given them food? Upon hearing this, everyone shut their mouths. Su Liang turned to look at one of them, Uncle Zhang, I ate at your house before. Tell me, did I give you any food? After saying that, he looked at the others and said, Uncle Wang, Aunt Li, do you think I, Su Liang, have eaten your food for free? The people whose names were mentioned all lowered their heads. It was true that Su Liang was freeloading, but he did double the amount of food he had to make up for it after he earned money. Finally, Su Liang turned his gaze to the woman. Now, is there anything else you want to say? The woman felt a little guilty after being confronted, but she still forced herself to say, you got all that money by cheating people. Don't think I don't know what you've been doing. Su Liang sneered, that's money I earned through my own abilities. Besides, what I do is none of your business. The woman was speechless and could only throw a tantrum, saying, I don't care, you have to deliver this fish today. Su Liang ignored her and let her do whatever she wanted. Anyway, Lu Tigan had returned with his men, and business would start soon. Xiao Liang, I've brought you 15 men. Lu Tigan said with a smile, holding 2 bowls. Su Liang glanced at them and saw that several of them were members of the class. Uncle Lu, thank you for your hard work. These are the 2 bowls you ordered earlier. As he spoke, Su Liang filled 2 bowls with fish sauce for Lu Tigan. The people he brought back tasted it and quickly paid to buy it. Ernio, help me collect the money. Oh, okay. Xiao Liang, I enrolled in a class with you before. Uncle Feng, 8 coins will suffice. Okay, alright. Su Liang sold bowl after bowl, filling each customer's bowl to the brim. In less than 15 minutes, more than 60 bowls had been sold, and all 3 lunchboxes were almost empty. Su Liang had estimated that he could sell 100 bowls, but after the woman made such a fuss, he decided to give more to those who supported him. The people who had been queuing to buy had all left, leaving only about a dozen onlookers. Su Liangli ignored them and turned to the group who had just finished counting the money. How much did you collect in total? 630 coins. Li Shuyao said. Both she and Li Shudong were quite excited. After all, it was their first time doing business, and they experienced both novelty and the thrill of making money. 630 words, not bad. Although it was below expectations, the whole thing took less than 2 hours, so Su Liang was satisfied. Xiao Liang, look, nobody's buying this fish sauce anymore. Why don't you sell it to us at a discount? Yes, there's still quite a bit left. You can't eat it all if you take it back, and it'll just go bad and be a waste. 5 coins, no, 3 coins, we'll buy it for 3 coins. Seeing that Su Liang was about to leave, the onlookers quickly spoke up. I'm sorry, you can buy it if you want, but I won't lower the price. Otherwise, how can I face the people who bought it before? Su Liang said. Hey, we won't tell anyone. Yeah, we definitely won't tell. Su Liang waved his hand, don't bother, everyone. There's definitely no price reduction. If you're not going to buy, I'm leaving. Just then, the woman who had been throwing a tantrum earlier ran back carrying a large bowl. Wait. She slammed 10 coins on the table, then pointed to her enormous bowl, which was as big as 8 regular bowls, and said, I'll buy it, fill it up. This bowl is way too big. Li Shudong said, she had disliked this woman for a long time. I don't care, you didn't specify the size of the bowl, so you have to fill it to the brim. That's right, you didn't specify how big the bowl was. Yes, hurry up and fill it up. At this moment, 2 other women stepped forward. Su Liang was speechless. He had seen 3 women cricketing together when he was selling it before. It turned out they were trying to exploit a bug. Sorry, I never said I was going to sell it to you, Su Liang said, and started packing up. The woman grabbed the lunchbox and said, "Don't leave. Why won't you sell it to me?" Li Shudong couldn't hold back any longer and pointed at the woman, saying, "What's wrong with you? Are you sick in the head?" The woman flew into a rage when she saw this young girl dare to talk back to her. "Who are you calling sick, you little bitch? Didn't your mother teach you how to talk?" Before Li Shudong could speak, the other two quickly chimed in. "That's right, what a rude person. Don't they know we're their elders?" "Humph, in my opinion, she's just a motherless bastard." Li Shutong's face turned red with anger when it came to arguing. She was no match for these women. I'll kill you all," she shouted and was about to attack, but Li Shuyao pulled her back. "Oh, look at you, so capable. Come on, if you've got the guts, kill me. If you dare touch a single hair on my head, I'll report you to the authorities. Then they'll arrest you all." Li Shudong was so angry that her teeth itched. She really wanted to kill these people, but when she heard that the matter had been reported to the authorities, she regained her composure. While she was angry, she also felt extremely aggrieved. Li Shuyao felt the same way as her sister at this moment. She couldn't fight back, and she couldn't win an argument. There was simply no solution for her, so she could only sulk. Su Liang watched from the sidelines, shaking his head repeatedly. To actually go out and start a fight? Wasn't that like throwing an egg against a rock? Didn't they know how terrifying the village aunties were? This kind of ability could last for thousands of years. But it's good to let them run into some obstacles, so they won't keep pretending to be the daughter of a general. What are you worried about? Hurry up and fill it up for me. The woman, having vented her anger, yelled at Su Liang as well. But the next second she was met with a slap. Smack! Su Liang swung the weapon with all his might, and the woman was knocked back, blood quickly flowing from the corner of her mouth, and her face visibly swollen and red. "You!" The woman had barely uttered a single word when Su Liang kicked her to the ground. "You fucking bastard, you dared to insult my wife." Bang bang bang. Su Liang then kicked the woman repeatedly. The woman initially screamed and threw a tantrum, but after a dozen or so kicks, all she could do was beg for mercy. "I was wrong, I'll never do it again, please stop hitting me." Su Liang squatted down, looking at the woman with icy eyes. "Tell me what you did wrong?" I shouldn't have bought the fish sauce." Snap. Su Liang slapped him again. "No, say it again." I shouldn't have thrown a tantrum at you." Snap. "Still wrong, say it again." The woman coughed up blood again this time. One of her teeth had been knocked out. I shouldn't have scolded your wife." "Okay, I'll remember that. If you dare to act like a jerk in front of my wife again, I'll kill you." He's standing up for us. Li Shuyao's loyalty to you has reached 28%. Li Shutong's loyalty to you has reached 33%. Total loyalty score exceeds 150 points for the first time. Reward, 150 affection points. Chapter 8. But yesterday he was a lecherous thief. Su Liang stood up and looked at the other two. "You two too, if you keep talking nonsense, I'll kill you. Get lost." The two women were so frightened that their legs went weak. They fell to the ground after running only 2 steps, but they immediately got up and continued running, afraid that Su Liang would beat them. "What about you? Do you want to lower the price again?" Su Liang looked at everyone with a cold face. "No more price reductions, no more price reductions, I'm not buying." The crowd scattered in all directions, all terrified by what they had just witnessed. Su Liang smirked. The hero saves the damsel in distress trope really works like a damn good thing. He forced a smile, turned around and came to the two women's side, showing a concerned expression. "My ladies, you've been frightened. Li Shuyao's loyalty to you has reached 31%. Li Shutong's loyalty to you has reached 37%. Your tender care touched both wives, earning you 20 points of affection." Su Liang seized the opportunity and grabbed Li Shutong's hand. "Wife, don't be angry. It's not good for your health if you get angry. Li Shutong's loyalty to you has reached 43%. You and your wife Li Shutong held hands, earning 10 points of affection." Li Shutong's anger completely dissipated, and she even felt a little shy when she looked at Su Liang. Sensing that the other person wanted to break free from his hand, Su Liang released her first, then turned and gently stroked Li Shuyao's shoulder. "I'm sorry, my wife, it's my fault for making you suffer. Li Shuyao's loyalty to you has reached 35%. You gently stroked your wife Li Shuyao, earning 10 points of affection. Su Liang once again knew when to stop and let go, having already made a huge profit this time. As the space grew to 35 meters by 35 meters by 35 meters, the idea of creating some melee weapons also came to mind. Meanwhile, the store now offers materials and tools for crafting melee weapons, but space items are not for sale. It seems that the more unique the ability, the more it relies on loyalty growth, and the less it sells. Su Liang had roughly figured out the pattern, but he was still very satisfied with it. Giving the shrew a good beating not only vents your anger but also earns her loyalty. It's perfect. He turned around without making a sound, a barely suppressed smile on his face as he looked at the woman. If I remember correctly, you've been having an affair with the village cripple, haven't you? Humph, adultery can get you killed. When the woman heard Su Liang's words, her heart clenched. He had found out about her affair with the cripple. Actually, Su Liang discovered this by accident. The cripple had asked him for lessons, and Su Liang, seeing his pitiful state, taught him a couple of moves. After learning them, the cripple touched his other leg and ran to this woman's house. Su Liang later learned that the two were not from the same family. The woman was terrified, because Su Liang was right, adultery was punishable by death. She stopped lying down and immediately knelt down before Su Liang, pleading, I was wrong, I deserve to die. Please spare me this time. Slap slap slap. The woman slapped herself as she spoke. Su Liang snorted coldly, get lost. Thank you, thank you. The woman scrambled away and ran far away. They were all dumbfounded. After beating someone, the person who was beaten could apologize and admit their mistake? They had never seen anything like it before. Su Liang turned around, counted out 20 coins, and placed them in Su Ernia's hand. Ernia, you've worked hard today. Also, take this box of fish sauce home and eat it. Su Ernia seemed to have just come to his senses and hurriedly tried to return the money. Su Liang grabbed his hand and said, if you don't want to, then you don't consider me a brother. Su Ernia frowned, but there are too many Liangzi, and I haven't done much work. Su Liang laughed and said, don't worry, there will be plenty of work for you in the future. I won't hesitate to ask for your help when I need it. Upon hearing this, Su Ernia finally smiled and said, okay, just call me if you need anything, I'll definitely be there. Su Ernia helped carry all the things back before going home. During this time, Li Shuyao and Li Shudong did not say a word, but silently followed behind Su Liang. They had both developed a new understanding of this man and realized their current situation. After lunch, Su Liang immediately called on Su Ernia to continue catching fish, and even borrowed his mule cart. When Ernia's mother learned that Su Liang was going to help his son make money, she was all smiles and lent him the car without even blinking. Su Liang was just a corporate slave in his previous life and had never done business before, so he was very happy and even excited about this way of making money. His current idea is simple: first, save up enough capital, then open a restaurant in the county town, teach his cooking skills, and become a hands-off boss. With the experience gained in the morning, the two quickly caught 2 large baskets of fish, and Su Liang even discovered a new food during the process: crayfish. However, he wasn't in a hurry to get the stove, since there was only one stove at home, and he had to get more first, otherwise he wouldn't be able to keep up. It took Su Liang almost an hour to make this fish sauce. Ernie, load it. Okay. Just as Su Liang was about to lift the lunchbox, Li Shuyao and Li Shudong came over and said, we'll help you. Su Liang's expression froze. Had her attitude changed so quickly? Did she already know how to share her husband's burdens? He quickly replied, this is such a small matter, how could I trouble you, my wife? I can handle it. But we can't just do nothing, Li Shuyao said. The two women felt bad seeing Su Liang busy with everything and not even taking a break at noon. Su Liang waved his hand and took Li Shuyao's hand in the process. Hey, leave the money making to me, my wife only needs to be beautiful. You and your wife, Li Shuyao, held hands and gained 10 points of affection. Li Shuyao's loyalty to you has reached 41%. Li Shuyao lowered her head slightly, her pretty face gradually turning rosy. All you need to do is be beautiful. Li Shuyao kept repeating this sentence in her mind. She was a reasonable person, and after what happened in the morning, she quickly realized her situation. All the past was useless. She was now just a young wife in the village and had to adapt to this kind of life. Yet even under these circumstances, Su Liang still dotes on him so much. She provided him with delicious food and drinks every day, spent all her savings on a house, and even stood up for him, taking care of all the housework. Li Shuyao felt increasingly ashamed as she thought about it, realizing that her prejudice against Su Liang had been far too great. Li Shuyao's loyalty to you has reached 52%. Yes, that's right, just keep imagining it like that. Su Liang has basically figured out the pattern of Li Shuyao's loyalty. The young lady of the manor likes to be in control, likes to play little tricks, and since she has been staying in the manor for many years, she is easily moved by sweet words. As for Li Shadong, it's more direct, just act like a man and be brave in front of her. Alright, my wife, go back and rest. The sun is quite strong, don't let your face get tanned. After Su Liang finished speaking, he let go of her hand, turned around and left the courtyard with Ernyo. Sis, he's changed so much. My father once said that a man is only a real man when he gets married or goes to war. Perhaps that's true. Oh, okay. After a moment of contemplation, Li Shadong added, but he was a lecherous thief yesterday. Li Shuyao's loyalty to you has dropped to 1%. Hey, I want the spicy flavor. I'm sorry. The system's notification sent a chill down Su Liang's spine. What the hell was going on? Couldn't he even leave for a moment? Su Liang sighed, quickly calming down. In any case, once he acquired the ability, nothing would change, only the maximum amount of affection points he could acquire would decrease. Thanks to the villagers' spontaneous promotion, the afternoon sales went smoothly, and no one came to cause any more trouble. The afternoon's earnings totaled 1260 coins. That's equivalent to 1 tael and 2 mace of silver. It doesn't sound like much, but the average family here only earns about 20 taels a year. He gave Su Ernyu another 30 coins and asked him to help build a new stove. Su Liang then drove the mule cart to the county town. The village is 30 li, approximately 15 kilometers from the county seat. After buying some items, I can return just before dark. Shortly after Su Liang left, several members of the clan gathered together. Su Liang made nearly 2 taels of silver selling that fish sauce today. Even that idiot Su Ernyu got 50 coins. What? You earned 2 taels of silver in just one day? 2 taels a day, that's 20 taels in 10 days, and in 100 days, that's 200,000 taels a year. Go away, stop causing trouble. Tell me, how did Su Liang suddenly learn how to make fish sauce? I heard it's his secret recipe. It's not enough for us to just make money ourselves, we have to get our hands on that secret formula. Chapter 9: Hot Pot on a Stove. Day. The mule wasn't large, but it was very powerful, and it carried Su Liang back by evening. As soon as Su Liang entered the courtyard, he saw 6 burly men busy around the stove. Xiao Liang is back. Zhao Dahai greeted Su Liang with a smile. Uncle Zhao, what's going on here? Hey, we came over to help because we knew you were going to build a stove. At this moment, the others also gathered around. Su Liang was familiar with all these people, Zhao Dahai and his son Zhao Taizhu, as well as Lu Tigan and his 2 sons, Lu Depang and Lu Erpang. Lu Tigan said, Xiao Liang, the stoves have all been built for you, 5 in total. See if they're okay. Su Liang glanced at them and saw that all 5 stoves were neatly arranged and each had a large iron pot on it. Thank you, Uncle Zhao and Uncle Lu. Perfect timing, I bought some meat. Everyone, please stay for dinner. Zhao Dahai waved his hand, I won't eat. I'll just say what I have to say. I came to you because I want you to take care of these kids. The wages aren't important. I mainly want them to learn a trade from you. Yes, Brother Liangzi, Erpang and I both want to be cooks, Lu Depang said. Brother Liangzi, I'm not picky, I'll do anything. Zhao Taizhu scratched his head, a little embarrassed. These 3 are all similar to Su Ernyu, focusing on being practical. Su Liang was actually looking for some help, but he didn't expect to find himself delivered to their doorstep. No problem, then you'll all follow me from now on. As for wages, as long as I make money, you'll get your share. Right now, it's at least 10 coins a day. Upon hearing this, everyone's faces lit up with joy. 10 coins a day was quite a lot. Zhao Dahai grabbed Su Liang's hand and said, Xiao Liang, thank you so much. Don't worry, you can use Taizhu as you please. If he doesn't listen to you, just beat him up. Lu Tigan said, Big Fatty and Second Fatty are the same. If you don't listen to Xiao Liang, I'll beat you to death. After exchanging a few polite words with Zhao Dahai, Lu Tigan left with his group. Su Ernyu also wanted to leave, but Su Liang stopped him and asked him to have a meal together. Although he had been paid, he still had to reward his good brother. Brother, what are we having for dinner tonight? After everyone left, Li Shuhan immediately ran to Su Liang's side to ask him questions. Seeing her chubby little face, Su Liang couldn't help but pinch it. We're having hot pot tonight. What is hot pot? You'll find out soon enough. Go wash the vegetables with your brother Ernyu. You can eat as much as you wash later. Upon hearing this rule, Li Shuhan immediately ran to Su Erniu and said, Brother Erniu, wash all the vegetables for me. Su Erniu scratched his head awkwardly. Su Liang was a few months older than him, and he had been told to call him third sister-in-law before the introduction. Why was he being called brother now? In the end, Li Shuyao accompanied her younger sister to wash vegetables, while Su Erniu and Li Shudong stared in disbelief as Su Liang cut meat. Su Liang traded the leftover fish sauce for beef. The butcher really liked the fish sauce and traded it for 5 pounds of beef. The beef is very tender and lean with a bit of fat, making it perfect for hot pot. However, it was a bit slippery when pressed onto the meat board, so you can imagine how difficult it would be to slice it. However, Su Liang sliced the beef into paper-thin slices as easily as chopping vegetables. Liangzi, who did you learn your swordsmanship from? Su Erniu couldn't help but ask. I practiced all of this myself. My family was poor before, and we couldn't afford to eat, so we cut all the grains into small, thin slices. Su Liang was making it up. Li Shudong suddenly realized, so that's how it is. The environment really does shape a person. She thought for a moment and said, could you teach me this sword technique? Sure, no problem, let's get started now. Su Liang readily agreed, immediately stopping what he was doing and gesturing for Li Shudong to come over. Li Shudong didn't hesitate. She loved wielding swords and knives the most. Even though it was a kitchen knife, if she learned the knife skills, it would improve her martial arts skills. Why are you hugging me? How can I feel the essence of this sword technique if I don't hold you? Don't you understand that martial artists shouldn't be bothered by trivialities? All right. Su Liang wrapped his body around Li Shudong, held her hands, and taught her the technique stroke by stroke. You discussed cooking with your wife, Li Shudong, and gained 10 points of affection. You and your wife Li Shudong showed affection in front of others, earning 10 points of affection. Su Liang ignored the system message and stared intently at the high, bulging chest, but his movements remained unaffected. The second wife would bring water into the room at night, probably to wipe herself, but why did it smell so good? Su Liang lowered his head further and further, and his body pressed against Li Shutong's back. How is it, my wife? How's your swordsmanship? Li Shudong was very serious about learning it first. She had an excellent talent for martial arts and could feel Su Liang's knife technique and strength. But the more she cut, the more she felt something was wrong. Su Liang's breath was blowing right next to her ear, which made her feel itchy. Her body was also enveloped, and the warm sensation spread from her back throughout her entire body, making her shudder involuntarily. I'm not going to study anymore. Li Shudong suddenly broke free from Su Liang and ran back into the house with a flushed face. Li Shuhan looked up when she heard her second sister's voice. She pointed at Su Liang and frowned as she looked at her eldest sister, big sister, brother's belly is bulging. Did he steal some food? Li Shuyao looked in the direction her younger sister was pointing and immediately blushed. She hurriedly put down the vegetables she was holding and covered her younger sister's face with her hand. Don't look. In a somewhat awkward atmosphere, a hot pot on the stove began. Su Liang picked up a piece of meat first and demonstrated to everyone, this meat doesn't need to be boiled. Just dip it in the pot like this, and then dip it in the sauce in the bowl, and you can eat it. As Su Liang had predicted, the paper-thin slices of meat were cooked in less than 5 seconds in the boiling pot. How did he come up with such a clever method? Li Shuyao looked at Su Liang with a complicated expression. If this method were used during a march, wouldn't it save most of the mealtime, and even produce miraculous effects at critical moments? Seeing Su Liang put the meat in his mouth, Li Shuhan jumped up, her mouth watering. I want some too. I want some too. The stove was quite high, and the soup in the pot was very hot, so she couldn't do it herself. Shuhan, don't worry, I'll get it for you right away, Li Shudong said. No, I want to go to my brother. As she spoke, she jumped off Li Shutong's lap and ran to Su Liang's side with her short legs. She's not stupid, she knows that only Su Liang here would eat this thing called hot pot. Su Liang quickly cooked several slices of meat and put them in her bowl. Li Shuhan skillfully picked up the meat from the bowl with her chopsticks, dipped it in the sauce, and put it in her mouth. It didn't look like she was eating it for the first time at all. My mistress is a real genius when it comes to food. Su Liang couldn't help but feel a surge of emotion. Tasty. The group shouted the words almost in unison. This hot pot smells amazing, especially the sauce. How did Su Liang manage to make it? Su Liang grabbed a handful of vegetables and put them into the pot. These vegetables are the same once they're cooked, you can dip them in the sauce and eat them. Ernio ate while swallowing his saliva. With so many of his sisters-in-law around, he felt too self-conscious. Ernio, don't just stand there watching. Eat up. We're all brothers, no need to be shy. Okay. Ernio nodded and picked up a few more slices of meat. Just then, a few people entered through the main gate. Chapter 10, I only become clingy when I'm in bed. Hey, they're eating. The whole family is gathered around the stove. Are they drinking porridge? Ha ha ha. This is quite a meager life. I heard you were in 2 taels of silver today. What? You're reluctant to spend it? The group talked as they walked, but they all fell silent after only a few steps. A fragrance they had never smelled before entered their nostrils and then rushed straight to the top of their heads. This smells so damn good. The group of people couldn't help but swallow hard after just one sniff. The people eating all turned to look and frowned. Su Liang knew these people, they were all of the same generation in the clan, but he had no contact with them at all, and he didn't even know the names of 2 of them. What are you doing here? Ignoring Su Liang's question, the group quickly stepped forward and looked at the stove. They recognized the vegetables and meat, but what was in the pot? And what was in their bowls? One of them swallowed hard and asked, "What are you eating?" "It's hot pot." Li Shuhan said, her mouth full of meat, her words muffled. Hot pot? The group looked at each other, completely unfamiliar with the term. It was the first time they had ever heard it. At this moment, Su Liang asked again, "Is there something you need?" One of them forcibly pulled his gaze away from the ingredients and looked at Su Liang. "We heard you have a secret recipe, so we came to ask if it's true." "Oh, it's true." Su Liang casually replied and continued eating the hot pot meat. A moment later, he turned back and said, "Didn't you finish asking your questions? Why are you still standing here?" Seeing Su Liang's nonchalant expression and casual words, the group felt a surge of embarrassment and anger. They're not taking them seriously at all. One of them spoke with a hint of anger, "We're here because we want that secret recipe from you." Upon hearing this, the Li sisters' faces instantly turned cold. They knew that these people coming here definitely didn't mean anything good. Even Su Ernio couldn't help but glance at the group. Su Liang remained calm and casually replied, "Sure, no problem." Seeing this, the group was a little stunned. They had agreed so easily? They discussed it for a long time before they came, studied various situations, and even had a contingency plan for taking action. But now, none of those plans are needed, and Su Liang agreed without hesitation. It's like throwing a punch with all your might, only to hit cotton. It's incredibly frustrating. "Ryoko, this." Just as Su Ernio was about to say something, Su Liang patted him and said, "It's okay, you eat yours." Then he gave the 2 women a look, indicating that they didn't need to worry about it. Su Liang picked up a piece of meat, put it in his mouth, and said while chewing, "However, you have to wait until I finish my meal." Seeing that Su Liang was so easy to talk to, the group had no choice but to agree. "Okay, then hurry up and eat." Su Liang nodded, "Don't stand there, we're all family, no need to be so polite." Upon hearing Su Liang's words, the group's eyes lit up immediately, as he meant they were to eat together. Yes, we're family after all. Yes, that's right. At this moment, Su Liang frowned, pretended to swallow the meat in his mouth with difficulty, and patted his chest. "Wife, quickly hand me some water." He took the bowl from Li Shuyao and gulped down a big mouthful. "You and your wife, Li Shuyao, showed affection in front of others, earning 10 points of affection." "Ha? You're envious just because I handed you a glass of water?" Su Liang was immediately delighted, and his tone became warmer. "Yes, we're family, no need to be so polite. Please don't stand there, just find a place to sit and wait for me." Sit down and wait for you." Everyone was already looking for chopsticks when they heard Su Liang's words, and they were immediately frozen in embarrassment. "Yes, you can stand if you prefer. We don't have that many rules in our family." Yes, I prefer to stand up." Li Shuyao and the others weren't stupid. They knew Su Liang was deliberately messing with them, so they cooperated by slowing down. The hot pot feast lasted for almost half an hour before it finally ended. After seeing Ernio off, Su Liang, burping and rubbing his belly, came up to the group. I'm sorry to have kept you all waiting. I bought a bit too much meat today. It would be a waste if we couldn't finish it and it went bad. My circumstances aren't as good as yours, so I can't bear to throw it away." They were all cursing inwardly. Who would throw away meat? Besides, couldn't they have shared the leftovers? That's what they thought in their hearts, but they just laughed it off. Just as one of them was about to speak, Su Liang looked at Li Shuyao and said, "Wife, just pour out the soup in the pot. We don't need the meat and vegetables. If you want to eat them, I'll make them again next time." Su Liang then turned to the crowd and chuckled, "You're all too kind. My wife is wonderful in every way, except she's just too virtuous." Several people's lips twitched. What did that mean? Wasn't being virtuous a good thing? As he spoke, Su Liang squatted down again, covered his mouth with his hand, and whispered, "None of you are married, are you?" Several people shook their heads. Su Liang clicked his tongue twice, then looked worried. "That's great. I really envy you guys." One person asked, puzzled, "Why do you envy us?" The others also looked at Su Liang with confusion. They didn't understand either, since both of his wives were so beautiful. "Look at you, you're younger now, aren't you? Don't let your two wives fool you, they're so docile now, they're clingy in bed, keeping you up half the night. My back still hurts. You better never marry a wife like this." For a moment, the group was speechless, their minds filled with images of Li Shuyao and her sister, and they couldn't help but swallow hard. They had no idea about Versailles, they just thought Su Liang's words were infuriating, yet so sincere that you couldn't get angry at him and could only endure it. No one wanted to listen to Su Liang anymore, so they said directly, "You'd better give us the secret recipe quickly." "Okay, no problem. Wait a minute, I'll write it down." Su Liang got up and went back to his room. A moment later, he took the paper and pen he had just bought that afternoon and went into his wife's room. It seems that Su Liang is really going to hand over the secret recipe. Humph, with so many of us, he wouldn't dare not pay. Inside the house, Su Liang had Li Shuyao write down the so-called secret recipe on his behalf. Li Shadong couldn't help but ask, "Are you really going to hand over the secret formula?" Su Liang smiled slightly, "Don't worry, my wife, even if we give them the secret recipe, they still won't be able to make it." Li Shuyao naturally agreed with Su Liang's words, because she had never even heard of most of the ingredients she listed. "Then where did you get these things?" Li Shuyao asked. We'll talk about that another time. Seeing Su Liang's perfunctory attitude, Li Shuyao snorted coldly and stopped asking questions. After a while, Su Liangkai came out with 2 pieces of paper and a smile on his face. You've been waiting a long time. Why is it taking so long?" one person complained. Su Liang immediately looked bitter. "It's all because of my 2 wives. They started kissing and hugging me as soon as they came in. It's really annoying. Please forgive me." The man was speechless, and he regretted asking the question. "These are the secret recipes for fish sauce and hot pot." Su Liang handed 2 pieces of paper to one of them. The man immediately snatched the paper, a smile instantly spreading across his face. "Ha ha ha. All right. Then we won't bother you any longer." After saying goodbye, the group quickly left. As the group walked away, Su Liang's expression turned cold. He had considered that someone might come asking for the secret recipe, or even cause trouble, but he didn't expect it to happen so quickly. "We're just sending these people away temporarily. They'll definitely come back when they realize they can't find those things at all. The same applies to anyone who may appear in the future." Su Liang frowned deeply. He was at a loss. The best way to deal with this situation is to have a strong enough fist. Chapter 11: Selling spicy crayfish in the city. Early the next morning, Su Liang played with Li Shuhan in the yard, while Su Ernio and the other 3 borrowed or bought 10 large water vats from various households. After accumulating enough affection points with his concubine, Su Liang led the group on their way. Adding yesterday's gains, his current affection value is over 400 points. Without a second thought, Su Liang spent all the money on various seasonings and kitchen utensils. After instructing Ernia to catch fish, Su Liang led the 3 to another pond. The water here has very poor flow, and the accumulation of dead branches and fallen leaves has given the water an unpleasant odor. "Brother Liangzi, the water here is too smelly, there aren't many fish," Arpang reminded him. Su Liang squatted down and pointed at a crayfish, saying, "Let's not catch fish, let's catch this." "Ha? You can eat this stuff?" Arpang asked, deeply puzzled. Taishu said, "Stop talking nonsense, we'll do whatever Brother Liangzi tells us to do." As he spoke, he took the initiative to strike. "You guys be careful, don't get pinched by its pincers." Don't worry, Brother Liangzi, we used to play with these things when we were kids. With many hands make light work. In just half an hour, Su Liang had filled 5 large baskets with crayfish and rushed home, while the others stayed behind to continue catching them. Su Liang was somewhat helpless. The space couldn't accommodate living beings, and it wasn't appropriate to perform the skill in front of everyone, otherwise the efficiency would definitely be higher. After pouring all the crayfish into the water tank, Su Liang set off again. At this moment, Li Shuyao said, "Why don't we go and help too?" "Yes, it's really boring at home," Li Shudong added. Su Liang thought for a moment and said, "This mule cart is too small, and the road is difficult to travel. Why don't you fetch some water from this vat, my wife?" "Okay." Li Shuyao readily agreed, a look of joy on her face. Li Shuyao's loyalty to you has reached 53%. Su Liang scratched his head. How come she's suddenly taken to work again? Women's hearts are truly unfathomable. When everyone returned, the two women had already filled all 10 vats with water. Su Liang immediately put down the basket he was carrying and quickly came to the two women. "Ladies, you must be exhausted." His face was full of concern as he gently patted their shoulders. The four of them, including Ernio, were watching from the courtyard, and the two women felt a little embarrassed. Touching and showing affection earns you 40 affection points. Seeing that he had succeeded, Su Liang looked at the two women earnestly and said, "Ladies, after I finish my work today, I have a gift for you." Upon hearing about the gift, both women looked up at Su Liang. "What gift?" Li Shudong couldn't help but ask curiously. Su Liang chuckled and said, "You'll find out when the time comes." Li Shudong snorted coldly and muttered under her breath, "Humph, what kind of gift could you possibly have?" As young ladies from the general's mansion, they had seen all sorts of fine things. Su Liang was indeed a good cook, but they didn't believe he could come up with anything of value as a gift. However, knowing that Su Liang had this intention, the two women still felt a warmth in their hearts. Soon, under Su Liang's instructions, everyone got to work. This time, he taught them as he went, explaining the names and functions of various seasonings, as well as the entire usage process, without reservation. Everyone, including the two women, seemed very excited, even admiring. So there are so many intricacies to cooking. No wonder his food is so delicious. Su Liang's culinary skills are simply divine. Su Ernyu and the others were deeply moved such culinary skills had actually been taught to them. Especially Fatty and Second Fatty, they almost knelt down and begged Su Liang to become his apprentice. The fish sauce was ready quickly, and even though they had already eaten, they couldn't resist picking up their chopsticks again. After demonstrating once, Su Liang had them light the other 5 stoves, with Su Ernyu and the other 3 men each responsible for one, and their 2 wives responsible for one. This time, Su Liang taught them step by step, and at the same time took the opportunity to collect all the affection points of the two women. Although it only adds up to 96 points, this is the first time I've managed to collect them all. 15 minutes later, the fish sauce was all done. Although Su Liang had been assisting them the whole time, they were still very excited. "I can't believe I can make such delicious fish sauce myself." For them, it was like a dream come true. "Brother Liangzi, thank you. We'll definitely work hard for you from now on." After eating the fish sauce they made, Big Fatty and Little Fatty were so moved that tears streamed down their faces. They could finally be chefs. Su Liang smiled and nodded. The two brothers were indeed more talented. Next, Su Liang followed the same method and taught how to make spicy crayfish. People were initially skeptical of this thing, after all, it was covered in shells and looked rather frightening. But when the bright red crayfish, emitting an enticing aroma, were served, everyone couldn't help but swallow their saliva. "How do we eat this?" Li Shohan came to Su Liang's side immediately. Su Liang picked up one, showed everyone how to eat it, and then fed the peeled meat to Li Shohan. Li Shohan smacked her lips, feeling that it was a little spicy, but that didn't affect how delicious it was. "I want more. I want more." Su Liang put the crayfish into a lunchbox and placed it on the stove. "Everyone, give it a try." Hiss ha. After eating, everyone couldn't help but gasp. The spicy crayfish was indeed numbing and spicy, but also incredibly delicious. The numbing and spicy flavor kept stimulating their taste buds, making them want to eat more. It was truly unique. "Wife, be careful not to prick your hand." Su Liang thoughtfully peeled several for the two ladies. "Yes, thank you." Li Shuyao's loyalty to you has reached 58%. Li Shutong's loyalty to you has reached 50%. Total loyalty score exceeds 200 points for the first time. Reward, 200 affection points. Su Liang's face lit up with joy. After Li Shutong's loyalty reached 50%, the idea of crafting ranged weapons such as bows and arrows came to mind, and related items also appeared in the shop. As for the space, there's nothing for sale yet. Su Liang guessed that this was because of the special nature of the spatial ability. Perhaps there was nothing to sell, but it would be good if this thing was big enough. The group finished the entire pot of crayfish before continuing to prepare the dish. We caught a full 15 baskets of crayfish, and even with all 6 stoves running at the same time, we still had to cook them 3 times. Fortunately, like fish sauce, this stuff isn't affected by cold. After loading the mule cart, Su Liang led Ernio and Taiju straight to the county town. Big Fatty, Second Fatty, and their 2 wives were responsible for selling the remaining portion in the village. Pinyin County. The city wall stood tall, and the wide city gates were large enough to allow 3 carriages to pass side by side. The city was said to be home to 10,000 households. Not every county town is like this, thanks to its unique geographical location. Pinyin County is located at the easternmost part of the capital city of Chang'an, and is one of the main official routes leading to Qingzhou in the east, Yangzhou in the southeast, and Yuzhou in the northeast. Traveling 100 li west will take you to the capital city of Lindi, and another 100 li will take you directly to Chang'an. As a result, there were many caravans coming and going, which made Pinyin County relatively prosperous. After being checked, Su Liang and his 2 companions were able to enter the county town without any problems. The streets in the city were wide and bustling with people. Su Liang didn't think much of it, but Ernio and Taiju were a little nervous. After all, the most they had ever done when they came here before was to buy some coarse grains and daily necessities. They had never even eaten at a restaurant. The thought of doing business directly now is both exciting and scary. "You 2 don't need to be nervous, we're doing legitimate business," Su Liang said. The 2 nodded, but remained quite reserved. "Once we've made some money, I'll treat you 2 to a visit there," Su Liang said, pointing to the Yingchun pavilion ahead. Ernio squinted slightly and saw the woman's large buttocks at the door, and couldn't help but swallow hard. Taishu scoffed dismissively, "Humph, I don't want prostitutes." Su Liang couldn't help but glance at Taiju a few more times. He hadn't expected this guy to be so aloof. This wouldn't do. He couldn't let his own brother suffer. He had to take him out for a taste of the good life. Soon, the 3 of them stopped at an intersection. They arranged the lunchboxes neatly and then tied the mule cart to the side. Su Liang put up a sign and started hawking his wares. Come on, come on. Don't miss out. Liang's delicacies are unique in Daxia. Chapter 12. I'll buy all these spicy crayfish. The shouts were very effective, especially the last sentence, only one in the Great Xia dynasty, a phrase that most people wouldn't dare to utter. People strolling around the city quickly gathered around to watch. Seeing that almost everyone had arrived, Su Liang immediately gave Ernio and Taiju a look. The 2 quickly picked up their fans and fanned themselves towards the crowd. The fish sauce and crayfish had already cooled down, so this was the best way to let the flavors spread. What does that sign say? Liang's Cuisine, specialty fish sauce, 20 coins a serving spicy crayfish, 10 coins each. I've never heard of either of these things before. Seeing the crowd looking ahead, Su Liang quickly took out a tasting box, half of which contained crayfish and the other half fish sauce. Everyone, these are available for free tasting, but quantities are limited, so try them while you can. At this moment, the people in front had already smelled the aroma and couldn't help but come up to Su Liang. Without saying a word, one person grabbed a small fish and put it in his mouth. He was afraid the fish would be fishy, so he only caught one. To his surprise, this unassuming little fish tasted so delicious. Boss, can I have another bite? Su Liang smiled and nodded, of course. This time, the man grabbed 4 or 5 at once, and even showed an expression of enjoyment while eating them. If his companions hadn't recognized him, they would have thought he was a shill. Is it really that delicious? It's delicious. You should try some too. At this point, the others also grabbed small fish and started tasting them. This fish sauce smells so good. Not bad, not bad. Everyone who has tried it raves about it. Those behind saw this and started pushing forward. If they didn't eat the fish soon, it would be gone. Come on, make way, let me have a taste. The fish sauce was gone in less than 3 minutes. Boss, you haven't prepared enough. I haven't even had a bite yet. Su Liang chuckled, you can buy it if you want, and besides this spicy one, there are also numbing spicy and 5 spice flavors. What? It tastes different too? Several people who were still not satisfied immediately placed an order for one of each of the 3 flavors. Su Liang had already bought various sizes of packaging paper for food when he went to the county town yesterday. A small piece of paper contains about the same amount of fish sauce as the one sold to the villagers. In the blink of an eye, more than a dozen copies were sold. Just as the buyers were about to leave, Su Liang called them back. Wait a minute. Try this one too. Su Liang pointed to the spicy crayfish. The man turned around and frowned. You can eat this stuff? Of course, and it's delicious. Su Liang picked up a crayfish and showed everyone how to eat it, then handed the peeled crayfish meat to the person. How is it? Is it delicious? Seeing that the man finished eating without saying anything, the people around him quickly asked him questions. The person was still smacking their lips, as if savoring the memory. Seeing this, the others picked up one to try. Everyone, the broth on these crayfish is also very delicious when you sip it. Su Liang reminded them. Slurp slurp. Some people simply stopped peeling the shells and just sucked the broth from the crayfish. So, everyone, what do you think of this spicy crayfish? It's pretty good. Delicious. Buy it, have some wine with it, wouldn't that be wonderful? Boss, give me 10. I want 20. Okay, don't rush, one at a time. Ernio and Taiju also put down their fans and came to help. In about 15 minutes, half of the lunchboxes were sold out, and Su Liang earned more than 10 taels of silver. Just then, a young man dressed in fine clothes, holding a fan, walked over with two subordinates. What's going on up ahead? Why are there so many people? Without the young master giving any orders, one of his men quickly stepped forward. Before long, his subordinate returned and reported, Young master, they're selling food over there, something like a special fish sauce and spicy crayfish. Spicy crayfish? This young master has eaten fish sauce, but he's never even heard of spicy crayfish. Let's go take a look. Su Liang was selling his wares when two burly men came over to drive the crowd away. Get out of the way. Soon, the young master swaggered over, fanning himself. The initially angry crowd fell silent upon seeing who it was. This man is Chu Mubai, the notorious playboy of the Chu family, who is well known in the county. Su Liang could tell from everyone's reaction that this person was most likely a playboy. Which one is the boss? Chu Mubai asked. Su Liang smiled and said, that's me. Chu Mubai said oh, and stepped forward, pointing to the lunchbox with his fan. Is this the spicy crayfish? Exactly. Oh, give me one to try. Su Liang said, 10 coins each. One of his men immediately stepped forward, pointed at Su Liang's nose, and angrily said, my young master can eat a lot, that's because he's giving you face, and you dog, still dare to ask for money. When Ernio and Taiju saw Su Liang being scolded, they immediately stepped forward. Hey! Su Liang shook his head and reached out to stop the two of them. What? You two dogs want to fight, the servant said arrogantly again. Su Liang sneered, this young master didn't even say he wouldn't pay, and you, a mere servant, dare to make that decision? Are you here to embarrass your master? You? The subordinate was speechless for a moment after being rebuked. He couldn't very well say that his young master never paid for his meals. When Chu Mubai heard that it was embarrassing, he felt ashamed. This subordinate used to be a thug for his family. He had just called him over on the way out today. He didn't expect him to be such an idiot. Get lost. Who the hell told you to speak? Chu Mubai kicked the servant aside. Then he waved his fan, and another subordinate immediately handed over a coin. Su Liang chuckled, I knew that with your elegant demeanor and extraordinary martial prowess, how could you possibly refuse to pay? Chu Mubai raised his head and put his hands behind his back, of course. Sure enough, these spoiled brats love flattery. Su Liang thought to himself that his words were just a test. If this person was as unreasonable as his subordinates, then it meant he was a bad person. Now it seems that this person was just a spoiled young master. Su Liang quickly demonstrated how to eat crayfish. At this moment, the henchman who had been kicked earlier finally recognized the so-called crayfish. Isn't that just a pincer-like worm from a stinky ditch? Can you even eat this thing? Pincer worm is what this person in the village calls it. Young master, this is not edible. Su Liang had just handed over the peeled shrimp meat when the servant slapped it to the ground. Seeing Chu Mubai frown, the servant quickly explained, Young master, you may not know, but this creature is called a pincer worm. It lives in foul water and is completely inedible. Pincer worm? Upon hearing this, not only Chu Mubai, but even Su Liang frowned. This guy is a real naming genius. Before Chu Mubai could speak, a customer buying crayfish asked, Boss, is what he said true? Yes, boss, is this thing actually a bug? Su Liang was speechless for a moment. He said, Everyone, have you ever heard of the pincer worm? Everyone shook their heads. Su Liang then asked, "Has anyone here seen this before?" A man in the back said, "I've seen it before. But people in our village call it a pincer shrimp. Since different places have different names for it, I can naturally call it crayfish. And quite a few of you have just eaten it. Do you think it's an insect?" "Yes, how could a bug be so big?" "Hey, didn't the boss say that everyone has their own name for this thing?" Everyone nodded in agreement with Su Liang's statement. After all, this stuff really smelled delicious. Seeing that public opinion was on Su Liang's side, the servant was so angry that his lungs were about to explode. He was telling the truth. Chumubai slapped him across the face. "Get lost. If you embarrass yourself again, I'll kill you." The servant covered his face and had no choice but to step aside. "Wait, come back and eat it," Chumubai said, pointing to the shrimp meat that had fallen on the ground. "This." The servant wanted to refuse, but faced with Chumubai's sharp gaze, he had no choice but to pick it up and put it in his mouth. He originally intended to pretend to chew it a couple of times and then find a chance to spit it out, but once he started eating, he couldn't bear to spit it out and swallowed it without realizing it. "How is it? Is it delicious?" Su Liang asked casually. The servant nodded subconsciously. "Hey, didn't you say it was a bug before? Now it tastes good?" I think he's deliberately trying to ruin this young business owner's business. The people burst into laughter. Snap. Another slap. "You dare to mess with me? Get out. Get out of my house. I don't want to see you again." Seeing the look of enjoyment on his face, Chumubai was furious. In just a short while, this guy had embarrassed him 3 times. The servant never expected that he would be fired on his first day accompanying the young master shopping. He had originally planned to use this opportunity to curry favor with Chumubai. "It's all that bastard's fault, he'll pay for this." The servant glared at Su Liang fiercely before turning and leaving. Soon, Chumubai peeled one himself, just like Su Liang had done before. He was amazed the moment he tasted the shrimp. He had been to countless restaurants and eaten countless delicacies, but none of them could compare to this spicy crayfish. However, given what had happened before and his own identity, Chumubai still managed to maintain a calm demeanor and said, "Not bad." Su Liang smiled and said, "If you like it, then Ernie will pack the other 8 for you as well." "Good. Wait." Chumubai then held out his fan. "I'll take all these spicy crayfish." Chapter 13. Su Liang earned 40 taels in one day. These words did not bring shock to everyone, but rather a damn sense of frustration. "I waited all this time, but in the end I still didn't get to buy it." But they couldn't afford to offend the person in front of them, so they had no choice but to endure it. Upon seeing this, Su Liang immediately said, "Don't worry, everyone, there will be more tomorrow." "Okay, then boss, you'd better come early tomorrow." "Yes, make more." At this moment, a man hurriedly stepped forward. "Boss, give me a serving of fish sauce, 2 servings. Upon seeing that there was still fish sauce, Chumubai shoved the man away, saying, "Go away, I'll take the fish sauce too." Seeing this, the crowd had no choice but to disperse. After Su Liang and the other 2 bowed to everyone in apology, they quickly packed up their belongings. Chumubai said, "No need, just send it to Zhuixi Angla for me." With such delicious food, he had to call over a few friends to brag about it. On the way, Chumubai asked, "Can you cook any other delicious dishes?" Before Su Liang could answer, Niu rushed to boast about his cooking skills, mentioning hot pot as well, and even drooling as he spoke. Chumubai was knowledgeable. Someone who could make such a delicious spicy crayfish dish must have excellent culinary skills. "May I ask your name, sir?" "My name is Su Liang." "So it's Brother Su." "I am Chumubai. If you ever make any other delicious dishes in the future, please let me know as soon as possible." "Definitely. Definitely." After delivering the crayfish and fish sauce to the private room, the 3 said goodbye and left. Chumubai was also very particular. The total amount was originally 17 taels of silver, but he gave 20 taels directly. Su Liang didn't refuse. Since the other party liked the food, he would give him more special treatment in the future. After all, this was a big customer. After buying some more vegetables and meat, the group drove back to the village. In the village, Li Shuyao and the others counted the copper coins with some excitement. Su Liang didn't leave them much, so they sold out by then. "I have 800 coins here. This is 1,200 coins. We have 1,100 coins here. That adds up to 3,101, which is 3 taels and 1 shin of silver." Li Shudong said excitedly. Yesterday, Su Liang was in charge of the buying, but today it was entirely their own doing, which doubled the thrill of making money. I wonder how much Liangzi and the others can sell it for, said the fat man. Li Shuyao silently calculated in her mind, if they can sell them all, they should have more than 10 taels. She was unaware that the price had doubled when Su Liang arrived in the county, so her calculations were correct. What? You can sell so many? 10 taels plus 3 taels, that's 13 taels. Clearly, neither Depang nor Airpang are good with numbers. But their voices were loud enough that the surrounding villagers heard them, including some members of the Su family. Damn it, I made 2 taels yesterday and 13 taels today, that's doubled, multiplied several times over. I heard that Su Liang handed over the secret recipe yesterday. Why don't we go and ask for a copy? I know that. That secret recipe is useless, you can't find the ingredients in it at all. Just as the group was whispering among themselves, Su Liang and his 2 companions returned in a mule cart. My wife. We're back. Su Liang waved enthusiastically. His loyalty hadn't decreased today, which was clearly beyond expectations. Upon arrival, Ernia and the others carried the lunchboxes and table onto the car. Big Fatty asked, Brother Liangzi, how come you're selling so fast? Taizhu laughed and said, we've met a big client who bought half of it. Upon hearing this, Li Shuyao and the others looked enlightened. Erpang asked, how much did you sell it for? Ernio picked up the conversation and asked in return, tell me how many you sold first? Erpang held up 3 fingers, looking very proud, and said, we sold it for 3 taels and 1 mace. Ernio curled his lip and pressed Erpang's hand down, 3 taels is nothing, we sold it for 36 taels. What? 36 taels. How much are you selling it for? Ernio quickly recounted the story, which made Depang and Airpang exclaim in surprise. The price had doubled, yet it was still being snapped up. The group was standing very close together, but they didn't quiet down at all. This was clearly heard by the Su family members who were standing nearby. Damn it, 13 taels has become 30 taels, no, it's almost 40 taels. They earned 40 taels in one day, and not only them, but the surrounding villagers were extremely envious. How did Su Liang suddenly learn to cook? It can still sell for so much money. Do you think it might be old Su's spirit appearing to protect his son? He died of poverty, what good is a miracle then? If you ask me, it's Su Liang who's lucky. Look at his 2 wives, they're obviously good for their husbands. The surrounding villagers were also quite loud, making the 2 women feel a little embarrassed. She was being scolded yesterday, but today she's bringing good fortune to her husband. People's opinions can be terrifying. However, it still feels good to be praised. Li Shuyao's loyalty to you has reached 62%. Li Shutong's loyalty to you has reached 55%. Su Liang was secretly delighted. Tonight, he would strike while the iron was hot and give away the 2 new wedding bags, hoping to maximize the loyalty. Since the villagers liked to gossip, Su Liang simply started paying wages in front of them. Everyone has worked hard today, now let's settle everyone's wages. Upon hearing this, the group quickly waved their hands. Big Fatty said, no need, Brother Liangzi. Second Fatty and I originally wanted to learn cooking. If you teach us your skills, why would we take your money? Taizhu said, yes, Brother Liangzi, and we ate so much of your food. Su Liang quickly reached out to stop them. To be honest, he was very touched. These people weren't just being polite, they were genuinely sincere. How can you work without getting paid? Since you've chosen to follow me, Su Liang, you have to listen to me. Anyone who refuses again can leave. After saying this, Su Liang ignored everyone's reactions and directly asked Li Shuyao and the other person to help count the money. Wife, give each of these brothers 50 coins. Li Shuyao nodded. She agreed with Su Liang's actions, that's how one should behave. 50 coins. Apart from Ernia, the other 3 were dumbfounded. 50 coins a day? That's too much. In fact, they didn't do any work at all. After handing the money to several people, Su Liang gave Ernio an extra 10 coins. Ryoko, what's wrong with you? The mule cart belongs to your family, you can't use it for free. Alright, that's enough for today. Go home and rest. After everyone left, Su Liang took out the 2 silver ingots that Chu Mubai had given him and placed them in the hands of the 2 women. My wife, these are for you. Both women were taken aback. Do we get paid too? Su Liang waved his hand, no, you're the boss's wives. Of course you should manage the money. Besides, I make money so that you can live a good life. The landlady manages the money and lives a good life. The two women couldn't help but feel a surge of emotion. Li Shuyao's loyalty to you reaches 68%. Li Shutong's loyalty to you has reached 61%. The Su family mansion. Clan leader. This can't go on. Su Liang is earning 40 taels of silver a day. Yes, clan chief. Su Liang is actually using the secret recipe to make money with outsiders. This won't do. If this continues, our Su family's position in the village will be in jeopardy. If you ask me, that secret recipe belongs to our Su family. It's shameful that Su Liang is keeping it for himself and making money off it. That's right, for the sake of the Su family's status, we must get the secret recipe back. Su Liang took all our money. Everyone chimed in, criticizing Su Liang. In fact, the Su family were the landlords of Qingchuan village, and most of the land in the village belonged to the Su family. Thanks to that relative in the imperial court, even officials in Ping'an County wouldn't provoke the Su family. The old clan chief's fingers trembled as he peeled the crayfish, completely oblivious to what everyone was saying. Delicious. He ate a bite of shrimp, then sipped some wine, thoroughly enjoying himself. At this moment, a middle-aged man in his 40s looked at the old clan chief and said, "Father, why don't you leave this matter to me?" The old clan chief waved his hand. All right, go ahead." Su Feng raised the corner of his mouth. Over the years, he had handled all the big and small matters in the clan, but there were some things that only the clan leader could truly decide. He had coveted the position of clan leader for many years, but his father was simply too good at enduring hardship. Chapter 14: A Perfect Family. Su Liang cooked a few homestyle dishes and bought a bottle of liquor from the store, and the family began to eat. The two women were no longer surprised by how delicious the food was. But this wine is actually so delicious? Especially Li Shadong, as a martial artist, she must know more about wine than other women, and Su Liang's wine has an extremely high alcohol content and no strange smell, making it a top quality product. Where did you buy this wine? This is just ordinary wine, I've just processed it a little. Baijiu Chinese liquor is also a condiment, but that's all Su Liang could say. You can even process wine. Can you teach me? Li Shutong's eyes lit up when she heard that it involved processing. How the hell would I know how to do that? Su Liang scratched his head and said, "Actually, today was just an experiment. The success was purely coincidental. I will teach my wife after I have figured it out." All right. Then hurry up and study it. Li Shadong slammed her hand on the table, picked up her wineglass, and downed a mouthful. Good wine. Li Shutong's loyalty to you reaches 67%. Su Liang, however, was not happy. If he couldn't teach him, he would fall again. After a few rounds of drinks, Su Liang noticed that both ladies' faces were flushed, and he felt that the time was right. "Ladies, do you still remember the gift I mentioned today?" I remember. What's wrong?" Li Shadong felt a little dizzy, and her speech became increasingly rough and direct. "Please wait a moment, ladies." Su Liang walked out the door mysteriously, and returned after a while with a huge package. The package was covered in dirt, so it looked like it had been dug out. Su Liang gently stroked the package, carefully wiping away the dirt. His expression grew increasingly serious, indicating that he valued the item extremely highly. Seeing this, the two women also became serious. After a moment, Su Liang said in a deep voice, "Actually, this package was left to me by my mother before she passed away. She said that the contents were to be given to her future daughter-in-law." At this moment, Li Shuyao interrupted, "I heard from the villagers that your mother died during childbirth." Su Liang coughed a few times suddenly, his expression almost losing control. "Are all the villagers so foul-mouthed? They tell everyone everything." "Ahem, it was my dad who told me." "Oh." Li Shuyao nodded. After a brief moment of gathering his emotions, Su Liang continued, "My mother said that if the person I marry is destined by fate, she will definitely like everything here." After Su Liang finished speaking, he looked up at the two women with an extremely solemn expression and said in a very serious tone, "Therefore, I believe that my fate is to be with you two ladies." Destiny. For some reason, the two women felt their hearts pounding after Su Liang said that. People in ancient times believed in fate the most. I'm a fucking genius. Su Liang composed himself, his brows furrowed as if he were making a decision. Suddenly, he raised his hand to tear open the package. "Wait." Li Shuyao grabbed his hand. "If neither of us likes anything here, or if there's only one thing here, what will you do then?" After asking that question, Li Shuyao felt her heart beating even faster. She didn't know why, but she was both looking forward to liking him and afraid that she wouldn't like him. Li Shudong swallowed hard, her thoughts mirroring her sister's. At the same time, she was a little worried. What if, as her sister said, there was only one inside? Don't like it? How could I not like it? It was chosen by the system itself. Su Liang gave a wry smile. If you two ladies don't like it, then I, Su Liang, will not make things difficult for you. Whether you stay or leave, I will not stop you. After saying that, Su Liang ripped the package open. In that instant, the two women closed their eyes simultaneously, their hearts seemingly stopping. How many will there be? What if there's only one? What if I don't like it? Do I really have to leave? Countless thoughts instantly flooded the two women's minds. 2. Mother. Did you already know that there would be two of my chosen ones? Upon hearing this, the two women finally opened their eyes and breathed a sigh of relief when they saw the two neatly stacked boxes. They even forgot to consider what material the box was made of. Su Liang stole a glance at the two of them, unsure whether his acting was up to par. He stood up, his hands trembling as he reached for the first gift box. The two women stared intently at the gift box, their expressions completely out of control. The moment Su Liang opened the gift box, Li Shuyao's heart stopped again. It was an exquisitely crafted little box, clearly designed for a girl to store her belongings. She didn't even need to look inside, she was already captivated by its appearance alone. Could it be that I am truly his chosen one? Li Shuyao looked at Su Liang, whose sharply defined profile appeared so handsome and charming at that moment. Li Shuyao's loyalty to you reaches 90%. It's done. Su Liang was overjoyed, but his expression remained somber. Let me guess who this gift belongs to. Su Liang's arms were still trembling. He carefully took out the box and looked at Li Shudong. Meeting Su Liang's gaze, Li Shudong's heart skipped a beat. She had been trying to convince herself that she liked the box, but it was a forced effort. Although the box was pretty, she really couldn't say she liked it. At the same time, when she saw Su Liang looking at Li Shudong, Li Shuyao's heart sank to the bottom. At that moment, she even wanted to stand up and say, I like it. But she didn't. She let Su Liang choose. Isn't that also a kind of destiny? Su Liang had already caught a glimpse of Li Shuyao's nervous little expression out of the corner of his eye, but he planned to pull her a little further. He sighed and slowly walked towards Li Shudong. Both women cooperated and did not move. Whether Su Liang could make the right choice was up to fate. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. With each step Su Liang took, the two women's hearts trembled violently. Finally, he stopped beside Li Shudong. Li Shuyao loosened her tightly clenched fist, and the tension in her heart instantly turned into disappointment. He actually chose his sister. But the next moment, her dejected heart was rekindled. Because Su Liang charged over. My wife. Whether you like it or not, let me call you my wife one last time. Su Liang knelt on one knee, holding the small box in both hands and handing it to Li Shuyao, his eyes filled with utmost sincerity and expectation. Li Shuyao was stunned, tears welling up in her eyes. For some reason, she just wanted to cry. Don't you like it? Su Liang lowered his head in disappointment, as if he were about to turn and leave at any moment. No, I like it. Li Shuyao, as if afraid that Su Liang would leave, took the small box in one swift motion. My wife. I knew you were my destined one. Su Liang then got up and hugged Li Shuyao. Li Shuyao's loyalty to you is 100%. You and your wife, Li Shuyao, shared a loving embrace, earning you 20 points of affection. Total loyalty score exceeds 250 points for the first time. Reward, 250 affection points. The two hugged for a long time before Li Shuyao slowly pushed Su Liang away. When Su Liang looked, he saw that his first wife's face was red to the roots of her ears. But it smells so good when I hug it. It really is big, round, and soft. The first wife is taken care of, but what about the second wife? Su Liang quickly walked to another gift box. This time, his hands stopped shaking because he couldn't continue acting. He simply and decisively handed the gift box directly to Li Shudong. The action was the same as before, kneeling on one knee, as if proposing marriage. My lady, you can open this one. Li Shudong slowly reached out towards the long box. She was hesitant to open it, but she was also a decisive person and didn't want to suffer this torment. With a click, Li Shudong suddenly stood up and opened the box. Instantly, she froze on the spot. Inside the box was a sword with a sheath, exquisitely crafted with lifelike carvings. Li Shudong fell in love with the sword at first sight. However, she didn't take the sword. Instead, she took the box and placed it on the table. Then she pulled Su Liang up and hugged him tightly. Wah-ah! Li Shudong was even more direct than her sister, and immediately burst into tears. Su Liang then took the opportunity to hug his second wife tightly. Li Shutong's loyalty to you is 100%. You and your wife, Li Shudong, shared a loving embrace, earning you 20 points of affection. Total loyalty score exceeds 300 points for the first time. Reward, 300 affection points. The couple's products feature is now available. With all wives' loyalty at 100%, the achievement Perfect Family has been achieved, and 1000 affection points have been awarded. The loyalty lock function has also been added. Loyalty lock feature: once your wife's loyalty reaches 100%, it will no longer change. Chapter 15. I'm giving you a second choice. Su Liang returned to his room, but his mood was not as good as he had imagined. Although he managed to maximize the loyalty of both wives through various means, they had genuinely fallen in love with him. An unprecedented sense of responsibility weighed heavily on Su Liang's shoulders. Before, he earned money to support his family, but he always had a specific purpose in mind. Now, he really needs to support his family. Although there may be no change in actions, the psychological feeling is different. Sigh, I never thought I'd be so sentimental. Su Liang rolled over, quickly composed himself. Emotions are like that, they can be resolved in a flash. At the same time, the two women lay silently on the bed. Before long, the two spoke almost simultaneously. Sister. Shudong. Li Shuyao said, you go first. Li Shudong thought for a moment and said, actually, it's nothing. I just wanted to ask what we should do next. After a long silence, Li Shuyao finally said, since it is ordained by fate, then we can only accept the arrangement of destiny. Su Liang had already started checking the system. His affection level jumped to 1657 points. Weapon crafting is also at its peak, with various firearms, grenades, and other firearms readily available. Shops also sell various crafting materials, though the higher the level, the more expensive they are. Su Liang did a quick calculation and found that if he bought all the parts and assembled them into the simplest pistol, he would need 10,000 affection points. The space has reached 100,100,100, and the shop has only added 4 items. Temperature control, 1,000 affection points per cubic meter. Living creature storage, 2,000 affection points per cubic meter. Environmental simulation, 5,000 affection points per cubic meter. Time adjustment, 10,000 affection points per cubic meter. Although the selection is limited, the products are all very practical, especially when combined with cooking skills. They can achieve effects such as preservation and refrigeration. The last new addition is the feature for couples' intimate products. Essentially, the store has added a new category, selling all kinds of home goods, from large items like sofas, wardrobes, beds, tables and chairs, to small items like bedding, pillows, and tissues, and even items for couples such as underwear, stockings, whips, and small balloons. Upon seeing this, Su Liang couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement. This system is so thoughtful. There are so many styles of couples products. And the price is very affordable, you can totally afford it. The next day, Su Liang had gone to bed late the night before, and when he woke up, Ernyo and the others had already been waiting at the door for quite some time. Seeing Su Liang walk out of the house, the group of people came to greet him. Taizhu asked in confusion, Brother Liangzi, didn't you say you were sleeping with your sister-in-law? Su Liang looked at the two girls playing with Xiao Shuhan and felt a little embarrassed. He, you don't understand, I deliberately hid in this room. As Su Liang spoke, he rubbed his lower back. After a moment of thought, the group exchanged glances and realized they understood. You guys do the same thing as yesterday, go catch some crayfish. I'll be there in a bit, Su Liang instructed. Aren't we catching fish today? Ernyu asked. Su Liang nodded, yeah, let's not catch any more. We make more money from crayfish, let's focus all our efforts on this one. After seeing the group drive away in their mule cart, Su Liang came to their side. What would you like to eat, my wife? He tentatively reached for Li Shuyao's hand, and as expected, she did not resist. Anything is fine. Li Shuyao lowered her head slightly, looking a little shy. Su Liang then grabbed Li Shudong with his other hand, and she did not resist. What would you like to eat, my wife? Eat whatever you make. Okay, let me think about it. Su Liang pretended to be deep in thought and put his arms around the waists of the two women. They're not even resisting anymore. Su Liang was overjoyed. It seemed there was something going on tonight. What should we eat? As he spoke, he pinched each of his two pert buttocks with both hands. Ah! The two women cried out simultaneously and turned their bodies to the side, their backs to Su Liang. Su Liang looked around and then wrapped his arms around Li Shuyao from behind. Wife, how about some noodles? Li Shuyao's delicate body trembled slightly as she tried to pry Su Liang's hands off, but she couldn't budge them. Su Liang hugged her tighter, rested his head close to her ear, and whispered again, Wife, how about I make you some noodles? When Su Liang's warm breath touched her ear, Li Shuyao immediately shrank her neck and nodded quickly. Okay. Good girl. Go get the noodles now. As Su Liang spoke, he kissed her on the cheek and then let go of her hand. Li Shuyao covered her face and ran into the house as if fleeing. Su Liang quickly repeated his old trick, turning around and hugging Li Shudong again. This time, there was no wasted words. Seeing that the other person did not resist, he simply kissed him on the cheek. My wife, how about you call me husband? Li Shutong's grip strength is much greater than her sister's. But Su Liang's physical strength has now been tripled, and she can't break it in a short time. Wife, I won't let go unless you call me. Anyway, I'm not afraid of your sister coming out and seeing. Upon hearing that her sister was going to see her, Li Shudong was so embarrassed that she bit her red lips and said softly, Husband. Eh? Su Liang released his hand with satisfaction. Immediately, Li Shudong ran to the side without turning her head and began to practice swordsmanship. In just a few short moves, 200 affection points were successfully earned. Su Liang shook his head slightly, sighing inwardly. It was true that a woman would change when she fell in love, especially an ancient girl, who was completely different from before. I want a hug too. Li Shuhan said, biting her finger and staring at Su Liang with wide eyes. She didn't understand why her brother didn't hug her after waking up today, but instead hugged her two older sisters. Su Liang patted her little head. Although the system recognized her as his concubine, in reality, Li Shuhan was his younger sister to him. After playing with her for a while, Su Liang started making hand-pulled noodles. Just as they finished eating and were about to leave, Ernio and his friends were tied up and brought back by a group of people. Su Liang frowned slightly. There were at least 30 or 40 people on the other side, all of whom were members of the Su family. Seeing this, Li Shuyao and Li Shudong came over. What are they trying to do? Su Liang snorted coldly, Of course we're here for the secret recipe. Damn it! A bunch of shameless bastards. Li Shudong cursed and reached for her sword. My lady, please don't be angry. Leave this to me. Li Shudong stopped when she saw Su Liang nod. At that moment, the group of people entered the courtyard, and the one in the lead was Su Feng, the clan chief's son. Brother Liangzi, they won't let us catch crayfish. Pang shouted. Shut up, one of them yelled at Pang and kicked him. What right do you have to arrest people? Li Shudong shouted, pointing at the group of people. Su Feng snorted and stepped forward, Humph, what right do you have to arrest them? They're fishing on my Su family's territory, why can't I arrest them? Bullshit. What makes you think that's your Su family's territory? Li Shudong said. The entire area around Qingchuan village is under the jurisdiction of my Su family, so the fish and shrimp naturally belong to my Su family as well. After Su Feng finished speaking, he took out a piece of paper. This is an official document issued by the government. With such reasoning and evidence, Li Shudong was speechless for a moment and could only clench her fists. Su Liang then said, Tell me, what do you want? No need to ask, of course we'll hand over the secret recipe. That's right. Hand over the secret recipe, or you won't catch a single fish. Su Liang sneered. These Su family members are truly shameless. Haven't I already given you the secret recipe? The men who had come earlier asking for the secret recipe quickly replied. You're talking nonsense. The secret formula you handed over is fake. You can't find the ingredients in it at all. That's right. Hand over the real secret formula right now. Su Liang shrugged, That's the real secret recipe, but you guys are too useless, you can't even gather all the ingredients. I don't care, then hand over the secret recipe for the ingredients. Su Liang laughed and said, Sure, I'll give you all the ingredients for 5,000 taels of silver. 5,000 taels. Why don't you just rob someone? Aren't you robbing people right now? Those people were speechless after being rebuked by Su Liang. All right. Su Feng stopped everyone and looked at Su Liang, saying, You don't have to hand over the secret recipe. I can give you a second option. The second option? Su Liang became interested upon hearing this. Okay, tell me about it. Chapter 16 No More Fishing. Upon seeing this, Su Feng's lips curled up slightly. He had seen the recipe, and it did contain some seasonings, but he didn't recognize most of them. It would be very difficult to get Su Liang to hand them all over, and even if he got them, someone would still need to know how to cook. This would be very troublesome. Since Su Liang was capable of making money, it would be better to let him work for him. The second option is simple: you can catch and sell any fish and shrimp you want, but you have to hand over 90% of the money. 90%! Hearing Su Feng say that, even Li Shuyao couldn't help but want to curse. How could a human being say such a thing? She stepped forward immediately. Impossible. Don't even think about it. Su Feng snorted coldly and said unhurriedly, you can disagree, but I can guarantee that you won't be able to catch a single fish in the future. The clansmen couldn't hide their smiles. Su Feng's move was brilliant. He had completely blocked Su Liang's path. If Su Liang wanted to continue making money, he would have to hand over 90% of the profits. Now he could get a share of the money without even doing any work. This was much better than getting the secret recipe. Su Liang, you are also a member of the Su family. It is only right that you give 90% of the profits to your clansmen. That's right, with so many of us sharing 90%, you've already gotten 10%, which is already a bargain for you. Even at 10% is quite a lot. That's several taels of silver. When everyone heard that 1% was several taels, they couldn't help but feel sorry for Su Feng. Su Feng would definitely get the most out of 9%, and with so many of them, they would probably not get as much as Su Liang in the end. If you ask me, we should give him 0.5%. Humph, I think it's more than half true, and he should also hand over the money he earned in the last 2 days. Yes. Hand over the money. Seeing this, Su Feng quickly stopped everyone again. Even a rabbit will bite when cornered. These tribesmen are really brainless. What if Su Liang is forced to refuse? He looked at Su Liang and smiled. Su Liang, I can let bygones be bygones. Also, if you need help, I can have my clansmen help you catch them. Think about it carefully. A few taels of silver a day is better than not earning a single penny. After Su Feng finished speaking, his smile deepened, because the kid was already stunned. Actually, Su Liang was thinking about the Gatling gun manufacturing process. Those bastards really deserve to be shot. Sigh, it's too expensive. I can't even afford a single part. Su Liang shook his head and sighed deeply. There are still too few wives. Everyone could tell from Su Liang's expression that the matter was settled. I can help you, but you have to give me 100 coins a day. No, 200 coins. I can too. Su Liang rubbed his temples and was so angry he laughed. Li Shadong, thinking Su Liang was about to agree, immediately panicked. Husband, we can't agree to them. Not only Su Liang, but Li Shuyao also looked at her younger sister. Shadong, what did you just call him? My lord, Li Shadong replied casually, but immediately realized something was wrong. Her pretty face flushed red instantly. I'll go inside and take a nap. Watching Li Shutong's departing figure, Li Shuyao was stunned. Had things progressed so quickly between them? Su Liang turned around, cleared his throat, and said, all right, stop shouting. I agree. Upon hearing this, the Su family members smiled broadly. Humph, you're smart to know when to back down. Sigh, I told you we should lower it a bit. Giving him 10% is too much. Look how quickly he agreed. Erniu and the others lowered their heads, knowing that Su Liang had been forced into this situation. Li Shuyao bit her red lips lightly. She hadn't expected Su Liang to actually agree to this unreasonable clause. Li Shadong, on the other hand, charged out with her sword in hand. Su Feng laughed heartily. All right. Then from today onwards. He was interrupted by Su Liang halfway through his sentence. Etc. Everyone turned to look at Su Liang upon hearing the sound. What I mean is, I promise I won't catch fish anymore. Quiet. Everyone was stunned. A moment later, someone asked, what did he say? He said he's not going to catch fish anymore. What about our 90% of the money? It's gone. This won't do. No, you have to arrest him. Yes, they must be arrested. The crowd shouted again, but this time Su Liang roared, get the hell out of here. You bunch of idiots. You. What do you mean, you? I can't arrest you, and I can't not arrest you. Are you all out of your minds? You all think you're something special, pointing fingers at me like that. Seeing that things were going badly, Su Feng quickly said, Su Liang, don't get agitated. Su Liang looked at him and said, I'll provoke you, you get the hell out of here. Su Feng immediately showed his anger. This guy actually dared to curse him. Su Liang continued, what are you worried about? Your face is so red. If you need to poop, go home and do it. Don't get in my way. After saying that, he looked at the crowd and said, I, Su Liang, am standing right here today. If you have the guts, come and kill me. If you don't, then get the hell out of here. Silence. The Su family members were all terrified by Su Liang. This kid must have gone mad. Moreover, with Li Shudong holding a sword standing next to Su Liang, no one dared to speak. Especially that sword, its craftsmanship was exquisite, and the blade itself gleamed with a cold light, making one's spine tingle at a glance. Su Feng's chest heaved violently with anger, but faced with the crazed Su Liang, he dared not say anything more. Snort! Su Feng snorted coldly, flicked his sleeve, and turned to leave. Su Liang breathed a sigh of relief once everyone had gone far away. Luckily, they were a bunch of cowards. If even one or two idiots had made a move, the others would have followed suit, and I would have been finished. What are you afraid of? With me here, I'll make sure you're safe. Li Shudong said confidently. Yes, my wife's martial arts are the best in the world. Of course. Then my wife, you must teach your husband when you have time. Humph, it depends on my mood. Seeing the two chatting so enthusiastically, Li Shuya frowned. She stepped forward and stood between them, looking at Su Liang. What do you plan to do next? Upon seeing her sister arrive, Li Shudong recalled the scene of her recent social death. I'll go untie them first. She grabbed her sword and ran toward Erniu and the others who were untying each other's ropes. Upon seeing this, Su Liang immediately put his arm around Li Shuyao's slender waist and pulled her to his side. Want to know? Just call me husband and I'll tell you. Li Shuyao let out a soft moan from Su Liang's sudden action. What does that mean? Never mind what it means, just say it when I tell you to. Li Shuyao stammered and couldn't bring herself to call out for a long time. If you don't call her, Shudong will come back. Anyway, I'm not afraid of her seeing us. As Su Liang spoke, he pinched her pert buttocks. Li Shuyao tried to break free, but was held even tighter. She looked up at the courtyard gate. Li Shudong was facing away from her, but was about to turn around. In her panic, she blurted out, Husband, huh? Good boy. Seeing that Su Liang had released his grip, Li Shuyao snorted and quickly turned her body to the side. Su Liang gave himself a huge thumbs up. This theory of destiny was absolutely the greatest manipulation he'd ever seen in both his lives. It was damn effective. At this moment, Su Ernie and the others, having finished untying themselves, came over. Brother Liangzi, I'm sorry, we were useless, Big Fatty said with some shame. Su Liang waved his hand, this has nothing to do with you. Our clansmen have really gone too far. Ernie said angrily. Su Liang patted him on the shoulder, it's okay, if we can't sell crayfish, we can sell other things. Sell something else? Upon hearing this, everyone looked at Su Liang. Su Liang smiled mysteriously, selling big kicks. Chapter 17, Brother just fed big sister something delicious. A big kick? Erpang lifted his foot and kicked it, thinking to himself, this thing can be sold? Su Liang gave an awkward laugh, hee, it's just kebabs, barbecue. Everyone shook their heads, indicating they didn't understand. Never mind, you'll find out when the time comes. Su Liang didn't offer any further explanation. He sent everyone home and drove the mule cart to the county town alone. On the way, Su Liang bought bamboo skewers for skewers. These are also available in stores and are very cheap. 1 point of affection points can buy 10. Next, he spent another 500 affection points to buy a barbecue grill. Luckily, this thing is also considered kitchenware, otherwise it would have been too slow to have it made at the blacksmith shop. Finally, I used 1000 points of affection to purchase a 1 cubic meter temperature-controlled space. After completing the purchase, Su Liang went inside to take a look. The adjustable temperature range is from 100 degrees Celsius to 100 degrees Celsius, and the smallest operating unit is 1 cubic meter. That is, the temperature within this 1 cubic meter is uniform. Fortunately, there is no cooling off time, and the temperature can be set at any time. Su Liang was very satisfied with this feature. June was just around the corner, and the 3 or 4 month long summer vacation was just around the corner. He was sure that selling some ice or cold drinks would be a great success. Upon arriving in the county town, he went straight to the butcher shops. After comparing prices at several shops, he found that the average prices for pork, beef, and mutton were 50 won, 100 won, and 200 won, respectively. Depending on where you buy it, the price will not differ by more than 3 won per jin. Su Liang purchased the most suitable locations for making kebabs from different shops, spending 30 taels of silver, and bought a total of 100 jin of pork, 150 jin of beef, and 50 jin of mutton. Moreover, because he bought a lot, the owner also gave Su Liang some kidneys as a gift. This stuff is incredibly pungent without seasoning, most people would rarely eat it, but for Su Liang, it's a real treat. Su Liang used all the remaining silver to buy charcoal in batches, piling it up into small hills in his spatial dimension. Although the charcoal here isn't as heat resistant as in my previous life, it's all natural, so the meat grilled from it will definitely taste delicious. In less than 2 hours, Su Liang returned to the village. He casually invited Ernio and a few others, and in the afternoon, these people made meat skewers at home. As he approached home, Su Liang saw 4 people squatting at the gate of the courtyard. Ernio said, "My father told me that the clan sends people to watch over us every day in order to prevent us from catching fish." Su Liang snorted coldly, "Perfect timing. Let's make them drool today." Su Liang didn't even glance at the 4 people before driving into the courtyard. "You guys unload this meat." When they lifted the cloth covering the car, they discovered that it was full of meat underneath. They were all stunned. They had never seen so much meat, not even in the butcher shops in the county. "Brother Liangzi, why did you buy so much meat? How much did this cost?" Big Fatty asked. "Not much, just 30 taels." Su Liang shouted back. "What? 30 taels?" Hearing the conversation among the people in the courtyard, the 4 people who were lying in wait couldn't help but come closer. "What is Su Liang up to now, buying so much meat?" "Humph, don't worry, in this hot weather, that meat won't last long. He's just wasting his money." "Ha, this idiot, he probably won't have much money left after buying the meat. Let's see what he does in a few days." Although the group made sarcastic remarks, they were still envious when they saw Ernio and the others carrying meat, and even wished they could go in and snatch a piece. "Are you buying this meat to make the kebabs you mentioned?" Li Shuyao asked. "Hee, my wife is indeed very clever." "That's right, it's about making barbecue skewers. But with so much meat, I'm afraid it will spoil," Li Shuyao said worriedly. "Don't worry, I have a way." Su Liang picked up the cleaver and cut the meat into pieces, then took out a piece that was cut into evenly sized cubes. He picked up a stick and began to demonstrate it to the group. Making meat skewers is very simple, so basically a few people can do it after watching it once. Su Liang's knife skills were more than enough to make skewers for 6 people. He roughly estimated that 1 pound of meat could make more than 30 skewers. If we stick to the prices we set beforehand, pork will cost 5 coins per skewer, beef 10 coins per skewer, and lamb 20 coins per skewer. If you sell all of these, you can earn about 100 taels of silver. By evening, their hands were numb from all the stringing, but they finally finished. "Ugh, I'm exhausted." Li Shudong shook her hands and slung them over her sister's shoulders. This repetitive work was more torturous than exhausting for her. Everyone has worked hard. "Ernio, you guys go and light the charcoal, then we'll start grilling." "Good." Su Liang left enough for several people to eat, and then pretended to carry the skewers into the room. He set the temperature to 0 degrees and then put the meat skewers into the space. Without this temperature control function, the meat would probably have rotted and spoiled overnight. Soon, Ernio had lit the charcoal. Su Liang instructed the others to place the charcoal onto the grill, then picked up the meat skewers and began grilling. It's making a sizzling sound. As the meat skewers gradually change color, the oil on them melts and drips onto the charcoal fire. Immediately, layers of smoke billowed out. But the smoke was different from that from burning firewood. It actually carried a rich aroma of meat. Su Liang reached out and grabbed a handful of seasoning, sprinkling it evenly over the meat skewers. Immediately, the meat skewers emitted an even more enticing aroma. The aroma spread far and wide, and the people at the gate, who were just about to change shifts, were drawn in by the smell of barbecue. The 8 people swallowed hard, their eyes all fixed on the meat skewers in Su Liang's hand. "This smells so damn good. 1 bite and I'll feel amazing." Damn, Su Liang, isn't his only secret recipe for fish sauce and spicy crayfish? What's with this meat skewer? Should we tell Su Feng? "You go first, I'll smell it for a while longer." The meat skewers are ready. Su Liang placed the meat skewers on the food container, and the others grabbed them without asking. Just kidding, I've been swallowing my saliva for ages, who could resist this? Su Liang also picked up a skewer and took a bite. The taste was even better than in his previous life. Swish, swish, swish. Su Liang grilled the food while everyone ate, with very little interaction throughout. This is no good, this job is impossible to do, whoever wants to do it can do it. Outside the courtyard, a man angrily wiped away his saliva and strode away. The others looked at each other, unsure of what to do next. After Su Liang grilled 2 skewers, he let the others try as well. Among them, De Pang and Air Pang were the most talented. The meat skewers they grilled tasted almost the same, but they were slightly lacking in controlling the heat. However, it was not a problem. The two of them just needed to practice. Su Liang decided that from now on, he would let these 2 people sell barbecue skewers. About half an hour later, all the meat skewers were grilled. Su Liang handed the grilled meat skewers to the group, saying, "Take these home and let your families try them too." "Thank you, Brother Liangzi." Without any hesitation, the group divided the meat skewers among themselves and ran home. Su Liang looked at Li Shudong with a solemn expression and said, "My wife, the Su family has been watching us secretly. I'm worried they might be in danger. You are the best in the world at martial arts, so please escort them." "Okay." Li Shudong replied solemnly with the same expression, picked up her sword and went out the door. As soon as Su Liang saw her figure disappear, he turned around and hugged Li Shuyao. Li Shuyao was startled by Su Liang's sudden attack and exclaimed with a soft snort, "What do you want to do?" "I miss you, my wife." Li Shuyao kept pushing Su Liang away, but the latter only hugged her tighter. Suddenly, Li Shuyao's hand froze, her body trembled slightly, and her heart pounded wildly. Su Liang kissed her red lips, his hands also starting to wander. The two kissed for an unknown amount of time, and Li Shuyao's hands somehow ended up on Su Liang's body. Li Shuhan looked up at them, not knowing what the two were eating, as they kept moving their food around. Just then, footsteps sounded in the distance. Li Shuyao suddenly opened her eyes and pushed Su Liang away. A moment later, Li Shudong entered the courtyard. Su Liang smacked his lips twice. "Wife, how are you? You weren't in any danger, were you?" Li Shudong snorted coldly. "Humph, how could there be any danger if I take action?" "Oh, that's good." Li Shudong looked at Su Liang with a strange expression, then glanced at her older sister, feeling that something was off. Just then, Li Shuhan called out, "Second sister, brother just fed eldest sister something delicious." Li Shudong asked in surprise, "What delicious food?" "Brother just used his mouth." Before she could finish speaking, Li Shuyao picked her up and said, "Go back to your room, you should go to sleep." Chapter 18, the fourth wife is making some progress. The next day, Su Liang and his group set off early. Although kebabs are not suitable for breakfast, there were just too many of them. Even if they sold them all, it would take them all day to sell them. Before setting off, he didn't waste any time and put in a lot of effort to get 300 affection points. Based on his current daily expenses, 300 affection points a day is enough. Moreover, he also gained 2,000 points of affection points last night. The group soon arrived in the county town. At the same spot where they sold crayfish last time, the group skillfully set up their barbecue stall. The aroma of the skewers spread quickly, so there was no need to call out to them. Su Liang simply set up the wooden sign and immediately instructed everyone to get busy. Xiao Liang Foods, special meat skewers are now available. Pork skewers are 5 yuan each, beef skewers are 10 yuan each, lamb skewers are 20 yuan each, and our exclusive secret recipe kidney strengthening skewers are 50 yuan each. You'll be up all night. Many people stopped and looked at the contents of the wooden sign. "This is way too expensive, let's go." "Hey, wait a minute, why does this little Liang's delicacy sound so familiar? It's the one that sold spicy crayfish the day before yesterday." At this moment, Su Liang walked out from behind. "That's right, it is I. You gentlemen, why don't you wait a little longer? I guarantee these meat skewers will be delicious." He had just gone to help a few people light the charcoal fire, and at the same time, he was filling the large box with meat skewers. He had temporarily set a rule that only he could move the box. Okay, I believe this young man. That spicy crayfish last time was absolutely amazing." "Really? I've heard a lot of people say that, but it's a pity I didn't get to try it." Soon, the group placed the lit charcoal into the grill. "Big Fatty and Second Fatty, you two do the grilling." "Okay, Brother Liangzi." The two were very excited, and each grabbed a skewer and started grilling. As the meat skewers cooked, the smoke from the grilling slowly rose, and soon the entire area was filled with the aroma of grilled skewers. This smells amazing. Give me 2 skewers to try. I want 5 skewers. I'll take all of them. As soon as De Pang and Air Pang finished grilling, all the meat skewers in their hands were snapped up. Taizhu and Ernyo were responsible for collecting money and delivering the meat skewers that Su Liang had placed in the lunchbox. More and more people gathered in front of the stall, even blocking the street. Su Liang quickly directed the crowd to line up clearly. One grill was not enough. After taking out enough meat skewers to prepare, Su Liang left for the blacksmith shop. He wanted to make some more grills, since the ones in the store were too expensive. Su Liang arrived at the nearest blacksmith shop. A muscular, burly man, around 40 years old, was forging something with a hammer. There was also a boy of about 15 or 16 years old arranging ironware. When the boy saw someone coming, he immediately stopped what he was doing and greeted them with a smile. "Sir, what would you like to buy? We have everything." As the boy spoke, he led Su Liang to the wooden frame. The table is neatly arranged with various farm tools and kitchen utensils such as kitchen knives, fire tongs, hose, and sickles. Su Liang shook his head and said, "There's nothing I want to buy here. I wonder if you can customize ironware." The young man nodded. "Yes, what would you like to order, sir?" Su Liang then described the barbecue grill to the boy in detail. "It's actually very simple, it's just a long, rectangular trough for holding charcoal. The shelf underneath can be omitted, a wooden table can be used instead." After listening to Su Liang's description, the boy quickly understood. "Sir, according to what you said, your finished grill weighs about 20 jin, which means it will require at least 60 jin of pig iron. The price of pig iron is 100 won per jin, so you will need to pay 6 taels of silver." Upon hearing this, Su Liang frowned. 100 yuan per jin, 500 g shouldn't be considered expensive, but the loss in the process of turning pig iron into wrought iron is too great. He thought for a moment and said, "I wonder if it's possible to exchange it for steel billets?" Before the young man could speak, the burly man beside him said, "No, if you can't afford it, then leave." After saying that, the burly man sneered, "What a load of bull, talking about steel billets." The burly man spoke in a cold tone, without even raising his head. As the saying goes, steel is forged through repeated tempering. To turn pig iron into steel, it requires constant and repeated tempering, and it is extremely demanding on the blacksmith's skills. Even master blacksmiths have a high failure rate. The kid in front of me just spouts nonsense, he clearly doesn't know anything and just knows how to brag. Su Liang was very dissatisfied with the burly man's service attitude. But he didn't argue back, because he was afraid of getting beaten up. Seeing this, the young man said somewhat timidly, "Father, why don't we take a look first?" "Roll." The burly man uttered a single word, and the boy gave Su Liang an awkward smile before running off to get back to work. "Hey, this tutor is great. Worth learning from." Su Liang muttered a curse in his heart. In this era, blacksmiths had a higher social status than ordinary people and earned a lot of money, so it was normal for them to have a bad temper. Just as Su Liang was hesitating about whether to buy a steel billet from the store, a woman's voice came from inside the room. "Dad, why are you scolding Xiaofeng again?" The sound of father sent a shiver down Su Liang's spine. If that sweet, delicate voice were to call him brother, wouldn't that be wonderful? Su Liang looked closely and saw a girl in a yellow dress walk out. She was petite like a loli, with a small pout on her fair face and a pair of big eyes that looked at the strong man in a coquettish way. She looked very cute. Although she is not as voluptuous as her 2 wives at home, that's part of her unique charm. As a wife-obsessed maniac, he must broaden his horizons and marry all kinds of beautiful women. The boy was 15 or 16 years old, and she called him Xiaofeng, which means she was the older sister, so she was at least 17 or 18 years old and of marriageable age. Su Liang's brain quickly processed this information. When the burly man saw his daughter arrive, his previously cold face instantly lit up, and he smiled more happily than a chrysanthemum. "Hee, sure, daddy's good daughter." The burly man tried to stroke the girl's head, but she pushed him away. "You're not allowed to scold Xiaofeng anymore." The burly man chuckled, "Nonsense, when did father ever scold him? I heard everything. Look at you, Xiaofeng. Tell your sister, did dad scold you?" The boy glanced at the burly man and immediately lowered his head. "Sister, dad didn't scold me." The girl sighed upon seeing this, a helpless expression on her face. She then turned her gaze to Su Liang. "Young master, you just mentioned wanting to exchange steel billets, is that true? She's better at business than her father, but she might be a brother-supporting demon." Su Liang's brain processed the information again. His gaze swept quickly over the burly man who was staring at him coldly, then he smiled slightly at the girl. That's right, that's exactly what I was thinking. Before the three could react, Su Liang quickly bought a steel billet for forging weapons from the store and took it out of his pocket. I wonder if this steel billet can be exchanged for what I need. The three of them were stunned when they saw the steel billet, especially the burly man, whose heart skipped a beat. He had lived for 40 years and started blacksmithing at the age of 10, but this was the first time he had ever seen such a refined blank. Seeing the three people's reactions, Su Liang's lips curled up slightly. This steel billet weighs 10 pounds and costs 100 points of affection. If I can get to know this girl named Shirshir through it, it won't be a loss. If I can marry her, that would be an even bigger win. Seeing that the burly man was still in a daze, Su Liang walked up to him with the steel billet in one hand. May I ask your name? The burly man snapped out of his daze and said, just call me Chen Dalai. Su Liang nodded slightly. Junior Su Liang, Uncle Chen, do you think it's feasible for me to exchange these steel billets? Chen Dalai swallowed hard. Okay, no problem. Su Liang smiled and said, then thank you very much, Uncle Chen. After saying that, he placed the steel billet in the other party's hands. Chen Dalai completely lost his composure, his entire attention focused on the steel billet in his hand. Its small size and weight indicate that it contains almost no impurities. How many times must it have been tempered? The blacksmithing trade is heavily regulated by the government. Although Chen Dalai cannot make weapons on his own, he can participate in their production. If it can be used to forge a fine sword or saber, then at least several dozen taels of silver can be awarded. Seeing that Chen Dalai was still in a daze, Su Liang looked at the boy and asked, your name is Xiaofeng, right? When can you make my grill at the earliest? Chen Xiaofeng thought for a moment and said, it could be as early as this afternoon. Okay, I'll come pick it up this afternoon. Su Liang then looked at the young woman. If Miss Chen wants to eat barbecue skewers, you can go to the street corner over there. Grilled skewers? Su Liang nodded. I'll sell kebabs at that street corner. Miss Chen will know when she gets there. After saying that, he cupped his hands in a respectful gesture and turned to leave. After stepping out the door, Su Liang breathed a long sigh of relief. My performance just now should have left a very deep impression on the other party. So, things are looking promising with the fourth wife. Chapter 19. What? Su Liang earned 100 taels in just one day. Upon seeing Su Liang return, Ernie hurriedly came to greet him. Ryoko, you're finally back. All the meat skewers are gone. Su Liang frowned, surprised that they sold out so quickly. Big Fatty and Second Fatty's skewers were fast. He quickly opened the large box and saw that there were still some items inside. He felt a surge of relief. These brothers really followed the rules, they didn't move them when told not to. As time went on, the number of people queuing to buy skewers increased rather than decreased. After finishing their meal, many people rushed to inform their relatives and friends, spontaneously promoting Su Liang. During the journey, Su Liang and Depang and Airpang took turns, and the three of them hardly stopped for a moment. Su Liang wiped the sweat from his forehead. Even with the triple boost, he still felt tired. We still don't have enough manpower. Big Fatty and Second Fatty, go and rest for a while. It's okay, Brother Liangzi, we're not tired. No, there are still so many left. How can we keep going without rest? All right. The two had been working continuously for 2 hours, and their hands were almost too sore to lift. Su Liang didn't let Ernio and the other two take over, because the taste of their grilling was still a bit lacking. Although there was only one person, the speed did not decrease. It wasn't until it got dark that they sold nearly 10,000 meat skewers. Su Liang was able to get a new barbecue grill, otherwise they wouldn't have been able to finish grilling everything. He also ordered 3 more and arranged to pick them up tomorrow. Even so, many people still couldn't buy it. Boss, this is outrageous. I've been queuing for an hour, and they're all sold out. Yes, boss, why don't you cut some meat for me now? One of them pointed to the mule cart and said. The meat Su Liang bought along the way is shown above. Su Liang clasped his hands in a fist and said, everyone, I'm really sorry. We've been selling all day, and you can see my staff is exhausted. Tomorrow I'll make sure you can all have some. All right. Seeing that Big Fatty and Second Fatty were slumped on the ground, the crowd had no choice but to give up. At that moment, Su Liang called out to them. Gentlemen, I have some large kidneys here. You might want to buy some and try them. Kidney? No way, that stuff is too pungent. One person quickly waved his hand. Su Liang chuckled, turned around, and took out several large kidneys to grill. Since you've all waited this long, why don't you wait until I'm done baking before deciding whether to buy or not? Upon hearing this, many people stayed. Su Liang is right. We've already waited this long, so what's a little longer? Soon, Su Liang had grilled the kidneys. Compared to regular skewers, the smell was indeed stronger, but it wasn't unpleasant, it was still quite fragrant. One of them stepped forward and said, "Boss, 50 coins for one of these is too expensive." Su Liang smiled and said, "Sir, you must know that kidneys are a very nourishing food. People know that kidneys are good for the kidneys, but the strong taste makes people unwilling to try them even if they don't benefit from them." Seeing that everyone was still resistant, Su Liang said, "How about this, since you've all waited so long today, I'll sell them at half price, but only for today. Tomorrow they'll still be 50 coins a string." Upon hearing that it was half price and only for today, several people who were already somewhat interested immediately bought it. "Boss, give me a skewer to try. I'll have one too." All eyes were on those few people, as if they were the poison testers. One person frowned as he took a small bite, but after chewing a few times, his frown relaxed. "Hey, this tastes really good." The others nodded in agreement. "Yes, it's still a bit pungent, but the fragrance is much better." Seeing the reaction of the others, the rest couldn't resist and started buying as well. There were only 200 skewers of large kidneys, so they sold out very quickly. "Boss, make sure to prepare more for tomorrow." "Yes, boss, make sure to stock up on extra lamb kidneys too." By the time Su Liang and his group returned to the village, it was already completely dark. However, Su Liang did not intend to stop, since there was still a truckload of meat to process. He said to the group, "Go back and find some trustworthy people. They will come to my house later to make meat skewers. It will cost 20 coins per person per hour. Also, it would be best if you all brought oil lamps." Upon hearing this, the group immediately sprang into action. Although they were all exhausted, Su Liang had given them 500 coins today, 10 times more than last time. When Su Liang got home, he didn't expect that his family members were still guarding the door. They were really going to great lengths to prevent him from catching fish. "Why are you back so late?" Li Shudong asked. "What? My wife, have you missed me?" "Oomph, I didn't." Li Shuyao, holding an oil lamp, looked at the meat on the cart. "Are all those meat skewers sold out?" "Yes, they're all sold out." "What? So many sold out in just one day?" Li Shudong was somewhat incredulous. During the day, she and her sister had been discussing the matter and, after some estimation, they concluded that Su Liang could at most sell half of the units. They didn't know how Su Liang stored it, but the other half would definitely spoil. After deducting the cost of the spoiled half, the two estimated that Su Liang could earn about 30 taels. "How much did you sell it for?" Li Shuyao asked. Su Liang thought for a moment and casually said, "I didn't count carefully, but it's probably around 110 taels." 110 taels. Both women couldn't help but gasp. More than 100 taels a day. Even after deducting costs, that's still more than 70 taels. This is making money way too fast. Just a few days ago, Su Liang was still a penniless wretch. "Ladies, don't just stand there, come and lend a hand." The two men then snapped out of their shock and went to help Su Liang carry the meat. Soon, Ernio and his group of 10 people walked in. Su Liang glanced around and, apart from the parents of the group, there were 4 other people he was quite familiar with, people he had often heard him tell stories about before. "Dear uncles and aunts, thank you for troubling me so late at night." "Hee, no trouble at all." "Just kidding, 20 coins an hour, who would find it troublesome?" Just like yesterday, Su Liang first gave a demonstration, and then everyone got busy. Among the 10, Sun Changgui and Wang Dashan had also learned some cooking skills and had excellent knife skills, so they were responsible for helping Su Liang cut meat. As everyone worked and chatted, Ernio and the others recounted what had happened during the day. Upon hearing that they had earned over 100 taels of silver, not only were the people inside the courtyard shocked, but the Su family members guarding outside were also nearly speechless with astonishment. "You earn more by not catching fish than by catching fish, so what's the point of just standing here watching?" The group turned and left, heading straight for the clan chief's house. Although Su Liang bought double the amount of meat, with the addition of 10 people, they completed all the work in less than an hour. He still took out some meat skewers for dinner, and taught the skills to Changgui and Wang Shan. The two of them already had some basic skills, so they learned quickly. Ernio and Taiju have basically learned it all, so tomorrow we'll have 7 people, plus 5 barbecue grills, and selling out will definitely not be a problem. The Su family mansion. What? Su Liang earned 100 taels in one day. Oh dear, what should we do? Why don't we just let him catch the fish? Yes, I think we shouldn't ask for 90%, let's just ask for 70%, that way he'll definitely agree. Su Feng rubbed his temples. These tribesmen really don't have brains. Chapter 20 Business halted. The next day, Su Liang and his group set off early as usual, but this time they brought 2 large suitcases. Chang Gui and Wang Shan were both a little surprised. Could these 2 boxes hold all of that? That's 20,000 meat skewers. However, the 2 dared not ask any more questions, since Su Liang was paying them 500 coins a day. After all, they had lived for decades and were still quite pragmatic. Upon arriving in the city, the 2 were even more shocked. They never expected that the people in the city would follow Su Liang's mule cart so closely, as if they were afraid of missing out on a meal. The business was incredibly booming. In fact, Su Liang did not expect the signboard to become famous so quickly, which made him even more eager to open a shop in the city. He had already inquired about the prices at the brokerage firm before, and even the most ordinary shop would cost several hundred taels. However, at the current rate of earning money, it won't take more than a few days to buy a medium-sized or even high-end storefront. After arriving at the street corner, Su Liang arranged for several people to set up a stall, and then headed to the blacksmith's shop. As soon as Chendalai saw Su Liang arrive, he immediately put down what he was doing and greeted him with a smile. Hee, young Master Su is here. The things were prepared for you early this morning. Uncle Chen, you don't need to be so polite. Just call me Xiao Liang. Chendalai waved his hand. How can that be? You have to be called Boss Xiao Liang at least. I heard from Shirshir that the barbecue skewers that were so popular throughout the county yesterday were your business. It's a hit throughout the county? Are people in the county really this gossipy? Also, when did Chen Shirshir go yesterday? I didn't see her. Hee, Uncle Chen, you flatter me. It's just a small business, I don't make much money. Hey, are you treating your uncle like an outsider? I heard you sold no less than 100 taels yesterday. Upon hearing this, Su Liang carefully examined Chendalai, wondering what the other party meant by saying these things. Could it be that they, like the others in the clan, also want a share of the pie? Hee, Uncle Chen, if there's nothing else, I'll head back now. I'll give you the money for the 2 extra ones as well. Su Liang reached for his wallet, but the other man quickly refused, saying, no need for money. To tell you the truth, the rough stone you got yesterday is worth at least 50 taels. Su Liang's eyes narrowed. He knew that thing was worth some money, but he didn't expect it to be worth so much. Chendalai continued, so, I want to ask you, did you forge that blank yourself? Su Liang can make weapons, but mainly in terms of principles and design. For example, he can make crossbows that can fire in rapid succession and optimize arrows to make them more aerodynamic. Of course, he can also forge swords, but he can't turn pig iron into steel. This. Su Liang didn't know how to answer for a moment. He wanted to say, if you marry your daughter to me, and I'm lucky, I can make a fortune. Seeing Su Liang's hesitation, Chendalai was almost certain that it was Su Liang who had made it, since this craftsmanship could not be easily passed on to outsiders. He quickly replied, don't worry, uncle didn't mean anything by it, I was just asking. Su Liang scratched his head. It was normal for the other party to be interested in steel billets, as he was a blacksmith. I guess you could say I did it. Upon hearing this, Chendalai laughed heartily, haha, good. You're truly a blacksmithing genius. Xiao Liang, may I ask where you learned your skills? Well, I guess you could say I'm self-taught. Chendalai was taken aback upon hearing this, and then grabbed Su Liang's shoulder. Is this really true? Su Liang frowned, thinking to himself, is this person mentally ill? I did do it myself, Uncle Chen. If there's nothing else, I'll be going now. After saying that, Su Liang turned around and broke free from Chendalai's hands. Upon seeing this, Chendalai's eyes flashed with a sharp light. Su Liang actually possessed such great power. He knows his own strength best. Taking on 3 or 4 ordinary people is like child's play. So young, yet possessing such strength, and able to forge steel through self-study, what else could this be but genius? Etc. Chendalai didn't waste any words. Seeing Su Liang turn around, he asked directly, would you like to become my disciple? Become an apprentice? Are you kidding me? Who has the time to forge iron for no reason? Thank you for your kind offer, Uncle Chen, but I am not interested in it. His Chen family had been blacksmiths for generations, and his ancestors even produced a renowned master craftsman. Unfortunately, each generation was less skilled than the last, and his son, Xiaofeng, had absolutely no talent for blacksmithing. My daughter, Shishir, is very talented, but she is, after all, a girl. His wife developed health problems after giving birth to their son and soon passed away. The Chen family's craft was about to be lost in his hands, which he could not accept. Chen Dalai had considered taking on a disciple, but had never met a suitable candidate. Now, seeing Su Liang, he felt as if he had seen hope. If we take him under our wing, our skills will be passed down, and he might even be able to train a master craftsman. That would be a great honor for our ancestors. Thinking of this, Chen Dalai sighed deeply. He had to find an opportunity to win Su Liang over. After returning, Su Liang quickly set up the barbecue grill, and the five of them worked together, making it several times faster than yesterday. Even at noon, the queue was still long. However, while some are happy, others are worried. Su Liang's restaurant is booming, but other small restaurants are deserted. Boss, it's been 2 days, and we've only had a few customers. They've all gone to Xiao Liang's barbecue place. Please think of something. The shopkeeper also looked worried, but he went to eat as well. The skewers were indeed delicious. A moment later, he called over the kitchen staff, go buy a few skewers from him, and remember to pay special attention to the condiments on his table. You need to learn his skills, understand? The cook nodded, took the money, and ran out. The same scenario is playing out in various restaurants, and some who acted earlier have already obtained them. Boss, I've looked at the seasoning for these skewers. We have salt and sesame seeds. I haven't seen the other two powders before, but they're mainly spicy. We can use Sichuan peppercorns, minced ginger, etc., as substitutes. Okay, then let's go try it. Su Liang also noticed something unusual. Several people who came to buy skewers kept looking at the condiments on the table, and some even asked about them directly. He hadn't thought that much about it before, but he wasn't stupid. He quickly realized that he had stolen someone else's business. This kind of grilling isn't hard to learn, and the seasonings can be substituted. However, he's not afraid of the other party competing on taste, but he's afraid of using some unfair means. As fate would have it, several government officials arrived at the stall in the afternoon. Get out of the way. The officials dispersed the queue and asked, who is the boss? Su Liang stepped forward, that's me. Please remove your stall. You're not allowed to operate a business on the street here. The official was quite polite, because he also loved the grilled skewers. Seeing that the other two officials had driven the people away, Ernio and his companions became anxious. Sir, we're not blocking the road. Stop talking nonsense. I told you to leave, so leave now. If you keep dawdling, I'll take everything from you. Su Liang quickly said, Ernio, pack your things. He knew he had been reported, but it was understandable that people would block the road while he was selling skewers there. Seeing the officers glancing at the meat skewers every now and then, Su Liang said, Sir, there aren't many left anyway, why don't I grill them and you can take them and eat them? The officer coughed lightly, looked around, and said, all right, then hurry up and grill it. Su Liang's meat skewers weren't given away for nothing. Several officials revealed some inside information. It turns out that the people who reported them were from Zhuxianglu, and Zhuxianglu was backed by the Huang family. Furthermore, opening a shop and doing business in the county town was not easy. In addition to paying taxes to the government, one also had to pay protection fees to other forces. In the Great Xia dynasty, the officials had short terms of office, and the clerks, gentry, and landlords were the ones who actually controlled the power at the grassroots level. Chapter 21. You don't want your sister to know either, do you? Although we were forced to stop selling, fortunately we were fast enough today and there weren't many meat skewers left, so we still made nearly 200 taels. After settling everyone's wages and distributing some meat skewers, Su Liang returned home. After hearing Su Liang's story, both women looked worried. They never imagined that doing business would be so difficult. So what are you planning to do next? Li Shuyao asked. Su Liang thought for a moment and said, since we're not allowed to set up stalls, let's rent a shop instead. Take over a shop. Li Shuyao murmured, her brows furrowing slightly. This method is indeed feasible. They now have more than 200 taels, which is enough to buy a small shop. However, those people will still cause trouble as before. Are you trying to curry favor with a certain power? Li Shuyao asked. Su Liang waved his hand, it's not about currying favor. Paying some protection money can avoid some trouble, but if they bully us, then we'll take them down. Upon hearing Su Liang's words, Li Shudong slammed her hand on the table and exclaimed, "That's right. Whoever bullies us, we'll take them down. I support you." Li Shuyao looked at the two of them and rubbed her temples. Who could the three of them possibly defeat? Don't worry, my wife. We'll just have to overcome any obstacle we encounter and build bridges over any rivers. Let's get to work. Li Shudong nodded quickly. Yes, let's do it. Su Liang looked at Li Shudong and said, "Since my wife is so eager to do this, why don't you go out and teach me martial arts now?" "Okay, let's go." Li Shudong picked up her sword and went out with Su Liang. Li Shuyao shook her head and sighed, never expecting the two of them to be so careless. The two remained in the courtyard until it was completely dark. Li Shudong frowned, her little face puffed up as she glared angrily at Su Liang. She hadn't expected Su Liang to be so clumsy. He was clearly very strong and healthy, but he had extremely low talent for martial arts. Even after being taught a very simple move more than a dozen times, he still couldn't get it right. "Oh no, no, no. This hand should be a little higher, and this foot should be raised a bit more too. This is so infuriating. My dear wife, don't get agitated. I'm already studying very diligently." Fine, fine, it's getting dark, I'll let you go today." Su Liang glanced at the dark room. Yes, it was already dark, and his wife had even turned off the lights. She must be asleep. Ouch. That hurt so much. As soon as Li Shudong turned around, Su Liang collapsed to the ground with a thud. She rushed forward to check, "What's wrong?" Su Liang clutched his foot, hissing and gasping for breath, "I sprained my ankle, it hurts so much, my wife." "Let me see," Li Shudong said, reaching for Su Liang's foot. The latter quickly stopped her with his hand. "No, my wife, I'm afraid my leg is broken, you can't touch it." It's broken? Is it that serious?" Li Shudong was surprised. How could it suddenly break when it was perfectly fine? Before she could think further, Su Liang put his arm around her shoulder and said, "Wife, help me back to the house." "Oh, okay, all right." Li Shudong struggled to her feet and helped Su Liang up, finally managing to get him into the house with great effort. Just as she laid Su Liang down, his hand suddenly tightened, and she, caught off guard, fell into Su Liang's arms. "You?" Li Shudong was startled and was about to scold him when Su Liang covered her mouth with his. The moment she was kissed, Li Shudong seemed frozen in place, her mind going completely blank. By the time she realized what was happening, Su Liang had already pinned her down. She pushed hard with both hands and kept shaking her head, finally managing to push Su Liang away. You lied to me." Su Liang then brought his face close to her ear and said, "Wife, don't shout. You don't want your sister to know, do you?" Su Liang was so close that his breath hit Li Shutong's ear, causing her to tremble and feel a tingling sensation spreading throughout her body. The next second, the feeling intensified because Su Liang started talking again. "If you keep doing that, I'll kill you." Although her words were harsh, her tone was soft and weak. Su Liang's words had an effect. She was indeed afraid that her sister would hear them. Smack, smack. Su Liang acted as if he hadn't heard anything and kept gnawing away. Bang, bang, bang. Li Shutong's heart was pounding. The next moment, a pair of large hands pressed down without warning. Li Shutong's pupils suddenly contracted. "No, aren't we moving too fast?" She had intended to shout it out, but when she opened her mouth, her voice was barely audible. "No, in a few days the mosquitoes will come down, and then they'll be biting our butts." Su Liang, panting heavily, frantically began to undress Li Shudong. "But after trying for a long time, I still couldn't solve it." Suddenly, a pair of hands grabbed his hands and placed them on his waist. Su Liang then realized that he had almost forgotten that he needed to unbuckle his belt first. When Su Liang's hand reached for his belt, Li Shudong immediately withdrew it, turned her head away, and remained silent. Su Liang was even more excited. Shutong's wife had agreed. Just then, Li Shuyao's voice rang out. "Shudong, where are you?" Upon hearing her sister's voice, Li Shudong was immediately terrified and panicked. Her strength returned, and she pushed Su Liang aside. "Ah, sister, I'm here." She quickly stood up and replied while straightening her clothes. "Damn it! Of all times, it had to come out at this time." Su Liang was very annoyed that his spellcasting had been forcibly interrupted. However, the next second, his ankle was suddenly snapped by a tremendous force. "Ah!" Su Liang cried out and quickly reached for his ankle with both hands. Li Shuyao was startled and quickly walked in, carrying the oil lamp. What's wrong? Oh, it's nothing, sister. Su Liang sprained his ankle, I'm setting his bone. Oh. Li Shuyao breathed a sigh of relief, a huge weight lifted from her shoulders. She had been staying up all night, but the two of them had been practicing for so long that she eventually fell asleep while waiting. Thankfully, her worst fears hadn't come true. Is everything alright? Li Shuyao asked. Hee, it's alright, I've almost finished taking care of it for him. He just needs a few days of rest, Li Shudong replied. Li Shuyao lifted the oil lamp and took a closer look. Her ankle was indeed red and swollen. She looked at Su Liang with some concern and asked, Are you alright? Seeing that Su Liang didn't reply, Li Shudong pressed his foot down hard. Your sister is asking you a question. Ouch, ah. It's okay, I'm fine. Li Shuyao sighed, you two are just practicing blindly. Sis, let's go back, I'm sleepy. Su Liang lay on the bed, looking utterly hopeless. Why did we have to marry them all back then? It was such a terrible mistake. Chapter 22, A Bountiful Harvest of Affection Points. For 2 days in a row, Su Liang did not go out because he really couldn't move his legs. He's been staying in his room for the past 2 days, rarely speaking to the two women, and hasn't even maxed out his affection level. However, being aloof occasionally has its advantages, namely, Li Shuyao takes the initiative to cook for him, thus unlocking the achievement of cooking for her husband for the first time and gaining 1,000 affection points. Of course, Su Liang wasn't idle these past 2 days either. He spent 3,000 affection points to buy various props and tools, and used his weapon-making skills to design and create 2 types of hand crossbows, a total of 4, with minimal cost. 3 of them are automatic, resembling pistols, with the main body made of wood and iron. The arrows are very small, like steel needles, only about 10 centimeters long. The clip can hold 5 arrows at a time, with an effective range of 30 meters. The other is a single-shot bow, much larger in size and with a larger arrow, but still much lighter than a regular crossbow, with an effective range of up to 100 meters. Su Liang limped out the door, and upon seeing Li Shudong, the two exchanged a cold snort, neither giving the other a friendly look. Li Shuyao was still surprised. Was it really necessary to make such a fuss over a sprained ankle? It had been 2 days already, and neither of them were usually petty people. Shudong, tell me the truth, what exactly happened between you two? It's nothing, Li Shudong replied casually, and then began to wield her sword. At this moment, Su Liang placed 5 stones on the bench, then stepped back more than 10 meters away, raised his repeating crossbow, and prepared to aim. Seeing this, Li Shudong stopped. She squinted at the object in Su Liang's hand and couldn't recognize it for a moment, but she could tell from his expression that he was going to shoot the stone. Su Liang looked at Li Shudong and said, Move aside a bit, or you might get hurt. Li Shudong was stunned for a moment, then couldn't help but laugh out loud. What a joke! This little gadget can shoot? And it doesn't even have an arrow. Has Su Liang lost his mind? No, if you want to learn archery, I can make you a simple bow. What use is a piece of wood to you? Su Liang's lips curled slightly upon seeing this. You don't believe that what I have can hit that stone? Li Shudong smiled dismissively. Big brother, if you don't know how to make bows and arrows, I can teach you. Su Liang's smile deepened. How about we bet something? Li Shudong readily agreed. Sure, you can bet whatever you want. Su Liang said, Alright, if I win, you have to behave for 1 hour every day. You have to do whatever I tell you to do. Upon hearing this, Li Shudong recalled what happened that night, especially the fact that she had inexplicably taken the initiative, which made her feel extremely embarrassed. Damn it, they're trying to take advantage of me. Li Shudong gritted her teeth. Fine, let's bet. Even if you lose, you have to listen to me for 1 hour every day. Okay, it's a deal. After Su Liang finished speaking, he looked at Li Shuyao and asked, Wife, would you like to gamble together? Just as Li Shuyao was about to refuse, Li Shudong shouted, Sister, bet with him. Li Shuyao thought for a moment, then walked up to Su Liang. Could I take a look first? No problem. Su Liang casually took the arrow clip off and handed it to her. At this moment, Li Shudong also came over. After examining it, the two women both found it quite amazing. Although they had never seen anything like it before, it certainly looked like a shooting device. Is this what you made these past 2 days? Li Shuyao asked. These past 2 days, knocking sounds have been frequently coming from Su Liang's room. Su Liang nodded and asked, What? You two are too scared to gamble? Humph, who's afraid? Let's bet. Li Shuyao nodded, although this thing is very exquisite, I don't believe it can shoot anything out. Okay. Don't try to cheat if you lose. Su Liang retrieved the crossbow, installed the clip, and aimed at the stone. The two women were still amazed by his strange aiming motion. With a whoosh, an arrow flew out at an extremely fast speed. Before the two women could even follow up, a stone on the bench shattered with a loud bang. And sparks even flew out at that moment. This. Before the two could utter a sound of shock, Su Liang pulled the trigger repeatedly. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The 4 arrows were fired in almost a second. At the same time, the remaining 4 stones also crumbled one after another. See? I won. Su Liang turned to look at the two of them and found that they were completely stunned. It took them quite a while to come to their senses. Without saying a word, Li Shudong ran over and snatched the crossbow to examine it closely. Li Shuyao also stepped forward and began to examine the situation again. After a moment, Li Shudong said, "How did you make this? Quickly teach me how to use it." She sounded very excited. These kinds of things were incredibly appealing to her. Su Liang curled his lip. "Did you two lose?" I've lost. Please teach me quickly," Li Shudong said. "And what about you?" Su Liang then looked at Li Shuyao. "You have to accept the consequences of your bet." Ha ha ha, good. Those two ladies must remember this. From now on, you'll have to listen to me for 1 hour every day. Soon, Su Liang sat down and began explaining to the two of them. During this time, the two listened attentively while massaging Su Liang's shoulders and legs. Congratulations, host, on your first time receiving a shoulder and leg massage. You are rewarded with 1,000 affection points. Congratulations, host, for unlocking the achievement sharing one husband massage version. Reward, 1,000 affection points. That's amazing. How did you come up with that idea? Li Shudong held the crossbow with obvious delight. Su Liang stood up, took a few steps forward, and sighed with his back to the two women. Alas, I have been racking my brains these past 2 days about what to do if we encounter danger after entering the city, and how to protect the safety of the two ladies. Perhaps I have moved the heavens, and I have been inspired. As they looked at Su Liang's retreating figure, both of them felt a warmth in their hearts. So he was protecting us. No wonder he hasn't been saying much these past 2 days. He's carrying such a heavy burden. You have moved your wife 10 times, earning you 1,000 points of affection. Su Liang turned and went back into the house, unable to hide his smile. A moment later, he came out again with 3 more crossbows in his hands. My ladies, these 2 swords are for you. Lady Shudong is highly skilled in martial arts, so this one is also for you. You've made your first handmade gift for your wife, earning you 1,000 affection points. Seeing the two of them looking at the object in their hands as if it were a precious treasure, Su Liang took the opportunity to pull him into his arms. Don't worry, my wife, as long as I, Su Liang, am alive, I will definitely protect you. Congratulations, host, for unlocking the achievement embracing both beauties. You are rewarded with 1,000 points of affection. Su Liang was overjoyed. In just a short while, he had gained 5,000 affection points, bringing his total to 7,000. At this moment, a group of Su family members walked over. Well, how about we go in later? Everyone stopped at the courtyard gate, watching Su Liang show off their affection. Shameless thing, acting all lovey-dovey in the yard in broad daylight, what kind of behavior is this? Upon hearing the sound, Su Liang and the other two looked over and all showed expressions of disgust. This group of people is like a persistent leech, they just won't stop. Chapter 23 Then let them die. After the 3 separated, Su Feng led the others in. What are you doing here again? Li Shudong glared at the crowd and said. Su Feng ignored her and instead looked at Su Liang. Su Liang, I know you can't sell anything in the city right now. As long as you agree to hand over half of the profits, the Su family can guarantee that you won't be bullied in the city. Upon hearing this, Su Liang rubbed his temples. These people were truly exasperating, always thinking about getting something for nothing. Su Feng was right, the Su family did have connections in the city and could be relied upon, but this condition was definitely unacceptable. If his clansmen were like Ernio, he wouldn't mind leading everyone to make money together, but unfortunately, there are no ifs. Please leave. I cannot accept this. Also, don't come looking for me again. Su Liang directly ordered them to leave. Su Liang, don't be ungrateful. We've already been very lenient by asking you to hand over half of the profits. That's right, without the Su family's protection, you won't earn a single penny. Hey! Su Feng raised his hand to stop his clansman. He spoke again. Su Liang, I know you plan to open a shop in the city, but I can tell you that without the protection of the Su family, even if you open a shop, people will still cause trouble for you. If you accept my conditions, I can also have my clansmen help you. We can work for you, but you'll have to pay us 1 tael of silver a day. 1 tael isn't enough. I think he should give us another 30% of his profits. Yes, that's more like it. Su Liang was so angry he laughed he didn't know what to say. Alright, you can keep dreaming here. Come on, wife, let's go back inside. Su Liang took their hands and turned to leave. Just then, a man rushed up shouting, "Stop! Who said you could leave?" Before Su Liang could make a move, Li Shudong kicked him out. With a bang. The person who rushed forward was kicked away. The crowd behind him quickly dodged, and the man fell heavily to the ground, spitting out blood. If you dare to lay a hand on me again, don't blame me for being impolite. Li Shudong turned around and looked at everyone with icy eyes. Seeing how brave this woman was, the Su family members were all somewhat intimidated. At this moment, Li Shuyao shouted, "According to the laws of the Great Xia dynasty, if a person breaks into a private residence and commits a crime, the homeowner is not guilty of killing the intruder on the spot." It was clear that she wanted to use the power of the law to make these people leave. What the hell are laws? Here, the Su family calls the shots. You've gone too far. You bitch, you dare to hit someone. Attack her together and kill this bitch. The people who were shouting hid behind the crowd as they shouted. But while they hid, some people obediently went up, and 3 burly men rushed up. In fact, they had already discussed it before they came. If Su Liang disagreed, they would beat him until he agreed, and they would never give him a kind look again. Without thinking much, Li Shudong, who was holding a large crossbow in her hand, raised her hand and shot it at one of the people. Su Liang didn't have time to make the crossbow's arrows, so there was only one wooden one with a round head, which is why Li Shudong dared to use it directly. No! Su Liang's pupils contracted sharply, and he immediately reached out to stop it, but it was too late. The arrow had already been launched. With a whoosh, the 20-centimeter-long arrow flew out at high speed and pierced directly through the man's chest. Everyone was stunned by what they saw, including Li Shudong. She never expected that the person would be shot dead. The man clutched his chest, his eyes wide open, seemingly unable to believe what he had just witnessed. He staggered back and forth, blood quickly staining his clothes, and after a few steps, he collapsed to the ground, lifeless. After a brief silence, someone shouted, You dare to kill someone." Li Shudong threw the crossbow on the ground with a thud. Although she often talked about killing people, she had never actually killed anyone. No, I didn't mean to kill him." She muttered to herself, staggered backward in a panic, and almost fell to the ground, but fortunately Su Liang caught her in time. I really didn't expect it to be like this." Li Shudong looked at Su Liang, and tears welled up in her eyes and flowed out. "Grab her! Don't let her get away!" Although everyone was shouting loudly, no one dared to step forward. Li Shuyao anxiously grabbed Su Liang's arm. "What should we do?" Su Liang gently stroked her hand, then looked at the crowd and said, "You attacked first. We were only acting in self-defense. Moreover, my wife has already stated that anyone who breaks into a private residence and commits violence can be killed on the spot by the homeowner." Seeing that Su Liang was making sense, everyone knew that he was afraid. "Don't fucking talk to me about the law, we're the ones who call the shots in Xingchuan village. A life for a life. None of you 3 are getting away today." Seeing this, Li Shudong gritted her teeth and stepped forward. "I killed them, it has nothing to do with them. Go ahead and report it to the authorities, I am willing to accept the punishment." Report to the authorities? Report to what authorities? The Su family is the official family here. According to clan rules, anyone who kills a member of their own clan shall die. Su Liang pulled Li Shudong back. It was impossible to report to the authorities now. Not to mention that the government would side with the Su family, even if they acted impartially. The clan rules of this era could indeed justify execution. Su Liang absolutely cannot let Li Shudong be arrested. He pointed to the dead man and said, "Which of you is this man's family member? I am willing to pay 200 taels of silver in compensation. Can we settle this matter privately?" Upon hearing that it was 200 taels of silver, everyone's eyes lit up, and they even forgot about the dead man. He lives alone at home, and we are his family members. If you want to pay compensation, then pay us. Yes, give us the money back. But 200 taels isn't enough. Seeing that the compensation was effective, Su Liang breathed a sigh of relief. So how much compensation do you want? At least 200 taels per person. 200 taels is not enough, we need 500 taels per person, otherwise we will beat her to death according to the clan rules. No way, he makes money so fast, 500 taels isn't enough. Seeing that the price was getting more and more outrageous, Su Liang pressed his hand down and looked at Su Feng, saying, "You're the leader, you name a price." Su Feng glanced at his clansman, a slight smile playing on his lips. He stepped forward and looked at Su Liang, saying, "Since everyone's asking prices different, I think it's better if you can continue to earn money in the city, and my Su family will still be your support. But you will have to pay 3,000 taels of silver to the clan every month. 3,000 taels of silver per month." Upon hearing this number, both wives clenched their fists, and Li Shadong felt extremely guilty, as it was all her fault. Su Liang thought for a moment and said, "Okay, how many months are you planning to make me pay?" Earning 3,000 taels a month is not a problem for him, and he would also accept it if he could keep Li Shadong. Su Feng chuckled, "A few months? Of course, it's a continuous payment." Upon hearing this, Li Shadong stepped forward again. "You're dreaming. If you have the guts, then kill me." "You bitch, you really think we won't dare to make a move, huh?" one of them cursed. Su Feng immediately turned around and glared at the man. The other clansmen also whispered among themselves, "Are you stupid? If you kill her, who will make money for us?" Everyone was very satisfied with Su Feng's proposal. They would receive 3,000 taels of silver each month. Even if Su Feng took the lion's share, they would still receive a considerable amount, and it would be a long-term and stable income. Su Liang took a deep breath, a flash of killing intent crossing his eyes. He looked at everyone and said, "Is there really no room for further discussion on this matter? What's there to discuss? 3,000 taels is already a bargain for you. You can earn 100 taels a day now, and you'll definitely earn more in the future. Yes, 3,000 taels is only temporary. If you earn more, it will increase." Su Liang then looked at Su Feng and asked again, "And you? Is there any room for negotiation on this matter?" Su Feng laughed and said, "Su Liang, do you have a choice? According to the clan rules, all three of you should die. The clan has already been very magnanimous to let you live. And don't even think about running away. I will send someone to go to the city with you." Su Liang said, "All right, then I agree." Su Feng's smile deepened. "Just agreeing isn't enough, I need you to sign a written agreement." "Yes. A written agreement is necessary," the others echoed. Su Liang said, "There's no problem with a written agreement, but the clan head must agree. In addition, all members of the Su family must be present, and the amount of money each person receives must be clearly stated. Otherwise, what if you take all the money? If you don't agree, then I'll accept it. You won't get a single penny of the 3,000 taels a month." Upon hearing this, Su Feng's expression changed drastically. His father had no idea that he was doing this. Besides, he was sure he would take the lion's share of the money. Clearly defining how much each person would get would be too disadvantageous for him. However, before he could refuse, the other tribesmen agreed. "No problem. I agree. I agree. The agreement should clearly state how much each person will receive." "That's right." Su Liang said, "All right. Then let's discuss this at the clan chief's house tonight." The group left with the body, leaving only a few people to guard it. "This is all my fault. You can't sign a written agreement. Let's go report this to the authorities." Li Shadong said anxiously and guiltily. Su Liang shook his head. "Reporting to the authorities is useless." Li Shuyao said, "I can write a letter to Lord Su. I believe he will help us." Su Liang shook his head again. "I don't know what kind of person this Lord Su is, but he may not help us, and the clansmen certainly won't listen to us for money. So what do you want to do? Are you really going to agree to them and sign a written agreement?" Li Shuyao asked. Su Liang's face darkened, and his eyes flashed with overwhelming killing intent. "If they won't let us have an easy time, then they should just die." Chapter 24: Signing and Dividing the Money. Upon hearing Su Liang's words, both women's expressions changed drastically. Li Shuyao hurriedly said, "This is absolutely unacceptable. The Su family has many members. Even if you kill all of them, the rest will not let us go." Li Shadong quickly added, "Yes, why don't we escape now? Or we can agree to their request first and then find a chance to escape later." Su Liang waved his hand and said, "Where can we escape to? Even if we get to a new place, there will still be people like this. And once we get to the city, there won't be any chance. Upon hearing this, both of them lowered their heads. Su Liang was right. Where could they possibly escape to? Moreover, through their experiences over the past few days, they realized just how difficult it is to make money at the bottom of society. They would never have understood this feeling in their entire lives before. Su Liang's decision was indeed impulsive, but the other party was already defecating on his neck. If he hadn't reached the point of no return, who would want to kill someone? He always wanted to live a good life, but the truth is, in this world, you either stay poor forever, or this kind of thing will never happen. But if you want to get rich, even if it's just the beginning, then you have to suppress it. Therefore, if you want to break through social class barriers, you have to be ruthless. Don't worry, we may not need to take action. There are so many people in our clan, there should still be good ones among them, Su Liang reassured the two. As darkness fell quickly, some members of the Su family who had just returned home after finishing their work were summoned to the Su family mansion. Before long, the group arrived at Su Liang's house. Su Liang, everyone in the clan is here. Come out and follow us. Su Liang calmly picked up the sword and handed it to Li Shudong. Let's go, my wife. The latter closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and when he opened his eyes again to look at Su Liang, his gaze was filled with determination and resolve. Su Liang's weapons consisted of 3 repeating crossbows and 6 arrow clips, for a total of 30 arrows. You two be careful, and remember to run immediately if there's any danger. Li Shuyao's face was full of worry. Su Liang patted her head. Don't worry, my wife, there will be no danger. Li Shuyao watched the two figures disappear into the distance, and secretly clenched her fists. The Su family mansion. At this time, no fewer than 100 tribesmen had gathered. What's going on? Why did you call us here so late at night? I heard that Su Liang is going to share the money with us. What? He's that kind? Many of the clansmen did not know why they had come here, but when they heard about the money, they could not contain their excitement. Just as everyone was discussing this, a group of people led Su Liang and his companion in. Upon entering the hall, Su Liang raised an eyebrow. Sitting in the main seat was not the old patriarch, but Su Feng. Where is the old clan leader? Su Liang asked directly. Su Feng chuckled lightly. My father is unwell, so he asked me to chair today's meeting. Having said that, he didn't give Su Liang a chance to speak, and looked at everyone, saying, Everyone, I've called you all here today because I have some good news to announce. Happy event? Upon hearing this, those who were unaware of the situation began to discuss it amongst themselves. Could it be that Su Liang is really going to give us money? But where did he get the money? Quiet down, listen to what Su Feng has to say. Seeing that everyone's eyes were on him, Su Feng then explained what had happened. However, he said that Su Liang voluntarily offered to hand over the money and changed 3,000 taels to 1,000 taels. 1,000 taels a month. That was. Don't worry about how much it is in a year, the most important thing is how much we can get. Some people began to eagerly inquire about how the money would be divided. At this moment, Su Liang stopped everyone and told them the whole truth. Everyone was stunned. Su Liang had actually killed his clansmen. And Su Feng actually wanted to keep all 2,000 taels for himself. When Su Liang revealed the truth, Su Feng and the other people in the know immediately turned pale. They didn't expect Su Liang to be so reckless. He even tried to threaten them with murder, but they ended up confessing themselves. Su Liang continued, Everyone, this is what happened. You've probably heard about Su Feng and his ilk pressuring me time and time again. I, Su Liang, have never done anything to betray my clan. If you want to make money, just tell me directly. Such coercive behavior is simply inhuman. After Su Liang finished speaking, everyone started discussing. Many clansmen had seen Su Feng and the others' actions. Some of them, like Su Ernio's family, stood on Su Liang's side, while many others remained neutral. Seeing many people starting to criticize Su Feng, Su Ji, who was standing next to him, said, Brother, you were indeed wrong in this matter, you. Shut up. Su Feng stood up angrily. He hadn't expected Su Liang to trick him. No wonder he demanded that everyone be gathered together. He was trying to use the clansmen to put pressure on him. Su Liang. No matter what, it's a fact that you and your wife killed your clansmen. Today, you either sign a written agreement or you will be dealt with according to the clan rules. After Su Feng finished speaking, the people from earlier that day echoed his words. That's right, if you don't sign a written agreement today, your whole family will be executed according to the clan rules. Stop talking nonsense and get to the paperwork. Su Liang sneered, I didn't say I wouldn't draw up a written agreement, I just want to see how you're going to divide this money. Upon hearing this, Su Feng sat back down, secretly relieved. He had been genuinely worried that Su Liang would give up entirely. Su Feng cleared his throat and said, of the 3,000 taels, 500 taels will be managed uniformly by the clan. Excluding Su Liang, the remaining 2,500 taels will be divided equally among the households. Upon hearing this, everyone began to calculate in their minds. The Su family has a total of 42 households. After removing Su Liang, there are 41 households left. Therefore, each household can receive 61 taels per month. Has anyone figured out exactly how much we'll get? 61 taels per month. What? There are really that many? Many people were excited, but some voiced their opposition. This is unfair. The number of people in each household is different, so it should be distributed according to the number of people. Yes, it should be divided according to the number of people. Those with more family members stepped forward. Su Liang looked around at the crowd and sneered. As soon as they heard that there was money, those who had been watching stood up, totaling about 70% of the people. Upon seeing this, Su Feng slammed his fist on the table in anger. That's settled then. Anyone who thinks it's inappropriate doesn't have to participate. He then looked at Su Liang and said, Su Liang, quickly draw up a written agreement. Su Liang looked at everyone and said, everyone, you have forced me to come here today. Those who agree to share the money, please sign your names. However, I would like to remind you that once you sign your names, you will bear all the consequences yourself. Seeing Su Liang's cold expression, many people felt fear. Su Liang, stop trying to scare us. There are so many of us, how dare you make a move? Exactly, who are you trying to scare? Bear the consequences yourself? I'll sign it today and see what you can do about it. At this moment, Su Erniu stepped forward. Why are you treating Liangzi like this? One of them yelled, Su Erniu, if you're not going to sign, then get lost. Don't you dare come out here and bother others. Ha ha ha. It's good that he's not signing, we'll have more money now. Yeah, anyone who's not signing, hurry up and leave, don't interfere with our money split. Su Feng then took out the written agreement he had prepared beforehand, along with several other pieces of paper. Those who are going to share the profits, come and sign. He feared that things might change if he delayed, so he couldn't afford to provoke Su Liang now and had to do as he was told. Soon, the clansmen couldn't wait to line up and sign their names. Those who didn't want to go along with it hesitated. After all, it was a lot of hard-earned money. Liangzi, you shouldn't have come. Su Erniu said angrily. Su Liang patted him on the shoulder. You should go back first. After saying that, he looked at those who had not signed and said, Gentlemen, if you are not going to sign, leave now. For some reason, everyone had a bad feeling when they heard Su Liang say that. Seeing Su Liang's determination, Su Erniu and his parents took the lead in leaving, and the others followed suit. Upon seeing this, Su Liang closed his eyes and took a deep breath. Those of conscience in the clan have all left. From now on, he no longer needed to be polite. Chapter 25, almost wiped out the entire family. The Su family members are still queuing up to sign. Some of those who had signed couldn't help but chat excitedly. Su Dahui's death was worthwhile, he brought us such a wonderful surprise. Ha, yeah, we'll find a good place to bury him later. Heh, Su Liang really is a good for nothing. He was actually manipulated by a woman. I was worried he would run away. I really overestimated him. Isn't this perfect? Otherwise, where would we get the money? Ha ha ha. Once I get the money, I'll go to the city and buy a house. Upon hearing about buying a house in the city, Su Feng, who was sitting to the side, secretly clenched his fist. The Su family could have developed in the county town, but the old father preferred to stay in the village, which caused the Su family to lose the opportunity to become a prominent family in the city. But now things are much better. With Su Liang's money, once his father passes away, he can officially take over the Su family. At that time, he will surely lead the Su family into the city and towards glory. Look how angry Su Liang is. What good is his anger? It's all because his unfortunate wife beat him to death. Su Liang, glaring at me won't do any good. From now on, you'd better obediently make money for us, ha ha. Heh, you even pointed at me with a stick, really? Before the man could finish speaking, an arrow as sharp as a nail shot out and struck him squarely between the eyebrows. Before anyone else could react, arrow shot out in a flurry. Whether it hits the neck or the chest, it's a vital spot. Su Liang remained expressionless, but the killing intent in his eyes was palpable. The crossbow was shot down instantly, but he didn't stop shooting. He threw it on the ground and continued firing with the other crossbow. Watching people fall one by one, Li Shudong gasped. Her husband was just as ruthless as her father. Su Liang glanced at Li Shudong and uttered only one word, kill. Li Shudong gritted her teeth, raised her sword, and slashed at the enemy. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. After firing 5 more arrows, Su Liang skillfully changed the quiver, taking less than 2 seconds. Amidst screams of agony, the Su family members shouted and frantically tried to dodge, but for a moment no one dared to resist. Some were even so frightened that they collapsed to the ground. No, don't kill me. One person sat on the ground, looking at Su Liang with terrified eyes, begging for mercy. Su Liang merely glanced at him coldly before raising his hand and shooting him in the throat. Ah. The man gripped his own throat tightly with both hands, as if that would save him from dying. He tried to speak, but a large amount of blood gushed from his mouth. With a snap, his body fell to the ground, and in his gradually blurring vision, he saw Su Liang raise his hand and shoot another person. All 30 arrows missed their mark, and 30 lives were lost forever. Having run out of arrows, Su Liang didn't care and directly took out a knife from his spatial storage. This was a ready-made weapon he had bought during the day for 5,000 affection points. Meanwhile, some people had already taken the opportunity to run towards the main gate. Shudong, guard the gate, don't let a single one escape. Su Liang shouted and slashed down at one of the men. The blade was incredibly sharp, and it sliced open most of the man's neck. I'll fight you to the death. The instinct for survival emboldened them, but they were no match for Su Liang, who possessed 3 times the physical strength of Su Liang, especially since he was wielding a knife. In a single encounter, the 3 of them went to meet the King of Hell. The Su family members were utterly terrified by the massacre. In just a few minutes, only 16 of the more than 70 people remained, 4 of whom were injured and lying on the ground, barely alive. Su Feng was so frightened that he stood there, unable to stand up. Su Liang was giving the clan chief's son plenty of face, intending to keep him alive until the very end. No, I was wrong. The sword is incredibly sharp, it can kill instantly upon drawing blood. 4 more people died, filled with fear and resentment. Su Liang slowly walked up to a person who had fallen to the ground. He had already noticed that the person was faking death. Stop pretending. Weren't you very loud before? This person had been hiding in the back of his own yard, making a big show of himself, so Su Liang planned to instill more fear in him. No, please don't kill me. Please, spare me. I was wrong, I deserve to die. The man stopped pretending to be dead, got up, and started slapping himself repeatedly, begging for mercy. Su Liang sneered, hand over all your family's wealth, and I'll let you go. How about it? I'll hand it over. I'll hand it all over. Oh? How much money do you have? 5 taels, oh no, 10 taels. Su Liang shook his head and raised his knife. 10 taels isn't enough. No, I still have some at home. I'll give you 20 taels. Please let me go if I give you 20 taels. Su Liang stopped talking. This man was willing to risk his life for money, so he had no choice but to grant his wish. 30 taels, no, 50 taels, no. I'll give it all to you. The man's head flew off with the last word still attached. Su Liang didn't even glance at the man. Everyone else had been killed by Li Shudong, leaving only the Su Feng brothers. He walked up to Su Feng, carrying the knife. Tell me, how do you want to die? I'll give you the chance to choose your method of death out of respect for the old patriarch. Su Feng shuddered, as if he had just come to his senses. I. He looked at Su Liang walking towards him in horror, and when he opened his mouth, he found that he could no longer utter a word. Don't be nervous, aren't you always so confident? Su Feng swallowed hard before finally managing to say something complete. You can't kill me. I'm the clan leader's successor. As long as you don't kill me, I can help you resolve this matter. Don't worry, with me here, no one will dare to cause you trouble. Su Liang smiled and said, Oh. Then I should thank you for providing me with an idea. Su Feng swallowed hard again, then knelt down on the ground with a thud. Don't kill me. I recommend you to be the clan leader. Once you become the clan leader, all the Su family's connections in the city will be yours. Very good, this is the second approach. Su Liang shook the knife in his hand, and the blood droplets on it slid off. It was indeed a treasured knife, capable of killing without leaving a trace of blood. Su Feng didn't know if Su Liang would let him go, so in order to save his life, he could only continue speaking. The county magistrate of Ping'an County is a member of the Su family. His name is Su Hu, and he is my cousin. We are very close, and I am the only one who can contact him. The most important thing to become the clan leader is to gain the approval of that person in Chang'an City. His name is Su Huijin. My father is his cousin. He only recognizes my father. I can ask my father to give you the position of clan leader and then have him recommend you to him. That way, you can rise to the top in the future. After Su Feng finished speaking, he gave a stiff smile. He had already revealed the most important information and could only hope that Su Liang would let him go. Very good. After Su Liang finished speaking, he turned around. Su Feng was overjoyed to see this, thinking that they were going to let him go. He quickly got up, thinking that as long as he left the courtyard, he could live. Then he would immediately report to the authorities and have Su Liang killed. However, his smile was forever frozen on his face. With a snap, Su Feng saw his headless body. At this point, Su Liang finally breathed a sigh of relief. He walked to a chair and sat down. Looking at the corpses all over the yard, his hand holding the knife finally trembled a little. This was his first time killing someone, and he killed more than 40 people. The young couple almost wiped out the entire Su family. Chapter 26: Buying a House. In fact, Su Liang was able to achieve this so smoothly entirely thanks to the help of the Su family. If they unite, they might just turn the tables and kill them. Su Liang tried to wipe his sweat with his hand, but found that his hand was covered in blood. He casually wiped his hands on his clothes, then looked at the only living person besides the two of them, Su Ji, the clan leader's second son. You heard what your elder brother just said. I'm giving you two choices: either take over the Su family as the clan head and help me settle this matter, or die. Su Liang's tone was extremely cold, devoid of any emotion. Su Ji had already collapsed to the ground. Compared to Su Feng, although he was kind, he was much weaker in character and methods. Upon hearing that there was a chance to live, Su Ji said without hesitation, I choose one, I don't want to die, I don't want to die. As he spoke, he suddenly burst into tears. Su Liang stood up, knife in hand, a move that terrified Su Ji so much he wet himself. Don't worry, I keep my word. As long as you obey me, I will not only spare your life, but I will also help you expand the Su family. How many people are left in this room? Su Ji answered tremblingly, and my father, my wife and children, and my elder brother's youngest son. How old is the youngest child? Su Liang asked. 3 years old. Su Liang naturally wouldn't harm a 3-year-old child. He had Li Shudong take the children out and then prepared to deal with the corpses in the yard. However, before that, Su Liang also ransacked the house. He had killed people, so there was no reason not to take something. His method of raiding the house was simple: he would put anything he saw into his spatial storage, and then deal with what was inside later. Soon, Su Liang put the corpses and all the firewood in the courtyard into his spatial storage, and at the same time, he put the arrows back in. He put the body and firewood in the room, then bought several buckets of oil and poured it on the body. After lighting the firewood, he bought several bottles of wine and poured them on top. After this series of actions, the fire quickly raged and engulfed the entire house in flames. Oh dear, whose house is on fire? It looks like the Su family mansion. Many villagers ran out of their homes after seeing the fire or smelling the smoke. Su Liang, meanwhile, went from house to house searching for property. The next day, a piece of news shocked the entire village. Last night, a fire broke out in the courtyard of the Su family during a meeting, killing 78 people. Smoke was still billowing from the Su family mansion at noon. The Su family members who narrowly escaped yesterday were dumbfounded. They guessed that Su Liang was responsible, but at the same time, they kept overturning this conclusion in their minds. How could two people kill so many people? Su Liang's entire family, except for himself, hid in the neighboring village at Ernyo's maternal uncle's house. It wasn't until the morning of the 5th day that Su Liang had Ernyo bring the 3 women back. After the 2 women entered the courtyard, they both rushed into Su Liang's arms. My husband. Your wife has called you husband for the first time. You are rewarded with 1,000 affection points. Alright, it's all over now, Su Liang said, patting his 2 wives' heads to comfort them. Ernie scratched his head awkwardly. Liangzi, if there's nothing else, I'll head back now. After Ernie left, Li Shuyao asked with some worry, are we really alright? Su Liang nodded, yes. The old clan chief was completely dumbfounded. Su Ji took over as clan chief and insisted that the fire was caused by a house fire. None of the remaining clan members dared to investigate. But what if he exposes us later? Su Liang sneered. Su Hu, who is the county magistrate in the city, has also come. He wanted to expose us, and this was his best opportunity. Since Su Ji chose to keep it a secret, and Su Hu didn't investigate further, it means that this matter is over. Upon hearing this, the two women's expressions calmed down somewhat. My ladies, it's been several days since we last met. Have you missed your husband terribly? Humph, no way. Enough with the nonsense, come inside. You two still owe me 4 hours each. Your single but touching session lasted 15 minutes, rewarding you with 1,000 affection points. You touched two people's butts at the same time for the first time, rewarded with 1,000 affection points. You simultaneously touched two people's butts for 15 minutes, rewarding you with 1,000 affection points. You've accumulated 15 minutes of kissing time, earning you 1,000 affection points. Half an hour later, Su Liangxin, satisfied, led the two girls and the younger sister onto Ernia's mule cart. In this half hour, he made up for all the affection points he had lost over the past few days. The total value of affection has returned to 6,300 points. Liangzi, how big of a shop are you planning to buy? Ernie asked. We'll see then, the bigger the better. Su Liang has sorted out the money obtained from the confiscation of property in the past few days, totaling more than 2,300 taels, most of which belonged to the clan chief. He did not return it to Su Ji, who had taken quite a few packages with him when he left that night. In fact, this amount of money was not much for a family like the Su family. They were considered relatively poor landlords. This is why many clansmen have always considered themselves as landlords of a large family, but they live the lives of ordinary people. This makes them feel very unbalanced. In fact, they want the old clan chief to step down even more than Su Feng. They finally found Su Liang, a money-making opportunity, but unfortunately, he turned out to be a tough nut to crack, which led to their deaths. Ernie said oh and didn't say anything more. He knew perfectly well what Su Liang had done. Although he knew it was the clansman's fault, Su Liang had killed too many people. So Ernio hadn't been in a good mood these past few days, as if there was some hurdle he couldn't overcome. Su Liang was aware of these things, but it wasn't something he could accept in a short time. Don't worry, Ernio. I'm not buying the shop entirely for myself. I, Su Liang, keep my word. I'll bring my clansmen along to make money together. Ernio nodded, feeling a little better. The group soon arrived in the county town. Su Liang first went to the money shop and exchanged the copper coins and loose silver for silver notes, totaling 2,500 taels. Then he and a few others went to a brokerage firm, which was equivalent to the real estate agent Su Liang worked for in his previous life. As soon as I entered, a young man of about 15 or 16 years old came to greet me. Please come in, esteemed guests. Yongsheng Pawnbroking Company has been in Ping'an County for 20 years. We have all kinds of residences and shops, from the grand mansions of top scholars with 3 courtyards and 5 rooms to elegant and quiet neighborly courtyards, and farmhouses with vegetable plots. Just tell us your requirements, and we can find you the place you desire. The waiter warmly ushered the group to their seats, while the manager only glanced at them as they entered before returning to his own tasks. These people were dressed so plainly that they looked like they came from the village. Based on his 10 years of experience selling houses, he knew that these people probably couldn't afford a house in the city and would only look at it at most. The waiter respectfully handed the property certificate to the group, saying, "Gentlemen, please take a look. I'll go make you some tea." At this moment, the steward raised his head. "Little Lu, don't serve tea to just anyone." The waiter, nicknamed Xiao Lu, stopped in his tracks and quickly gave Su Liang and his companions an awkward smile. Gentlemen, our tea is just so-so, I'm afraid you won't like it. How about this, after you buy the house, I'll treat you to a drink at the tea house across the street, out of my own pocket. Su Liang gave the manager a cold look, then nodded to the waiter. This Xiao Liuzi is a nice guy, and quite clever. He'll invite you for tea if you buy a house, but if you don't buy one, he won't have to. And if you do buy one, you get a commission, so he doesn't care about a few coins. When the steward saw Su Liang's gaze, he immediately felt a shiver run down his spine, and for some reason, he felt afraid. In fact, Su Liang himself did not realize that when he got angry, it was with a murderous aura. Just as the group was choosing their rooms, a carriage stopped in front of the brokerage firm. A man and a woman got off the bus with an old man. When the manager saw the group, his eyes lit up. Not many people could afford to ride in a carriage, and judging from their clothes, they must be rich. Please come in, esteemed guests. Chapter 27. You must address me by my title. Seeing that the old man had difficulty walking, the steward immediately bent down and stepped forward to help him. Please take your time. After helping the old man through the door, the manager turned to the waiter and shouted, "Xiao Lu, quickly make tea, make the best tea." Xiao Liuzi could only give the group an awkward smile again before running to the back room to make tea. Oomph, what a snob! Li Shudong couldn't help but curse. The manager frowned and glanced at her sideways, but when he met Su Liang's gaze, he quickly looked away. At this moment, the woman, who looked to be about 18 or 19 years old, crossed her arms and asked, "Are you the shopkeeper?" The manager quickly replied, "Our manager isn't here." "I'm the manager here. Just let me know if you need anything." The woman glanced at Su Liang and his group, and sneered, "Your place is too shabby, you don't even have a seat. The real estate agency is not a restaurant. There aren't many people buying houses there on weekdays, and they don't usually come in droves to buy them. So there is only one property certificate, and the 5 seats are just filled by Su Liang and his group." The manager chuckled, then turned to look at Su Liang and the others, hesitating. Seeing this, the woman lowered her head and fiddled with the jade bracelet in her hand. "Sigh, I was thinking of buying my father a 3-courtyard house, but suddenly I've lost the mood." A 3-courtyard house. Even the most basic one would cost several hundred taels of silver. A better one would cost over 1,000 taels. There are commissions for doing this job, with the manager getting a commission of up to 5%. You can earn at least 10 or even several dozen taels of silver from this job. The manager quickly smiled apologetically at the woman, "Please wait a moment." At this moment, he no longer cared about being afraid of Su Liang and walked up to the group with a cold face. "Esteemed guests, please make way. I have an important guest who wants to buy a house." Su Liang acted as if he hadn't heard anything and continued to look down at the property certificate in his hand. "My wife, what do you think of this?" Li Shudong shook her head, "It's too expensive." "And you, my wife?" Li Shuyao also shook her head, "I also think it's expensive." "Erniu, what do you think?" Erniu frowned, "I don't understand." A property certificate is essentially an overhead map, marking the location, price, size of the house, and some key buildings in the surrounding area. Seeing that he was being ignored, the manager immediately became angry, and his voice turned cold. "Gentlemen, please move aside and don't disturb my business." Li Shudong couldn't hold back any longer and slammed her hand on the table in anger. "Why? We're guests too." Before the manager could speak, the woman said sarcastically, "Humph, you can't afford to buy it, aren't you ashamed to just sit there and watch?" "Who says we can't afford it?" Li Shudong retorted. "Oh, then why don't you buy it for me to see?" After the woman finished speaking, she nudged her husband with her elbow. Ever since he came in, his eyes had been fixed on Li Shuyao and her sister, and his eyes were practically popping out of their sockets. "Whether we buy it or not is our business, what does it have to do with you?" Li Shuyao said. The woman snorted and touched the various ornaments on her body. "Some people don't even have a decent piece of jewelry. They reek of poverty and all they do is complain. TSK, sigh, how pathetic." Upon hearing this, Su Liang looked up at the woman. She was plain looking and had an average figure, but she had a certain flirtatious charm. Seeing Su Liang's appearance, the woman became even angrier. Not only was she more beautiful than him, but even this poor boy was more handsome than her husband. How could he be so unfair? The woman rolled her eyes and looked at Su Erniu, her mood immediately improving. Just then, Erniu moved his leg. The woman's eyes widened in surprise. This man was incredibly muscular. She then looked down at Su Liang's lower abdomen. Was he also this large? Thinking of her husband's 3-second sexual encounter, she was so angry that her teeth itched. Su Liang snorted and shook his head. "Ugly people really do a lot of weird things." The woman immediately became agitated upon hearing this. "How dare you call me ugly?" Su Liang chuckled. "Hey, I didn't say that. You came out and admitted it yourself. You." The woman was speechless for a moment after being confronted, and could only hug her husband. "Husband, look at them, they're bullying me." The sounds the woman made gave Li Shuyao and her sister goosebumps, and they couldn't help but rub their arms. Su Liang didn't think much of it. This woman clearly managed to hook up with a rich man through this, which was quite an achievement. He decided that he would marry a sexy woman in the future, but she had to be good looking. The woman's husband couldn't stand this the most. What he liked most was her mouth, especially her mouth, which she was very good at making smacking noises. That's why he took her as a concubine. He had long disliked Su Liang. How could a poor bastard marry 2 such beautiful women? How dare you humiliate my wife? Su Liang quickly waved his hand. "Hey, I didn't humiliate her, she came up here to try and scam me." "You?" The man's face turned red with anger. "I don't care, apologize to my wife right now." Su Liang embraced the two women and said, "Oh yes, yes, your wife isn't ugly at all. Not only is her face beautiful, but she also has a great figure. She's the most beautiful woman in the world." After saying that, Su Liang hugged them even tighter and kissed them both on the cheek. The two women blushed instantly, but they looked even more charming. Seeing this, the man gritted his teeth in anger. This was no apology, it was clearly showing off. However, he couldn't refute it, as his concubine was indeed inferior to the other woman. The woman was also clever. Knowing that she couldn't compete with beauty, she immediately sneered, "Humph, what's the use of being pretty? You're still just a poor dog. Judging from your appearance, you probably can't even afford to eat." Li Shadong said, "You're the ones who can't afford to eat. My husband's cooking is delicious. Your wife has publicly called you husband for the first time, earning you 1,000 affection points. Your wife publicly flaunts you in front of others for the first time, earning you 1,000 affection points." Su Liang was secretly delighted. Shu Tong's wife is amazing. Not bad, she's improved. Please keep it up. The woman crossed her arms, hee, what good is a man who can only cook? You two didn't marry him just for a meal, did you? He. The woman covered her mouth and laughed, but after glancing at her husband's somewhat gloomy face, she quickly added, "Only someone like my husband, with a house, a car, and money, is a real man." Upon hearing the woman's words, the man snorted coldly and straightened his back. He lived in the neighboring capital and was considered a wealthy young master. He couldn't compare to others, but when it came to money, he was no match for these poor guys. He looked at the steward and said, "Get rid of these people. I'll buy a 3-courtyard house right away." Upon hearing this, the manager was overjoyed and, disregarding his fear of Su Liang, went straight forward to pull Li Shadong away. "Get out of here, don't delay my business." Smack! Li Shadong casually slapped the manager, causing him to stumble. The manager covered his face and angrily pointed at Li Shadong, "How dare you?" However, he choked back his words halfway through, not expecting that the woman's eyes could be so terrifying. At that moment, a middle-aged man walked in. Upon seeing the man, the manager immediately rushed forward, crying, "Brother-in-law! You're finally back. Someone came to our brokerage and caused trouble, even hitting people." The middle-aged shopkeeper frowned slightly. Having worked in the business for many years, he had a rough idea of what was going on just by glancing at the expressions of the customers in the room. The shopkeeper didn't ask about the situation, but instead bowed to the group and apologized, "Gentlemen, please forgive us if our shop has been inadequate in its service." The manager continued to cry, "Brother-in-law! They're the ones who refused to leave and even hit me. Shut up! How many times have I told you to address me by my title in public?" The manager immediately lowered his head, "Yes, sir." Soon, the shopkeeper summoned Xiao Liuzi to find out what had happened, and the latter recounted the entire incident in detail. The shopkeeper thought for a moment, then cupped his hands to Su Liang and the man respectively, "Esteemed guests, it is indeed our poor service today. How about this, let's call it a day, and our brokerage will cover the deed tax for the houses you purchased today. The property deed tax is generally 1% to 3% of the property price, so the shopkeeper is being quite generous." Su Liang smiled and clasped his hands in thanks, "Then thank you very much, shopkeeper." But the man persisted, "I'm not short of money. I'm willing to pay 50 taels. We have to buy it first today." Li Shadong slammed her hand on the table again in anger, "We were here first, no matter how much you offer, we won't give up." This. The shopkeeper was caught in a dilemma. Although he could make 50 taels for free, he couldn't bring himself to kick the person out. At this moment, Su Liang asked, "Can you keep your word?" The man glanced at him disdainfully and pulled out a 50-tael silver ingot from his waist, slamming it onto the counter. The shopkeeper was in an even more difficult position. Su Liang laughed out loud, "Shopkeeper, I'll give up this seat, and we can split the 50 taels in half, okay?" Chapter 28: The New Home. The shopkeeper's eyes lit up upon hearing this. This was a great idea, it wouldn't violate his business principles and would still allow him to make money. "Then thank you very much, young master." "Oh, you're too kind, shopkeeper." The man was completely dumbfounded. That was his money. And these two were being so polite? What did they take him for? A bunch of idiots? Wait. The man snatched the silver back, saying, "Are you two playing me for a fool? You're not a monkey, why would I play tricks on you?" The man was speechless again by Su Liang's remark. He really was born in the year of the monkey. I'm not going to waste my breath on you. In business, there's a hierarchy of priorities. I've put in more money than you, so I have to go first. Su Ernia said, you didn't buy anything, so why do you say you paid more? Su Liang clicked his tongue in surprise. Ernio had already learned to argue just by buying a house. The man scoffed dismissively, if it's not because I paid more, then it's because of you? Li Shadong said, that's not necessarily true. The man was so angry he laughed. These bumpkins were really something else. Who gave them their confidence? Since that's the case, I won't fight for the seats anymore. Let's see who buys the most expensive house. If you lose, you'll all kneel down and apologize to me. Upon hearing this, the two women exchanged a glance. Although Su Liang was now wealthy, he might not be a match for this man in terms of financial resources. Just as Li Shadong was about to refuse, Su Liang said, fine, but I don't acknowledge you as my son. You don't need to kneel down if you win. The man's face twitched, and he gritted his teeth, saying, so what do you want to bet? Su Liang shrugged, of course it's gambling. Okay, how much do you want to bet? Su Liang held up one finger, 1,000 taels. Upon hearing this, the man's face twitched again, and his fists clenched involuntarily. These subtle movements were precisely captured by Su Liang. He secretly breathed a sigh of relief. He had only asked for 1,000 taels as a test. If the other party had readily agreed, he would have reneged on the bet and simply lost face. However, judging from the man's reaction, he knew that this amount was basically his limit. Seeing Su Liang's confident demeanor, the woman felt somewhat guilty. She grabbed the man's arm, husband, why don't we just let it go? Su Liang then cursed, useless trash. If you don't have money, stand over there and wait. Don't you dare come out and yell again. The man was so enraged that he lost his temper. He had only brought 900 taels of silver with him that day, but he refused to believe that these people were richer than him. 1,000 taels it is, do you think I'm afraid of you? Su Liang clasped his hands in a fist and palm salute to the shopkeeper, I would like to trouble you to help me draw up a written agreement. In this era, once such a bet is written down, it becomes legally binding. The shopkeeper sighed and shook his head repeatedly. This young man was not bad, but he was too impulsive. Soon, the two signed and sealed the agreement. Kid. The man put down his pen and was about to make a sarcastic remark when Su Liang interrupted him. He's already chosen the house, so there's no need to waste any more words with this person. He pulled 3 silver notes from his pocket and slammed them on the counter. Then he pointed to a shop on the property deed and said, shopkeeper, I want this shop. The shopkeeper didn't even bother to check which shop it was. His eyes were fixed on the 3 silver notes, his face filled with disbelief. The man was stunned when he saw the 3 silver notes. After a moment, he came to his senses. Impossible, how is this possible? How could you have so much money? The man hurriedly grabbed the 3 silver notes to check them, but his desire to show off completely sank to the bottom. Without a doubt, these 3 silver notes couldn't be more genuine. Su Liang took back the silver notes and slammed them on the counter again. Come on, aren't you so tough? Pay up, hurry up and hand over your money so I can kneel down. You. The man gritted his teeth in hatred, but he was completely helpless. Seeing that things were not going well, the woman next to him grabbed the document. However, Su Liang was already prepared and snatched it first. Can't afford to play anymore, is that all? The woman didn't care about losing face that was 1,000 taels of silver. She rushed forward and started grabbing, give me the agreement, and we're not blocking it anymore. Before Su Liang could react, the man slapped her across the face. Get lost. Don't embarrass me. I can afford to lose 1,000 taels. The man took out 800 taels of silver notes and 100 taels of silver from his pocket and placed them on the counter. That's all I brought. The carriage outside is yours. After saying that, he turned and left. The woman quickly chased after her. The lame old man, who had been merely a bystander throughout the entire ordeal, could only stagger out the door. Shopkeeper, I want this shop, Su Liang said again, pointing to the property certificate. The shopkeeper glanced at the shop Su Liang pointed to and looked astonished. Young master, are you really going to buy it? Su Liang laughed and said, of course, otherwise why would I come here? The shopkeeper quickly put on a smile. He thought Su Liang just wanted to win the 1,000 taels of silver, but he didn't expect him to actually want to buy it. This shop was worth 2,300 taels and hadn't been sold for more than half a year. Soon, the transfer of ownership was completed. Su Liang put the deed into his pocket and then took out 50 taels of silver and placed it on the counter. Keep these 50 taels, shopkeeper. Also, my shop's commission will be credited to this young shop assistant. Of course, thank you very much, young master. Thank you, young master. Xiao Liuzi quickly bowed to Su Liang. The shopkeeper was very honest and indeed waived nearly 50 taels of deed tax. Su Liang, of course, wouldn't take advantage of the situation for nothing. Xiao Liuzi led the way with his horse, Ernia drove the mule cart carrying Xiao Shuhan behind, and Su Liang and the other two got into the carriage. Shuhan, don't jump around in the car, or you'll fall out. Li Shuyao lifted the curtain at the back of the car and reminded her worriedly. The car is so spacious, why don't you let Shuhan get in too? Li Shadong said. Su Liang sat down directly, one hand stroking his thigh. Wife, what do you say? Li Shadong pushed him away and sat down opposite him with some disdain. You're becoming more and more like a lecher. Ignoring her, Su Liang swayed and fell into Li Shuyao's arms. Li Shuyao wanted to sit across from him, but Su Liang simply lay down on her lap. From this angle, Su Liang couldn't even see the other person's face, all he could see were those bulging hills. The car is quite large, with enough space on both sides for one person to lie down. Su Liang turned to the side, facing Li Shuyao's belly. Wife, give me a massage. What happened to your head? I haven't been sleeping well these past few days, and I have some bloating and pain. Without thinking much, Li Shuyao placed both hands on Su Liang's head. A moment later, Su Liang rolled over and lay on her lap. Wife, my neck hurts too. Li Shuyao sighed. Su Liang hadn't rested much these past few days because of that matter, and she felt a pang of heartache when she thought about it. But as I continued massaging, I realized something was wrong. My lower abdomen was getting hotter and hotter, and my thighs felt numb and tingly. Su Liang is blowing air at himself. Li Shuyao really wanted him to turn his head to one side so she could rub it, but then she thought better of it, because that would make his neck even more uncomfortable. At that moment, Su Liang's hand slipped in from behind her waist. Knowing that his position made it uncomfortable for him to lie face down, Li Shuyao leaned forward and lifted her buttocks as well. But when she sat back down, she was startled she had accidentally sat on Su Liang's hand. Excuse me. Li Shuyao quickly apologized, afraid that Su Liang might have hurt his hand. She lifted her buttocks again, preparing to let the other person take their hand away. Feeling Su Liang's arm move, she sat back down with peace of mind. As soon as she sat down, Li Shuyao immediately looked at her younger sister. The other person is pulling back the curtains and looking outside. She breathed a sigh of relief. But she wasn't feeling well. Su Liang's neck was too hard to press, she couldn't even pinch it. Li Shuyao pressed and kneaded with her fingers, even pressing the Tianzhu acupoint, which is located in the depression directly below the back of the skull. This acupoint is not to be pressed casually. As soon as he pressed down, Su Liang's neck jerked back. But there was nothing he could do, it was in pain. Li Shuyao was using all her strength, her face was flushed, and her delicate body kept twisting and turning. After a long while, the carriage slowly came to a stop. Young master, we've arrived. Xiao Lu reminded him. Su Liang got up with satisfaction, shook his neck a few times, and felt much better. Thank you for your hard work, my wife. Li Shuyao lowered her head, refusing to look at him. At this moment, Li Shadong looked at her with a surprised expression. Sister, why is your face so red? It's okay, it's just too hot in the car. Li Shadong said and nodded. Yeah, it is hot. The group quickly got out of the car, and what came into view was a shop that was at least 3 stories high. Su Liang laughed heartily. This will be our new home from now on. Chapter 29. How about I perform a magic trick for you? The new home. The two women murmured to themselves, both unconsciously turning their gazes to Su Liang. The fact that this man had moved from that dilapidated thatched hut to this 3-story house in such a short time gave the two of them a surreal feeling. Having led the person to their location, Xiao Liuzi had completed his last service. He bowed to Su Liang and said, Goodbye, young master, congratulations on your new home. I'll take my leave now. Su Liang looked at him and smiled. Thank you for your trouble, young brother. If you can't make it there in the future, you can come and find me here. Xiao Liuzi quickly thanked him, saying, Thank you, young master. Su Liang smiled as he watched Xiao Liuzi's departing figure. After today, the manager would probably not treat him well. This Xiao Liuzi is very smart, he will definitely come looking for him in the future. After unlocking the door, the group went inside to investigate. This building used to be in the first floor was the lobby, and the second and third floors were guest rooms. There are 8 sets of tables and chairs in the hall, but Su Liang estimated that at least 4 more sets could be placed there. Although the guesthouse also provides catering services, it is basically limited to guests staying at the guesthouse. There are 8 guest rooms on the second and third floors respectively. 3 rooms are located on the south side facing the sun, 1 on the east side, and 4 on the north side. The remaining area consists of corridors and small dark rooms. Each room has a wooden bed and a set of tables and chairs, but they are all quite old. After going downstairs, the group arrived at the back of the house. The kitchen was neither too big nor too small, with 2 stoves. Passing through the kitchen, you arrive at the spacious backyard. The yard is quite large, about 200 square meters, and there is a well for daily water use. The rest of the yard contains some miscellaneous items. Li Shudong sighed, looks like we need to tidy things up properly. She dislikes doing these things the most. Li Shuyao then looked at Su Liang and asked, what are your plans? Are you going to continue running the inn? She was more concerned about this issue than tidying up the house. Su Liang shook his head, no, we want to open a restaurant. But what about those houses? We'll keep the 3rd floor for ourselves and convert the 2nd floor into private rooms. Upon hearing this, Li Shudong said, wouldn't it be a bit wasteful for the 4 of us to stay on 1 floor? Su Liang chuckled, my wife has learned how to manage a household now. After Su Liang said that, Li Shudong seemed to realize something. Yes, she would never have thought about wasting things before. No waste, I'm going to renovate the whole house. How do you plan to renovate it? Li Shuyao asked. Su Liang chuckled, this will be a secret for now, my wife will find out in due time. Seeing Su Liang's mysterious expression, the 2 women inexplicably became expectant. The house was mostly made of wood, so Su Liang and Ernyo contacted some carpenters in the city and bought some new tables, chairs, wooden beds, and planks as building materials. After making some more preparations, the group returned to the village. When the villagers saw that Su Liang had actually returned in a horse-drawn carriage, they couldn't help but start gossiping. However, nowadays, no one dares to gossip about him anymore. Although the Su family's affairs have been kept secret by the clansmen, there are no secrets in the village, and the villagers know more or less about them. Not long after returning home, Su Ernyu brought Taiju and the others in, including Wang Shan and Chang Gue, who had gone to the city to sell kebabs last time. Brother Liangzi. Xiao Liang. Everyone greeted Su Liang, but their expressions all seemed somewhat unnatural. Su Liang didn't explain anything, but said directly, everyone, I bought a shop in the city. If you're willing to help me, come with me into the city. Also, after we get to the city, I will revise your wages. I haven't decided on the exact amount yet. Initially, our funds are limited, so it might be a bit low, but it will definitely increase later. Brother Liangzi, I do. I'd love to. Almost without hesitation, all 6 men expressed their willingness to follow him. No matter what Su Liang had done, he had never shortchanged them on wages, and that alone made him worthy of their trust. Su Liang nodded, we will definitely need more manpower in the future, so when you go back, each of you should tell the villagers you trust about this matter. If they are willing to work with me, Su Liang, please write them down first. When we need manpower in the future, these people will be given priority. After Su Liang finished speaking, he looked at Ernyo and said, Ernyo, it's the same for the people in the clan. Go directly to Su Ji and let him make the arrangements. After explaining some minor matters, the group took their leave. After Su Liang returned to the house, Li Shuyao said, Shudong and I are going to help too. Li Shudong nodded, that's right, it's too boring to stay here. Su Liang laughed and said, alright, in that case, let's move tomorrow. The next morning, the 3 of them drove their horse-drawn carriage to the county town. Last night, the 2 girls excitedly started packing their things, only to find that there were just 2 small packages, and the most valuable item was the gift Su Liang had given them. Sigh, we're so poor, Li Shudong sighed. Li Shuyao looked out the car window. Upon hearing this, Su Liang felt somewhat embarrassed. He had indeed made a lot of money, but he had hardly ever spent it on his 2 wives. Compared to their first meeting, the 2 women were now dressed even more shabbily. If it weren't for their good looks and figures, they would look like peasant women. Don't worry, ladies, once I've earned more money, I'll buy you whatever you want. Su Liang promised. Is this really true? Li Shudong asked, lifting the curtain. Su Liang nodded, of course it's true. Okay, then I want a weapon even more powerful than a pistol and crossbow. Su Liang was speechless. The name pistol crossbow was something he later gave it was the repeating crossbow. A girl asking for a weapon as a gift? That's just unbelievable. However, he still agreed, saying, "Okay, I'll give you a real gun later." A real gun? You mean the one before was fake? Li Shudong was a little confused. You'll find out later. After speaking, Su Liang asked Li Shuyao, "My wife, what do you want?" Li Shuyao's gaze remained fixed on the view outside the window, and her expression turned melancholy. After a moment, she spoke softly, "I want my family to be reunited." Hearing her say that, Li Shudong also silently lowered her head. Their father and brothers had been exiled to the frontier, and she didn't know how they were doing now. Su Liang could guess what the two women were thinking, but he didn't have any good ideas. He couldn't interfere in matters of the court right now. When the three arrived at the inn, several mule carts were already waiting at the door. Su Liang secured the carriage and then opened the door. These people came to deliver wooden planks, and while they were at it, they also took away any useless items from the house, such as tables and chairs, which could be exchanged for other things. Those people quickly brought in the planks and then moved the other things out of the house. Although they worked very efficiently, Su Liang still thought it was too slow. At this rate, it would take a whole day just to move things inside the house. He asked a middle-aged man, "Brother, where is your timber processing place?" The middle-aged man asked, "Nanlin Village, what's wrong?" Su Liang thought for a moment and said, "Okay, you don't need to come here next time. I'll transport these things to the road to your village, and then you can bring your things over there, and we'll trade there." Su Liang from Nanlin Village knew that it was located in the southeast of Ping'an County, about 7 or 8 miles from the county seat. The middle-aged man glanced at the tables and chairs in the hall, then looked up at the two upper floors. "Are you sure you want to transport it yourself?" Su Liang patted him on the shoulder. "Don't worry, my convoy will be there soon, and it can be transported over in one trip." The middle-aged man said oh and didn't think much of it anyway, that would make things easier for them. After those people left, Li Shuyao asked, "Where did you hire the convoy? To move all of this stuff at once, how many trucks would we need to hire?" Su Liang smiled helplessly. "Ladies, how about I perform a magic trick for you?" Chapter 30 Renovation. Magic? The two women exchanged glances upon hearing this, both indicating that they did not understand. "What is that?" Li Shudong asked. Su Liang didn't explain further, but walked directly to a table and placed his hand on it. The next second, the table vanished into thin air. "Ah!" Li Shuyao exclaimed in fright. Li Shudong circled around Su Liang, then looked around the original spot on the table, but still couldn't find anything. Where did the table go? Su Liang looked at the two women, then his expression turned serious. "My ladies, you must keep what I'm about to say a secret, because it concerns the life and death of our family." Upon hearing Su Liang's words, both of them couldn't help but feel a little nervous. What is it?" Li Shudong asked cautiously. Su Liang sighed and began to recount the story. "Alas, it's a long story. It was a dark and stormy night." A moment later, the two women looked at Su Liang with bewildered and incredulous expressions. Li Shuyao asked, "You mean you met an old immortal who bestowed upon you immortal powers?" Su Liang nodded. "That's right. That." Li Shudong was about to speak when Su Liang interrupted her. "Ladies, you must remember this. This matter must never be told to anyone else. That old immortal said that I can only tell this to my closest relatives. If outsiders find out, I will die." The two women's hearts tightened upon hearing this. It was indeed that serious. Alas, the price of using immortal techniques is high. With my mortal body, I can only maintain it for a short time. So, my two ladies, please rest well. I'm off. While the two were dumbfounded, Su Liang stored the tables and chairs into his spatial storage. After finishing organizing all 3 floors, he went to the backyard. Li Shuhan was playing around with drawing on the ground with a stick when she saw Su Liang arrive. She immediately asked, "Brother, what's for lunch? Go find your sister up ahead, they'll take you to eat something delicious." "Yay! Let's go eat something delicious." Li Shuhan skipped away. Without further ado, Su Liang put all the miscellaneous items in the yard into his spatial storage. Having done all this, he left some money for the two women and then drove his carriage out of the city. Half an hour later, the people who delivered the timber drove up. When they saw the pile of tables, chairs and other timber next to Su Liang, everyone was stunned. This was too fast. As the group approached, the middle-aged man who had spoken earlier asked, "How did you transport all these things here?" Su Liang said, "Didn't I tell you I have a caravan?" The middle-aged man looked into the distance and asked, "Where's that convoy?" "Oh, they're driving fast cars. They've gone to do other work." They'll come back after you've all finished unloading. A speeding car? What's that? No one understood what Su Liang was saying. Alright, stop worrying about that and get on with the loading and unloading. Upon hearing this, everyone could only continue working. It took several trucks 3 more trips to transport all the wooden planks that Su Liang had purchased. When they returned to reassemble the tables and chairs, Su Liang and the wooden planks from before had disappeared. Huh? Is this person driving so fast? Have you guys heard of this before? Everyone shook their heads. After Su Liang placed all the wooden planks into the house, several carpenters and dismantling workers also arrived. After giving the workers some simple instructions, Su Liang led the carpenter to explain the custom-made items to them. Mainly the windows and the modified walls, as well as some specially made wooden tables, etc. Although some things seemed strange to these carpenters, they were not difficult to make, and were even simpler than usual. After taking measurements and drawing the diagram, the group left after confirming with Su Liang. The demolition workers did not finish dismantling all the rooms until evening. After Su Liang put the dismantled items into his space, the entire second and third floors were left with only bare floors and load-bearing columns. How is it, my wife? You look much more upright now, don't you? Li Shudong said, it's really upright, but there's nothing left here. Don't worry, it will be fine in a few days. Li Shuyao, holding her sleeping younger sister, said, let's not talk about this now. Where are we sleeping tonight? Su Liang chuckled and conjured a bed with a wave of his hand. Before the 2 women could be shocked, another mattress appeared on the bed, followed by blankets and pillows. These cost a total of 5,000 affection points, but Su Liang didn't even blink. After doing all this, he staggered and knelt on the ground, clutching his chest with an expression of extreme pain. What's wrong with you? Li Shudong immediately squatted down to check on you. Su Liang waved his hand and said with difficulty, no, it's nothing, I just overused the magic. Both women looked worried upon hearing this. Don't use it recklessly anymore, after all, you are only a mortal. Su Liang chuckled softly, alright, I'll listen to my wife, but tonight, we'll have to sleep in this bed. The 2 women's expressions changed slightly upon hearing this. Li Shuyao said, actually, we can go to the inn. Su Liang hurriedly said, no. I used too much magic today, and I'm afraid strange phenomena will occur. If someone sees this, I will die. As Su Liang spoke, he suddenly began to gasp for breath. Li Shudong quickly patted his back to help him catch his breath. Su Liang struggled to raise his arm. Wife, help me to bed. You shared a bed with your wife for the first time, earning 2,000 points of affection. You've shared a bed with both wives for the first time, gaining 3,000 affection points. You spent half an hour touching someone's butt in a single session, earning you 2,000 affection points. You've been touching my butt for a total of 1 hour. You touched me for the first time. Your first kiss. You touch. You kiss. The system kept beeping for most of the night. The next morning, Su Liang got out of bed feeling rather listless. He felt that if he kept holding back like this, his body would eventually have problems. No, we need to speed things up. Although it was tough, I had a very rewarding night, gaining a total of 30,000 affection points. After breakfast, the workers Su Liang hired arrived. As required, they carried out a series of tasks, including laying wooden planks on the walls and floors of the 3rd floor, renovating the kitchen, building a shed in the backyard, and constructing a stove. 3 days passed quickly, the customized items gradually arrived, and the installation was underway. 3 more days passed, and the kitchen expansion was completed. Almost everything, including tables and chairs, was in place, and even the signboard was installed. At the same time, Su Liang's affection value also reached as high as 110,000. Although the 2 women were there the whole time and watched the house change little by little, they still couldn't help but marvel at the final result. The 1st floor saw the least change, just a simple renovation with the addition of new tables and chairs. The number of rooms on the 2nd floor has been reduced to 6. 1 room on the north side is for the staff, and the other 5 have been converted into private dining rooms. With fewer rooms, each one is more spacious and brighter. The 3rd floor underwent the most significant changes. A door was installed at the stairwell to create a partition, dividing the 8 rooms into 4 bedrooms and 2 smaller rooms. The rest of the rooms were transformed into a large hall, and thanks to the specially designed windows, the room was filled with natural light. What do you want to do with this window? Li Shuyao asked. She was already used to Su Liang having magical powers, so she believed that he would definitely conjure up some special thing again. Without wasting any words, Su Liang immediately started buying picture frames, as this was the only way he could buy glass in the store, and the window frames were also custom made to this size. Dozens of picture frames appeared on the floor. Su Liang removed the glass and then installed them one by one on the window frames. Even though they were mentally prepared, the two women were still shocked. This thing was even more transparent than crystal. If you didn't look closely, you couldn't tell that there was anything there. After the windows were installed, Su Liang bought a bed, sofa, cabinets, and a host of other items. After finishing these arrangements, he bought wallpaper. The three of them worked for a whole day to finish pasting all the stickers, and Su Liang spent a total of 60,000 affection points. With that, the renovation of the entire new home, along with the restaurant, is complete. Chapter 31, officially open for business. The next day, Su Liang slapped himself twice as soon as he got up. I was so tired last night that I went to bed early. I forgot to do all the important things. We must consummate our marriage tonight. Su Liang secretly cheered himself on. Although I've unlocked a lot of achievements these days, I've basically used up all the first-time type achievements, while the cumulative type achievements are getting harder and harder to obtain. For example, after 1 hour, the next one is 10 hours away. Therefore, the simplest achievement is to consummate the marriage. After breakfast, Su Liang asked Li Shudong to ride back to the village to call Erniu and the others, while he and Li Shuyao discussed the opening of the business. These days, Su Liang has already contacted suppliers of various vegetables, meats, and other ingredients, and all kitchen utensils and seasonings are ready. As soon as the person arrives, he can open for business. Around noon, Li Shudong and the others finally returned. Without any preamble, the group moved the crayfish into the backyard and started cooking. 15 minutes later, all the crayfish were cooked. Su Liang personally opened the door and unveiled the red cloth on the plaque. Xiao Liang Restaurant is officially open for business. The freshly cooked crayfish were placed on the table by the door. Taizhu, Ernio, and Su Liang were in charge of calling out to them, while De Pang, Erpang, and the other three people followed their instructions and lit the stove to prepare the ingredients. Xiao Liang Restaurant Grand Opening Special. Enjoy a free spicy crayfish with any purchase. Don't miss it. Ernio and Taizhu took their fans and started fanning themselves vigorously at the street. With shouts and the aroma of spicy crayfish spreading, a crowd quickly gathered around. This is spicy crayfish, I've had it before. Is this Xiaoliang restaurant the same one run by that young man who used to set up a stall? Yes, isn't that person standing right there? It really is him. No wonder I haven't seen him for days, he's opened a shop. Finally, I can eat this spicy crayfish. I've missed it so much. Su Liang clasped his hands in greeting to the crowd and said, "Everyone, those who want to eat are welcome to come in and try it. There are only so many spicy crayfish left, they'll be gone if you're late." Upon hearing Su Liang's words, those who wanted to eat all went inside. Ernio and his friends hurriedly greeted the customers who entered the store, while Su Liang went to the kitchen to prepare the dishes. His proposed business strategy was simple: attract customers with new dishes. If he listed the entire menu at once, people would be confused. So, he would introduce new dishes every now and then to keep things fresh every day. In the hall, the guests took their seats one after another. Since it was past lunchtime, there weren't many people, only about 20, and most of them had eaten crayfish before. "Hey buddy, hurry up and bring up the spicy crayfish, I can't wait any longer." "Yes, give me 20 first." Some people even disregarded any promotional offers and simply slammed the money on the table. Li Shuyao then addressed the crowd, saying, "Dear customers, our store is opening today. Anyone who purchases our new products will receive 20 crayfish as a gift." As she spoke, she pointed to the sign hanging on the wall, "Today's new item: sweet and sour pork, 200 coins plate." Sweet and sour pork? What's that? Have you heard of it? No. Those who have tried it know that 20 crayfish cost 200 coins, so they didn't care whether it was a new product or not and bought it anyway. Even if the new product wasn't good, they would just consider it as buying crayfish. "One for me." "I'll have one too." Ernie Taizhu quickly served the crayfish. Li Shudong was in charge of collecting money, and Li Shuyao was in charge of keeping track of the accounts. Su Liang had assigned numbers to all the seats, so it was easy to keep track of everything. In the kitchen, 4 stoves were in use at the same time, and Su Liang was teaching his skills as he cooked. Making sweet and sour pork is not difficult, and since the group was already familiar with various seasonings, they learned it quickly. After the first batch was produced, Su Liang let them try it themselves. When Ernie and Taizhu brought the steaming hot guo bao rou to the table, all the guests stopped what they were doing. No need to ask, just by smelling it, you can tell this is another delicious dish. Since crayfish are typically peeled by hand, some people simply grab them with their bare hands, not even caring that they're hot. The sweet and sour pork was crispy on the outside and tender on the inside. The sweet and sour taste stimulated the taste buds as soon as it entered the mouth, and everyone swallowed their saliva while stuffing it into their mouths. Delicious. I never expected that sweet and sour pork would be so delicious. That's right, nothing Xiao Liang makes is bad. Everyone praised it highly, and even Li Shuyao and the others couldn't help but swallow hard. Li Shuhan sat alone in the backyard, eating with relish from a large bowl. She knew Su Liang was going to cook, so she came over early in the morning to cook for him. After the first group of guests left, the group only had a short rest and meal before the second group of guests arrived. This is thanks to the reputation Su Liang had built up when he was setting up his stall, as well as the spontaneous word-of-mouth promotion from his customers. It wasn't until dark that some customers reluctantly left, not because the restaurant was closing, but because they had run out of pork. 200 pounds of pork were sold out in half a day. Li Shuyao and the others had previously thought the house was too big, but after today they felt it was too small. There wasn't enough room for all the guests, and many people had to take their food home. After the meal, Su Liang reset their wages to 20 taels per person per month, with payments settled every 2 weeks. Li Shuyao checked the bill and, with the addition of some drinks, her income for the day was 88 taels of silver. After deducting the cost of ingredients and labor, her profit reached 70 taels. The two women were very excited about this. On the first day of business, and in just half a day, they earned 70 taels of silver. This was too fast to make money. Liangzi, how about I go back to the village tomorrow and find some more cooks? Ernie Yu asked. Yes, brother Liangzi, you only have 5 cooks now. If you had a few more, you could definitely sell even more. Big Fatty said. Li Shuyao and the other woman also turned their attention to Su Liang. They both felt that there was a shortage of manpower today. The front hall was fine, but the kitchen was not keeping up. Su Liang shook his head. There are only so many people who can come to eat. Most people are just trying something new. The purchasing power of the county is limited, so it is impossible for them to come to eat every day. Some people can come tomorrow if they can't eat today. But if we let them eat today, then no one may come tomorrow. After listening, the group began to think. They didn't understand what he meant by spending power, but they grasped the general idea of what Su Liang was saying. Su Liang's current plan is simple: rely on the unique flavor to attract customers and make a quick profit. Eventually, once people get used to it, the restaurant will return to normal operations. The next day, Su Liang returned to the village early. Since Su Ernio and the others stayed at the shop last night, the two women, as if anticipating this, insisted on sharing a room, so he did not succeed. However, Su Liang is not in a hurry. He needs to stabilize his business as soon as possible so that he can extricate himself from the situation sooner. He went directly to Su Ji and asked him to arrange for people to transport the crayfish and fish. These were gifts from nature, and only required some labor costs, so they couldn't be missed. In addition, to avoid being treated unfairly, he also asked Su Ji to contact Su Hu to discuss protection money. After arranging everything, Su Liang left him the 500 taels of silver he had left over, enough to buy a mule cart and pay wages for a long time. When I returned to the restaurant, it was already packed with people. Su Liang looked up at the blazing sun. The temperature today was several degrees higher than usual. He thought for a moment, then instead of going inside, he went to buy some tea and milk. In this weather, it's time to cool off with an iced milk tea. Chapter 32. From now on, call me husband. Su Liang quickly arrived at the back door after buying his things. As soon as I entered the yard, I saw Li Shuhan lying on a pile of weeds, fanning herself. Her round little face was flushed, and her chubby little belly was sticking out, looking like she was extremely hot. Upon seeing Su Liang return, she quickly stood up and ran over. Brother, you're back. Although she greeted him verbally, she went directly to examine the package and wooden bucket in Su Liang's hands. Upon seeing that it was milk and tea, Li Shuhan immediately lost interest. Su Liang squatted down to clean the weeds from her hair and patted the dust off her bottom. Brother, do you really like touching butts? Forehead. Su Liang was taken aback by this sudden question. He glanced at the busy fat man and the others, breathed a sigh of relief, and then said with a hint of scolding, "Kids aren't allowed to talk nonsense." Li Shuhan pouted, "Humph, it was my older sister who said that." Su Liang patted her little head. "Tell your brother, which older sister said that?" "My eldest and second eldest sisters said it together." I overheard them talking about it last night when I was sleeping. What else did they say? Su Liang asked. My second sister said my brother was a lecherous thief, and my eldest sister said my brother was a lecherous rabbit. Huh? Good grief, you've been talking about me behind my back, huh? Just you wait. Su Liang asked, is there anything else? Li Shuhan thought for a moment and said, Second sister asked eldest sister, where did Su Liang touch you? What did your older sister say? Su Liang asked quickly. My older sister said, I'm sleepy. As Li Shuhan spoke, she even imitated facial expressions. Su Liang gently stroked Li Shuhan's head. Good girl, if you hear your sister say something again, come and tell your brother, and your brother will make you something new and delicious. Li Shuhan nodded vigorously, her eyes full of anticipation. But you can't tell them this is our secret, otherwise they'll steal our food. Su Liang added. Don't worry, brother, I definitely won't tell sister. Li Shuhan's eyes were incredibly sincere. She wouldn't let her sister take the food away. Su Liang stood up, looked at Li Shuhan's chubby figure and sighed. If she continued to eat like this, the child would be ruined. He had to find her a private school as soon as possible so she could study. Su Liang lit the unused stove to brew tea, and at the same time used a wooden bucket to fill the space with water. He spent 9,000 affection points to purchase a 9 cubic meter temperature control function, which, together with the previous 1 cubic meter, made a total of 10 cubic meters, which was more than enough. Li Shuhan followed him around busily. She didn't know what Su Liang was going to do, but she just followed along. Whatever he made would definitely taste good. She didn't care at all why the water tank could never be filled. After brewing the tea, Su Liang filtered out the strong tea broth, then mixed the tea broth with milk, simmered it over low heat, and added some sugar to taste. With his top-notch culinary skills, he seemed to know perfectly well the proportions of tea, milk, and sugar. Soon, a rich aroma of tea mixed with the scent of milk wafted out of the pot. Li Shuhan stood to the side, looking at the milk tea in the pot, constantly swallowing her saliva. Su Liang poured the brewed milk tea into a large porcelain basin to cool, and then repeated the previous steps. He roughly estimated that 1 pound of ordinary tea costs 50 coins and can produce at least 100 pounds of tea water, while 1 pound of milk costs 20 coins. The ratio of tea water to milk is about 4 to 1, and if ice is added, it is about 5 to 1. The production of tea is definitely greater, but there is also loss due to evaporation during the production process. After offsetting the two, the cost of making 1 pound of milk tea is about 4 coins. Under such circumstances, a pound of milk tea priced at 10 coins can earn 6 coins with tears in its eyes. Once the milk tea had cooled down enough, Su Liang and Li Shuhan began to enjoy it. Wow, this tastes so good. Li Shuhan took a sip and thought it was good, so she gulped down the whole small bowl. Su Liang thought the taste was alright, though not as good as the milk tea from his previous life, but at least it was additive-free. Su Liang served Li Shuhan another bowl and then told her to go upstairs to drink it secretly. She cooperated and quietly went back to her room. After she left, Su Liang stored the milk tea in his spatial storage to cool it down. Next, Su Liang went all out, using the space to make the milk tea. The temperature he could control was just right to boil the water, and the finished milk tea could be cooled down immediately. Holy crap, am I just a walking, human-shaped milk tea machine? After trying it out, even Su Liang himself was amazed. Wasn't this even better than stir-frying vegetables? It seems the system is really useful. I need to speed up my efforts to get married. At noon, the hottest time of the day begins. Su Liang estimated that the perceived temperature was at least 35 degrees Celsius. He was already sweating profusely just from making milk tea, let alone Dip Pang and the others, who were already soaked in sweat. It's time to make my appearance. He carried 2 buckets into the front hall, and when he passed the kitchen, the temperature was almost like a sauna. Perhaps it was because the food was served too slowly, or perhaps it was because of the hot weather, but there were fewer customers in the hall than before, and the remaining customers were fanning themselves while waiting. Li Shuyao and Li Shudong sat behind the counter, their faces flushed red. My wife, are you hot? This isn't just hot, it's unbearably hot. It's really hot today, and quite a few customers. Before Li Shuyao could finish speaking, she saw the 2 buckets that Su Liang had placed on the ground. She didn't recognize the milk tea, but she did recognize the ice cream. This is ice. Upon hearing the word ice, Li Shudong immediately looked over, her eyes widening instantly. Seemingly unable to believe it, she quickly stepped forward, bent down, and took a piece. It really is ice. Seeing her sister's astonished expression, Li Shuyao also took a piece. Where did you get this ice? As soon as she asked the question, she thought of Su Liang's magical abilities. You used that? Li Shuyao asked softly. Su Liang was stunned for a moment, then realized what he meant and nodded mysteriously. Upon hearing this, Li Shudong stepped forward and retorted, "Why are you misusing it again?" Her voice was very low, and her expression was full of reproach. "My lady, don't worry, there are no side effects to this ice-making process." Regardless of the two women's reactions, Su Liang placed the bowls on the counter and added appropriate amounts of milk tea and ice cubes to them. "My wife, please try it." After saying that, he brought several bowls to the four people in the kitchen. When they returned, the two girls were completely won over by the iced milk tea. It was just too delicious. They had drunk milk and tea, even the finest tea, but they never imagined that these two things could be put together. Even though Su Liang has the magical ability to make ice, he is definitely a genius when it comes to food. "My husband, you're amazing." Li Shuyao blurted out those words involuntarily, and then felt a little embarrassed afterward. Su Liang looked at Li Shudong. "Wife, what about you?" "What? You haven't called me husband yet." Li Shudong waved her hand while drinking her milk tea. Su Liang sighed, "Since you two are too embarrassed to say it in front of outsiders, then just call me husband in public from now on." Li Shuyao had used the word husband before, though she didn't know what it meant, but it was much easier to say than husband. Husband. Su Liang looked at Li Shudong again, who pursed her lips. She knew immediately that this was not a nice thing to say, but she would just call it that and consider it a courtesy to the drink. Husband. Su Liang smiled contentedly. "Ladies, what do you think is a suitable price per pound for this milk tea?" Milk tea? The two murmured to themselves that they both thought Su Liang was a good name, simple, clear, and pleasant sounding. Li Shudong thought for a moment and said, I don't know the price of milk, but it shouldn't be cheap, and ice is even more expensive in the summer. This iced milk tea should cost at least 5 taels of silver per pound." Su Liang was drinking milk tea when he heard Li Shutong's quote and almost spat it out. 5 taels of silver a pound. We might as well just rob them. No, even robbing wouldn't be this fast. In fact, Li Shudong is right. There is technology to make ice in the summer, but the cost is very high. If we consider the price of ice, 5 ounces is not expensive at all. Li Shuyao shook her head. 5 taels of silver is simply unaffordable for ordinary people. Since the ice is, well, there's no cost to it anyway, so let's just consider the cost of milk and tea. At this point, she looked at Su Liang and asked, "What are the prices for tea and milk?" Su Liang explained the price, and Li Shuyao quickly analyzed, "There isn't much milk in this milk tea, so the cost per pound shouldn't be high. I think a price of 50 coins per pound is reasonable. That way, even if ordinary people can't afford it, we can still sell cheaper iced tea." Su Liang's eyes lit up upon hearing this. What Shuyao's wife said made sense. They could also sell herbal tea. After all, some people are just not fond of the taste of milk. After stating her price, Li Shuyao asked, "How much does this milk tea cost per pound?" Su Liang held up 4 fingers. Li Shuyao nodded, "Yes, the cost is 40 coins, and you can make 10 coins per pound. This is a good business. It's so hot today, I'm sure a lot of people will buy it." Su Liang shook his head and whispered, "It's not 40 coins, it's 4 coins. Chapter 33. What do you think of my daughter? 4 coins. Li Shuyao, who was originally full of confidence, became cool when she heard this number. If you sell it for 50 coins at such a low cost, that's more than 10 times the profit. Was my price a bit too high? Su Liang waved his hand, "Not too high, not too high, I'll sell it for 50 coins. Inspired by Li Shuyao, he changed his approach. Instead of focusing on low prices and high volume, he decided to go for the high-end market, replacing the low-price segment with ordinary herbal tea. Milk tea is easy to make, and others can quickly imitate it. The main problem is that only you have the ice, so take advantage of the hot weather to make more money." Su Liang assigned the task of selling milk tea to his 2 wives. There was no rush. The hottest days were yet to come, and this was a good opportunity for them to hone their sales skills. His current problem is the issue of the cups. If everyone drinks in the restaurant, there won't be enough room to sit, and the dishes won't be able to be sold. However, if you're doing takeout, you can't send the cups along with the food, as that would be a cost, unless the customer brings their own cup, but that doesn't seem very practical. Su Liang thought and thought, but couldn't come up with a good solution. Although he has the support of a system, it still takes time to quickly develop his own business mindset. After all, this is his first time doing business. Sigh, if only I had a wife who knew how to do business, all my lottery winning abilities would be solved. Thinking of this, Su Liang decided to go out for a walk. Fate is something you can't find by sitting at home, you have to go out and explore. Sure enough, he had an idea shortly after leaving the house. Looking at the customers coming and going at the entrance of Yingqianle, Su Liang suddenly had an idea. He still had more than 40,000 love points, and those sexy lingerie were very cheap. If Yingqianle is already doing such good business during the day, wouldn't it take off even more if it were to be enhanced with a romantic atmosphere? However, it's a bit of a chore for women, as it's physically demanding work. Su Liang thought about it and decided against it for now. He would wait until he experienced it firsthand before making a decision. He wanted to be the #1 person in the Great Xia dynasty. After walking several hundred steps, Su Liang stopped. He saw a small tea house with quite a few customers at the entrance and inside, and the signboard said it sold herbal tea. Su Liang walked over with curiosity. "Would you like a pot of iced tea, sir?" an old man asked. Su Liang looked inside the house and saw no one else. The old man must be running the shop himself. "How much does it cost?" Su Liang asked. "1 penny a pot." Su Liang sat down and slapped a copper coin on the table. "Give me a pot." Soon, the old man brought out a pot of tea and a ceramic bowl from the house. Su Liang poured himself a bowl and tasted it. The taste was not bad, and the coolness was about the same as freshly drawn water from the well. While he was drinking tea, a few people at another table slapped some copper coins on their hands and left, seemingly just to quench their thirst. Su Liang asked, "Brother, how did you make this herbal tea so cold?" "It's nothing, I just dug a cellar in the backyard to store cool tea in the cellar." The old man told the truth. "If you only sell this pot for 1 coin, can you make a profit?" The old man chuckled and said, "Young man, my little shop isn't for tea tasting, it's just for quenching your thirst and making a living." Su Liang finished the tea in the bowl in one gulp. "The tea is good, brother, you're busy." After leaving the small tea house, Su Liang visited several other tea houses. Apart from one large tea house that offered tea tasting services and was relatively expensive, the others basically only offered a few types of tea, which were all very cheap. After leaving another small tea house, Su Liang shook his head. He had originally planned to sell ice to these tea houses, or even to cooperate with them to popularize milk tea, but now it seemed that this approach would not work. These small shops target the lower class, so even if the tea gets colder, the price won't go up. And even if the price goes up, it won't be friendly to those who just want to quench their thirst. After thinking about it, Su Liang decided to include herbal tea as a beverage in the store, which would also improve the service. As for milk tea, he decided to temporarily launch a discount promotion for bringing your own cup, since that stuff is expensive anyway. Su Liang was about to go back and carry out the task when he was stopped by someone. "Xiao Liang." Su Liang turned around and saw that the person who called him was Chen Dalei from the blacksmith shop. "I never expected to end up here." "Hee, it's Uncle Chen." Su Liang intended to say hello and leave, but Chen Dalei came over and grabbed him. Come in and sit for a while." "No, Uncle Chen, I have something to do, so I won't sit down." "Hey, don't be so polite with me, we're all family." "My own family?" Su Liang didn't know where he got this argument from. The two entered the room, and Chen Dalei immediately pressed Su Liang down into a seat. "Uncle Chen, just tell me what's on your mind." "Oh, it's nothing. I just haven't seen you for a few days, and I've been missing you." Upon hearing this, Su Liang felt a chill run down his spine. Could it be that Chen Dalei has some kind of unusual fetish? Chen Dalei chuckled, "Don't be nervous, Uncle just wanted to thank you." Thank you for me?" Chen Dalei nodded, "Yeah, ever since you came to order that barbecue grill last time, a lot of people have come to me to order one." "Don't you think I should thank you?" Su Liang breathed a sigh of relief, so that's what it was about. Indeed, many restaurants now offer grilled skewers, so Su Liangkai wasn't in a hurry to sell them. "Uncle Chen, you're too kind. I didn't do anything to help with this." Chen Dalei waved his hand, "If it weren't for you making the kebabs, those people wouldn't have come to me to order them, so I must thank you." Forehead. Su Liang scratched his head, guessing that Chen Dalei probably still wanted to take him as his apprentice. Chen Dalei continued, "How about this, I'll pass on my skills to you. Don't worry, you won't have to do any work. Just acknowledge me as your master and come learn." As expected, I still have to forge the iron myself. "Uncle Chen, I'm really not interested in blacksmithing." "See, I knew you'd say that, so Uncle prepared a second gift for you." "A second gift?" Su Liang was increasingly confused as he listened. Chen Dalei called out into the room, Xiaofeng, come out quickly. Hey! Dad's here. Chen Xiaofeng quickly ran out of the house. Chen Dalei pulled his son to his side and said to Su Liang with a smile, I'm giving you my son. Su Liang coughed violently a few times after hearing this. He almost choked to death on those words. What kind of nonsense is this, giving me your son? Do I look like that kind of person? If you're going to give someone a son, give me your daughter. Su Liang didn't want to stay any longer, but before he could say goodbye, Chen Dalei continued. Uncle knows you opened a restaurant, and yesterday you even made that sweet and sour pork dish. Business was booming, so I'm planning to have Xiaofeng help you out. Don't worry, it's free. Let him get some experience. Su Liang was speechless upon hearing this. It turned out that all this trouble was for this one thing. Uncle Chen, you could have just told me about this. I happen to be short-handed, and Xiaofeng can go. I will pay him his wages as usual. You don't need to be polite. If you don't want the wages, then let us just forget about it. Upon hearing this, Chen Dalei quickly smiled and said, Okay, I'll listen to you. Then he patted his son and pushed him towards Su Liang. Go, follow your brother Xiao Liang and do a good job. Ever since those restaurants came to him to order custom barbecue grills, Chen Dalei knew that Su Liang was a talented person. He not only had a talent for blacksmithing, but also knew how to do business. At that time, he wanted his son to train with him. After learning yesterday that Su Liang had opened a restaurant, this idea became even stronger. If he hadn't happened to run into him today, he would have personally taken his son there. However, he still did not want to give up his desire to take on apprentices. Su Liang nodded to Chen Xiaofeng, then stood up and said, Uncle Chen, I'll take Xiaofeng back now. Xiao Liang, wait a minute. Chen Dalei beckoned Su Liang over. What's wrong, Uncle Chen? Chen Dalei glanced at his son, then hugged Su Liang and turned to the side. Su Liang was completely baffled. Why was this all so mysterious? Chen Dalei whispered, Xiao Liang, are you really not going to learn a trade from your uncle? Su Liang shook his head, Uncle, let's not talk about this anymore. After saying that, Su Liang was about to leave. Then, Chen Dalei asked, What do you think of my daughter? Chapter 34. I'd like to see who dares to go eat there. Upon hearing this, Su Liang turned around. Does that mean you're going to give your daughter to me too? No problem. He frowned, trying to appear calm. Uncle Chen, what makes you say that? Chen Dalei turned back to look at his son again, then put his arm around Su Liang and took a few steps forward. Just as he turned around, Su Liang caught a glimpse of a petite figure out of the corner of his eye. He turned his head slightly to look, and the figure had just hidden away. Chen Shishir? Although he couldn't see the face, Su Liang recognized the other person from their figure, and there couldn't possibly be anyone else here. At this moment, Chen Dalei said, Xiao Liang, to tell you the truth, I value your talent. As long as you are willing to inherit my skills, I will marry my daughter to you. Su Liang was stunned. This Chen Dalei was actually willing to sell his own daughter for the sake of passing on that craft. He absolutely could not miss such a heinous act. Meanwhile, Chen Shishir, who was separated by a wall, was also stunned. She had just been about to go out when she saw her father and Su Liang whispering to each other, so she carefully went up to eavesdrop and heard this shocking revelation. Her doting father actually forced her to marry for the sake of continuing the blacksmithing tradition. She had always known her father's wish, but was Su Liang really worth it? Chen Dalei added, of course, if you don't like my Shishir, then just pretend I didn't say anything. Chen Dalei's words revealed confidence in his daughter. In the past 2 years, many people had come to propose marriage, and he didn't believe that Su Liang wouldn't be tempted. Damn it! He's threatening me? Su Liang cursed under his breath. If Chen Shishir hadn't been eavesdropping, he would have agreed. But now, Su Liang, was a gentleman. Su Liang composed himself and said righteously, Uncle Chen, I think this is unacceptable. While it is important to pass on your skills, you cannot sell your own daughter. To be honest, I truly fell in love with Shishir at first sight. Since that day we parted, I've been unable to eat or sleep. But precisely because of this, I would never do anything to make her feel awkward. Upon hearing this, Chen Dalei's expression changed slightly. Su Liang had actually refused. But he was not disappointed. On the contrary, he felt gratified. He had originally said that marrying off his daughter was just a test. If the other party agreed immediately, he would have to consider it. Now it seems there's no need to consider it anymore. Su Liang is of excellent character, and there will be absolutely no problem for my daughter to marry him. Chen Shishir clenched her small fists and pressed them against her chest. He actually fell for me. The next moment, Chen Dalai laughed heartily and patted Su Liang's shoulder with his heavy, powerful hand. Ha, Xiao Liang, I'm very satisfied that you have such feelings for Shishir. But don't worry, she will not make things difficult for you. The marriage is settled. Chen Dalai didn't control his voice this time, and Chen Xiaofeng, who was waiting at the door, heard him. He stared at the two of them in disbelief, unable to believe that his father had actually married his sister to Su Liang. Su Liang hadn't expected that Chen Dalai was even more anxious than he was. He thought for a moment and said, Uncle Chen, I think we should ask Miss Shishir what she thinks about this. Besides, I already have 2 wives. Chen Dalai frowned slightly, but he wasn't very surprised. Not only did the delicious food from Su Liang's restaurant spread quickly, but the fact that he had 2 stunningly beautiful wives also spread overnight. However, he didn't expect the rumor to be true. After a moment, Chen Dalai gritted his teeth and said, I'll take her as a concubine, as long as you're good to my daughter. I never expected my father-in-law to be so understanding and righteous. Is this the legendary spirit of craftsmanship? The Great Xia dynasty practiced a system of 1 husband and multiple concubines. Chen Dalai recognized Su Liang's talent before making his decision. Su Liang cupped his hands and said, Uncle Chen, rest assured, I, Su Liang, have always respected equality for all and treat my wife and concubines the same way. However, in this matter, we must respect Miss Shishir's own wishes. After saying this, Su Liang took his leave. Since Chen Dalai had agreed, marrying Chen Shishir was only a matter of time. He still needed to find a suitable opportunity, otherwise it would be a loss if his wife made a fuss about it. As for Chen Shishir, he had already said all the lies he could to her, and now that he had her brother-in-law, winning her over wouldn't be a problem. Su Liang's goal was to ensure her loyalty was at its highest level the day he married her. Back at the restaurant, Su Liang had Niu show Chen Xiaofeng around the work, then went to the 2 women and told them about the sales strategy they had previously decided on. Fortunately, Li Shuyao has already launched a half-price promotion for the new product, so now all that's needed is to add the condition that it comes with its own container. My wife is indeed exceptionally intelligent. Su Liang praised. Li Shuyao gave a wry smile and shook her head. The price of milk tea is still too high, and the customers don't seem to like it as much as I thought. They just like the ice here. Li Shadong sighed, yeah, we've only sold 10 jin in all this time. Maybe we should lower the price. Su Liang smiled and said, ladies, there's no need to worry. The main target customers for this milk tea are young people, especially women. Once the news spreads, it will naturally sell well. The 2 glanced at the customers in the shop, who were almost all men. After thinking about the taste of the milk tea, they felt that what Su Liang said seemed to make a lot of sense. Just then, a customer called out to Su Liang, young manager Liang, when will the next new product be available? Others echoed this sentiment. Yes, shopkeeper, although the crayfish and sweet and sour pork are delicious, it's a bit too meager to have just 2. Su Liang cupped his hands in greeting to everyone. Don't worry, everyone, the new product will be released tomorrow. Then we'll have to order several more. And there's wine too. What's the point of having delicious food without good wine? Yes, shopkeeper, I've been wanting to have a good drink with my friends for a long time. Su Liang repeatedly agreed. It seems the progress needs to be accelerated, and the initial marketing strategy also needs to be adjusted according to the customer's needs. For 3 consecutive days, Su Liang launched new products while passing on his skills to the 4 people. The 4 of them were already familiar with the use of various seasonings, so they learned quickly, and the cooking methods were basically the same. However, the dishes were mainly meat-based, as there were very few green vegetables available in this era. Moreover, it was June, and there were even fewer seasonal vegetables available. The only options were chives, scallions, amaranth, shiitake mushrooms, wood ear mushrooms, and some edible wild vegetables. If you want more dishes, just wait for the season to come, or for caravans from various places to come and sell them. As for customers, the dine-in area is always full, but the situation is gradually stabilizing. Many ordinary people just come to try it out, since it's not cheap. Zuixi Anglu. Huan Sihai stared grimly at the account book in his hand. His family's business had hit rock bottom these past few days, and their income had never been this low. Master, this can't go on like this. All the customers are going to Xiao Liang's restaurant, said the butler. Huan Sihai snorted coldly and casually tossed the ledger aside. Find a few people to keep watch outside that Xiao Liang restaurant. Let's see who dares to eat there. the butler smiled and left to carry out his orders. The Huang family wields considerable power in Ping'an County, and together with the Chu and Zhang families, they are known as the three major families. Most of the businesses in the county are controlled by these three families. Add to that the local clerks and officials, and you have four forces at play. The latter, on the other hand, tends to maintain good relations with all three parties, avoiding offending any of them and only seeking to profit from the situation. Chapter 35. This object is called the Great Mighty Heavenly Dragon. On the third floor, Li Shuyao was carefully calculating the profits of the past few days. Well, has my wife figured it out yet? Li Shuyao nodded. After deducting costs, the total profit over the past few days is 452 taels, 6 mace, and 3 won. Su Liang's eyes widened, feigning surprise. You calculated it so accurately. I'm afraid my wife isn't the only one in the world with such talent. Li Shuyao was a little embarrassed by the praise. To her, it was just basic arithmetic, but she didn't pretend to be modest. Anyway, she was quite happy to hear it. Su Liang grabbed her hand. My wife has worked so hard these past few days. Let me give you a shoulder massage. Just as Li Shuyao was about to say no, Su Liang stood behind her and started massaging her. Her body wasn't as strong as Li Shutong's, and she had indeed been very tired these past few days, but Su Liang's massage made her feel much better. It's rare to see a husband massaging his wife's shoulders, and Li Shuyao couldn't help but feel a deep sense of happiness. Su Liang often said that it was his blessing to marry them, but now it seems that it was also her blessing to marry Su Liang. Just as Li Shuyao was immersed in happiness and emotion, Su Liang's large hand suddenly came to her chest. Li Shuyao didn't cry out, but instinctively covered her mouth. She gained this experience from sleeping in the same bed with 3 other people that night. My lady, don't struggle. This is a magical technique. After massaging, your whole body will feel refreshed. As Su Liang spoke, he carried her to the bed. Li Shuyao didn't know whether it was smooth or not. She only felt unbearably hot all over. Even with her mouth covered, she couldn't help but let out a soft moan. My wife, put your hand down, let me help you. Su Liang put Li Shuyao's hand aside and then covered her mouth with his. Soon, the soft moans were joined by smacking sounds. My wife, will you consummate our marriage? Ugh no, it's still daytime now, it's still daytime. Oh, my lady, you're mistaken. My sister will be there tonight, along with Erniu and the others. Do you want them to hear us? But I'm not mentally prepared yet. Don't be afraid, my wife, I'll just rub against you. Really? 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 Just as Su Liang got up to take off his clothes, there was a knock on the door. Damn it, who is it knocking at this hour? Su Liang shouted irritably. At this moment, Taizhu said anxiously, Brother Liangzi, it's me. Something's happened outside. You'd better go and see. Taking this opportunity, Li Shuyao hurriedly stood up, quickly straightening her clothes, her heart filled with extreme fear. She saw it when Su Liang stood up just now, and it was absolutely terrifying. Su Liang let out a long breath, but the anger on his face did not subside. No, these people have to move out. We'll find them a place to live today. With a loud bang, the door was flung open. Taizhu was startled, and when he saw Su Liang's expression, he couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. Su Liang didn't ask him what happened, but stormed downstairs in a huff. Seeing this, Taizhu quickly followed up, Brother Liangzi, please don't act rashly. He knew something about what Su Liang had done in the clan and was afraid that the other party might act rashly and commit further killings. I'm so impulsive. If you keep doing this, you'll ruin me sooner or later. Su Liang ignored him and went straight to the door. What's going on? Su Liang asked, looking at the group of people who were facing off. Ernie pointed angrily at the group of men wielding sticks across the street and said, Liangzi, they've been blocking the doorway and driving all our guests away. At this moment, someone on the other side said, Hey, don't talk nonsense. This street doesn't belong to you. We can't just do whatever we want here. Exactly, and those people didn't even come to the door, so why should they be considered your guests? The fat man cursed, You're talking nonsense. Those were our guests, they were scared away by you. Who the hell are you cursing, you little brat? I'm going to curse at you, so what? Come on, say that again if you dare, and I'll fuck you. The two sides exchanged words, and it looked like they were about to come to blows. Alright, everyone calm down. Su Liang stopped his group, then turned to the people opposite him and said, Gentlemen, our restaurant doesn't seem to have offended you. Please explain if there's any misunderstanding. One of them glanced at Su Liang disdainfully, Who the hell has a misunderstanding with you? Let me tell you the truth, we're just not letting you do business. That's right, go ahead and hit me if you dare, ha. The men spoke with extreme arrogance, completely disregarding how Su Liang's men would react, as if they were certain that they wouldn't dare to make a move. Su Liang couldn't make a move. This was the city, not the village. He could be arrested in no time if he did. Besides, these people were obviously just low-level thugs, and they were definitely acting under someone's orders. It seems I should pay a visit to Su Hu. Su Liang had previously arranged for Su Ji to negotiate protection money with Su Hu, but the other party did not respond. He turned to the crowd and said, "You've all worked hard these past few days. Let's close up shop and take a break today. Go home and see your families." Everyone was both angry and helpless. The restaurant had only been in business for a few days when this happened. It seemed that doing business in the city was not easy. Ernia said, "Liangzi, have we cooked all those crayfish?" Su Liang waved his hand, "It's all right, you can take them back and distribute them to the villagers who worked for us, as a reward for everyone." The group quickly packed up and left, and the restaurant posted a sign saying it was closed. Su Liang prepared some gifts and headed straight for the county magistrate's mansion. In the county magistrate's mansion, Su Hu, with a square face and short beard, was leisurely drinking iced tea. He had sent someone to buy this from Xiao Liang's restaurant earlier. On such a hot day, it was truly refreshing to be able to drink this iced tea. Su Liang is truly a talent. Not only are he ruthless, but he's also a master at making money. He can even make ice. As Su Hu was silently reciting the words, a constable ran over to report. "Sir, Su Liang, the manager of Xiaoliang restaurant, requests an audience." Upon hearing this, Su Hu stopped holding the cup and instructed the bailiff, "Please let him in." Before long, the Yamen runners brought Su Liang in. Seeing the exquisite gift box in Su Liang's hand, Su Hu nodded slightly. This kid knows how to handle things. In fact, when he went to the Su family that day, Su Shi told him the whole truth. However, he didn't like Su Feng to begin with, and for some reason, he felt that Su Liang had a promising future, so he didn't pursue the matter. Su Liang approached and bowed slightly, saying, "Greetings, Lord Su." Su Hu slightly raised his hand and said, "No need for formalities. From the perspective of the clan, I am still your clan uncle." The two were not related by blood, they were not even cousins, but could only be called uncles. Of course, if they were close, they could be called uncles. "Thank you, uncle." Su Liang didn't try to get close to them, he just called them whatever they asked. After taking his seat, Su Liang immediately opened the gift box. Seeing this, Su Hu frowned slightly. Such behavior when giving gifts is very impolite. However, there is one exception, when the gift is extremely precious or special, so that the giver has to explain it to the recipient in person. Su Hu remained silent, waiting for Su Liang to speak. A moment later, Su Liang took out an even more exquisite small box from the gift box. He slowly opened the small box, revealing the black pills inside. What is this?" Su Hu never expected it to be a pill, so he couldn't help but ask. Su Liang didn't answer directly, but instead asked mysteriously, "Does uncle know the identities of my two wives?" Su Hu nodded, he knew about this. Su Liang added, "This product is made using a unique secret recipe from the military headquarters." Oh? Su Hu became interested upon hearing this. The general's mansion's unique recipe was not something that ordinary people could access. Su Liang continued, "Uncle, you may not know this, but this medicine is extremely difficult to prepare. It requires as many as 81 kinds of medicinal materials, and they are extremely hard to find. I searched through all the pharmacies in the county and traveled through all the surrounding mountains and forests, and I only managed to prepare 10 pills. The money I spent exceeded 1,000 taels." After Su Liang finished speaking, he showed an extremely distressed expression, but as if he realized something was wrong, he quickly put on a smile. "Hee, that's why I haven't paid my respects to my uncle these past few days." After hearing Su Liang's explanation, Su Hu believed him to some extent. After all, this was something from the general's mansion, and the kid should have 1,000 taels of silver, but it still felt a bit exaggerated. Su Hu asked, "What is the name of this thing? And what are its effects?" Su Liang said, "This item is called the Great Mighty Heavenly Dragon. As for its effects..." Su Liang looked around, then covered his mouth with one hand and whispered to Su Hu, "Taking this will keep your penis erect for 2 hours. Chapter 36. How long does my cousin last? His golden spear remained erect for 2 hours. Could it be that the general's divine might comes from this? Su Hu is now 90% convinced because the name of this medicine is incredibly powerful, containing both heaven and dragon, and half of the 4 characters are taboo. Furthermore, Su Liang must have something to ask of me, so I doubt he would dare to lie to me. At most, he would just exaggerate. However, the specific effects of the medicine can only be known after trying it. Su Hu is over 40 years old and has a wife and 3 concubines at home, so he is indeed very powerless many times. Seeing the other person's expression, Su Liang knew that the gift-giving was a success. Men, what they like are nothing more than power, wealth, and sex. He can't give me power, and he's unwilling to give me money, so I can only focus on sex. This pill was Viagra that he bought from the couple's supply store at the cost of 100 affection points, and then mixed it with various flavorings and syrup. When Su Liang first saw Viagra, he scoffed at it, thinking, "Who do you think you are?" But now it seems that this is indeed a good thing. Su Liang said, "This medicine is extremely potent. You can only take 1 pill a day at most. Uncle is in his prime, so naturally he doesn't need this. But if you give it to someone else, please remember to remind him." Su Hu coughed lightly and placed the small box on the table. "Well, I appreciate your kind offer, nephew. Now, tell me, what brings you here?" Since the other party had asked, Su Liang didn't mince words and gave a general account of the matter. Upon hearing this, Su Hu calmly took a sip of tea, as if he had expected it. "This must have been done by Huan Sihai of Zuixianglu. Your restaurant must have stolen his business." Su Liang was not surprised by what Su Hu mentioned about Zui Xianlu. His dishes were priced high, targeting mid to high-end customers, and Zui Xianlu was the only comparable competitor in Pinyin County. Su Liang said, "Then I wonder if my uncle has any ideas?" Su Hu frowned slightly. "The forces in Pinyin County are complex and intertwined. I can only ensure that you can continue to operate, and I cannot break ties with them. As for business competition or underhanded tactics, you will have to deal with them yourself." Su Liang clasped his hands in thanks. "Then thank you very much, uncle." Su Hu was able to guarantee that his business would continue as normal, which was enough. At least the other party would be wary and would not interfere with his business as directly as they had today. He was naturally not afraid of business competition, and Su Liang had also killed people through underhanded means. Su Hu hummed in agreement and nodded. Su Liang didn't know if the other party charged a fee. He knew how to give gifts when visiting relatives, but he had no experience in paying protection money, so he didn't know how to bring it up for a moment. Su Hu saw through his thoughts and said directly, "We are both members of the Su family. Helping you is within my duty, so there is no need to send me money. Moreover, I hope you can grow stronger. If you don't love money, then you must only love women." Su Liang hadn't expected Su Hu to be such an upright person. But what did that last sentence, "hoping I grow stronger," mean? Did he also want him to consummate the marriage soon? Just as Su Liang was about to say goodbye and leave, 2 girls came out of the inner room one after the other. She was wearing a white dress, moved rather lazily, and yawned as she walked, as if she hadn't woken up yet. Her hair was even a little messy. The other girl in the red dress was much more lively, with a smile on her face, giving off a very energetic vibe. One is a homebody, the other is an energetic young woman, and both are quite good looking. Su Liang plopped back down and his brain began to work frantically. According to the laws of my previous life, marriage between close relatives is limited to collateral blood relatives within 3 generations. In this world, my grandfather and the old clan chief were cousins, meaning they shared the same grandfather, which is 2 generations apart. Su Hu and Su Feng were also cousins, which means that by my generation, there was at least a 4-generation gap, or even more. Marrying her would be perfectly fine. It's legal and reasonable, and it would even strengthen the family bond. Uncle. Father. The girls in red and white dresses greeted Su Hu. When Su Hu looked at the girl in the red dress, he nodded and smiled. But when he looked at the girl in the white dress, his smile vanished and his expression turned cold. The girl in the red dress said, "Uncle, I heard there's a restaurant here called Shaoliang Restaurant that makes really good milk tea. I'm planning to go check it out with Yiman." As she spoke, she reached out to grab Su Yiman's hand, but the latter shook her off, saying, "Oh dear, I don't want to go. I haven't finished reading my storybook yet. You can go by yourself." Before the girl in the red dress could speak again, Su Hu slammed his fist on the table and pointed at Su Yiman, shouting, "Go! Get out there! You're always at home watching that junk, your limbs are practically atrophied from lying around." Su Hu was panting heavily. Su Yiman was his eldest daughter, and she spent more time in bed than his seriously ill mother. Moreover, under her influence, his son also gradually started to lie down. Just as Su Hu was about to ask Zhao Tingzhu to take her daughter out, he saw Su Liang. He coughed lightly twice, his expression quickly returning to calm. Su Liang, you take them there. Su Yiman asked, who is he? Su Hu didn't even look at his daughter, and said, he's your cousin. The milk tea you're talking about was made by him. Su Yiman simply responded with an "oh." Zhao Tingzhu's eyes lit up as she looked at Su Liang. She had only wanted to try the milk tea, but she hadn't expected to run into the real deal here. Su Liang naturally did not refuse, and after bowing, he led the two away. Su Hu also sent several Yamen runners to follow along and have them deal with the troublemakers. Along the way, Zhao Tingzhu asked Su Liang about milk tea and other delicacies, while Su Yiman kept her head down, reading her storybook. When they arrived at the restaurant entrance, the troublemakers were gone. However, Su Liang was not worried. With these guards standing at the door, plus Zhao Yiman's identity, the effect was much better than simply driving them away. Seeing that no one was on the first floor, Su Liang called upstairs, wife, we have guests. Soon, Li Shuyao came down. When she saw Su Liang return with two women, she immediately frowned, and her brows only relaxed after Su Liang finished introducing them. You guys go upstairs first, I'll go make milk tea. Li Shuyao warmly led the two women upstairs, acting like the matriarch of the household. Su Yiman followed at the back, looking utterly dejected. For her, climbing 3 floors was simply too much exercise. However, as soon as Li Shuyao opened the door, a blast of cold air rushed out of the room. To allow her to exercise, Su Hu specifically forbade her from driving, and the two of them were already covered in sweat from walking all the way. And at this moment, being blown by this cool air feels incredibly refreshing. Su Yiman pushed Zhao Tingzhu into the house. Wow! It's so cool! Yeah, this room is so cool! The two women exclaimed in surprise. Li Shuyao smiled slightly, all thanks to her husband. Your wife, Li Shuyao, felt vain for the first time because of you, earning you 1,000 points of affection. Su Liang was busy in the kitchen when he heard the system's voice. He hasn't unlocked any new achievements in a long time. Apart from the remaining 40,000 affection points in his savings, he can only get 300 points a day, which is sometimes not even enough for his daily expenses. Upstairs. Su Yiman and her companion looked around, finding the things in the room quite novel. Putting aside why there was so much ice in that water tank, how could this window let in so much light, and this thing called a sofa is just too soft. Su Yiman turned around and lay down on the sofa. Reading storybooks here couldn't be more enjoyable. You asked, brother Su Liang did all of this? Zhao Tingzhu looked utterly incredulous. Yes, it was made by Su my husband, Li Shuyao said. Your wife, Li Shuyao, is proud of you for the first time, earning you 1,000 points of affection. Your wife, Li Shudong, is proud of you for the first time, earning you 1,000 points of affection. Ha! They counted everyone once. Su Liang vaguely sensed a new way to obtain affection points. Previously, I had actively earned all the affection points. Now, the same feeling of pride has returned to each of us. In that case, if they were to initiate kissing, touching, or writing on someone, wouldn't that allow us to get another wave of achievements? And it seems that the same action will unlock different achievements depending on our mood. Most importantly, it's very likely that everyone will do it once. Su Liang couldn't help but feel excited. It seemed that the road to training his wife was still very long. Inside the room, the three women chatted and laughed, while Su Yiman read a storybook and occasionally chimed in. At this moment, Su Liang also came up with 4 cups of milk tea. Just as he was about to open the door, he heard Su Yiman say, Sister-in-law, how long does my cousin last? Chapter 37 My lady, it's time for your bath. Su Liang's outstretched hand froze in midair. He hadn't expected his cousin to ask such a question. What does this mean? Is it a test of one's strength? Su Liang turned his head and slowly brought his ear close to it. Su Yiman spoke casually, and after asking the question, she lowered her head and continued reading the storybook. The other 3 were stunned, staring at each other in disbelief, wondering if they had misheard. The room was quiet for a moment. Su Yiman looked up and found that all 3 of them were looking at her. Why are you looking at me like that? It's nothing, ha. Where were we? Zhao Tingzhu smiled awkwardly and quickly changed the subject. Before Li Shuyao and the other woman could speak, Su Yiman said, Oh, I was just asking my cousin how long each time lasts. Zhao Tingzhu gave another awkward laugh and quickly retorted, Yiman, don't talk nonsense. Hee, please don't be offended, sisters-in-law. That's just how Yiman is. She doesn't think before she speaks. Su Yiman lay there, glancing at Li Shuyao and Li Shudong. Suddenly, her eyes lit up as if she had discovered something, and she sat up abruptly. Sister-in-law, you two haven't consummated your marriage yet, have you? Seeing Su Yiman's eager expression, Li Shuyao and her companion were at a loss for words. If he says they didn't consummate their marriage, it seems like Su Liang doesn't like him. If he says they did, he can't quite tell the lie. Seeing their reactions, Su Yiman's wicked smile deepened. Sister-in-law, did you two consummate your marriage? Could it be that my cousin is impotent? Su Liang's lips twitched. This Su Yiman really needed to be taught a lesson. Sooner or later, he'd shut her up. Hearing Su Yiman say such things about Su Liang, Li Shuyao immediately felt embarrassed and annoyed. She clenched her fists and forced herself to remain calm, saying, "My husband, he is very capable." Really? Su Yiman looked at the two of them and asked. Li Shuyao nodded, while Li Shudong coughed lightly and turned her head away somewhat guiltily. Of course it's true. How long can he last at a time? Su Yiman asked the original question again. The two sisters, Li Shuyao and Li Shuyao, exchanged glances, each wanting the other to answer the question. Neither of them had any experience in this area and had no idea what to do. 2 seconds later, Li Shudong turned her head to the side. Li Shuyao had no choice but to continue making up a story since she had already lied. Fortunately, she had read some books. The book mostly describes 3 days and 3 nights, or 7 days and 7 nights, but those people are all immortals who can fly and escape into the earth. Mortals, on the other hand, would probably. Li Shuyao quickly reviewed the information in her mind and then came up with what she considered a reasonable answer: about an hour. Ah! Upon hearing this, Su Yiman exclaimed in surprise, her eyes widening in shock. Not only her, but Su Liang outside the door had the same expression. I never expected my first wife to give me so much face. While feeling gratified, Su Liang also felt unprecedented pressure. What if he didn't meet the other party's expectations? Would they be disappointed? Seeing Su Yiman's reaction, Li Shuyao panicked. Did I say something wrong? She clenched her fists tightly. It took Su Yiman a while to recover from the shock. She never expected that her cousin was even stronger than the tough men in stories and novels. She was somewhat skeptical, but Li Shuyao didn't seem to be lying. She then looked at Li Shudong. Sister-in-law, my cousin, he really has an hour? Li Shudong glanced at her, crossed her arms, and said, yeah, more or less. For her, doing a horse stance, which is tiring, could take half a day without any problem, while she could do other things by lying down, and an hour was nothing. Seeing Li Shutong's somewhat disdainful expression, Su Yiman couldn't help but swallow. The sister-in-law's reaction clearly showed her dissatisfaction. She now completely believed in Su Liang's abilities, but was shocked by the woman in front of her. In fact, women in the Great Xia dynasty received this kind of education before marriage, but the Li Shuyao sisters married Su Liang before reaching that point. Su Yiman knew this entirely because of storybooks and novels. Compared to the fantasy genre that Li Shuyao preferred, what she read was more realistic. Your wife has earned 5,000 affection points for upholding your dignity as a man in front of others. Su Liang was overjoyed. He never expected that he could gain 8,000 affection points just by chatting. Since Ernio and the others aren't here tonight, I must treat my 2 wives to a good meal. Knock knock knock. Su Liang knocked on the door a few times and then entered the house. The milk tea is ready, everyone come and have some. Ha? Why is everyone looking at me like that? It's nothing, thank you very much, brother. Zhao Tingzhu chuckled and handed the cups of milk tea to the group one by one. Wow! This milk tea is really as delicious as the rumors say. Yiman, don't just stand there, you have to try it. Okay. Su Yiman snapped out of her daze and shifted her gaze away from Su Liang. Seeing that the group had started chatting again, Su Liang went to the bedroom and forcibly turned on Li Shuhan, who was taking a nap. If she slept too much during the day, she wouldn't be able to sleep at night. You guys chat. It's a rare day off, so I'm taking Shuhan out to play. Su Liang prepared some wine and food for the 2 constables, and then took Li Shuhan out the door. So, does that mean this milk tea and all those other delicacies everyone's talking about were created by you, brother, all by yourself? That's right, my husband did it all. Then the items in this room. It was all made by my husband. Zhao Tingzhu stared wide-eyed, her face filled with disbelief. Your wife has earned 1,000 affection points for the first time because of you. Did my cousin really say that men and women are equal? Yes, my husband not only said that men and women are equal, but also that everyone is equal. He lives by that. He treats every friend and colleague very well, and he doesn't distinguish between wives and concubines at home. Gender equality, equality for all, no distinction between wives and concubines. Su Yimin was completely dumbfounded. Even in novels and storybooks, these words could only be expressed in a veiled way, but her cousin was actually a person who adhered to this kind of philosophy. He buys groceries, cooks, takes care of the kids, is good at business and can make money, and loves his wife dearly. There is such a good man in the world. Zhao Tingzhu and Su Yimin were both numb. Tingzhu, why don't you marry my cousin as well? After Su Yimin finished speaking, she sighed and shook her head. It was a pity that the Su family's clan rules were different from other families. Intermarriage within the clan was not allowed. Otherwise, if she had married into the family, she would have been able to completely settle down. Upon hearing this, Zhao Tingzhu blushed, lowered her head shyly, and her heart pounded wildly. Upon seeing this, Li Shuyao and her sister both frowned, and their gazes toward the two men became more hostile. Your wife, Li Shuyao, has developed a strong sense of crisis, and you have gained 1,000 points of affection. Your wife, Li Shudong, has developed a strong sense of crisis, and you have gained 1,000 points of affection. Su Liang was watching several young women select fabrics in a silk shop when he heard the system notification and raised an eyebrow. What's with this sense of crisis? Could it be that these people are fighting? Su Liang thought about it and felt it was impossible. His two wives were not unreasonable people. After returning home, Su Liang cooked several more dishes to entertain them. It wasn't until evening that the two constables took the two men back to their residence. The two constables were quite satisfied. This job was good, there was food and drink, and it wasn't tiring. Su Liang was someone worth befriending. The two women's feelings were completely different from when they arrived. Zhao Tingzhu, in particular, kept hearing Su Yimin's words echoing in her mind. Inside the house, Su Liang was filling the bathtub with water in the small room. When he returned in the afternoon, he noticed that the two women were not in a good mood and realized that the source of their sense of crisis was their two new younger sisters. However, Su Liang didn't care. It was good to have a sense of crisis. During the meal, the two of them took turns serving him food. The bathtubs in both small rooms were all prepared, and shampoo, shower gel, and other toiletries were also provided. Su Liang took a few deep breaths, composed himself, and went to the living room. My lady, it's time for your bath. Chapter 38. My wife, are you asleep? The two of them did not refuse upon hearing this. This bathtub was custom made by Su Liang and only arrived yesterday. Before this, they could only use a wooden tub every night, and the two of them had long wanted to take a proper bath. I specially used a lot of magic to obtain bathing supplies for the two ladies. They're right next to the bathtub, Su Liang said, pointing towards the bathroom. Upon hearing that Su Liang had once again abused his magic for their sake, the two were deeply moved, but neither said anything, only nodding. You have moved your wife 20 times, earning you 2,000 affection points. Su Liang chuckled and said, Please, ladies, I'll go and put Shuhan to sleep. Seeing the two enter the bathroom, Su Liang quickly carried the half-asleep Li Shuhan into his room. I kept her out for a long time this afternoon, and she was so tired that she went upstairs on her own after lunch. Brother, is it time for dinner? Sweetie, you'll eat after you take a nap. Okay. Su Liang patted her a few times, and she fell asleep easily. In the bathroom, the two of them lay in the bathtub, both showing expressions of enjoyment. Su Liang adjusted the water temperature to be just right, and flower petals were arranged on the surface of the water, making it both refreshing and beautiful to soak in. A moment later, the two of them picked up the two bottles that Su Liang had obtained with his magic almost simultaneously. Each bottle had 3 words written crookedly on it: wash hair and wash body. Both of them couldn't help but laugh when they saw the handwriting, but they also felt Su Liang's thoughtfulness. However, they encountered a problem when they tried to open it. The two had never seen the bottle before, and for a moment they didn't know how to use it. Su Liangyue, sensing that it was about time, called out to the two of them, Wife, immortal techniques are extremely precious. If you don't know how to use them, remember to call me. Don't break them. Li Shudong was startled when she heard this. She had broken the bottle instead of opening it. She coughed lightly and said, Okay, I got it. But Li Shuyao didn't have that much strength, and after hearing Su Liang's words, she dared not use any more force. After studying it for a while, she shook her head helplessly and had no choice but to call Su Liang over. Don't come in. Hold out your hand, and I'll give it to you. Yes, my wife. Su Liang readily agreed. Then I opened the door and went inside. With a splash, the bottle fell into the water. Li Shuyao instinctively covered her mouth. Su Liang couldn't help but swallow hard as he looked at the underwater spring scenery. The surface of the water is calm, but turbulent waters are lurking beneath. Su Liang didn't speak, but made a shushing gesture and then pointed to the room next door. Seeing this, Li Shuyao could only hold back her voice. She tried her best to hug her chest and sink her body underwater as much as possible. Su Liang walked slowly to her side, easily opened the shampoo bottle, took out some, and began to massage it into her hair. Thanks to the few months of hairdressing training he had received in his previous life, Su Liang's technique was quite skillful. Li Shuyao was initially a little resistant, but as she washed, she found that Su Liang's pressing on her was actually quite pleasant. After kneading for a while, Su Liang took out a wooden bucket that he had prepared in his space and placed it on the ground. Then he used his hand as a spray nozzle to rinse the water. For something like water, if you want to store it in a space, you need to use a container, but when you want to release it, you can directly operate the smallest unit of the temperature control area, which is to control 1 cubic meter. After washing his hair, Su Liang brought over some shower gel. At this moment, Li Shuyao realized something was wrong. She had just washed her hair, so the next step was to wash her body. No, absolutely not. Before she could think, a tremendous force came from under her armpits, and she was lifted up. Li Shuyao stood in the water, completely dumbfounded. Su Liang had seen her naked. She couldn't hold back any longer and opened her mouth to scream. As a result, Su Liang grabbed her from behind and covered her mouth. "My lady, Shudong is still next door," Su Liang whispered in her ear. Seeing that Li Shuyao had stopped struggling, Su Liang released his hand from her mouth, then picked up the shower gel and poured it into his palm. "My wife, watch carefully, I'll teach you how to use it now." As Su Liang spoke, he applied the ointment. Next door. Li Shudong had no time to pay attention to the strange noises coming from her sister's side. Her hair and the bathtub were full of foam. She had accidentally poured out most of the bottle earlier, and as a result, the more she washed, the more foam there was. This piece of junk is so annoying. Li Shudong was so angry that she slapped the water's surface repeatedly. "Sis, are you done washing up? Come help me." Li Shuyao was unconsciously twisting her body when she heard her sister shout, and she quickly stopped Su Liang's hand. "Not yet, what's wrong, Shudong?" "Then hurry up and wash, I'm covered in foam." "Come help me when you're done, damn foam is getting in my eyes." Li Shudong was so angry she was almost going crazy. "Don't rush, I'll be done washing now." After saying that, Li Shuyao pushed Su Liang away and then squatted down in the bathtub to wash off the foam. Su Liang sighed helplessly. How could he possibly wash off the foam like this? It's not good to have this stuff left on your body, especially if it accidentally gets into your mouth, it tastes terrible. He flicked the short hair from the hair roller in his hand, then turned his hand back into a spray nozzle. A moment later, Li Shuyao arrived next door wearing the bathrobe that Su Liang had prepared in advance. She initially didn't want Su Liang to come in, but after seeing the room full of foam, she pulled him in anyway. "Sis, you finally arrived." "I can barely keep my eyes open," Li Shudong said, rubbing her eyes. "If you can't open your eyes, then don't open them for now." As Li Shuyao spoke, she gestured for Su Liang to use the spray nozzle. "Shudong, stand up and don't move yet. Let me help you rinse off." Li Shuyao guided her younger sister to stand up. Su Liang stood behind, his eyes wide with amazement. Shutong's skin looked much firmer than her sister's, especially her round, plump buttocks. However, with Li Shuyao around, Su Liang could only watch from the sidelines. Soon, seeing that the water had been thoroughly rinsed, Li Shuyao quickly chased Su Liang out. Helpless, he had no choice but to put down a bucket of water and leave. Li Shutong's hair hadn't been rinsed yet, and with the drying process, it would take some time. Su Liang immediately went next door and quickly rinsed his hair as well. When the two women came out, Su Liang was already lying on the sofa. "Hee, you two ladies have finished washing up. Go back to your rooms and rest. Shohan will sleep in my room, and I'll make do on this sofa tonight." After saying that, Su Liang closed his eyes. Of the 4 bedrooms, one was not in use, so Su Liang's arrangement was correct. The two women exchanged a glance, said nothing, and tacitly walked towards their own rooms. 15 minutes later, a clap of thunder sounded, and a torrential downpour began. "The roof is made of tiles, so it doesn't leak, but it's very noisy." Su Liang was overjoyed. He never expected that even the heavens were on his side. He quietly stood up, looked around, and finally walked towards Li Shuyao's room. There was no creaking sound as the door opened, because it was half open. Su Liang slipped through the door. The room was very dark, and almost nothing could be seen. Usually, if the moonlight was insufficient, Li Shuya would light candles, but she didn't today because she knew Su Liang would come. Just then, a bolt of lightning flashed past the window, illuminating the entire room. Su Liang saw Li Shuya lying flat on the bed. She had her hands on her lower abdomen and was lying very upright, but she was definitely not asleep. Tap, tap, tap. As Su Liang's footsteps drew closer, Li Shuyao's heart nearly leaped into her throat. Finally, the man came to her side. My wife, are you asleep? Chapter 39. My wife, I'm coming in now. Li Shuyao's eyebrows twitched slightly, but she did not respond. My wife, my wife. Su Liang called out a few more times in a low voice, and seeing that Li Shuya was still pretending to be asleep, he sighed softly. Alas, since my wife is asleep, I can only go to Shutong's place. After saying that, Su Liang turned around. The next second, Li Shuya reached out and grabbed him. Don't! Su Liang grinned mischievously. Hee, my wife is awake. As soon as he finished speaking, he threw off the covers and darted inside, his movements extremely fluid and decisive. Feeling Su Liang's hands, Li Shuya was shocked. What was she holding? Smack, smack. While kissing Li Shuya, Su Liang also groped her. I have to say, the shower gel produced by this system is really good, my skin is so smooth. You and your wife, Li Shuya, share a tender kiss. You and your wife, Li Shuya, share a passionate kiss. You and your wife, Li Shuya, shared a passionate kiss. System notifications kept appearing, but Su Liang had no time to pay attention to them. The county magistrate's mansion. The maid hurried to a door. Knock, knock, knock. Li Hu's wife, Xiao Huiru, was just about to fall asleep when she was awakened by a knock on the door. Who is it? She shouted irritably. The maid was startled and involuntarily stepped back, but still forced herself to say, Madam, master wants you to go to his bedroom. Zhao Huiro raised an eyebrow upon hearing this. Wasn't he supposed to be looking for that vixen from the fourth wife's family today? Why is he calling me at this hour? Despite her doubts, she still got up, dressed, and went out. As Zhao Huiro arrived at the bedroom door, she ran into the two women from the second and third wives' households. Why are you here? Zhao Huiro said irritably. The master sent us, the two replied. It's so late at night, and it's raining. I don't know what he was thinking. Zhao Huiro was halfway through her sentence when she suddenly realized something. Is this guy planning to? Just then, Su Hu's voice came from inside the bedroom. Come in, everyone. After the ladies entered the room, the maids who had been responsible for relaying messages gathered together. I don't know what's wrong with the master today, he actually summoned all four ladies to his bedroom. Didn't you hear me before? What did you hear? The fourth madam screamed terribly. So what? Isn't that how fourth madam always is? This time it's different, they're really screaming, and they're even begging for mercy. Li Shudong lay in bed, tossing and turning, unable to fall asleep. It wasn't that the thunder and rain outside were too loud, but rather that there were constant noises coming from my sister's room. She turned away in frustration and covered her ears again. However, her martial arts training since childhood, coupled with her exceptional talent, has given her hearing far beyond that of ordinary people. The intense moans, the creaking of the bed, and the occasional screams seemed to haunt her like a curse. Humph, I'm so angry. It's just. Humph, is it really that exaggerated? More than an hour later. Li Shuyao dragged her tired body into sleep. Su Liang slowly moved his body, gently removing the arm that was draped over him and the plump, round thigh. A moment later, there was a knock on Li Shutong's door. My wife, are you asleep? Upon hearing Su Liang's voice, Li Shutong opened her eyes. She wanted to respond, but when she thought about what had happened before, she couldn't help but feel angry. My lady, I'm coming in now. With a creak. The door was opened, and Su Liang entered with a gun. After glancing at the dark figure, Li Shutong turned her body to the side. Without saying a word, Su Liang crawled into bed and hugged Li Shutong from behind. Li Shutong raised her hand and slapped his arm aside. Humph, get out of my way. Su Liang hugged her again, pressing their bodies even closer. Why is my wife still angry? Li Shutong snorted and twisted her shoulders, but she did not push Su Liang's hand away again. Humph, aren't you in that room? Oh dear, Lady Shutong is jealous. Su Liang leaned close to her ear and said, My wife, I've come to keep you company. Humph, who needs you to accompany me? Su Liang chuckled, if I don't keep you company, who else can I keep company with? Humph, go keep your sister company. My wife, don't be angry. You know that Shu Yao is timid. She doesn't dare to sleep alone on a stormy day. I know that my wife is not as brave as ordinary women, so I had no choice but to do this. Li Shudong snorted again, but her attitude was much better this time. Su Liang continued, my wife, there's actually another reason why I went to accompany Shu Yao. Li Shudong turned her head slightly, curious, what's the reason? Su Liang leaned close to her ear again, if you fall asleep now, I can spend the rest of the time with you. Li Shutong's heart trembled slightly. It was still early before midnight, let alone tomorrow morning. Between my sister and me, he actually preferred to spend more time with me. No. I can't think like that. Li Shutong's emotions were extremely complex at this moment. She felt joy at being accompanied by Su Liang duo, shame at being compared with her sister, and even a sense of sneaky tension and excitement. Just as she was lost in thought, Su Liang had already quietly untied his undergarment. Ah! Li Shudong was startled and exclaimed in surprise. She instinctively wanted to struggle. But Su Liang didn't give her that chance. He turned her pretty face around with his hand and kissed her. Smack smack. The sounds of kissing continued. Su Liang's morale not only didn't drop but increased, and Shu Tong's body was indeed even firmer and more elastic. But he was indeed stubborn, and no matter how Su Liang tried to persuade him, he just wouldn't turn around. And without uttering a single word. Humph, it's just that, I won't be like my sister. Li Shutong's competitive spirit is at its peak. Su Liang had no choice but to accept it if he didn't turn around. He gently stroked Li Shutong's firm and smooth thighs, then slowly lifted them up. You have consummated your marriage with your wife Li Shutong for the first time, gaining 10,000 points of affection. You have conquered your wife Li Shutong's stubborn heart and gained 10,000 points of affection. You've consummated your marriage twice in one night for the first time, earning 20,000 affection points. You took Li Shutong's virginity. You've had 2 sessions in one night for the first time. You have accumulated. Each system notification was like a triumphant shout. Li Shutong lost, and lost utterly. She underestimated her older sister. Early the next morning, Su Liang stretched and opened the restaurant door. The moment the door opened, the golden rays of the rising sun shone on his handsome face, and the unique scent of earth after the rain filled his nostrils. Su Liang felt instantly refreshed and invigorated. After a whole night of torrential rain and strong winds, the entire street was washed clean and looked brand new. Everywhere is brimming with vitality. Su Liang finally understood where the triple physical enhancement was focused. Although he didn't sleep all night, he was completely unaffected. With this physical advantage, he won't be afraid of marrying as many women as he wants in the future. Su Liang started checking the system. His affection points had now reached a staggering 220,000. Moreover, unlike others, the achievement of consummating the marriage is offered to everyone once. After flipping through the pages for a while, Su Liang saw 2 more pieces of news that excited him. Congratulations on successfully consummating your marriage with your wife, Li Shuyao. Your daily affection points earning cap has been increased to 1,000. Congratulations on successfully consummating your marriage with your wife Li Shudong. Your daily affection points earning cap has been increased to 1,000. After consummating the marriage, the daily limit increased tenfold. With this, the daily income is enough to support daily expenses, and many items that were previously reluctant to buy can now be spent boldly. Before long, Ernio and his group arrived in a mule cart from a distance. Seeing Su Liang busy at the entrance, the group's faces lit up with joy. It seemed they were about to open for business. Upon getting closer, Ernio asked, Liangzi, is everything resolved? Su Liang nodded. That's great. Liangzi, you're amazing, you solved it in just one day. Taizhu and Depang and Erpang both gave a thumbs up. Ernio sighed. He had met Su Ji yesterday and knew more than the others. He was able to get things done in one day, so Su Liang must have given Su Hu a lot of money. Ernio patted Su Liang on the shoulder. Liangzi, you must have been busy all day yesterday and are exhausted. You should rest well today. Su Liang was taken aback, but then realized that his good brother was concerned about him. Hee, I'm fine. Your 2 sisters-in-law have it much harder than me. The group quickly got to work. It wasn't until an hour later that Li Shuyao and her sister got up. The 2 tidied themselves up and walked out the door almost simultaneously. Their eyes met, and the 2 sisters were stunned for a moment before turning their gazes to the bedsheet in each other's hands. Chapter 40, Save Your Stomach for Later at Xiaoliang's Restaurant. Li Shuyao was the first to come to her senses and quickly tucked the red part of the white sheet inside. Good morning, Shadong. Good morning, sister. The two greeted each other and then walked together to the bathroom. Upon opening the door, Su Liang discovered that there was no water in either of the two rooms inside, which he had cleaned up early that morning. Li Shadong instinctively reached out and handed over the bedsheet. Sister, can you hold this for me? I'm going to get some water. But the next second, she quickly pulled her hand back. Li Shuyao smiled awkwardly. It's okay, I'll help you carry it. No, that's fine. Just as the two were awkwardly standing there with the bedsheet in their hands, a familiar voice rang out. Sister-in-law, we're here. Su Yiman, ever the social butterfly, pushed open the door, while Zhao Tingzhu followed behind, feeling somewhat embarrassed. After all, it was very impolite to enter the house without the host's permission. Upon seeing the two of them arrive again, Li Shuyao and her companion's expressions instantly darkened, and for a moment they forgot that they were still holding something in their hands. Ha! Sister-in-law, are you going to wash the sheets? When Su Yiman asked this question, the two of them came to their senses, looked at each other, and quickly returned to their respective rooms. Why are they being so mysterious? Zhao Tingzhu looked a little embarrassed. Maybe they're not too welcoming to us. No, neither of you are that kind of person, right, sisters-in-law? The two who had just come out could only smile and nod when they heard Su Yiman's words. Zhao Tingzhu frowned, turned her head and sniffed around. Yiman, do you smell anything strange? A strange smell? Su Yiman sniffed it too, then said, it does seem a bit like that. Upon hearing this, the two women blushed instantly and quickly turned to open the window. The room hadn't been ventilated for 2 or 3 days because of the large water tanks filled with ice to cool it down, so the two of them couldn't care less about the heat. Downstairs. Business returned to normal, and the troublemakers who had caused the disturbance did not return, as 2 government officials were sitting at the entrance. Let me tell you, this Su Liang's relationship with our lord is definitely extraordinary. Oh? What do you mean? Yesterday I thought he was just an ordinary junior from the adult race, but I didn't expect that the young lady would come out with him. That's not all. This morning when the master sent me here, he kept calling me his nephew. I have never seen the master care so much about any member of the race. In that case, we'd better get along well with Su Liang. That's natural, and he's a nice person too. The 2 officers raised their cups and clinked them together as they spoke. Inside the counter, Chen Shishir was frantically recording entries in the ledger. She heard from Chen Xiaofeng yesterday about the restaurant being forced to close, and today she originally came up with the excuse of asking her younger brother to come and check on the situation, but Su Liang ended up staying to help her. But once you start recording these accounts, you're shocked to find that the turnover in just over an hour was more than 70 taels of silver, which is equivalent to his father's earnings from a month of blacksmithing. No wonder no one wanted to learn blacksmithing. Dad really knows how to daydream. As noon approached, more and more people came to eat. Ernio and Taiju were busy selling milk tea and serving customers, and they were really too busy to keep up. Su Liang had no choice but to go upstairs to call for help. Soon, the 2 ladies came downstairs with Zhao Tingzhu. When they saw Chen Shishir behind the counter, the two frowned again. Upon approaching, Li Shadong asked, "Who are you?" Chen Shishir had been here before, so she immediately recognized the 2 of them. However, she was seeing Zhao Tingzhu for the first time. But the 3 of them had one thing in common: they were all beautiful. Seeing the hostile looks in their eyes, she quickly said, "I am Chen Xiaofeng's sister. I came to deliver something to him today, and young Master Su asked me to stay and help him." Upon hearing that there had been a misunderstanding, Li Shuyao immediately smiled and said, "I see. I thank Miss Chen on behalf of my husband." Chen Shishir smiled and nodded, wisely handing over the account book. It seems that young Master Su's 2 wives are not to be trifled with. And who is that other woman? Is she a new bride? But judging from her appearance, she seems to be completely suppressed by these 2. Chen Shishir did not linger, intending to ask her younger brother about her doubts when he returned home. Zuixi Anglu. Several carriages stopped in front of the gate. Huang Sihai and several others got out of the car one after another. He was discussing business today and was going to host a banquet here at noon. I've long heard that Zuixi Anglu is the largest restaurant in the eastern part of the capital. It's comparable to the one in the neighboring capital city. Now that I've seen it for myself, it truly lives up to its reputation, ha ha ha. Huang Sihai was overjoyed. What these people said was true. Zhuixi Anglu was 5 stories high and was indeed the largest restaurant in the eastern part of the capital. It had 8 chefs, one of whom was brought in from Chang'an at a high price. Ping'an County is an important hub, and merchants passing through here would stop by the restaurant for a meal. As a result, Zhuixi Anglu has long been famous and has become a typical symbol of Ping'an County. Hee, you flatter me. Please come in. Huang Sihai led the group inside. For him, Zhuixi Anglu was not only a business to make money, but also a representation of his reputation. His face stiffened the moment he stepped inside. In the lobby on the first floor, there were more than 20 tables, but there were only 2 tables occupied by customers. Huang Sihai turned around and forced a smile at the group. Please come upstairs. I'm planning to help the poor people on this floor, but I haven't sent out the message yet. Upon hearing this, the group chuckled. Oh dear, Mr. Huang is so kind-hearted. Yes, having a good man like Master Huang is truly a blessing for the people. However, when they arrived at the partition room on the second floor, there were still only 2 tables. Huang Sihai felt he was losing face, but luckily someone quickly said, Master Huang actually used the second floor to help the people. What a generous gesture that is. Huang Sihai forced a smile and continued upstairs. There's not much to say about the 3rd and 4th floors. There's a large stage in the middle with seats around it, which is obviously for performances, usually in the afternoon or evening. The real private rooms are on the 5th floor. Huang Sihai said nothing more, his face darkening completely, because there wasn't a single guest on this floor. After this tour, I've completely lost face. After everyone was seated, Huang Sihai's mood improved slightly, since with a master chef present, the taste was definitely not a problem. Master Huang, I've heard that your Zhuixi Anglu restaurant has recently launched a secret recipe for grilled skewers. The taste is absolutely amazing. I wonder if I'll have the honor of trying them today? Of course. Huang Sihai finally straightened his back and waved his hand at the waiter at the door. Go, tell the kitchen to prepare some of our secret recipe grilled skewers. Ever since Su Liang's attempt to sell kebabs was thwarted, Zhuixi Anglu learned how to make them, and after repeated adjustments, the taste was quite good. In addition, with many customers coming and going, the news spread quickly. Therefore, Zhuixi Anglu was the biggest beneficiary of the barbecue skewers business. The group kept boasting to each other, and Huang Sihai finally regained some face. At this moment, several more guests went upstairs. Since there were only a few of them on this floor, the sound could be heard very clearly. Huang Sihai's lips slowly curled up. It seemed that the guests had simply arrived a little late today. But the next second, the corners of his mouth that were curled up froze. Oh, what a pity, Shaoliang restaurant is full, otherwise we would definitely go and have a good drink. It's alright, let's grab a bite here first, and then head over earlier in the afternoon after lunchtime. That's right, let's skip the wine and save our room for when we get to Shaoliang's restaurant. Ha, great. The group quickly passed by the private room, and Huang Sihai's mouth twitched with anger. He never expected that Shaoliang's restaurant would still be open for business. The others also fell silent, all wondering just how delicious the Shaoliang restaurant that the others had mentioned was, since they had only come to Zhuixi Anglu to grab a bite. Huang Sihai clenched his fists tightly, a fierce glint flashing in his slightly narrowed eyes. He stood up, clasped his hands in a fist salute to the group, and said, Please make yourselves at home, I'll be right back. Chapter 41. I'll treat my wife to a good meal. Huang Sihai had just come downstairs when he ran into the butler who was running towards him. As soon as the two met, the butler immediately bowed and greeted them. Huang Sihai then slapped him across the face. Useless. You can't even handle this simple task. How come Shaoliang's restaurant is open again? The butler rubbed his face and hurriedly said, Master, I was just about to report this to you. The owner of Shaoliang restaurant is named Su Liang, and he is Su Hu's nephew. Su Hu sent 2 constables to guard the restaurant, and even his daughter went there. It's obvious that he wants to protect the restaurant. Huang Sihai looked slightly surprised. He hadn't expected the restaurant to have this connection. He narrowed his eyes slightly and snorted coldly, Humph, when did Su Hu become so protective of his clansmen? I bet he just wants money. Here's what you do, go to his mansion and send him some silver. The butler quickly shook his head, Master, I have already gone there, but Su Hu didn't even let me in the door. He also sent someone to tell me that he was enforcing the law impartially. Humph, upholding the law impartially? I think he's clearly trying to oppose me. Huang Sihai's face darkened completely. He had given Su Hu a lot of money before, but he never expected that this guy would betray him. At this moment, the steward said, Master, I do have a solution. Huang Sihai raised an eyebrow, Speak. The butler took 2 steps forward and lowered his voice, saying, "Since Su Liang has the skill to cook, let him do it. We just need to send someone to learn how to cook, just like the barbecue skewers before. Then not only will the customers come back, but our Zuixi Anglo brand will also become even more famous." Huang Sihai was delighted to hear this. Yes, if he learned everything, it would all be his own. Then, with a little promotion, his fame would surely spread to Chang'an. Very well, arrange for someone to do it immediately. If this is successful, I will reward you handsomely. The steward, with a chrysanthemum-like expression on his face, accepted the order and left. Su Liang's side has been busy ever since lunchtime, especially the private rooms on the second floor, which have been fully booked. Even the tables for dinner have been reserved in advance. The group had to find time to eat on their own, and Su Liang even took time out of his busy schedule to rent 4 courtyards for Ernyo and the others. The rent wasn't expensive, but the reason they rented so many apartments was because they planned to bring their families to live with them in the future, especially Chang Gui and Wang Shan, who both have families and would get restless if they stayed too long. Just as he returned, he entered the door together with the people Huang Sihai had sent. Chen Xiaofeng quickly ushered the group to their seats. One of them, without even looking at the menu, said directly, "Bring me one of everything here." "All right, gentlemen, please have a pot of cold tea while you wait." Chen Xiaofeng thought these were just a few big customers, but Su Liang sensed something was wrong. He has at least a dozen dishes on the menu now. These people are all unfamiliar faces. They ordered so many dishes without asking about the price or the private room. And most importantly, Su Liang smelled the cooking fumes when he briefly passed by them. In other words, these people are very likely cooks. Could it be that they've come to steal my skills? Su Liang made a guess in his mind, but he was not flustered at all. The restaurant's survival depended not on cooking skills, but on seasonings, and he was not afraid of them being stolen. Sure enough, after the dishes were served, the group did not eat like the other guests, but rather observed and tasted them carefully as if they were appraising a dish. Seeing this, Su Liang was almost 100% certain that these people had come to steal his skills, and that they must have been sent by the drunken fragrance pavilion. A moment later, someone summoned Chen Xiaofeng. "Sir, what can I do for you?" The man said, "Go and call your cook here." Chen Xiaofeng was taken aback. This was the first time he had ever been called a cook. Well, gentlemen, our chefs are all very busy." "Stop talking nonsense. Just say it when I tell you to." After saying that, the man tossed Chen Xiaofeng 2 coins. Chen Xiaofeng had never encountered this situation before, so he went to the counter to ask Su Liang and handed over the 2 coins. Su Liang chuckled, "This is a tip from a guest, accept it. Go and call all 4 of them out." After receiving permission, Chen Xiaofeng went into the kitchen, but he did not accept the money. Before long, the 4 fat men came out. Because they were always busy and hadn't entertained any guests, they were always carrying kitchen utensils. The group was startled to see the 4 men wielding large ladles and cleavers. "What do you want with us?" the fat man asked directly, his tone utterly impolite. Su Liang shook his head and smiled wryly. It seemed that he would have to have Ernyo train them in hospitality etiquette when he had time. The man who had shouted at Chen Xiaofeng earlier now chickened out, a smile plastered on his face. It's nothing, I just saw how delicious these dishes are and wanted to see how you all do them." "That's all?" Arpang asked. The men quickly waved their hands, saying, that's all. "Damn, isn't this insane?" "That's right, we can have the style of chicken feathers." The group returned to the kitchen grumbling and cursing, feeling that this was completely delaying their cooking. After all the dishes were served, the group tasted a few more bites, then packed up the food and hurriedly left. Su Liang secretly figured that the reason these people wanted to see the chef was probably to get the seasonings from him, but he didn't intend to make a fuss and just wanted to see how they would react. It wasn't until nightfall, when it was completely dark, that the restaurant saw off its last table of customers. During this time, everyone had finished eating, and Su Yiman and the others went home. Seeing that things were about right, Su Liang brought up the matter of renting a house. The group was stunned. Su Liang had actually rented 4 houses in the city just for them. Where could they find such a good landlord? "Brother Liangzi, thank you. You're so kind to us." "Brother Liangzi, I, Taiju, want to follow you for life." "Me too." The group's eyes welled up with tears of emotion. Su Liang scratched his head, feeling a little embarrassed. He had rented the place partly to provide them with a good place to stay, but his original intention was to make it easier for him to have sex. "All right, it's getting late. I'll take you back to your lodgings now." Su Liang gave Li Shudong a wink, then led the others out the door. The 4 courtyards were not far from the restaurant. Su Liang escorted the group to their homes one by one before heading back home. In fact, he trusted all of them, but if he had to pick one out, it would be Chang Gui and Wang Shan, so they each had their own room. Sure enough, not long after Su Liang left, someone entered their courtyard. Half an hour later, Li Shudong returned to the restaurant. Hearing footsteps coming upstairs, Li Shuyao quickly got off Su Liang, picked up her clothes from the ground, and ran back to her room naked. The movements were extremely swift, without the slightest hesitation. Su Liang was stunned. If his first wife practiced martial arts, her talent should be quite good. He casually put on his underwear, and put the rest into his storage space. Fortunately, they had already made love once, and what they were just doing was the second time preparing for it, otherwise, it could easily have ended in disaster. Li Shudong entered the house with a furrowed brow. She walked to the sofa and was about to speak when she suddenly froze. Aren't you cold?" she said, turning her head to the side. "Last night, we didn't light any oil lamps or candles, we were completely operating in the dark. But today we ordered several, and the living room is now as bright as day." Although Li Shudong had experienced it firsthand, she was still startled when she saw it. Su Liang pulled her to his side and gently stroked her small hand. "Wife, how is it? Did you find anything?" When Li Shudong heard Su Liang ask about serious matters, her brows furrowed again, but she still turned her head to the side. "As you suspected, someone was indeed following you. Shortly after you left, people came to the doors of all 4 courtyards. As expected, did that lady try to follow them?" "Of course, ah." Li Shudong gave a soft snort as Su Liang placed her hand on his lap. "My wife, please continue." Su Liang held her hand, feeling her delicate skin, and swayed it affectionately. Li Shutong's arm swayed along with hers. She bit her red lips lightly and continued, "I followed those people. They eventually arrived at a large mansion, reported to one of them, and then left." "Oh? Which family's mansion is it?" Su Liang asked. "Ah." Li Shudong let out another soft moan, because Su Liang was already drooling. "Yes, it's the Huang family." "The Huang family," Su Liang murmured, then turned and picked Li Shudong up in his arms. "My wife has worked hard. I'll treat you to a good meal." After saying that, he picked up Li Shudong and ran back into the house. Chapter 42 Transactions. The next day, Li Shudong took the bedsheet and went out, where she met her sister again. This time, however, the other party came empty-handed. The 2 women didn't exchange any words. One went downstairs, and the other washed the sheets. Su Yimin and Zhao Tingzhu arrived at this time. The former went straight upstairs. "Reading novels here is so comfortable. The sofa and bed are 100 times more comfortable than at home, and it's also cool. You can drink milk tea as much as you want and eat good wine and food as you want. It's simply a paradise for those who want to lie down." Zhao Tingzhu stayed on the first floor to help with the work. Su Liang went to the counter to inquire about yesterday's accounts. He noticed that Li Shuyao was unhappy, so he slapped her buttocks and said, "Wife, how about sleeping in your room tonight?" Li Shuyao glanced at him, neither agreeing nor refusing. She calculated the income yesterday, and the total profit, including takeout and milk tea, was 210 taels. Although it set a new historical record, Su Liang was not happy, because given the current situation, this number was already the limit he could earn in a day. If the restaurant wants to earn more, it can only expand its scale, but that's not realistic at the moment, as its current savings are only a little over 800 taels. Su Liang stroked his chin and began to think about other ways to make money. His spatial ability was useful, but at present it could only provide assistance to the restaurant. Weapons cannot be manufactured or sold privately, unless you have a death wish. However, you could try contacting Chen Dalai. He should have some connections, since he said that the steel billet was very valuable last time. Also, items in the shop can be sold, but it's too wasteful of affection points. Only a few items can be sold, such as stockings. With a general idea in mind, Su Liang went to the backyard to fetch water to replenish the storage space. Before long, Big Fatty and Second Fatty came over. "Brother Liangzi, we're here to help you." The 2 men claimed they were helping out, but in reality, they wanted to talk about what happened last night. Big Fatty glanced behind him and whispered, "Brother Liangzi, someone came looking for us last night. They wanted Erpang and me to hand over the recipes and ingredients, and they promised us 200 taels of silver." "Yeah, Brother Liangzi, Erpang and I refused right away, and we almost got into a fight with them." Su Liang laughed upon hearing this. "Luckily you didn't make a move, it would have been bad if you had gotten hurt." As for the recipe and seasonings, they can have them if they want. Ha! Give them to them. The two looked at each other, both thinking they had misheard. Su Liang didn't explain anything, but instead asked, did they say where the transaction would take place? Pang nodded, they said it's at that Zuixi Anglu. They said if we agree, we'll go there. Su Liang thought for a moment and said, okay, I understand. You guys go ahead and get busy. I'll arrange this later. In reality, Big Fatty and Second Fatty weren't stupid. The reason they came to find Su Liang behind everyone's back was because they were worried that those people hadn't just come for them. Not long after the two left, Chang Gui and Wang Shan also found opportunities to explain the situation to Su Liang. At this point, all four had confessed the truth. Although he had expected that they would not betray him, Su Liang was still deeply moved that they were able to tell the truth. Once the water in the space was fully stored, Su Liang called all four of them over. Since the other party promised 100 taels per person, there is no reason not to take the money. Zuixi Anglu. Huang Sihai arrived early. He had lost face yesterday, and today he was going to personally oversee the proceedings. Chef Tang, how's the research on the dishes going? Huang Sihai asked the middle-aged man whose belly was bigger than his own. Tang Niu bowed and said, reporting to Master Huang, the dishes at Xiao Liang restaurant are indeed delicious, but in my opinion, the culinary skills are only average. Whether it's the knife skills or the control of the heat, the dishes are just average. It can be said that the reason why these dishes are delicious is entirely due to the seasoning. Huang Sihai nodded upon hearing this. He had heard about Su Liang's secret seasoning recipe when the barbecue skewers were introduced. Do you have a solution? Huang Sihai asked. Tang Niu's brow furrowed deeply, and he shook his head. If I had those ingredients, I could definitely make this dish, and the color, aroma, and taste would be even better. But I really can't taste the ingredients here. Huang Sihai's expression darkened slightly, but he didn't say anything to Tang Niu. This chef from Chang'an was quite capable. Before he could ask, the butler spoke up, Master, regarding the seasonings, I sent someone to find those cooks last night, but these few. Just as the butler was hesitating about how to explain, a waiter came running over in a hurry. Manager, a guy came in from outside and said he's a cook from Xiao Liang restaurant. It seems he wants to exchange some money. Huang Sihai's steward, Huang Fu, was the nominal manager of Zuixi Anglu. He had already instructed his staff to report to Xiaoliang restaurant immediately if the chef arrived. Huang Fu's face lit up with joy, and he quickly ordered the waiter, quick, let him in. Before long, Lu Depang came in carrying several small paper bags. He looked at the group and said directly, who is in charge here? I've brought the seasonings. Give me 100 taels of silver. When Huang Fu saw that the big, fat guy looked rather dim-witted, he immediately lost interest in paying. 100 taels, I'll see what you. Before he could finish speaking, the fat man put a paper bag directly into his mouth. Upon seeing this, Huang Fu's squinty eyes instantly widened into beady green eyes. Quick! Stop him! Before the waiters could even make a move, the fat man shouted indistinctly, if your drunken fragrance pavilion doesn't keep its word, I'm not doing business with you anymore, and you won't get a single condiment. After saying that, he pretended to stuff the whole paper bag into his mouth. No, I'll give it to you. Huang Fu was completely panicked. This kid was too damn reckless. He believed that if he didn't pay, he would really swallow this bastard. Soon, Huang Fu handed 250 tael silver ingots to Depang. The fat man carefully pocketed the silver, but did not spit out the paper bag from his mouth. I'll hand the things over to you when I get to the door. Huang Fu's lips twitched. This guy actually had a brain, but since things had come to this, he had no choice but to comply. Upon reaching the door, the fat man spat out what was in his mouth, then pulled a bag from his crotch and handed it to Huang Fu. Huang Fu looked disgusted, but he had no choice but to accept the order because Huang Sihai had followed him out and was already dissatisfied with his behavior. He dared not give any more orders to the waiter. Once the deal was done, the fat man turned and ran, giving the other party no chance. After Huang Fu brought the condiments back, Tang Niu couldn't wait to open them one by one and taste them, not caring at all that the paper bags were still covered in saliva. Upon seeing this, not only Huang Sihai and his group, but also the other chefs' faces twitched. Yes, that's exactly the taste. Tang Niu was completely oblivious to the reactions of those around him, as if he were possessed, his whole being immersed in savoring the seasonings. After a while, seeing that he had gradually calmed down, Huang Sihai finally asked, Chef Tang, can you taste how the seasoning was made? Huang Fu quickly stepped forward and picked up one of the papers. Chef Tang, there's also this recipe. Tang Niu glanced disdainfully at the recipe in Huang Fu's hand and snorted coldly, that recipe is like a piece of waste paper to me. Upon hearing this, no one refuted Tang Niu, because this was the confidence of a master chef. Huang Zihai laughed heartily, ha, it seems that Chef Tang can make these seasonings. Tang Niu nodded, but his frown lines deepened again. I can indeed make these seasonings with substitutes, but the taste will definitely be much worse, and the seasonings won't be complete. No, not entirely. Huang Fu's heart sank. The bad taste was none of his business, but the missing ingredients were his problem. Sure enough, Huang Zihai's slap came down the next second. You piece of trash. What use are you to me? Master, I've been tricked by that fatso. I'm going to find him right now. Etc. Just as Huang Fu was about to leave, Tang Niu stopped him. The seasonings that man just brought can indeed be used to make several dishes. None of the people understood what Tang Niu meant. After a moment, Huang Zihai looked enlightened. You mean, Su Liang didn't give him all of these seasonings? Tang Niu nodded. Huang Zihai's face darkened. He hadn't expected Su Liang to have such intentions. Just as the group was wondering what to do, the waiter ran in again. Boss, another cook from Shaoliang restaurant has arrived. Chapter 43 I am your sister-in-law. Another chef? Upon hearing this, Huang Zihai immediately became furious. Damn it, Su Liang is clearly playing me for a fool. Go, drag that cook in here. Seeing Huang Zihai's anger, the waiter's legs trembled with fear. Master, the cook said that the transaction will take place at the door this time, and he has 2 servants with him. Another official. Huang Zihai's face darkened completely. He stopped thinking about the seasonings and decided to find someone to kill Su Liang. At this moment, Tang Niu said, Master Huang, please calm down. I'm willing to pay for those seasonings myself. In Tang Niu's view, the other party was coming for him. After all, without him, these people would not have been able to tell that the seasonings were incomplete. He was willing to spend the money to study cooking techniques. Huang Zihai glanced at Tang Niu before calming down. The money is a small matter, and killing Su Liang is not a big problem either, but before that, we must get our hands on the seasonings so that Zhuxiangli can also make those delicacies and become famous. He waved his hand. How can we let Chef Tang pay for this? You just need to study the seasoning. Soon, Huang Fu arrived at the door with the money. Upon seeing Erpang, he didn't waste any words and directly handed over the silver. Erpang didn't expect the trade meeting to be so easy, and it wasn't as thrilling as Depang had described. He happily took the silver and ran back to the restaurant. Brother Liangzi, your trick was brilliant. You swindled them out of 200 taels in such a short time. Everyone was very excited. After all, this was a lot of hard-earned money. Su Liang frowned. He hadn't expected the other party to actually make a deal. It seemed that there were some experts in the Drunken Fragrance Pavilion. As Tang Niu said, the seasoning Su Liang gave the 2 of them could only be used to make some of the dishes. However, for some dishes, ordinary people simply cannot taste the difference. Humph, I'll see if you can taste the difference. Su Liang was also driven by a competitive spirit. After all, being an unparalleled culinary expert can be lonely, and having an opponent is always a good thing. Fatty, take these and go again. Su Liang then selected some seasonings and gave them to Depang to trade. Sure enough, a short while later, Fatty returned with the silver. Wow, that's impressive. Su Liang used the same trick again, sending Erpang to go once more. Although it was all for the purpose of ripping people off, he genuinely handed over all the ingredients he needed to the other party. Su Liang was shocked when Erpang returned with the silver. Putting aside his culinary skills, he certainly couldn't compare to the other person when it came to taste. To be able to taste such a subtle difference, with such a palate, wouldn't one lose a lot of enjoyment? After all, some things will still have a taste no matter how much you wash them. Su Liang mentally scoffed, finding the situation even more interesting. He is not afraid of head-on competition even with the same ingredients and seasonings. He is not afraid of anyone. Moreover, even if the other party makes substitutes for those seasonings, the taste will be quite different. Dixia actually has quite a few seasonings for cooking, such as soy sauce, vinegar, salt, Sichuan peppercorns, ginger, scallions, and garlic. Other ingredients can also be substituted. For example, sugar can be replaced with honey. However, the drawback of uniformity is that it is not refined enough. It basically contains impurities, so the taste is naturally not right. It is okay when it is alone, but if they are put together, the taste will be very different. And things like chili peppers, MSG, chicken bouillon, and ketchup are simply not included. Su Liang put the silver away and gave each of them 20 taels as a bonus. The four of them did not refuse, because it was Su Liang's rule to accept money as it was offered. After quickly arranging his work, Su Liang went upstairs. Su Liang didn't think he was making too much money by selling the ingredients to the other party for research for 400 taels, but the other party certainly wouldn't think so. After 4 consecutive transactions, they must be furious by now and will definitely try to retaliate. Su Hu's men can only guarantee their safety on the surface. They'll have to rely on him for the underhanded dealings. That's why Su Liang needs to make weapons for self-defense. Inside the room, Su Yiman was lying on the sofa reading a novel, while Li Shuhan was straddling her and pulling at her clothes. Sister, please play with me, please? Su Yiman remained silent, as if no one was on her, completely absorbed in the book. Su Liang glanced at her small buttocks, and some images flashed through his mind. In short, it can be summed up in one sentence: brother, please make yourself at home, I still need to read. Upon seeing Su Liang, Li Shuhan immediately jumped off Su Yiman's back. Brother, will you play with me? You play with your sister first, your brother has something to do. Upon hearing this, Li Shuhan immediately pouted and put her hands on her hips. Humph. Brother only plays with my eldest sister and second sister now, he doesn't play with Shuhan at all. Su Liang patted her head. How could that be? I'll play with you as soon as I'm done with my work. But Li Shuhan wasn't having any of it, and immediately turned her body away. Humph, my eldest and second sisters always have so much fun playing with my brother, but you never include me, humph. As she spoke, her little mouth pouted even more, and she looked so wrong that she almost cried. At this moment, Su Yiman finally turned her head and said, Shuhan, be good, I'll play with you. Upon hearing this, Li Shuhan immediately ran to her side, no longer feeling aggrieved. Tell your older sister how you address your eldest and second eldest sisters? It's at night. Su Liang felt so embarrassed he wanted to scratch his toes. He wanted Li Shuhan to shut up, but she had completely betrayed him. Left with no other option, he went inside and locked the door. 15 minutes later, the first firearm of the Great Xia dynasty was born. Su Liang played with the exquisitely crafted pistol, feeling extremely excited. He had never seen a real one of these things, not even in his previous life. Su Liang wished he could fire 2 shots right now to test them, but he couldn't bear the bullets were too expensive, costing 1,000 affection points per bullet. To make this pistol, he directly purchased all the original parts, including the silencer and scope, plus various tools and 20 bullets, spending a total of 50,000 affection points. Although it's a bit of a pain, it gives me an absolute sense of security. With this, as long as he isn't instantly killed by a sneak attack, he can kill even Lubu if he comes. After leaving the room, he saw Li Shuhan sitting there with her arms crossed, her eyes red and swollen, silently arguing. Su Yiman wasn't playing along with her at all, she was just gathering information. Seeing that she was stammering and couldn't explain herself clearly, she immediately abandoned her. Su Liang sighed. It seemed he had to send her to school today. Staying at home like this was definitely not going to work. Come on, let your brother take you out to play. Although Li Shuhan was still a little angry, her body betrayed her and she followed. There was only one private school in Ping'an County. Su Liang asked Chen Xiaofeng for directions before leaving, so he found it quickly. Peaceful schoolhouse. Su Liang glanced at the plaque above the gate of the mansion, then led Li Shuhan inside. Upon seeing the visitor, a page quickly stepped forward to greet him. He guided Su Liang to see the teacher while explaining the situation here. Ping'an Academy is divided into 3 classes: elementary education, classical studies, and imperial examination preparation. The enrollment age is 5 years old and up. Although Li Shuhan is 2 months away from turning 5, Daxia calculates age using the traditional Chinese age system, so she meets the requirement. The teacher was teaching, so Su Liang waited for a quarter of an hour before he came out. When they met, they were both taken aback, because they recognized each other. You are Su Liang. Su Xian said first. Su Liang was taken aback. He didn't know this person's name, but he had only seen him once at a family meeting. Su Xian's expression quickly returned to calm, and his gaze towards Su Liang turned cold. My name is Su Xian. According to the clan relationship, you should call me cousin. Su Liang clasped his hands in a fist salute and bowed slightly. Cousin. Su Xian simply grunted in response and then instructed his page to take him to the elementary school. Although he lived in the city for many years, after the incident involving the Su family, he went to Suji several times to confirm the matter and learned from his clansmen that it was related to Su Liang. Furthermore, Su Liang's reputation has recently soared, and he is engaged in business, so Su Xian, a scholar, looks down on him. Su Liang didn't care about his attitude. He had only sent Shohan to study and hadn't expected to build any relationship with him. Soon, the page took him to the elementary school. To Su Liang's surprise, the person in charge of elementary education was actually a woman. She wore an elegant long dress, her smile was as warm as a spring breeze, and her demeanor was gentle and intellectual. In particular, her long, black hair almost covered her buttocks. Good heavens! Su Liang decided that from now on, he would personally pick up and drop off Shohan from school every day. After the page boy gave a brief explanation, Bai Susu smiled and nodded at Su Liang. Su Liang returned the greeting with an extremely gentlemanly smile. Hee, my name is Su Liang, I've come to escort my younger sister to her studies. Bai Susu was taken aback upon hearing this, and then asked, Are you Su Liang? The Su Liang from Xiao Liang restaurant? It is I. Su Liang was surprised that the other party knew about him. Could it be that you've been secretly following me all along? He thought about it and felt that this was very likely. After all, most women love milk tea. Bai Susu nodded slightly. Yes, I've heard that your milk tea is delicious. Su Liang was secretly delighted. Sure enough, this milk tea was indeed his greatest invention. He was about to speak modestly when Bai Susu said, From the Su family's perspective, I am your sister-in-law. Chapter 44. Stop calling me uncle, call me dad. Sister-in-law. Sister-in-law. What beautiful words, but to Su Liang at this moment, they sounded like a bolt from the blue. She's Su Xian's wife? That's impossible. Su Xian is at least 30 years old, but she's only 20. Su Liang found this result difficult to accept. He kept trying to refute it in his mind, but after glancing at Li Shohan, his heart sank to the bottom. It was only a 10-year age difference. It was indeed possible. That Su Xian is despicable. He's not a human being, yet he dares to have an affair with a young girl. He's a beast and he's utterly unworthy of being a scholar. Next came the enrollment process. During this time, Bai Susu took the initiative to introduce herself and inquire about Li Shohan's situation, but Su Liang was not interested and only gave her a perfunctory reply. The tuition was 2 taels of silver per month, and lunch was also provided. This amount of money was not a problem for Su Liang. Regardless of whether she was studying or not, Li Shohan stayed because she saw that there were other friends she could play with. Upon seeing this, Su Liang took his leave. However, before leaving, he still couldn't resist asking the page boy, what is the relationship between Bai Susu and Su Xian? Young Master Su, this is a private matter for my master, and I cannot disclose it to him. Without wasting words, Su Liang directly pulled out 10 taels of silver. Is this acceptable? The page boy glanced back and quickly stuffed the silver into his pocket. Mr. Su is Mr. Bai's brother-in-law. Su Liang was surprised to find that he actually had an unexpected gain. He asked, then why don't I see Mr. Bai's husband? The page boy sighed upon hearing this. To be honest, Mr. Bai is a man with a tragic fate. She was originally Mr. Su's younger brother's fiancée, but before they were to get married, Mr. Su's younger brother died in an accident. Yet, Mr. Bai still chose to stay in the Su family. After giving a brief explanation, the page boy returned to the courtyard, leaving Su Liang standing there dumbfounded. There are still such foolish people in the world. She's just his fiancée, why should she have to live like a widow? What a waste! You go and uphold that illusory virtue of womanhood, but who will pay for your youth? Su Liang was furious at Bai Susu's lack of ambition and wished he could go up and give her a good whack right now. This young lady is too young. You're just relying on being a young woman now, but what will happen when you learn martial arts and acupressure? You're just lucky to have met your brother-in-law, Su Liang. I'll help you break down those feudal ideas. Su Liang sighed and turned to leave. He's having a really tough time. The restaurant issue isn't even resolved yet, and now he has to figure out how to rescue his sister-in-law from her misery. But there's nothing we can do, he's just too kind-hearted. Blacksmith shop. Chandali I played with the 50-tael silver ingot, grinning from ear to ear. These past 2 days, he participated in the official weapon-making process and forged a precious sword using Su Liang's steel billet. He was immediately noticed by the captain and received a reward of 50 taels of silver. Sure, I heard from Xiaofeng that you've been going to Xiaoliang's restaurant quite a bit these past few days. So, what do you think of Su Liang? Oh dear, Dad, what are you saying? I was just delivering something to Xiaofeng. Chandali I chuckled, oh? So you can make 3 or 4 trips a day to deliver things? When Chen Shishir saw her father's mischievous grin, she blushed instantly, but she couldn't refute it because she was there to see Su Liang. These past 2 days, she used the excuse of delivering things to her brother, and then called him over in the evening to inquire about the situation. She basically confirmed what Su Liang had said before. He was indeed very loving towards his 2 wives, and there was no distinction between wives and concubines in his household. Chen Shishir snorted at her father and ran into the inner room. As soon as I entered the room, I heard Su Liang's voice. "Uncle Chen, you're taking a rest." Chen Shishir immediately stopped and, with a swift movement, hid behind the wall again. Upon seeing that the visitor was Su Liang, Chen Dalai immediately greeted him with a smile. "Huh, it's Xiao Liang. Come, have a seat." Su Liang didn't stand on ceremony and walked directly to the seat, but he didn't sit down in a hurry. There was a cushion on the seat with a small indentation, which was obviously left by someone who had just sat on it. Did Chen Shishir just leave? Could she be eavesdropping again? "Sit down, Xiao Liang, don't be shy." Okay. Su Liang casually picked up the mat without making a sound, and took the opportunity to measure it with his hands. The small indentation was still warm and was about the size of his 2 palms. One in each hand? Su Liang's hand made a grasping motion in the air. Chen Shishir's petite figure came to mind. If I were to marry her, I couldn't let this beauty suffer. In this heat, she still needs a cushion. Only someone with her small frame would use one, because it would hurt her bottom. Luckily, I chose her. If I had married someone else, where would I have found such a big and soft bed and sofa? I would have suffered terribly. Xiao Liang. Xiao Liang? Uncle Chen, what's wrong? Chen Dalai called out twice before Su Liang finally came to his senses. Oh, it's nothing. I just noticed you were spacing out. Did you come here today to become my apprentice? When Chen Dalai met Su Liang, he immediately started talking about becoming his disciple, so Su Liang ignored him and went straight to the point. Uncle Chen, I've come here today mainly for 3 things. Oh? Chen Dalai became interested and unconsciously leaned towards Su Liang. Tell me about it. Su Liang cleared his throat and said, the first and most important thing is to thank Miss Shishir. She has been busy helping me a lot these past 2 days and hasn't even had a meal. So I came here to invite her to dinner at my home tonight. Although this first thing was a spur-of-the-moment decision, his tone was very sincere. Chen Shishir, hiding behind the wall, felt her heart start racing again. He actually came all this way for me, and even invited me to dinner. She knew how busy Su Liang's restaurant was, so there was no need to rush to invite him to dinner. She could have just asked Chen Xiaofeng to pass on the message that evening. But Su Liang still came in person, which showed how much he valued it. Chen Dalai frowned. What was so important about this? It was just a favor. Why invite him to dinner? His Chen family wasn't that pretentious. Okay, I'll tell Shishir. Now tell me the other 2 things. Su Liang glanced at the wall, wondering if Chen Shishir was there this time. The rest is nothing, it's just something I thought of on the way. Firstly, I'd like to ask Uncle Chen to make some tools, and secondly, I'd like to inquire whether the steel billets from last time have found a market? Chen Dalai became excited upon hearing this. Su Liang had finally brought up the matter of the blacksmith. You silly child, these 2 things are much more important than having dinner with Shishir. Chen Shishir, behind the wall, glanced at her father through the distance. Su Liang chuckled, Uncle Chen, you're mistaken. How can such a trivial matter be compared to Miss Shishir's? Upon hearing this, Chen Shishir felt a warmth in her heart. Look at the difference between people, how can it be so great? Chen Dalai waved his hand, not wanting to dwell on such a trivial matter any longer, and said, You've come at the right time. A couple of days ago, I was transferred to make weapons. I forged that steel billet into a precious sword, which was personally selected by the captain, who rewarded me with 50 taels of silver. Chen Dalai patted his chest at the end, his face full of pride. Su Liang's eyes lit up upon hearing this. He was surprised that there was a reward for the weapon. He knew very little about this. He quickly asked, Uncle Chen, could you please explain the matter of weapon manufacturing in detail? Chen Dalai was taken aback. He had thought Su Liang was going to praise him based on his expression, but who would have thought that the kid would be so tactless? He coughed lightly, turned his head to the side, and his expression became slightly serious. Well, it's not easy to participate in weapon making. Only craftsmen who have passed the government's examination can do it. Take me for example. This time, including those from the surrounding counties, there were dozens of craftsmen transferred there, but I'm the only one who forged a precious sword that was personally selected by the captain. After Chendalai finished speaking, the two looked at each other and fell into a brief silence. A moment later, Su Liang suddenly realized. Chendalai is trying to get me to flatter him. He immediately stood up, clasped his hands and bowed deeply. Uncle Chen, your forging skills are truly unparalleled in my life. I would like to call you the #1 blacksmith in Ping'an County. After Su Liang finished speaking, he looked up and saw that Chendalai was indeed smiling, but not strongly. Is that not enough? Then let's have some more. Su Liang continued, Ping'an County is such a small place that it truly buries Uncle Chen's talent. In my eyes, you are a master craftsman who can forge for eternity. Unique forging throughout the ages, a craftsman for all time. Chendalai was stunned, his head was buzzing, and after a long while, he swallowed hard. Although he knew in his heart that Su Liang might be exaggerating, those words sounded so damn good. They hit the nail on the head. His neighbors and fellow villagers often praised him. Uncle Chen, your iron plow is excellent. My dad is plowing the land perfectly straight now, and my mom is satisfied too. Old Chen, the iron bar you forged is damn good. My wife loves it. Can these words compare to what Su Liang said? Of course not. A master craftsman who forges for eternity, a craftsman of 1,000 ages, this is undoubtedly the highest praise for a blacksmith. Su Liang is practically his soulmate. Chendalai suddenly stood up and rushed to Su Liang, grabbing his hand. Xiao Liang, do you really think so? Yes, Uncle Chen. Su Liang nodded vigorously. Chendalai didn't do anything rash. Instead, he calmly nodded. He patted Su Liang on the shoulder. Good boy, good boy. As he spoke, Chendalai's eyes reddened. Seriously? What's going on? You're already moved? Su Liang swallowed hard, feeling a chill run down his spine. The other party had actually taken such a fake story seriously. Uncle Chen, you. He was about to speak when Chendalai stopped him with a gesture. Don't call me uncle anymore, call me father. Don't you like my daughter? I'll marry Shirshir to you right now. Chapter 45 The Fourth Wife. Oh. I have to send my daughter away again. Su Liang was stunned. Chendalai was definitely the most cunning person he knew. He was too damn hard to figure out. Dad, no, Uncle Chen, calm down, this matter cannot be handled hastily. Chendalai's eyes widened, I'm very calm. Forehead. Su Liang scratched his head, unsure of what to say. Seeing his expression, Chendalai immediately became displeased and pointed at Su Liang, saying, What, you don't believe me? You wait, I'll write the marriage certificate right now. After saying that, he turned and walked into the house. As the saying goes, once is enough, twice is too much, but 3 times is not enough. They've already brought this up twice. If Su Liang still refuses now, that would be incredibly disrespectful. It would mean he doesn't take his father-in-law seriously at all. Sigh, I'm still too kind. Su Liang didn't intend to stop him anymore. Although he hadn't figured out how to win over the 2 wives in his family, things had come to this point, so he might as well marry them and deal with the rest later. But the next second, he saw Chen Shirshir rush out from behind the wall, and her face was extremely anxious. Su Liang acted decisively and immediately pulled Chendalai aside. Uncle Chen, please don't get carried away. You are a master craftsman who has forged for eternity. In my heart, your word is as good as gold. How about this, I'll pretend I didn't hear what you just said, and let's just drop this matter. A promise is a promise. Upon hearing this, Chendalai's steps faltered. That's right, Su Liang is right. Only in this way can it be in line with his current identity. Chendalai abruptly shook off Su Liang's hand. Just give up like this? You want to ruin me? Dad. Calm down. With tears welling up in her eyes, Chen Shirshir's voice carried a hint of pleading. Su Liang frowned slightly. Did she not want to marry him? If that's the case, then he won't force it. Seeing his daughter's expression, Chendalai finally stopped in his tracks. He walked towards Chen Shirshir and placed his hands on her shoulders. Shirshir, I'm doing this for your own good. Don't you like Xiao Liang? Chen Shirshir glanced at Su Liang and then said, I'm not concerned about marrying young master, so I just want you to stop being so fixated on the blacksmith. Su Liang breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this. Since he didn't say he didn't like it, it was a tacit admission that he liked it. Chendalai released his grip, turned around, and said with unwavering conviction, being a blacksmith is my life. After saying that, he continued walking into the house. But if you do this, mother won't be happy. Chen Shishir cried out. Chen Dalei stopped again, his expression becoming extremely solemn. Chen Shishir continued to cry, I know you promised mother you would become a good blacksmith, but she's gone. You've already done it, and I don't want to see you living such a tiring life for those empty fame and legacy. Chen Dalei remained silent after his daughter's words, standing there like a statue. Looking at his somewhat melancholy expression, Su Liang suddenly thought that his father-in-law was quite handsome. But the next second, he sat on the ground and burst into tears. What? I'm so sorry to your mother. She hasn't had a single good day with me, not a single good day. Dad. This isn't your fault. Chen Shishir ran over and hugged Chen Dalei tightly, then started to cry softly. Your father promised your mother that he would become the best blacksmith so that she could live a good life, but your father is a good for nothing, and he failed to do so. I know, Dad, it's not your fault, it really isn't your fault. Chen Dalei cried and pounded his chest, as if that would ease the pain. Seeing the father and daughter like this, Su Liang felt very bad. This father-in-law is no ordinary man. In just a quarter of an hour, he can give him several different psychological experiences, just like riding a roller coaster. Through the father and daughter's tearful account, Su Liang roughly understood the situation. When Chen Dalei's wife was alive, life was very hard. After she passed away, he became obsessed with blacksmithing. On the one hand, he wanted to carry on the Chun family's blacksmithing tradition, but on the other hand, he felt guilty towards his wife and used this to alleviate his pain. Moreover, Chen Dalei's talent is not great. He has reached his current level entirely through hard work and perseverance. Chen Shishir didn't want to see her father working so hard day and night anymore. She was worried about his health and wanted him to let go of his obsession and be happier. I never expected my father-in-law to be just as devoted as I am. Su Liang was quite pleased. This was the legendary saying that people who are not from the same family will not enter the same door. But he also felt a little guilty. After all, this matter was caused by him, and the phrase unique forging through the ages and master craftsman of 1,000 ages completely baffled Chen Dalei. Alas, it seems that not everyone can bear the titles of Desolate Emperor and First Emperor. Su Liang sighed inwardly and stepped forward to help Chen Dalei, who was getting up. Xiao Liang, I'm sorry you had to see this. Uncle Chen, what are you saying? Your tough yet tender heart and deep affection are truly touching. You are a legendary, devoted man. Chen Dalei rubbed his nose, his eyes filled with anticipation. Really? Su Liang nodded, and was about to say a few more words of praise when he noticed Chen Shishir's tightly furrowed brows. That expression seemed to say, what the hell? You've ruined my dad. He gave an awkward laugh. Yes. Chen Dalei thought to himself, no wonder Su Liang is so successful in business. He's got a really good way with words. Then tell your uncle in detail. Hey, Dad. Chen Shishir retorted to him in dissatisfaction. Okay, father won't ask anymore. After the three of them were seated, Chen Dalei said, Xiao Liang, let me ask you, do you really want to marry Shishir? Su Liang didn't hesitate at all, and his expression became very serious. Uncle Chen, I truly like Miss Shishir. Su Liang wasn't lying. He wasn't a typical scumbag. Although he loved many people, each one was true love, and he was very responsible, and he would marry them all. Chen Dalei nodded, then looked at his daughter. Shishir, I'm asking you too, are you willing to marry Su Liang? Chen Shishir glanced at Su Liang, then quickly looked away. My daughter is willing. Her voice was soft, but her tone was firm. Chen Dalei laughed heartily upon seeing this. He had long realized that his daughter had feelings for Su Liang, and now that he was letting her marry the person she loved, it could be considered as fulfilling his wife's last wish. All right. Then you shall get married today. Wait, Uncle Chen, my two wives didn't have a wedding when they married me, so I'm afraid we can't have a wedding for Shishir either. But don't worry, I will make it up to you when I have the chance. Su Liang said. Chen Dalei waved his hand. Hey, none of that matters, as long as you're good to my daughter. Of course. I will definitely treat Miss Shishir well. Su Liang immediately promised. Chen Dalei added, all right, you also have to come with me to learn blacksmithing. No problem, Uncle Chen. To be honest, I've loved blacksmithing since I was a child. I feel uncomfortable if I don't forge for a day. Upon hearing Su Liang's words, Chen Shishir couldn't help but roll her eyes at him. Su Liang is really good at talking, but she wasn't angry. In fact, she was secretly pleased. What bad intentions could Su Liang possibly have? Isn't it all just to marry her? Soon after Chen Dalei finished writing the marriage certificate, the two signed their names. It is worth mentioning that Su Liang's calligraphy has improved, and the two black marks have become more angular. Congratulations, host, on your successful marriage. You have received a wedding gift package and one chance to win a prize. Wife, Qin Shishir, 18 years old, loyalty, 100%. Loyalty level immediately reached the maximum. The groundwork laid earlier was indeed effective. Su Liang was overjoyed. He was indeed a genius. With this, Qin Shishir's loyalty would not drop. All he needed to do now was speed up the wedding night. However, Su Liang did not get carried away. For him, this was not only having another wife, but also an extra responsibility and pressure. The source of this pressure is mainly concentrated at night. Time management is a complex subject. I'll have to study it carefully later. Chapter 46. I'll fight you to the death. After Qin Shishir returned to her room to pack her things, the two began to talk about what had happened earlier. According to Qin Dalai, the forging of weapons was under the organization and management of the Ding'an army. Ping'an County was a vital passage to the capital city of Chang'an, and naturally it was a key location that needed to be guarded. The Ding'an army was the army station there, with its camp independently located about 10 miles outside the city. Qin Dalai went to the military's armory, which was specifically responsible for the production and management of weapons depots. Besides the regular military artisans recruited from outside the military had to be selected by the government and subject to certain management systems. These craftsmen were mainly blacksmiths, while the rest were carpenters and other skilled craftsmen. Besides the commonly used swords and crossbows, weapon production also includes 3 other tasks: crafting high-quality weapons, optimizing existing weapons, and inventing new weapons. The former usually involves conscripting workers for labor with very little pay, while the latter involves distributing rewards based on the circumstances. Qin Dalai was rewarded with 50 taels of silver and allowed to go home early because he created high-quality weapons. Su Liang's face lit up with joy after hearing this. Inventing new weapons was too easy for him. He already had 2 types of hand crossbows. If you hand these 2 over, I guarantee those people will be astonished. I'm definitely taking this reward. Father-in-law, I wonder if you could find a way to let me participate in the forging of weapons as well? Qin Dalai chuckled, of course. As long as you learn blacksmithing from me, you can participate after passing the government's review. How long will that take? Qin Dalai thought for a moment and said, with your talent, if you work hard enough, you can reach my level in 3 years. Qin Dalai estimated based on that steel billet. In his opinion, Su Liang was able to forge that steel billet because it must have had few impurities during the original smelting process. With such folding and forging, the steel yield would naturally be high. To become a true blacksmith, one must master quenching, tempering, when to add carbon, and be familiar with the production of various finished products. Learning all of these in 3 years is already a sign of exceptional talent. 3 years? Su Liang's lips twitched. He couldn't possibly stay here for 3 years of blacksmithing. Let alone 3 years, 3 months, no, not even 3 days. Seeing that Su Liang remained silent for a long time, Qin Dalai's expression darkened slightly. What, you don't want to? Upon hearing this, Su Liang snapped out of his reverie. Of course I'm willing. I just wonder when father-in-law will visit that military camp again? Qin Dalai frowned. Su Liang kept asking about the military camp. Could it be that he also wanted the reward money? You haven't even learned the skills, and you're already thinking about money? That won't do. How can young people be so impetuous? Qin Dalai cleared his throat and said earnestly, Xiao Liang, I know you want to be like me, to become that, good blacksmith. And get the reward money. But you haven't even started learning yet. You can't do it like this. Back in my day. Once Qin Dalai started talking, he couldn't stop, so Su Liang simply started checking the system. He immediately started the ability lottery, and the long-lost spinning wheel reappeared. Embroidery, raising dogs, making clothes, buying clothes, changing clothes, playing the flute, blacksmithing. Qin Shishir has many hobbies and skills. Su Liang paid special attention to the 2 aspects, changing clothes and playing the flute. He briefly recalled that every time he saw Qin Shishir, she was indeed dressed differently. As for playing the flute, he'd have to experience that for himself. Su Liang took a deep breath. Whether he would be able to draw the blacksmith's stick or not depended on luck. If he doesn't win the lottery, Qin Dalai will come to his house every day to find him. I'm going to forge iron. I'm going to forge iron. Su Liang stood up abruptly and shouted. Congratulations on drawing the forging iron skill. Your abilities are being converted. Conversion successful. Acquired ability, blacksmithing mastery. Swish, swish, swish. A huge amount of knowledge points turned into memories and flooded into my brain. Blacksmiths possess skills across the entire blacksmithing industry chain, including prospecting, mining, smelting, and forging. Thus, a master craftsman was born. Chandali thought his lecture had worked, and excitedly stood up as well. Good boy. Good son-in-law. Let me set up the stove, and then we'll start fighting. Chen Shirshir came out with her package at this moment. Seeing how well Su Liang and Chandali got along, she was overjoyed. But Su Liang waved his hand and took out a small box from his pocket, handing it to Chandali. Father-in-law, there is no need for blacksmithing. I'm not very talented, but this is a hairpin I made for my wife myself. Please take a look. Upon hearing that Su Liang had personally crafted it for her, Chen Shirshir also came over. The gift box was exquisite and clearly a valuable item. Chandali's hands trembled slightly. The moment the box was opened, both father and daughter froze in shock. Their first reaction was that the hairpin was actually made of gold. My second reaction was that the workmanship was so exquisite. Chandali's breathing became heavy. He carefully took out the hairpin, and upon closer inspection, his mouth dropped open. The hairpin gleamed with gold, its slender shaft engraved with patterns, and the gold leaf at the end was as thin as a cicada's wing, as if light could pass through it. This. Neither the father nor the daughter could speak. The craftsmanship of this gold hairpin is simply beyond human capabilities. Chandali looked up at Su Liang, as if he no longer recognized the person in front of him. He never expected that Su Liang was a goldsmith, and with such skill. Chandali was conflicted. If he were to let Su Liang learn blacksmithing from him, it would be a real waste of talent. Su Liang approached the two of them and looked at Chen Shirshir. Does my wife like this gift? Ah. Upon hearing Su Liang's voice, Chen Shirshir's gaze finally left her hairpin. She looked up at Su Liang, her eyes instantly reddening. Without saying a word, she threw herself into his arms. Su Liang smirked and gently stroked her shoulder. This wedding package from the system is damn useful. After the two had calmed down, Su Liang said, Father-in-law, actually, I can also make some weapons. If there are any new types of weapons, do you have the authority to hand them over to the military camp to collect rewards? They can even make weapons. Chandali's lips twitched. After looking at the exquisite hairpin, he did not doubt what Su Liang said. Yes, that's fine. New weapons can be delivered to the military camp at any time. If they catch the eye of those officials, you can get a reward. Su Liang's face lit up with joy. Alright, then I'll have Xiao Feng bring the weapon back tonight. I'll trouble you, father-in-law, to make the trip then. After explaining the tools to be made, Su Liang left with Chen Shirshir. As the two got closer to the restaurant, Su Liang's anxiety grew. Chen Shirshir got married, but it was all so sudden, even he himself was surprised. What about the other two at home? Will the three of them get along? Will they fight? Who will he side with then? A whole host of questions popped into Su Liang's mind, making him look slightly irritated. Chen Shirshir saw through Su Liang's thoughts and took his arm, saying, Don't worry, husband, I will get along well with my eldest and second sisters. And if you want to marry another wife in the future, I will support you. Oh my God? Su Liang even doubted that he had misheard. Chen Shirshir is so sensible. She even supports him continuing to marry her. What a wonderful wife. Your wife's understanding nature has touched you for the first time, earning you 1,000 points of affection. Su Liang didn't say anything to express his gratitude. Instead, he took action and kissed Chen Shirshir on the lips. As soon as the two entered the restaurant, Su Liang met Xiao Liuzi, a waiter from the brokerage firm. Xiao Liuzi saw Su Liang and quickly said, Shopkeeper, I came to seek refuge with you, but the madam has kept me here. Su Liang smiled and nodded, patting him on the shoulder. Okay, from now on, work hard with me. Thank you, shopkeeper. Xiao Liuzi said after thanking the shopkeeper, and then went to serve the guests. Su Liang glanced at the two ladies, said nothing, and went upstairs. On the way, Chen Shirshir said that she could explain to the two of them herself, so Su Liang could finally find some peace and quiet. After arranging the fourth bedroom, he returned to his own house to improve the crossbow, changing the original single shot to a maximum of 3 shots fired simultaneously. He also sculpted the appearance and the crossbow bolts, which should increase the bounty amount. Su Liang picked Li Shohan up midway and didn't go downstairs for dinner until evening. He sat at the table with the men, glancing at the other table every now and then. The relationship between the three women surprised him. They were chatting and laughing, and even served each other food. The Li sisters, in particular, seemed to take extra care of Chen Shishir. Su Liang didn't know how Chen Shishir did it, but he felt something was off because none of the three of them even glanced at him. After everyone left after the meal, Su Liang followed the three women upstairs. But after the three of them went inside, they locked the door. "Wife, open the door. I haven't gone in yet." Su Liang knocked on the door repeatedly. Li Shutong's angry voice came from inside the house, "Go live somewhere else, I don't want to see you today." Then came Chen Shishir's soft voice, "Let it go, second sister, just let him in." "No way. I don't want to see him today." Su Liang finally understood Chen Shishir had betrayed him. And who knows what she said. "Li Shutong even used my mother. Apart from the day she beat me up right after we got married, she had never been this angry before." Goodness, so this is what you meant by having a solution? Su Liang was also getting angry, so he decided not to stay any longer and turned around and went downstairs. "You wretched woman, you deserve a beating." He walked down the street, cursing and swearing, intending to spend the night at Ernia's place. But as soon as they approached the courtyard, they heard Ernia's battle cry, "I'll fight you to the death." Chapter 47. Marry me, or I'll kill him. Su Liang had a bad feeling. Today he received 400 taels from Zuixi Anglu. Thinking that the other party might retaliate, he specifically instructed the group to stay together for the time being. Surprisingly, even so, they still sent people. Without saying a word, he pulled out his pistol and rushed out. In the courtyard, Erniu and Taiju were frantically waving their sticks, trying to keep the five men in black with knives from getting closer. Arpang and Wang Shan were seriously injured and collapsed to the ground, covered in blood. Depang and Changue were also injured. They checked the injuries of the other two and were in a state of emotional collapse. Xiao Liuzi was completely terrified. He was originally very happy today. Su Liang paid him a high wage and provided him with accommodation. For someone like him who came from the village to work in the city, it was like meeting a benefactor. But who would have thought that this would happen as soon as they entered the courtyard with the group? The man in black didn't rush to make a move, waiting for Erniu and Taiju to run out of strength. Of the seven, these two were the most fierce. During the previous fight, they almost snatched the knife from the other two, and three of them were also hit with sticks and were seriously injured. They were thugs, not skilled in martial arts, but better at fighting and killing than ordinary people. If they didn't have knives, they really wouldn't have been able to take down these people today. Kid, this is what happens when you hang out with that Su guy," one of the men in black said. Ernia felt the voice sounded somewhat familiar, but since the person was masked, he couldn't place it. "Who are you people? Why are you killing us?" Taiju shouted. The man sneered, Who am I? You're all going to die anyway, so it doesn't matter if you see me." As he spoke, the man removed the black cloth from his face. By the moonlight, Ernia and Taiju immediately recognized him. "It's you." This man was the servant who was chased away by young Master Chu when he was selling crayfish with Su Liang that day. That Su fellow caused me to be kicked out of the Chu family. Today I'll kill you all to vent my anger, and one day I'll tear him to pieces. Attack! The man shouted and, along with the four men behind him, surrounded them with their swords drawn. Erniu and Taiju tightened their grip on their sticks, once again protecting the group. Changue's face showed despair. He had only enjoyed these good days for a few days, and now he was going to die like this. Big Fatty was completely devastated because Second Fatty in his arms had already fainted. Just then, Su Liang's voice came from the courtyard gate. "Even a dog dares to come and bark at me." The five men in black were startled and turned around in unison. Upon seeing that the newcomer was Su Liang, the man burst into wild laughter. "Ha, Su, you've come at the right time. Today I'll kill you as well to vent my anger. Brother Liangzi, run. Don't worry about us. Xiao Liang, run." Erniu and the others looked at Su Liang and immediately became anxious, shouting for him to run away quickly. Su Liang stopped talking, raised his gun, pointed it at one of the men, and pulled the trigger. Put! The distinctive sound of a silenced pistol rang out. The group only saw a flash of fire in Su Liang's hand before one of the men in black instantly fell to the ground, without even a chance to utter a sound. This. The remaining four were instantly terrified, but Su Liang didn't give them a chance to react. Su Liang fired as he walked, and after 3 more shots, only the shouting man remained in the field. The man in black looked at his accomplices lying on the ground, then at Su Liang who was walking over, and his heart seemed to stop. With a snap, he released the knife from his hand and knelt down on the ground with a thud. "No, don't kill me, please don't kill me." The man in black begged for mercy in a trembling voice, his crotch instantly soaked. Su Liang frowned, walked past him, and quickly came to the two people who had fallen to the ground. Both Erpang and Wang Shan were stabbed. The former had already fainted, while the latter was too weak to continue due to excessive blood loss. Su Liang didn't care about anything else and took out all sorts of usable items to stop the bleeding for the two of them. A moment later, he ordered, "Quickly, carry them both to the clinic. Xiao Lu, you lead the way." Without hesitation, and without having time to think about Su Liang's murder, the group quickly carried the two men out of the courtyard. After everyone left, Su Liangkai approached the man in black. The other party did not take the opportunity to escape because his legs were no longer working. Before Su Liang could speak, he took the initiative to confess. "No, don't kill me. It's Huang Sihai. He sent us. No, he forced me to do this. Please, please spare me. I have an 80-year-old mother to support, and children to raise." Ah! Before the man could finish speaking, one of his arms flew off. "You like being torn to pieces, then I'll grant your wish." Su Liang picked up the knife from the ground and started hacking wildly. A moment later, the man's head was chopped in two. After doing all this, he quickly put the corpse on the ground into his spatial storage and then chased after them. The restaurant is on the third floor. Li Shadong paced back and forth in the living room, her hands on her hips, her chest heaving, clearly still angry. She never expected Su Liang to force her into marriage. They've only just started to have a little money and they're already doing this. What will they do when they have more money? Li Shuyao felt increasingly uneasy. Su Liang was indeed promiscuous, but that didn't justify forcing her into marriage. She glanced at Chen Shishir, who had her head down, and was somewhat unsure. According to Chen Shishir, Su Liang forcibly kissed her in the street and threatened her father with her innocence to force him to write a marriage certificate, saying he would make weapons to destroy his family if she didn't agree. Although it seemed illogical at first glance, it did indeed seem like something Su Liang would do, especially the weapons, which Li Shuyao and the other person knew about. The two women kept Chen Shishir calm because they were afraid she would report it to the authorities. "No, I'm going to find him." Li Shadong finally couldn't hold back any longer and insisted on going to Su Liang to get to the bottom of things. But just as she was about to leave, she heard cries from the street, and the voice sounded very familiar. "That's Fatty's voice?" She rushed to the window to check and was immediately startled. Ernio and Taiju carried the two injured men on their backs, while the Pang followed beside them, wailing. The group quickly passed by the restaurant. Li Shuyao asked, "What's wrong?" "Something's happened." Li Shadong replied, then turned and went into the house to get her sword. "You two lock the door, I'm going to check." She quickly went downstairs and bumped into Su Liang, who was running towards her, as soon as she stepped out the door. Seeing that he was covered in blood, Li Shadong was immediately shocked and rushed forward to check on him. "What happened to you? Are you hurt?" "I'm fine." Su Liang waved his hand, said nothing more, and continued running towards Ernio and the others. The two quickly caught up with the group ahead, and Su Liang asked directly, "Xiao Lu, how far is the clinic?" Xiao Lu pointed to a shop ahead. "That's it. It's the nearest clinic." Soon, the group arrived at the entrance of the clinic. Xiao Lu tried to knock on the door, but Su Liang kicked it open instead. With a bang, the wooden door was kicked open, and the latch was broken in two. Inside, a woman screamed, and soon after, an old man came out. "What are you doing?" Without wasting words, Su Liang pulled the old man over. "Quickly, save him. I'll pay any price." The old man breathed a sigh of relief when he heard it was about rescuing someone. As long as it wasn't robbers, it was fine. He had encountered similar situations before. "Oh, this." The old man shook his head repeatedly as he looked at the injuries on the two men. After a moment, he cupped his hands in greeting to Su Liang. "These two are too badly injured, I'm afraid I can't help them." Upon hearing the old man's words, everyone's heart sank. The fat man immediately knelt down, grabbed the old man's trouser leg, and started crying. Please save my brother, save them both." As he spoke, he began to kowtow. The old man shook his head helplessly and quickly helped him up. "Sai, even if you beg me, there's nothing I can do." At this moment, a girl of about 17 or 18 years old came out from the inner room. She glanced at the crowd, then at Su Liang, who was covered in blood, and unconsciously took 2 steps back. Upon seeing his granddaughter, the old man immediately scolded, "What are you doing out here? Go back." The girl nodded and prepared to leave. Su Liang's eyes gleamed with a sharp light. He took a few steps forward, grabbed her arm, and asked urgently, "Do you know medicine?" The girl was in some pain from being grabbed and instinctively tried to break free, but Su Liang held on tightly. Upon seeing this, the old man became anxious and quickly stepped forward, saying, "Young man, please don't be impulsive. My granddaughter doesn't know any medical skills." "Shut up." Su Liang turned and shouted at the old man, then continued to ask the girl, "Tell me, do you know any medicine?" The girl was genuinely frightened and said in a tearful voice, "Yes, I know a little." A look of joy flashed across Su Liang's face. This girl knew medicine, so there was still hope for her Pang and Wang Shan. He swiftly snatched the sword from Li Shutong's hand and held it to the old man's neck. "Marry me, or I'll kill him." Chapter 48. A celestial being descends to earth. Marry you? The girl was stunned, the old man was stunned, everyone was stunned. Su Liang was actually thinking about getting married at this time. After being stunned, Li Shutong was furious. Chen Shishir's words were indeed true. He actually forced me to marry him. Su Liang, you. Shut up. Su Liang yelled at Li Shutong and gave her a knowing look. Li Shutong was stunned again. She knew that look it was a signal that she was going to sleep behind her older sister's back. But at this moment, he's still thinking about doing that with me? Su Liang brought the sword close to the old man's neck again. "Will you marry me or not?" His tone was extremely cold, as if he would kill the old man at any moment. The girl looked at her grandfather, who had been her only family, and tears welled up in her eyes. "Don't kill my grandfather, I'll marry him." Su Liang pointed his sword at the girl again and shouted at the old man, "Write the marriage certificate, right now." The old man dared not hesitate, for his granddaughter was his only family, and he absolutely could not lose her. Soon, the two became husband and wife in front of everyone, but unfortunately, there were no blessings. Congratulations, host, on your successful marriage. You have received a wedding gift package and one chance to win a prize. Wife, in Miaowei, 18 years old, loyalty, 1%. Congratulations on drawing acupuncture. Your ability is being converted. Transformation successful. Ability gained, medical skills. Su Liang slapped his forehead and sighed helplessly. 1% loyalty couldn't save the two of them. The reason he didn't have the old man write a marriage certificate directly was because he was afraid the old man's loyalty would be too low. Threats really don't work. He immediately ordered the old man to treat their wounds first, and then pulled in Miaowei into the house. Su Liang's expression remained cold, so no one dared to speak. As for Li Shutong, she vaguely realized something, especially from Su Liang's gaze. She guessed that this might be related to immortal arts. With lives at stake, Li Shutong ultimately chose to believe Su Liang. Your name is in Miaowei, and you're 18 years old, right? You can perform acupuncture, massage, and pulse diagnosis. You enjoy growing all kinds of plants, and you like the sense of accomplishment from healing and saving lives. You even want to use your medical skills to save the world. Besides, you don't like wearing a belly band. And Miaowei was stunned. She hadn't expected Su Liang to bring her up like this, and she certainly hadn't expected him to know so much about her. He even knew about that kind of thing. Whether you believe it or not, I have to tell you that we were husband and wife in our past lives. I was able to find you because I was guided by a deity. As Su Liang spoke, he conjured a gift box out of thin air. "Look, this is the token of love that the immortal senior gave us." And Miaowei was completely dumbfounded. She was actually husband and wife with Su Liang in her previous life, and she even had a gift from a deity. No wonder he knew so much about her. Your wife and Miaowei's loyalty to you has reached 30%. Su Liang breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, his fabricated story worked. He quickly organized his medical skills and checked the shops in his mind, but found that he only had some knowledge of traditional Chinese medicine. He still didn't know how to treat and suture wounds, and there were no corresponding items for sale. Su Liang gritted his teeth and wrapped his arms around her. "Miaowei, I've searched for you for so long. 18 years, a full 18 years. In this life, no matter what, we must be together, and no one can separate us." Upon hearing Su Liang's words, and Miaowei, as if possessed, also put her arms around him. She enjoys listening to love stories in her spare time, and she never expected that such a wonderful thing could happen to her. Your wife and Miaowei's loyalty to you reaches 70%. That's enough. Finally, that's enough. If that's not enough, I'll have to take my pants off. Su Liang immediately released in Miaowei and turned to leave the house. A few people were arranged to carry Erpang and Wang Shan to the table inside the room. His father and Miaowei stayed behind as assistants, while the rest of the people were sent out. Both of them were already unconscious, and Su Liang didn't bother to hide it anymore, so he took out all the items he had bought. Even though there were precedents, and Miaowei was still so frightened by the sight of the items appearing out of thin air that her mouth dropped open, while the old man was so shocked that he lost all expression. Ignoring the reactions of the grandfather and grandson, Su Liang quickly administered antibiotics to them, removed their clothes and the stockings used to stop the bleeding, then washed and disinfected his hands with alcohol, put on medical gloves, and began to examine their wounds. "You two, don't just stand there, bring the oil lamp closer." Okay." The two men came to their senses and, without delay, immediately did as Su Liang instructed. Erpang's main injury was a stab wound to the abdomen, but fortunately it didn't penetrate. Wang Shan was slashed twice in the chest, one of which was very deep and long. Su Liang touched and pressed on Erpang's abdomen, but there was no hard, board-like abdomen, and Erpang did not have a violent reaction, which meant that he did not have serious internal bleeding or peritonitis. He quickly plugged the wound with gauze and then began to check on Wang Shan's condition. Although Erpang fainted first, it was Wang Shan's open wound that made him more likely to lose his life. There was no time to administer anesthesia, so Su Liang directly used a scalpel to extend the original wound appropriately, in order to see the situation deep inside the wound. The two old men gasped in shock at the sight. They were actually going to enlarge the wound. Was this saving a life or killing someone? "Hold the oil lamp steady, don't keep moving it." Su Liang gave a reprimand and then began cleaning the wound. He had confirmed that the wound had not penetrated the pleura into the chest cavity, and all that was left was to disinfect and suture it. Su Liang used absorbable sutures, and Wang Shan woke up in pain as soon as the needle was inserted. "Quick, hold his feet down." Su Liang hurriedly ordered the two men, then gave Wang Shan anesthesia. "Bear with it, try not to move." Wang Shan's forehead was covered in cold sweat, but he still nodded. He knew that Su Liang was trying to save him. Su Liang's technique was very professional. He sutured the muscles and fascia in layers. Although the grandfather and grandson had never seen it before, they could both see the exquisiteness of his technique. He actually knows medicine. Could it be that we were doctors in our past lives? And Miaowei was somewhat surprised, and believed Su Liang's words even more. "Your wife, and Miaowei, has a loyalty level of 85%. Su Liang was secretly delighted, and his technique became even more precise and faster. Su Liang sutured the deep muscle layer, subcutaneous layer, and skin in less than 15 minutes, placed a gauze strip in the wound for drainage, and then quickly bandaged it. After finishing all this, Su Liang did not rest. After rinsing and disinfecting, he immediately performed surgery on Erpang. This time, his actions appeared even more violent to the grandfather and grandson, as he directly cut open Erpang's abdominal wall. The moment it was cut open, a large amount of blood gushed out. Even though the two of them were used to seeing blood, they couldn't help but feel a chill run down their spines at this moment. With this treatment, can this person still survive? Both of them frowned involuntarily. But Su Liang remained completely calm, like a seasoned professor with many years of experience. He used a gauze pad to absorb the accumulated blood, and then examined the internal organs and intestines one by touching and looking with his eyes. Fortunately, Erpang had enough fat, so only one part of his intestines ruptured. Su Liang used sutures to repair the abdominal cavity by inverting the sutures in 2 layers. After the suturing was completed, he put saline solution into the cavity and heated it slightly. Then he repeatedly rinsed the abdominal cavity until the rinsing fluid became clear. After confirming that there was no active bleeding or missed damage, Su Liang sutured the wound layer by layer. Similarly, gauze was placed in the abdominal cavity for drainage. This time, it took more than 45 minutes for Erpang's surgery to be completed. After checking their breathing and heartbeats again, Su Liang finally breathed a sigh of relief. The old man and Miaowei also breathed a sigh of relief. They followed the whole thing, experiencing a roller coaster of emotions from initial shock, doubt, and confusion to eventual realization and shock. Now that the surgery is over, the two of them have reached the same conclusion: Su Liang is definitely a god descended from heaven. Such medical skills are by no means something an ordinary person could possess. Young Master Su, you are truly a celestial being descended to earth. I have learned a great deal today. Please accept my bow. Su Liang quickly helped the old man up. You don't need to be so polite. I'm your grandson-in-law now, how can I let you bow to me? The old man was stunned for a moment, then realized, that's right, Su Liang is now my granddaughter's husband. I actually have a son-in-law who's like a god. The old man's heart was pounding, and a smile spread across his face. Having such a grandson-in-law was a blessing for his granddaughter. Yes, grandson-in-law, he he he. The old man was all smiles. And Miaowei's heart was pounding, and she lowered her head, not daring to look at Su Liang. The experience of that night was truly too mysterious, but it just proved that she and Su Liang were truly destined by fate. Your wife, in Miaowei, is 100% loyal to you. Chapter 49. My cousin is too fierce. The moment Su Liang heard the system's voice, his exhausted body instantly felt refreshed. He speculated that this was the refresh effect brought about by the body's strength reaching 5 times. This wave of spending has cost him tens of thousands of affection points, leaving him with only 30,000 points remaining. Fortunately, those surgical tools will still be useful later, and there are plenty of other items left over, such as alcohol and gauze. Hearing Su Liang and the old man talking, the people outside came in. Brother Liangzi, how is Pang? De Pang asked anxiously. Su Liang patted him on the shoulder. Don't worry, they're both fine now. They'll recover after some rest. Upon hearing this, everyone breathed a sigh of relief and quickly thanked the old man and his companion. Thank you both for saving me. Thank you so much, doctor, for saving my brother. My life, Lu De Pang's life, is now yours. The fat man was so happy that he cried tears of joy and immediately tried to kneel down before the old man. The old man quickly helped him up. Young man, get up. You're kneeling before the wrong person. This person was saved by my grandson-in-law. Everyone turned to look at Su Liang, their faces filled with bewilderment. How could it be that Su Liang saved the person? I've never heard of him having any medical skills before. But the old man did say that he couldn't save him, and seeing Su Liang's blood-stained hands, no one could help but believe him. At this moment, and Miaowei said, it's true, it was indeed my husband who saved the person. Husband? Upon hearing this word, everyone quickly recalled the old man calling Su Liang his grandson-in-law. In such a short time, Su Liang not only saved the person's life, but also won over the grandfather and grandson. Only De Pang ignored everything else and knelt down in front of Su Liang. Brother Liang, my life and Pang's life are yours from now on. Su Liang helped him up. Alright, no need for formalities. This whole thing started because of me. Let's carry him back to the restaurant first. After the group returned to the restaurant, Su Liang called Xiao Lu over and asked him about the Huang family's situation. Xiao Lu grew up in the city and was very clever. In addition, he worked in places like the brokerage firm and learned a lot about Ping'an County. Among the 3 major families in Ping'an County, the Chu family is the largest landowner, owning a large amount of land and controlling cash crops such as grain, mulberry, hemp, and medicinal herbs. They also own the largest grain shop and clinic in the county. The Zhang family operated money exchange, pawnshop, cloth business, and some salt and iron agency and distribution. The Huang family ran restaurants, brothels, gambling dens, and ceramic tile businesses. The 3 companies have intertwined businesses and long-term partnerships. Su Liang frowned upon hearing this. The power of these 3 families was clearly enormous to him at the moment, and harming the interests of any one of them might offend the other 2. However, this did not stop him from killing Huang Xihai. Okay, I understand. You should go back and get some rest. Xiao Lu walked to the door, paused, and turned to look at Su Liang with some concern. Master, the Huang family has many guards, please be careful. He was a smart man and knew that Su Liang wouldn't let the matter rest. Su Liang smiled at him and waved. After Xiao Lu left, his face gradually turned cold again. He had even killed his own family members, so what was Huang Xihai compared to him? The restaurant opened for business as usual early the next morning and posted a job opening notice. Su Liang left through the alley opposite the Huang residence. He arrived in this area last night. The Huang residence had more guards than he had imagined, and there were patrols all night. It was practically impossible to climb over the wall and kill someone. Even if he succeeded, he would never return. Unless he kills everyone in the Huang family, but there are too many innocent people and a lot of bullets are needed. If the other side has a skilled protector, it is easy to backfire. Therefore, assassination is the best way. Fortunately, the surrounding environment has been identified, and once Huang Xihai's outing habits are known, we can take action. Su Liang also planned to take advantage of this time to make a sniper rifle for long-range shooting. The pistol was still unstable, and if he failed the first time, it would be even more difficult to try again. A basic sniper rifle, if all accessories are purchased, would require at least 100,000 affection points, and right now I only have 30,000 left. On the way, Su Liang kept thinking. He had two ideas, one was to sleep, and the other was to buy steel billets and make them himself. Of course, you can also combine the two. After returning to the restaurant, Su Liang nodded to Li Shuyao and went upstairs. He has now handed over the management of the restaurant entirely to Li Shuyao, saying that she is the only matriarch and the family depends on her. Although she was still dissatisfied with Su Liang's forced marriage, Li Shuyao was very happy and concerned about the role of the head of the household. As soon as Su Liang entered the door, he bumped into Chen Shishir, who was about to leave. Upon seeing Su Liang, Chen Shishir immediately lowered her head. "Husband, I'm sorry. I only said that to get along with my eldest and second eldest sisters as soon as possible. I know they won't blame you, but if they don't like me, then I can't stay in this family." Su Liang ignored her little schemes and locked the door behind him. Admitting mistakes isn't just about words, it requires action. Su Liang approached step by step, while Chen Shishir retreated step by step. "Husband, what are you doing?" "Of course I do, you little rascal. Did you take a bath last night?" "No, no." "That's perfect, I'll wash with my husband." After Su Liang finished speaking, he lifted Chen Shishir up with one hand. She is less than 1.6 meters tall and weighs only 90 kilograms, so for Su Liang, who is currently strong, carrying her is no different from carrying a bucket of water. Chen Shishir's two lower legs kicked weakly in the air a few times before finally giving up the struggle. Upon arriving at the bathroom, Su Liang covered her eyes with one hand, then with a wave of his hand, he put away the tub containing the water. With another wave, a new tub appeared in its original place. This was something he had prepared beforehand, just in case. Having done all this, Su Liangkai put his hand down. Chen Shishir quickly took 2 steps back. She was terrified and didn't care why the water was hot. Su Liang casually closed the door. "What are you standing there for? Didn't you admit your mistake? Come and help your husband change his clothes." Su Liang's expression suddenly turned cold, which frightened Chen Shishir so much that she had no choice but to do as he said. She never imagined that Su Liang could be so terrifying when he was angry. Soon, Su Liang was left with only his underwear. Chen Shishir blushed and turned her head to the side. Su Liang coughed lightly. "Ahem, continue." "Ah. No, my love." Chen Shishir's voice was trembling with tears. "What do you mean no? It's too early for you to say that. Just continue." Su Liang scolded. Chen Shishir's delicate body trembled, and she squatted down, turning her head to the side. With a splash, Su Liang stepped into the bathtub. "Hurry up, don't stand there dawdling." A moment later, the two sat facing each other. Downstairs, Su Yimin and Zhao Tingzhu arrived at the restaurant on time, just like going to work. However, Zhao Tingzhu also went upstairs today. It was too hot outside, unbearably hot in the morning, and she wanted to go upstairs to cool off. "If you ask me, why are you doing any work for them? Just lie around in the house with me, isn't that nice?" "Hey, oh dear, what's wrong with this door?" Su Yimin tried to pull the door open but failed. She tried again with all her might, her hands almost dry and chapped, but she still couldn't open it. "Strange, everyone's downstairs," she said, shaking her hand. "My brother should be inside." Zhao Tingzhu had just paid special attention but hadn't seen Su Liang. "But he's always indoors, and he never locks the door." As soon as she finished speaking, her eyes widened instantly, revealing an extremely surprised expression. What's wrong?" "Shoo, don't speak." Su Yimin didn't explain, but put her arm around Zhao Tingzhu and pressed her ear against the door. "It's making a whooshing sound. Like giant waves crashing against the shore, the sound of splashing water was constant. Moreover, it was accompanied by the joyful, frolicking sounds of women playing in the pool." "Ah!" Zhao Tingzhu's eyes widened, and just as she was about to speak, Su Yimin covered her mouth. "This is an absolutely shocking revelation." Both of his sisters-in-law were downstairs, but his cousin was keeping a mistress in a golden house. Su Yimin perked up immediately. This was way better than any storybook. Su Liang carried Chen Shishir out of the bathroom. The water in the bathtub was reddish, probably because the rose petals had faded. Ignoring everything else, he glared at Chen Shishir and asked, "Wrong or not?" "Ah, my husband, I was wrong." Chen Shishir's voice trembled with fear. Su Liang, panting heavily, stood there and gave Chen Shishir a lecture. Slap, slap, slap. The two people at the door turned red with embarrassment upon hearing this. Even Su Yimin couldn't take it anymore. As a homebody who loved reading storybooks, she had a wealth of knowledge about love and romance, but her cousin was clearly beyond her comprehension. After a moment, Su Yiman said, Tingzhu, can you handle marrying your cousin in the future? Zhao Tingzhu slapped her. What nonsense are you talking about? Su Yiman sighed, oh, my cousin is too fierce. Chapter 50 Tonight, at Ingchun Tower. You shared your first passionate kiss with your wife, Chen Shishir, and earned 5,000 points of affection. You've consummated your marriage with your wife Chen Shishir for the first time, earning 10,000 points of affection. You consummated your marriage with your wife Chen Shishir during the day for the first time, earning 10,000 points of affection. Your first time trying a bath. This is the first time you've made your wife, Chen Shishir, beg for mercy. You've done this 3 times in a row during the day for the first time. You won over Chen Shishir's heart. Your first attempt. You have accumulated. An hour later, Su Liang gained 175,000 affection points, bringing his total to over 200,000, reaching 205,000. Su Liang wiped his sweat, got dressed, and poured himself a glass of water. It has to be said that ever since the path to consummating the marriage has begun, gaining affection points has become a physically demanding task. However, his 5-fold physical enhancement was no joke. Apart from sweating a bit, it didn't have any major effects. He was just worried about Chen Shishir getting into trouble. Su Liang carried Chen Shishir, who was slumped on the sofa, back to his room. Do you know you were wrong this time? I know, Chen Shishir said weakly. I understand. You should get some rest. Although Chen Shishir lied before, Su Liang has already forgiven her. She is very obedient, has a good attitude towards admitting her mistakes, and is also a good learner. She is very talkative and has a lot of chatter. Moreover, she is exceptionally flexible, able to reach both legs behind her head simultaneously, making her ideal for learning dance. Outside the door. Zhao Tingzhu had gone downstairs to help half an hour ago, leaving only Su Yiman, whose legs were sore and numb, still persevering. She has made up her mind that she will write her own storybooks from now on, because the ones she read before were too conservative. With a creak, Su Liang opened the door. Su Yiman was startled and looked at Su Liang with a hint of fear. Clan brother. Su Liang nodded, not surprised at all. He had already heard Su Yiman speaking at the door. Remember to open the windows to let in some fresh air, and tidy up the house while you're at it. Oh, okay. Su Liang gave a few instructions and went downstairs. He found Li Shudong and asked her to monitor Huang Sihai's movements. After giving the instructions, he went straight to the clinic. And Miao Wei sat in the clinic, somewhat absent-minded. She already knew that Su Liang was the owner of Shaoliang Restaurant, the founder of milk tea, and that he already had 3 wives. Was he lying to me last night? That's impossible, he clearly knew. As in Miao Wei was thinking, Su Liang walked in from the door. Didn't you sleep well last night, my wife? Su Liang went straight to her side and gently stroked her somewhat haggard face. And Miao Wei was very beautiful. She had bright eyes and a gentle demeanor, and she seemed to be a kind-hearted person. She was at least 1.7 meters tall, which was taller than Li Shuyao and her sister. Although she was not as voluptuous as the two, she was very well proportioned, especially her long legs. And Miao Wei did not flinch, but simply gave a soft Where is grandfather? Su Liang asked. Grandfather went to buy herbs. Su Liang nodded and sat down beside her. Wife, would you like to expand your clinic? And Miao Wei's eyes lit up. You want to open a clinic? Yes, I want to expand this clinic so I can earn money, and treat more people. Save more lives. And Miao Wei never expected that Su Liang would be so kind-hearted. Before leaving last night, Su Liang specifically told the grandfather and grandson about the immortal technique, saying that it was a gift from the immortals, but the price of using the immortal technique was very high, requiring a large amount of life essence. Su Liang felt there was no problem with saying that, because that affection value was something he had exchanged for with his life essence. And Miao frowned and pondered for a moment. After a moment, she resolutely refused. No, you can't use that magic again. Even if it's to save people, you absolutely can't use your body as the price. Su Liang felt a warmth in his heart upon hearing this. This woman knew how to care for him. As soon as she entered the house, he would have to be gentler with her in the future. Don't worry, my wife. Using magic occasionally is no problem. Besides, I plan to only treat serious illnesses and charge high fees so that the clinic can quickly gain a reputation. Seeing Su Liang's confident expression, and Miao Wei had no choice but to nod. Next, Su Liang had a detailed discussion with her. The clinic was funded by Su Liang and managed by Miao Wei and her granddaughter. They posted a sign that they treated difficult and complicated diseases. If the two of them couldn't cure the disease, Su Liang would step in and teach them his medical skills. Huang Mansion. Huang Sihai entered the hall, picked up his teacup, blew on the tea that the servant had just brewed, and casually asked, "How did things go last night?" Butler Huang Fu quickly bowed and said, "Hee, in response to your question, Master, Xiaoliang Restaurant posted a job opening sign as soon as it opened today. According to the servants' inquiries, they only have 2 cooks left now, and the other 2 are probably dead." Upon hearing this, Huang Sihai spat out the tea he had just drunk, and then, losing his balance, spilled the teacup. He angrily smashed the teacup on the ground. "Useless. You can't even do this simple thing right. Didn't I tell you to kill them all? Where are they?" Huang Fu immediately lowered his head. "They haven't come back yet, but I've already given them money, so they must be hiding." Huang Sihai took a deep breath, not caring where the thugs had disappeared to. What he didn't expect was that even after 2 people had died, Su Liang still dared to open for business. "Fine, find some more skilled fighters and kill Su Liang this time." "Yes, sir." "How's Tang Long doing? Has he figured out the formula yet?" Huang Fu's face twitched. This was definitely bringing up a sore spot. Reporting to Master, Chef Tang has already sent people to search for the necessary items. He said it would take at least 3 more days. Huang Sihai slammed his fist on the table in anger. "Useless. You're all useless." Huang Fu quickly said, "Master, please calm down. Master, please calm down. Good news has come from the caravan." Upon hearing this, Huang Sihai's expression softened slightly, and he asked, "What good news?" "It's the second young master. This time, he not only successfully sold the goods, but also closed a silk deal." "What?" Huang Sihai stood up abruptly and burst into wild laughter. "Ha ha ha. Silk, silk, as expected of my son, ha 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 ha." Huang Sihai shook off the gloom on his face, sat down, and picked up his teacup again to drink heartily. The Huang family has always been the weakest of the 3 in terms of caravans. In the last 2 years, he has started to develop the jade business in secret. The entire industry has just matured. Unexpectedly, the first time he went on a trade trip, good news came. Moreover, his son personally led the team. Silk is only available in Qingzhou in the Great Xia dynasty, and its price is comparable to gold. Even the Zhang family, who are in the cloth business, do not have silk. Now that his son has secured this deal, the Huang family can take another step forward in Ping'an County. If things go well, they will have a foothold in the entire Chang'an. Huang Sihai couldn't stop smiling. "When will my son return?" Huang Fu smiled and said, "Hee, the second young master will be back in the next few days." "Good. Prepare a banquet to welcome my son back." "Hee, yes, sir, actually the caravan also sent back some good news." "Oh? Tell me quickly." Huang Fu chuckled. "The second young master knows that the master is very busy and works very hard, so he brought back some women from Qingzhou to serve the master." "A woman from Qingzhou?" Huang Sihai's eyes lit up. Qingzhou is a coastal city and is rich in seafood, which he had never tried before. "Ha ha ha, good, good, good. I am so pleased that my son has such a heart." Su Liang spent the entire afternoon in Ernyo's yard making sniper rifles. Fortunately, his affection level was high enough, so he went straight for the top-tier version. Muffler, night vision goggles, scope. The affection score of 205,000 has dropped back to 30,000. Each bullet for this sniper rifle costs 5,000 affection points, and he only prepared 5. As darkness fell, Su Liang breathed a sigh of relief, put away his sniper rifle, and returned to the restaurant. As soon as she entered the door, Li Shudong nodded to him. As Su Liang approached, Li Shudong said, "Huang Sihai didn't leave until 5 p.m. today, and he's gone to Yingchun Tower right now." Yingchun Tower. Su Liang raised an eyebrow. This might be a good opportunity. Apart from him, what normal person would be sleepy after the procedure? If you're tired, you have to go home and sleep. Besides, you can't bring a bunch of guards to a brothel. Su Liang narrowed his eyes and clenched his fists. Tonight, at Yingchun Tower. Chapter 51. 100 Flowers in Full Bloom. Since Sir Pang and Wang Shan were absent, Ernio and Taiju also served as cooks today. Fortunately, Chen Shishir joined the family, and Su Yiman was also called down to help during the busiest times. Seeing that everyone was exhausted, Su Liang personally cooked the meal. After the meal, he told Li Shuyao that he would also write the wages for the job on the sign, which was 10 taels of silver per month, half less than Ernio and the others. However, he believed that once the price was posted, people would come soon. After changing the bandages for the 2 injured men, Su Liang called Ernio and the others out. Liangzi, what's wrong? You can't say it inside, Ernio asked. Su Liang smiled and said, It's nothing, I just wanted to take you guys out for a stroll. Changue breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this, as he had thought something serious had happened again. Hee, Xiao Liang, you guys go ahead. I'm getting old, not like you young people anymore. I'm a bit tired today. Ernia said, Liangzi, I'm not going either. I'm really tired today. Su Liang waved his hand helplessly, Alright, then you two go upstairs and rest. After saying that, he put his arms around Taiju and Depang's shoulders and walked towards the backyard. Come on, I'll take you two to Yingchen Tower. Ah. Welcome, Spring Pavilion. When Taiju heard that they were going to a brothel, he immediately felt resistant, because he believed in love. He quickly broke free from Su Liang's arm. Brother Liang, I won't go. You and Depang go. When Ernio and Changue heard the words Yingchenla, they immediately stopped going upstairs. Looking at Taiju's pathetic state, Su Liang really wanted to slap him. Seeing that Taiju wasn't going, Ernio immediately stepped forward. Liangzi, if Taiju isn't going, I'll go in his place. Otherwise, you two will be quite lonely. Okay, let us go. Su Liang readily agreed. Ernio immediately beamed with joy. Alright. Seeing the three about to walk out the back door, Changue quickly called out, Xiao Liang. Su Liang's lips curled up, and he stopped walking, turning his head to look at Changue. What's wrong, Uncle Changue? Changue scratched his head and chuckled. You three are still children after all. I'm worried about you going to that place. Su Liang said oh and waved his hand. It's alright, Uncle Changue. They are just kids, but I am. You should go upstairs and get some rest. Seeing this, Changue stopped pretending and ran up to him. Actually, I've wanted to go to Yingchen Tower for a long time, not for any other reason than to broaden my horizons. Su Liang laughed and said, Uncle Changue is right. We're just going to broaden our horizons. We don't necessarily have to pick up girls, right? Yes, Changue immediately chimed in. Taiju hesitated for a second before saying, Brother Liangzi, if that's the case, I'd like to go too. The group of five quietly slipped out of the courtyard through the back door. Yingchen Tower. The street was brightly lit and bustling with people, a stark contrast to the dark street. Su Liang and his group walked straight in, but contrary to their expectations, no one greeted them upon entering. Looking at the spacious hall and the crowds coming and going, Ernio and the other three were a little scared and subconsciously shrank behind Su Liang. Su Liang observed the situation and felt something was wrong. What were all these people doing gathered in the lobby on the first floor? The Yingchen building has 3 floors. The first floor is a hall where guests can drink tea, wine, chat, and enjoy the show. The second and third floors are guest rooms of different levels. There are also some elegant seats along the staircase where guests can watch the show. Although it only has 3 floors, it is very spacious. The lobby on the first floor, excluding the central platform, has no fewer than 20 seats on both sides. Su Liang casually stopped someone and asked, Brother, why is it so lively here today? The man glanced at Su Liang, feeling that he looked somewhat familiar. When he looked at the people behind Su Liang, he suddenly realized what was going on. So it's Manager Liang. The man cupped his hands in greeting. Su Liang smiled and returned the greeting with a cupped hand. After the man praised the restaurant's food, he finally answered Su Liang's question. It turns out that today is the annual 100 Flowers in Full Bloom festival at Yingchen Tower. The so-called 100 Flowers in Full Bloom is actually the selection of a new top courtesan, as well as singers, geishas, and other female entertainers. Those eligible to participate in the selection included all the prostitutes of Yingchenla. Guests voted, and each person had to spend 10 coins to buy a ticket, which also served as an admission ticket. If they wanted to vote again later, they had to spend more silver, with 1 coin equaling 1 vote. It is said that all prostitutes participate in the selection, but in reality, it is the top few who compete in the end, and occasionally a prostitute who is not yet a prostitute will become a dark horse and break through the encirclement. After hearing this, Su Liang stroked his chin. What a coincidence that he came today. Since I'm on the first floor, I can easily see when Huang Sihai will leave, so I might as well take my brothers to broaden their horizons. Soon, the time was almost up, and the brothel staff came down to collect the money. Su Liang paid 50 coins in exchange for 5 tickets. Tickets were available, but according to the rules, only distinguished guests could be seated, otherwise, they would have to bid for them. Although Su Liang was somewhat famous, this was his first time visiting, so he certainly couldn't be considered a distinguished guest. Just as he was about to inquire about the price, someone called him back. Brother Su. Su Liang turned around and saw that the person who had called him was Chu Mubai, the young master of the Chu family who had bought him crayfish earlier. Brother Chu. Upon seeing that it was indeed Su Liang, Chu Mubai's face lit up with joy, and he quickly waved, saying, "Come, Su Liang, come and sit down." Su Liang didn't stand on ceremony. It would be best if he could get a seat. Chu Mubai's seat was in the first row, at a spacious low table, where he sat alone, with his two subordinates sitting beside him. Su Liang went directly to him and sat down. Nyo and the others also sat down next to Su Liang, just like the two subordinates. "Brother Su, it's been 2 decades since we last met. I didn't expect you to have opened a restaurant, and that business is so good." Su Liang chuckled, "Hee, small businesses don't make much money." "Oh, Brother Su, you're too kind. I think your restaurant has a bright future. By the way, I went to your restaurant today, but why didn't I see you there? I had some things to attend to today and am not in the shop." "Oh, I went on a long trip and just got back today." After catching up for a while, the selection process finally began. A woman walked to the center of the platform and said, "Thank you for coming, distinguished guests. Today is the annual day of the 100 flowers in full bloom at Ingchun Pavilion. All the distinguished guests present can vote for their favorite ladies." The woman was young, articulate, and had a clear, pleasant voice. She was also quite pretty, so Su Liang figured she must be very skilled with words. In fact, most of the people present recognized the woman. Her name was Kyer, and she was a courtesan who was in charge of hosting drinking games and other activities. She was a drinking coordinator. "Miss Kyer, I will vote for you as the most beautiful courtesan today." "Miss Kyer, I choose you too." Many people below started shouting, but Kyer just nodded and smiled, without affecting her hosting duties. After Kyer finished her introduction, the selection process officially began. The first group to take the stage were ordinary prostitutes. They varied in age and had different looks and figures, but even the good ones were only considered average. These people were divided into 2 levels, superior and ordinary, with corresponding prices, or service fees, of 600 and 300 coins respectively. Overnight stays would cost double that. At this moment, all 23 people are at the ordinary level, but only one person will be selected as the superior level today. There was no talent performance involved, they just stood there. They're just going through the motions. Nobody's going to bother voting anyway, since if they upgrade their rank, the client will ultimately foot the bill. Su Liang shook his head and sighed inwardly. In this era, no one would come here if they weren't forced by life's circumstances. He felt that this brothel had no reason to let these people come up here. It was simply a deliberate humiliation. Just like the capitalists in my past life, they never raise wages, but they keep making empty promises. Just as Kyer was about to announce that these people should leave, a thin man with a sleazy appearance stood out from the crowd. "I vote for Xiofan." Upon hearing the sound, everyone turned their attention to the man. Immediately, people started discussing it, and many couldn't help but curse. "Damn, is this guy some kind of idiot? Isn't this price gouging?" "Exactly. I've slept with Xiofan, she's really great. After she votes, I'll have to spend twice as much money from now on. That bastard is so despicable." The crowd's curses grew louder, while Su Liang secretly gave that person a thumbs up. "This guy doesn't look particularly impressive, but he seems like a decent person. At least he slept with someone and voted." But the next second, his face froze. A burly man stepped forward, pointed at the man's nose, and cursed, "Tian Wenjing, you son of a bitch. You voted for your wife, have you no shame?" Chapter 52. The biggest winner is young Master Su Liang. The room fell silent upon hearing this. A moment later, a commotion erupted. "What? Xiofan is this man's wife? Is he even human? How could he send his wife to a brothel? Beast! What a beast!" Su Liang completely agreed with everyone's opinion. He had actually misjudged this guy. He deserved to die. Despite the constant condemnation, Tian Wenjing remained completely unperturbed. He hunched over, hands behind his back, his face etched with arrogance and prejudice. "What are you yelling about? I sent my wife here to make money, what's it to you? If you're so capable, send your wives here too." After shouting at the crowd, Tian Wenjing pointed at the big man and said, "And you, Parkun Shiel, don't think I don't know. You've slept with my wife the most, and you still dare to talk nonsense in front of me. My mother is at home. Go ahead and do it if you dare." "You." Parkun Shiel was furious, but he was bad at talking and couldn't win an argument with the other person. Everyone present was speechless for a moment. This beast was willing to risk even his own mother, who could possibly out-insult him. Seeing that everyone was silent, Tian Wenjing's expression became even more arrogant. He had never lost an argument, and getting beaten up was even better. As long as he wasn't killed by the other party, he could extort money from them. Let me tell you, I'm just sending my wife here to make money. The money you spend on her ends up in my pocket. How about that? Aren't you angry? Tian Wenjing finished speaking and burst into laughter. You beast, I'll kill you. Finally, someone couldn't hold back anymore and started cursing. Tian Wenjing sneered, then come on, come and kill me. You. What do you mean, you? If you're not capable, then get out of here. I'm going to vote for my wife today, hey, that way she can make more money for me, huh? Then we won't order her anymore. You don't have to order, there are plenty of other people who will. Only a few people have come today. There are usually only a few people in this brothel. I don't believe you can all resist. Tian Wenjing's retort left everyone speechless. He was right, there were only a handful of ordinary prostitutes, and they all came here to do business. When the higher-ups were in charge, who would think about so much? Su Liang took a sip of wine. He had learned something new. It really proved the saying, a shameless person is invincible. Putting aside Tian Wenjing's character, his ability to verbally spar with a group of prostitutes is comparable to that of Zhuge Liang. Damn it, you think you're so great at voting? I'll vote too. Yes, let's vote too, we can't let him succeed. Everyone was about to cast their votes. At this moment, Kair quickly said, distinguished guests, please be patient. We will send someone to count the votes right away. Please vote in an orderly manner to ensure fairness and impartiality. Yes, Miss Kair is right. Then stop dawdling and get someone to do the statistics right away. Soon, Kair arranged for people to number the 23 people, making the voting process much easier. Miss Kair is so thoughtful. That's right, that's what they call specializing in something. Holy crap, you're even using literary allusions now. Were you secretly reading a book behind my back? After the voting was completed, Kair stood up again. Everyone, the vote count will take some time. How about we add another prize during this time? Upon hearing that there was a prize involved, everyone became interested and began asking questions. Kair gestured for everyone to be quiet, then said, actually, the prize is very simple. You bet on these 23 ladies, and whoever gets the most votes will receive all the other bettors' bets according to the proportion of money they put up. Gambling and prostitution are always intertwined, and everyone understood immediately after Kair's explanation. If they win, they can share all the bets from the other 22 people. There are at least 100 people here, and many of them are wealthy. They will definitely bet even more, so there's no reason for everyone not to take a gamble. Seeing that most people had expressed their willingness to place bets, Kair added, since everyone is in the mood, let's begin placing bets. However, to ensure fairness and impartiality, no one is allowed to discuss anything beforehand, otherwise, their betting eligibility will be revoked. No one disagreed with this. Everyone who placed a bet wanted to win money, and even if someone asked who they had bet on, the person being asked wouldn't tell the truth. Soon, Kair organized people again to count the bets. Su Liang chuckled and shook his head. If he wasn't mistaken, Tian Wenjing was conspiring with the brothel to swindle money from everyone, or rather, he was acting under the brothel's orders. Brother Su, who do you think will get the most votes? Xu Mubai asked. Su Liang smiled and said, Brother Chu, would you like to place a bet? Of course. How could we miss such an interesting bet? Brother Su, don't you want to place a bet? Of course I'll bet, but I haven't decided who to bet on yet. I wonder what your opinion is, Brother Chu. Su Liang threw the question back at him. Xu Mubai glanced at the women and shook his head. In my opinion, this matter can only be decided by luck, but we absolutely cannot bet on that woman named Shofan. Su Liang clicked his tongue in amazement. The brothel's methods were indeed sophisticated. First, they stirred up everyone's emotions and laid the groundwork. Then, Kair stepped forward and emphasized fairness and impartiality twice, subtly making everyone believe that this was an impromptu lottery and could only be won by luck. Ordinary people either got carried away or simply didn't have the sense to do it, while these wealthy people didn't care about Tian Wenjing and the others arguing. They just watched it as a spectacle. And the subsequent prizes came naturally. Su Liang believed that few people in the arena could see through it. I'll bet on that Shofan and make a killing off her. Soon, the person in charge of tallying the bets arrived at Su Liang's place. Without a second thought, Xu Mubai took out a 50-tael silver ingot and wrote down number 18. Su Liang looked up and saw that number 18 was indeed quite good looking among those people. Brother Su, it's your turn. Chu Mubai handed the pen to Su Liang, then stared intently at him. Su Liang made no attempt to hide it, taking out 200 taels of silver notes and writing number 3 on the paper in a straightforward manner. After the servant left, Chu Mubai picked up his wine cup and chuckled, Brother Su, let's see who has better luck tonight. Su Liang also raised his wine glass and drank with him. Chu Mubai took a sip of wine, glanced at it casually, and immediately spat out the wine, nearly choking to death. Su Liang quickly patted him on the back, Brother Chu, please drink slowly. Chu Mubai raised his hand to indicate that he was all right, picked up his cup, took a sip of tea, and then said, Brother Su, you can't waste your money like that. Even a fool knows that you shouldn't bet that woman. Su Liang smiled and said, Brother Chu, just focus on the result. Soon, the vote count and betting statistics were released. Kyer took the 2 papers handed to her by a servant and stepped forward to announce, Ladies and gentlemen, I will now announce the voting results. Number 23 has 3 votes, number 16 has 4 votes, and number 9 has 6 votes. As the vote counts were announced one by one, more and more people began to shake their heads and sigh. Sure enough, good fortune isn't so easy to come by. On the other hand, Chu Mubai was increasingly shocked. In his mind, number 3 should have the lowest number of votes, but the votes had almost been read and he still hadn't appeared. He glanced at Su Liang, who had a calm expression, and couldn't help but swallow. Could he have actually guessed right? Kyer's announcement was nearing its end. Number 18 has 72 votes, and number 3 has 501 votes. Number 3 has the most votes. Upon hearing this, almost everyone was stunned, and the room fell silent. Previously, many people were so upset about losing money that they didn't even notice that number 3 hadn't appeared until now. Impossible. There must be a mistake in the statistics. How could she possibly have the most? Finally, someone raised a question. And then came even more questions. Tian Wenjing then stepped forward and shouted, All of you, shut the hell up. He looked at everyone with a mocking expression, Are you all brainless? What's the use of each of you having a ticket? I spent a whole 50 taels. And I'm not afraid to tell you, I also spent 50 taels on betting, ha 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 ha. Tian Wenjing laughed wildly, his joy was outrageous. Everyone was so angry they were itching to do something, but there was nothing they could do. They were extremely disgusted, feeling worse than if they had eaten shit. Damn it! This guy actually tricked me. Seeing that everyone was silent, Kyer took out another piece of paper and continued, The betting results will be announced next. The total bet for this round is 1,720 taels. As she spoke, servants carried a large box of silver to the center. Upon hearing this number and seeing the large box, the crowd began to discuss again, feeling even more distressed. How much must Tian Wenjing have won? Kyer wasn't in a hurry, she had known the outcome beforehand. After things quieted down a bit, she continued, Among them, 5 people cast number 3, a total of 250 taels. This was the first time she had made a mistake while speaking that evening, and her expression was no longer so composed, she even seemed slightly flustered for a moment. Su Liang chuckled. They'd even memorized their lines beforehand. He believed that the people in the brothel were the ones suffering the most right now, which was perfect, since it was also Huang Sihai's property. Kyer swallowed hard, quickly composed herself, and continued, Among them, Tian Wenjing bet 50 taels, and young master Su Liang bet 200 taels, so, the biggest winner of this prize is Young Master Su Liang. Chapter 53, Set Up a Brothel? It must be said that Kyer is very professional. After announcing the results, she quickly showed a professional smile. The arena fell silent once again. This time, Tian Wenjing was dumbfounded. The result was different from what he expected. Shouldn't he have won everything and received a reward of 100 taels of silver? The biggest winner is young master Su Liang. Great, not Tian Wenjing, not Tian Wenjing, ha ha. Tian Wenjing bet 50 taels, which only accounts for 20%, meaning he will only receive less than 300 taels, while that young master Su Liang will receive nearly 1,200 taels. After a brief moment of stunned silence, a surge of joy welled up in everyone's hearts. The fact that someone else had won the most money was incredibly exciting for them. It doesn't matter who this person is, as long as it's not Tian Wenjing. May I ask which one of you is young master Su Liang? Someone in the crowd asked. The others echoed this sentiment. Yes, which one of you is young master Su Liang? Ha! Why does this name sound familiar? I remember now, isn't the owner of Xiaoliang restaurant named Su Liang? Yes, that's right. Su Liang didn't hide anything and stood up to bow to everyone. Everyone, I am Su Liang, and also the owner of Shaoliang restaurant that you all mentioned. Many people recognized Su Liang immediately upon seeing him. I never expected that Manager Liang is not only a great cook, but also a skilled bettor. Manager Liang has really stood up for us. That's right, Manager Liang won well. Young Master Su won beautifully. Everyone cheered, transferring their hatred for Tian Wenjing to praise for Su Liang. After being shocked, Chu Mubai frowned and began to think. He vaguely realized that something seemed wrong. The four men, including Ernio, were completely dumbfounded. In the blink of an eye, Su Liang had won more than 1,000 taels of silver. Coming here is all about spending money. Making money here is something I've never heard of before. They weren't really watching the show, they were just whispering about whose ass was the biggest. Although these women were of average appearance, they were dressed very professionally, especially their breasts and buttocks, which were covered up very tightly. Ernio was so engrossed in looking at them that he couldn't help but swallow hard, wishing he could grab a handful of each of them to feel them. The first round of voting ended amidst cheers for Su Liang. Yingxinla didn't try to cheat, and truthfully presented Su Liang with 1376 taels of silver, even thoughtfully converting the large sum into silver notes. Su Liang and Chu Mubai raised their glasses in a toast, and this wave of teasing earned them 1176 taels of silver, almost matching the restaurant's profits for 5 days. Next was the intermission, during which several prostitutes performed a dance, but Su Liang only glanced at it twice before losing interest. His wife was 100 times better than the women here, and he looked down on her. What do you think of this dance, Brother Su? Chu Mubai asked. Su Liang shook his head. The dance is good, but the outfit is not. Chu Mubai laughed upon hearing this. He, Brother Su, don't be impatient. These are just ordinary beauties. When the courtesan performs her dance, she will naturally be dressed in finer attire, with a light veil covering her face and her black hair wrapped around her body. Su Liang sighed inwardly. This Chu Mubai was really ignorant. What's so beautiful about a face covered by a veil? Covering one's buttocks is what's truly beautiful. He couldn't help but recall that night when he dressed his first and second wives in black stockings. That was a true visual treat. There was no need for any dancing, just kneeling there with her legs up was enough to captivate everyone. Upstairs, Huang Sihai dragged his tired body out the door. The butler, Huang Fu, immediately stepped forward to flatter him. Sir, you are truly a peerless hero. That courtesan will probably be unable to get up for a while. Huang Sihai nodded calmly. One of the reasons he valued Huang Fu was that the kid was efficient and quick to get things done. His composure is 3 times that of Huang Fu. How's it going downstairs? Huang Fu hesitated for a moment before saying, well, the young master's method is very effective. The first batch of ordinary prostitutes earned nearly 300 taels. Huang Sihai was delighted to hear this. In previous years, these ordinary prostitutes would just go through the motions, but this time they actually made money. Most importantly, this time it was his eldest son, Huang Wenhao, who volunteered and personally planned the whole thing. Unexpectedly, good news just came from the second son's side, and now there's also good news from the eldest son's side. It seems that the Huang family is truly about to rise to prominence. Good. You truly are my son. Huang Fu's face twitched, and he wished he could slap himself. He hadn't intended to pause, but he was used to flattery and naturally started praising her. However, he had to bite the bullet and say what he was about to say, otherwise the consequences would be even more serious if Huang Sihai found out. Huang Fu swallowed hard. Well, sir, actually, according to the eldest young master's plan, we could have earned more than 1,600 taels, but Su Liang interfered and took away nearly 1,200 taels. Huang Sihai's smile froze upon hearing this, then his eyes widened in anger. What did you say? Master, please calm your anger, that's Su Liang. Huang Fu quickly embellished the story, shifting all the blame onto Su Liang. After hearing this, Huang Sihai's face turned extremely gloomy. It's Su Liang again. It's him again. First he stole the business from Zuixi Anglu, and now he's coming to the brothel to disgust us. This person absolutely cannot be allowed to live. Tonight, I will make Su Liang disappear from this world. Huang Fu bowed, accepted the order, and left. In the lobby on the first floor, the second round of selection has already begun. The women in this round are of better status and appearance, and they are performing music and dance while the selection is being conducted. Voting and betting continued, but Su Liang did not participate this time. There was no need to throw money into something he wasn't sure about. At this moment, Chu Mubai invited Su Liang to raise a glass and drink together. The latter picked up the glass and his eyes happened to see Huang Fu coming downstairs. He went downstairs and walked around to the back of the crowd before exiting the door, glancing at Su Liang twice along the way. Su Liang looked around carefully but couldn't find Huang Sihai, so he frowned. Huang Fu left alone, seemingly having been instructed to do something. Su Liang had a premonition that whatever the other party did was related to him. After all, he had just intercepted more than 1,000 taels of silver, and given Huang Sihai's personality, he would definitely not let it go. I wonder if that bastard Huang Sihai will leave today, and how many people he took with him. Su Liang looked up at the building, but due to the poor lighting, the view was not very good, and he did not see Huang Sihai. This round ended quickly and abruptly, and interestingly, the amount wagered was less than half of that in the first round. The women's faces turned green. They couldn't even compare to the most ordinary prostitutes. This would be too embarrassing if word got out. The third and final round of the competition for the title of courtesan has finally begun. The rules for this round are very simple. There are no betting options, it's just a simple vote count. Just like in Su Liang's previous life, when those streamers were playing PvP, they all relied on big spenders to win. There are 4 people competing for the title of courtesan, 2 courtesans, Kyra Endur, a songstress, Shuero, and the previous courtesan, Qinglan. This time, the madam personally introduced the 4 ladies to the group. Meanwhile, the servants prepared 4 large boxes in the center to store the money and kept a record of the votes. Everything was ready, and as soon as the madam announced the start, everyone rushed forward to vote. Get out of the way. I want to vote for Shuero. Get out of the way. I was here first. I'll vote for Lady Qinglan 10 times. Kyra is the most beautiful, I give her 20 votes. Duor is the cutest, I'll give her 30 votes. No one stopped the scrambling. That was exactly the effect the brothel wanted. Su Liang sat there dumbfounded. Good heavens, even in ancient times, people were this crazy about chasing stars? These courtesans are generally talented singers and dancers with outstanding looks, much like celebrities in a previous life. Su Liang suddenly had a bold idea. If he could cultivate his own stars, the speed at which he could make money would definitely be faster than that of a restaurant. But opening a brothel or a foot massage parlor is very difficult. Putting aside everything else, the amount of money required is just too much. Su Liang stroked his chin and began to size up Chumubai, who was humming a tune beside him. This guy was a master of eating, drinking, and having fun. He went to his restaurant for a meal as soon as he got back from his trip, and then went to a brothel to play at night. Moreover, he was a decent person and, most importantly, he was rich. He was definitely a good business partner. Brother Chu, Brother Chu. Su Liang called out twice before Chumubai heard him. What's wrong, Brother Su? How about opening a brothel? What? Set up a brothel? Chumubai carefully examined Su Liang's face and even reached out to touch it. He wasn't even that drunk, so why was he talking nonsense? To set up a brothel, you need a huge amount of money. You need to invest in the building, the people, and the government. It's a complicated process. Chumubai knew that Su Liang's restaurant had made some money, but he also knew that Su Liang had only been running the business for a few days and could not possibly have that much money. What, Brother Chu, you're not interested? Chumubai frowned. No way, Brother Su, are you serious? Of course, do I look like I'm joking? Seeing that Su Liang was serious, Chumubai hesitated. His family was wealthy, but he was uneducated and could only receive a fixed allowance. Don't worry, Brother Chu, we'll split the money in half. I definitely won't take advantage of you. Su Liang said. Brother Su, you're overthinking it. Actually, I can only come up with 1,000 taels a month at most. Chumubai felt a little embarrassed after he finished speaking. Su Liang smiled and readily replied, no problem, 1,000 taels a month is enough. Then it's settled. Chapter 54. Who the hell is talking about me? Alright, then let's do as Brother Su says. Chumubai thought about it and agreed. He had a feeling that cooperating with Su Liang would definitely make money. After all, Xiao Liang's restaurant had proven its success. Okay, we can discuss the detailed plan another day. Soon, the voting ended, and the 4 courtesan candidates were neck and neck. The difference between the highest and lowest votes was only 5 taels of silver. Su Liang did a quick calculation and found that the 4 of them had received a total of more than 5,200 votes, which was equivalent to more than 520 taels of silver. It seems that the money from these ordinary customers has been almost completely taken. Just as Su Liang was thinking this, a young man in the back row opposite him raised his hand and said, I'll bet 100 taels on Lady Shuero. Thank you, young master. Shuai squatted down and bowed to the young master. Ernia swallowed hard again, thinking that Shuai buttocks were the biggest among the four. When she bowed, her huge buttocks looked like they were about to burst her clothes. Su Liang just turned his head and saw Ernio's burning gaze. He turned to look at Shuai again. She's definitely Ernio's type. He needs to find a chance to let Shuai give his good brother a taste of the good life. This time, there was no need for those in their seats to vote. Servants quickly came to the young master to collect the silver. Upon seeing this, the madam quickly laughed and said, young master Wang is indeed very generous. It is truly an honor for Shuai to have your support. I think Shuai has a good chance of winning the title of courtesan tonight. After saying that, she turned to Shuai and said, Shuai, why don't you quickly perform a song for young master Wang? Yes. Just as Shuai was about to play a tune, someone at another table sneered, a mere 100 taels? You think you can compete for the title of courtesan? I'll bid 150 taels and cast my vote for Lady Qinglan. The madam beamed from ear to ear. Oh my, young master Lu is so kind to our Qinglan. Someone, quickly bring young master Lu some tea. The young master Lu, with his chin held high, looked around with a smug expression on his face. What are you pretending for? It's just 150 taels, so what if everyone has one? I'll also put up 150 taels and give it to Kair. I'll offer 200 taels to bet on Duor. I also vote for Lady Qinglan. Soon, people in their seats began to vote, and the voting quickly entered a heated phase. Su Liang watched with great interest. The excitement was comparable to the live PK battles of his previous life. At the same time, he was also somewhat shocked. In just a short while, these people had raised the total number of votes to 2,000 taels. Ping'an County truly lived up to its reputation as a county with tens of thousands of households. There were indeed many wealthy people there. Soon, Duor and Shuai were far outnumbered. Qinglan was in first place, and Kair was close behind. Seeing that everyone had stopped, the madam quickly said, Gentlemen, I think it's about time. In one incense stick's time, the one with the most votes will be the courtesan. Those who have the ability, please make your move quickly. After saying that, she ordered her servants to light an incense stick. Seeing this, Kair and Qinglan also took the initiative to campaign for votes. Qinglan is not very talented, but I would like to offer a dance to thank you gentlemen for your support. Kair will also perform a dance for you gentlemen, and I hope you will all support her. Both of them had good figures and looks, and their dance moves were even more graceful. They also put in more effort than usual, bringing out many of their best moves, such as various high kicks, splits, and backbends. The audience watched with great approval, as such a competitive dance scene was a rare sight. After the dance performance, the two girls' votes rose another level, but Qinglan was still in the lead, and the gap between her and Kair had widened to 100 taels. Su Liang realized that these young masters didn't have any fixed supporters. They would just invest money in whoever danced the best. In terms of dance moves alone, the two are evenly matched, but Qinglan has a way of grabbing attention. For example, when she lifts her leg, she pauses for a moment, which is very captivating. Su Liang shook his head. Kair had basically lost. After all, she was a virgin, and she was lacking in seductive charm. Half an incense stick's time passed quickly, and Kair caught up with the gap of 20 taels, but her expression became increasingly anxious. Gentlemen, please vote for Kair. Kair jumped one after another, her forehead covered in sweat. Brother Su, who do you think will win between these two? Shu Mubai asked at this moment. He felt a little sorry for Kair. If he hadn't agreed to do business with Su Liang, he would have already shown off. Su Liang took a sip of wine and said, Kair is still too young. She only knows how to dance, but she doesn't know what these people like to watch. So if there are no surprises, Qinglan will win. Shu Mubai nodded, agreeing with what Su Liang said. At this point, seeing that few people were voting, the madam decided to squeeze them one last time and started calling out names. Would young Master Wang be willing to cast a few more votes for Kair? If young Master Lu still has money, you must protect it for Miss Qinglan. Young Master Zhao. The madam went around canvassing votes one by one, and when she finally looked at Chu Mubai and Su Liang, her eyes lit up. In her memory, these two people hadn't contributed a single penny. Young Master Chu, don't you usually like Miss Kair a lot? Why don't you cast some votes to support her? If you don't have any money with you today, that's fine too. You can just keep track of your expenses as usual. Shu Mubai's lips twitched upon hearing this. Did this madam not know how to speak? Talking about bookkeeping in front of so many people, didn't she have any shame? He coughed lightly and said, When did I ever keep accounts? I just haven't made a move yet. The madam quickly slapped her mouth. Yes, I misspoke. Young Master Chu has never kept accounts, and he is always extremely generous when he spends money. Chu Mubai snorted coldly. Now that things had come to this point, he had to pay up, otherwise he would lose face. He waved his hand casually and said, "Then I'll bet 200 taels." Seeing this, the madam showered her with flattery again. Kyer was also excited and bowed to Chu Mubai to express her gratitude. They've finally overtaken them in the votes. Time is running out, she has a chance to win. Qinglan, who had remained calm throughout, frowned and finally showed signs of anxiety. "Gentlemen, please lend Qinglan a hand." Qinglan's supporters felt a pang of sympathy upon seeing the beauty's anxious expression, but unfortunately, they were already short of money. Moreover, the one who voted for Kyer was Chu Mubai, one of the three major families. In terms of wealth, they couldn't compete. Seeing that no one was making a move, Qinglan panicked even more. She had won the title for 3 consecutive years, so she understood the significance of the top courtesan better than others. She was the face of Ingchun Pavilion and would receive all the resources. She was used to all of this and would not allow herself to lose it. Qinglan raised her head and looked towards the second floor. "Young Master Zhang, would you be willing to help Qinglan?" Upon hearing this, everyone looked towards the second floor. The young Master Zhang that Qinglan mentioned is Zhang Liang, the eldest son of the Zhang family, one of the 3 major families. Zhang Liang's lips curled up at the sight. He had wanted to sleep with Qinglan before, but she had been keeping him hanging on. Now that she was asking him for help, the meaning behind it was obvious. The courtesan rarely keeps guests at night, and even her performances are limited. Her purpose is to keep people spending money. As such, if someone sleeps with the courtesan, it is a very prestigious thing. But Zhang Liang wasn't stupid. Chu Mubai, that good-for-nothing, supported Kyer. Given his personality, if the madam tried to provoke him again, he would definitely take action. Comparing financial resources with him was a bottomless pit. He was even capable of forcing people to sign IOUs and buy on credit. Just as Zhang Liang was hesitating, Huang Wenhao, who was not far away, came to his side. "Brother Zhang, name your price. As long as you can get Su Liang and Chu Mubai to empty their pockets, I'll refund your money." Upon hearing this, Zhang Liang looked surprised. Although he and Huang Wenhao were on good terms, their business dealings were always conducted according to the rules. There had never been such a precedent before, as such a thing would have a significant impact if word got out. "Why do you do this, Brother Wenhao?" Zhang Liang asked. Huang Wenhao didn't hide anything and said frankly, "Su Liang is an enemy of my Huang family, and I will not let him get away with it. Since Chu Mubai is on good terms with him, he is also my enemy. Brother Zhang, don't worry, I can hand over the silver to you directly, so that it won't break the rules." Zhang Liang nodded. He had eaten at Xiao Liang's restaurant before and knew that Zui Xianglu's business had been bad recently. He didn't really want to get involved in this matter, but since the other party had been so blunt, wanting him to choose between Su Liang and the Huang family. Su Liang was just a nobody, so Zhang Liang naturally didn't care. Moreover, his relationship with Chu Mubai was not good, so he took this opportunity to humiliate him. "Alright, then I'll help Brother Wenhao with this favor." Zhang Liang spoke with righteous indignation, but Huang Wenhao smiled on the outside while cursing inwardly. "I paid you money, and you showed off and even slept with the most beautiful courtesan. I should thank you." Zhang Liang stretched and took a few steps forward. "Since Madame Qinglan has asked me for a favor, how can I refuse her? I am willing to offer her 1,000 taels." Qinglan breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing this, and was even a little moved. Although Zhang Liang was ugly and dissolute, he was still very generous when it mattered. The scene erupted in chaos, as no one expected Zhang Liang to offer 1,000 taels of silver directly. As expected of young Master Zhang, he's truly generous. I think the Zhang family is still the strongest in Ping'an County. Yes, they're so rich. The crowd was buzzing with discussion, and the topic gradually shifted from Zhang Liang to a comparison of the 3 major families, and then to a comparison of the 3 young masters. Chu Mubai's face turned green because he heard someone say that he was no good, the poorest and most useless of the 3 young masters. Damn it, who the hell is talking about me? Chapter 55. This item is called Black Silk. Chu Mubai shouted, silencing the crowd's discussion. The madam smirked and quickly said, "Oh dear, young Master Chu, please calm down. The poorest and most useless young master they're talking about isn't you." Upon hearing this, Su Liang almost spat out the tea in his mouth. "Goodness, no wonder you're a madam, you're so good at comforting people." Xu Mubai gritted his teeth in anger and was about to throw money at Su Liang, but Su Liang stopped him. Brother Chu, don't be impulsive. Why are you getting angry with these Johns? Xu Mubai took a deep breath, remembering his business dealings with Su Liang, and then suppressed his anger. Seeing that Su Liang had successfully stopped Xu Mubai, the madam's face immediately darkened. At this moment, Zhang Liang upstairs spoke up, "Who dares to say that my brother Chu is a good-for-nothing? How audacious! If my boss Chu doesn't have money, I can lend it to him myself. It's not your place to say that." After shouting at everyone, Zhang Liang turned to Chu Mubai and said, "Brother Chu, just tell me how much you want to borrow." "Damn it! Zhang Liang, don't be so arrogant." Chu Mubai stood up in anger, as if he was about to rush upstairs and beat him up the next second. Zhang Liang chuckled, "Brother Chu, what do you mean by this? I kindly lent you money, but you treat me like this. It really disheartens me. Don't you fucking pretend, do I need to borrow your money? Alright, then do you dare to compete with me? Let's compete then. I'm not afraid of you." Chu Mubai was completely enraged. He had long disliked Zhang Liang. Su Liang didn't want to get involved, but Chu Mubai was now his business partner, and he couldn't afford to waste his meager monthly income. "Brother Chu, don't be impulsive. He's just trying to provoke you. Brother Su, don't stop me. I'm determined to have a showdown with him." Zhang Liang snorted coldly, taking the opportunity to drag Su Liang into the conversation as well. "Why does young Master Su keep obstructing us? You've become a coward. Do you want to drag Brother Chu down with you?" Su Liang raised an eyebrow and turned to look at Zhang Liang, not expecting to get himself involved. He had met Zhang Liang once before the other man had visited his restaurant. Now, his sudden targeting of Zhang Liang was definitely not just because of Chu Mubai, but probably also because of the Huang family. No matter what, if it's directed at you, then it's definitely an enemy. "Young Master Zhang, your language is so foul. Did you eat shit last night? You?" Zhang Liang was speechless for a moment, and pointed at Su Liang, wanting to start yelling, but thinking of the important matter, he held back. "Enough nonsense. Since Brother Chu has agreed to compete with me, there's no reason for him to go back on his word. If you want to participate, I, Zhang Liang, will take on both of you by myself. If you don't dare, then be a good coward and get out of here." Upon hearing that he was fighting 2 against 1, Chu Mubai became even angrier. He had been bluffed. "I can beat you by myself, let alone 2 of you. You think you're worthy?" Su Liang snorted coldly and said, "Since young Master Zhang wants me to participate, then call me dad, and I'll agree. If you don't, then you're my cowardly son. Will you call me or not?" Zhang Liang sneered. "Trying to provoke me back? What's he thinking? Does he think I'm stupid? I won't shout." Su Liang nodded in satisfaction. A moment later, everyone realized what was happening. "So, does that mean young Master Zhang is young Master Su's cowardly son?" "Yes, that's right." Zhang Liang listened to what everyone said and thought about it carefully. After he figured it out, he was furious. Su Liang dared to insult him indirectly. At this moment, the madam reminded them, "Oh dear, gentlemen, if you want to compete, you'd better hurry up, time is almost up." Qinglan glanced at the madam with dissatisfaction. If these 3 continued to struggle for a while, she would win. Su Liang didn't want to waste any more words with him. He could take this opportunity to promote the black stockings and pave the way for future development. "Since young Master Zhang wishes to compete, I will accept. However, it's not very interesting to just compete in terms of wealth. How about we have these 2 perform a dance at the end to add some excitement?" "Very well. Young Master Su's words make sense. That's right, let's have another dance." Everyone agreed with this. At this moment, Su Liang said again, "Miss Kyer, since Brother Chu and I both support you, would you like to leave your last dance to me?" Kyer was taken aback when she heard this, but quickly nodded in agreement. She wouldn't offend her sugar daddy at this time. Soon, Kyer came to their side. Su Liang took out a small box from his pocket and made her put it on. Everyone was puzzled as Kyer hurriedly left, wondering what she was up to. Meanwhile, Qinglan had already begun to dance. This time she was really putting in her best effort, her gaze frequently drifting towards Zhang Liang, her eyes full of tenderness. Zhang Liang stood upstairs, his eyes wide open, for from his angle, he could see the snow-white skin that Qinglan revealed when she bent over. He was certain that the other party was doing this on purpose for him to see. Just as he was about to raise the price, his gaze was drawn to Kyer, who was coming out from behind. What kind of clothes are these? Not only Zhang Liang, but everyone except Su Liang had this question in their minds. But it only flashed by, because the brain was taken over. Su Liang dressed Kyer in a black suspender dress, a relatively conservative style, but it was enough to attract everyone's attention. The room fell silent. Everyone was stunned, including some of the women. Kyer felt a little shy upon seeing this, but in order to win, she still gritted her teeth and started dancing. It was the first time she had worn this kind of clothing, and it felt very tight, especially on her legs, chest, and buttocks, where it felt constricted. Therefore, the movements they made became stiffer than ever before. But nobody finds fault with it, because it's just too damn sexy. At this point, who cares what she's dancing? Those legs, those breasts, that butt, how can they be so alluring? Many people couldn't help but swallow their saliva. Even Huang Wenhao and his father Huang Sihai stood up and stared intently at the scene. Su Liang was leisurely drinking his tea. He was very satisfied with everyone's reaction. From today onwards, he wouldn't need to promote the black stockings. The news would surely spread throughout the entire Ping'an County. After the dance ended, it wasn't until Kaya ran back to change her clothes that everyone came to their senses. My God, what is that thing? It is. It's so tempting. Yes, I love this feeling. Damn, this is even more enjoyable than seeing someone naked. After everyone had finished expressing their feelings, someone finally remembered to ask Su Liang. Young Master Su, the clothes Kyer was wearing just now, I think you gave them to her. May I ask what kind of clothes they were? Yes, young Master Su, what's this outfit called, and where did it come from? As everyone bombarded him with questions, Su Liang remained unhurried. After taking another sip of tea, he stood up. At this moment, everyone cooperated and quieted down. Su Liang said, "This thing is called black silk, and it was obtained from the western regions." Black stockings? After a moment's thought, everyone agreed that the name was indeed very fitting. Young Master Su, do you still have any of these black stockings? I'm willing to pay a high price for them. I want to buy one too. Young Master Su, what is the value of those black stockings? Some people couldn't wait to ask about the price. Su Liang's lips curled up. These brothel brothers really know their stuff. He gestured with his hand and said, "Please don't worry, everyone. I've just been negotiating this matter recently. If there is any progress, I will inform you as soon as possible. However, as you have all seen, the material of this black silk is as thin as a cicada's wing and extremely precious. It's also extremely difficult to make. So the price will not be cheap. Please be prepared." Upon hearing this, everyone shook their heads. Su Liang was right. The black silk was much thinner than ordinary gauze, and it looked very smooth. It was probably even more expensive than silk. At this moment, Kyer came over and returned the small box. "Young Master Su, I have put that black silk in the box." Su Liang waved his hand and said, "Well, since Miss Kyer has already worn them, then these black stockings are yours for the taking." Kyer was delighted to hear this, but quickly shook her head. "I appreciate young Master Su's kindness, but this item is too precious, Kyer." Before she could finish speaking, Su Liang raised his hand to stop her. "Miss Kyer, you don't need to be so polite. Not only will I give you these black stockings, but I will also give you any new styles that come out in the future. Moreover, in this Ingchun pavilion, I will only give them to you. It was given only to me." Kyer's head was buzzing. She was smart and knew the allure of those black stockings. If she was the only one in Ingchun pavilion who had them, then others would have to pay to see them, which would increase her value. Kyer didn't even dare to think about it anymore. With these black stockings, there was no need to compete for the title of courtesan. She was the most popular one. "Thank you very much, young Master Su." Kyer immediately bowed deeply, her attitude utterly sincere. Upon hearing that there were new designs, everyone became incredibly eager to see them, wishing they could see them right now. At this moment, the madam finally realized what was happening. She glanced at the incense that had already burned out and slapped her thigh. "Oh dear, gentlemen, you haven't cast your votes yet." Upon hearing this, everyone finally realized what was happening. Zhang Liang quickly shouted, "I'll bid 2,000 taels for Qinglan." "It's your turn to bid." Su Liang laughed and pointed at Qinglan. "What? Didn't she win?" Chapter 56. You're not human. No one expected the final battle for the title of courtesan to end in this way. Of course, apart from Huang Wenhao and the other people from the brothel, not many people cared anymore. All they could think about were the black stockings. Chu Mubai finally understood why Su Liang wanted to open a brothel. Although he was idle all day, he wasn't stupid. With the Black Silk Channel, opening a brothel would definitely be a hit, and the business was bound to be profitable. Brother Su, are you really still able to get your hands on those black stockings? Chu Mubai was very excited, not only because of the money, but also because he was deeply moved by what he had just seen. Su Liang laughed and said, Brother Chu, there's no rush. I brought my brothers here today because we haven't gotten to the important business yet. Chu Mubai looked at Erniu and the others and said, Alright, let's discuss this another day. Watching Su Liang lead the group upstairs, Chu Mubai's two subordinates were filled with envy. Look at their boss, he doesn't even forget his employees while he's having fun. After the group arrived at a private room, they didn't even need to order anything. Many women came over to serve them. Although Su Liang promised to give it only to Kair, that was just a gift. He could still buy it with money, and with so many people around him, there would always be a chance to get his hands on it. Erniu and his companions were both excited and nervous to see so many women around them. Su Liang glanced at the group and casually said, When the next batch of black stockings arrives, I'll give you a few pairs too. You can give them to whoever you want to see wear them. Apart from Chang Gue, the others didn't react much after hearing this. Who could they give that thing to? They didn't even have wives. The women standing nearby lit up when they heard Su Liang say that. They were experienced and could tell that Ernio and his group were typical country bumpkins who would be easy to fool. Oh, Mr. Su, you've been sitting for so long and haven't ordered any drinks yet. Why don't you let me serve you? Su Liang waved his hand, My brothers are the stars tonight. Seeing this, the women became less polite. The best way to deal with these men was to use their bodies to seduce them. Oh my, young master, you are quite robust. Young master, let me keep you company while you drink. Ernio and his companions were completely surrounded, their bodies seemingly frozen in place, unable to move. Taizhu, in particular, kept his hands covering his crotch, his expression one of great struggle. He clearly didn't like these women, but his body just wouldn't cooperate. Su Liang then said, Brothers, don't be shy. I know you guys are frugal, so don't worry about money. I'll pay tonight. Hearing Su Liang say this, the women understood that these country bumpkins were afraid of spending money. A woman put her arm around Erniu's and said, Oh, young master, I didn't expect you to be so thrifty. Then I won't charge you for drinking tonight. No charge for drinking with guests? That means you'll have to pay for the night. Su Liang pointed at the woman, Come on, get out. The woman was stunned. How could he change his attitude so suddenly? But she had no choice but to listen to her customer. The remaining women glanced at Su Liang and immediately understood, this guy was saying he'd pay, but he actually wanted to get away with it for free. But for the sake of those black stockings, and to increase their social standing, they chose to endure it. Young master, I don't want money. My lord, tonight's expenses are on me. Su Liang took a satisfied sip of wine and didn't chase the person away anymore. He originally intended to find some higher class women for them, but since these women had offered themselves up, there was no reason to refuse them. It would also make it clear to others that when Su Liang brought people to patronize prostitutes, the prostitutes had to fight for the opportunity themselves. After drinking for a while, Su Liang saw that everyone was getting restless, so he said, Alright, you guys can spend the night here. After saying that, he waved his hand, signaling the others to go back to their rooms to take care of their business. Liangzi, what about you? Ernio asked his good brother as he got up. Before Su Liang could speak, Chang Gue shoved him. What are you asking? Let's go. Chang Gue knew that Su Liang looked down on these people, and as for who he wanted to go to, it was best not to know. Su Liang had no intention of being a customer of prostitutes tonight. Ever since Huang Fu left, he hadn't come back, and he hadn't forgotten about it. Presumably, the other party intended to make a move after he left, which is why he let Ernio and the others stay here overnight. After sitting alone for a while, Su Liang was the only one left drinking, and noises continued to come from inside the room. Su Liang sighed. It seemed Huang Sihai wouldn't be leaving tonight. He stood up and staggered out the door. Upstairs, Huang Wenhao glanced at Su Liang with a gloomy expression, then turned and went inside. Father, Su Liang left alone. Huang Sihai sneered, Once Huang Fu captures him alive, I'll kill him with my own hands. After Su Liang took out the black silk, he changed his mind and quickly sent someone to inform Huang Fu, changing the original ambush plan to a capture. He wanted to know the source of the black silk and the origin of the seasonings. On the street, Huang Fu and 5 thugs hid in the shadows. Butler Huang, will Su Liang stay overnight tonight? Huang Fu sat on the ground and yawned, saying irritably, "You fucking ask me? Who am I supposed to ask? Just wait patiently. If he doesn't come, we'll proceed according to plan and go catch his wives." One of the thugs chuckled and said, "I've seen his wife, she's fucking gorgeous." Hee hee, Steward Huang, if we capture his wife, can we have some fun with her? Play my ass. If anyone's going to play, it'll be the master first. The 5 men were delighted upon hearing this. It was no problem for Master Huang to play first, they could wait a few dozen breaths. Just then, someone suddenly said, "He's here." Upon hearing this, the others quickly prepared to take action. Su Liang swayed unsteadily, almost unable to keep up the act any longer. Damn it, am I overthinking this? Did they never intend to make a move? Just as Su Lianggang was thinking this, he saw several people emerge from the alleyway ahead. He stopped and, by the light of the moon, immediately recognized Huang Fu, who was in charge. "Damn it, you've been drinking like a madman, making me wait here for half the night. Seize him and give him a good beating first." Several thugs were about to step forward when Su Liang quickly took 2 steps back and shouted, "What do you want to do? If you come any closer, I'll call for help." Huang Fu sneered, "Then shout and see if anyone comes to save you. Aren't you afraid of the night patrol? Aren't you afraid of being seen?" Huang Fu laughed even more arrogantly, "Ha! Kid, it's fine to tell you. I've already taken care of the night patrol. Besides, there's no one around here. Even if someone sees us, so what?" "Oh, thank you so much." Huang Fu was stunned. Was this kid scared out of his wits? He was actually thanking him. But the next second, his stunned expression froze on his face. Su Liang conjured something out of thin air, then it flashed a few times and made a few muffled thuds. The 5 thugs instantly fell to the ground. Su Liang strode forward and put the 5 corpses into his spatial storage. He hadn't succeeded in taking one of them in yet, because he wasn't quite dead. He fired another shot before finally taking the body into custody, and by then, he had used up all 10 bullets in one magazine. Huang Fu was completely dumbfounded, he simply couldn't believe what he was seeing. You're not human. Chapter 57 I have a gun with more bullets. Su Liang walked up to him and slapped him across the face. "We were having a great time, why the hell are you swearing at me?" When the slap landed, Huang Fu didn't feel any pain, instead, a strong will to survive surged within him. No. Just as he was about to beg for mercy, Su Liang pointed a gun at his forehead. "Say one more word and I'll kill you." Huang Fu swallowed hard, but didn't dare to utter another sound. Su Liang made him turn around, pointed the gun at him, and walked towards his family's restaurant. Soon, the 2 entered through the back door. Upon entering the house, Su Liang hurriedly looked for a teapot. He had drunk a bit too much tonight, and his mouth felt dry after walking for a short while. "What are you looking at? Go find a place to squat down." Huang Fu nodded. He had been Huang Sihai's servant since childhood and was very good at assessing situations. Even though he knew that Su Liang would most likely kill him, obedience was the only way to survive at the moment. As soon as the 2 entered the house, Li Shudong upstairs heard the noise. She carried her sword to the door and only breathed a sigh of relief when she heard Su Liang's voice. The sound of footsteps echoed as Li Shudong came downstairs. Su Liang turned his head and smiled, "Hee, my wife is still awake so late." Li Shudong snorted coldly, "Didn't you go to a brothel? Why did you come back?" She was sharp-eared and sharp-eyed, and naturally heard what they said as they left. Su Liang quickly said, "My lady, you've misunderstood me. I went to the brothel on important business. You can ask him if you don't believe me." Following the direction he pointed, Li Shudong realized that the person squatting there was not Erniu or the others. Huang Fu smiled awkwardly at Li Shudong and waved, while secretly delighted. Women are generally soft-hearted, and Su Liang wouldn't kill someone in front of his wife, would he? She still has a chance to survive. Why did he come back with you? Li Shudong had been secretly watching Huang Sihai, so she recognized Huang Fu. Su Liang casually replied, "Oh, Huang Sihai sent him to find people to kill me. I killed them all and brought him back for questioning." Upon hearing that someone wanted to kill Su Liang, Li Shudong rushed forward to check on his physical condition. Huang Fu's face twitched a few more times, his heart filled with fear and regret. Su Liang made killing sound so easy he really wasn't human. How did he end up getting involved with him? Soon, under the watchful eyes of the 2 men, Huang Fu began to confess. The Huang family's businesses were similar to what Xiao Lu had described, except that Huang Fu provided more details, including their jade business and the upcoming silk business. According to Huang Fu's rough estimate, all of the Huang family's properties combined are worth at least several 100,000 taels of silver, and that doesn't even include those he doesn't know about. Su Liang and his companion both gasped in shock upon hearing this hundreds of thousands of taels of silver. A restaurant's profit for a day, including milk tea, is only 200 taels, and this figure has already begun to decline. Making hundreds of thousands of taels of silver just from restaurants? That's a dream come true. Su Liang made up his mind that he had to speed things up. Next, Huang Fu explained the situation at Huang Sihai's home. He had one wife and 6 concubines, and only 2 sons who came of age. The eldest son, Huang Wenhao, born to the legal wife, is responsible for familiarizing himself with and managing the family's various businesses. He has just taken over Yingqianle. The second son, Huang Wenshuang, was born to a concubine. He had just joined the caravan for training and showed a good talent for business. He was also good at pleasing people and was deeply loved by Huang Sihai. The 2 brothers outwardly acted respectful and courteous to each other, but secretly they were always competing with each other. Su Liang nodded. These family matters were of no use to him, but if he killed Huang Sihai, his 2 sons would probably start fighting amongst themselves immediately. Does Huang Sihai have any connection with that? Su Liang asked. Huang Fu quickly replied, yes. Huang Sihai's cousin, Huang Shu, is a deputy lieutenant in the Ding'an army. Yellow what? Yellow tree. Su Liang said and thought, this Huang family really is a genius at naming things. Is there anything else you want to say? Upon hearing Su Liang's question, Huang Fu felt a chill run down his spine. He was still going to kill him. He didn't care about anything else and knelt down on the ground with a thud, begging for mercy. Please let me go. I've told you everything I know. I deserve to die. I shouldn't have listened to Huang Sihai. Please let me go, and I'll leave the Huang family right away. Slap slap slap. As Huang Fu spoke, he slapped himself in the face. Su Liang, however, remained unmoved. There was no way he would let him go so easily. Su Liang believed that if he let him go, he would report him to the authorities and have him arrested. Seeing that his pleas to Su Liang were ineffective, Huang Fu hurriedly kowtowed to Li Shadong again. Madam, please spare me. I have elderly parents and young children to support. If I die, they will not be able to live either. Please, have mercy on me and spare my dog's life. Li Shadong frowned slightly and looked at Su Liang. Husband, I think he's quite pitiful. Since he's already confessed, perhaps. Li Shadong paused here. She actually wanted to hear Huang Fu call her madam a couple more times. After all, this was the first time an outsider had called her that, and she was also the first among her sisters to be called that. It felt pretty good. Huang Fu was overjoyed. Sure enough, it was still more reliable to ask this woman for help. Thank you, madam. Thank you, madam. Huang Fu bowed repeatedly in gratitude. Li Shadong breathed a sigh of relief, feeling secretly pleased but also somewhat ashamed. Unconsciously, she realized that her mind had become so twisted. She glanced at Huang Fu and said, "Give him a quick death." Su Liang breathed a sigh of relief. He had thought Li Shadong was going to play the saint. Huang Fu completely broke down. He looked at Li Shadong as if he couldn't believe his ears. What a beast! Why give someone a glimmer of hope before killing them? This woman is even less human than Su Liang. You too, Before Huang Fu could even utter a curse, a bloody hole appeared between his eyebrows. Su Liang had already changed the magazine while he was speaking. Li Shadong was startled. Was this a new weapon? She had always been curious about how Su Liang had killed those people before, but she hadn't had a chance to ask. Now that she had seen it with her own eyes, she didn't need to ask anymore. Li Shadong snatched the gun away in one swift motion. My lady, be careful. This thing is extremely deadly. It's different from a crossbow. Never pull the trigger carelessly, and never point it at anyone. Su Liang said hurriedly. Li Shadong nodded. Having witnessed its power firsthand, she naturally wouldn't use it carelessly. After storing Huang Fu's body in his spatial storage, Su Liang took Li Shadong out the door. Huang Fu was Huang Sihai's confidant. Unlike the previous people, Huang Sihai would definitely be on guard if he disappeared, so Su Liang simply sent all the corpses to him. As they walked, Su Liang explained the use and power of the pistol to Li Shadong, who was both surprised and delighted. According to Su Liang, with it, no expert is to be feared. My lord, may I fire a couple of shots to test it out? Su Liang quickly waved his hand. No, these bullets are extremely precious and consume a lot of immortal power. Li Shadong pouted, looking very unhappy. Su Liang hugged her and quickly comforted her. Don't worry, my wife, I'll give you the bullets when we get back after we've finished our business. Really? Li Shutong's eyes lit up. Su Liang nodded. Of course it's true, and I also have another gun with more bullets. I'll give it to you tonight too. Li Shadong was secretly delighted Su Liang was too good to her. Chapter 58 Wife, come in quickly and use this gun. The two soon arrived outside the walls of the Huang residence. Li Shadong climbed over the wall to investigate, but found no one inside. Su Liang then took out the corpses one by one and threw them directly into the yard. As for the bullets, he wasn't worried, because the people here would at most use them as concealed weapons, so he'd leave them for them to study. Of course, it's also because most of them are inside the head, making them too difficult to remove. Including the 5 people from last time, there are a total of 11 corpses. Even though she had witnessed Su Liang kill people, Li Shadong was still shocked. There were so many, and there was even a dismembered body. She could understand the bodies today, but what about the ones before? What kind of kind person would keep a body in their possession? Li Shadong was vaguely worried that if things continued like this, Su Liang might become a pervert. Another thing that surprised her was that Su Liang's strength seemed to have increased. He was a person, and he just threw him over a wall that was more than 2 meters high. And he didn't even blush or skip a beat, acting as if nothing had happened. Li Shadong quickly thought of Chen Shishir, whose walking posture during the day was so distorted that she hadn't recovered yet. She glanced at Su Liang again and couldn't help but gasp, feeling a chill run down her spine. Will I become like that next time? Yingchun Tower. Huang Sihai paced back and forth in the room with a furrowed brow. Since Su Liang left, he had been restless, and Huang Fu's failure to return as expected gave him an ominous feeling. Knock, knock, knock. There was a knock on the door, and Huang Wenhao walked in. Huang Sihai quickly stepped forward and asked, "How is it? Have you found Huang Foreign?" Huang Wenhao shook his head. "We've searched the whole street, and we've sent people to inquire at home, but we haven't found Huang Fu and the others. They've probably met with some misfortune." Huang Sihai's head throbbed, and he staggered back 2 steps, clutching his forehead. "Father!" Huang Wenhao quickly helped Huang Sihai up. The latter waved his hand. "I'm fine. Have you seen Su Liang?" Huang Wenhao shook his head again. "Impossible. He's just an ordinary person, and he was drunk. How could he possibly turn the tables and kill the person in such a short time?" Both father and son began to frown and ponder. After a moment, Huang Wenhao said, "Could it be that Su Liang has a master by his side?" Huang Sihai shook his head. "Impossible, those people from the restaurant are with him." "Could it be Su Hu?" Huang Sihai did not deny it this time, because it was the only possibility he could think of at the moment. Huang Wenhao took a deep breath. He hadn't expected that Su Hu would secretly send people to protect Su Liang. With Su Hu around, we can't use force openly, and assassination is out of the question right now, so we can only resort to methods that even Su Hu can't handle. Huang Wenhao bowed and said, "Father, then leave Su Liang to me to deal with." The county magistrate's mansion. Su Hu sat in his bedroom, drinking tea and waiting for the effects of the great mighty heavenly dragon to take hold. The 4 ladies gathered on one bed, whispering amongst themselves, having long since lost the shame they felt on their first time. "It's so late, I thought the master was going to rest for a day." "Sister, can you go first?" "Master has been making me go first these past few days." I'm all swollen." "No." Zhao Huira showed no respect to the 4th wife, and after refusing her, she cursed inwardly, "Humph, you slut, you're so tough." After drinking another cup of tea, Su Hu's body trembled. He turned to look at the 4 ladies, and suddenly an idea came to him. "You two form a pair, one of you lying on top of the other." Su Liang and his companion darted through the streets, making their way quickly toward Yingchun Tower. While they were dealing with the body, Li Shadong, who was keeping watch, noticed that someone had returned to the Huang residence to inquire about the situation. Yingchun restaurant was packed tonight, with many wealthy young men. In addition, Huang Sihai didn't have many people there, so Su Liang wasn't worried at first. But now he was unsure whether the other party would mobilize more people or use extreme measures, so he had to call Erniu and the others back, even though interrupting the spellcasting was very impolite. "If they really attack Erniu and his group, what should we do? Fight them in the brothel?" Li Shadong held a gun in her hand, her tone tinged with excitement. Su Liang was speechless. Shu Tong's wife seemed to lose all her intelligence when she saw the weapon. Last time, she killed her clansman because of the new weapon, and now she's coming again. Don't worry, they won't make a move there. At most, they'll try to move the person somewhere else. The Huang family hasn't mobilized any personnel, so there's no need to worry too much. After saying that, Su Liang reminded him again, unless absolutely necessary, this pistol should not be used in public, or the trouble will be even greater. I know, you said it so many times, Li Shudong said, somewhat annoyed. As soon as the two stepped out of the alley, they saw Ernio and his group walking out of Yingchen Tower. Su Liang didn't rush out. He quickly pulled Li Shudong to hide, retrieved his pistol, and released the safety to prepare for any possible emergencies. However, nothing happened until the group had passed the alleyway. Su Liang waited a while longer, and seeing that no one came out of Yingchen Tower, he and Li Shudong followed. Ernio and the others remained silent the whole way, seemingly in a bad mood. Upon reaching the restaurant, Taizhu finally spoke, "I'm sorry, I've made you all lose face today." After saying that, he lowered his head. Ernio turned around and patted him on the shoulder. "It's okay, we're brothers, let's not talk about those things." Chang Gui also said, "You're still young, and this is your first time, so it's normal." Big Fatty said, "It's alright, Taizhu. Actually, I wanted to come back too." Su Liang, who was behind them, was completely bewildered when he heard their conversation. It seemed that they had come back on their own initiative. What had happened? Ernio glanced up at the restaurant and said, "Liangzi and the others should be asleep by now. Let's go back to the courtyard." The group had no objections after all, it was so late, and they were all too embarrassed to knock on the door. Su Liang didn't return to the restaurant. Only after watching Ernio and the others enter the house did he lead Li Shudong to another courtyard. "Where are we going? Aren't we going home?" Li Shudong asked. Su Liang said, "It wouldn't be good to go back and wake them up. Let's go to another courtyard, where I can take you to practice shooting." Upon hearing about practicing shooting, Li Shutong's eyes lit up. Great. After the two arrived in the courtyard, Su Liang taught Li Shudong the three-point aiming method, and then had her practice a few aiming movements before going inside. The sound of running water filled the air. Su Liang quickly took a shower, bought new bedding, and changed into new slippers. "Wife, come in quickly and use this gun." Li Shudong was holding the gun with great skill, quickly changing direction and aiming at different targets. It must be said that her movements are very standard. If she wore a police uniform, she would definitely be a beautiful policewoman. Upon hearing Su Liang's call, she looked delighted and immediately stopped what she was doing, quickly entering the house. "Where's the new gun? Hey! Where did everyone go?" Su Liang quietly walked out of the door. "Wife, the gun is here." Li Shudong was startled when she saw Su Liang wearing new slippers. "You! Come, my wife." Su Liang took a step forward, grabbed Li Shutong's waist with both hands, and threw her onto the bed. The first time the two were alone together was in a thatched hut. Back then, Su Liang was beaten so badly that he couldn't fight back. But fortunes change, and now with 5 times the physical advantage, Li Shudong has become the weaker party. A gentleman takes his revenge even after 10 years. Su Liang will avenge his humiliation today. Sizzle sizzle. Li Shutong's clothes were torn beyond recognition, and her delicate body was wantonly manipulated by Su Liang. "My lady, I will personally teach you how to shoot." Su Liang casually pulled out a sniper rifle. Upon seeing that large sniper rifle, Li Shutong's beautiful eyes widened instantly. She opened her mouth wide, speechless, but inwardly she was shocked. "What kind of gun is this? It's so much bigger than a pistol." "Wife, this is called a sniper rifle. It can kill enemies from extremely long distances." Su Liang picked up the sniper rifle and stepped back to prop it up. Li Shudong was panting heavily and coughed a few times. Just as she wiped away her tears, she was turned face down. Su Liang knew that Lady Shudong was moved to tears. "Wife, look carefully. This is called a bolt. Pulling it will chamber a bullet. This is a scope. You can use it to accurately aim at the enemy. After aiming, pull the trigger to fire." Su Liang pressed down on Li Shudong, teaching her step by step with great care. The other person was so moved that they kept humming, and looked like they were about to cry again. Click, click, click. Su Liang repeatedly performed the actions of loading the gun, aiming, and firing. He did it again and again without getting tired at all, showing his utmost affection for Li Shudong. "Wife, don't hold back. It's just the two of us tonight. We're not afraid of being discovered with this sniper rifle. Feel free to shout as much as you like. Su Liang's goal was simple: to fully develop Li Shutong's martial arts talent and train her into a well-rounded warrior. Chapter 59: Building a New Village. The next day, Huan Sihai did not return to his residence until dawn. Last night, a servant came to report that a body had been found in the house, but he was too cautious to move. Looking at the row of corpses on the ground, Huang Sihai felt a chill run down his spine, and he even vomited when he saw the dismembered body. Although he has taken many lives, those were all done by his men. He has never killed anyone himself. Take him away. Take him away. Huang Sihai waved his hand, his legs almost trembling with fear. Huang Wenhao, who was standing to the side, said, "Father, let's report this to the authorities. So many people have died. This matter may not have been done by Su Hu. Besides, he can't be the only one in charge of the county government. You just wait and see." Huan Sihai was upset and didn't want to deal with the matter anymore. What he was most worried about now was his own safety. It was almost noon when Su Liang and his companion returned to the restaurant. They hadn't slept a wink the night before. Although teaching marksmanship is hard work, the rewards are plentiful, and their affection level has returned to over 100,000. The reward for consummating the marriage is very high, with a minimum of 10,000 points, and it also comes with the advancement of other projects, making it the most cost-effective way. Different forms, different times, and different reactions from your wife will unlock new achievements and trigger cumulative achievements, which can be repeated by everyone. As soon as Su Liang entered the restaurant, Li Shuyao hurriedly came to greet him. "Where did you two go?" Li Shutong's eyes darted around. Her throat was sore, so she didn't say anything and went straight to the kitchen to get something to eat. "I went to take care of something, I'll tell you later." Su Liang could tell that Li Shuyao had something to say, so he casually asked, "What's wrong, my wife? Is there something you need?" Li Shuyao frowned and said, "The officials came before, saying they wanted to investigate some murder case." Investigating a murder case? Su Liang was somewhat surprised, not expecting the Huang family to be so petty, even going so far as to file a police report. "Did they find anything?" Li Shuyao shook her head. The two officers leading the team were the same two Su who sent before, so they just took a quick look and left. But before they left, they told me to be careful recently, as there will be further investigations. Su Liang chuckled. This uncle was quite useful. As for the subsequent investigation, it didn't matter. There were no surveillance cameras in this world, so where could they possibly investigate? "Don't worry, my wife. We have nothing to hide, so we have nothing to fear." "Is there anything else?" Li Shuyao's lips twitched. If she didn't know, seeing Su Liang's expression, she would really think he was innocent. Also, 2 new chefs have joined the restaurant. I've asked Fatty and Changue to take care of them. There's a guy upstairs who calls himself Young Master Chu waiting for you. Alright, you can arrange the restaurant matters, madam. Also, find an opportunity to remind Erniu and the others not to talk about anything in front of the newcomers. After giving his instructions, Su Liang went upstairs. Inside the private room, Chu Mubai was leisurely eating and drinking. He had just returned yesterday, so there were many dishes he hadn't tried yet, and he had specially ordered a table full of new ones today. "Brother Chu, you've arrived early." Upon seeing Su Liang, Chu Mubai immediately stood up to greet him. "Su Liang, you've finally arrived." He closed the door behind him and told his men at the door not to let anyone in. After the two sat down and exchanged a few words, the topic of black stockings came up. "Brother Su, you have no idea. Yesterday, your black stockings were already the talk of Ping'an County. When I passed by Yingchun Tower on my way here, I saw a huge crowd at the entrance, all wanting to see your black stockings." Su Liang was also somewhat surprised. Was the dissemination effect really that good? Chu Mubai continued, "So I've come today to talk to Brother Su about how to do this business." Su Liang asked, "Brother Chu, do you have any good ideas?" Chu Mubai said seriously, "To be honest, after returning yesterday, I carefully considered my cooperation with Brother Su. If we were to open a brothel as Brother Su suggested, it would indeed be feasible, but it would be too troublesome, require a large investment, and take a long time. It would be better to sell black stockings directly, supplying them to brothels everywhere, or even forming caravans to sell them throughout the Great Xia." Su Liang nodded upon hearing this. It seemed that Chu Mubai had indeed given it serious thought and had considerable ambition. Brother Chu's suggestion is indeed feasible, but these black stockings cannot be mass-produced. Chu Mubai fell into deep thought upon hearing this. Indeed, if the quantity was insufficient, all his ideas would be in vain. Su Liang was telling the truth. The price of those black stockings ranged from 100 to 1,000 points. 100 points was just for the most basic stockings, while various sexy styles cost 1,000 points. And then there are all sorts of new outfits that appeared after he married Chen Shishir, which adds up to at least 2,000 points of affection. Forming a caravan is fine, but if he only sells these things, then he won't have to do anything else and can only lie in bed producing every day. What are your plans, Brother Su? Xu Mubai asked. Su Liang took a sip of tea and said, I'm planning to build a new village. New village? What's that? Xu Mubai was a little confused. Why were they talking about building a village again? Su Liang then explained it to him. Simply put, it's about creating a village that provides various services such as accommodation, food, entertainment, and medical care, as well as producing and selling various goods. Xu Mubai was stunned after hearing this. What a huge project this must be. Su Liang probably wanted to move the entire county to the village. So, Brother Chu, are you interested in participating? Xu Mubai's face stiffened. He was indeed tempted by Su Liang's words, but unfortunately, he didn't have enough money. Brother Su, as I told you before, I don't have much money to offer, Xu Mubai said somewhat embarrassedly. It's all right, Brother Chu. Money is no problem. I'll give you whatever I have. I mainly value you as a friend. Upon hearing this, Xu Mubai felt a warmth in his heart. He had many fair-weather friends, but none like Su Liang who truly treated him as a friend and worked together with him. Alright, since Brother Su considers me a friend, then let's stand together through thick and thin from now on. The two clinked glasses, marking the beginning of their formal collaboration. Su Liang chose to cooperate with Xu Mubai for two reasons. Firstly, Xu Mubai was a good person and could be treated as a friend. Secondly, the Chu family was a powerful force, and he couldn't afford to make enemies of everyone. Moreover, it doesn't matter if Xu Mubai has little money. When he really needs money, he can just ask Xu Mubai to take him to his family's treasury for a stroll. Of course, the most important thing is that the village is more suitable for development. As the saying goes, imperial power does not extend to the county level. The village is self-governing, so it can make a big splash and secretly accumulate strength, unlike now in the county town, where even opening a restaurant can attract people's attention. Brother Su, when shall we begin? Xu Mubai asked. This can't be rushed. The construction of the new village is a long-term project. What we need to do now is prepare for it and make money. Su Liang then assigned Xu Mubai a job. He knew many wealthy people and was mainly responsible for selling black stockings. Su Liang gave him 3 types, ordinary stockings, the same style as Kai's, and the forbidden rip style. He gave him 20 of each type, which cost a total of 28,000 affection points. Su Liang has really suffered a huge loss, his affection points have dropped to 80,000, but it doesn't matter, there's still one more blood he hasn't taken from Lady Miaowei, and there will be another big wave later. As for the cost of the stockings, Su Liang gave him 100, and the price ranged from 1 to 10 taels. He let Xu Mubai set the price himself, only telling him that it should not be too high or too low. He would give Xu Mubai 10% of the profits. Upon seeing the stockings Su Liang displayed, Xu Mubai immediately pulled out a silver note and slammed it on the table. Brother Su, this 1,000 taels is the money I invested this month. After saying that, he pulled out a 50 taels silver ingot. This 50 taels is for the black stockings. Upon hearing this, Su Liang pushed the 50 taels back. Brother Chu, if you like them, each of you can take one. You're a shareholder now, why talk about money for a few black threads? Xu Mubai almost burst into tears upon hearing this. Su Liang was a true friend, someone worth befriending. After a brief chat, Xu Mubai hurriedly left. Su Liang put away the silver notes on the table and began to eat. With this 1,000 taels added to the money he won at Yingxinle yesterday, he now has exactly 3,000 taels. As for the restaurant's accounts, he didn't plan to touch them. Li Shuyao could manage them. Su Liang tasted every dish, and was inwardly praising De Pang and the others for their improved cooking skills when Xiaolu hurriedly ran up. Boss, something terrible has happened. Something's wrong with the guest downstairs. Chapter 60 Food Poisoning. Several customers were eating when they suddenly complained of stomach pain and collapsed on the floor. As Xiaolu followed Su Liang downstairs, he explained the situation. Su Liang frowned slightly. Without asking, he knew this was definitely another of Huang Xihai's tricks. This is really never going to end. Are you in such a hurry to die? Su Liang clenched his fists secretly. He had originally planned to rent or buy the location he had scouted last time and expose Huang Xihai as soon as he showed his face. But now the authorities were probably already watching him, so he could only leave the matter to Li Shudong. Downstairs, Li Shuyao and the others stood there anxiously, at a loss, not daring to retaliate against the insults and accusations from those people. Only when they saw Su Liang did everyone breathe a sigh of relief, as if they had found a pillar of support, and subconsciously acquiesced to the fact that he could resolve the matter. Husband, there's definitely nothing wrong with our dishes. I don't know why they would do this, Li Shuyao said anxiously. Su Liang gently patted her hand. Don't worry, nothing will happen. Li Shuyao nodded slightly and added, I've already sent Shudong to find Misson. Su Liang nodded, quite satisfied with Li Shuyao's handling of the situation. It was the first time he had encountered such a situation, and she hadn't panicked. The fact that she thought of finding a doctor immediately was already quite good. He glanced over and saw that there were 4 people lying on the ground, all clutching their stomachs and rolling around in pain, their expressions extremely painful, and they didn't seem to be faking it. The other guests naturally didn't dare to eat either. They all put down their bowls and chopsticks and gathered around to watch. Some even pressed their stomachs to check, afraid that something might happen to them too. When Su Liang came down, the shouting men got even louder, and some of them even ran into the street to shout. You're a shady business. You've poisoned the food. That's right, everyone hurry up and report this to the authorities. Shut down this shady shop. Everyone come quick. Someone's been poisoned at Xiao Liang's restaurant. Come and check out this rip-off shop. Su Liang was speechless. Where did they find these actors? They were so unprofessional. They were acting like this even though they were eating together, and they still had the leisure to shout in the street. However, this move did attract a lot of onlookers, and the diners inside started discussing it even more intensely, causing a sense of unease throughout the restaurant. Su Liang did not go directly to see those people, but first quickly asked Xiao Lu to confirm their table numbers. After confirming, he quickly scanned the food, drinks, and the arrangement of the dishes on the table, but found nothing wrong. It seems they took some medicine beforehand, or they secretly put it in the food. The simultaneous poisoning of all 4 individuals was clearly intended to increase credibility. Manager Liang, I don't think these people are in good condition. Let's take them to the hospital first. It would be terrible if someone died, a middle-aged customer reminded him. Su Liang smiled and nodded at him, thank you for the reminder. I have already sent someone to find a doctor. However, I also have some medical knowledge. Upon hearing this, everyone was taken aback. A cook who also knows medicine. Is this some kind of nonsense? As everyone knows, all the dishes at Xiao Liang restaurant were developed by Su Liang alone, a fact that even Huang Xihai had to admire. But medical skills are different. Anyone can cook a little, but if you mess around with medicine, people can die. Ignoring everyone's reactions, Su Liang stepped forward and bent down to check on one person's condition. Seeing this, everyone quieted down, as it is a habit for doctors to remain quiet when examining patients. Without needing many methods, Su Liang could tell that the man was truly poisoned simply by observing his complexion, lip color, and sweating. He gently fanned the man's mouth twice and smelled a strong garlic odor, mixed with a bitter taste. Although he didn't know the name of the poison, Su Liang could tell from his knowledge of pharmacology and the characteristics of the poisoning in these people that it was a chronic and deadly poison that could lead to death if not treated in time. They really went all out there, even risking their lives to frame someone. Su Liang clapped his hands and stood up. The others had the same symptoms, so treating them was not a problem. All that was needed now was to induce vomiting, and their bodies could digest the remaining toxins on their own. He looked up and was immediately stunned, because everyone was looking at him with strange eyes. Manager Liang, have you finished reading? The middle-aged customer asked. Yes. Su Liang nodded. Finished reading? He finished reading without even taking a pulse? Su Liang is really talking nonsense. The middle-aged diner's lips twitched, and he advised again, Manager Liang, this is no laughing matter. I advise you to take them to the clinic as soon as possible. This middle-aged man was quite experienced. He had encountered similar situations before and knew that someone was likely trying to frame him. He really liked the food here and didn't want to see the restaurant shut down. Su Liang nodded and looked at everyone, saying, everyone, these people have indeed been poisoned, and it's a slow-acting, highly toxic poison, but it's definitely not the fault of my restaurant. Su Liang was interrupted by his companions before he could finish speaking. If the food I ate here isn't a problem with your restaurant, then what is it? That's right, not only will you have to pay compensation today, we're also going to report you to the authorities and have you arrested. Yes, report it to the authorities. No sooner had the man shouted that he was going to report to the authorities than a voice came from behind him, who's going to report to the authorities? Hearing the sound, everyone looked over and saw 3 officials walking out from the crowd. The middle-aged man at the head of the group had a square face, rarely smiled, and had deep nasolabial folds, making him look very serious and even somewhat fierce. Su Liang could tell from his clothes that this man was the head constable, and the 2 men behind him were constables. All 3 of them were unfamiliar faces. Upon seeing that officials had actually arrived, the group immediately fell silent. Was it you who shouted that you wanted to report to the authorities? The constable asked as he walked up to one of the men. The man instinctively shrank back. The official looked far too fierce. At this moment, another of his companions shouted, "That's right, sir. We're the ones who need to report this to the authorities. This restaurant is poisoning people. Look, all my companions have been poisoned." The head constable glanced at the situation on the ground and snorted coldly. He was just about to investigate Su Liang when he unexpectedly ran into this. "Are you Su Liang?" the constable asked. "Exactly. What's going on here?" the constable asked, pointing to the people on the ground. Su Liang repeated what he had said before, adding, "The poison these people have been afflicted with must be hard to come by in ordinary places. If you don't believe me, sir, you can search my restaurant or check the sales records of medicine shops and clinics in the county. I'm sure you'll find something." Su Liang didn't know the name of the poison, nor where the other party got it for now. That was all he could say. Several companions immediately retorted, "You're talking nonsense. What kind of deadly poison? Everyone knows you have a secret formula. I think the problem lies with your formula." "That's right, it must be a problem with the secret recipe. My lord, please do us justice." The group was fearless, believing their companion had only taken laxatives. Their purpose in coming today was to ruin the restaurant's reputation. As long as Su Liang pays the money, it's tantamount to admitting it, the deal will be done, the restaurant's reputation will be ruined, and their mission will be accomplished. Of course, now that the officials have arrived, it would be even better if they could arrest the people. Before the constable could speak, the people on the ground began to cry for help. "Help, help me! Help me, I'm dying!" Only then did everyone realize that the people on the ground were pale, their clothes were soaked with sweat, and they didn't even have the strength to shout. Seeing this, his companions were also a little scared. At first, they thought it was a good performance, but now the more they looked, the more they felt something was wrong. The head constable was also experienced, and seeing this, he knew that the group was in bad shape. He quickly ordered his 2 subordinates, "Go and find a doctor." Just then, Li Shudong returned with her men. "No need to search anymore, the doctor is here." Chapter 61 is My Husband Su Liang. Li Shudong led in Miaowei and her granddaughter out of the crowd. Old Man had been running a clinic in the county town for many years and his medical skills were quite good, so almost everyone present recognized him. "That's great. Dr. In is here. These people can be saved. At least no one died." Manager Liang was far-sighted. He sent someone to find a doctor long ago. Yes, unlike some people who don't care about their companions even when they're in such a state, and just keep yelling. Those people were such terrible actors that many people present could see through their act. They were just there to cause trouble. The 2 constables looked at their head constable, who waved his hand, telling them to go find a doctor. As a head constable, Xing Feng was upright and incorruptible, and he always handled cases impartially, which earned him high praise from many people. At the same time, he is also a seasoned veteran, and he worries that one doctor alone might not be enough in this situation. Su Liang had told in Miaowei that he would not easily make a move, so the grandfather and granddaughter only glanced at him before quickly checking on the others. Unlike Su Liang, Old Man directly examined the symptoms, asking questions and pressing on the pulse. This appeared extremely professional to everyone. That's how a doctor should act. Su Liang's previous behavior was truly absurd. However, as he examined each patient one by one, Old Man's expression grew increasingly somber, and he kept sighing and shaking his head. Everyone was surprised to see this. Could it be that these people were really poisoned beyond saving, just as Su Liang said? The companions of those men panicked upon seeing this. "Isn't this a laxative? What do you mean by shaking your head and sighing like this?" They all had a bad feeling. If someone really died, it would be no small matter. If the authorities found out, they would be in jail. A moment later, and Miaowei helped Old Man into his feet and wiped the sweat from his forehead. Xing Feng quickly asked, "How are these people?" Old man inside and said, if my diagnosis is correct, what these people ate was a poison that breaks the intestines. This medicine is extremely potent. Within an hour, the internal organs of those who consume it will be corroded, until they die from exhaustion. Everyone was startled upon hearing this, as many of them knew about this item. It's actually the heartbreak powder. That's a deadly poison, no less potent than arsenic. It's over, these people are beyond saving. Is that medicine really that poisonous? Didn't they say there was still an hour left? Shouldn't it be too late to save him now? Upon hearing this, Xingfeng grabbed Old Man An's arm and asked, can you treat these people? Old Man An shook his head helplessly. If this medicine had just been taken, I could have stimulated my throat or forced down my throat to induce vomiting. But now that the medicine has already taken effect in my body, I'm afraid I can't do anything about it. There's nothing I can do. Upon hearing this, the people who had fallen to the ground instantly displayed a strong will to survive. Please, please save me. I don't want to die. Someone save me. I don't want to die. One of them grabbed Xingfeng's ankle. Officer Xing, I know you're a good person. Please save me. You won't just stand by and watch me die, right? Xingfeng frowned. This man was right. He certainly wouldn't stand by and watch someone die. Since his men hadn't returned yet, he could only carry the person out first, which would also shorten the distance. Quickly, you guys, come with me and carry him to the clinic. Xingfeng immediately instructed his companions. At this moment, and Miaowei said, Sir, if I may be frank, my grandfather cannot be cured, and it will be futile for you to go to other clinics. Xingfeng paused for a moment, glanced at Miaowei, but still chose to help the person on the ground up. No matter what, he had to try. Just as the group was about to leave the restaurant, the two constables ran back with an old man. Sir, Dr. Zhang has arrived. Upon seeing this, Xingfeng immediately ordered several men to put the person down. The onlookers breathed a sigh of relief when they saw that the person who came was Dr. Zhang. He was the best doctor in Ping'an County. With him here, these people still had hope. Without wasting words, Dr. Zhang cupped his hands in greeting to Xingfeng and hurriedly went forward to examine him. A moment later, everyone's anxiety finally subsided. Because Dr. Zhang's diagnosis was exactly the same as Old Man An's, and he had no way to cure him. It's over, there's absolutely no hope. Hurry up and send them home if it's quick, they can see their families one last time. The crowd began to discuss the matter animatedly, some sighing and others lamenting. The poisoned individuals were utterly devastated, never expecting to lose their lives for a little money. Their companions, meanwhile, quietly hid behind the crowd, preparing to flee. Stop! Before Su Liang could speak, Xingfeng stopped the group. Seeing that he couldn't escape, one of them knelt down on the ground with a thud. Sir, this has nothing to do with me. It's all his fault, the restaurant poisoned it. The others quickly echoed, all pointing the finger at Su Liang. And Miaowei then stepped forward, you're lying. Intestinal severing powder is an auxiliary ingredient in some prescriptions. Due to its special toxicity, its sale is strictly controlled. Apart from medical clinics and pharmacies, it can't be found anywhere else. Even if someone were to use poison, they wouldn't choose to use it. Besides, it's easy to find out whether the restaurant bought it. Upon hearing this, everyone looked at Dr. Zhang. This little-known fact was basically only known to people working in clinics and pharmacies. Dr. Zhang nodded, that girl is right, that's exactly it. Xingfeng sighed. It seemed that, for now, the only option was to do as the people said and let these people see their families one last time. And Miaowei glanced at everyone and said, actually, these people aren't entirely hopeless. These words shocked everyone present, and all eyes turned to Miaowei. Those who had been poisoned had a glint in their eyes, and their hope for survival was rekindled. Do you really mean what you're saying, young lady? Xingfeng asked hurriedly. Naturally true. Dr. Zhang glanced at Miaowei and shook his head in disappointment. The worst thing a doctor can do is boast. Old An's granddaughter's behavior is simply playing with these dying people. And girl, don't talk nonsense. These people are beyond saving. Giving them hope now will only increase their suffering. As doctors, we must be realistic when dealing with patients. Dr. Zhang's tone was somewhat stern, but more so instructive. Uncle Zhang, I'm telling the truth, and Miaowei said firmly. Su Liang stood aside, not in a hurry, waiting for his wife Miaowei to call his name. Dr. Zhang snorted coldly, then tell me, who can cure this poison? And Miaowei raised her head, her face full of confidence, even a hint of pride. This person, though seemingly far away, is right before my eyes. It is none other than my husband, Su Liang. Your wife, and Miaowei, is proud of you for the first time, earning you 1,000 affection points. Your wife has been proud of you 10 times, earning you 2,000 affection points. Chapter 62. Su Liang is killing someone in public. Su Liang was unmoved by the 3,000 points of affection, but he was very satisfied with Miaowei's performance. The fact that she was able to draw everyone's attention to herself in this situation, instead of simply asking for help, shows that she is quite smart and knows that she wants to develop in the medical field, and can use this opportunity to make a name for herself. Since his wife is so clever, Su Liang will not be stingy and must consummate the marriage as soon as possible to show his encouragement. Everyone else fell silent. Is Su Liang the one who can cure this poison? Everyone unconsciously recalled what Su Liang had said before. He had indeed mentioned the highly toxic substance and the treatment of inducing vomiting, and his diagnosis was extremely fast. He simply bent down to take a look. Could it be that Su Liang's medical skills are really that high? Everyone was unsure about this. The poisoned individuals, however, didn't think that far ahead. With their lifeline right in front of them, they didn't care who it was. If there was hope, they had to seize it. Manager Liang, please save me. Manager Su, I was wrong, I'll never do it again, please save me. The group crawled towards Su Liang while groaning in pain. Su Liang snorted coldly, you want me to save you? Sure, tell me the whole truth first, then I'll see how I feel. Upon hearing this, one of their companions shouted out, what are you going to confess? You were the one who poisoned them. Saving lives is what you should have done. The others rolled their eyes and chimed in, that's right, you should be the one to save us from the poison. Exactly. We didn't do anything, so why should we give an explanation? If their companions are in such a state, and they're still shouting these kinds of things, then even a fool could see what's going on. Su Liang shrugged, your lives are your own, I don't care. What kind of attitude is this? I don't think you know any medicine at all, you're just trying to scam us. That's right, you don't know any medicine at all. The group repeatedly said that Su Liang didn't know any medical skills, and kept giving winks to their poisoned companion. Upon seeing this, 3 of the 4 poisoned individuals hesitated briefly. They were acting on Huang Wenhao's orders. If Su Liangzhen didn't know medicine, not only would they not survive, but their families would also be implicated. The remaining person, however, couldn't care less about all that, because he had no family. I'll tell you everything. It was Huang Wenhao. He sent us. He gave each of us 20 taels of silver to frame Xiaoliang restaurant. That beast Huang Wenhao said he only gave us laxatives, but I never expected it to be poison. I've confessed everything, Manager Su, please save me. I really know I was wrong. The man was sobbing uncontrollably, and at the end, he struggled to his feet and began kowtowing to Su Liang with a series of loud thuds. Upon hearing this, everyone was shocked. They never expected that the eldest son of the Huang family would resort to such despicable methods. The man's companion collapsed to the ground. It was all over. The officials were right there, and he couldn't escape the charge of framing them. He also couldn't explain things to the Huang family. Their lives were now plunged into darkness. Su Liang snorted coldly, words are no proof. Since you gentlemen are here, I need you to sign and put your fingerprint on this document. Okay, I'll sign. I'll sign. Seeing this, Su Liang arranged for Li Shuyao to get paper and pen, while he pretended to go upstairs to get the medicine box. When he returned, the man had already signed and sealed the document. How is it? Have they confessed everything? Su Liang asked. And Miaowei shook her head, no, only he signed it. Su Liang's face darkened. He hadn't expected these people to remain silent until their deaths. Fine, then let them die. He bent down and slowly opened the medicine box. Seeing this, everyone stepped forward, eager to see how Su Liang would treat the patient. Zhang Xingwang went directly to Su Liang's side. He had not raised any questions before, based on the principle that doctors should prioritize treating and saving lives. Seeing that Su Liang had actually taken out a set of silver needles, he couldn't hold back any longer. How could he detoxify with needles? Wasn't that ridiculous? You youngster, you're practically playing with people's lives. In all my decades of medical practice, this is the first time I've ever seen someone treat a patient with heartbreak poison using silver needles. Upon hearing this, the man who signed the document felt his heart sink to the bottom. He had heard of using silver needles to test for poison, but he had never heard of an antidote. He was still going to die. The people behind seemed to have seen hope again. If Su Liang couldn't be saved, the others wouldn't sign the document. If there was only one person, they could just deny it to the death. The group exchanged glances, and then one of them immediately pointed at the person who had signed the document and shouted to Xingfeng, "Sir, everything he said before was a lie. He was deliberately framing us." "That's right, sir. It's his business that he was bribed. It has nothing to do with us. Please investigate this matter thoroughly, Your Excellency." "Shut up, all of you." Xingfeng finally couldn't hold back anymore. If it weren't for saving lives, he would have interrogated these people on the spot. Su Liang, holding the silver needles, stood up and looked at Zhang Xingwang. "Why don't you come and save him?" Zhang Xingwang was taken aback, then waved his sleeve and turned around. "Humph, this old man can't save you." Su Liang was in a bad mood and didn't give him a friendly look. "If you can't save me, what are you babbling about? Go cool off somewhere else." "You." Su Liang ignored Zhang Xingwang, walked up to the man, grabbed him by the collar, and dragged him outside. "Manager Su." The man tried to speak, but Su Liang stopped him. "If you want to live, shut your mouth tight." Upon seeing this, not only the man but also the onlookers subconsciously shut their mouths and watched intently as he performed the operation. Su Liang took a deep breath, and the thought of the Huang family made him feel uneasy. He tucked the needle case under his arm, grabbed the man's hair with one hand, and swung his other hand to slap him. Slap, slap, slap. The slaps were crisp and loud, and after a few blows, blood appeared at the corner of the man's mouth. Holy crap, what kind of technique is this? Can slapping someone detoxify? Everyone was stunned. This was something they had never heard of before, the first time they had ever seen anything like it. After doing all this, Su Liang breathed a long sigh of relief, feeling much better. He picked up the silver needles, used his hands and feet to pose the man in various positions, and then began to stab him repeatedly with incredible speed. This. Everyone stared in disbelief. Was this a rescue or a murder? Most people in the room had seen doctors administer acupuncture before, but Su Liang's technique was truly unique. A man approached Zhang Xingwang and asked, "Dr. Zhang, if I may ask, are you familiar with Manager Su's acupuncture techniques?" Zhang Xingwang stiffly turned his head, his beard twitching, thinking to himself, "I know your mother, I know her. Is this supposed to be acupuncture technique?" Zhang Xingwang had only seen this technique when he was young, when he got into trouble and his mother whipped him with a wooden stick, and it was exactly the same as Su Liang's current action. The man's companion, his eyes darting around, quickly came to Xingfeng and said, "Sir, look. Su Liang is killing someone in public." Hearing this person's words, Xingfeng finally couldn't hold back any longer. If he didn't know that this person was beyond redemption, he would have stepped forward to stop him long ago. "Stop." Just as Xingfeng finished speaking, Su Liang finished administering acupuncture. He clapped his hands and looked at everyone. "All right, he's fine now. Okay, all done? You're all cleared up now?" Everyone swallowed hard, because the person had already lowered their head and was not moving. Manager Su said he's all right now. "Does that mean his suffering has ended ahead of schedule?" someone whispered. No one answered him, but that's what everyone thought. Not only outsiders, but even Li Shuyao and Erniu couldn't believe that Su Liang was saving people. Li Shudong quietly approached in Miaowei, and just as she was about to ask a question, she noticed that the other woman also looked bewildered. "Oh no, my husband really has become a psychopath after killing so many people." Li Shudong had a bad feeling. In her eyes, Su Liang's actions just now were more like dismembering a body. After about 10 breaths, seeing that there was still no movement, the person who had complained to Xingfeng was overjoyed. Su Liang had killed the person, and not only were they safe, but they would also receive more reward money. The man ran up to Su Liang, pointed at his nose, and started spewing insults. "Su Liang, you poisoned him first, and now you've killed someone in public. Even if a god came, he couldn't save you now, ha ha ha." Su Liang immediately slapped him across the face. "What are you laughing at, you motherfucker?" The man's head was spinning from the blow, and he could barely stand. Su Liang then kicked him again, sending him flying several meters away. "Insolence! Seize him!" Xingfeng immediately gave orders to the 2 constables. Just as the 2 were about to leave, the person who had been treated suddenly convulsed and then collapsed to the ground, vomiting profusely. Chapter 63. Dr. Su. The 2 constables stopped in their tracks, and the area fell silent once more. Su Liang quickly moved aside. The man was vomiting toxins from his body, and the smell was still quite strong. Su Liang's medical skills acquired from the system are mainly based on traditional Chinese medicine, while his Western medicine skills are mainly reflected in the mall, where he can buy some modern medical tools and medicines, but they are all very expensive. The acupuncture technique he just used was based entirely on the principles of traditional Chinese medicine and was applied temporarily according to the patient's condition. It was able to stimulate the body's activity and automatically expel toxins. It can be said that acupuncture is Su Liang's strongest weapon. Except for the last time when surgery was urgently needed, it can basically cure all diseases when combined with the corresponding medicine. The man was still vomiting red and black substances, and the onlookers covered their mouths and noses and backed away. Oh dear, this person has vomited up all the poison. Yes, Manager Liang's acupuncture technique worked. So Manager Su really does know medicine. Could this be a final burst of energy before death? Some were shocked, some questioned, but Su Liang didn't care what these people said, he just needed to wait and see. A moment later, the man finally finished vomiting. He stood up, opened his arms, looked at his body, and his face was full of surprise. He carefully touched his stomach, pinched and pressed this and that, and was surprised to find that not only did his stomach stop hurting, but his body also felt much lighter. I'm all better. I'm all better. The man burst into wild laughter, then looked up at Su Liang, and in a few steps knelt down in front of him. Thank you so much, Manager Su, Dr. Su. Thank you for saving me. My life, Feng'er's life, is now yours. Su Liang remained silent and retrieved the silver needle with lightning speed. At this moment, Zhang Xinguang finally came to his senses from the shock and hurriedly went to the man to examine him. Not only him, but even old Manon, who had witnessed Su Liang's medical skills, was extremely shocked. He had never seen the previous methods before, and this time it was acupuncture, a traditional Chinese medicine technique, yet he still couldn't understand it. This shows that Su Liang's medical skills are truly extraordinary and beyond the reach of ordinary people. This is impossible. The poisonous plant has already invaded his lungs and internal organs, how could he possibly be saved? Zhang Xinguang muttered to himself. He had previously guessed that Su Liang's acupuncture technique was only to induce vomiting and temporarily restore some strength, but after examining the person, he was astonished to find that the poison had actually been neutralized and even the pulse had become stronger. Hearing Zhang Xinguang's words, even the few skeptics finally believed in Su Liang's medical skills. Manager Liang, I never knew you were a miracle doctor. Yes, he's truly a hidden talent. Manager Su, I misspoke before, please don't take it to heart. Manager Su, I eat at your restaurant every day. And I've trusted you from beginning to end. Everyone began to flatter Su Liang, knowing that doctors held a very high status, especially a legendary doctor like Su Liang, whom even important figures would not easily offend. The other three poisoned individuals were now filled with deep regret. Had they known Su Liang was so capable, they should have signed the papers without hesitation. The toxins hadn't affected them too badly before, giving them time to think about other things, but now they could clearly feel their physical condition declining, and their stomachs were starting to hurt again. Manager Su, no, Dr. Su. I confess. What Feng'er said is true. I'm willing to sign and put my fingerprint on it. Please save me. I'm willing to confess. Please, Dr. Su, save me. Su Liang sneered, that's good, but sorry, I don't want to save you. I don't want to save you. Please. Dr. Su, I was wrong, I was really wrong, please. Upon hearing this, the group burst into tears and wailed. Su Liang remained unmoved. He looked at Xing Feng and asked, Sir, did you hear what they were saying just now? Xing Feng nodded, I will investigate this matter thoroughly. All right, then please investigate the case, sir. I will cooperate with you in any way you may require. Xing Feng frowned slightly, glanced at the three people crying on the ground, and said, You should save them first. Seeing that Xing Feng had pleaded for them, the three of them were overjoyed and looked at Su Liang expectantly. Su Liang didn't even glance at the three of them. I said, I don't want to save them. Yu Xing Feng's brows furrowed immediately. As a doctor, how can you stand by and watch someone die? Su Liang smiled and pointed at Zhang Xinguang, he is also a doctor, why won't you let him save him, sir? Besides, why should I save the person who framed me? Xing Feng was speechless. He wasn't an unreasonable person. Su Liang was right. Why should he save the person who framed him? If he hadn't been a government official, he wouldn't have helped him either. The three panicked upon seeing this and immediately kowtowed to Xing Feng. Sir, I know you are a good official, please plead for us. My lord, save me. Xing Feng had no choice. He couldn't stand by and watch someone die while he was in his official robes. After sighing, he looked at Su Liang and said, You save the person first. Consider it a favor I owe you. A constable's favor wasn't worth much to Su Liang, but he had a general idea of Xing Feng's character. He was definitely a man of his word. In this county town, it was inevitable that there would be times when he needed to ask for favors, and besides, it was indeed unfortunate for someone to die in a restaurant. Su Liang then said, "All right, then I'll give you face, sir. But you owe me not just one favor, but 3. You." Xingfeng didn't expect Su Liang to be so shameless, but he could only agree. "Okay, 3 it is, let's save them." Su Liang looked at the 3 men and said, "I'll give you face by agreeing to save you, but you have to sign and put your fingerprints on it. Besides, how can you treat someone without paying? Well, you already took 20 taels from Huang Wenhao, right? Then I'll take 40 taels from each of you." 40 taels? The group was stunned. They had no problem signing and sealing the document, but they only had 20 taels of silver. "Dr. Su, we only have 20 taels of silver, please." Before the man could finish speaking, Su Liang interrupted him. "I don't want to hear any more useless talk. Don't you have companions? It's unreasonable for me to put in the effort, for the adults to put in the effort, and for the companions to stand by and do nothing. Also, let me remind you again, if you drag this out any longer, I won't be able to turn the tide." Yes, and there are companions. Lu Nang, give me the money quickly. Xiao Si, give me your money too. Hey, this is my money, why should I give it to you? Upon hearing that money was involved, everyone, regardless of whether they were companions or not, hid to the side. Su Liang smiled and looked at Xingfeng. "Sir, look how worthless your favor was." Xingfeng's lips twitched, and he led his men forward to pin the men to the ground. "At a time like this, you're still thinking about money? I've arrested you, and you'll all have to hand over your money anyway." Soon, with Xingfeng's help, the group successfully signed and sealed the document, and Su Liang received 120 taels of silver. He used the same method to administer acupuncture to the group, but before that, he slapped each of them hard across the face and gave them a free electric shock. Soon, the 3 of them recovered just like the previous person, but because it had taken too long, their condition was not as good as the previous person's. "Thank you so much, Dr. Su." The 3 were so excited that they knelt down before Su Liang. Su Liang ignored the 3 men and instead clasped his hands in a fist salute to the diners inside. "I am truly sorry to have disturbed your meal today. Here's the deal, all your previous bills are on the house. Those who have already paid can collect their bills at the counter." Excellent. Manager Su was very generous. "Hee, Dr. Su, you're too kind. I've almost finished the meal, so there's no need for the meal to be free. Consider it as making friends with you, Dr. Su." "Me too." Everyone cheered, and the clever ones took the opportunity to curry favor with Su Liang. Xingfeng then escorted those people back to the yamen. Seeing everyone's attitude towards Su Liang, both the ladies and the restaurant staff were filled with mixed emotions. Who would have thought that in such a short time, Su Liang not only resolved the crisis but also made a name for himself as a miracle doctor? This is all too dreamlike. Chapter 64, 250,000 love points. After settling things at the restaurant, Su Liang seized the opportunity to announce that he had officially joined Old Man An's medical clinic, where he would make regular house calls to treat difficult and complicated diseases. Old Man An couldn't stop smiling. His granddaughter's husband was now a miracle doctor, and he could also benefit from it. After arranging for Li Shadong to complete the site scouting, he drove the carriage back to the clinic with Niawei and the other person. Su Liang wants to build a new village, so there are many things he needs to do. He gave the 120 taels he had just earned that day to Old Man and to help with potentially higher daily expenses. This one time is not enough to make a name for oneself, and it will take some time for the reputation to spread, so the clinic does not need to expand its scale for the time being. After briefly arranging the time for his house calls, Su Liang took his leave. He needed to go back to the village. The best location for the new village was Qingchuan village, where he had enough say. It was 30 miles from the county seat, just the right distance, and it had mountains and water, with beautiful scenery. But he turned back as soon as he reached the door. "Our house is already full. If Miaowei's wife continues to live in the clinic, and with Old Man in there too, when will we be able to consummate our marriage?" Su Liang is a good man no matter how busy he is, he always makes time for his family. And the best time is on the way back to the village. "My wife, come back to our hometown with me." Without any discussion, Su Liang pulled in Niawei directly into the carriage. The city was crowded and noisy, so Su Liang drove the carriage while chatting and laughing with Niawei inside. Once they reached the outskirts of the city, he got into the carriage. "Husband, why did you come in?" And Miaowei asked with some concern, looking at the horses outside. My lady, don't worry. As the saying goes, an old horse knows the way. It's already familiar with this road and will find the village on its own. And Miaowei gave a soft "oh" and looked at Su Liang with a hint of disbelief, feeling that there was something wrong with his gaze. Hee, my lady, have you ever heard of sex in a car? Car sex? What is that? And Miaowei shook her head. Since my wife doesn't know, then let me explain in detail. As Su Liang spoke, he sat down next to Miaowei and placed her long legs on his lap. My wife must be tired from the long journey. Let me massage your legs. And Miaowei instinctively tried to pull her leg back, but Su Liang was too strong. My dear husband, I'm not tired. We just got in the carriage. Su Liang chuckled, my wife isn't tired, she must be hot. Wearing so many clothes in this weather won't do, she'll get sick. Su Liang yanked Miaowei's shoe off. And Miaowei was startled and let out a soft moan, but her legs were still held down tightly. Look at you, it's one thing to wear shoes, but why are you wearing foot bindings in this weather? Su Liang then pulled off the foot binding cloth as well. A pair of delicate white feet came into view, with slender ankles and fair arches outlining perfect curves. And Miaowei's slightly curled toes revealed her nervousness. But Su Liang was itching to see it. He was very grateful that the great Xia dynasty did not have the bad habit of foot binding, otherwise it would have been much less fun. My wife, don't be nervous. I just want to give you a checkup. Su Liang grabbed those jade-like feet and began to knead them in a pretentious manner. Massage is also a medical technique, so what he said makes sense. Ma and Miaowei kept panting softly. She clenched her small fists, lowered her head, and her face was already red to the roots of her ears. Su Liang's massage was so ticklish that she couldn't help but make noises, and she felt incredibly ashamed. But Su Liang wasn't satisfied with just a pair of feet. And Miaowei's most distinctive feature compared to other women was her long legs, so he had to check them out too. Hiss, oh dear, how could this happen? As Su Liang massaged, he suddenly frowned. And Miaowei carefully raised her head and saw Su Liang's tightly furrowed brows. She couldn't help but feel a chill in her heart. Could it be that he had really found out something wrong? What's wrong, my husband? Su Liang looked at Miaowei, sighed again, and showed a hesitant expression. And Miaowei gritted her teeth, husband, please speak frankly about what's wrong. I can handle it. Seeing that the young lady was almost crying, Su Liang felt a surge of secret pleasure. To be honest, this was quite fun. Since that's the case, then I'll be frank. If my diagnosis is correct, my wife suffers from foot fetish. Foot fetish, what is that? This is a long story, let me first give my wife a full diagnosis. With a serious expression, Su Liang reached out and touched Miaowei's waist. Before the other person could react, he unbuckled his belt. In Daxia, both men and women wear very loose trousers, which are held together by a belt, and the calves are also tied with cloth strips to facilitate walking. Husband, you. My wife, don't be afraid. I'm just practicing medicine. Su Liang reached under Miaowei's buttocks and gently lifted her up. With his other hand, he pulled down her pants. His movements were 100 times more skillful than when he was administering acupuncture. In an instant, Miaowei's long, white legs came into view. Her legs were long and straight, and her skin was as white, smooth, and delicate as fresh snow. Su Liang touched it with his hand. It was smooth, had an excellent feel, and was very elastic. Once Su Liang started touching her, he couldn't stop. And Miaowei's body was covered in goosebumps. She had never experienced such stimulation before. Husband, don't touch me anymore. My wife, please bear with me for a moment. I've discovered you also have a leg fetish. But it's alright, I'll treat you right away. As they were talking, Su Liang had untied the cloth straps that were binding his calves without anyone noticing. Immediately, Miaowei's pants were thrown aside. Su Liang's hand then reached towards the other person's waist. Daxia does wear underwear, but it's actually similar to the big shorts Su Liang wore in his previous life, only a little tighter. Ordinary people wear coarse linen clothes, and their underwear is made of softer fabrics, but it is still not comfortable to wear. Only the wealthy and powerful can afford to use high-quality fabrics. It's clear that Miaowei wasn't very wealthy, but fortunately she married Su Liang, so she'll be like a wife at home and won't have to suffer like that anymore. Su Liang waved his hand, but he didn't control the force well, and a piece of cloth flew out of the car window. But he had no time to worry about the fabric. Nothing was more important than getting his wife medical attention. 5 seconds later, another set of clothes appeared next to Su Liang. And Miaowei's eyes widened and her mouth opened wide, about to scream in fright. But Su Liang didn't give her that chance and pulled her over in one swift motion. And Miaowei was no match for Su Liang's strength, and in no time at all, she was straddling Su Liang's lap. My husband. Don't be afraid, my wife. I can cure your foot fetish and leg fetish. After Su Liang finished speaking, he began to use his top-notch massage techniques. Aha! And Miaowei bit her red lips slightly, her whole body trembling with pain. She hugged Su Liang tightly, her fingers digging into his back until they left marks. 15 minutes later, the driverless carriage stopped beside the official road. The horse seemed to be hungry, as it was grazing on the grass by the roadside. The train carriage kept shaking. 2/4 of an hour later, the carriage returned to the official road. Su Liang sat outside the carriage, holding the reins with one hand and pinching the little foot sticking out of the carriage with the other, enjoying the breeze blowing in his face, feeling as carefree as could be. In less than half an hour, his affection points reached an astonishing 170,000. This was arguably the most efficient one yet, unlocking so many achievements. And they were all forbidden. The total value of their affection has also successfully exceeded 250,000, reaching as high as 253,000. And Miaowei lay listlessly in the carriage, half asleep. Chapter 65. You actually wanted to see your cousin's wife's breasts, didn't you? The journey of 30 li took the two a full hour, and they finally returned to Qingchuan village. As soon as he entered the village, several villagers greeted Su Liang warmly. Hey, Xiao Liang's back. Xiao Liang, come over for dinner tonight if you're free. Your brother's not home, so your sister-in-law will make dumplings for you. Xiao Liang has become even more handsome. Su Liang nodded repeatedly in response. And Zhang. And Wang. Okay, sister-in-law, I'll definitely go when I have time. Ever since Su Liang got the villagers involved in catching and delivering fish, they've been incredibly kind to him. They'd unload their catch at restaurants every time they went there, and they were always very polite. There was no way around it. Su Liang paid a lot. Each trip required at least 3 or 4 people, and each person received 50 coins, which didn't interfere with other tasks. Moreover, Su Ji's arrangement was very reasonable. The villagers took turns coming, so everyone could earn money. Su Liang didn't get out of the car. He greeted the villagers as he drove and arrived at Su Ji's house. Since their ancestral home burned down, Su Ji's family has moved to another courtyard. Although it's not as big as before, it's still quite large compared to a typical courtyard. Upon seeing that the visitor was Su Liang, Su Ji immediately came out of the house to greet him. Xiao Liang is here. Come in and sit down. Su Liang smiled and nodded, then jumped off the carriage and helped Miaowei down. Su Ji was taken aback for a moment, then quickly asked, and who is this? He, this is my wife. Haha, they really are a perfect match, congratulations Xiao Liang. Su Ji thought to himself, damn, it hasn't been that long, and he's already married another wife, and she's so beautiful. He couldn't help but feel envious. And Miaowei greeted Su Ji, and the two followed him into the house. As soon as they entered the house, Su Ji's wife hurriedly took the child and hid in another room. What's going on, auntie? Su Liang thought to himself that she hadn't acted like this the last time he saw her. Could it be that her clansmen had some ulterior motives towards him again? He hoped they wouldn't do anything reckless, as there weren't many blood relatives left. Su Ji gave an awkward smile and whispered to Su Liang, your aunt is breastfeeding the baby. Oh. Su Liang nodded, then raised an eyebrow, realizing something was wrong. Su Ji has 2 children, one of whom is a young child, but I think he has already been weaned. But there's no way to ask about this. But Su Ji noticed Su Liang's confusion and said, oh, that child isn't mine, it's your cousin Su Jun's. Su Liang was filled with questions. Su Ji realized he had said something wrong and quickly added, Su Jun's wife, your cousin's wife, is having trouble producing milk, so she came to borrow some. Oh. Su Liang nodded, then clapped his hands, Uncle, isn't this a coincidence? My wife is a doctor. I'll have her take a look at my cousin's wife later. Upon hearing this, Su Ji took a serious look at Miaowei. He hadn't expected that Su Liang could marry a doctor, which showed that he was indeed rich now and his status had improved. Even the least successful doctor would marry a fellow doctor. Then thank you very much, Xiao Liang. Hey, don't be so polite. Uncle, you need to arrange this as soon as possible. We won't be staying here for long. Okay, I'll go in a bit. After the two talked for a while, Su Liang got down to business. Uncle, I have something important to arrange for you since I'm back. Upon hearing this, Suji sat up straight, adopting a posture of attentive listening. This surprised In Miaowei, who was standing to the side. No matter how capable her husband was, Suji was still an elder, so why was he so humble? It was as if their roles were completely reversed. Moreover, according to Su Liang, outsiders are unaware that he possesses immortal arts, so it's even more inappropriate for him to say this. Su Liang had no idea what In Miaowei was thinking. If he told her the truth, wouldn't her legs twitch like they did in the car before? Next, Su Liang recounted the story of building the new village. The content is quite comprehensive, covering building houses, production, and possible future development directions. The main idea behind achieving all this is to first build some industries to make money, and then use the money to expand production and construction. Su Liang's argument was well reasoned and supported by evidence, analyzing the superior environment of Qingshuan village and its unique geographical location at the intersection of 3 prefectures. Finally, he looked forward to a bright future, predicting that Qingshuan village would become the premier village in the Great Xia dynasty, where everyone would be incredibly wealthy. Su Ji was dumbfounded. According to Su Liang, this must be an enormous project. Although Su Ji couldn't understand many of the words, he understood the general idea. While he was shocked, he also felt a surge of fighting spirit. If Su Liang's words could be realized, then the Su family would truly rise to prominence. Moreover, he rose to prominence during the time when Su Ji served as the clan leader, which is enough to be written into the clan genealogy for future generations to admire. Seeing Su Ji's expression, Su Liang knew that he had pretty much finished making his promises, and the next step was to arrange the specific tasks. Uncle, what you need to do recently is to set up an engineering team in the village and build another brick kiln, the bigger the better, and then put it into production immediately. As for manpower and brick-making masters, you can figure out how to solve them. As for how much money and wages are needed, you can calculate it and make a list before coming to me. Okay. No problem. I'll do it tomorrow. Suji readily agreed the task Su Liang had entrusted to him was not difficult for him. Su Liang nodded, okay, that's settled then. I'll let you know if there's anything else I need to do later. Seeing that the important business was over, Suji hurriedly told his wife to cook, as he wanted to have a drink with Su Liang. Uncle, there's no need to be so polite. Let's skip the meal and get my cousin's wife treated before dark. As the saying goes, a doctor should have a benevolent heart. Su Liang felt that ever since he learned medicine, he had become kinder without even realizing it. At Su Jun's home, Lu Yan sat on the bed sobbing, her expression extremely aggrieved. Cry, all you do is cry. What the hell is the use of crying all day? Can those tears be used as breast milk? Your own child is being raised by other people every day, and you still have the nerve to cry. Su Jun was cursing and swearing, feeling very irritable. Wah, but you can't blame me entirely for not having milk. Bullshit. Who else can blame me but you? I've given you meat, eggs, and milk, but you still don't produce any milk. You useless thing, what good are you, all grown up like this? Wah. Shut up. If you cry again, I'll divorce you. As soon as Su Liang and his 2 companions reached the gate, they heard Su Jun shouting. Has a fight broken out? Su Liang asked casually. Suji sighed, it's all because there's no milk. Su Jun has been upset about this ever since. After Suji finished speaking, he shouted into the house, Junzi, come out quickly. Come and see who's here. Su Liang then took the opportunity to whisper to In Miaowei, wife, if you can't cure her later, come find me. Just say I'm my grandfather's apprentice, very talented, and he passed on his medical skills. Su Liang rattled off a bunch of things quickly. Although In Miaowei nodded in agreement, her eyes remained fixed on Su Liang. She hesitated for a moment, but still said, husband, you actually want to see your cousin's breasts, don't you? Chapter 66 Sister-in-law, don't be afraid, my brother sent me. Su Liang was taken aback, and his expression immediately turned serious. My wife, your words have truly saddened me. I had no intention of practicing medicine. It was only because I met you that I decided to return to the world of medicine. Moreover, I have already joined the clinic and will encounter all sorts of patients in the future. Never mind. After saying this, Su Liang shook his head, revealing an extremely helpless expression. And Miaowei wasn't stupid, she knew he was talking nonsense, but she still tugged at his arm and said, husband, I'm sorry, I misunderstood you. Actually, it's fine if you want to see it after all, you're a doctor, so this is nothing. These words warmed Su Liang's heart. It was Miaowei who knew how to care for people the most. Su Liang immediately gave her a big pat on her pert bottom. Your wife, and Miaowei, has moved you for the first time with her magnanimous heart, earning you 1,000 points of affection. At this moment, Su Jun came out. Uncle, you've arrived. Suji nodded and quickly introduced Su Liang and the other man. Junzi, I won't introduce your cousin Su Liang. This is Xiao Liang's wife. She is a doctor and came here today specifically for your breasts, for your wife. After Suji finished speaking, he coughed awkwardly twice. Su Jun was overjoyed to hear this. A doctor had come to his door in person, and a female doctor at that. This was wonderful. He considered seeking medical help, but most doctors were male. He could accept that, but he was afraid of damaging his reputation if word got out. Although Su Jun was overjoyed, he still acted very reserved because he was afraid of Su Liang. Then thank you very much, sister-in-law. And Miaowei bowed and went inside to see the patient. Su Jun was not good at talking, so the three of them standing together in the courtyard were initially a little awkward. The atmosphere only eased when Suji fed the pie Su Liang had drawn to Su Jun. Uncle, is this really true? Su Jun asked excitedly. Suji chuckled, Xiao Liang told me this himself, how could it be false? Su Jun looked at Su Liang, but didn't know what to say. Su Liang smiled and said, Cousin, there's no need to be so formal. We're like family, and the construction of the new village will depend on your help in the future. Upon hearing this, Su Jun immediately perked up. Everyone knew that Su Liang was capable, and who in the village didn't want to make money with him like Ernio and the others? Now that the other party has admitted to being one of their own, saying that it's helping them but actually inviting them to join in making money, Su Jun feels that the future is promising. Don't worry, cousin, I will definitely do my best to help you. As the three chatted and laughed, and Miaowei came out. Su Jun quickly stepped forward, his eyes full of expectation. Sister-in-law, my wife's milk, has she been cured? And Miaowei shook her head, somewhat apologetically saying, I'm sorry, cousin, I'm afraid I can't help you. She was telling the truth. With her medical skills, she really couldn't cure it. Although she said she would let Su Liang take a look, if she could cure it herself, she would never let Su Liang do it. Upon hearing this, Su Jun sighed, a flash of disappointment crossing his eyes. Sister-in-law, there's no need to blame yourself. This isn't your fault. Thank you both. He clasped his hands in a fist salute to Su Liang and the other man. At this moment, and Miaowei said, actually, my husband can cure my sister-in-law's illness. In Daxia, women can refer to their husbands as husband, husband, or husband-lord. Among these, husband-lord best expresses respect and love and is often used in formal occasions. At this moment, and Miaowei referred to Su Liang as her husband, which means that she was serious and not joking. Upon hearing this, both Su Jun and Su Ji looked at Su Liang. Before the three could speak, and Miaowei continued, Uncle and cousin, you may not know this, but my husband has an exceptional talent for medicine. He was instructed by my grandfather and now everyone in Ping'an County calls him Dr. Su. Dr. Su. Dr. Su the divine physician? Wasn't he a cook? How did he become a miracle doctor? Just then, the auntie who had been eavesdropping in the next courtyard stepped forward. That's right, my husband and I just came back from the city. We heard someone calling out something like Dr. Su, and when we went up to inquire, we found out it was Xiao Liang. Yes, Xiao Liang is quite famous in the city now. Besides Chef Su and Dr. Su, everyone also calls him the Black Silk Prince. Auntie's husband added. Su Liang's lips twitched. He had only come out at noon, and in less than half a day, he had already gained 2 more titles. He could understand Su the Divine Chef, it must be an evolution of Su the Divine Doctor, but what the heck is this Black Silk Prince? My fellow brothel owners are really lacking in sportsmanship, how can they just give someone a nickname like that? Seeing that Su Jun and Su Ji were both confused, Su Liang cleared his throat and immediately snapped at Miaowei, shut up. Even if I'm a miracle doctor now, she's still my sister-in-law. How could I possibly treat her? The aunt next door said, oh, what's the big deal? Doctors are like parents, no one will complain. Besides, you're family, so there's nothing to it. Auntie is such a good wingman. Su Liang found this aunt more and more pleasing to the eye. Su Jun's lips twitched. This aunt's words clearly indicated that she knew. If this continued, the whole village would probably know that his wife had no breast milk. Lu Yan was already contemplating suicide, and she would probably be even more unable to bear the blow then. Su Jun gritted his teeth and said, Xiao Liang, your aunt is right. You're a doctor, so there's no need for so many rules when you're treating your sister-in-law. Su Liang quickly refused, no way. My Su family values our reputation the most. If word gets out, wouldn't we become a laughingstock? Seeing Su Liang's decisive refusal, Su Jun was both anxious and relieved. Although his cousin was ruthless, he was a gentleman. Xiao Liang, please show it to your sister-in-law, I'm begging you. This Su Liang pretended to be hesitant. Meanwhile, and Miao Wei couldn't take it anymore. Her husband was such a good actor. She cleared her throat and said, "Husband, why don't you let your sister-in-law take a look?" "My lady, this." Su Liang looked troubled. When Su Jun saw that his younger brother and sister-in-law didn't care, he immediately felt guilty, realizing that his own heart was not as magnanimous as a woman's. "Xiao Liang, please help your sister-in-law. If you still don't agree, I'll kneel down for you." Su Liang quickly helped Su Jun up. "All right then, consider it for my nephew's sake." After saying this, Su Liang turned and went into the house with a sense of tragic heroism. Lu Yan, who was inside the room, had already heard the entire conversation between the group. Upon hearing the door open, Lu Yan's heart pounded so hard it jumped into her throat. It's so shameful to have your brother-in-law treat this kind of illness. However, Su Liang was someone her husband had asked for, and she also hoped that she could get better. Doctors have the heart of parents, doctors have the heart of parents. He's just treating my illness, don't overthink it, don't overthink it. Lu Yan muttered to herself to calm her racing heart. But upon hearing Su Liang's voice, all the calming effects vanished instantly, and her heart felt as if it had stopped. "Sister-in-law, I'm Su Liang, here to treat your illness. Don't be afraid, sister-in-law. My brother sent me." Chapter 67. My sister-in-law sprayed it. After greeting him twice, Su Liang went straight into the bedroom and closed the door behind him. There's no way around it. The worst thing for a doctor is to be disturbed, especially when performing acupuncture. Lu Yan was sitting on the bed. When she saw Su Liang come in, she instinctively covered her chest and shrank back. "Uncle. Uncle. He, sister-in-law." Lu Yan raised her head, and the two looked at each other. She quickly looked away. Su Liang had basically determined the other party's information. She was about 20 years old, about 1.6 meters tall, and weighed about 110 kilograms. Her hands were covering her chest, so it was hard to see clearly, but it was probably a D cup. The thought of being seen by her uncle made Lu Yan blush instantly. "Sister-in-law, don't be afraid, and don't overthink it. I'm serious about your medical treatment." Lu Yan nodded, completely at a loss for words. Su Liang walked straight over, picked up a chair, and sat down on the edge of the bed. "Sister-in-law, stretch out your hand, let me take your pulse." Lu Yan's hands were not as rough as his wife's. Both the palms and the backs of her hands were somewhat rough. But Su Liang, being a doctor, didn't care about any of that. He grabbed the other person's arm and started taking their pulse, his eyes fixed on their chest. "I misjudged it before when I took my hand away, it was at least an F. It's so damn big. Bigger than Li Shuyao's. Is this the power of breastfeeding?" Su Liang stared intently, his attitude extremely serious, while Lu Yan's heart pounded. She didn't dare to look up at Su Liang at all, but she could see out of the corner of her eye that he was staring at her body. Could he be faking a doctor to do something improper? Lu Yan's mind started to wander. After taking her pulse for a moment, Su Liang said, "Ahem, sister-in-law, medicine is all about observation, listening, questioning, and palpation. So whatever I ask next is for the purpose of treatment. You must answer truthfully." "Okay, sure." Lu Yan nodded. She naturally understood this basic common sense. Judging from your pulse, sister-in-law, you seem to be having some health issues." Upon hearing this, Lu Yan raised her head. "No. No adjustment? What does that mean?" She was somewhat surprised, not expecting Su Liang to spot the problem so quickly. "This irregularity means that your menstrual cycle is irregular, with varying amounts of menstrual flow, and it may also be accompanied by symptoms such as depression, chest tightness, and tension." Hearing Su Liang's words, Lu Yan was both shocked and ashamed. Men usually avoid talking about women's menstruation, considering it unlucky. She never expected Su Liang to say such things so casually. At the same time, she was also shocked by Su Liang's medical skills, as he described her symptoms so accurately. "Sister-in-law, am I right?" "Yes." Lu Yan nodded, beginning to accept the fact that her uncle was a doctor. "How often does my sister-in-law usually have sexual intercourse?" Lu Yan's heart tightened. She hadn't expected Su Liang to ask about this. But knowing that he did indeed possess medical skills, she had no choice but to answer truthfully. We haven't had it since we had the baby. It's been over a year since the last time. Lu Yan's voice grew softer and softer until Su Liang, if not for his good hearing, couldn't hear her at all. More than a year. Holy crap, my cousin is such a good man, he didn't touch her for 10 months while she was pregnant. Su Liang was surprised to find that they were a model couple, as it was normal for a woman to abstain from sexual intercourse during pregnancy and the period following pregnancy. But few people follow this rule. Su Liang felt a sense of respect. Since we've been holding it in for a year, there's nothing more to ask. Su Liang said, "Sister-in-law, take off your clothes. I need to help you with your illness." Ah, haven't we already taken her pulse? Lu Yan instinctively covered her chest. Su Liang thought to himself, if I don't take your pulse and describe a few symptoms correctly, can you really trust me just by touching you? Sister-in-law, I don't think I need to say much about your symptoms. It's definitely not enough to just take your pulse. Su Liang's expression was serious, displaying the demeanor of a doctor. Seeing this, Lu Yan had no choice but to accept it. She didn't want her child to be fed by someone else all the time. The coarse linen clothes were slowly removed, revealing a bright red bodice embroidered with a pair of mandarin ducks. Su Liang felt a pang of heartache. His sister-in-law had suffered so much. This undergarment looked very old. The once smooth fabric was stretched and frayed at the chest area. As the undergarment slowly fell down, Su Liang finally understood what explosion meant. Her natural talent, combined with the unique characteristics of a breastfeeding woman, makes her look absolutely stunning. Don't be nervous, sister-in-law, it'll be over soon. Su Liang sat on the edge of the bed and laid Lu Yan down on it. He used acupuncture to save people last time, and this time he will naturally use massage. Both of these are important treatment methods in traditional Chinese medicine. Su Liang's technique was top-notch. If someone skilled in massage were present, they would be utterly astonished. Lu Yan was initially ashamed, but as Su Liang massaged and kneaded her, she gradually felt more comfortable in her chest. Moreover, Su Liang's hands seemed to possess the legendary internal energy, causing her entire body to heat up. Soon, as a throbbing pain came over her, Lu Yan began to feel nervous. Her legs involuntarily clenched together, and she even trembled slightly. She could sense that Su Liang's massage had reached a certain critical point, and once that point was passed, an unprecedented smoothness would follow. The baby will finally have milk to drink, and her husband won't nag her about it anymore. Thinking of these things, tears involuntarily streamed down Lu Yan's face. She looked at Su Liang with gratitude in her eyes. "Uncle, thank you. Sister-in-law, you're too kind. It was just a small favor." Aside from taking a tiny bit of advantage, Su Liang was genuinely treating Lu Yan. Especially after getting to know her, he discovered that the reason she wasn't producing milk was because her breasts were blocked, and the blockage was quite severe. If she hadn't met him today, Lu Yan's condition would definitely have worsened, perhaps even leading to irreversible complications. In the long run, it would have endangered her life. Hey, I'm such a damn good person. Su Liang sighed and increased the pressure in his hand. Ah! Lu Yan almost cried out in pain, but thankfully she covered her mouth with her hand in time. This final stage was so painful that her whole body was twisting and turning. But she was a strong woman. In order to endure the pain and not to affect Su Liang, she directly clamped her other hand with her legs. Su Liang was also panting heavily from exhaustion. He glanced at his sister-in-law's clenched hand, took a deep breath, and suppressed his discomfort. After about several dozen breaths, the blockage in my chest was finally cleared. An unprecedented feeling of openness swept through her entire body, making Lu Yan feel extremely comfortable. It's so smooth from top to bottom. She let out a loud scream. Milk gushed out. In the courtyard, Su Jun paced back and forth, feeling anxious and uneasy. He was unsure whether Su Liang would act recklessly and wanted to go in to check on the situation several times. But seeing his sister-in-law's unbelievable beauty, he calmed down several times. Although his wife was not bad, she was far inferior to his sister-in-law. Su Liang shouldn't do anything reckless. But when he heard his wife's voice, Su Jun could no longer calm down and rushed into the house. Just as Su Jun angrily burst through the door, he bumped right into Su Liang. Su Liang wiped his hands with a cloth, frowned, and looked at Su Jun. "Cousin, you scared me." You finished reading?" Su Jun originally intended to give Su Liang a good scolding, but seeing that the situation was not as he had imagined, he quickly changed his mind. "Yeah, I saw it. My sister-in-law spurted out breast milk. Su Jun turned his head and saw that his wife was indeed spraying milk. Alright, my wife is finally better. My baby can have milk now. Xiao Liang, thank you. Su Jun grabbed Su Liang's hand and thanked him sincerely. We're all family, no need for further words. I'll go out first, cousin, you should go see your wife first. Good. Stepping out of the house, Su Liang breathed a sigh of relief. Being a doctor is so difficult, one wrong move and you can get caught up in ethical controversies. Fortunately, he is an upright person. Chapter 68: The Fluctuating Value of Affection. Su Jun stayed inside for a full quarter of an hour before coming out. He was all smiles, extremely happy. Xiao Liang, thank you so much. You have to stay for dinner today. I'll cook for you myself, Su Jun gave an awkward smile as he spoke, realizing that the person in front of him was none other than Chef Su. Su Liang glanced at the sky. It was getting late. He hadn't yet investigated the village's situation, so it seemed they would have to wait until tomorrow to take action. He simply nodded in agreement. Okay, please come in and sit down. I'll go prepare the food right away. Su Jun turned around and saw his wife, who had just left the house. He slapped his forehead and said, "Oh right, Xiao Liang, I almost forgot to ask. My wife, is she completely recovered? Does she need any further treatment?" Su Liang was taken aback upon hearing this, and quickly coughed lightly twice with his fist to his mouth. Well, there is indeed a possibility of recurrence, but it shouldn't be a big problem. Su Jun panicked upon hearing this and quickly grabbed Su Liang's shoulder. Xiao Liang, then I'll trouble you to help your sister-in-law get better again. Su Jun felt a little embarrassed after he finished speaking. He had checked on Lu Yan inside the house and found that her pants were wet. After asking, I found out that the treatment was so painful that he couldn't help urinating. Most people would find this unacceptable. It was only because Su Liangxin was kind-hearted and recognized his relatives that he managed to endure it. Su Liang looked troubled. He really didn't want to get a massage anymore, he was so incredibly uncomfortable. At this moment, Lu Yan also stepped forward, her face pleading, "Xiao Liang, please help me, I don't want my baby to have no milk to drink." The fact that she called Su Liang Xiao Liang instead of Xiao Shu shows that she was no longer unfamiliar with him. This couple is really pushing people down the path of making mistakes. Su Liang sighed helplessly. Alright then, I'll give my sister-in-law a thorough checkup before I leave tomorrow. The couple breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this. Su Liang was an impeccable person, so kind. Lu Yan rushed back to feed and soothe the baby to sleep, and then helped Su Jun cook. With nothing to do, Su Liang and his two companions chatted idly in the courtyard. At this moment, Lu Yan came out of the house, went to the chicken coop, bent over, and reached out to grab an egg. Su Liang squinted slightly and followed the direction of her large buttocks, and saw an old hen lying in the chicken coop. When Lu Yan returned with the eggs, Su Liang asked, "Sister-in-law, is that hen brooding?" Lu Yan nodded and smiled. That's right, this egg has been incubating for 10 days, and it will hatch into a chicken in another 10 days. Su Liang's eyes lit up upon hearing this. He hadn't yet purchased the time control function in his spatial storage. If he could speed things up, wouldn't the hatching speed skyrocket? He'd practically become a mobile hen. Then the breeding farm would be a thing of the past. Does sister-in-law know the method of incubation? Su Liang asked. Lu Yan didn't know why Su Liang asked this, but she was quite familiar with incubation and had tried it successfully before, so she told him everything she knew. After listening, Su Liang gave a brief summary. It takes 21 days to hatch chicks, with the last 3 days being the hatching period. During the entire incubation period, it is necessary to control the temperature, humidity, ventilation, and turning of the eggs. In the last 3 days, the eggs need to be kept still. Thank you so much, sister-in-law. May I have a few eggs? Lu Yan didn't ask any questions and simply said, "Take whatever Xiao Liang needs." Thank you so much, sister-in-law. I will definitely cure you completely tomorrow. Upon hearing this, Lu Yan immediately lowered her head, turned around, and went back into the house. Shameful. So shameful. Lu Yan couldn't help but recall what had happened before she had actually been in front of Su Liang. I wonder if he noticed. As Lu Yan thought about it, she put her legs together and shyly started to twist them. Su Jun frowned upon seeing this. What's wrong, wife? Is your leg itchy? Oh, no. It's nothing, I'm just feeling a little unwell. Oh, then I'll tell my buddy to investigate this thoroughly for you tomorrow. Is tomorrow okay? Lu Yan murmured to herself, a hint of anticipation rising in her heart. Su Liang didn't rush to get the eggs. Fortunately, he had enough affection points now, so he directly purchased 10 cubic meters each of living creature storage, environmental simulation, and time control, spending a total of 170,000 affection points. This just used up the affection points he had obtained from Miaowei, and his affection points returned to 83,000. After the purchase was completed, Su Liang learned about these functions. There's not much to say about living creature storage, it simply allows living creatures to survive, except for humans. Environmental simulation can be set to various environments and climates, such as a desert or a tropical rainforest, and even have corresponding soil and sunlight, but the space provided cannot be taken out. With this feature, Su Liang can farm in the space without being affected by the outside world. The last time adjustment is adjustable to a range of 10x acceleration and 10x deceleration. In addition, except for living organism storage and time control, which cannot be superimposed, all other functions, including temperature control, can be superimposed in the same space. Su Liang felt that the 170,000 yuan was well spent, and even felt that he had bought it too late. Take hatching chicks as an example. It takes 21 days outside, but only 2 days for him. Similarly, you can also hatch ducks, geese, and so on. As long as they are hatched, you can use time acceleration. Here comes the farm. Moreover, if you can get your hands on seeds, you can accelerate the planting of various plants, and in this way, you can produce vegetables, fruits, medicinal herbs, etc. yourself. However, the space is too expensive. 10 cubic meters can only grow a limited number of things. 1 square meter can only hold a limited number of plants. If a plant grows taller than 1 meter, then another cubic meter needs to be added. This additional space is only for containing the plant, and the same principle applies to the roots. Therefore, we can see how much space would be required if the plant were a tree. Therefore, Su Liang's current plan is to produce seedlings and then transplant them. After the meal, the group drank another pot of tea, and Su Liangkai took 5 eggs and left. During this time, he asked Lu Yan about the incubation of duck eggs and goose eggs. Fortunately, she was experienced and said that it was actually similar to chicken eggs, except that the incubation time would be a few days longer. But for Su Liang, it was all the same, just a matter of 2 days. Seeing that Lu Yan had such experience, Su Liang decided to let her handle the breeding business from now on, while the construction of the breeding farm was entrusted to Su Ji. After parting ways with Su Ji, Su Liang took Miaowei back to their previous home. After adjusting the temperature, humidity, and ventilation in the room, Su Liang and Miaowei got into bed. Miaowei's wife hadn't recovered yet, so Su Liang didn't plan to continue the wedding night. He wasn't that kind of beast. But spending 170,000 affection points is really a bit too much, and we have to find a way to make up for it. Su Liang kissed Miaowei for half an hour before pressing her head into the quilt. Your wife, Miaowei, kisses you. Your wife, Miaowei, kissed you for 15 minutes. Your wife, Miaowei, kissed you for half an hour. Your first time. Your wife, Miaowei, swallowed for the first time. You have been kissed for a total of 1 hour. You were kissed repeatedly. And Miaowei finally fell into a deep sleep late into the night. Su Liang's affection value returned to 253,000, experiencing repeated fluctuations. Each acquisition is 170,000, it's a tight lock. It has to be said that although Miaowei is very understanding, she is still too clumsy with words compared to Chen Shishir. But it's okay, hard work can make up for lack of talent. Chapter 69 Sister-in-law, it's me, Su Liang. The next day, Su Liang got up very early. He walked around the village on foot, carefully studying the layout of the entire village. If his plan is followed, 90% of the current houses will be demolished. However, there's no rush. We can build and demolish at the same time, and for now, the priority should be to develop industries and make money. Next, Su Liang went to check on the various small ponds and lakes. These areas also need to be developed into fish ponds in the future, where fish will not only be caught but also raised. Su Liang's last stop was a hot spring in the mountains. Not far along the current, there is a continuous mountain range called Qingshan. From the perspective of the entire mountain range, Qingshan village is actually just a small village at the foot of Qingshan mountain. Everyone in the village knows where the hot spring is located. It's halfway up the mountain. From late autumn until the following spring when flowers bloom, the steam emanating from the hot springs will shroud a large area of the mountains in mist, making it look like a fairyland. However, few people go up to soak in the hot springs. Firstly, the mountain roads are too difficult to walk, and secondly, wild animals often appear in the mountains, so no one dares to go. Of course, Qingshan is covered with lush vegetation and has abundant resources such as timber, medicinal herbs, stone, and wild animals. Therefore, many people still go into the mountains to collect herbs and hunt. Some villages have even taken advantage of their terrain to start businesses such as timber and stone. Holding a knife, Su Liang cleared a path as he climbed the mountain, while simultaneously observing his surroundings. Whether this hot spring can be developed into a project is another matter, but even if you just keep it for yourself, it would be quite enjoyable. Although the mountain path was difficult to walk, Su Liang's physical condition allowed him to quickly reach the location of the hot spring. Looking at the crystal clear spring water in front of him, Su Liang was pleasantly surprised. He did not expect the hot spring to be so big. Although the shape of the water reservoir was irregular, if it was calculated as a circle, the diameter was at least 10 meters, and the depth in the middle of the spring was at least 1.5 meters. Halfway up the mountainside, there is a natural drainage outlet. Spring water flows down the terrain and eventually merges with the water below. Su Liang observed carefully and found that as long as the equipment was sufficient and with a little modification, water could be diverted to the designated location. This way, we can build a few more hot spring reservoirs below, and then modify the surrounding environment to create a natural hot spring bathhouse. Moreover, we can even build houses nearby. Su Liang had almost finished planning in his mind, so he took off his clothes and entered the pool. Since he was already there was no reason not to take a dip. It was a pity that his wife Miaowei hadn't woken up when he came out, otherwise he could have played around in the pool. Su Liang decided that he would bring more wives next time he came back. Judging from the current situation, apart from Li Shadong, none of the others could play with him to his heart's content. On the way back, Su Liang still didn't encounter any danger. This place was all on the edge of the mountains, and wild animals generally wouldn't come here. Just as he happily returned home, he saw Su Ernia with a face full of anxiety. "Ryoko, you're finally back. Something happened at the restaurant." Su Liang's expression changed slightly. How could something have happened again after only one day? Is someone causing trouble again? Su Liang asked. Ernio quickly shook his head. "No, they're the suppliers for us. They didn't come this morning. I asked around, and they all said they're no longer cooperating with us. Now we can only cook fish." Su Liang nodded, not particularly surprised, as he had considered this before. It seems that Huang Wenhao's methods are better than his father's. In fact, with the Huang family's strength, it would be very easy for them to implement such restrictive measures. Su Liang patted Ernio on the shoulder and said, "Don't rush. Everyone has been working very hard lately. Go back and inform them, and then you can rest for a while. But don't worry, I'll figure something out." Ernio could only sigh upon seeing this. Su Liang's solution was simple. Since they only had fish from the village, the restaurant would temporarily only sell fish, and he would teach the kitchen staff later. As for the supply issue, we can only negotiate again, either by leveraging Chu Mubai's influence or by finding a new supplier. "Liangzi, aren't you going back to the restaurant?" Su Liang shook his head. "You should go back first. I still have some things to take care of here." He can't leave today. His sister-in-law's illness hasn't been finished yet. Su Liang isn't a man of his word. Of course, most importantly, we could go with Su Ji to visit other villages. The surrounding villages have people who specialize in raising livestock, which might solve the supply problem. Just as Ernie was about to leave, and Miaowei came out. Etc. And Miaowei called out to Ernia, then looked at Su Liang and said, "Husband, I also want to go back to the city. I can't help much here, and I'm worried that grandfather won't be able to manage on his own." The two were taken aback by the sound. Why was their sister-in-law's voice hoarse? "Alright, then you can go back with Ernio," Su Liang said. And Miaowei didn't hesitate and got on the mule cart. She realized that Su Liang had brought her here just to have fun, and that it was too damn painful. After a simple breakfast, Su Liang saw that Su Ji was about to gather the villagers to work on the construction team. Since it would take some time, he took his medicine box and went to Su Jun's house. As soon as I entered, I ran into Su Jun, who was coming out. "Hee, Xiao Liang is here. Good morning, cousin. I've come to see your wife." Su Liang lifted the medicine box in his hand. "Oh, you've really gone to a lot of trouble, coming so early." Of course. Hey. Where's my sister-in-law?" "She's gone back to the city." "Is something wrong, cousin?" "Hey, my uncle's starting a construction team, I'll go help him out." "Oh, then cousin, why don't you wait until I've finished showing your wife the doctor before you leave?" Su Jun frowned upon hearing this. Xiao Liang, are you treating me like an outsider? Do you think I don't trust you? Su Liang's lips twitched, thinking to himself, I don't believe in myself. Su Jun patted Su Liang on the shoulder, just watch with confidence. Don't feel guilty. After saying that, Su Jun hurriedly left the yard. Since learning about Su Liang's plan yesterday, and with his wife producing breast milk, Su Jun had shaken off all the gloom and become a spirited and motivated young man. Watching his cousin walk away with his head held high, Su Liang sighed deeply, feeling immense psychological pressure. With a creak, Su Liang entered the room. Lu Yan overheard the two brothers' conversation and knew that the person who had come was Su Liang. She wasn't as panicked as she was yesterday, she just clenched her fists tightly. Sister-in-law, it's me, Su Liang. Xiao Liang, come in. Su Liang entered the room and met Lu Yan's gaze on the bed, but both looked away. The atmosphere became somewhat awkward. The presence of a lone man and woman made Su Liang feel uneasy. Lu Yan asked, has Xiao Liang eaten this morning? I ate it. Oh, that's good. Please sit down, I'll make you a pot of tea. Sister-in-law, you don't need to be so polite. I'm here to treat your illness. The atmosphere was not right. Su Liang wanted to finish the job quickly. Lu Yan did have the possibility of relapse, so in addition to massage, acupuncture was needed today to completely cure her. Upon hearing this, Lu Yan looked at her young son beside her and said, well, Xiao Liang, can we wait until I've put the baby to sleep before we look into it? Su Liang nodded, please go ahead, sister-in-law. Lu Yan picked up the baby and rocked him, while Su Liang turned his head to the side and began preparing the silver needles needed later. Lu Yan had just finished breastfeeding, and the baby was very full, so he quickly fell asleep. She got up and gently placed the child on the small bed next to her, then sat back down. Xiao Liang, we can begin. Su Liang responded and placed the prepared silver needles on the table. But when he turned around, he was startled. Lu Yan's clothes were completely soaked in the front. Chapter 70. My sister-in-law is feeling much better now. Seeing Su Liang's gaze, Lu Yan lowered her head to look. Ah, she exclaimed in surprise. She has changed her clothes several times since yesterday, and the one she is wearing now is the last one. She instinctively clutched her chest, then looked at Su Liang with worry in her eyes. Xiao Liang, is there something wrong with me? Su Liang waved his hand. Sister-in-law, don't worry, there's absolutely no problem with this situation. On the contrary, it proves that you are in very good health. Lu Yan breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this. She had no idea about such things. Changing clothes all the time is too inconvenient, and it's also difficult to go out. Xiao Liang, do you have any ideas? Su Liang frowned. He didn't have any good solutions either. There weren't any nursing pads available. The most he could do was get her a supportive nursing bra. He quickly went into the store to check it out and found a suitable one among the many types of sex toys, priced at 1,000 affection points. Sister-in-law, don't worry, I've already made preparations for this. Su Liang pretended to take the bra out of the medicine box. Although Lu Yan had never seen this thing before, she knew what it was for just by looking at its shape. Su Liang stood up and handed it to her. Sister-in-law, this is a bra that can provide support. Try it on first. Lu Yan took the bra, and without turning around, immediately took off her clothes and tried it on. Su Liang silently turned around. He needed to minimize the visual impact in order to suppress the primordial power within him. Lu Yan looked pleasantly surprised after putting it on. This thing is so much more comfortable than a belly band. She swayed up and down, and was overjoyed. Just as Su Liang had said, with good support, her symptoms were much better. Lu Yan secretly glanced at Su Liang, who had his back to her, and was filled with emotion. She didn't know how Su Liang made this thing called a bra, but it must have been custom made for her because the size was perfect, and you could tell from the fabric that it must be very valuable. Xiao Liang, thank you. Lu Yan said sincerely. Su Liang turned around and took a deep breath. Sister-in-law, you don't need to be so polite. I'll treat you now. He had to hurry. He couldn't keep looking at those fancy lace and frills. He couldn't possibly do something so beastly. Soon, the two began the massage, just like yesterday. This time, Lu Yan was smarter. Afraid that the pain would make her move her hand around, she simply covered herself with the blanket and put her hand inside. After making the procedure, Su Liang breathed a sigh of relief. The tissue was much softer today, and some of the lumps had disappeared. As a doctor, he was very gratified to be able to help his patients. Today, in order to get to the root of the problem, Su Liang used a lot more strength, which made Lu Yan feel very uncomfortable. After a few strokes, she couldn't help but moan and groan. It hissed. Su Liang squinted, constantly dodging. In his previous life, he lived in the countryside when he was young. His family raised cattle, and he was playful and mischievous, always vying with his grandparents to milk the cows. Looking back now, I really miss those days. As Su Liang's treatment reached its most crucial stage, Lu Yan finally couldn't bear the pain any longer and began to writhe violently, her legs trembling even under the covers. After finishing the massage, Su Liang immediately picked up the silver needles and began the next stage. A stinging sensation struck, and Lu Yan couldn't help but cry out. "Sister-in-law, please be patient, it will be over soon." "Okay, Xiao Liang, hurry, I can't hold back anymore, hurry, Xiao Liang." Lu Yan forced herself not to move, as moving around is the worst thing you can do when performing acupuncture. Even a slight deviation could result in inserting the wrong acupoint. Although her body remained still, her hands began to tremble violently, her breathing became increasingly rapid, and her forehead was covered in layers of cold sweat. Su Liang took a deep breath and forced himself to calm down. As a doctor, he takes treating patients very seriously. With a swift, precise motion, the silver needles fell one after another. The constant stinging pain became unbearable for Lu Yan. It was just too painful. She propped herself up on both legs, struggling with her hands inside the blankets, her expression one of extreme pain. At that moment, Su Liang had only one needle left. This injection is extremely important. Success or failure depends entirely on it. Su Liang took a breath and narrowed his eyes slightly. In a flash, the silver needles were precisely inserted into the acupoints. It was a success. Su Liang truly deserves to be called a divine doctor. The more critical the moment, the more composed he becomes, and he makes no mistakes whatsoever. However, the side effects of this injection are significant, causing the body's muscles to tense up. Sure enough, as soon as Su Liang withdrew his hand, Lu Yan let out a howl. Her hands and body instantly stopped moving, and the muscles in her lower abdomen suddenly contracted, causing her to lift her buttocks and straighten her whole body. Fortunately, I was lying on the bed and my legs had already supported me, otherwise I would have fallen to the ground. Su Liang was not flustered at all. The greater the side effects, the better the effect, which meant that his medical skills were superb. No one else could achieve this effect. A full dozen or so breaths passed. Su Liang saw his sister-in-law roll her eyes back and her suspended body fall down before he began to remove the needles. Finally, the root cause of the problem has been eliminated. Su Liang felt a sense of accomplishment, the sense of accomplishment that a doctor feels when healing and saving lives. Swish, swish, swish. As the silver needles were removed one by one, Lu Yan's limp body was stimulated again, and she began to twitch involuntarily, her legs trembling as if in spasm. However, she didn't cry out this time because this was a sign of muscle relaxation when the needles were removed, which is normal and not very painful. Su Liang took off the silver needles, tidied up briefly, and then hurriedly left. Judging by the time, Su Ji should be almost done with things. It's time to go find him. 15 minutes later. Lu Yan recovered and stared blankly at the empty room, wondering when Su Liang had left. She got dressed, slowly stood up, and tried to stretch. "I feel so relaxed. My whole body feels more relaxed than ever before." Su Liang's medical skills are amazing. He really cured the root of her illness. Lu Yan glanced at her sleeping baby, then turned and went back to bed. After tidying up, she took her pants, sheets, and blankets and went out the door. Meanwhile, Su Liang and Su Ji were already sitting in the carriage. The two talked about the construction team inside the car, while Su Jun sat outside driving. According to Su Ji, he did not reveal much information, only that it was Su Liang's arrangement. When the villagers heard that the boss was Su Liang, they were very enthusiastic about participating, and the number of people in the construction team was no less than the number of people in the team. Su Liang didn't care about all that and left all the personnel details to Su Ji. After the two finished talking, Su Jun, who was outside the car, finally had a chance to speak. "Hee, Xiao Liang, how's your sister-in-law's illness going?" Su Liang casually replied, "Don't worry, cousin, I've completely cured your illness. She's feeling perfectly fine now." Su Jun's face lit up with joy upon hearing this. "Thank you, Xiao Liang. Cousin, you don't need to be so polite, we're all family." Su Liang felt no guilt, because it was simply his duty as a doctor, and anyone else would have used the same treatment. Moreover, without my help, Lu Yan's health would definitely suffer in the future. Furthermore, he didn't make any unnecessary movements. Soon, the three arrived at their destination Lingari village. Like Qingchuan village, this village is located at the foot of Qingshan mountain and has existed for over 100 years. It is said that the village originally had only a few hunters, and later generations named it Linshou village. Even today, many people in the village still make a living by hunting. According to Su Ji, the Linshou village has been engaged in the breeding business since his father's generation, that is, the generation of the old patriarch of the Su family. Su Liang came here for two reasons: first, because there was a skilled brickmaker in the village, and second, to see if he could solve the problem of supplying meat to the restaurant. Chapter 71 Forest Village. As soon as the three entered the village, they attracted a lot of attention. A carriage like Su Liang's is rarely seen on ordinary days. Ha! What's going on today? One carriage just arrived, and now another one is here. Could something serious have happened? What big deal could it be? At most, they're just here to buy meat. Su Liang lifted the curtain of the car window and looked out. This village truly lived up to its reputation as a major livestock breeding village. Almost every household had a pigsty in their yard, and a few families even had cattle sheds and sheep pens. Overall, the houses are larger than those in Qingshuan village, but the air quality is slightly worse, and they get noisy when the wind blows. The carriage didn't stop and headed straight for the home of Ma Lao Er, the brickmaking master. According to Su Ji, Ma Lao Er was a few years older than him. The two had known each other since their early years. Later, when he went to the county town to make a living, he learned the craft of brickmaking. Ma Lao Er was quite talented and highly regarded. He became the manager of the brick kiln in just a few years. Until a few years ago, he decided to go it alone, and then he lost everything, even his underwear. It is said that the famine is still not over. The carriage stopped in front of a small courtyard. It had the same pigsty and house, but it was much smaller than other people's houses, and there were only 2 pigs. This showed that what Su Ji said was true. After the three entered the courtyard, Ma Lao Er, with his full head of white hair, took the initiative to come out. Su Ji is not yet 40, and Ma Lao Er is at most 45, but they look like 60-year-old men now. Ma Lao Er narrowed his eyes. Hee, it's Xiao Ji. Su Ji approached and cupped his hands in greeting. Hee, brother Ma, how have you been lately? What a big bastard, just make do with what you have. What are you going to do about dying? The three men's lips twitched. This Ma Lao Er really spoke so bluntly. Who are these 2 people? These 2 are my nephews, and this is Su Liang. He owns the Xiao Liang restaurant in the city. Su Ji then focused on introducing Su Liang. But Ma Lao Er didn't care about any of that, and just said oh. He turned to look inside the room and then said, there's nowhere to sit inside, so let's talk here. Seeing that the other party was so straightforward, Su Ji didn't beat around the bush and directly told them about opening a brick kiln. Upon hearing this, Ma Lao Er's face darkened. Su Ji, I consider you a brother, and you bring your nephew here to provoke me, don't you? And you even brought up the brick kiln with me. Brother Ma, that's not what I meant. I'm telling the truth. Ma Lao Er waved his hand. Get lost. If you have nothing else to say, then leave. Su Ji looked at Su Liang with a somewhat embarrassed expression. He hadn't expected things to turn out this way. Su Liang didn't think anything of it. Ma Lao Er was so straightforward, so it was no wonder he lost money in business. But this kind of personality was not bad either, at least it was more useful than someone who was scheming. Su Liang looked at Ma Lao Er and said, you're just facing a famine, right? As long as you help me set up a brick kiln, I'll pay back your money, and you can manage the kiln as well. Upon hearing this, Ma Lao Er frowned, then looked at Su Ji and asked, how much did your nephew drink before he came? This. Su Ji was speechless. This Ma Lao Er knew nothing about what was going on in the city. Su Liang didn't waste any words with this old geezer and directly took out 500 taels of silver notes and shoved them in front of him. Is this enough? This, 500 taels. Ma Lao Er was stunned. He had never seen such a large denomination before. He swallowed hard, and when he looked up at Su Liang again, his eyes were filled with shock. The fact that he can casually produce 500 taels of silver shows just how rich this young man is. If he doesn't come today, and I want to see 500 taels, I'll just have to wait for my son to burn it later. Are you really willing to help me pay back the money? Old Ma asked, as if to confirm. Su Liang didn't agree immediately, but instead asked, how much do you owe? Ma Lao Er counted on his fingers, then held out 5, about 50 taels left. Su Liang immediately said, I'm a man of my word. If I say I'll help you, I will never go back on my word. The conditions are still the same. Think about it. No sooner had the words left his mouth than a woman hurriedly came out of the house. "Oh, what are you waiting for? We agree, we'll work for you from now on." Ma Lao immediately became displeased and yelled at the woman, "Get out of here, you spendthrift woman, what business is it of yours?" After scolding him, he looked at Su Liang and said, "Although I, Ma Lao have never been to school, I have my own principles. I can help you set up a brick kiln, but I will definitely pay you back. Just deduct it from my wages." "Okay. I appreciate your principles, so it's a deal." Su Liang was pleasantly surprised. What a good employee. He and Ma Lao got along so well, they had the same ideas. He thought that Ma Lao was just showing off by taking out money, but that was exactly what he was thinking. The woman sighed upon seeing this. Ma Lao was stubborn all his life and never took advantage of anyone. Although he was a good person, he had a hard life. Fortunately, he agreed, and over the years he has paid back an unknown amount of interest alone. As for the remaining money, his relatives and friends would come to ask for it every few days, and his family was almost driven crazy with worry. After chatting for a while, Su Liang steered the conversation to pork. He inquired about the pork supply from Ma Lao. "The pigs in our village are all sold according to the village chief's arrangements. If you want a long-term supply, you'll have to talk to him about it," Ma Lao said. Su Liang nodded upon hearing this. Each family raises their own animals separately and then sells them collectively. This is indeed much better than each family fighting their own battles. Ma Lao then talked about the village's livestock breeding situation, and Su Liang and the other two said goodbye and went to the village chief's house. On the way, Su Liang observed carefully again and found that, just as Ma Lao had said, almost every household raised pigs, but only a few cattle and sheep. According to him, some of these cattle and sheep were local, while the rest came from Bingzhou and Yuzhou in the north. These two states were inhabited by many nomadic peoples and had abundant grasslands, making them major cattle and sheep producing areas. It was precisely for this reason that cattle from Daxia could be sold. However, the cost of caravan transportation was very high, so most of them were left behind to be raised and bred. In fact, this applies not only to Hayashi village, but also to cattle and sheep raised in other places. However, since cattle were the main livestock for plowing, the government strictly controlled their sale, and only those with permission were allowed to sell them. Su Liang's restaurant buys more pork than beef and mutton. If we were to categorize the livestock of the Great Xia dynasty according to their rarity, the horse would be the most prominent. As an important means of transportation and military supplies, horses are absolutely not allowed to be used as food. Similarly, the same applies to donkeys and mules because their numbers are too small. Secondly, there are cattle, sheep, geese, chickens, ducks, and pigs. While chickens, ducks, and geese are not as precious as cattle and sheep, they are not raised on a large scale at all. Ordinary people raise them for eggs, and they will only kill them for consumption on important holidays, banquets, or sacrificial rites. Therefore, these poultry rarely appeared on the dinner table. Chicken and duck were delicacies for ordinary people, and geese were only affordable to some landlords and rich people. If Su Liang can do a good job in hatching and breeding, he will definitely make a fortune. When the three arrived at the village chief's house, they found a horse-drawn carriage parked in front of the door. Su Liang recalled what the villagers had said when he first entered the village, and a possibility immediately came to mind. That means the carriage likely belongs to the Huang family. Huang Wenhao, anticipating that he would be out looking for goods, sent people to monopolize the market in advance. Su Liang's guess was correct. After arriving at the hall, he immediately recognized the person as the one who had been with Huang Wenhao at Yingchun restaurant that day. Chapter 72 Cooperation Achieved. Lu San was taken aback when he saw that the person who came was Su Liang. Huang Wenhao was captured by Xing Feng yesterday, and it took a lot of money to settle the matter. After his release, he immediately arranged a plan targeting the restaurant. Arranging for him to come to this village was also to prevent Su Liang from finding the source of goods, but I didn't expect this guy to act so quickly. "Brother Lu," Suji said, cupping his hands in greeting. Lu Dakuan laughed and said, "Brother Su is here, please have a seat." After the three of them sat down, Sushi took the initiative to introduce Su Liang. Lu Dakuan looked at Su Liang with a surprised expression. He had heard of Xiao Liang restaurant, but he didn't expect that the owner was Su Ji's nephew. He, you must be Manager Liang, I've heard so much about you." Su Liang cupped his hands in greeting and stated his purpose directly, "Uncle Lu, you are too kind. I am here today to cooperate with you and supply meat to my restaurant." Upon hearing this, before Lu Dakuan could speak, Lu San said, Manager Su, I'm sorry, I just finished talking with Village Chief Lu, and the meat from Linshou village has already been bought by my Huang family. Su Liang frowned slightly and looked at Lu Dakuan, who thought for a moment and said, I did reach a verbal agreement with Brother Lu. A verbal agreement? Upon hearing this, everyone present understood what Lu Dakuan meant. The matter was still negotiable, and it depended on who offered the highest price. Uncle Lu, how much do you want to sell this meat for? Su Liang asked. Lu Dakuan smiled slightly. Su Liang came at the right time. As long as he wanted to do this business, the price would definitely be able to be raised even higher. What I agreed with Brother Lu was that the livestock would be sold whole, pigs at 20 won per gene, sheep at 38 won per gene, and cattle at 28 won per gene. The average prices for pork, beef, and mutton are 50 won gene, 100 won gene, and 200 won gene, respectively. However, the meat produced by these three types of livestock is not high. The other parts, such as the head, hooves, and tail, are not expensive, generally ranging from 10 to 20 coins. Except for the heart and stomach, which are more expensive, the other offal is practically worthless. Su Liang roughly calculated that the sellable portions of pigs, sheep, and cattle, after removing bones and hair, accounted for approximately 70%, 60%, and 50%, respectively. Based on a weight of 250 gene for each pig, 70 gene for each sheep, and 500 gene for each cow, the value of each of the three types of livestock is approximately 6 liang, 4 liang, and 16 liang respectively, depending on their location and weight. Therefore, if the whole animal were sold, Lu San's price would not be low. This price does not include the shop's costs, as well as slaughtering, taxes, and losses, so it would basically not be profitable. However, Su Liang could accept this price, and could even offer higher. After all, every part of the body is an ingredient to him, and offal can also become a delicacy and sell for a good price in his hands. Lu San had no complaints about Lu Dakuan's behavior. Verbal agreements were indeed not valid, and most importantly, Su Liang only had a small restaurant and couldn't possibly eat that much. Manager Su, forgive my bluntness, but you run a restaurant, so you only need some meat at most. I'm talking to Village Chief Lu about a butcher shop deal, the scale of which is incomparable. Lu Dakuan was somewhat disappointed. Lu San was right, Su Liang was just a restaurant owner, how could he possibly eat so much meat? Su Liang didn't need to explain anything to Lu San. If there was no shop, he would just open one. He looked at Lu Dakuan and said, Uncle Lu, I'll take this business, and I'll charge 2 coins more per catty for all 3 types of livestock. 2 coins more. Upon hearing this number, not only Lu Dakuan but also Lu San were stunned. 2 coins may not sound like much, but that's 2 coins per pound. Lu San had calculated it carefully. In reality, the profit wasn't much. How much meat could the entire Ping'an County sell in a day? In his opinion, Huang Wenhao was only trying to get rid of Su Liang, and as long as he could ensure that he didn't lose money, that was fine. Are you sure it's 2 coins more per pound, and not the whole head? Lu Dakuan asked excitedly, as if confirming. Certainly. Lu Dakuan still couldn't believe it. He quickly calculated in his mind that after deducting some costs, the profit was almost as much as if he had opened his own shop and sold the goods. Can Su Liang still make money? The thought crossed Lu Dakuan's mind, but it quickly vanished. He didn't care whether he made money or not as long as the village made money, that was fine. Okay, then, Just as Lu Dakuan was about to agree, he remembered Lu San. He took a deep breath and looked at Lu San, saying, I wonder if Brother Lu is willing to raise the price? Lu San's lips twitched. Raise the price? What kind of price increase is that? Although Huang Wenhao entrusted the matter to him, what if he loses money after the negotiation? Lu San snorted coldly, since Manager Su is so sincere, then I'll give you this business. Although he said that, Lu San was secretly sneering, thinking, I'll make you lose everything, you bastard. Alright. Then I'll do this business with Manager Su. Soon, Su Liang and Lu Dakuan signed and sealed the agreement. Seeing Su Liang press his fingerprint, Lu San took his leave. He needed to report this matter to Huang Wenhao. It was all thanks to him that Su Liang was able to sign a losing deal. Next, Su Liang discussed the details with Lu Dakuan. The village's largest animal is naturally the pig, with over 200 mature pigs available for sale. Moreover, the next batch is also approaching maturity, meaning the village has achieved a cyclical production cycle. According to the agreement, Su Liang is required to buy 3 pigs from the village every day, with no fixed requirement for cattle and sheep if the quantity is small. According to Lu Dakuan, more and more people in Ping'an County are raising pigs in recent years, but the poor can't afford them, the rich can only afford a limited number, and ordinary families don't eat meat every day, so there is a certain pressure to sell them. Therefore, Lu Dakuan did not cheat Su Liang, and the agreement was only signed for 6 months. But 3 pigs a day is no big deal for Su Liang. He has already planned that after the butcher shop opens, he will launch a series of cooked food products. At that time, he will not only be able to sell the cheap cuts at a higher price, but also allow more people to eat meat. It is a win-win situation. Uncle Lu, do you know if there are any good butchers in the village? Su Liang asked. Yes, in our village, almost every household that raises pigs will slaughter them. Don't worry, Manager Su, we will slaughter the pigs before delivering them to the butcher shop, ensuring that you won't be shortchanged. Su Liang nodded, that's not necessary. I just want to find a few skilled workers to serve as permanent employees in the butcher shop. I wonder if Uncle Lu has any recommendations? A permanent butcher for the butcher shop? That's great news. Lu Dakuan immediately agreed, yes, there are many skilled butchers in the village. How many do you need, Manager Su? Su Liang thought for a moment and said, we need at least 5 people. I can also take in any other staff who want to learn cooking. Let's make it 10 people in total. Of course, it would be best if all of them knew how to butcher. Lu Dakuan was taken aback. 10 people. And they could even learn cooking skills. He knew Su Liang's culinary expertise. These 10 people not only have regular jobs to do, but they also have skills to learn. This is a great thing. Don't worry, Manager Su, leave this to me. I'll find you some smart and reliable people. Then thank you very much, Uncle Lu. Su Liang handed over 500 taels of silver to Lu Dakuan. Each pig cost about 5 taels, and this money was enough to last him a month. Lu Dakuan took the money, feeling extremely excited and even somewhat incredulous. Whoever pays up front. In the past, when the village sold meat to those butcher shops, they would deliver the meat first and then pay, and getting the money back was a real pain. Now, Su Liang has actually paid the money first. This is unheard of. He's so incredibly considerate. After spending such a short time together, Lu Dakuan had completely accepted Su Liang. Since Manager Su is so sincere, then I, Lu Dakuan, hereby guarantee you that from now on our village will only cooperate with Manager Su. Even if others raise the price, it won't work. Moreover, Manager Su can raise any needs you may have. Okay, then I wish us a pleasant cooperation. Okay, it's a pleasure doing business with you. Su Liang stood up and shook hands with Lu Dakuan. Just as Su Liang was about to take his leave, anxious shouts came from outside the gate. Village Chief. Something terrible has happened. Xiaofei has been trapped in the mountains by a giant insect. Chapter 73 Rescue. As soon as the words were spoken, the group rushed into the courtyard, panting. Su Liang looked up and saw that there were 6 people in total, all dressed as hunters, but they all looked like teenagers of 17 or 18 years old. The 6 men were carrying spears and lassos, and 2 of them were also carrying bows and arrows. The weapons were crudely made, and their exposed skin was rough, which was obviously due to years of hunting. Village Chief, Xiaofei has been trapped in the mountains by a giant insect. As the group entered the hall, one of them repeated urgently. What? What did you say? Lu Dakuan's eyes widened. He had thought he had misheard before, but now that he heard those words again, his mind went blank. The speaker quickly replied, we were hunting in the mountains when we encountered a large insect. Xiaofei went to distract it so we could escape, and then the insect chased after him. Before the man could finish speaking, Lu Dakuan's vision went black, and he suddenly fainted. Several people quickly helped him up. Village Chief, what's wrong with you? Village Chief, don't scare us. None of them had ever seen such a scene before, and they were instantly at a loss. Su Liang immediately shouted, quickly pinch his philtrum. The men didn't care who the man was. One of them immediately reached out and grabbed Lu Dakuan's groin. Su Liang paused upon seeing this, his eyes widening in disbelief. You call this a philtrum? This isn't working either, the man said, increasing the pressure in his hand. Give it a little more strength. Twist it. Before Su Liang could stop him, he saw the kid's hand turn more than 90 degrees. Lu Dakuan rolled his eyes, took a deep breath, and woke up. Great! The village chief is awake. This philtrum really works. Su Liang felt a chill run down his spine, and he began to doubt whether the medical skills in his mind were real. My son. Wa'ada. Lu Dakuan felt that waking up was worse than being dead. If the tiger caught up with him, there was no chance of survival. Village chief, don't cry. When we came back, we heard Xiaofei shouting. He said he climbed a tree and asked us to come back for help. Yes, village chief, you must quickly organize people to rescue Xiaofei. Upon hearing this, Lu Dakuan immediately stood up. There was still hope for his son, which made him feel like he was 20 years old again, and his whole body was full of strength. Without wasting words, he immediately grabbed his tools and led the group out the door. Should we go and help out too? Suji asked. Su Liang thought about it for a moment, then followed. After all, we've just started working together, and it wouldn't be good to leave now. Besides, he can provide timely medical assistance should anyone get injured. Lu Dakuan quickly gathered dozens of people and went into the mountains, most of whom were veteran hunters, while Su Liang and his two companions followed behind. On the way back, the people who returned told us that they had only been hunting on the outskirts and had not gone deep into the mountains and forests. The tiger had come out on its own. Some veteran hunters say that there are indeed large insects in these green mountains, but they usually stay deep in the forest and rarely come to the outskirts. It is extremely rare for them to appear near the village. Su Liang listened silently from the back. He had only ever seen tigers in zoos, and they were all very lazy. These wild ones must be very fierce, right? Soon, the group arrived at the spot where the others had encountered the tiger earlier. Lu Dakuan raised his hand to signal everyone to get ready, and the group immediately gripped their weapons tightly, their expressions becoming serious. Although most of these people had hunting experience, they still dared not be careless when facing a ferocious beast like a tiger. Su Liang also silently took out his pistol, just in case of any unexpected situation. His mindset differed from the others. He was more excited. After traveling a distance in one direction, the group finally saw the tiger and Lu Xiaofei, who was curled up in a tree. Su Liang was somewhat astonished. That tiger was as strong as an ox. If its huge paws were to strike a person, they would probably crush them instantly. At the same time, he also admired Lu Xiaofei to some extent. He was able to climb such a tall tree with his bare hands, and it had been almost half an hour back and forth. He had been clinging to that small branch for so long, which showed that his skills and physical strength were beyond the reach of ordinary people. Xiaofei, hold on, Daddy's coming to save you. Lu Dakuan verbally encouraged his son, but he did not act rashly. He also had hunting experience and knew that rushing in would be suicide and could also endanger others. He raised his hand, and the crowd orderly moved to the side behind a tree. Along the way, the group devised a plan. The best way to deal with the giant insect was to drive it away by banging on trees and shouting loudly to create a commotion and scare it off. The hunt is too difficult, and even if the giant worm is successfully hunted after it goes berserk, it will come at a terrible cost. Given the current equipment of the group, they will basically be wiped out. Once everyone was in position, Lu Dakuan gave the order, and the crowd began to shout wildly, striking the tree trunks with their spears and clubs. For a moment, the noise was deafening, as if it could penetrate the entire mountain forest. Su Liang, standing in the crowd, was so shocked that his eardrums were trembling. These men shouted as loudly as the women, and more importantly, their momentum was very strong. Su Liang looked around, momentarily dazed. Infected by the atmosphere, he also had the urge to shout, as if there was something worth celebrating. Awa bang bang bang. The crowd seemed to be football fans, cheering enthusiastically for the Chinese national team's successful defense against the Syrian youth team's attack. The tiger, like the opposing team's goalkeeper, watched everything with indifferent eyes, unmoved and even somewhat bored. That's not right. Why isn't this tiger afraid at all? It shouldn't be like this. Everyone realized something was wrong. This didn't make sense. Generally speaking, such a loud noise would make even a wild beast feel uneasy, confused, or even frightened, causing it to flee the scene. Quickly, light the torches. Someone shouted, and the men carrying torches didn't hesitate, immediately taking out tinder boxes and lighting the torches. Upon seeing the firelight, the tiger finally took a few steps back, but at the same time it bared its fangs and its expression turned fierce, as if it might charge at any moment. Everyone was sweating bullets at the sight. This giant worm could not be dealt with in the usual way. If it really charged over, none of them would survive. Lu Dakuan naturally noticed this as well. His expression was extremely painful. His son was right in front of him, but he was powerless to help him, and he couldn't let the villagers stay and die. He gritted his teeth and shouted, "Stay together and don't break apart. Keep shouting and slowly back away." Without dissenting voices, no one can do anything in the face of such danger. A dozen or so breaths later, the group managed to distance themselves from the tiger. Instead of attacking, the tiger returned to the tree and remained guarding Lu Xiaofei. The tree trunk was very thick. A tiger could usually climb it, but this one was too big, and Lu Xiaofei had climbed very high, so it was taking its time. Su Liang also retreated with the crowd, but he was puzzled as to why the tiger liked to stare at Lu Xiaofei. Generally speaking, when a tiger sets its sights on prey, it's usually to hunt for food, but it won't just pick one and hold on to it. And judging from its appearance, it wasn't hungry, otherwise it would have left long ago. Could it be that Lu Xiaofei has some special scent on him? Seeing Lu Dakuan's extremely pained expression, several villagers couldn't bear it and spoke up one after another. Village chief, why don't we try one more time? Yes, village chief, if we raise our voices even louder this time, we're sure to scare that tiger away. Lu Dakuan took a deep breath and waved his hand. It's no use. Going there again will probably only anger that tiger. But village chief, we can't just stand by and watch Xiaofei like this. Alright. Stop talking. It's not safe here, everyone back up. Su Liang was also moved by Lu Dakuan's sense of the bigger picture. His son's life was in danger, yet he was able to remain rational for the safety of the villagers. Not everyone can do that. He approached Lu Dakuan and was about to share his thoughts when the sound of a tree branch breaking and Lu Xiaofei's painful cries rang out in the distance. Xiaofei. Upon hearing the sound, Lu Dakuan could no longer control himself and rushed out without thinking. Chapter 74. Manager Su is here to cooperate with us. Village chief. Don't be impulsive. Several villagers shouted and rushed out as well. Su Liang had already set off before these people. He was incredibly fast before Su Ji and Su Jun could even react. Su Liang had already blocked Lu Dakuan's path. The villagers stared in astonishment, their eyes wide. How could this person be so fast? He was like a cheetah. Uncle Lu, calm down, it won't help you if you go now. Su Liang grabbed Lu Dakuan's shoulder with one hand, and the latter tried to break free, but found that he couldn't. Manager Su, don't stop me. I need to save my son. Su Liang didn't say anything more, but looked at Lu Xiaofei hanging on the tree branch and shouted, Lu Xiaofei, can you still climb up the tree branch? Lu Xiaofei, whose body was hanging from a tree branch, looked up when he heard Su Liang's shout, then gritted his teeth and shouted, I can. After saying that, he twisted his body and strained towards the tree trunk. With a click. The branch hanging on him snapped with a crack, but he managed to grab the trunk with his hands without serious injury. He then stepped onto another branch, swaying several times before gradually regaining his balance. The entire sequence of actions was completed in just a few seconds, but for Lu Dakuan it felt like an eternity. From the moment Lu Xiaofei uttered that word, his heart had been in his throat. He only breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that his son was temporarily all right. His body could no longer support him, and he collapsed to the ground. At this moment, Su Liang ignored Lu Dakuan and turned to the villagers, shouting, Everyone, come here. None of the people recognized Su Liang, but they knew that he was acquainted with the village chief and had just saved him, so they didn't say anything and just walked over. Seeing that everyone had arrived, Su Liang began to make arrangements. Everyone, I have an idea to save Lu Xiaofei, but I need your cooperation. Listen to my instructions later, and then we will use sound to drive away the tiger as before. Everyone frowned upon hearing this. Using the same method as before? What's the point then? Will this work? Yeah, why don't we just fight that worm? Forget about fighting, how are we supposed to win? Ignoring the whispers of the crowd, Su Liang shouted directly at Lu Xiaofei, listen to me now, take off your clothes and throw them on the ground. Taking off your clothes and throwing them on the ground? What kind of operation is that? Not only Lu Xiaofei, but everyone behind him was also stunned. Seeing that Lu Xiaofei hadn't arrived yet, Su Liang continued, I suspect that the big bug targeted you because you have some kind of scent on you, so you can give it a try. This. Everyone suddenly realized that this explanation made sense. As hunters, they naturally knew that wild animals were sensitive to smells, and the insect's unusual reaction was likely due to this reason. Everyone unconsciously turned their gaze to Su Liang, all becoming curious about the person in front of them. Lu Xiaofei immediately understood Su Liang's meaning. Without saying a word, he leaned against the tree trunk and carefully took off his clothes and pants, throwing them on the ground. As the clothes fluttered down, everyone's gaze fell upon them. Soon enough, the tiger went straight for the clothes, sniffing them repeatedly as if confirming their presence. At that moment, everyone's heart was in their throats, and they didn't even dare to breathe. Whether the person can be rescued depends on the reaction of this giant insect. Finally, after sniffing for a while, the tiger picked up the clothes. However, the group did not relax, because it had not left yet and was still looking up at Lu Xiaofei, seemingly somewhat confused. At this moment, Su Liang shouted, Everyone, make a noise to scare it away. Without hesitation, the group shouted and banged on the trees as before, and they lit the torches again. Awa bang bang bang. The scene from before repeated itself, but this time, the tiger did not act as before. It carried clothes in its mouth, its gaze shifting back and forth between Lu Xiaofei and the others, before finally retreating slowly and disappearing into the woods. The group only stopped several dozen breaths after the tiger's figure had disappeared. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief, and Lu Xiaofei used his last bit of strength to get back to the ground. Several people quickly stepped forward to help him up, without lingering, as everyone was afraid that the tiger would return. Only after they left the mountains did everyone breathe a sigh of relief. Lu Dakuan released his son, turned around and grabbed Su Liang's hand. "Manager Su, thank you so much. You are my son's savior. If it weren't for you, my son probably wouldn't be back today." Lu Dakuan was crying with snot streaming down his face, and he pulled Lu Xiaofei over, saying, "Xiaofei, quickly kowtow to your benefactor." Lu Xiaofei was a straightforward person, and without saying a word, he knelt down. Su Liang quickly stopped him. "No need, this is all thanks to everyone. I just happened to think of that possibility. It was purely by chance." "No. Then you are also my benefactor." Lu Xiaofei bowed to Su Liang and said, "Thank you, my benefactor. I, Lu Xiaofei, will never refuse any request you may give me in the future." Su Liang nodded. Since the other party insisted on expressing gratitude, he would accept it. Having another skilled underling was not bad. On the way, Lu Xiaofei recounted what had happened. He had indeed encountered several wolves attacking a tiger cub the day before. He had intended to try to shoot one of them, but he missed and the wolves ran away. When Lu Xiaofei went to check, he was covered in the blood and scent of the tiger cub's remains. Su Liang nodded upon hearing this. As far as he knew, tigers did not have the behavior or mindset of seeking revenge. Perhaps they had tracked Lu Xiaofei here, discovered that Lu Xiaofei had the scent of tiger cubs, and thus became confused and curious, which led to today's incident. I never expected it to be true. No wonder that tiger was behaving so strangely. Why didn't I think about the smell at the time? We really have to thank this young man. As the crowd discussed the matter, the topic shifted to Su Liang. At this moment, someone asked, "May I ask your name, young brother? You saved Xiaofei, which is a great kindness to our village." "Yes, young man, please don't hesitate to ask if you need any help in the future." Before Su Liang could answer, Lu Dakuan chuckled and said, "You guys know Xiao Liang's restaurant, right? Xiao Liang Restaurant, does that sound familiar?" "I know. It's located in Ping'an County, and I've heard the food there is exceptionally delicious." "Yes, that's right. I heard many people say the same thing when I went to the city last time." Lu Dakuan pointed to Su Liang. "This is Su Liang, the owner at Xiao Liang Restaurant. He's the one who made those dishes." "What? Is he the owner of Xiao Liang Restaurant?" Everyone turned their attention to Su Liang, and those who knew him were all shocked. Who would have thought that the genius chef was so young, and that he was standing right in front of him? At this moment, someone asked, "Why has Manager Su come to our village today?" Lu Dakuan laughed heartily. "Manager Su is here to cooperate with us." Chapter 75. I Choose My Aunt. Cooperate? Everyone looked at Lu Dakuan with puzzled expressions. "Village chief, what kind of cooperation is it?" "Of course we'll buy meat." "Think about it, Manager Su owns a restaurant." "Yeah, that's right." Having guessed that Su Liang was buying meat, everyone started speculating about how much he would buy. Xiao Liang's restaurant is so popular, I bet they're feeding a pig every 2 days. Impossible. No matter how popular it is, you can't eat one every 2 days. Then how much do you want? I guess it's one head every 4 days, but since the village chief said it's a partnership, it must be a long-term deal, am I right, village chief? Lu Dakuan looked at the person who asked the question with a mysterious smile, without saying whether it was right or wrong. Everyone could tell from his expression that something was amiss. "Hey village chief, just tell us already, stop keeping us in suspense." "Yes, village chief, how much exactly?" Lu Dakuan's lips curled into a smile as he held up 3 fingers, 3 heads every day. And for 6 months straight. What? As soon as these words were spoken, someone exclaimed in surprise. 3 heads a day, and for 6 consecutive months, that's a lot. Before, at their peak, they could only sell 2 heads a day, and that wasn't even consecutive. Is the village chief real or fake? Yes, village chief, can that restaurant sell that much in a day? You're not kidding us, village chief. Everyone was very excited. Everyone hoped it was true, because selling pigs in the village required queuing, and there was a clear order of when it would be each family's turn. Those at the back of the queue hadn't seen any money for a long time, so it was impossible not to be anxious. Lu Dakuan gestured for him to stop, and then slowly explained his cooperation with Su Liang. The crowd fell silent after hearing this, as if they hadn't quite grasped what was happening yet. 3 pigs a day for 6 months straight, and the purchase price is still so high. Plus, they select 10 workers from the village and take on apprentices to teach cooking skills. There are just too many good things to do. The most shocked person was Ma Lao. He had just agreed to Su Liang's brick kiln business, and now the other party wanted to start a butcher shop business. Just how big was he planning to go? However, it is indeed a good thing, but what about the money? At this moment, someone glanced at Su Liang, then looked at Lu Dakuan, and said somewhat awkwardly, "Village chief, is the money accurate?" As soon as this person asked the question, the others also turned their attention to Su Liang and Lu Dakuan. The purpose of doing business is to make money, so even if Su Liang is present, you still have to ask the questions you should ask. Lu Dakuan curled his lip, somewhat dissatisfied with the crowd. Do you think Manager Su would be short of our money? Having said that, he immediately pulled out a 500 tael silver note from his pocket. Look, Manager Su has prepaid 500 taels. No one doubted that the banknote was fake. Even if they didn't believe Su Liang, they believed Lu Dakuan. 500 taels were prepaid, my goodness. Manager Su trusts our village way too much. Manager Su is so generous. Yes, Manager Su is very generous. The expressions on everyone's faces were even brighter than chrysanthemums, and they all cheered for Su Liang. Lu Xiaofei also carefully examined Su Liang. This benefactor was not only quick-witted but also very upright. He was very gratified that he had been saved by such a person. Once the crowd stopped shouting, Ma Lao immediately came to Su Liang's side. Boss, could you give me 2 of your 10 apprenticeship spots in the butcher shop? I want my 2 sons to go. Don't worry, boss, they're very quick and efficient. The employer? What is the relationship between the two? Why is he called boss? What did Su Liang ask Ma Lao to do? Upon hearing Ma Lao address Su Liang in that way, everyone was immediately filled with various speculations. Su Liang nodded. It didn't matter to him who went, a younger person would be better. Okay, no problem. Ma Lao's face lit up with joy, and he immediately called his 2 sons over. Boss, these are my 2 sons, De Zhuang and Er Zhuang. After saying that, he looked at his 2 sons and said, hurry up and call him master. Su Liang glanced at them and recognized them as the 2 who had returned earlier seeking help. Boss, De Zhuang obediently called out. But Er Zhuang said, Dad, I don't want to learn cooking, I want to be a hunter. Snap. Ma Lao went up and slapped him hard across the face. Say it again. I want to be a hunter. Snap. Ma Lao slapped him again. I'll be a hunter. You can kill me, but I'll be one. Su Liang quickly stopped Ma Lao, who was about to make another move. Forget it, this can't be forced. Boss, don't stop me. I'm going to beat this kid to death. Ma Lao was so angry he felt like his lungs were about to explode. He had finally swallowed his pride and gained some advantage, but this foolish son didn't understand his father's good intentions at all. He spent hundreds of taels of silver in one go. How could he not do well if he followed Su Liang? But master, this. Before Ma Lao could say anything more, several other villagers stepped forward. Alright, Ma Lao, Manager Su already said that this matter cannot be forced. That's right, there are only 10 spots available, and you've already taken one. What more do you want? Manager Su, please take my son in as well. Me too. Manager Su, may I send my daughter instead? Seeing that more and more people were registering their children, Su Liang quickly said, Everyone, I have handed this matter over to Village Chief Lu. You can ask him to make the arrangements later. After everyone returned to the village, Su Liang wanted to take his leave, but Lu Dakuan insisted on hosting a banquet, so the 3 of them had no choice but to stay. Zuixi Anglu. Upon returning, Lu San immediately reported the events in Linshou village to Huang Wenhao. Instead of the praise and reward he had expected, Huang Wenhao's face grew even more gloomy. Lu San stood to the side, trembling, not knowing what he had done wrong. Don't worry, boss, Su Liang will definitely lose money. Lu San emphasized again with certainty. Huang Wenhao, however, flew into a rage and shouted, Get out! Get out! Yes! After Lu San slipped out the door, Huang Wenhao slammed his fist on the table in anger. He sent many people to various villages at the same time, not only to restrict Su Liang, but also to monopolize and control the meat in the entire Pingyang County. But this Lu San, in his own cleverness, ruined his own plans. In terms of the number of animals raised, Lin Shou village was the largest village. Just then, a waiter rushed to the door. "Young master, Chef Tang has already developed all the recipes." Huang Wenhao immediately stood up, a look of joy on his face, and followed the waiter to the kitchen. Tang Niu kept tasting the various dishes on the table, his brows furrowed, smacking his lips and shaking his head, clearly not quite satisfied. Upon seeing Huang Wenhao enter, Tang Niu hurriedly said, "Young master Huang, all the dishes have been cooked. Please have a taste." Huang Wenhao nodded, picked up his chopsticks, and began to taste each item. Judging from his expression, he was at most satisfied, but it didn't meet his expectations. Tang Niu explained, "With the current ingredients, this is already the best we can achieve. Substitutes can never compare to the raw materials." The other chefs chimed in, saying that it was only because of Tang Niu that they could make it, they simply couldn't. Huang Wenhao put down his chopsticks and nodded. Although the taste was not as good as Xiaoliang restaurant, it was much better than Zuixianglu. With the added reputation of Zuixianglu and the use of some promotional offers, its popularity is sure to be high. "Has the milk tea been researched yet?" Huang Wenhao asked. Tang Niu smiled confidently, scooped a bowl from the pot behind him, and handed it out. "Young master Huang, you'll know once you try it." Huang Wenhao could tell from the other person's expression that there was definitely nothing wrong with the milk tea. He took a small sip and was immediately pleasantly surprised, then drank the rest of the milk tea in one gulp. He had tried Su Liang's milk tea, and it was indeed delicious, but Tang Niu's taste and texture were superior. He had already sent people to dig the cellar. Although there was no ice, constantly using fresh cold water to cool it down would have a cooling effect. Huang Wenhao didn't ask how he did it for him, making money was the top priority. In reality, Tang Niu used honey in better tea, making his cost several times higher than Su Liang's. After the meal, Su Liang and his two companions went to several more villages and found some skilled people who could make bricks, cut timber, and build houses. By the time they returned to Qingshuan village, it was already dark. "Xiao Liang, don't go back today. Come to my house, have your sister-in-law cook some dishes, and we'll have a drink," Su Jun said warmly. Su Ji, however, said, "You two should come to my house for dinner today. Your aunt's cooking is really good." Su Liang looked at the two women, wondering which one he should choose, his sister-in-law or his aunt. After hesitating for a moment, he decided to go to Su Ji's house. Getting too close to his sister-in-law was not a good idea. Sooner or later, something bad would happen. "My aunt is much better off, after all, they're from different generations. I choose auntie. Let's go try Annie's cooking." Chapter 76. Both people and chickens have to do the work. The restaurant is on the third floor. Li Shuyao listened to her younger sister talk about what happened at school during the day. She seemed somewhat absent-minded, frequently standing up and going to the window, her gaze constantly sweeping across the street. Since the day he married Chen Shishir, Su Lianka has never come back to live here. Li Shuyao regretted it a little. She shouldn't have let Shudong drive Su Liang away that day, and she shouldn't have believed Chen Shishir's nonsense. All the talk about forced marriage is fake. She had already asked Chen Xiaofeng privately, and Chen Shishir originally wanted to marry Su Liang. It was actually her father, Chen Dalai, who forced Su Liang to marry her. Li Shuyao felt that she had been completely tricked by Chen Shishir. Don't be fooled by her petite figure, she's full of tricks. What's most hateful is that she actually seduced Su Liang into doing that in broad daylight. Moreover, she saw in Niaowei today. The other woman got off Ernia's mule cart, and Li Shuyao immediately noticed that her way of walking was wrong, because she had also had that experience. Not only that, she also lost her voice, just like Chen Shishir, and it was even worse. She never imagined that Niaowei, who looked so respectable, would seduce Su Liang and even secretly go back to the village to do it. It was so shameful. Su Liang said that she was the rightful mistress of the house, so why should those younger servants be so disobedient? Li Shuyao grew angrier the more she thought about it, and her little fists clenched until they turned white without her realizing it. Chen Shishir's room. Su Yimin and Zhao Tingju were staying at her place tonight. She's gotten along well with the two of them these past few days, and she's also noticed that Zhao Tingju has feelings for Su Liang. She originally wanted to get along well with the Li Shuyao sisters, but unfortunately her younger brother was too stupid and actually told the truth. And Miaowei didn't move in, so she had to find a new ally, otherwise she wouldn't be able to survive in this house. Logically speaking, women are not allowed to stay overnight outside, but when Su Hu heard that his nephew was not at home and was going to keep his sister-in-law company, he immediately agreed, since there was nothing wrong with visiting relatives and keeping his sister-in-law company. Furthermore, Su Yiman was instructed to tell Su Liang to come to the mansion upon his return, as there was something important to discuss. Hee, sister-in-law, since we're staying here with you, why don't you tell us about what happened between you and your cousin that day? Su Yiman's face was full of gossip. Chen Shishir blushed a little as she recalled that day's experience, but seeing that Zhao Tingzhu seemed to want to hear it too, she gritted her teeth and began to recount the story. What? We're really in the water? Su Yiman exclaimed in surprise. Startled, Chen Shishir quickly covered her mouth and looked towards the door. Shoo. Keep your voice down. Su Yiman also turned around and glanced back. Oh, okay. She lowered her voice and continued, won't the water get in? She was filled with curiosity, but Zhao Tingzhu gritted her teeth, feeling ashamed that she was listening to such things, yet deep down she still wanted to hear it. And she could even picture it in her mind. Chen Shishir shook her head. Actually, I don't know either, my husband is too fierce. Su Yiman's eyes widened in surprise. Her cousin was indeed even more fierce than the characters in the storybooks. My cousin, how tall is he? Chen Shishir felt she had been very bold, but she didn't expect Su Yiman to be even more audacious than herself, asking such a question. She thought for a moment, then stretched out her slender arm. Zhao Tingzhu frowned, wondering what Chen Shishir meant, but Su Yiman immediately covered her wide-open mouth, her eyes almost popping out. My cousin is not only fiercer than the characters in the picture books, he's practically an animal. Su Yiman swallowed hard, looking Chen Shishir up and down. She hadn't expected her sister-in-law to be so resilient. Then, where can it go? Chen Shishir remained silent, and placed her hand on her lower abdomen to measure it. This time, Zhao Tingzhu's mouth dropped open. Su Liang was unaware of what was happening at home at that moment. He was enjoying drinks with Su Ji and Su Jun. This auntie is really good at cooking. Moreover, Su Liangkai had a good look at her today. Her appearance and figure were above average. In her 30s, she had a unique charm compared to his own wives. She was a typical young married woman. Xiao Liang, don't just drink, eat more vegetables. Fang Ru said, putting a piece of meat on Su Liang's plate. She had personally witnessed the Su family's courtyard full of dead bodies, so she had always been afraid of Su Liang. Recently, her husband had been working for Su Liang and his prestige in the village had been rising, so she had come to realize the reality that such a ruthless person could only be approached. Thank you, auntie. The three clinked glasses a few more times, and Fang Ru finally found an opportunity to ask, Xiao Liang, how many wives do you have now? Su Liang's expression froze slightly, and he held up 4 fingers. 4? Su Ji and Su Jun were both somewhat surprised. Logically, there should be 3. Everyone in the village had been delivering goods and had come to know that Su Liang treated the little child as a younger sister. That meant that Su Liang had another wife in the city, which they did not know. Fang Ru wasn't surprised. She had long noticed that Su Liang was quite lewd, his eyes constantly glancing at her chest. If this happened to anyone else, it would be considered disrespectful to their elders, but who told him to be so ruthless? Let him watch. Fang Ru puffed out her chest and said, Xiao Liang is such a talented young man, for wives are really too few. My aunt has an unmarried niece who is now of marriageable age. Although she is not extremely beautiful, she is dignified and proper. How about I act as matchmaker and help you find a husband? Wow, there's an unexpected bonus from a meal. Su Liang straightened his back and coughed lightly. Thank you for your kindness, aunt, but Su Liang, cannot marry a wife just by being introduced by a matchmaker. I must see her in person. Fang Ru chuckled. Of course, I'll take her to see you in the next few days. Su Liang neither agreed nor refused. It didn't matter what others said about his looks, he had to see him in person. After a few rounds of drinks, Su Liang and Su Jun took their leave. Xiao Liang, did you not have enough to drink? Let's have some more at my place, and you can stay at my house tonight. Su Liang's lips twitched, thinking to himself, are you really not afraid that something might happen between me and your wife? Never mind, I'm a little dizzy, I should go back and rest early. Su Liang returned home, took out an oil lamp from his spatial storage, lit it, and after a quick wash, examined the 5 eggs. Although he had been busy all day, he never forgot about it and would turn to it every hour. When he was eating, he figured it was about time, so he turned off the time acceleration and transferred it to the living creature storage. At this moment, 2 of the 5 eggs have already hatched, and the chicks are running around in the space. However, Su Liang only used 1 cubic meter, so they can only move around within this area. Su Liang took out the 3 eggs and placed them on the table to observe them, but he couldn't see anything. He didn't know if he had failed, since they should have come out by now according to the time. After waiting for about 15 minutes, one of the eggs finally hatched. He lay on the table, quietly watching the chicks emerge little by little, finding it quite interesting. Just then, the shell of another egg broke. A moment later, two chicks appeared on the table. Su Liang put it into his spatial storage and waited for another quarter of an hour. When the last egg still showed no reaction, he knew that it had probably failed. However, it's already very good if 4 out of 5 eggs hatch. Although the number is too small to represent the success rate of hatching, this method is indeed feasible. In their previous lives, chickens, ducks, and geese took approximately 30, 45, and 65 days to grow from hatching to adulthood, respectively. Since there's no growth-enhancing feed here, the process will definitely take longer, but the meat quality will certainly be better. Su Liang roughly calculated that the incubation would begin in the next few days, and the first batch of chicken would be ready to serve in 40 days, after which the supply could continue. It seems I'm going to be quite busy from now on, having to do both work with the people and the chickens. The next day, before dawn, Su Liang drove his carriage back to the county town. Although he had slept little, his body was not affected at all, which was one of the effects of the enhancement. He has already cut off his affection points for a day. Putting aside the wedding night, the fixed 4,100 points per day is not a small amount. Chapter 77. Your husband is now an old hen. Su Liang entered the backyard, tied up the carriage, fed it some grass, and then prepared to go upstairs. However, halfway up, he thought about it and went back to the backyard, took a shower, changed his clothes, and then went upstairs again. Knock, knock, knock. Li Shuyao woke up from her dream. She was a light sleeper and had gone to bed early the night before, so even though the knocking was very soft, she was still awakened. She got up, stretched, and went out of the bedroom to open the door. Knocking at this hour meant Li Shudong had returned. Li Shuyao knew that Su Lian wanted to kill Huang Sihai and had asked Li Shudong to keep an eye on him. She was quite proud of the secret. No matter how much Qin Shishir and In Miaowei tried to seduce Su Liang, there were some things that Su Lian only told her and Li Shudong. Shudong, is that you? My wife, it's me. Upon hearing Su Liang's voice, Li Shuyao was overjoyed and immediately opened the door. My husband, you're back. Su Liang responded and glanced at Chen Shishir and Li Shutong's room. Shudong isn't here? She rented a house near the Huang family's home. Su Liang nodded. Shu Tong's wife is reliable. Why are you back at this time, my husband? Su Liang didn't answer Li Shuyao's question, but instead took her hand and said, Come on, my wife, I'll take you to a nice place. Li Shuyao blushed immediately. Of course she knew what Su Liang was going to do. However, she did not agree, and instead said, Pang and Wang Shan are recovering very well. Since you weren't here, Ernio and the others felt embarrassed to stay at the restaurant, so we brought their family back to the courtyard. After saying this, Li Shuyao looked at Su Liang with affection and then added, Shohan won't wake up at this time, and Chen Shishir also went to bed very late last night. Li Shuyao lowered her head as she spoke. If Su Liang still doesn't understand, then he's a fool. Did you take a bath last night, my lady? Li Shuyao nodded gently. Su Liang leaned down slightly and whispered in her ear, My wife, I just washed up too. Li Shuyao's ears were itchy, and she couldn't help but let out a soft moan. Su Liang took the opportunity to hug her. My wife, have you missed me? As the saying goes, absence makes the heart grow fonder, and Li Shuyao truly understood this saying at this moment. When Su Liang hugged her like that, she couldn't take it anymore. She completely forgot about shyness and shame and buried her head in Su Liang's arms. Yes, I miss my husband. Su Liang was somewhat surprised. He hadn't expected Shuyao to be so proactive. She really missed him. So, do you want it or not? Think. What do you want? I want a husband. What do you want from your husband? Please be more specific, my wife. I want my husband. Su Liang kissed her on the lips and then carried her into the house in his arms. Before they could even close the bedroom door properly, the two embraced passionately. A moment later, Li Shuyao took the initiative to undo Su Liang's belt, and then took the initiative to undo her own belt. The two were completely honest with each other. Just as Su Liang was about to leave, Li Shuyao reached out and stopped him. Looking into those alluring eyes, Su Liang was pleasantly surprised Lady Shuyao was making rapid progress. But the next second, his surprise turned into shock. Li Shuyao gently stroked his body with her delicate hands and slowly knelt down. Half an hour later, as dawn broke, Su Yiman and Zhao Tingzhu were awakened one after the other. Chen Shishir sleeps very soundly. Yiman, what's that noise? Zhao Tingzhu rubbed her sleepy eyes. Su Yiman listened carefully and instantly became clear-headed. She didn't answer and simply pulled Zhao Tingzhu out of the house. The sound became clearer once the door was opened. Su Yiman anticipated that Zhao Tingzhu was about to scream and quickly covered her mouth. The two of them quietly entered Li Shuyao's room, and when they peeked through the crack in the door, they were immediately stunned. When did my cousin return? No, that's not important. Even though Su Yiman prided herself on being a seasoned reader with countless books to her name, her brain was still not up to the task at this moment. Zhao Tingzhu's brain simply shut down. Su Liang heard footsteps, but didn't pay attention. Only Qin Shishir was at home. Li Shohan would scream and yell if she woke up. He took Li Shuyao's hands and they swayed as they walked to the window. It was almost dawn, and he still had a lot to do today, so he needed to check the weather forecast. Yes, the weather is nice, not a cloud in the sky, perfect for getting things done. Many shops on the street opened their doors, and door panels were being removed one by one, making a series of popping sounds. Everyone started cleaning their houses, and after wiping them down, they poured basins of water onto the street, creating a series of splashing sounds. Finally, the rooster crowed, its loud crows waking the entire town from its slumber. Su Liang drank a glass of milk and then went to find Xiao Lu. He had worked as a clerk in a brokerage firm, so it was the perfect person to ask him to buy a shop. Lady Yao has already drunk her milk. The rest of you can make whatever you want to eat, since the restaurant is closed today anyway. He only realized that Su Yiman and Zhao Tingzhu were in his house when he came out. Su Liang didn't feel embarrassed at all. On the contrary, he felt a bit cheated. He was a respectable person, how could he let someone see him for free? He had to heal his emotional wounds, so he would just keep track of it for now. However, he doted on Lady Shuyao even more, as she had made tremendous progress. In just over half an hour, I gained 150,000 affection points. It's basically all new achievements, since the other party took the initiative, which is equivalent to replaying some of the previous ones. Of course, there are also some completely new experiences. Looking at the huge sum of 402,000 yuan for their affectionate relationship, Su Liang felt very confident. At 1:45 a.m., Su Liang and Xiao Lu returned to the restaurant. The butcher shop was located about 100 meters east of the restaurant. The shop was of medium size and ready to use. The building was not large, but the courtyard was similar to that of the restaurant, which was just right for slaughtering. The total cost was 950 taels, and Su Liang had exactly half of his savings left, 1,500 taels. Although the spending was a bit fast, Su Liang could still accept it, since the butcher shop would have virtually no expenses for the next month, apart from the employees' wages. After entering the house, Su Liang briefly explained to everyone the matter of opening a butcher shop. Everyone was quite surprised to hear this. In less than a morning, another butcher shop had been set up. Ernio gave a thumbs up, as he had only informed Su Liang about the stock shortage yesterday, but it was resolved in just one day. Chen Shishir's eyes lit up, and she quickly approached Su Liang with a few quick steps. "Husband, leave the butcher shop to me." Su Liang thought about it and realized that it did indeed need someone to manage it, just like a restaurant, and his wife was obviously the most suitable person. "Okay, no problem. From now on, the butcher shop will be in your hands." Chen Shishir was overjoyed upon hearing this and hugged Su Liang tightly. "Thank you, husband." Li Shuyao glanced at her with annoyance. Su Liang caught the scene perfectly and instantly realized that Chen Shishir's lie had been exposed and she was no longer able to work at the restaurant. However, he didn't want to get involved in women's affairs. Let them make a fuss all they want, as long as they don't involve him. As they were talking, Xiao Lu came over with a wooden sign. "Master, the sign has been written as you instructed." "Alright, let's release them then." Su Liang glanced at Xiao Lu and nodded in satisfaction. It has to be said that Xiao Lu is the most reliable person among all of them. He handled the entire process of buying the butcher shop, from site selection and purchasing the property to completing the paperwork. Su Liang's only role was to pay for it. Not only in buying houses, but Xiao Lu also works as a waiter in a restaurant. He is very professional in his work. He can memorize the prices of all the dishes in half a day. He has never made a mistake in who delivers the goods every day, how much is delivered, or in keeping accounts for serving the food. This kind of employee deserves special attention and training. While everyone was looking at what was written on the sign, Su Liang called over Xiao Lu. "Master. What's Xiao Lu's full name? How old is he?" Back to the employer, Xiao Lu's surname is Chen, and he just turned 17 a few days ago. Su Liang nodded. If calculated by the full year, he would be 16 years old. From now on, you can quit working at the restaurant and come work for me as my assistant, how about that? Xiao Lu was first surprised, then delighted. Although he didn't understand what an assistant was, he knew from the words Su Liang had said that an assistant was probably similar to a housekeeper. The boss was going to promote him. Xiao Lu couldn't hide his joy and quickly bowed, saying, "Thank you, master. Xiao Lu is willing to follow you." "Okay, it's settled then, but the wage will remain at 20 taels per month for now." Su Liang didn't tell him what he needed to do, and he couldn't list the specifics clearly at the moment, but he believed that Xiao Lu would do a good job no matter what he did. No one objected to this, everyone had witnessed Xiao Lu's abilities. After Su Liang finished speaking, Li Shuyao asked on behalf of everyone, "Husband, why do you want to collect the incubated eggs?" Su Liang's lips twitched. "Why should I collect the eggs? Your husband is now a mother hen." Chapter 78. Those black stockings, I sold them for 800 taels. The sign that Su Liang had Xiao Lu right was for buying incubated eggs from chickens, ducks, and geese, with prices as follows: 5 coins per chicken egg, 10 coins per duck egg, and 20 coins per goose egg. Large-scale farming of chickens, ducks, and geese does not exist in Ping'an County and its surrounding areas, so there are no specialized vendors selling hatching eggs on the market. They are mostly kept by their own families or bought from each other by relatives and friends. However, in terms of value, hatched eggs are definitely more valuable than normal eggs, so Su Liang's offer was about 3 coins more per type than the market price of ordinary eggs. "Of course it's for incubation," Su Liang replied casually. Everyone was puzzled. "Why incubate that thing? If you want to eat it, just buy it yourself. Ordinary people can't afford it, but Su Liang certainly can." Seeing everyone's expressions, Su Liang added, "I'm going to get into aquaculture. You'll find out the details later." Get into aquaculture? Everyone was surprised again. Su Liang must be talking about large-scale breeding, otherwise there would be no need to buy and hatch eggs. They had heard of pig farming, but chicken, duck, and goose farming was unheard of. Chickens are a delicacy for ordinary people, let alone ducks and geese. "How do you raise these things?" Ernio couldn't help but ask. "Liangzi, you're good at raising livestock, but you have to raise some reliable ones. Putting everything else aside, where are you going to find brooding hens?" Everyone nodded in agreement with Ernio's statement. The price of an old hen was at least 100 coins, and ducks and geese were even more expensive, and the quantity was very small. It was impossible to buy too many unless you went door to door to buy them at high prices. Moreover, a hen can only incubate 10 eggs at a time, and there are a series of issues involved, such as the success rate of hatching, the survival rate of chicks, the space, and the food. Everyone thought it was impossible they would be completely stuck on the first step of finding chickens. Su Liang's lips twitched upon hearing this. "Where are you going to find a mother hen? I am the one." He waved his hand. "All right, I've told you everything, you'll find out when the time comes. I'll naturally have a way to deal with the hen." Next, Su Liang led Du Pang and the others into the kitchen, where he was going to teach them how to make grilled fish and fish stew. The class ended at noon. The group brought out the grilled fish and fish stew for lunch. Du Pang and Chang Gui both tried cooking and succeeded, but there was just too much of it, it could fill 2 tables. Just then, Li Shudong, Chu Mubai, Lu Xiaofei, and Ma Dezhuang entered the room almost simultaneously. Su Liang hadn't expected that these people would be so lucky with their food. "Brother Su, is this grilled fish? It smells amazing." Chu Mubai didn't stand on ceremony and took a bite with his chopsticks. Delicious. This fish has absolutely no fishy smell, it's really tasty." At this moment, Li Shudong gave Su Liang a look, and then the two walked to the side. "Huang Sihai hasn't he left the house these past few days? From what I overheard the servants talking outside, he was terrified." Su Liang sneered, not expecting this guy to be so cautious. Li Shudong continued, "His second son is returning today, and the servants in the house started preparing the banquet an hour ago. Judging from the time, it should be soon." Su Liang nodded. He understood Li Shutong's meaning, to kill Huang Sihai when he came out to greet him. According to Huang Fu, Huang Sihai was very satisfied with his son's trip and had long said he would welcome him with a feast, so there was a high possibility that he would come out to greet him. "Please sit down, everyone, don't be shy." After Su Liang returned, he invited everyone to sit down and then introduced Lu Xiaofei and Ma Dezhuang. The two were surprised to find themselves able to get a free meal so soon after arriving, and even more surprised by the hospitality of Su Liang and the others. After taking a bite, the two were even more shocked. This fish was so damn delicious. Is this the legendary Xiao Liang restaurant? It truly lives up to its reputation. Not only did everyone think the fish was delicious, but even passers-by smelled the aroma. Although several regular customers saw the sign that the store was closed, they still couldn't resist going inside. "Manager Sue, what new dishes have you made this time? They smell so delicious." "Yes, Manager Sue, when does the restaurant open?" Su Liang chuckled. "We'll reopen tomorrow, and the grilled fish and fish hot pot will be available then as well." Grilled fish and fish hot pot. No wonder the restaurant has been closed for the past 2 days, they're developing new dishes. The group suddenly realized, and one of them said, "Manager Sue, Zuixi Anglo has also launched new dishes today. It is said that they have the same dishes as you, and at a cheaper price." "Yes, Manager Sue, even your milk tea has been copied by Zuixi Anglo. You'd better be careful when you launch new products." Su Liang cupped his hands in thanks. "Thank you for the reminder, but our restaurant is never afraid of comparing tastes. If they want to learn, let them learn." Manager Su is right. Even if they try to imitate it, the taste will definitely not be the same. "Yes, that's perfect, we should go and try it out, and see how well Zuexian Lu can imitate it." "Manager Su, then we won't disturb you any longer." After the group left, Su Liang had Taizhu close the door. "Brother Su, do you have a solution?" Shu Mubai asked. Upon hearing this, everyone turned their attention to Su Liang. They had known about Zue Xiang Lu's grand scale that morning, but they hadn't dared to say anything. Su Liang laughed and said, "We can just open our doors and do business as usual. There is no need for any special measures. There are 10,000 households in Ping'an County. Neither Zuixi Anglo nor our restaurant can possibly serve them all. Their food is not as good as ours, so they should lower their prices." By proactively lowering prices, they are implicitly acknowledging this, which will attract more upscale customers, making dining at Zuixi Anglo no longer a symbol of prestige. Upon hearing this, everyone fell into thought, as Su Liang's words seemed to make a lot of sense. Chu Mubai immediately agreed with Su Liang's statement. For someone like him, the taste of food is only one thing, the most important thing is face. If you're not the most expensive or the best tasting, then why should I go? Brother Su is right. Su Liang looked at him and asked, "I wonder how well Brother Chu's black stockings have been selling these past few days." Chu Mubai had originally intended to talk to him privately, but since Su Liang had asked, he no longer needed to hold back. He put down his chopsticks, a smug look on his face. Brother Su, all those black stockings have been sold. Why don't you guess how much they cost?" Seeing Chu Mubai's expression, Su Liang knew that he must have sold a lot of money. He gave Chu Mubai 60 pieces in 3 different styles, and the cost was calculated based on a 100-fold reduction in the affection value, which is 280 taels. Su Liang had already told him that the price should not be too high, so Su Liang held up 5 fingers. "I guess Brother Chu sold it for at least 500 taels." 500 taels. Upon hearing this number, everyone was shocked once again. Especially Lu Xiaofei and Ma Dezhuang, neither of them had any idea what the black silk was. As the first women in Daxia to wear black stockings, Li Shuyao and Li Shadong exchanged a tacit glance, then turned their heads away at the same time, both remembering something. Wearing that stuff is so embarrassing, especially certain styles, it's enough to make you die of shame. Moreover, Su Liang acted like a mad dog, tearing it open with such force. In contrast, Chu Mubai's expression became even more smug upon hearing the number 500 taels. "Brother Su, your guess is too conservative." "What? 500 taels is considered conservative? How much did it sell for?" Everyone turned their attention to Chu Mubai, anticipating his offer. Chu Mubai enjoyed this feeling. It was a completely different experience of showing off to him. Before, it was about spending money, but now it was about making money. The feeling was different, but both were great. He glanced at the crowd and patted his chest. "I sold those black stockings for 800 taels. Chapter 79. Does my wife prefer chicken or eggs? 800 taels. Even Su Liang was somewhat shocked upon hearing this number. His actual expectation was 600 taels. He only said 500 taels to make Chu Mubai pretend, but he didn't expect that Chu Mubai would actually succeed. "Brother Chu, you truly are a business genius. May I ask how you set the price?" Su Liang asked. "A business prodigy?" Chu Mubai was surprised that Su Liang recognized him so much. This was much better than those flattering words. "Brother Su, do you really think so?" Chu Mubai asked excitedly. Su Liang's expression froze slightly, but he quickly smiled. Chu Mubai was used to being a playboy and had never been praised like this before, so his reaction was normal. That's for sure. Brother Chu was just overlooked before. Look at how much profit you made on your first attempt. What else could you be but a business prodigy? It's been buried. Chumubai murmured, that's right, he's not incompetent at all, he just hasn't found the right direction and has been overlooked. Brother Su is truly a kindred spirit to me. Soon, Chumubai announced the prices. Ordinary stockings were 5 taels each, Kaiser-style suspender black stockings were 10 taels each, and the forbidden rip style were 15 taels each. Su Liang frowned after hearing this. The pricing itself was fine, but the total price was wrong. Chumubai chuckled and said, Brother Su, you may not know this, but because the quantity is small, some people bid to buy it, so the income is 200 taels more. Su Liang nodded slightly. It seemed that black stockings were still very popular among the wealthy. At the same time, he was even more convinced of Chumubai's character. The other party could have kept the 200 taels for himself. It was truly commendable that he was able to tell the truth. Chumubai handed over all 800 taels of silver notes to Su Liang, who then counted out another 100 taels and handed them to him. Brother Su, this, according to the agreement, I should take 10%, you've given too much. Su Liang said, Brother Chu, just accept it. The 200 taels was overpaid by you. Actually, I'm the one who took advantage of you. Brother Su, this. Hey, just take it. What? Brother Chu, are you not giving me, Su Liang, any face? Chumubai had no choice but to accept the money. He was deeply moved Su Liang was such a kind brother. Actually, after deducting the cost of 280 taels from the 800 taels, only 520 taels are left. I just asked some friends and did some promotion, and I got 20% of the profit. It's really too much. Su Liang continued, Brother Chu, from now on, I'll entrust the entire black stocking business to you, and I'll increase your share to 20%. However, there are only so many wealthy people in Pingan County, so once we sell out in the city, you'll need to go out and make some more sales in other places. Chumubai waved his hand and said, No problem, Brother Su, please rest assured. I am familiar with Lindi City. After saying that, he glanced at everyone, then approached Su Liang and asked, Brother Su, have you received another shipment? How much did you get this time? Su Liang smirked, there's plenty of stock, and we even have new models. New model. Chumubai's eyes lit up, but there were too many people here, and Su Liang's wife was also there, so he couldn't look around from here. Ahem, Brother Su, why don't we go upstairs and talk things over? Su Liang was about to agree when Li Shadong, who was standing next to him, retorted. Yes, it's almost time he has to go kill someone. Brother Chu, I have to go out for a while. We'll talk again when I get back. Su Liang stood up and went to Xiao Lu's side, handing him 200 taels of silver. Xiao Lu, take the two of them to the butcher shop later to familiarize them with the business. We'll start transporting goods tomorrow. Take this money to buy a cart. Okay, boss. Xiao Lu took the money, feeling very excited. This was the first task Su Liang had given him, and he had to do it well. Lu Xiaofei and Ma Dezhuan were completely bewildered. Su Liang opening a restaurant, a butcher shop, and a brick kiln had already shocked them enough, but now he was acquiring an egg hatchery and adding some black silk stuff to the mix. Just how much was he planning to do? Moreover, he would spend hundreds of taels of silver at a time and just hand them over to the waiter. This is simply outrageously extravagant. Zuixi Anglu. The place is packed with people right now, not only returning to its usual customer flow but also setting a new high in recent months. Hee, young master is indeed a business genius. You have just taken over Zuixi Anglu and achieved such great results. You have even suppressed Xiaolian restaurant to the point that it could not operate. In my opinion, you are more suitable to be the head of the family than the master. Upon hearing the last sentence, Huang Wenhao's face instantly darkened. This Lu San really had no sense of propriety. He dared to blurt out any truth. Although he was the eldest son born to the legal wife, his younger brother was the most favored. If his father heard this, he would be in big trouble. If you dare to say such nonsense again, I'll kill you. Lu San shrank back, startled and covered in a cold sweat. He knew that Huang Wenhao was not as simple as he seemed. He was a ruthless man who dared to do even Huang Sihai's concubine. There was nothing he wouldn't do. At this moment, a servant came to report, Young master, the master wants you to return to the manor to welcome the second young master back. Huang Wenhao snorted, his gloomy face quickly breaking into a smile. Good. Huang Mansion. At this moment, the servants in the mansion were extremely busy, all making various preparations for the second young master's imminent return. Silk is a big business and an opportunity for the Huang family to rise again.
Huang Xihai attaches great importance to it, so this welcoming banquet must be held in a grand manner, which will also wash away the fear of the past few days. In a small courtyard diagonally opposite the Huang residence, Su Liang had already set up a sniper rifle at the hole in the courtyard wall. The courtyard that Li Shudong chose was perfect. Not only were there few people around, but the main gate of the Huang residence was also completely visible. As long as Huang Xihai dared to show his face, Su Liang could take him down in an instant. "Husband, can I handle it later?" Li Shudong couldn't resist wanting to get her hands on the sniper rifle as soon as she saw it. No, this gun is extremely powerful. It will turn your whole head into a pulp. My wife, you'll have nightmares. Humph, impossible, it's not that exaggerated. You just don't want me to use it. Li Shudong pouted and turned her body to the side. Su Liang's eyes lit up. Shu Tong's wife rarely acted coquettishly. This pouting of her little lips, he wondered if she had improved like her sister. Su Liang embraced her. "Wife, don't be angry. I'll give you another gun." When Li Shudong tried to do it twice, she immediately pushed Su Liang away, saying, "I don't want to." "Don't think I don't know what you're talking about." "Oh? What am I talking about?" "You're right, yes, humph," she said, crossing her arms and turning her body to the side. Sigh. Su Liang sighed. "All right, I won't tease you anymore. Let me show you a magic trick." "Magic? Forget it, it's boring." Li Shudong had gotten used to Su Liang using magic, and now all she wanted was the gun. Su Liang shrugged and pulled a chick out of thin air. Li Shutong's eyes lit up. This was the first time she had ever seen something come to life. "Is this for real or fake?" She leaned closer and touched it with her finger, and was immediately startled. It was real. "So cute. Your magic has leveled up?" Su Liang didn't answer, and took out another one. "My god, this." Li Shudong suddenly understood why Su Liang had put up a sign to buy incubators. "Husband, you." "That's right, I've learned the art of turning eggs into chickens." "Turn an egg into a chicken?" Li Shudong sounds a bit awkward, but when you think about it, she's really impressive. Su Liang continued, "Wife, would you like to learn?" "Ha? Me? Can I learn too?" Li Shudong was stunned, her heart pounding. That was magic. It was even more exciting than playing with a gun. "Of course, although there will be some price to pay, I am willing to teach my wife." Upon hearing that there would be a price to pay, Li Shudong intended to refuse, but Su Liang grabbed her hand. "Come, my wife, feel it with my heart." Okay. Li Shudong was confused and didn't know what to feel. Su Liang's hand holding her trembled slightly, while his other hand secretly reached for his belt. "Ah!" Li Shudong exclaimed in surprise, because a little chick appeared in her palm without warning. I really know magic." She had been completely led astray by Su Liang, and her mind was filled with thoughts of immortal techniques. "Does my wife prefer chicken or eggs?" "Ha? It should be chicken, but the eggs are good too." Su Liang nodded. "Okay, that's good. Come on, let's do it again." This time, Su Liang's arm trembled even more violently, but the chick did not appear for a long time. Just as Li Shudong was about to ask, Su Liang immediately showed a pained expression. "Wife, quick, you've transferred it into my body. Get it out quickly." "Ha? Where is it?" Li Shudong was so surprised that she frantically tried to grab it. "Wife, quickly crouch down, it's coming." Chapter 80 Headshot Kill. 15 minutes later. There was finally some movement from the Huang residence. Su Liang and his companion were already prepared at the base of the wall. Su Liang spread his legs to adjust his body to a suitable height, and then rested the sniper rifle on his shoulder. Li Shudong served as his assistant. Pft. After the chicks were placed on the ground, they ate and defecated at the same time, making a constant noise. Li Shutong's eyes were filled with tears. Being a sniper's observer was not easy. One had to remain vigilant at all times, keeping a close eye on things, which made her tears flow freely. At the main gate of the Huang residence, the advance team of the caravan reported their arrival in the city. Soon, Huang Wenhao arrived outside to wait. He had always presented a harmonious brotherly relationship with Huang Xihai, and naturally he wouldn't be careless at such an important moment. Another quarter of an hour passed before Huang Wenhuang's caravan finally came into view. Su Liang gently turned the gun around and observed the situation through the scope. Huang Wenhuang rode his horse at the very front of the procession, head held high, chest out, his face beaming with pride.
Judging from his appearance, he bears some resemblance to Huang Wenhao, but he looks more like Huang Sihai. Su Liang then observed the rear of the caravan and discovered that there were several women on the carriages. Their clothes were tattered and their hands and feet were bound, indicating that they had either been robbed or bought by the caravan. But he couldn't care less about that, because Huang Sihai finally showed up. Huang Sihai stood at the door, and from Su Liang's perspective, someone was blocking his way. Upon seeing this, Su Liang felt a little anxious, and his body reacted accordingly, his breathing becoming rapid. At times like these, the success rate of hitting the target is too low, so he must adjust his mindset. The chick on the ground was also acting strangely. It seemed to have found food and was pecking at a small hole in the ground with great excitement. The chick's head kept swaying, making it look very cute. But chickens are animals that defecate as soon as they eat. Pft, pft. The chick darted around and pecked dozens more times until it was finally full. It fluttered its little wings a few times, tilted its head, closed its eyes, and became drowsy. Su Liang didn't have time to observe the chicks raising them was a matter for later. He tightened his belt, took a few deep breaths, and adjusted himself to his best condition. At this moment, Li Shudong also stood up. She wiped her mouth, rubbed her slightly sore legs, and moved to another spot to continue her observation. Before his second son dismounted, Huang Sihai patted his eldest son on the shoulder and said, "I heard about Xiao Liang's restaurant closing down. You did a good job." "Thank you, father. It's what I should do." He hummed in agreement, then smiled and looked at Huang Wenchuang. My good son. You're finally back. I've missed you so much." Huang Wenhao snorted coldly. His words just now seemed to be in agreement, but his attitude towards him and his brother was completely different before and after. Huang Wenhao couldn't help but think of Lu San's words. If only he were the head of the family, but his father was in his prime and in good health. How long would it take for him to live like this? He took a breath, turned his head and forced a smile at Huang Wenchuang, but the other party gave him a disdainful look. This instantly twisted Huang Wenhao's mentality. Looking at the scene of fatherly love and filial piety before him, he wished his father would die right now and leave his younger brother for him to torment. And just then, his wish came true. His filial piety moved Su Liang. Just as Huang Sihai took that step to hug his son, Su Liang pulled the trigger. The muffled sound of the silencer rang out, and in less than a second, the bullet reached Huang Sihai's skull and passed through without any obstruction. The head instantly disappeared from Huang Sihai's body, exploding into fragments that flew in all directions. Thump! It wasn't until the sound of the headless body falling to the ground that the people around seemed to come back to their senses. Screams erupted one after another, and the Huang family was thrown into complete chaos. No one cared about welcoming guests or whether they were young masters or not. They took off running, not even looking in the direction they were going, they just ran. That's absolutely terrifying. This kind of death is something no one has ever seen before. Huang Wenchuang was completely stunned. He was closest to Huang Sihai and had seen the scene most clearly. He didn't even remember to wipe the blood off his face before collapsing to the ground. Huang Wenhao was also shocked, but more so because he had just been thinking about his father's death when this happened. Huang Wenhao couldn't help but think, what a coincidence. Not only the people in the Huang family, but even Li Shudong was stunned. Su Liang was indeed not lying. His head had really exploded. To be precise, not only his head, but also his neck was gone. Su Liang, on the other hand, acted as if nothing had happened. Once he confirmed that he had hit the target, he stopped looking at it. Moreover, he felt no burden at all. Huang Sihai had sent assassins twice, and he absolutely could not let them live. He quickly put the sniper rifle and the chicks back into his spatial storage, then quickly cleaned up the large watermark and other traces on the ground before taking Li Shutong's hand. "Let's go, my wife, let's get out of here quickly." Su Liang pulled her up and realized that the usually strong-willed Lady Shutong's legs were actually a little weak at this moment. Su Liang chuckled inwardly. They really wanted to take action? That scope could see much better. It was a good thing he hadn't let her come, or he definitely wouldn't be able to sleep for days. Without saying a word, he picked up Li Shudong and left the courtyard. When the two returned to the restaurant, a long queue had already formed at the entrance. Su Liang glanced around and saw that the vast majority of these people had chicken eggs in their hands, with only a very few holding duck eggs and goose eggs. "Liangzi, young Master Chu is waiting for you on the second floor," Ernie has said. Su Liang nodded, not bothering with the egg purchase. It was easy to tell whether the eggs were hatching eggs, and Ernio and the others had no problem with that. Over at the butcher shop, Xiao Lu quickly helped Lu Xiaofei and Ma Dezhuang familiarize themselves with the environment and purchased 2 vehicles and the necessary slaughtering tools, demonstrating remarkable efficiency. Moreover, upon learning that there were 10 employees, he also allocated one of the courtyards that Su Liang had rented to them. Thus, along with the rooms provided by the butcher shop, accommodations for 10 people were properly arranged. Su Liang quickly handed the new black stockings to Chu Mubai, this time taking out all 5 price ranges from the store. The first tier is regular stockings priced at 100 affection points, the second tier is ripped black stockings priced at 200 affection points, the third tier is regular bodysuit stockings priced at 300 points, the fourth tier is proper black stockings priced at 500 points, emphasizing good quality and durability, and the fifth tier is sexy stockings priced at 1000 points. Of course, there are many styles at each price point, and Su Liang plans to release them little by little to continuously create a sense of novelty. Then, once the black stocking craze died down, they introduced white stockings and stockings in various colors. Once the hype dies down, then it'll be all kinds of lingerie, like bikinis. If we go any further, we'll have to subdue them. Su Liang thought that the most useful feature in the system store was the category for couples products. It was so incredibly thoughtful. Not only the styles, but the quantity was also generous this time. There were 200 pieces for each of the first to third tiers, and 100 pieces for each of the fourth and fifth tiers, costing a total of 270,000 love points. Adding the 120,000 points he gained with Li Shudong at the foot of the wall, he now has 252,000 affection points remaining. Although there was still a lot left, Su Liang still felt a pang of heartache that was his hard-earned money. Moreover, the 120,000 points I was able to gain today with Li Shudong were largely due to achievements in the number of attempts in cumulative time, as well as achievements related to the novelty of new scenes. In any case, once the number of attempts and accumulated time are used, it will be much more difficult to obtain the same project in the future. Su Liang wasn't worried about the difficulty, but he simply didn't have the time, so he could only steal a moment of leisure from his busy schedule like today. Oh, my life is so miserable. Su Liang sighed with emotion as he went downstairs to see Chu Mubai off. Just then, Xiao Lu returned and reported the situation at the butcher shop to him. Su Liang was very satisfied after hearing this. Well done. You will be in charge of making arrangements over there for the time being. Yes, sir. Su Liang turned around, intending to go back inside to rest, when Chandelia's voice rang out from afar. Xiao Liang, oh my good son-in-law. Chapter 81. The location of the crime has been found. Su Liang turned his head and saw Chandelia's face full of a kind father's smile. Behind him were 2 soldiers in armor riding horses. Upon seeing this, Su Liang immediately realized that Chandeliai must have handed over the weapon, and judging from his expression, he must have received a reward. Oh, my good son-in-law, how have you been lately? How are things going with Shirshir? Have you missed your father-in-law? Chandeliai came up to him and immediately showered him with concern and care. Su Liang felt a little embarrassed. He still preferred Chandeliai's unruly demeanor. Everything's fine. At this moment, the 2 soldiers tied up their horses and came over, while the people who were queuing to sell their hatching eggs instinctively stepped back. The 2 men clasped their hands in a fist and palm salute to Su Liang, and one of them said, "You are Su Liang?" Su Liang clasped his hands in return, saying, "It is indeed I." The man continued, "Our master would like to invite you to the military camp. Do you have the time?" The people were stunned by these words. They were initially a little scared, thinking that Su Liang had done something wrong, but who would have thought that it was a high-ranking military official who wanted to invite him and even asked if he had time? This was too high class. Su Liang glanced at everyone, but did not answer. Instead, he gestured for them to proceed. The 2 didn't stand on ceremony and went straight into the house, where Xiao Lu invited them upstairs. Su Liang quickly prepared a pot of herbal tea and instructed Di Pang and Chang Gui to make another serving of grilled fish. Since the other party asked if I had time, it meant that the matter was not urgent. I could entertain the 2 of them before going to the military camp and also get some information in advance. Gentlemen, you must be tired from your journey. This is our shop's specialty herbal tea to help you cool down. The 2 didn't stand on ceremony. It was indeed hot that day, and they had to wear military uniforms, which made it even hotter. After drinking a cup of iced tea, both of them looked surprised. They hadn't noticed that there were ice crystals in the tea. There are records of the Xia dynasty using saltpeter to make ice, which is common knowledge for the military. All sorts of situations can be encountered in combat, so every soldier who is officially serving knows this. The two were astonished that a restaurant could afford to make ice, as the cost of making ice with saltpeter was very high. All mineral veins in the Great Xia are officially controlled. Even private mining requires official authorization and the payment of mining taxes. Therefore, the prices are simply unaffordable for ordinary people. Saltpeter is a rare mineral vein, and its price is even higher. Just how wealthy is Su Liang? The idea popped into their minds almost simultaneously. After a few more cups of cold tea, before Su Liang could speak, the two of them took the initiative to say, "The reason I came to find you this time is because of the crossbow you made." "That's right. Our general has taken a liking to that crossbow, and he sent the two of us to find you and bring you to the military camp. This is the reward money our general gave you." After saying this, a soldier took out a 100-tael silver ingot from his pocket and pushed it towards Su Liang. "Thank you, General." Su Liang raised his hands in a gesture of respect, then asked, "Would it be all right to go again tomorrow?" "Of course, our general values talent, so he didn't specify a time, but it would be best if you could go tomorrow." Su Liang nodded. Given the other party's status, no one could interfere if they simply arrested him. This was indeed a gesture of respect. This so-called general was actually a border garrison commander, but as the commander-in-chief of the Dingen army, it was not wrong for the soldiers to call him a general. Soon, Xiaolu brought out the grilled fish. As soon as the large plates of food were placed on the table, the two soldiers couldn't help but swallow hard. This fish smells so delicious. They were in the military camp, and their food was not bad at all. It was much better than that of ordinary people. Moreover, the cooks in the army were quite skilled. "Please try this, it's a new product that we just launched today." After Su Liang finished speaking, he instructed Xiaolu to pour the wine. Without any hesitation, the two started eating. "It smells so good. It smells amazing. I have never eaten such delicious grilled fish." The two of them were full of praise, and their chopsticks never stopped. Xiaolu quickly brought out the wine. Good food paired with fine wine, who could resist? In the military, ordinary soldiers like the two of them are usually prohibited from drinking alcohol, but tonight they don't have to go home, so they can drink as much as they want. After a few rounds of drinks, the two men opened up and began talking to Su Liang about matters in the military. But most of what they said was useless. The only thing that was somewhat useful was the configuration of the military camp. The commander was named Luo Wei, a 5th-rank border garrison commander. It was equipped with 2 lieutenants, 5 captains from the Scout Battalion, Crossbow Battalion, Sword and Shield Battalion, Cavalry Battalion and Weapons Battalion, as well as 2 military doctors and several cooks, and the rest were ordinary soldiers from various units. Just as the group was enjoying their drinks, Xing Feng arrived at the Huang family's house again. Looking at Huang Xihai's corpse, even with his years of experience in handling cases, he felt a chill run down his spine. He had handled many murder cases and seen many ways of dying. He had even assisted coroners in autopsies, but compared to Huang Xihai, all of that was insignificant. That's way too cruel. His head was smashed to pieces. Did his head really just explode out of thin air? Xing Feng asked again to confirm. Several servants, their legs trembling, glanced at the corpse and couldn't help but gag again. Upon hearing this, Huang Wenhao personally replied, "My father's head did indeed explode out of thin air." Upon hearing this, Xing Feng frowned deeply. This was just too bizarre. He couldn't understand it no matter how hard he tried. Just then, a constable in the courtyard shouted, "Boss! Something's happened here." Xing Feng rushed over immediately, with Huang Wenhao following closely behind. The two looked in the direction the constable was pointing, and there was a copper block embedded in the tree trunk in the courtyard. A glint flashed in Xing Feng's eyes. He recognized this thing. It was inside the heads of those people from before. The coroner had removed it during the autopsy. He picked up the knife and carefully removed the bullet from the tree. Looking at the bullet in his palm, Xing Feng was completely certain that it was the same thing, only it was a bit bigger than the previous one. He narrowed his eyes, pondering in his mind. It seems that the murderer who killed Huang Xihai and the person who disposed of the body earlier are the same person. "Did you see anyone or hear any noise at the time?" Xing Feng asked. Huang Wenhao shook his head. He had indeed not noticed anything unusual at the time. Xing Feng rubbed his temples and sighed deeply. Where the hell am I supposed to find this? What's the use of knowing it's the same person? This person must be highly skilled in martial arts and extremely adept at using hidden weapons, but what exactly are these hidden weapons? Xing Feng's voice grew softer and softer, saying that he himself didn't believe the thing was a hidden weapon. He thought for a moment and said to Huang Wenhao, "This weapon is extremely special. If I know correctly, your Huang family should have an important figure in the army. Why don't you send someone to find him? Perhaps someone in the army can recognize this thing. Alright, then I'll send someone to find my cousin immediately. Huang Wenhao readily agreed. He had always thought that his own ideas were the cause of his father's death, but that idea was too untenable. Seeing this object now brought him back to his senses, but also filled him with fear. If the other party could kill his father silently, then they could kill him just as easily. Therefore, Xing Feng's advice was very useful. Only by bringing this murderer to justice as soon as possible could he be safe. Xing Feng took a deep breath, deciding to have the coroner examine the body first. But as he turned around, his steps froze. His eyes widened as if he had discovered some earth-shattering secret. Sir, you. Xing Feng ignored the constable, turned around and shoved him aside. He went behind the tree, his eyes fixed on Huang Xihai's body at the entrance, and then looked in that direction and saw the courtyard that Su Liang had previously sniped. Xing Feng was extremely excited, his heart was pounding, and even his breathing became heavy. Found it. The location of the crime has been found. Xing Feng darted forward, you lot, come with me. Chapter 82. He was such a polite person. Lu Xiaofei and Ma Dazhuang each drove a mule cart back to the village. Several villagers at the village entrance immediately went to greet the two when they saw them return. Xiaofei, where did you get the mule cart? Lu Xiaofei slightly raised his chin, of course, it was bought by the boss. His tone carried a hint of pride, something he would never normally do. Don, did the boss buy it? You mean Manager Su? Lu Xiaofei nodded, of course, who else could it be? What? Manager Su actually provided 2 cars. How many more days until the butcher shop can reopen? The villagers were very agitated. Su Liang was too particular in reality, they should have handled the delivery themselves. This time, Ma Dazhuang spoke first, tomorrow, we'll deliver the goods tomorrow. Tomorrow? Is it that soon? That's right, when we arrived, the owner had already bought the butcher shop and even arranged accommodations for us. Lu Xiaofei said. Yes, that courtyard is quite large. I think it can accommodate 5 more people. And if the number of people increases in the future, the landlord will allocate another courtyard. Ma Dazhuang added. The accommodations have all been arranged. The villagers were stunned, wondering if the 2 boys had lost their minds. But with the mule cart right in front of them, they had no choice but to believe it. Soon, a group of villagers gathered at Lu Dakuan's house. Lu Xiaofei and Ma Dazhuang then recounted the whole story of the butcher shop, leaving everyone speechless. This guy didn't go to work as a waiter, he went to enjoy himself. Xiaofei, did Manager Su say how much he'd pay you? Upon hearing this, Lu Xiaofei crossed his arms. Xiao Lu, who was in charge of managing US, said that each of us will receive at least 5 taels of silver per month, and there will be a bonus for good performance. 5 taels of silver a month. That day was, there were just too many. Some people were so shocked they couldn't speak, while others started counting on their fingers. Ma Lao was so angry that he slapped his thigh. He vowed to give that good-for-nothing Ma Zhuang a good beating when he got home. Lu Xiaofei looked at everyone and sneered, 5 taels is nothing. De Zhuang and I had dinner with the boss today and saw him do that black stocking business with our own eyes. He spent 800 taels in one go. 800 taels. Everyone was stunned and speechless. Lu Xiaofei wasn't finished yet, he continued, guess how much the waiters at Dongjia restaurant earn a month now? How much? 8 ounces? Lu Xiaofei shook his head. Then it can't possibly be 10 taels. Lu Xiaofei snorted, looked at Ma Dazhuang, and shook his head. Dazhuang, you tell them how much it is. Ma Dazhuang didn't keep anyone in suspense, he simply held up 2 fingers, 20 taels. 20 taels, ah. One of the people in the arena shouted something, stuck out his tongue, and then suddenly slurred it out. He regretted it. His child wanted to sign up, but he stopped him. Da Kai. What's wrong with you? Da Kai, wake up. The group quickly helped Wang Datsai up. At this moment, Ma Dazhuang rushed out, quick. Quickly pinch his philtrum. Ma Dazhuang moved extremely quickly, arriving in front of Wang Datsai and grabbing at his groin. This time, he was experienced and twisted the area 90 degrees after pinching it. With another snap, Wang Datsai was cured. Xing Feng led several constables into the courtyard. Although Su Liang did some simple repairs, some traces were still too obvious, such as the hole in the wall. Xing Feng crouched down and looked through the hole, where he could see the main gate of the Huang family. He measured it with his hands several times, and even simulated the trajectory of the bullet. It is indeed this place, but at this distance, it could not possibly be a hidden weapon, let alone a crossbow or slingshot. What exactly is it? Xingfeng's head was throbbing with pain. Although he had already sent Huang Wenhao to find people in the military, it was just wishful thinking. The Great Xia only had a few types of weapons, and the military wouldn't come up with any new gadgets. You guys, go and find out who owns this yard. You guys come with me to ask around these houses to see if there are any witnesses. Yes. Several constables obeyed and left. Xingfeng had just taken a step when he felt something was wrong with his feet. He quickly moved his foot away gently, then squatted down to observe. Beneath the dry soil, there was a patch of wet soil. He rubbed a little with his fingers and it felt quite sticky. I brought my finger close to my nose and sniffed it, but I couldn't smell anything. Could that weapon be related to water? Is it propelled by water pressure? Xingfeng kept making guesses in his mind. Evening. The two soldiers were quite drunk, so Su Liang arranged for someone to help them to a room on the second floor to sleep, while he himself returned to the third floor. As soon as he entered the house, he noticed that the 5 women upstairs had split into 2 groups. One group consisted of the Li Shuyao sisters, and the other group consisted of Chen Shishir and Su Yimin. The 2 groups remained silent, giving the impression that they were competing with each other. Upon hearing the noise, all 5 women turned to look at him, seemingly to see who he would go to first. Su Lianggang pulled back the step he had just taken. He didn't want to make this kind of choice. He quickly glanced around the room, then a thought struck him: I'll go pick up Shohan. After saying that, he turned and left. Walking onto the street, Su Liangkai breathed a sigh of relief. He had no intention of getting involved in the war between women. Sigh, looks like I need to hurry up and buy a big house. We can't all be crammed into one room. Look at Lady Niaowei, she's perfectly content living at home by herself. Su Liang passed by the clinic but did not go in, because he was going to pick up his younger sister from school and also to see his sister-in-law. Ping-An Academy. As Li Shohan watched her friends being picked up or leaving alone, she suddenly felt like crying. 2 days ago, Li Shudong let her sister go home by herself, only to find out that her sister had no sense of direction. Shohan, be good. Your sister will be here to pick you up soon. Bai Susu squatted down, patted her head, and comforted her. Sir, do my sisters not want me anymore? They've been coming later and later these past few days, Li Shohan said, sounding aggrieved. Don't worry, they're just busy, why would they not want you? Just as Li Shohan's tears were about to fall, she saw Su Liang. Her eyes lit up, and she rushed out, shouting, Brother, come pick me up. Li Shohan, with her short legs and outstretched arms, was about to pounce on Su Liang. But Su Liang had no time to pay attention to her now. He reached out to steady her body, then rushed out and arrived in front of Bai Susu, who was squatting down, in the blink of an eye. Bai Susu was somewhat taken aback by Su Liang's speed. She hadn't even had time to stand up yet. Without wasting words, Su Liang bent down and grabbed Bai Susu's long hair. It has to be said that the other person's hair was incredibly long and thick, hanging down to the ground when they were squatting. Su Liang quickly tied up his long hair, accidentally touching Bai Susu's buttocks in the process. At that moment, Su Liang was greatly shocked. I never imagined that my sister-in-law's buttocks, hidden under her long hair, would be so round. Su Liang quickly lifted his hair to take a look, and the result shocked him even more. Although the pants were loose, Bai Susu managed to pull them all the way to the front when she squatted down. What appeared before Su Liang's eyes at this moment was a clear outline, just like wearing peach yoga pants, revealing the entire shape of the buttocks. Holy crap! My sister-in-law has amazing assets. If she actually wore those yoga pants, wouldn't she be able to take off like a rocket? Su Liang never expected that Bai Susu was hiding her true intentions so well. Speaking of my wives right now, the 2 Li sisters have the best figures. They're well endowed and have great proportions. The older sister is known for her soft and tender body, while the younger sister has firm and elastic flesh. Chen Shishir is a petite and cute girl, known for her small stature, high flexibility, and versatile movements. And Miaowei's most striking feature is her long legs, and her other features are also quite good, but in Su Liang's eyes now, she can only be considered average. Like in Miaowei, Bai Susu's other parts were fairly average, but her buttocks were really big. What a sniper rifle! Bai Susu stood up, looking somewhat flustered. Su Liang immediately snapped out of his thoughts, his expression turning serious. Our bodies and hair are given to us by our parents, why does my sister-in-law not cherish her hair so much? Su Liang's tone was full of reproach, and Bai Susu's brows relaxed upon hearing this. It turns out I misunderstood. She glanced at Su Liang, then lowered her head in shame. As a teacher, she had actually been impolite. At the same time, they were also somewhat shocked, never expecting Su Liang to be such a polite person. Chapter 83. If my sister-in-law loses, she should massage my legs. Ah, thank you. Bai Susu nodded slightly. Sister-in-law, you don't need to be so polite. Su Liang glanced at the pert buttocks again, then put down the long hair in his hand. At this moment, Li Shuhan thought about how she had been neglected by her older sister these past few days, and now she was being neglected by her older brother. She could no longer hold back her emotions and burst into tears. Bai Susu rushed over to comfort her, but the more she tried to coax her, the more Li Shuhan cried. Seeing this, Su Liang said coldly, if you cry again, you can finish your reading before you eat today. This worked. Li Shuhan immediately shut her mouth and wiped away her tears. Bai Susu frowned slightly, hesitated for a moment, and then said, Shuhan is usually very well behaved and can memorize things very quickly. You don't really need to be too strict with her. Huh? Too strict? Li Shuhan is completely left to her own devices at home, but she is indeed well behaved. She plays at school all day and then goes to sleep after dinner. Su Liang chuckled, sister-in-law is right. I've been quite busy lately and haven't been able to pay enough attention to her. I wonder how Shuhan's studies are going. Bai Susu's expression immediately turned serious when her studies were mentioned. Although she only taught elementary education, this did not affect her responsible teaching attitude in the slightest. She would answer any questions that any student's elders had. Shuhan learns to read and memorize very quickly, much faster than her classmates, and she also has a very lively personality and gets along well with her classmates. Bai Susu rattled off a long list of advantages and strengths, making Su Liang wonder if she had been bribed by Li Shuhan. Li Shuhan also crossed her arms in response, revealing a proud expression. Finally, Bai Susu said, that's right, her handwriting is a bit ugly, and she likes to draw black marks on her characters. Also, she's bad at math. The black mark? Isn't that his signature move? Upon hearing her teacher criticize her, Li Shuhan immediately pointed at Su Liang and said, I learned it from my brother. Su Liang's lips twitched, you child, how did you learn to lie? When did I teach you math? It's not arithmetic, it's drawing a black mark. Shut up. If you lie again, I won't cook you anything delicious anymore. Li Shuhan was so frightened that she immediately covered her mouth. Bai Susu felt a little embarrassed. She didn't know whether she should continue speaking. Sister-in-law, just speak your mind. Tell me if you have any other questions. Bai Susu took a breath. Okay, let's talk in private then. Su Liang was a little confused, so he and Bai Susu went to the side. Well, actually, what I wanted to talk about wasn't Shuhan's problem. It's just, when you adults are doing certain things, it's best to avoid her seeing or hearing them. Upon hearing this, Su Liang remained completely composed. When he was doing certain things, he was referring to the wedding night. As long as he wasn't embarrassed by talking about such things, it was others who would feel awkward. He looked at Bai Susu seriously and asked, what exactly are you referring to, sister-in-law? Upon hearing Su Liang's question, Bai Susu's face flushed red, and she lowered her head. Sister-in-law, if you don't explain clearly, then I won't be able to help Shuhan. Bai Susu gritted her teeth. She didn't know if Su Liang was faking it, but since she was the one who brought it up, she had to make things clear. It's just that when you do those kinds of things in the future, don't let her hear it, she'll learn it by mistake. Huh? Su Liang looked puzzled. What exactly is your sister-in-law talking about? Why don't you just say it directly? I really don't understand. Su Liang displayed a strong thirst for knowledge, constantly moving forward until he cornered his opponent. You should keep your voice down when you're doing things with a man, so that Shuhan can't hear you. After Bai Susu finished speaking, she slunk away to the side, having already sensed Su Liang's aggressive intent. Su Liang has recently gained fame, and she has naturally heard of him. Besides Chef Su and Dr. Su, there's also that guy in black stockings, and the rumor that he married 2 wives in one day. Half of these things are related to women. Thinking about all this, Bai Susu felt a wave of fear. What a naive thing she was to talk about observing proper etiquette. He even preyed on his own sister-in-law. He's a complete lecher. Su Liang chuckled inwardly. Teasing his sister-in-law was so damn fun. Besides, Bai Susu was different from Lu Yan. She didn't have a husband. Most importantly, we must help her escape her misery. Moreover, he had just figured it out. Bai Susu was educated and a few years older than him, so she naturally knew more. The previous approach of courtesy first, then force would definitely not work. Why not try a different approach, like forcing yourself on her? Brother, I'm so hungry, let's go home. Li Shuhan called out. Little six. Su Liang shouted, then said to Xiao Lu, who ran in from the door, take her back first. Okay, boss. Xiao Lu carried Li Shuhan away, and before leaving, he secretly glanced at Bai Susu. The boss has set his sights on another one. Xiao Lu felt a surge of emotion. Aren't you going to leave? Bai Susu took a step back, her eyes filled with fear. Su Liang's lips curled up as he walked towards Bai Susu. What do you mean by this, sister-in-law? We haven't solved Shuhan's learning problem yet. What's the problem? Didn't I just tell you? Hey, how can you be so forgetful, sister-in-law? Of course it counts. Su Liang cornered Bai Susu against the wall again. Seeing the other person's frightened expression, he became even more excited, which was also related to his excessive drinking that afternoon. Don't be afraid, sister-in-law. I just have a brand new method of arithmetic that I'd like to discuss with you. After saying that, he voluntarily gave up his seat, gesturing for the other person to enter the classroom in the hall. Bai Susu was speechless when she saw that Su Liang had actually brought up the excuse of discussing arithmetic methods. However, she couldn't refuse this reason, since he was a student's family member and had paid the tuition. Anyway, the classroom is open, so if Su Liang dares to misbehave, she'll call for help. After entering the room, Su Liang didn't waste any words. He picked up a pen and paper and wrote down a line of Arabic numerals from 1 to 9, along with the symbols for addition, subtraction, multiplication, and division. Sister-in-law, please look. This is the new type of numbers and operation symbols I've been researching. New style numbers? Operators? Bai Susu initially thought Su Liang was just scribbling, but when she heard that it was numbers and symbols, she became serious. Although Su Liang's writing is strange, the more you read it, the more plausible it seems. How do we use these things? Bai Susu asked. Su Liang then began to explain to her, including what each number corresponded to, how to combine them, and the usage of symbols. Bai Susu was only half confused. She understood the numbers, which were simply different ways of writing them and using these symbols instead, but the calculations were really difficult to understand and remember. These numbers you've come up with are indeed interesting, but what's the use of them? Bai Susu asked the most crucial question. Regarding arithmetic, the Great Xia dynasty had a calculation system called counting rods. It is a number system that uses two arrangements of numbers, one vertical and one horizontal, to represent the numbers 1 9. It is based on the decimal place value system and can perform very complex calculations, including square roots and solving equations. In her opinion, Su Liang's numbers were merely convenient to write, and certainly not practical for actual application. Su Liang chuckled, what's the use? It's to increase computing speed, of course. Bai Susu sneered upon hearing this. Increase computing speed? What a joke, with just that. What? Sister-in-law doesn't believe me? Of course I don't believe it. The method of counting rods is incredibly sophisticated. How could your symbols possibly compare? Bai Susu had an arrogant look on her face. In her opinion, Su Liang's tricks were nothing more than cheap and frivolous skills. Alright, since you don't believe me, do you dare to have a match with me? A competition? A competition of what kind? Naturally, it's a test of calculation speed. My sister-in-law will give us the questions, and whoever gets the correct answer first wins. Okay. Bai Susu readily agreed. As a teacher, it was her duty to uphold the orthodox arithmetic methods of the Great Xia dynasty. Su Liang changed the subject, saying, since it's a competition, we have to place some bets, otherwise it would be a waste of our winnings. Bai Susu snorted coldly. She was afraid that she would win for nothing. What a brat! Tell me, what do you want to bet? There was no fear in her eyes, because she knew she couldn't possibly lose. Su Liang couldn't help but laugh. The more arrogant you are now, the more ashamed you will be later. He cleared his throat and said, if you lose, sister-in-law, you'll massage my legs until I'm satisfied. Fine. If you lose, you'd better behave yourself whenever you see me from now on. Chapter 84. A gentleman should keep his mouth shut. Bai Susu quickly prepared the questions, one each of addition, subtraction, multiplication, and division. These questions were just made up on the spot. If you don't believe me, you can come up with your own questions. Su Liang waved his hand, of course I believe my sister-in-law. Okay, let's begin. Bai Susu's fingers flew across the small wooden stick, her movements extremely practiced, her expression extremely serious. Su Liang, on the other hand, calmly and methodically listed the equations. The questions posed by the other party involved addition and subtraction of 4-digit numbers, while multiplication and division involved 3-digit and 2-digit numbers, which were child's play for him. After a few dozen breaths, Bai Susu took a deep breath, wrote down the calculation results in her notebook, and finished the most complicated multiplication problem. She was very satisfied with her speed today. A huge weight seemed to lift from her heart. She sneered inwardly, stealing a glance at Su Liang, ready to see his embarrassed state. Upon seeing this, Bai Susu was stunned. Su Liang had already put down his pen and was looking at him with a smile. What does that expression mean? Has he finished calculating? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. He must not know how to calculate anymore, he's given up. Bai Susu quickly analyzed the situation in her mind. The next second, Su Liang's words rang out like a thunderclap, making her head buzz and her whole body go numb instantly. Sister-in-law, you lost. It took Bai Susu a while to come to her senses. She was breathing rapidly and couldn't believe it at all, but Su Liang's expression seemed to be telling her all along that it was true. Impossible. You must have written this nonsense. Bai Susu picked up Su Liang's paper unwillingly. She was bewildered by the strange equations, but also extremely shocked that the algorithm was so simple. She suppressed her surprise and quickly scanned the result of the multiplication. She kept recalling the numbers Su Liang had mentioned earlier. Those things were easy to understand, and her memory was quite good. But these damned memories drove Bai Susu to utter despair. That's right, Su Liang's multiplication result was exactly the same as his. This is impossible. Bai Susu lowered her hand holding the paper, muttering to herself. A moment later, she mustered her strength again and returned to her original spot to fiddle with the small wooden stick. A little while later, Bai Susu's last hope was also dashed. Su Liang's calculations were all correct. She was completely listless, as if she had lost all her vitality. She didn't care that she lost, but that her confidence was gone. Her exquisite calculation skills had actually been defeated by a clever trick. This is a huge blow to scholars. Su Liang didn't care about her confidence or not. If she didn't fulfill the bet soon, it would be dark. Sister-in-law, don't just stand there, come and massage my legs. Ah. Bai Susu only came back to her senses when she heard Su Liang's voice. She didn't say anything. A person should keep their word, especially since she was a teacher. Bai Susu approached Su Liang, who was sitting in a chair, knelt down, and placed her hands on his legs to massage them. Cough cough, a little harder. Rub with both hands. Su Liang continued to give instructions. Bai Susu's lips trembled slightly, and she suddenly felt like crying. The first man she served was actually her brother-in-law. If word gets out, how can I face anyone? After massaging for a while, Su Liang grabbed her hand, sister-in-law, massaged the other leg. Bai Susu mechanically gave an O and was about to withdraw her hand, but Su Liang directly pressed her hand down to her lower abdomen. Bai Susu's eyes widened immediately, as if she had been extremely frightened. Su Liang quickly said, Sister-in-law, I advise you not to shout. Anyway, I'm not afraid of others knowing. Upon hearing this, Bai Susu immediately covered her mouth with her other hand, then quickly turned her head to look around. Seeing that no one was around, she breathed a small sigh of relief. She turned her head, wanting to pull her hand back, but Su Liang was so strong, how could she possibly resist? As a renowned physician, Su Liang certainly understood prostate issues. He taught him step by step, not afraid of his skills being stolen. Sister-in-law, you should know how, right? Do it yourself. Don't cheat, you're a teacher, you have to be honest. Su Liang withdrew his hand as he spoke, and Bai Susu also stopped, but her hand did not leave. I did promise you, but this isn't a leg. Sister-in-law, you don't know this, but in traditional Chinese medicine. Seeing that Bai Susu was so trustworthy, Su Liang didn't mind imparting some medical knowledge to her. Bai Susu knew Su Liang was talking nonsense, but she was really scared. If he let go, Su Liang would shout and scream that he would never be able to live. Soon, she finally moved her hand, and Su Liang saw goosebumps rise on her arm and her whole body tremble. Su Liang was also a little nervous, and his legs even trembled slightly. After a short while, Bai Susu's technique became more and more skilled, but her hands were also getting a little sore. Su Liang, still feeling the effects of the alcohol he had drunk that afternoon, pulled Bai Susu up and made her turn her back to him. Sister-in-law, your hands must be tired. Sit down and rest for a bit. We can try a different way of massaging them. Su Liang considerately let Bai Susu sit on his lap.
15 minutes later, footsteps suddenly came from outside the classroom.
Mr. Bai, Mr. Su has asked you.
The page boy ran over, dumbfounded, his mouth agape, frozen in place.
He didn't expect Su Liang to be there too.
What was even more unexpected was that Mr. Bai was still bending over to exercise at this time.
Ah!
When Bai Susu saw the page boy arrive, she screamed in fright and immediately stood up straight.
He quickly explained, "It's not what you think."
Su Liang stood up unhurriedly. He was very satisfied with his sister-in-law's character. She was definitely the most trustworthy person he had ever met.
Sister-in-law, it's getting late. Let's stop studying math here for today.
As Su Liang passed by Bai Susu from behind, he grabbed her shapely buttocks and whispered, "Sister-in-law, I'm not satisfied yet.
You'll have to keep going next time." Su Liang swaggered out and threw 10 taels of silver at the page. A gentleman should keep his mouth shut.
The page boy immediately put the silver into his pocket and bowed to Su Liang. He hadn't expected that the other party was also educated.
What a damn scoundrel.
Then the page boy bowed to Bai Susu and said, "Ms. Bai, Mr. Su asked you to go find him." After saying that, he turned and left, his expression returning to normal, as if he hadn't seen anything. Bai Susu wiped away her tears, but when she thought about how she had actually taken the initiative at a certain moment, she cried again out of shame.
My reputation is ruined.
I should never have gambled with him.
Nothing was said that night. Because Su Liang didn't go back to the restaurant.
He found an opportunity to get 1,000 daily affection points from Chen Shishir, and then went out to live in the courtyard with Miaowei.
Miaowei's wife was still quite weak and hadn't recovered, so Su Liang only took a small bite.
I only gained 50,000 affection points in one night. After breakfast, he followed the two soldiers in Chen Dalei to the military camp. However, before that, the daily task had been completed, and 4,000 affection points had been obtained, bringing the total value to exactly 310,000.
Chapter 85 Entering the Barracks. No sooner had Su Liang and his group left than Xingfeng arrived at the restaurant with his men.
"Sir, we're closed for the day."
Xiao Lu immediately went to greet the person who came. Where's Su Liang? Tell him to come out.
Xiao Lu sensed the unfriendly tone in the other person's voice and immediately thought of Bai Susu, whom he had seen at school yesterday.
Could it be that the landlord couldn't resist and the woman reported it to the authorities? That's impossible.
The landlord might be a bit, but surely not to that extent.
Sir, the master is not here. Not here?
Where did he go? He was invited to the military camp.
The military camp. Xingfeng raised an eyebrow, thinking to himself, the Huang family is acting so fast? He just confirmed that Su Liang is a suspect. When did he leave? Who took him away and for what reason?
Xingfeng didn't even hear Xiao Lu use the word please. Xiao Lu was also pretty sure that their search for Su Liang was not going to bring anything good.
Sir, I don't know that. Xingfeng sighed and left with his men.
Xiao Lu quickly ran upstairs. The military camp was less than 10 miles from the county town, but it took Su Liang almost half an hour to get there by carriage. The first half of the official road was fine, but the latter part of the carriage traveled too slowly and was very bumpy. He almost got carsick. "Oh my god, I'll definitely have to improve this car later," Su Liang muttered, rubbing his backside after getting out of the car. In contrast, Chen Dalei fared much better. It wasn't that he was more adaptable, but rather that being dragged along on horseback was too terrifying. The two were quickly led into the military camp by the two soldiers.
The military camp was not small.
It was surrounded by a wall made of sharpened round logs. The logs were somewhat blackened and looked quite old. Even the military flags on the top of the wall were faded. On the watchtower, the soldiers on duty were fairly upright, but they were nothing compared to the soldiers Su Liang had experienced in his previous life. Upon entering the camp, the first thing that hits you is a strange smell that is a mixture of various odors, the smell of dry dust, smoke, metal, and the smell of horses and livestock. The ground of the military camp was almost devoid of weeds, with only ruts, footprints, and hoofprints scattered haphazardly. In the center was a training ground made of sand that had been trampled down to a very firm texture. This was the heart of the military camp and the place where the soldiers trained. At that moment, a group of soldiers surrounded the training ground, cheering and encouraging the person competing in the center.
Young Master Su, you've come at just the right time.
Today is the day of the martial arts competition, held every 10 days.
The winning camp will reward the entire camp with drinks, so everyone is giving it their all, the soldier leading the way laughed. Su Liang's warm hospitality yesterday made the two soldiers treat him very well. Su Liang chuckled, finding the military camp quite interesting. In recent years, the Great Xia had rarely experienced war, and the entire camp numbered only about 1,000 men. It was fitting to have a competition occasionally to boost morale. But Su Liang quickly thought of a problem and said, if a certain battalion has a very strong one, wouldn't he win every time? The soldier laughed and said, they are indeed very strong, but it's not just one person. They are all evenly matched, with wins and losses. Moreover, the top 10 are selected in each competition, and these 10 people cannot participate in the next few rounds. In addition, each battalion will make personnel exchanges and other adjustments. In short, the general's arrangement is very fair. Su Liang nodded slightly. It seemed that Luo Wei did have some skill. The group continued onward, bypassing the training ground, and arrived at the barracks area. There were dozens of barracks, arranged fairly neatly. Most were low mud brick or wooden structures, with thatched or wooden roofs, and some had the gaps sealed with mud to keep out the wind and cold. Most of the tent doors were open, and the simple communal sleeping area inside, covered with dry straw mats and thin blankets, could be vaguely seen. Su Liang looked into the distance and saw stables and mess halls on the outskirts of the barracks. Further away was the blacksmith's shop, where he could vaguely see sparks occasionally flying from the furnace, and a group of men dressed as blacksmiths hammering iron. Soon, Su Liang was taken to the most impressive barracks in the center. After the two soldiers explained the situation, the gatekeeper ran inside to report and returned shortly afterward. After searching Su Liang, he let him pass. Upon entering the barracks, Su Liang saw Luo Wei sitting in the main seat. He was about 40 years old, with regular features, a neat mustache, and very short stubble on his face, which showed that he was a clean and tidy person. You're Su Liang? Luo Wei seemed somewhat surprised when he met Su Liang. He hadn't expected Su Liang to be so young. It is indeed this humble commoner who greets the general. Luo Wei laughed and waved his hand. No need for formalities, please have a seat. Thank you, General. You guys can go down now. Yes. The two soldiers and the guard who reported the news bowed and left, leaving only Su Liang, Chendelei, Luo Wei and his personal guards inside the house. After exchanging a few more words, Luo Wei took out the hand crossbow that Su Liang had made, but it had been disassembled into scattered pieces. To be honest, I had someone study this crossbow, but I'm ashamed to say that once it's disassembled, it can't be restored, Luo Wei said somewhat awkwardly. Su Liang thought for a moment and said, the parts of this crossbow are all tightly joined together. If you disassemble some of the parts, they will inevitably be damaged and cannot be restored. Upon hearing this, Luo Wei's expression changed slightly. Even you can't recover? Su Liang nodded. It is indeed impossible to restore. Ro frowned, feeling a pang of heartache. He had personally tried it out and was absolutely enamored with the crossbow. Moreover, he knew the importance of this weapon, which is why he decided to have it disassembled and studied. If it could be successfully replicated, it would greatly increase the strength of the army. It's a pity that not only did the research fail, but now even restoration is impossible. Then could you make another one? Ro asked quickly. In his view, if Su Liang can make one, he can definitely make more. Su Liang chuckled inwardly. Some of the parts of this crossbow were purchased directly by him. They were very precise, and disassembling them would inevitably damage them. Moreover, they were all sealed, so a simple disassembly would not reveal anything. Now, it's time to discuss some terms. Su Liang sighed and pretended to be embarrassed, saying, General Luo, you have seen the parts of this crossbow. Many of them are the result of my years of dedicated research. I can indeed make another one, but the materials for these parts are really hard to find and extremely difficult to forge. Luo Wei glanced at the parts on the table, his brows furrowing even deeper. Su Liang was right. Putting aside how ingenious the design of the crossbow was, the craftsman was greatly shocked when he took it apart, just by looking at the parts. He personally asked the craftsman if it was possible to create it, but not a single one dared to step forward, which shows how difficult it was. Luo Wei sighed deeply, his regret growing stronger. He should have known better than to break it up and wait for Su Liang to come first. If I provide you with the materials, are you confident you can make it in a short time? Ro asked. This Su Liang's expression of difficulty deepened. Even if all the materials are available, it is absolutely impossible to make it in a short time. Upon hearing this, Luo Wei sighed deeply, his heart filled with regret and disappointment. At this moment, Su Liang added, but if it's made in a simpler way, the time can be greatly reduced. Chapter 86 Su Liang. Come out and face your death. Upon hearing this, Luo Wei's breath, which had just been released, immediately rose again. He straightened up and pointed at Su Liang. How powerful is the simpler crossbow? And how much shorter is the time it takes? Su Liang secretly gave Luo Wei a thumbs up. As expected of the commander, the first thing he thought of at this moment was the most crucial issue of power. The time frame is hard to estimate, it depends on the availability of materials. As for power, it should be at least the same as before, and with slight improvements, it could be even greater. Upon hearing Su Liang's words, Luo Wei stood up excitedly. The power was even greater. The crossbow's range was already up to 100 meters. Although the power would decrease afterward, it was still much stronger than a bow and arrow. After all, even weak soldiers can achieve the same effect with this, which is something that bows and arrows cannot match. Is this really true? Su Liang also stood up. There is no joking in the army. Good. Luo Wei shouted, walked directly to Su Liang, and put his hand on his shoulder. Just do your job with peace of mind. The military will take care of the materials. I'll provide whatever you need. Su Liang's lips curled up slightly. The material issue was easy to solve, it was simply a matter of steelmaking and manufacturing the core material, springs. Most importantly, he now had the military as a powerful backer. Su Liang clasped his hands in a fist salute and said, General Luo, I haven't finished speaking yet. Luo Wei frowned. What else is there? Tell me. Su Liang raised his head and met his gaze. If the conditions are right, this crossbow can be mass-produced. Batch, mass production. In that instant, Luo Wei lost all control of his expression, and the words mass production kept echoing in his mind. As a soldier who had personally fought on the battlefield, he deeply understood the value of those words. Mass production. That would elevate the entire Great Xia Army's combat effectiveness to a whole new level. This is no longer a simple matter of weapon optimization, it's a major military strategy for the entire nation. Not only him, but also the guards behind him were stunned. He was highly skilled in martial arts, had tried the crossbow before and knew its power. Moreover, he had been by Luo Wei's side for many years, so he could naturally imagine how big this matter was. Chen Dailai watched as his son-in-law stunned the general with just one sentence, and his pride grew even stronger. He was truly worthy of the man he had chosen. He was so glad he had married his daughter to him, or he would have been in deep trouble. It took Luo Wei quite a while to come to his senses. He didn't show much excitement, but said with a serious expression, Young Master Su, this is a matter of great importance, and you can't say such things carelessly. Su Liang also said with a serious look, I know that, but I still maintain that as long as the materials and manpower are sufficient, this crossbow can be mass-produced. Luo Wei narrowed his eyes and gripped Su Liang's shoulders tightly with both hands. If young Master Su can accomplish this, he will be a hero of Great Xia. Su Liang chuckled, I dare not accept the title of meritorious official, but as a citizen of Great Xia, it is my duty to serve the country. Luo Wei was taken aback, not expecting Su Liang to have such awareness. Rest assured, if this succeeds, I, Luo Wei, will not take credit for it and will definitely report the truth. As the saying goes, fortune and misfortune are intertwined. Su Liang didn't want to make too much of a fuss before he was fully capable of doing business. Even doing small business would be targeted. If word got out that he was making weapons, who knows what would happen? So it was best to keep a low profile. After Luo Wei returned to his seat, Su Liang said, General Luo, I have a favor to ask of you. Luo Wei laughed heartily, Young Master Su, just say the word, I'll do whatever I can. I am just a commoner, and I have been timid since childhood. I don't even dare to kill a chicken. So I hope General Luo can keep this a secret for the time being. Luo Wei's expression froze for a moment, then he burst into laughter. He hadn't expected Su Liang to be so cautious. However, he had planned to do this in secret before it was even done. All right, I promise you. This matter will be carried out entirely in my name. You can rest assured and do it. I will order the soldiers to keep it a secret and it will not be leaked. Next, Luo Wei asked Chen Dailai to leave as well, leaving only Su Liang and the other two in the room. The two discussed the specific plan in detail. Su Liang didn't stand on ceremony and asked for everything he could get. Luo Wei also gave him face and agreed to everything. First, Su Liang will dedicate himself to optimization and meticulous design for a period of time. He would then disassemble the crossbow into its various parts, assign these parts to different people for production, and finally assemble them with specialists sent by Ro to prevent the technology from being leaked. Su Liang naturally wouldn't stay in the military every day,
so Luo Wei allowed him to establish a new production base, but the production of core weapon components could only be entrusted to the military, while the rest could be left to him at will. Furthermore, the two reached a cooperation agreement, with Luo Wei also becoming a shareholder of the production base. In the Great Xia dynasty, it was common for soldiers to engage in commerce, and the law did not explicitly prohibit it. As long as they did not sell military equipment, no one would care. Generals like Luo Wei, who commanded their own military camps, often controlled iron mines, so it was quite normal for them to produce and sell civilian ironware. After the two finished talking, Luo Wei couldn't wait to make the arrangements. In fact, Su Liang had inquired about Luo Wei's character when he was drinking with the two soldiers yesterday. According to those two men, Luo Wei was a good general who was loyal to the emperor, loved his country, and cared for his subordinates. Having met him today, Su Liang confirmed this fact, otherwise, he would have simply given him another crossbow. After Luo Wei finished making the arrangements, Su Liang took his leave. Luo Wei's personal guard, Zhuo Yong, also walked out of the military camp with him. Zhuo Yong carried Luo Wei's token and was responsible for assisting Su Liang in establishing the production base and protecting his personal safety. Su Liang naturally knew that the other party must also have a surveillance mission, but that was normal and he could understand it. He would have done the same if he were in their shoes. The Huang family. After learning about the investigation from Xingfeng, Huang Shu slammed his fist on the table in anger. Humph! A mere restaurant owner dares to kill my cousin? Does he think the Huang family has no one left? Having said that, he picked up his knife and went out the door with his 4 followers. Xingfeng tried to stop him, but he couldn't. Seeing Huang Shu and his 5 companions right away, Xingfeng immediately gave chase. He always upheld the law and spoke his mind. Su Liang was currently only a suspect and not at the restaurant. If Huang Shu were to target anyone else, things would get really bad. After learning of his cousin's murder yesterday, Huang Shu rushed back with his men overnight. He lost his parents at a young age and grew up in Huang Xihai's family. He and Huang Xihai were like brothers. Now that his brother has been killed, how could he bear it? Day. Huang Shu galloped away on his horse and soon arrived at the restaurant entrance. Li Shudong frowned as she looked at the 5 menacing-looking people. Xiao Lu told her in the morning that Xingfeng had come to see Su Liang. As the only person in the know at present, she has already prepared various responses. But something seems off. These people are clearly from the military. Just as she was wondering what was going on, Huang Shu kicked over the table by the door, shattering the newly collected hatching eggs all over the floor. Su Liang! Come out and face your death. Take all of Chapter 87. The villagers who came to sell hatching eggs were already afraid of the soldiers, but Huang Shu's kick scared them so much that they ran away as fast as they could. Ernio and the others were also confused, not knowing what was going on. Upon seeing that the visitor was from the military, Xiao Lu quickly stepped forward and said, "Sir, our master is not here. He has already been invited by you." Before Xiao Lu could finish speaking, Huang Shu slapped him to the ground. "Humph, trying to hide? If you don't come out, I'll kill everyone here." After Huang Shu finished shouting, he drew his knife, and the 4 men behind him did the same. Seeing Xiao Lu being beaten, Li Shudong became furious, pulled out the sword from under the counter, and rushed out. Her speed was extremely fast. Raising her sword, drawing it, and finally thrusting it out were all done in an instant. However, Huang Shu, as a deputy captain, was also quite skilled. Although he was stunned for half a second by Li Shutong's martial arts, he still managed to block the sword with his knife. Swoosh crack! The moment the swords clashed violently, a sharp, piercing sound was heard, followed by the sound of the sword in Huang Shu's hand breaking. Huang Shu's eyes widened, his expression filled with disbelief. Although his knife wasn't a treasure, it was still of high quality. How could it break so easily? Li Shudong ignored his thoughts, and after her attack was blocked, she immediately thrust out another sword. "Be careful, sir," shouted the attendant behind him. Huang Shu quickly dodged backward, barely managing to block Li Shutong's attack with his broken sword. Li Shudong wanted to kill him directly, but the 4 soldiers had already blocked Huang Shu's way. "Get her down, you son of a bitch!" Huang Shu shouted, but he was already a little scared. Kuka had almost died at the hands of this woman. Luckily, he had brought people with him. If he had come by himself, he would be dead by now. Just as the 4 soldiers were about to make their move, Xingfeng's voice came from behind. "Stop! Anyone who dares to lay a hand on me, arrest them and take them to the yamen." Xingfeng and his 6 men also drew their knives and surrounded the restaurant entrance. Huang Shu sneered, "Lord Xing, you have quite the airs of an official."
Xingfeng's brow twitched involuntarily, and he cupped his hands in a respectful gesture towards Huang Shu. Lord Huang, I was merely acting in accordance with the law. Huang Shu angrily said, acting impartially, fine. This woman attempted to assassinate me in public, why don't you seize her immediately? Upon hearing this, Ernie immediately started yelling, go to hell. You were the one who started it. Don't think you can bully people just because you're a soldier. Taizhu shouted, brandishing a kitchen knife. The moment Li Shudong made her move, they went to get their weapons. All of them had witnessed Su Liang kill people, so their courage naturally grew as well. Huang Shu glanced at Ernio and the others, and was startled again. Ordinary people are terrified of him and have to speak to him with utmost respect. But these guys weren't afraid at all, they acted like they'd chop you up if you made a move. Is this still a restaurant? Not only is there a woman with such high martial arts skills, but even the waiters are just as imposing as his own men. Huang Shu clenched his fists, feeling somewhat ashamed and annoyed by the fleeting fear he had felt. How could a dignified deputy general in the army be unable to deal with a few lowly commoners? Just as Huang Shu was about to lose his temper, another group of people rushed over from one side of the street. Lu Xiaofei noticed it when Huang Shu rode by on horseback. He went out to check the situation, only to find that the other party's target was the restaurant. So he gathered 10 butchers, grabbed their tools, and rushed over. Xiao Lu, are you all right? Lu Xiaofei immediately spotted Xiao Lu, whose cheeks were swollen and whose mouth was still bleeding. Xiao Lu was supported by De Pang and didn't say anything. Huang Shu's slap was too hard for him, and he was still dizzy. Without further ado, Lu Xiaofei raised his knife, ready for battle. Ma Dezhuang and the others behind him followed suit. They had become sworn brothers since they went hunting together, and had gone through many dangers together, big and small, so their friendship was practically a life or death bond. Su Liang is Lu Xiaofei's benefactor, so he is their benefactor too. And since he's been so good to them, there's no reason for them to just stand by and watch their own people get bullied. Huang Shu was genuinely frightened by this. Judging from the demeanor of these people, he knew they were hunters. Moreover, this young man is not like him at his age. He's single-minded and, once he gets excited, he doesn't care who you are, he's really daring to go for it. Huang Shu swallowed hard, forcing himself to calm down. He should have brought more people with him. What do you want to do? Ha? Is this a rebellion? Huang Shu tried to scare these people away by shouting, but it had no effect whatsoever. He then looked at Xing Feng and shouted, what are you still standing there for? Can't you see they're pointing knives at me? Xing Feng's eyes sharpened, and he shouted, everyone, put down your knives. Then he looked at Huang Shu, including you, Lord Huang. Huang Shu didn't expect Xing Feng to dare to oppose him, but he didn't want to be ganged up on by this group of tigers, especially since the woman was pointing her sword at him. Humph. Let's go. Huang Shu snorted coldly, then led his men onto their horses and left. Seeing this, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. If they had really started fighting, things would have been much more complicated, since the other party was a member of the military. Xingfeng looked in the direction Huang Shu had left inside. How could the other party let it go so easily? He must have gone to the county government office. Although the Ding'an army and the county government belong to different systems, they can only obey the military during wartime and have no say in each other during peacetime. However, the military still holds the upper hand in Ping'an County because Luo Wei is a 5th-rank official, while the county magistrate is only a 6th-rank official. Moreover, the county magistrate was a very tactful person and there was no way he could offend Huang Shu. At this moment, Li Shuyao stepped forward and questioned, Lord Xing, what crime has my husband committed? Why are you arresting him? She genuinely didn't know. When Xiaolu reported it this morning, she asked Li Shudong, but the other party didn't say anything, and the news of Huang Sihai's death hadn't spread yet. Xingfeng said, I suspect that Su Liang killed Huang Sihai, and I have already found evidence. WH. What? Upon hearing this, everyone was shocked, including Li Shudong, who hadn't expected Xingfeng to be able to find evidence. Impossible. How could my husband, such a good person, kill someone? Chen Shishir stepped forward and shouted. After she finished speaking, Li Shuyao and her sister, as well as Ernio and the others who knew that Su Liang had committed murder, all unconsciously glanced at her. Su Liang is a decent person, but he's ruthless when it comes to killing. Unaware of the situation, Su Yiman and Zhao Tingzhu nodded in agreement, while Lu Xiaofei and the others exclaimed, that's right. How could someone as good as our boss kill someone? You must have made a mistake. Exactly, you must have checked it wrong. Xingfeng snorted coldly. Although he had no direct evidence, all the evidence pointed to Su Liang. Based on his experience, the murderer was undoubtedly Su Liang. Shut up, all of you. What you say is useless. When Su Liang returns, this matter will naturally be resolved. Upon hearing this, everyone fell silent. Indeed, no matter what they said, it was useless. The matter would ultimately have to be decided by the county government. Li Shudong became even more nervous. All she wanted to do now was to tell Su Liang not to come back. Xingfeng did not leave. He waited for the county officials to arrive. Sure enough, a quarter of an hour later, a large group of Yamen runners surrounded the restaurant. The person leading the team was not Su Hu, but Wu Kai, the county magistrate's advisor. Wu Kai gave the order, "Take them all down." Chapter 88. Who dares to touch my wife? Wu Kai led a group of Yamen runners, and together with Xingfeng and a few others, there were a total of 30 people. No matter how skilled Li Shudong was in martial arts, he couldn't resist, and under these circumstances, it was even less likely that he could. Except for Su Yiman and Zhao Tingzhu, everyone else in the restaurant was taken away. This spectacular scene attracted a crowd of onlookers. Aren't these people from Xiao Liang's restaurant? What's going on? He must have done something wrong. That's impossible. They shouldn't arrest so many people just because they committed a crime. Besides, the restaurant hasn't been open for the past 2 days. What could they have done? Sai, they must be being targeted. Have you all forgotten about the Huang family framing the restaurant a few days ago? Sai, to be honest, the Huang family is really a bunch of scoundrels. It's also because manager Su is too honest. If he had gone to offer some tribute to that county magistrate earlier, there wouldn't have been any problems. It's not as simple as you think. Besides, manager Su is such a good person, how could he know these things? The people were talking about it, but most of them sided with Su Liang. To them, the Huang family were landlords, while Su Liang was from humble origins. Naturally, they favored the latter. Moreover, the restaurant's purchase of hatched eggs in the past 2 days had indeed made some people money. On the way, Su Liang was still chatting and laughing with Chen Dalai. Xiao Liang, I've heard these past few days that those black stockings were also made by you? Did your father-in-law see it? Su Liang asked. No, I just heard it from someone. I never go to Yingchenla. After saying this, the two looked at each other in silence. Chen Dalai wanted to slap himself. He had confessed without being asked. Actually, he never used to go to Yingchenla, but now that his daughter is married and his son is working as a waiter in a restaurant, he feels quite lonely when he's alone. Su Liang naturally wouldn't delve into whether he went to Zhuxianglu or not. Men, they all understand. If you like them, father-in-law, I'll send you a few later. Chen Dalai was overjoyed upon hearing this. He had seen Kair's performance, although it was only a short segment, but those black stockings were damn hot. But he was timid. He only drank some wine at Ingchun Tower and did not hire any prostitutes. He simply went back to work out, relying on his memory. Good son-in-law. Chen Dalai realized something was wrong as soon as he finished praising her. He was a bachelor, so who would wear those black stockings for him? Su Liang had already anticipated this. He coughed twice, and his expression turned serious. Father-in-law, you have been both a father and a mother to Shishir and Xiaofeng all these years. It has not been easy for you. Chen Dalai was taken aback, wondering why Su Liang suddenly said these things, but upon reflection, Su Liang's words made perfect sense. Su Liang continued, now that Shishir and Xiaofeng have grown up, you don't need to worry about them anymore, so it's time for you to think about yourself, father-in-law. Chen Dalai was startled, realizing what Su Liang meant. Father-in-law, I fully support your remarriage. Oh, this isn't a good idea. There is nothing wrong with that. I know my father-in-law is a good man who is loyal to his feelings, but I believe that my mother-in-law, if she is watching from heaven, would also want someone to take care of you. Besides, your taking a concubine will not affect my mother-in-law's position as the principal wife. Chen Dalai was both excited and moved by Su Liang's words. This child was so filial. Moreover, he considered everything very comprehensively, much better than his son. Xiao Liang, you're truly a good son-in-law to your father. Don't worry, if Shishir misbehaves in the future, just give her a good spanking. Your father will absolutely believe in you. He'll definitely be on your side. Don't worry, father-in-law, I will treat Shishir well, at most I will just give her a little encouragement. Yes, if she doesn't listen, then whip her hard. My wife, don't blame your husband for being heartless. This was arranged by your father himself.
In reality, Su Liang didn't want his father-in-law to go astray, so as to avoid running into him in a brothel later. Soon, the carriage stopped in front of the restaurant. As soon as she got out of the car, Su Yiman ran over, her face showing an unprecedented look of anxiety. "Brother, something terrible has happened. All the people from the restaurant have been taken to the county government office." After learning about the case from Xingfeng, Magistrate Chen Yong ordered a trial to be held immediately. There was no other way, too many people had been arrested. Su Liang was now a figure of importance in the city, and the common people had all followed him. He dared not let Huang Shu handle the matter privately. Clang! Chen Yong slammed the gavel, causing the fat flab on his arm to tremble. "Speak! Tell me the truth about how Su Liang killed Master Huang." No one responded, and apart from Li Shadong, no one else present knew. "Let me tell you, if you don't confess now, after Su Liang is brought to justice, I will charge you with harboring a criminal, and you will all be thrown into prison." Chen Yong was somewhat surprised after he finished speaking. These people weren't afraid at all? Not only are they not afraid, but they're also glaring at me. What's the meaning of that? "Humph, you won't talk, huh? Guards, torture them one by one." At this moment, Su Hu quickly stepped forward. "Sir, these people have no direct connection to this case, and Su Liang has not yet been convicted. Using torture at this time would be against the rules and would be difficult to convince the public." Chen Yong's mustache twitched. Su Hu was increasingly disregarding him. He already knew that Su Liang had secretly contacted Su Hu, and he also knew that Su Hu had obtained some aphrodisiac pills. It's one thing for Su Liang to be disrespectful to me, but Su Hu actually dares to hoard good things. Insolence! This is a trial. When did it become your place to interrupt? Use torture. Several constables were about to take action when Li Shuyao stepped forward again. "According to the laws of the Great Xia dynasty, those who abuse punishment will be punished with salary deductions, suspension from duty, or dismissal. In serious cases, they can be prosecuted according to the law." "You corrupt official, are you trying to defy the law?" Li Shuyao's words were forceful and clear. For a moment, Chen Yong was indeed frightened. This little girl actually knew about the law. But what good is that? He's the one who calls the shots in Ping'an County. The law? Sorry, but Chen Yong's words are the law. "You insolent commoner, how dare you insult this official in court? Guards, take him away and give him 20 heavy lashes, a good beating." Seeing her sister about to be dragged away, Li Shadong didn't care about anything else and stepped forward, kicking the two constables away in 2 quick moves. Upon seeing this, Chen Yong immediately crouched down under the table and shouted, "Men, quick! Seize her!" Seeing that things were getting out of hand, Su Hu immediately went to Li Shadong and whispered, "Don't do anything rash. This is a courtroom. If things get out of hand, none of you will be able to leave." Thinking about how many people were in the restaurant, Li Shadong calmed down. She couldn't let everyone get into trouble. "Men, seize him." Su Hu gave the order, and his men took Li Shadong into custody. Chen Yong breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing this and stood up again. "Continue the torture. Take her away and beat her too. Humph, daring to lay a hand on her in court, give her 30 lashes." Li Shadong did not resist this time, and the two of them were escorted to the door. The people in the restaurant clenched their fists, but there was nothing they could do. They couldn't stop them. Su Hu sighed inwardly. It was over. Su Liang's wife had been beaten, and the great mighty heavenly dragon was definitely gone. Just as the bailiffs raised the board, a loud shout came from the main gate. "Who dares to touch my wife?" Chapter 89, The Innocent Will Remain Innocent? Ignoring the guards' attempts to stop him, Su Liang rushed in. Without saying a word, he went up and kicked the executioners away, then quickly helped the two up and put his arms around them. "I'm sorry to have frightened you, my wife." Su Liang's face was extremely gloomy, and his eyes were full of murderous intent. "Just kidding, only he can spank someone like that. Try having anyone else do it." Faced with Su Liang's murderous gaze, the constables stood up but didn't dare to step forward. At this point, Zhuo Yong, who had been following him, also noticed this. He was somewhat astonished. Su Liang had seemed harmless before, but now he was like a completely different person. He was all too familiar with that look. It was something only soldiers who had personally been on the battlefield and experienced fighting had. Zhuo Yong's eyes narrowed slightly. Su Liang must have killed someone. Seeing someone else make a move, Chen Yong squatted down again. "Men, take him down." A group of Yamen runners immediately surrounded Su Liang. Huang Shu stood up at this moment. He didn't know why Zhuo Yong was there, but he couldn't care less now.
His brother's killer was right in front of him, and he could no longer control his emotions. He had to kill him right now. Su Liang, prepare to die. Huang Shu shouted and drew the sword from one of his men, slashing at Su Liang. Seeing this, the bailiffs wisely stepped aside. Su Liang reacted quickly, immediately pushing the two women behind him. Then he picked up the board from the ground and went to meet them. He couldn't possibly reveal his spatial abilities in public, otherwise Huang Shu would have died 1,000 times over. However, Su Liang now has a 5-fold physical boost, so even without a gun, he's not someone who can be easily taken advantage of. Although a wooden plank is not as sharp as a knife, its advantage lies in its length. Su Liang had no fighting skills, he simply relied on brute force to achieve miracles. Whoosh whoosh. The wooden plank moved at an extreme speed, cutting through the air with a loud thud. Huang Shu didn't take it seriously at first. It was just a wooden board, he could just block it with his hand, or even ignore it. It didn't affect his ability to kill Su Liang. However, the moment he saw Su Liang swing his sword, he realized something was wrong. This guy seemed to have a lot of strength, and his arm would probably be broken in one blow. But he had already rushed out, and even if he stopped now, given the length of the plank, he would definitely be hit. Huang Shu gritted his teeth and decided to stick to the plan. As long as he could kill Su Liang, he didn't care if his arm was broken. The decision was made in an instant. A cold glint flashed in Huang Shu's eyes as he raised his left arm to block, while his right hand gripped the knife tightly, aiming directly at Su Liang's neck. At the same moment Su Liang swung the wooden board, Zhuoyong also moved. He didn't care who Su Liang was, protecting his personal safety was his current mission. Zhuoyong never expected that the two men would move so quickly. There were Yamen runners in front of him, and it was too late to step over them and stop them. Almost everyone held their breath at that moment, and Su Liang's 3 wives shouted in unison, "No!" Just as Huang Shu's knife was about to fall, Su Liang's wooden board struck him first. Click! The wooden plank and the yellow tree branch snapped almost simultaneously. That's not all. Although the wooden plank broke, the force hadn't dissipated. Huang Shu's eyes widened in disbelief the moment he was hit. Before the pain even started, my body was thrown out of control. Bang! Huang Shu was sent flying a full 5 or 6 meters away. Everyone was stunned, unable to comprehend what was happening before their eyes. How could a wooden plank send a person flying that far? That would take an incredible amount of strength. But Huang Shu's heart-wrenching roar rang in their ears, forcing everyone to believe that it was real. At this moment, the two Li sisters ran to Su Liang's side. "Husband, are you all right?" "Ah, husband, your hand is bleeding." The two women frowned deeply, showing great concern. Su Liang casually shook his hand. It's nothing. I used a bit too much force, and the wooden board was too hard, so I got it chafed, but it's not a big problem." "Did the shock break your skin?" Everyone gasped in shock. This guy was using every ounce of his strength. Hitting a hard object with a stick is indeed shocking, but this was a living person. No wonder Huang Shu screamed so hard. It looks like not only his arm was broken, but also his ribs were probably broken as well. At this moment, 2 of Huang Shu's men stepped forward to check on his injuries, while 2 others drew their knives and approached Su Liang. If a general is attacked, they don't need to intervene, they can simply kill him. Su Liang remained completely calm, because Zhuoyong was already standing in front of him. "Stop!" Without wasting words, Zhuoyong stopped the 2 men and pulled out Luo Wei's waist token. "This is General Luo's token. You two, step back now." The 2 men examined it carefully and confirmed that it was indeed General Luo's token. They immediately put away their swords and bowed to the token. "Greetings, General." Although the 2 were Huang Shu soldiers, Luo Wei was the only corps member of the military camp, and his priority was higher than anyone else's. Upon seeing this, the people around were dumbfounded again. How did they manage to bring the general out again? Huang Shu's already pained expression immediately darkened. He didn't know how Su Liang could have such a relationship with Luo Wei, but now it was impossible to kill him. Moreover, with Zhuoyong around, using the fact that Su Liang had injured him as an excuse wouldn't work either. Shen Yong was shocked and broke out in a cold sweat. Su Liang actually knew General Luo. Moreover, the person holding the token and following Su Liang was clearly protecting him. Who exactly is he to General Luo? Why would he send someone to protect him so closely? Shen Yong didn't have time to think much. He quickly sent someone to check on Huang Shu's condition and hurried over to Su Liang, not wanting to offend either side. "Oh dear, young Master Su, it's all a misunderstanding." Su Liang snorted coldly. The case hasn't even been concluded yet, how has it become a misunderstanding? Well, we're closing this case due to insufficient evidence. No. This case must be tried. Huang Shu, supporting his arm with sweat beading on his forehead, used almost all his strength to utter those words, but there was no other way. Convicting Su Liang was the only option now. Su Liang glanced at him coldly. To him, anyone who wanted his life had to die. If they harm one of your people, they deserve to die. This Huang Shu was already on his kill list. You're supposed to be a brother, right? Well then, I'll send you to meet Huang Sihai. This. Chen Yong looked left and right, unsure of what to do. Don't make things difficult for me. The innocent will clear themselves. I accept the trial. Chen Yong smiled obsequiously. Alright, then we'll do as you two say. Zhuo Yong was somewhat surprised. He thought Su Liang would ask him for help, but he didn't expect Su Liang to take the initiative to ask for the trial. Could it be that he didn't kill the person? In fact, even if Su Liang didn't speak, Zhuo Yong would have made his position clear to Chen Yong. He was only there to handle weapons matters and would not interfere in the internal affairs of the county government. Li Shudong then gave Su Liang a deep look. Those who purify themselves will purify themselves? How did he manage to say that so confidently? Chapter 90. A person with an upright character has nothing to fear. The trial did not begin immediately because Huang Shu's arm was in excruciating pain and needed immediate treatment. Having no other option, Chen Yong could only send someone to fetch a doctor. Upon seeing this, the people at the gate immediately began to discuss it. Why bother calling a doctor? Isn't Dr. Su right here? Exactly, is there any doctor in this county town better than Dr. Su? No, are you two fucking hillbillies? Have you forgotten who shot you? Oh right, it was Dr. Su who did it. Look at my memory. Hearing the people's discussions, Huang Shu's face twitched. This Su Liang was actually a doctor, and a miracle doctor at that? What a joke. At this moment, Huang Wenhao came to his side. Uncle, you must avenge my father. Huang Shu's face darkened, and he instinctively moved his hand, only to break out in a cold sweat from the pain. That's for sure. Even if I can't convict him today, I'll definitely find a chance to kill him. Huang Wenhao breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this. He had been genuinely frightened when he made eye contact with Su Liang several times. The thought of the deaths of those people, especially his own father, made Huang Wenhao's scalp tingle. Now that he has witnessed Su Liang's skills, and with Xing Feng's analysis, he is basically certain that Su Liang is the murderer. The other party is now also involved with the Ding'an army, and is even the commander-in-chief, making it even more difficult to take action against him. Huang Wenhao could only rely on Huang Shu, otherwise he was really afraid that Su Liang would kill him one day. Soon, Zhang Xingwang was brought in by two Yamen runners. Upon seeing Su Liang, Zhang Xingwang's eyes lit up, and he immediately nodded. Su Liang nodded in return. In fact, Zhang Xingwang has been going to Old Man N's clinic every day for the past few days, hoping to learn medicine from Su Liang, but he hasn't had a chance to ask because of his pride. The fracture was not a big problem for Zhang Xingwang. It was not difficult to treat. He only needed to immobilize his arm and then apply some herbal medicine to reduce swelling and relieve pain. After reading it, Zhang Xingwang did not leave, but stayed in the crowd at the door. Upon seeing this, Chen Yong began the trial, but this time his attitude was much more respectful. After striking the gavel, he directly handed the case to Xing Feng. Xing Feng, you investigated this case, so you can explain it. Yes, sir. Xing Feng bowed and accepted the order, then explained his investigation into the case and produced the bullet as evidence. The crowd was astonished upon hearing this. They couldn't believe there was such a terrifyingly powerful weapon in the world, capable of blowing a person's head apart from 100 meters away. Li Shudong and Zhuo Yong were the most alarmed, the former because what Xing Feng said was basically true. The latter's purpose in coming here was for a weapon, something that could blow a person's head off from 100 meters away, and it was such a small thing. If it really was made by Su Liang, then his weapon-making skills must be even higher than what has been shown. Su Liang secretly gave Xing Feng a thumbs up. He was able to pinpoint the sniper location by analyzing the ballistics. His investigative skills were indeed impressive. But what's the use of that? There's still no concrete evidence. Su Liang, do you know your crime? Xing Feng has always been meticulous in his approach to cases, regardless of who the other party knows. Su Liang scoffed, Officer Xing, these are all just your guesses. Since you're so sure it was me, tell me, what kind of weapon could achieve this effect? This. Xing Feng was speechless for a moment. The others present also fell into thought. Xing Feng's words were quite plausible, but Su Liang was also right. What kind of weapon could have such power? Does such a weapon really exist? Seeing that no one spoke for a while, Su Liang came to Xing Feng and picked up the bullet. Everyone, please look. According to Constable Xing, it was this little thing that killed Huang Sihai from 100 meters away and even blew his head off. I want to ask you all, is this possible? Everyone remained silent, but they all subconsciously shook their heads. Su Liang continued, I think even the most powerful crossbow in the world can at most pierce through the head, but it can't possibly blow it apart. Yeah, how could you possibly blow someone's head off? Who says otherwise? Such a small thing managed to blow someone's head off. I think Officer Xing is clearly framing them. Moreover, the method of framing them wasn't sophisticated, even I could see through it. The crowd was discussing it animatedly, and they all agreed with Su Liang's statement. Hearing these words, Su Liang was momentarily dazed, feeling as if he had been wronged. You? Xing Feng was a little anxious, but for a moment he didn't know how to refute. At this moment, Huang Wenhao said, no matter what kind of weapon it was, that's the location where the crime was committed. Reminded by this, Xing Feng also came to his senses. That's right, that's where the murderer committed the crime, and your wife had only rented that courtyard shortly before the incident. Su Liang laughed. It's really tough to investigate a case without surveillance cameras. The murderer is right in front of you, but you're helpless. That courtyard is indeed rented by my wife, but if you don't even know what the weapon is, how can you be sure that it was the location of the crime? I have witnesses. Su Liang shrugged, I don't think we need to summon any witnesses. So what if my wife and I were seen coming out of there? We've rented the courtyard, can't we go there? You. Xing Feng felt a deep sense of powerlessness, a powerlessness he had never felt before. He was convinced that his judgment was absolutely correct, but it was no use, he couldn't refute anything Su Liang said. Seeing this, Chen Yong knew that Xing Feng could not convict Su Liang. He said, all right, there is no conclusive evidence in this case. I declare young Master Su innocent. As for the cause of Master Huang's death, Xing Feng will continue to investigate. Having said that, he was about to adjourn the court and end the matter. At that moment, a glint flashed in Huang Shu's eyes, as if he had thought of something. Etc. Chen Yong looked at Huang Shu. Does Lord Huang have anything else to say? Huang Shu pointed angrily at Su Liang and said, he is the murderer in this case. He killed my cousin. After saying that, he looked at Zhuoyong, if I'm not mistaken, the person who made the crossbow is Su Liang. Am I right? Luo Wei personally oversaw the development of the new weapons, so although the soldiers knew about the new crossbows, very few knew who made them, and Huang Shu didn't know either. Zhuoyong clasped his hands in a fist salute. I am unaware of this matter. I urge you, sir, to personally inquire of the general. You. Huang Shu gritted his teeth in anger, but he knew that the other party was not speaking because he was under orders from Luo Wei. All right, I'll go back to the army now and ask the general myself. Huang Shu got up and left with his entourage. Upon seeing this, Chen Yang announced that he was adjourning the court. Li Shutong's heart, which had been hanging in suspense, was completely relieved, and she collapsed into Su Liang's arms. Husband, you almost scared me to death just now, that. Su Liang quickly pinched Li Shutong's, but don't be afraid, my wife. We didn't do that. We're innocent, so we have nothing to hide. Chapter 91 Whole Pig Cutting. The group left the county government office with their chests out and heads held high, each one looking spirited. Su Liang is amazing. He not only defeated that deputy captain, but also easily defused the frame-up. He's practically a god. The onlookers cheered, calling Su Liang a hero and a representative of ordinary people resisting the powerful. The most frustrated were Xing Feng and Huang Wenhao. The former secretly resolved to get to the bottom of this matter. The latter is considering how to go out in the future. It wasn't until they returned to the restaurant that Su Liang introduced Zhuoyong to everyone. However, they didn't mention making weapons, they were just business partners. Everyone was even more shocked to hear that Su Liang's business had actually extended to the military. However, they were all very sensible, they listened to whatever Su Liang said and didn't ask any more questions. Su Liang gestured for everyone to be quiet. Everyone was frightened today, but no one backed down in the face of danger. I, Su Liang, sincerely thank you all. Su Liang bowed to everyone, and then continued. I won't waste any more pleasantries. Each person will receive a reward of 5 taels of silver. Xiao Lu was injured, so he will receive an additional 10 taels for medical expenses. If we encounter similar situations in the future, I hope that everyone can be as united as we are today, but the premise is that we must prioritize our own safety. After hearing Su Liang's words, everyone was silent for a moment, feeling warm and touched in their hearts. Especially Xiao Lu, whose eyes welled up with tears. Su Liangren is too good, they've never seen such a good employer before. Li Shuyao then stepped forward and said, I also thank everyone. I'll pay for today's expenses. Thank you, madam. Thank you, sister-in-law. Everyone tactfully expressed their gratitude to Li Shuyao, who was very satisfied, as this was the proper demeanor of a matriarch. Your wife, Li Shuyao, is experiencing the intense pleasure of being the mistress of the house for the first time. You are rewarded with 5,000 affection points. Good heavens, 5,000 points. How intense must that pleasure be? It's almost as intense as sex. Su Liang was somewhat shocked. This was the first time he had received such a huge sum of money besides what was related to his wedding night. Zhuo Yong, who was standing to the side, was also surprised. He didn't expect Su Liang to treat his subordinates so well. Everyone quickly returned to work. After counting the eggs that had not been recorded, Ernie reported the situation. There were a total of 1,753 chicken eggs, 230 duck eggs, 62 goose eggs, and some that were broken before. The total cost was about 13 taels. Su Liang nodded, okay, let's stop here for now. After saying that, he and the others carried the eggs to the third floor. Zhuo Yong naturally did not follow. Although he had the task of surveillance, he did not need to stay close to Su Liang at all times. As long as Su Liang carried out the production of weapons in an orderly manner as he had instructed, that would suffice. After Ernie and the others went downstairs, only Su Liang and Li Shuyao remained in the house. Shen Shishir also went to the butcher shop to familiarize herself with the environment. Watching Su Liang collect all the eggs, Li Shuyao asked, Husband, aren't you going to use magic to hatch them? The two sisters were already familiar with Su Liang's abilities, and they thought he had learned some new magic. Su Liang said, there aren't that many magical arts, this is a real hatching. The two women were a little worried upon hearing this. Would Su Liang be able to hatch the hatching without using magic? I need to go back to the village in the next couple of days. Which of you two will come with me? Upon hearing this, the two women immediately put aside their thoughts and almost simultaneously exclaimed, Me. Li Shuyao looked at her younger sister and said, Shut on, let me go. You can stay and manage the restaurant. Besides, your throat isn't fully recovered yet. Li Shudong, sister, I don't want to manage the restaurant, it's too much trouble, and your voice seems hoarse too. Your wife has stood up for you for the first time, earning you 10,000 affection points. Ha! This works too? Su Liang was secretly delighted. He had been worried that the harem would fight, but now it was fine. Let them fight all they want. However, he has important matters to attend to right now. Ladies, I will actually visit the village often in the future. Upon hearing this, Li Shuyao's brows relaxed, then this time, let Shudong accompany my husband. As the matriarch of the household, she should have shown high moral character in front of her husband, especially since Shudong was her younger sister. Su Liang quickly arranged the eggs neatly in the space. With over 2,000 eggs, 10 square meters is just enough. Any more and we'd need some equipment to divide the space into different levels. These eggs certainly didn't hatch at the same time, but it would take at most 2 days, so Su Liang planned to set off for the village tomorrow. Su Liang spent 25,000 affection points, all of which were used to buy seasonings. This is enough for the restaurants and butcher shops to use for a long time. As for the grain needed for raising livestock, Xiao Lu was left to take care of it. He had Erniu and the others move 2 large boxes of seasonings to the butcher shop, and then gathered everyone together. Today, I will teach you a new way to cook pork. Upon hearing this, everyone's faces lit up with excitement, especially Lu Xiaofei and his group. They thought Professor Su Liang's culinary skills would take some time to develop, and they were even prepared for various tests. But they didn't expect it to be so quick. He taught them his skills on the very first day. The employer trusted them too much. In the morning, Lu Xiaofei and the others had already slaughtered the 3 pigs and made simple cuts, and the new stove had also been set up. Su Liang looked at the butchered pig on the ground and began to give instructions. The 3 of you who have the best swordsmanship, the rest of you stand aside and learn, and then take turns practicing every day. Upon hearing this, Lu Xiaofei, Ma Dezhuang, and Ma Erzwang quickly stepped forward. Ma Erzwang glanced at Su Liang, still feeling a little embarrassed, but the latter didn't say anything. It didn't matter to him who came. First, cut up this pig's head. Su Liang squatted down and directed Lu Xiaofei to carefully cut up the pig's head. The head meat, ears, tongue, pig brain, eye rings, and even the cartilage of the upper jaw need to be cut off. All three were skilled with their swords, and with Su Liang's command, the three pig heads were completely separated. Although the pig's head sold in the market is not cut into such fine pieces, it is still about the same, so no one thought there was anything wrong with it. But what happened next left them somewhat baffled. The hooves, tail, fat, and skin are considered normal. But when it comes to pork, it is divided into top-grade tenderloin, lean meat, pork belly, hind leg meat, and the normal cuts. In the market, the prices do vary depending on the part of the body, but the price is usually approximate and not pre-cut. The remaining parts are divided into even more detailed sections. The heart, liver, lungs, stomach, waist, large intestine, small intestine, and even the raw intestine, which is the pig's uterus, were all cut off, as were the whips. The offal is fine, but pig offal is very cheap and is sold mixed together. No one would go through all that trouble to prepare it. The bones are similar to those on the market, divided into large bones, fan bones, ribs, cartilage, and vertebrae. It took a little over 45 minutes to finish all of this. Su Liang was quite satisfied with the efficiency of the three of them. He was sure they would be even faster once they became more skilled. The segmentation is complete. The next step is to proceed. Su Liang looked at the group and said, "Get the pot ready and boil the water." Chapter 92. Young Master Su is truly a divine being. Ernio and his friends quickly started a fire. Su Liang then ordered his men to bring over the pig's blood. Before leaving this morning, he instructed Xiao Lu to add a small amount of salt water and stir when collecting the blood from the pig to prevent it from coagulating. Clearly, the group did as instructed, and none of the 3 basins of pig's blood coagulated. Su Liang filtered out the foam and impurities on the surface and then began to process the small intestine. Everyone was completely bewildered. Pig's blood is the cheapest commodity. It's usually just thrown into a pot, cooked, and then sold. Cooked pig's blood, also known as blood tofu, can sell for 2 or 3 coins for a large piece, and they don't even bother to weigh it. The blood from a single pig, at most, can be sold for a dozen or so coins. Not to mention the small intestine, which is the most difficult part to clean, and the stench can't be washed off no matter how you wash it. It only costs 5 coins per pound on the market, and a clean small intestine from a pig weighs only 3 or 4 pounds, so the total value won't exceed 20 coins. What is the boss trying to do? Why start by dealing with the least valuable items? This question flashed through everyone's minds. Don't just stand there, come and help. The butcher shop's equipment was already fully prepared, and Su Liang taught the butcher while cleaning the meat. The initial cleaning is simple, just squeeze out the impurities. After completing this step, you need to wash it inside and out. Turning the intestines inside out requires some skill, but it's not difficult. The group watched and learned at the same time, and quickly mastered it. The next step is the most crucial one, removing the slime and odor. Su Liang first rubbed the mixture repeatedly with coarse salt, flour, and white vinegar, and then took out the secret deodorizing powder, which is baking soda, and rubbed it again. After the procedure, everyone was astonished to find that the mucus and odor on the small intestine had indeed been removed, leaving only the natural smell of the small intestine itself. Finally, rinse repeatedly until the water runs clear, and the cleaning of the small intestine is complete. Have you remembered everything? Just clean it like this from now on. Everyone nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, the water in the pot boiled. Su Liang put several large bones into a pot to make broth. Then, he prepared other ingredients such as minced scallions and ginger, pepper powder, and spice powder. After doing all this, he cleaned the heart, liver, lungs, pig's head, and face, as well as the pig's trotters and tail, and then braised them separately in several pots. Su Liang explained the order in which each seasoning should be placed and the proportion of each ingredient in a very clear manner. It's okay if you can't remember it. I'll write down the whole process later. Thank you, boss. Thank you so much, boss. Everyone thanked them repeatedly. The firewood is unstable, so the braising time will be at least 1 hour. After instructing him to simmer the food over low heat, Su Liang took the opportunity to ask Xiao Lu about the grain. Boss, the feed used for raising animals is mainly bran, rice bran, broken rice, and millet residue. The prices of these range from 1 wenjin to 4 wenjin. I roughly calculated the average price, which is about 2 wenjin. In addition, the grain seller also has some knowledge about animal husbandry. According to him, the growth cycle of chickens and ducks is about 3 to 4 months, ducks are slightly faster, while geese take half a year. If we want them to place an order, this time frame will have to be extended by 1 or 2 months. On average, each chicken, duck, or goose needs 15 gene of grain to grow to maturity. The rest can be fed wild grass or free range to forage for themselves. If there is a pond for ducks, the cost will be even lower. Su Liang patted Xiaolu on the shoulder. Well done. He roughly calculated in his mind that, according to the boss, the cost of food for each bird would be 30 coins. Adding the cost of incubating the eggs, labor, and possible natural losses, each bird would cost at most 50 coins. Whether it's cooked as a dish or, as we're doing today, as roast chicken, duck, or other cooked foods, the profit is at least several times the cost. Su Liang definitely couldn't wait that long. He needed to increase the amount of food he fed the meat so that it would grow faster. Su Liang quickly called Ernio and Taiju over as well, then took out 200 taels of silver notes and handed them to Xiaolu. Buy 800 shur of grain first, then transport it back to the village. 800 koku, master, that's too much. One stone in Daxia weighs 100 jin, so 800 stones would weigh a full 80,000 jin. That's enough to feed more than 5,000 birds, but Su Liangkai only collected a little over 2,000 eggs to incubate. Xiaolu suspected that Su Liang must have miscalculated, but he was too embarrassed to say so. It's okay, I'll just buy this much. After saying that, he turned to Ernio and said, you will contact Su Ji and ask him to find a place to store the grain. Also, remind him to fence off the farm in the next couple of days. Good. Zhuo Yong stood aside, hesitant to speak. He wanted to ask Su Liang several times how many businesses he wanted to develop. In just a short time since he arrived, he has learned about restaurants, butcher shops, clinics, and now there's a farm that raises poultry, which is quite rare. Add in weapons and iron production bases, and that makes 6. During the waiting period, Su Liang didn't stay idle either. First, he went back to the butcher shop with Chen Shishir and kissed and groped for a while. He returned to the restaurant and repeated the same procedure, informing Li Shuyao to continue recruiting, as he wanted to distribute the people he trusted among them. Then he went to the clinic to check on the situation and spent some time with Miaowei. When it was almost time, Su Liang returned to the butcher shop. Before he even reached the door, he saw a group of people peering into the butcher shop, discussing amongst themselves. Oh, it smells so good. What's inside? Isn't a butcher shop supposed to sell raw meat? How come it smells so good? This little butcher shop, could it be owned by Chef Su? No sooner had one person voiced their question than someone spotted Su Liang. Quick, Manager Su is here. Go ask him. Manager Su, do you own this butcher shop? Chef Su, what are you making in here? Young Master Su. Su Liang was speechless. Couldn't they just use the same term for everyone? Everyone, this butcher shop is indeed mine. It sells cooked food, which is a new product I developed. It will be officially on sale tomorrow. Su Liang announced this to the crowd. Oh dear, Manager Su, why wait until tomorrow? The aroma is already wafting out, why not sell it today? Yes, Manager Su, I've been drooling for ages. Seeing everyone's enthusiasm, Su Liang couldn't refuse. He thought for a moment and said, everyone, the cooked food isn't completely finished yet. How about this, we'll officially start selling in half an hour. In addition, to thank everyone, I have decided to offer all cooked food at a 20% discount today. Excellent. As expected of Manager Su, you are truly generous. Thank you, Manager Su. Everyone cheered. After Su Liang entered the backyard, they began to discuss it again. Young Master Su is such a kind person. He offered a 20% discount right away, which is much better than Zue Xianglu. Ugh, that drunken fragrance pavilion is nothing. Huang Sihai may be powerful, but he was still killed by Manager Su. What? Is that true? You still don't know? I just heard about it today. Apparently, Manager Su used a slingshot from 100 meters away and blew Huang Sihai's head off. It wasn't a slingshot. It was a mysterious weapon. I was standing right in front of the county government office at the time. What? You broke the general's bone with one blow. Young Master Su is truly a divine being. Through the spread of news by the people who witnessed the case at the county government office, Huang Sihai's death had almost become the talk of the town. Su Liang, who had originally been cleared of suspicion, was now rumored to be the murderer, but in the eyes of the people, he was a hero who killed the tyrannical landlord. Chapter 93, Ready to Eat Food Sells Well. Su Liang was speechless. These people were really talking about him to his face. Even though it's just self-praise, with all this talk going around, he might get arrested again someday. Su Liang sighed and ignored it. There was nothing he could do, he couldn't control what people said. Even if the whole world were full of women, you still couldn't stop them all. When they arrived in the backyard, everyone was staring at the pot and swallowing hard. However, with Su Liang absent, no one dared to make a move, fearing something might go wrong. Su Liang told the others to put out the fire, then stepped forward and opened the pot lid. Immediately, a wave of heat hit them, and an even richer aroma was inhaled into their nostrils. Su Liang picked up his chopsticks and poked at the meat. The timing and heat were just right. The meat was tender but not soft, and the skin was elastic. He forcefully picked off a piece of meat, let it cool slightly, and then put it in his mouth to taste. The taste and texture were both good, even better than some of the delicatessens from his previous life. Don't just stand there, serve all the meat out, and then everyone can have a taste. Soon, everyone placed the meat on the wooden board, then picked out several different parts, cut them up, and began to enjoy them. Wow, this meat smells amazing. I never knew offal could taste so good. The crowd showered them with praise, especially Lu Xiaofei and his friends. Su Liang then began to consider the selling price. According to market prices, the average price of a pig's head is 18 won per gene, while pig ears and pig tongues can reach 25 won per gene. Pig's trotters cost 20 coins per catty, while heart, liver, stomach, and internal organs cost between 15 and 30 coins. Offal costs less than 10 coins. Including the least valuable pig's blood, the average price is 5 coins per catty. Su Liang didn't plan to sell them too expensively. He would raise the price by 15 coins per pound based on the market price. In reality, after removing the water content of the meat, the price would only be about 12 coins higher. This price is absolutely fair and reasonable. It's only a dozen or so coins more expensive than buying it raw yourself, but you can get such delicious food. It's much more cost-effective than eating out. All of these together could sell for about 4 taels of silver. Add the meat and the portion used by the restaurant, and the final price would be about 7 taels. The most expensive part of a pig, pork fat plus pork cracklings, can be worth 2 taels of silver. The cost of a pig is about 5 taels, and with labor and material expenses, it comes to 2 taels a day. Overall, if all 3 pigs are sold in a day, Su Liang can earn about 18 taels of silver. This number might seem like a lot to outsiders, but it's nothing to him. At its peak, the restaurant earned 200 taels a day. Although after things return to normal, I can barely earn 70 or 80 taels a day, it's still better than this butcher shop, although the investment is also much greater. If we're talking about the highest earning items, then it has to be black stockings. Next, Su Liang took advantage of the time while the meat was drying to finish making the blood sausage. The process is not difficult. It involves mixing the previously prepared bone broth into the pig's blood, along with the prepared seasonings, and stirring. Finally, stuff it into the small intestine, seal it with thin hemp rope, and cook it until done. Although the method was simple, it once again shocked everyone's worldview. How could this be done? How did Su Liang come up with this idea? Blood sausage cooks very quickly. After it's taken out of the pot, it's placed together with other cooked foods, and the prices for each part are written down. Then, the group carries it out to sell. Meanwhile, the remaining parts were processed in the same way as before, which also served as practice for the butcher's assistants. Su Liang handed over the process he had written during his break to the group, briefly reiterated it, and then prepared to go to the store to sell the products. At that moment, Lu Xiaofei called out to him. "Boss, I just had an idea." Lu Xiaofei's expression was somewhat excited. "Oh? Tell me about it. Since we can cook these cheap cuts of pork into ready-made food, can't we buy them from other butcher shops? That way, we can make more money than selling pork at the normal price." Su Liang nodded. It was indeed feasible, but the Huang family had already stopped allowing those butcher shops to sell to him. Otherwise, he wouldn't have bothered to start a butcher shop. Of course, Lu Xiaofei was unaware of all this. "Okay, you can go and try. If you can buy it, that would be great. If they don't want to sell it, there's no need to force it." Upon hearing this, Lu Xiaofei's excitement faded considerably. There was no reason for a butcher shop not to sell. He wasn't stupid. He understood that there was something he didn't know about here, and he would have to ask Xiao Lu about it later. "Okay, boss." When Su Liang arrived at the store, the sale was already in full swing. He also offered tasting events, but this time the people weren't too surprised, because they were already used to it. Every new dish the restaurant introduces is guaranteed to be delicious. From now on, this little butcher shop will be the same. Su Liang glanced at the queue and saw that most of the people in line were regular customers of the restaurant.
Once these people spread the word, there will likely be more new customers, especially those from families with limited means.
It tastes better than meat and is cheaper than meat, who wouldn't be tempted? Huang Mansion.
The entire mansion was covered with white cloth, and the lively atmosphere of the past was gone, replaced by a depressing atmosphere.
Huang Wenhao sat in the center of the room, feeling agitated and throwing things around. The maids outside the door were so frightened that they didn't dare to breathe.
They hadn't expected that the eldest young master had such deep feelings for the master.
Huang Wenhao's emotional breakdown was not due to Huang Sihai's death, but rather to Su Liang.
He kept replaying the scene of Huang Sihai being blown in the head in his mind.
No matter how he thought about it, it didn't make sense. It didn't seem like something that was done by humans.
He even thought that was the reason he made the wish. But as long as he can't be sure that it really has nothing to do with Su Liang, he can't help but think about it, and he doesn't even plan to go out recently.
Shortly after, footsteps were heard at the door. Fourth madam. Okay, you can go now.
Yes. After the maid left, the door was opened. A woman dressed in white mourning clothes walked in. She was about 30 years old, of average appearance, and had a good figure.
Wenhao, what do you want with me?
Upon seeing the woman, Huang Wenhao's expression relaxed slightly, clearly indicating that he was in a much better mood. He stood up, went to the woman, and hugged her tightly. What else could it be but missing you?
No, Wenhao, not now, master.
The woman tried to resist, but Huang Wenhao covered her mouth.
Your father is dead, now you are mine.
After saying that, he couldn't wait to take off his pants.
Mother, I've missed you so much.
Huang Wenhao would kiss and hug women all the time. At first, the woman was very resistant, but as she was touched, she began to moan softly. She no longer cared about observing mourning rites, since she and Huang Wenhao had done this more than once or twice. Just as she was about to take off her clothes, Huang Wenhao stopped her.
Mom, I think you look especially good in this.
Tear. The woman's pants were torn, and she was slumped over the table. Xiao Liang Meat Shop. More than half of the prepared food was quickly sold, but the number of people queuing up actually increased instead of decreasing. Lu Xiaofei and his companions were extremely busy, as it was their first time doing business and they were all a bit flustered. But no one complained, on the contrary, everyone was very excited. The better the butcher shop's business, the better their future life will be.
An unprecedented sense of hope lingered in everyone's heart. The people who bought cooked food also had smiles on their faces. Su Liang's prices are incredibly reasonable.
This stuff is so delicious, and it only costs a few dozen coins per pound. The blood sausage, in particular, was incredibly delicious, yet it only cost 20 coins. These cooked foods would cost at least several hundred coins in a restaurant, and they wouldn't taste this good.
I can enjoy this delicious food often from now on. Manager Su is so kind.
The young shop assistant said that they don't even make a profit at this price, it's all so that everyone can afford it.
It's definitely not profitable.
Look at how much the restaurant charges, and look at this.
Plus, they've hired so many waiters. Manager Su is just doing a good deed. Su Liang was gratified to hear what the people said.
The price was indeed too low, but he decided not to raise it and instead do a good deed. There were indeed plenty of staff, and since he couldn't help much anyway, he pulled Chen Shishir into the house.
Chapter 94. Sister-in-law, come and rub my legs.
Chen Shishir wasn't stupid, she knew what Su Liang was up to the moment she saw his lecherous eyes.
Husband, this won't do, the bed isn't even made yet.
Su Liang glanced at it and, sure enough, the bed was the one left behind before, with nothing on it. Moreover, the room is not big, and the space for the bed is too small to fit the bed he bought. Chen Shishir originally planned to stay here, but after seeing the room's environment, she gave up the idea. Besides, all the staff are men, so it's not convenient for her to live here.
It's all right, my wife.
There's a saying you may or may not have heard before, Su Liang said with a smile.
What did you say? Chen Shishir instinctively took half a step back. That is, strong people never complain about their environment. Su Liang stepped forward and picked Chen Shishir up in his arms. Ah.
Chen Shishir instinctively let out a soft moan, her eyes pleading, husband, please be gentle this time, okay?
Su Liang was such a kind and understanding person that he immediately agreed.
But in his heart he was thinking, my wife has been traumatized. But it doesn't matter, she's too young to understand.
The wedding night is just like entering a paradise.
Swish, swish, swish. Clothes were thrown onto the bed one by one, and Chen Shishir was like a rag doll, being manipulated at will by Su Liang. Before long, Su Liang embraced Chen Shirshi's petite body, and her 2 little feet were placed on his shoulders. The two shared a sweet kiss, clearly very much in love. Su Liang stood ramrod straight, and with his current physical strength, holding Chen Shirshir was effortless. Slap slap slap. More and more customers are buying cooked food, and after tasting it, they all applaud and praise it. The applause and cheers were constant. In the backyard, several large iron pots were also busy at work. Although the group followed the steps, they were clearly not proficient enough. Too much firewood was added, and the fire burned too fiercely. Even though the pot lid was tightly closed, it couldn't withstand the intense air pressure. Oh dear! Why did you stuff all the firewood in? The landlord said to keep the fire low. You've stuffed it in too deep. Quick! Pull it out a bit, this won't do, it's burning too intensely. The group frantically began operating the equipment. The pot lid was being forced open and closed by the air pressure. The broth in the pot boiled and gushed out, splashing all over the floor. Zhuo Yong's ears twitched, and he picked up a chair and moved to another spot to sit. He was highly skilled in martial arts, had excellent hearing and eyesight, and rarely saw women while serving in the army. Hearing the sounds from inside the room, he couldn't help but miss his wife and children. Half an hour later, Su Liang and Chen Shirshir walked out of the house. I went to the backyard and took a look, but didn't find anything wrong. Su Liang then took Chen Shirshir back to the restaurant. There was no way around it after all. My wife had just taken over the butcher shop and was quite busy and tired, so she needed to rest. The locals at the entrance were full of praise for the young couple. Not only does manager Su sell things cheaply, but he also does all the work himself. Look how tired that couple is. Yes, manager Su really does everything himself. He must have sweated so much his clothes are completely soaked. After returning to the restaurant, Su Liang did not stay long. He changed his clothes and went out again. It was getting late, and he had to pick up Li Shuhan from school. Inside the room, Li Shuyao's face turned ashen as she watched Chen Shirshir return to her room to rest. Overwhelmed with regret, she realized she shouldn't have let Chen Shirshir manage the butcher shop. On the way, Su Liang happened to run into Xiao Lu, who was coming out of the grain shop. Master! How's the food purchase going? It's almost done. 800 shur of grain, purchased from 3 grain shops. Because of the large quantity, the managers of all 3 shops offered delivery service. After saying this, Xiao Lu handed the remaining 40 taels of silver back to Su Liang. Keep this money for now, in case anything happens, it can be used as an emergency. Xiao Lu put away the silver and was about to take his leave when Su Liang called him back. Wait, come with me to the school first. Okay, boss. Xiao Lu glanced at the sky and immediately realized what was going on. It's only just past the end of the school term, and the boss wants me to bring Shuhan back again. As expected, after the two arrived at the school, Su Liang asked Xiao Lu to take Li Shuhan away first, while he stayed behind. Watching the children in the elementary school class leave one by one, Su Liang was not in a hurry and sat quietly to the side. Goodbye, Mr. Bai. Goodbye, sir. Bai Susu forced a smile as she said goodbye to the students, but inside she was panicking. She knew Su Liang would come again, but she didn't expect him to come so soon. The shameful scene from before kept replaying in Bai Susu's mind. She clenched her fists, determined to sever all ties with Su Liang. I'll find a chance to run over to Su Xian later. Sister-in-law, the students have all left, what are you still standing there for? Come over and massage your legs. Bai Susu only came to her senses after hearing Su Liang's voice. She glanced at the empty classroom and her heart tightened once again. It was just her and Su Liang left. I was so focused on finding a solution that I forgot all the students had left. I won't rub it anymore. After saying that, Bai Susu turned and ran. But Su Liang would never give her that chance. He was a man of his word, and he would never renege on a bet. Of course, if someone loses, they can't renege on their debt. Where are you going, sister-in-law? Have you forgotten about the debts you owe? Bai Susu took 2 steps back. Of course I haven't forgotten, but I've already massaged it for you. Su Liang chuckled, sister-in-law, you said you'd massage me until I was satisfied, but I'm not satisfied yet. When will you be satisfied? You can't keep using this to blackmail me. Hey, sister-in-law, what are you saying? How can you call it blackmail? How about this, for the last half hour, I'll take a loss. Whether you're satisfied or not, it'll be considered that you fulfilled the bet. Bai Susu thought about it for a moment, and finally nodded. In half an hour,
she will be able to get rid of this beast completely, and she will never speak a word to him again. Su Liang's lips curled up. It's good to be a scholar, you know the rules and keep your promises. If it were Li Shudong, would she care about all that? What the hell is this bet? What the hell is this fear of being found out? I'd just crush you. Su Liang sat down in the same spot again. Bai Susu reached out her hand, about to squat down, when he grabbed it. Time is limited, sister-in-law, there's no need to go to so much trouble. As he spoke, Su Liang turned Bai Susu's body around. The moment Su Liang's hands gripped Bai Susu's waist, a glint of light flashed in his eyes. My sister-in-law's waist is so tiny. He didn't notice that last time. After Su Liang lifted the long robe, he looked at the round, perky buttocks. The waist-to-hip ratio was simply amazing. Bai Susu instinctively twisted her body in resistance. But the more he twisted, the more excited Su Liang became. The pants she's wearing today are much thinner and lighter than the ones she wore last time. Although it was still quite loose, the pants tightened as she moved her waist, revealing the outline of her two buttocks truly exquisite. It would be a shame if she didn't practice yoga with that figure. Su Liang pulled hard with both hands, and Bai Susu sat down. Chapter 95. I've met Mr. Su. As the saying goes, practice makes perfect. Compared to last time, Bai Susu's massage skills have improved significantly. Su Liang sat there, leaning back unconsciously, his face full of enjoyment. That day, he first went to the military camp, then to the county government office, and then to the butcher shop to make cooked food. He was really busy. Even an Iron Man can't withstand that. Being able to enjoy a massage right now is incredibly relaxing. It instantly relieves most of the day's fatigue. Su Liang made up his mind that he must open a club in the future. Brothels are so outdated. Prostitutes must be given a legitimate profession. Bai Susu bent over, supporting herself on her knees with both hands, and twisted her waist rapidly. At first, she massaged very slowly and perfunctorily, as if she just wanted to finish it as soon as possible. But somehow, as I kept pressing the buttons, the speed unconsciously increased. Perhaps he was afraid that Su Liang would be dissatisfied and continue to act like a rogue, or perhaps he wanted to use some force to get revenge on Su Liang. Whatever the reason, Bai Susu couldn't care less about anything else at this moment. She bit her red lips, feeling ashamed. The thought of Su Liang forcing her to massage him made her furious. The angrier they get, the more force they use, and their breathing becomes rapid. A moment later, Bai Susu's legs were trembling with anger. Sister-in-law, what's wrong with you? Su Liang's hands had just reached for Bai Susu's waist when she slapped them away. She was also getting angry and couldn't let Su Liang laugh at her, so she massaged him even faster. Just then, the page boy's voice came again. This time, however, he started shouting from a great distance. Mr. Bai. Mr. Su is calling for you. Bai Susu was terrified, but she didn't stop moving. Judging from the sound, the page boy was still some distance away. Bai Susu instinctively sped up the massage. Mr. Bai? Are you there? The page boy's voice rang out again, and Bai Susu's heart leaped into her throat. Finally, the moment the page boy appeared, she could no longer withstand the pressure. The tension in my heart reached its peak. She let out a loud scream. He fell to the ground, his whole body convulsing from excessive tension. The page boy was dumbfounded when he saw this. What's wrong with Mr. Bai? Is he having an epileptic seizure? Su Liang was also greatly shocked, not expecting his sister-in-law's reaction to be so intense. He quickly bent down and pressed down on Bai Susu's twitching legs. Sister-in-law, are you all right? The page boy ran over at that moment. Mr. Bai, are you all right? Su Liang waved his hand. Step back, let me take a look at Mr. Bai. After saying that, Su Liang began to take his pulse. The page boy was also dumbfounded. He knew that Su Liang was a miracle doctor, but he still felt that something was wrong. But both of them were dressed, and there was no physical contact between them. Could it be that Mr. Bai really has some kind of illness? Well, Mr. Bai is fine. It was just due to excessive tension. You should be more careful in the future and not shout or yell randomly. You scared him this time. Upon hearing Su Liang's words, the page boy also became nervous. I'm sorry, Mr. Bai, I didn't mean to. Bai Susu took a deep breath, and the dazed look in her eyes gradually faded. It's okay, it's not your fault, I just tripped and fell. As she spoke, she clenched her little fists tightly and gave Su Liang a very complicated look. Su Liang coughed twice and helped Bai Susu up. Mr. Bai, you've been working too hard teaching lately, please take care of your health. After getting up, Bai Susu immediately broke free from Su Liang. She no longer wanted to talk to this lecherous scoundrel. Mr. Bai, Mr. Su requests your presence, as well as that of young Master Su. Su Liang's expression changed slightly. Oh? What does my cousin want with me? The page boy shook his head. The master didn't say, he only said that you and Mr. Bai should go see him. Alright, lead the way. After the page boy led the way, Su Liang whispered in Bai Susu's ear, sister-in-law, you only had a quarter of an hour just now. You still owe me a quarter of an hour. Don't forget. Bai Susu's expression froze, and she fell into deep despair. Classical Studies class. It was already time for school to end, but the students didn't leave. They all stayed in their seats waiting for Su Liang to arrive. Bai Susu has already explained Su Liang's method of arithmetic to Su Xian and the other students. They were all shocked to hear this. Mr. Bai was quite skilled in arithmetic, yet he lost to Su Liang. Moreover, the loss was so outrageous, with the processing speed difference being several times. They also studied the paper Su Liang used, but they couldn't understand it at all. Even if they knew what each symbol represented, they still couldn't comprehend it. Tell me, is young Master Su's method of arithmetic genuine or fake? It should be true. I studied it for a long time today and feel like I figured it out, but there are still some parts one can't figure out. Ah? You actually figured out the secret. Tell me about it. Actually, I'm just guessing. Why don't we wait for young Master Su to arrive and hear what he has to say? But would young Master Su be willing to teach us? As the students were discussing, the page boy brought Su Liang and his companion there. Upon seeing Su Liang, Su Xian slowly stood up and went to greet him. Greetings, cousin. Su Xian nodded slightly. Cousin, did you come here today to discuss arithmetic methods with Su Su? Su Liang raised an eyebrow. This guy actually called him his cousin. Has his attitude changed so much? That's right, I came here precisely for matters of arithmetic. Su Xian nodded. He hadn't been very nice to Su Liang before, so it was understandable that Su Liang would go to Bai Susu for research. However, Su Liang's reputation has become too great these days. Su Xian looks down on business, but the title of divine doctor makes him have to change his opinion of Su Liang. Especially the methods of arithmetic, which are impossible for ordinary people to figure out. Regardless of how Su Liang came up with the idea, it proves that he has considerable academic achievements. Bai Susu kept her head down expressionlessly. Su Liang's shamelessness had once again refreshed her understanding. He didn't even blink when he lied. To be honest, the reason I invited my cousin here was to have you explain the methods of arithmetic. Su Xian said frankly. Okay, no problem. Su Liang readily agreed. Addition, subtraction, multiplication, and division were just elementary school courses in his previous life, so he naturally had no problem explaining them. Actually, Su Liang was able to win last time because Desya didn't have an abacus yet, otherwise, mental arithmetic would be very fast. Young Master Su actually agreed. This is groundbreaking technology. How could they agree to it so easily? None of the students expected Su Liang to agree so readily. Su Liang didn't waste any words, directly asked for paper and pen, and began to teach the course. The crowd surrounded him, and gasps of surprise filled the air. So, what young Master Su wrote before was called vertical format. Carry over 1 if you have 10, borrow if you don't have enough. Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. Young Master Su is truly a divine being. Su Liang quickly finished teaching the rules of number recognition and addition-subtraction. Alright, that's enough for today. Don't try to do too much at once. Go back and review it carefully. I'll teach you the methods of multiplication and division later when I have time. Everyone nodded repeatedly and bowed to Su Liang. Thank you very much, young Master Su. Su Liang waved his hand. No need for formalities, everyone. This is nothing to worry about. Young Master Su is truly generous, selflessly imparting such secret techniques to us, and yet remaining so humble. Young Master Su's qualities are truly a model for us scholars. Young Master Su has been kind enough to teach and guide us, and we students are willing to address him as teacher. Upon hearing this, the students bowed again. Greetings, Mr. Su. Chapter 96. I want to found a university. No need for such formalities. These scholars were far too polite, making Su Liang feel quite embarrassed. Actually, the reason he didn't finish his story at once was so that he could see his sister-in-law again next time. And now he's become Mr. Isn't this all the more convenient? You're really pushing me down the path of crime. Su Liang sighed deeply. Bai Susu stood aside, her breathing becoming rapid. She wished she could expose Su Liang's true colors in public right now. Unfortunately, she didn't have the courage. Su Xian did not object to the student's reaction. As a scholar, it was only right to address one's teacher as teacher. However, he was thinking about something much more now. If this algorithm were to be spread and promoted, the arithmetic capabilities of the entire Great Xia would experience a qualitative leap. This is a major event that could affect the entire country. It will be recorded in history. Su Xian became more and more excited as he thought about it, and his hands began to tremble involuntarily. He strode up to Su Liang and grabbed his hand. Su, cousin, would you like to join my school? Join the school? Su Liang was stunned, thinking, cousin, even you are forcing me. Upon hearing this, the students didn't react much. Since they were already calling him Mr. Su Liang, it was normal for him to join the school. But Bai Susu felt a sudden tremor in her heart, and her mind went blank for a moment. She couldn't even avoid Su Liang, yet her brother actually let him join the school. How could she possibly live like this? No. I disagree. Bai Susu immediately retorted. Everyone was stunned, not understanding why Bai Susu would disagree. Su Xian frowned as he looked at Bai Susu. He didn't ask the reason directly, but said to the students, it's getting late. Today's lesson is over. Go back now. Yes, sir. Everyone was eager to know the reason, but since the master had spoken, they had no choice but to leave. After everyone left, only 4 people remained in the room, including the page boy. At this moment, Su Xiankai asked, Susu, why do you disagree? Brother, I'm worried that Su Liang is misleading young people. Bai Susu thought for a long time before coming up with this reason. Su Xian breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this. Bai Susu was worried about the students, which was in line with her character. Moreover, Su Liang's handwriting was indeed quite ugly, clearly indicating that he hadn't received much formal education. It's all right, my cousin can just teach me arithmetic. Su Xian said. Although arithmetic was not a subject in the imperial examinations in Daxia, it was still considered a respectable skill. But the initial surge of emotion in Bai Susu subsided, and she stammered for a long time without saying anything. All right. Su Xian then looked at Su Liang. Cousin, what do you think? Su Liang stroked his chin, lost in thought. Joining the school wasn't a big deal for him, he could just register as a student, and it would make it easier to help his sister-in-law escape her suffering. However, since we've already joined, we have to find a way to make some money, since families that can afford to send their children to school are generally well off. Seeing Su Liang hesitate, Su Xian took a deep breath and directly stated his thoughts. Cousin, if your method of arithmetic can be popularized, it will surely be passed down and will leave a mark in the history books. Alas, I, Su Xian, have failed the imperial examinations time and time again. Although I am well off as a teacher in Pingyang County, I am still unwilling to accept this situation. But as I get older, I am becoming more and more powerless. After circling around the issue for a while, Su Xian finally looked at Su Liang and gave an awkward smile. Scholars are nothing more than seeking fame and fortune, and hoping to leave their mark on history. To be honest, the reason I invited you to the school is that I wanted to use your arithmetic skills to make a name for myself. To be written into history books? To have one's name recorded in the annals of history? Su Liang thought these words sounded a bit far-fetched, but upon closer reflection, they might actually be true. Aren't Arabic numerals also based on history? In this world, you are the creator. However, spreading and promoting it is definitely not as simple as Su Xian thought. Since my cousin is so kind in inviting me, I will gladly accept. Su Liang clasped his hands in a fist salute, glanced at Bai Susu and smiled, but the latter immediately turned her head away. Okay, then from now on you'll be the arithmetic teacher at the school. Su Xian also smiled. The arithmetic master. Su Liang felt a little uneasy when he heard this word, because mathematics had been his lifelong enemy in his previous life. To come here and become a teacher, and a math teacher at that, is utterly unreasonable. He cleared his throat and said, Cousin, since you want the school to become famous, why don't we go big? Bigger? Su Xian sat up straight upon hearing this. What do you mean by that, cousin? Su Liang did not answer directly, but instead asked, what does my arithmetic method look like, cousin? Excellent. Su Xian replied without hesitation. How does my cousin plan to promote it? How much time do you plan to spend? What if the promotion is hindered? What if other scholars resist it? This. Su Liang's barrage of questions left Su Xian speechless. These are indeed very practical questions. They hit the nail on the head. He was just a minor scholar in the county, with a limited number of students he could teach, and he didn't know any officials at higher levels. Moreover, if any student passes the imperial examination in the future, they could easily claim that this method was their own creation and steal the achievement. Su Xian frowned as he thought of this. Then, what do you think we should do, cousin? Su Liang said, this matter is actually quite simple. We just need to publish the method and let it spread among the people, especially business people. They do a lot of calculations every day. Once they learn this method and simplify the calculations, they will naturally spread it on their own initiative. Moreover, whenever a caravan comes here, it can spread the word to even more distant places. In time, the name of the school will surely spread throughout the entire Great Xia. It has spread throughout the entire Great Xia. Su Xian murmured to himself, his heart starting to race. Bai Susu was also somewhat surprised that Su Liang actually had such thoughts. Su Liang's idea was actually very simple, anyone else would have thought of it. However, Su Xian and his companion were both scholars who always viewed things from an academic perspective and never considered using businessmen, thus their thinking was constrained. There is actually an even faster way, which is to gain the approval of higher authorities, such as the Ministry of Works, the Ministry of Revenue, and the Imperial Academy. That would be the fastest speed, but it's too far off for Su Liang right now, and his main goal isn't fame. Okay, let's do it your way, but how do we do it? Su Xian sounded anxious, as if he couldn't wait to pass on the method. Then tell others that this method of arithmetic originated from Pinyin Academy. The founder of the academy was Mr. Su Xian. Su Liang waved his hand, hey, cousin, you shortened yours. It's too short, too short. Su Xian was startled and looked cautiously at Su Liang, not expecting that he had found out about this. Hee, I meant my cousin's vision is short-sighted. Oh, I see. Su Xian breathed a sigh of relief, but then realized something was wrong. As a scholar, he can say what his shortcomings are, but it's unacceptable for him to say that his knowledge, insight, and vision are limited. Cousin, what do you mean by this? Su Liang chuckled, this method of arithmetic is just one of the things that makes our school famous. Bai Susu and Su Xian exchanged a glance, neither of them understanding what Su Liang meant. Su Liang's lips curled up as he looked at the two of them, his eyes slightly narrowed. In addition to the existing curriculum, the school will teach more courses and more people, from 4 or 5-year-old children to 60-year-old elders, all of whom will be our students. The two still didn't understand Su Liang's meaning, but upon hearing this, they couldn't help but feel a little alarmed. What big thing was he planning to do? Cousin, what exactly are you trying to do? Su Liang stood up and declared his ambitious goal, I want to found a university. Chapter 97 Sister-in-law opened the door, it was me. Founding a university, what is that? Both of them were puzzled upon hearing this. Seeing this, Su Liang stopped keeping him in suspense and slowly explained his thoughts. In addition to teaching regular courses, Su Liang's university also offers skills training classes. Skills include, but are not limited to, medicine, cooking, animal husbandry, slaughtering, and various crafts, covering all aspects of production and life. The Great Xia dynasty did not have an official institution specifically for recording folk arts and crafts, nor did it have such a comprehensive school. Folk crafts are passed down through families, masters and apprentices, and other means. Therefore, many skills are only passed down within a small circle, and it is not uncommon for them to be lost. What Su Liang wanted to do was to gather all these skills together and then pass them on. Therefore, after a university is established, it should not only impart skills, but also constantly discover and recruit more talents to join. As long as you have a skill, you can become a teacher. This way, more skilled people can be trained. The two were dumbfounded. Su Liang wanted to collect all the skills in the world. What ambition that was! Although it sounded difficult, the two of them couldn't help but get excited. If this is accomplished, it will be a pioneering achievement and will surely go down in history. Su Xian felt his breathing become much heavier. Compared to Su Liang's university, his elementary school was nothing. Su Liang was right, I really am short. That's too short-sighted. This university is the real school. Cousin, are you serious? Su Xian asked excitedly. Of course it's true, otherwise, would my cousin think I'm joking after saying all this? No. Bai Susu asked, but if it's as you say, then the university is far too huge. How much money would that cost? Su Xian nodded. He didn't have much money and couldn't possibly support such a large project. Su Liang said, "Don't worry about the money, I'll take care of that. Also, we definitely can't roll out all the skills at once at the beginning. We need to keep recruiting new people and then gradually open courses." "Yes, my cousin is right." Su Xian agreed. Su Liang continued, "In that case, I will now teach the two of you the methods of multiplication and division. After that, you two will pass them on to students, and then open free courses specifically for merchants. This new method of arithmetic will be our starting project." Next, Su Liang taught the two arithmetic, and then they discussed a detailed plan. The university was named Ping'an College. The term academy is familiar and easily accepted by ordinary people. These are private schools, and there are no special procedures required. They are similar to normal shops, as long as taxes are paid. Initially, the focus will be on the classroom, with classes proceeding normally. Later, the program will be expanded as needed. Su Liang will cover the costs of the venue and other expenses. The two of them only need to contribute their labor. The original income of the school will still belong to Su Xian, and the rest will belong to Su Liang. Once Ping'an Academy is officially established, the two, as original shareholders, will receive 10% of the profits. Su Xian and Bai Susu had no objections to this, since they didn't have to spend any money. It was a surefire deal. By the time the three finished their discussion, it was already completely dark. After Su Liang took his leave, Bai Susu followed him out. Etc. Su Liang turned around and asked, "Is there anything else, sister-in-law?" Bai Susu clenched her fists and said, "Since you say we'll be partners from now on, then, let's just wipe the slate clean of what happened before." Upon hearing this, Su Liang stepped forward and walked up to her. "Sister-in-law, I always keep things separate. Opening the academy is opening the academy, and our business is our business. We can't mix these up. You still owe me a quarter of an hour." "Okay, that's it. Make it up to me next time." After Su Liang finished speaking, he turned and left. Bai Susu was so angry that her body was trembling. The little bit of goodwill she had just developed towards him vanished instantly. She gritted her teeth and called out to Su Liang again, "Wait. I'll return it to you tonight." She didn't want to get entangled with Su Liang anymore because of this. The sooner it was over, the sooner she would be free. Su Liang paused, his heart filled with turbulent waves. Is my sister-in-law testing me this late at night? Su Liang swore that he definitely wouldn't be able to withstand the test. Sister-in-law, isn't this a bit inappropriate so late at night? Bai Susu glanced at the sky and realized that this was indeed not a good time. The next second, Su Liang asked, "Where should we get the massage?" Bai Susu regretted it again. She had just let a wolf into her house. But there was nothing she could do. She was the one who said it, and she didn't believe Su Liang would dare to do anything outrageous. After all, she was his sister-in-law. "Come to my house." After saying that, Bai Susu walked out first. Su Liang quickly followed. "Sister-in-law, you're not staying at your cousin's place?" "Who said I live here?" "But aren't you a member of the Su family?" Bai Susu paused for a moment before saying, "That was my own decision. My parents didn't agree." "Wow, your parents are way more open-minded than you." Su Liang thought to himself, that page boy was right after all. It was Bai Susu who insisted on choosing her fiancé. Without exchanging a word, the two soon arrived at a small courtyard. As soon as they reached the door, Bai Susu noticed it was open and immediately pushed Su Liang aside, saying, "You'd better leave quickly, someone from my family has come." But it was too late. A woman just walked out of the door. "Susu, why are you so late?" "Oh. And who is this?" "Manager Su." After the woman finished eating at the restaurant, she picked up the oil lamp and looked at him for a moment, and then she recognized Su Liang. "Mother, I had some things to do at the school, so I came back late." Bai Susu's mother ignored what she said and went straight to Su Liang. "Manager Su, why are you with my Susu so late?" Su Liang scratched his head awkwardly. Su Xian from that school is my cousin. I happened to be there today, and seeing that it was getting late, I escorted Mr. Bai back." "Oh, I see." The woman's tone was still somewhat disappointed after listening to Su Liang's story. Bai Susu then said, "All right, I've arrived. You can leave now." "Hey, how can you talk like that? Manager Su kindly brought you home late at night, how can you be so rude? With your manners, you're not fit to be a teacher." After scolding Bai Susu, the woman smiled apologetically at Su Liang. "I'm sorry to have made you laugh, Manager Su. I've spoiled this child." Su Liang said, "Auntie, you're too kind. Mr. Bai must be tired after teaching all day. It's normal for him to be a little emotional. Look at Manager Su, he knows how to care for people. And look at you, all you do is run to the Su family every day." After the woman finished speaking, she realized that Su Liang also had the surname Su, and quickly said, Manager Su, I didn't mean you, please don't misunderstand. No. The woman looked at Su Liang more closely, then suddenly realized something and quickly said with a smile, Manager Su, you two chat, I'll head back now. After saying that, she picked up the oil lamp and left, glancing back every now and then. So, does my mother-in-law approve of me? Does she allow me to sleep with her daughter? Su Liangxin understood immediately. If he didn't take this down, wouldn't he be letting down his elder's good intentions? You should leave. My mother is definitely watching us secretly, Bai Susu said, and then closed the door. Su Liang looked into the distance and sure enough, there was still a light on in that corner. This sister-in-law is quite bold, it seems she moved out to live alone. Su Liang muttered a curse in his mind and then turned and left. The woman stole a glance at Su Liang's retreating figure, sighed deeply, and then turned and left. 15 minutes later, Bai Susu finished washing herself and lay down on the bed. Her mind started replaying the events of the day, and her hand unconsciously went to her lower abdomen. That feeling has come back again. Bai Susu slammed her fist on the bed in anger, feeling ashamed once again. She tossed and turned, forcing herself not to think about it. I had to wash it several times to get it clean. She absolutely must not think about massages anymore. Just then, there was a knock on the door. Sister-in-law, open the door. It's me, Su Liang. Chapter 98, My Sister-in-Law's Marriage Certificate. Bai Susu was initially startled, but breathed a sigh of relief when she heard Su Liang's voice. However, an even stronger sense of fear soon followed. Hadn't I locked the door? How did he get in? It's so late, and I've already taken my clothes off. What does he want to do at this hour? You can leave now, I've already gone to sleep. As soon as Bai Susu finished speaking, she screamed. Su Liang actually took his own door off the ground. Sister-in-law, this door is so flimsy. I'll replace it with a security door later. Su Liang casually put the door back. Don't come any closer. What are you doing? If you come any closer, I'll call for help. Bai Susu was still in shock and hid in the corner of the wall, covering herself with the blanket. She has a habit of not liking to wear clothes to bed. Don't be afraid, sister-in-law. I just brought you some food. You've come back so late, you haven't eaten yet, have you? Bai Susu breathed a slight sigh of relief upon seeing the oil paper bag in Su Liang's hand. Just leave it there, and then get out of here quickly. How can you be so heartless, sister-in-law? I brought you food from so far away, and you actually chased me away. I didn't even eat it. Then you eat it, and leave quickly after you finish. Why aren't you eating, sister-in-law? Are you feeling unwell? Let me take a look. As Su Liang spoke, he walked to the bedside. Don't come any closer. Su Liang chuckled, call me sister-in-law all you want, I'm not afraid of being heard. But I have to remind you, we haven't done anything right now. If people find out, do you think they'll believe us? After hearing Su Liang's words, Bai Susu froze. Yes, it was not a good thing to be overheard, and it was even worse. Even if the people come and arrest Su Liang, her reputation will be completely ruined. Sister-in-law, I've just opened a butcher shop. It's open today. Here are some new cooked dishes. Come and try them. Su Liang thoughtfully placed a piece of sliced pig's head meat near Bai Susu's mouth. The latter thought for a moment, then opened his mouth. The only solution now is to finish eating as soon as possible and then get Su Liang to leave. After only 2 bites, Bai Susu's saliva began to flow rapidly. She, who had previously had little appetite, suddenly felt hungry. This meat is so delicious. It has a unique flavor, unlike freshly stir-fried vegetables. How is it, sister-in-law? Is it delicious? Bai Susu nodded. She still admired Su Liang's culinary skills. Su Liang glanced at the other person's exposed shoulder and immediately understood the situation. Because it's noticeable if someone is wearing a belly band. Sister-in-law, would you like to get it yourself, or should I feed you? Bai Susu really wanted to reach out her hand, but she was afraid of exposing herself, so she gritted her teeth and said, you can do it. Su Liang nodded and began feeding them. When he had fed you 5 or 6 pieces, he suddenly climbed onto the bed and said, "Sister-in-law, my hands suddenly aren't working properly. I'll feed you with my mouth. If you don't eat, I won't leave." Without giving Baisusu a chance to refute, he took a bite of meat and brought it to Baisusu's mouth. Baisusu gripped the blanket tightly, desperately trying to pull her head back. Su Liang wasn't in a hurry, he'd see who could outlast whom. After a moment, Baisusu thought of what Su Liang had said and his style of doing things, and knew that she had no choice but to eat. She steeled herself and leaned closer, then carefully and quickly bit into the meat in Su Liang's mouth. After doing all this, Baisusu breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, I didn't touch his mouth. What she didn't see was that the moment Su Liang climbed into bed, his hand had already reached for his belt. Su Liang picked up a piece of meat and threw it precisely at the candle. The candlelight went out, plunging the room into darkness. Just as Baisusu felt the blanket in her hand being pulled away by a tremendous force, Su Liang crawled into the bed. "Ah!" Baisusu screamed again, but fortunately Su Liang covered her mouth. "Sister-in-law, don't be afraid. I'm just here to fulfill the bet. What will we do if you really call for help?" Baisusu resisted desperately, pushing and shoving wildly. But the next second, she froze. Su Liang had the same habits as her. "You. Sister-in-law, are you going to press it or not? If you don't, I'm not leaving." Baisusu's heart was pounding, and her mind went blank. She started massaging him almost unconsciously, without even realizing when it began. Su Liang lay in bed, feeling very gratified. This was much more comfortable than during the day. Baisusu's eyes went from empty to lifeless, from lifeless to tense, and from tense to terrified. "Don't want. Ah. Sister-in-law, you've worked so hard on that massage, let me massage you next." Baisusu is an ordinary person, her massage is entirely based on instinct. But Su Liang is different, he's a legendary doctor who can pinpoint acupoints with pinpoint accuracy. Su Liang pinched her small waist and pushed her hard. At first, Baisusu felt a lot of pain, but after a while, her eyes changed from pain to confusion. There was no way around it, Su Liang's skills were just too good. Baisusu taught children to bend over frequently, and her back was the most tired part of her body. Su Liang's massage felt so good. What did my sister-in-law call me? Ah, Su Liang. No, you should call me husband. No, I don't. Ah. Shout you call or not? Su Liang increased the pressure on his hand. You're quite tolerant, are you going to yell or not? Ah, my husband. Sister-in-law is so good. A moment later, Baisusu's eyes rolled back from a dazed look to a blank stare. She is a person of her word and exceeded the bet. Su Liang wouldn't take advantage of this for nothing. If you press the button for me too much, I'll pay you back tenfold or 100-fold. Early the next morning. As soon as Baisusu opened her sleepy eyes, she saw Su Liang smiling at her. The scenes from last night instantly flooded my mind. I can't believe I'd become like that, and I've said so many shameless things. Baisusu's heart was filled with turbulent emotions, shame, grief, regret, despair. These intense negative emotions made her want to end her life. I have no face to live anymore. She climbed off Su Liang and slammed her head against the wall. But how could she possibly succeed? Wouldn't Su Liang become nothing more than a decoration? He stayed behind because he was afraid Baisusu would do something rash. Sister-in-law, what are you doing? Wa'ada. Baisusu burst into tears. Su Liang pulled her into his arms and said, all right, sister-in-law, you're mine now. Don't worry, I'll take responsibility for you." After hearing this, Baisusu was about to bang her head against the wall again. "Sister-in-law, don't think too much. Even if you die, it won't matter. I will have our story engraved on your tombstone and write it into a story to be passed down." Wah-ah! Baisusu collapsed, believing Su Liang's words that this lecherous thief was capable of such a thing. Even if she dies, it won't matter. Not only will she be infamous for eternity, but her family will also be unable to hold their heads high. Su Liang was very pleased to see that Baisusu was no longer thinking about it. I'm a fucking genius at comforting people. After a while, Baisusu's emotions gradually stabilized. She pushed Su Liang away and tried to put on her clothes, only to find them all on the floor. She quickly pulled the blanket over herself, only to see Su Liang's body again. Baisusu quickly turned her head, gritted her teeth, and made a bold decision. She got out of bed wrapped in the blanket, threw Su Liang's clothes to him, dressed herself, and then sat down to write furiously. Su Liang was completely confused. Why were they already studying so early in the morning? A moment later, after Su Liang had also finished dressing, Bai Susu came over with 2 pieces of paper. Sign it. Su Liang took the paper in a daze, but after reading it, he was even more confused. The picture above is actually my sister-in-law's marriage certificate. Chapter 99. My daughter-in-law doesn't produce milk either. Su Liang couldn't help but swallow hard. What was going on? Why was he being so proactive? He quickly flipped to the next page. This is a contract, and also a clause attached to a marriage certificate. The content is roughly equivalent to a secret marriage agreement from a previous life. Their relationship must not be made public nominally. Bai Susu is still Su Liang's sister-in-law. The timing of the announcement will be decided by Bai Susu. If Su Liang wants to see Bai Susu in private, he must ensure that no one knows. If Su Liang violates the above terms, all of his property will belong to Bai Susu. Holy crap! Su Liang was greatly shocked. This was absolutely the most shocking thing he had ever experienced since he transmigrated. If you don't sign, then sever all ties with me from now on. If you keep bothering me, I'll report you to the authorities. Bai Susu's eyes held a resolute look. She had already thought it through. After all, she was still unmarried, so if she married Su Liang, then what happened wouldn't matter. But she couldn't make it public, since she had been so insistent before, and suddenly becoming Su Liang's wife would be a huge embarrassment. Moreover, Su Liang was the younger brother of her deceased fiancé, so if word got out, she would still be unable to face anyone. Therefore, this is the only method Bai Susu can think of for the time being. This way, she can be considered to have a legitimate reason for doing so, without affecting her reputation. As for what happens next, we'll talk about that later. If Su Liang disagrees, she will completely sever ties with him. If he tries anything improper again, she will go all out and fight him to the death. Su Liang gave a thumbs up. He couldn't understand this woman's thinking at all. But there's no need to understand it. This secret marriage clause is just too appealing. Not only can he get married, but he can also make his wife feel like his sister-in-law. Su Liang took a deep look at Bai Susu and suddenly felt that she was even more perverted than himself. Okay, I'll sign. Congratulations, host, on your successful marriage. You have received a wedding gift package and 1 chance to win a prize. Wife, Bai Susu, 21 years old, loyalty, 100%. Su Liang was overjoyed. Premarital trial love was indeed effective, and the loyalty level was immediately maxed out. Without hesitation, he immediately started the ability lottery. Congratulations on winning the 4 treasures of the study. Your abilities are being converted. Transformation successful. Acquired ability, stationery making. Su Liang briefly reviewed his memories and found that his ability was not bad. Making stationery is like making small handicrafts, which is not difficult in itself. Fortunately, there is a paper-making technique that is very practical and can optimize paper production. It can also be sold in the future. Seeing Su Liang sign the marriage certificate, Bai Susu felt very complicated, unsure whether to be happy or sad. My wife, shouldn't you call me husband now? Su Liang said with a smile. Snort. Bai Susu glanced at him, then quickly snatched the marriage certificate and put it away. This would be her trump card to control Su Liang from now on. I advise you not to call me wife, or you might accidentally let it slip in front of outsiders. Alright, my wife, just call me husband and I won't. You wish. Don't think you can, ah. Before Bai Susu could finish speaking, Su Liang pulled her over. Are you going to call me or not? I won't call out. Snap, snap, snap. Su Liang pressed Bai Susu face down on the bed and began to whip her large buttocks. Not even a call? Ah, I won't call out. Sizzle. Ah, no. Slap, slap, slap. Another round of heavy beatings followed. Should we call or not? Husband. No, husband, no. Wrong or wrong? I was wrong, husband, husband. Ugh. 1 hour later. Su Liang beat Bai Susu into submission. He left in a huff with 100,000 points of affection. Although it's not much compared to in Miao's, there's nothing he can do about it. He took his first blood before marriage. The restaurant has reopened and launched a new series of grilled fish dishes. The butcher shop is also operating smoothly. Chen Shishir transferred Chen Xiaofeng there, and the two siblings are determined to make the business even better than the restaurant. Su Liang was very pleased his wives were even more serious about rolling it up than he was. After lunch, some of the eggs hatched, and Su Liang took Li Shudong back to the village. Unfortunately, Zhuo Yong followed, forcing the car sex experience to end. Upon arriving in the village, Su Ji immediately reported the situation. The construction team currently has 103 people and has completed the construction of the brick kiln and the breeding farm. There are 12 people in charge of raising the animals, all of whom are women in the village with experience in animal husbandry, including Lu Yan and Fang Ru. Su Liang nodded and said, continue to find some people with experience in fish farming and raise all the wild ponds around the village, but this can be done slowly. That's no problem, but how should the wages be calculated? Su Ji asked. Su Liang asked, what is the normal wage? A brick kiln master earns at least 50 coins a day. We only have 3 masters now, so 20 coins a day is enough for laborers. Su Liang thought for a moment and said, add 20 coins for the master and 10 coins for the laborers. Tell them that the price will increase later. Also, there are few people at the farm, so it will be 30 coins. Su Ji felt that the amount given was a bit too much, but in the end he didn't say anything. Su Liang roughly calculated that the wages of these more than 100 people would only amount to 100 taels a month. Labor is indeed cheap. Here's 500 taels. As the person in charge of the village, your monthly salary will be set at 20 taels for now. I will send someone to check the accounts regularly, so please keep a record. Su Ji was somewhat surprised, not expecting Su Liang to offer him so much. He's not short of money. Although the Su family is gone, Su Liang didn't want those lands, and the money he collected still went to him. This is a bit too much, and there's still a lot left over from the 500 taels you gave me before. Su Liang waved his hand and casually said, just keep good records. Good. Su Liang believed that Su Ji would not try to get money from him unless he had lost his memory and forgotten what happened that night. Next, Su Liang followed Su Ji to the brick kiln. It's a bit far from the village, but the location is good, with plenty of clay, close to a water source, and relatively convenient transportation. When Ma Lao Er saw Su Liang, he immediately came over. Boss, you've arrived. Su Liang nodded and asked, how many bricks can this brick kiln produce in a day? Instead of answering Su Liang's question directly, Ma Lao Er patted his chest and gave a detailed explanation. He divided these people into groups for soil extraction, mud mixing, brick making, drying and management, kiln loading and firing, and fuel. Each group had a clear division of labor and performed its own duties. Not bad, very professional indeed. Su Liang exclaimed. Ma Lao Er chuckled and continued, the output of this brick kiln may be a bit slow at first, but once everyone is familiar with it, I can guarantee that the monthly output will reach 100,000 bricks. 100,000 yuan. Su Liang stroked his chin. He was fairly satisfied with the speed. The bricks here are larger than in my previous life. About 5,000 bricks would be enough to build a 100 square meter house. That means 20 brick houses can be built in a month. Building a house is simple if there are enough people. One can be completed in a day. How long after firing can the bricks be used? Su Liang asked. Ma Lao Er said, from obtaining the clay to firing it, and then to the final drying, it will be ready to use in about 10 days. Okay, I understand. Su Liang fell into deep thought. It was June now. If he could recruit enough people, the work could be carried out simultaneously, and the village renovation could definitely be completed before winter. After chatting for a few more minutes, Su Liang took his leave to make arrangements at the breeding farm. Many of the eggs had hatched, and he needed to find an opportunity to release them. The group hadn't gone far when a woman came running up to them in a hurry. Xiao Liang, you're finally back. Quickly help this old lady, my daughter-in-law isn't producing milk. Chapter 100 Sister-in-law, why are you taking off your clothes? Forehead. Su Liang was stunned upon hearing this. Li Shudong frowned and looked at him, her expression full of confusion. Auntie, your daughter-in-law isn't producing milk, why are you looking for me? The woman was taken aback when she heard this, but she quickly realized that Lu Yan was Su Liang's sister-in-law. She could treat her for free, but she couldn't do that to her own daughter-in-law. Xiao Liang, I won't let you see me for free, I'll give you a consultation fee. Auntie, this isn't about the consultation fee. Su Liang, don't do that kind of thing. Su Liangyi spoke with righteous indignation, emphasizing that the matter of him massaging his sister-in-law's breasts must never be known to the women, and even less so to the city. The woman chuckled, "Xiao Liang, don't be modest. Everyone in the village knows you can help women produce milk." "The villagers know it all?" Su Liang slowly turned his head to look at Su Ji, who gave an awkward smile, then turned his head away and whispered, He, Su Jun's neighbor, is a bit of a chatterbox." Su Liang immediately thought of the old couple from that day. "Xiao Liang, please help this old lady," the woman pleaded again. Su Liang sighed. It seemed he had to change this reputation. "Okay, auntie, you go back first. I'll go as soon as I'm done here." Okay, thank you, Xiao Liang." When the woman saw that Su Liang had agreed, she was all smiles. Not daring to delay his business, she immediately ran home. The three continued walking towards the farm. Before Li Shadong could ask any questions, Su Liang said, "My wife, please don't misunderstand. I just used acupuncture to treat your illness, and the villagers have spread these rumors about me." Alas, gossip can be a real thing. After saying that, he shook his head, looking helpless. Li Shadong remained silent. She knew how terrifying the villagers' mouths could be, but she would find out for herself what Su Liang had done. The farm is located at the back of the village, and it is large enough to be surrounded by a wooden fence. Several simple chicken coops have also been built inside. They will need to be rebuilt once the bricks are fired, but for now they are sufficient. The location is not bad. We need to continue recruiting. Once the bricks are fired, we'll start building the house, Su Liang said to Su Ji. Su Ji looked troubled. "Just say what you have to say," Su Liang said. Su Ji said, "Basically all the men in our village who can work are being used, and even though it's not the busy farming season now, they still need to go to the fields occasionally. The situation is the same in other nearby villages, and many of these villages have their own industries, making it difficult to recruit their residents." Su Liang nodded. Indeed, directly poaching people from other villages would definitely cause dissatisfaction. For example, in a village like Linshou, the villagers are engaged in animal husbandry and farming, so they don't need to go out to work at all. "Okay, then recruit as many as you can, and I'll figure out the rest." Recruiting people wasn't difficult for Su Liang. There was no one in the village, and there were people in the city. Although many people live in the city, they still have to go out of the city to work. Most of them live off their own land or work for landlords. Ping'an County has tens of thousands of households. Recruiting workers shouldn't be difficult. Since the grain had not yet been transported, Su Liang instructed Xiao Lu to cover up the remaining grain carts and transport them to the breeding farm to avoid suspicion. After Su Ji was sent away, only Su Liang and Li Shadong remained at the farm. Su Liang stopped hiding it and took out the hatched chicks and placed them on the pre-made nests in the chicken coop. Seeing this huge bunch of chicks appear out of nowhere, even though Li Shadong had seen it before, she was still shocked. There were just too many of them. Before long, several hundred chicks were released. Newly hatched chicks don't need to eat. Except for the first few, the rest huddled together, chirping incessantly. Su Liang placed some grain on the ground and added some water for the animals to eat. Those that haven't hatched yet will have to wait, but according to the schedule, all the eggs will hatch today. After releasing the first batch, Su Liang and his companion returned to the village. He not only had to treat the old woman's daughter-in-law, but also give physical examinations to all the villagers, determined to turn his image around. Otherwise, if word gets out later, what if he has reservations about marrying another woman? He doesn't have the patience to cultivate loyalty now. Once she marries into the family, she must be completely loyal. Quick, everyone come out. Su Liang is going to treat the villagers. Free medical consultations and free physical examinations. Dr. Su is personally distributing welfare benefits to the village. Once the news spread, people of all ages in the village came to the old tree. Su Liang had already set up tables and chairs and prepared a medicine box, and sat there waiting for Su Ji to arrange for the villagers to line up. When most people had arrived, Su Ji stood at the front and gestured for everyone to be quiet. "Everyone, quiet down." Upon hearing this, the villagers stopped discussing and fell silent. "Everyone, you're in luck today. You've probably all heard about it recently. Xiao Liang is now known as the miracle Dr. Su in the city." The villagers nodded in agreement and began discussing it again. "Yes, I heard about it a few days ago." "What do you mean by hearing?" "I even went to the city to see for myself." Although Xiao Liang is a miracle doctor, he has only performed his treatment once. "What? He became a miracle doctor after just one treatment? That's right, everyone knows Dr. Zhang, the most famous doctor in town, right? He himself admitted that his medical skills are not as good as Xiao Liang's. After the murmurs subsided, Sushi spoke again. Everyone, Xiao Liang will not charge a single penny for his medical treatment today. He will cover all the expenses himself. He is doing this entirely to give back to the villagers. Xiao Liang told me not to say anything, but I have to say a few words. He grew up in our village, and now that he has some skills, he wants to do something for the villagers, including our construction team. Sushi went on, and the villagers were deeply moved. Oh my, Xiao Liang is such a kind-hearted kid. I had spoken ill of him in private before, but I never expected that he would not only not hold a grudge, but would also be willing to help me without holding a grudge. I'm such a bad person. If anyone dares to speak ill of Su Liang behind his back again, I'll be the first to fight him. Su Liang was somewhat surprised by everyone's reaction. He hadn't expected Su Ji to be so good at conning people. It was a waste of his talent that he didn't go into pyramid schemes. Soon, under Su Ji's arrangement, everyone lined up. The first person to see the doctor was the old woman's daughter-in-law. Su Liang looked at the woman's rather plain chest and immediately lost interest. Not just anyone can get a massage from him. Xiao Liang, I. The young woman lowered her head, her face flushed, feeling incredibly ashamed at the thought of having to undress in front of so many people. But seeing how handsome and capable Su Liang was, I felt a little excited. The young woman gritted her teeth and took the initiative to unbuckle her belt. Upon seeing this, the villagers behind immediately pushed forward without realizing it. The single men in the village, in particular, were practically bulging their eyes out. Lu Yan clenched her fists in the crowd. For some reason, she felt uncomfortable seeing Su Liang giving massages to others. It's like a privilege that should have been yours was taken away by someone else. The young woman's husband clenched his fists so tightly they cracked. He couldn't bear to watch his wife undress in public. He couldn't tolerate such humiliation. Just as he was about to step forward to stop him, Su Liang spoke first. Sister-in-law, why are you taking off your clothes? I am a licensed doctor. Chapter 101, Free Medical Clinic in the Village. Ah. The young woman was stunned. She had just been thinking about how to get Su Liang to put his hand inside without anyone seeing. I never expected I wouldn't have to take my clothes off. So, how should we look at it? The young woman was puzzled, but also a little disappointed. Su Liang then spoke up. Everyone, I think you have some misunderstandings about my medical skills. Misunderstand? Upon hearing this, everyone knew what Su Liang meant. Su Jun's neighbor said that Su Liang had Lu Yan screaming in pain. After the treatment, I immediately washed all the clothes, pants, and even the bed sheets. Once you think about it, everyone will understand what's going on. The illness was definitely treated, but something must have happened, otherwise, they wouldn't have washed the blankets. Su Jun had been feeling quite depressed these past few days, and after listening to the villagers' words, he began to have doubts. But Su Liang didn't dare to provoke her, so he started to neglect Lu Yan and even considered divorcing her. No one dared to speak, but they were thinking about it in their hearts, because Su Liang had already begun to take pulses. Within a dozen or so breaths, Su Liang removed his hand from the other person's wrist. He already knew about his sister-in-law's situation. It was caused by malnutrition, as her diet during pregnancy was inadequate. Although she started taking supplements after childbirth, she was unable to produce breast milk for a long time due to internal heat and poor blood circulation. Su Liang briefly explained the symptoms and then took out silver needles to prepare for acupuncture. Upon seeing this, the young woman placed her hand on her belt again. Su Liang quickly waved his hand, only telling her to roll up her sleeves. Swish, swish, swish. Several silver needles were quickly and accurately inserted into the arm. Immediately, the young woman began to scream in agony. Upon hearing this, everyone suddenly realized, oh, so that's how it is. It was because the acupuncture was too painful that it made them scream. That's not true at all. Regulating qi and blood is very simple for Su Liang. However, the acupoints he's currently targeting don't care about qi and blood, they're just meant to make the other person scream in pain. Seeing that the other person had stopped calling out, Su Liang began the formal treatment. He used a thick needle to poke his finger and bleed it. Then, needles were inserted into acupoints such as the tiger's mouth. While regulating qi and blood, it also relieves the young woman's accumulated internal heat over time. Before long, Su Liang removed the silver needles. Just then, the young woman suddenly felt a heat in her chest and her whole body shuddered. This is the feeling of unobstructed milk flow. The young woman stared in disbelief,
her eyes gradually filling with excitement.
I'm getting my milk.
These words caused an uproar in the audience.
The milk really came.
Su Liang truly is a miracle doctor.
To help someone produce milk with just a few silver needles? That's unheard of. Who was it that said Su Liang was improper?
Ha!
Step forward.
That's right, you almost made us misunderstand Xiao Liang. The young woman's husband only came to his senses when he heard the whispers of the crowd. He looked at Su Liang, his heart filled with gratitude, but also with a touch of guilt. Luckily, I didn't do anything too extreme, or things would have gone wrong.
Thank you, Dr. Su. The whole family, including the old woman, thanked Su Liang repeatedly.
Li Shudong breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that she had been overthinking things and had misunderstood her husband. Su Jun, standing in the crowd, felt extremely guilty at this moment. He quickly went to Lu Yan's side and grabbed her hand. Wife, I misunderstood you, it's all my fault. Lu Yan was stunned for a moment, but quickly reacted and shook off Su Jun's hand.
Didn't you say that Su Liang and I had something going on? No, absolutely not. I was wrong, I'm not human.
I'll never doubt my wife again. As Su Jun spoke, he slapped himself twice. Lu Yan's heart was pounding because she saw Su Liang give her a look.
What does he mean by this? Could it be that he did this on purpose? But why are you looking at me like that? Could it be that you still want to?
Lu Yan looked at Su Jun, who kept apologizing, and felt extremely complicated.
In reality, Su Liang didn't think that much about it, he just happened to see the other person. Soon, Su Liang began treating the other villagers.
On the other side. After familiarizing himself with the village, Zhuo Yong quickly rode back to the military camp. He was to inform the general about the location of the place, arrange for the transportation of iron ore, and also inform Su Liang about his desire for a coal mine. At the same time, after Xiao Lu returned to the city with the grain delivery team, he relayed Su Liang's words to Chen Dalai, asking him to gather as many blacksmiths as possible.
The Huang family.
Huang Wenhao finally felt relieved. Huang Shu sent someone to report that he had been kept in the army by the commander Luo Wei and was temporarily unable to leave the camp.
But one thing is certain, Su Liang can indeed make weapons, but the thing that killed Huang Sihai is still uncertain. It doesn't seem to be made by Su Liang at present.
However, it cannot be ruled out that there is someone behind him, or that it is the work of Huang Sihai's other enemies, so Su Liang still cannot let him go.
Huang Wenhao couldn't care less about how his father died. He had too many enemies over the years. Where was he supposed to find them?
According to Huang Shu, Zhuo Yong was also tasked with monitoring Su Liang, and Huang Shu would also try to send people out. Therefore, coupled with Xing Feng's continued investigation, even if it really is Su Liang, he can no longer take any action. Huang Wenhao pressed the woman's head down, revealing an expression of enjoyment, before getting up and leaving.
Zhuo Yong and Xing Feng, among others, were also Su Liang's bodyguards. If he wanted to kill Su Liang, he would have to find someone even more powerful. Before that, he wanted to test his skills against Su Liang in business. Thank you so much, Xiao Liang. You are a benefactor to my family. A miracle doctor.
He's truly a miracle doctor. Su Liang was quick to treat patients, but this did not affect the treatment effect at all. For some external injuries and other ailments, the effects are almost always immediate. The villagers were extremely grateful to him.
Su Liang completed the free clinic in an hour and a half. Most of the people in the village are in good health.
Most of the problems are caused by years of overwork. Taking some traditional Chinese medicine to regulate the body and getting more rest will solve the problem. At this moment, Pang and Wang Shan walked over.
The two have been using the medicine prescribed by Su Liang.
Although it will be some time before they are fully recovered, they are in good health and have even gained some weight. Brother Liangzi, Uncle Wang, and I can go back in 2 days.
Yes, Xiao Liang, we're almost recovered. Su Liang quickly waved his hand and said, No, you two can't overexert yourselves with your injuries. You need to rest for a while. But we can't keep taking your money for nothing.
Yes, Xiao Liang, we've used a lot of good medicine and taken a lot of supplements these past few days, all of which you paid for. And you still give us our normal wages.
This really makes us feel bad.
Wang Shan's words made the villagers who were about to leave stop in their tracks. They knew the two men had been injured while working as cooks at the restaurant, but they never expected that they would still be paid to work during their recovery period. If I remember correctly, Wang Shan and the other guy were asking for 20 taels.
Yes, that's right, 20 taels a month. Sai, I should have gone with Xiao Liang back then. What good will you do? You can't even cook with one arm. Can't you even chat properly?
Ignoring the villagers, Su Liang stepped forward and patted the two men on the shoulders. Take good care of your injuries. You were injured because of the restaurant, so I should take full responsibility.
Don't worry, once you've recovered, no matter how the restaurant develops, as long as I, Su Liang, still have business, there will be a place for you.
The two were speechless for a moment. They had no doubt about what Su Liang said, they were simply too moved. The man with the missing arm who had spoken earlier could no longer hold back.
Where could one find such a good employer?
Opportunities are earned, so he gritted his teeth and walked towards Su Liang.
Xiao Liang, I want to work with you too. Chapter 102. My aunt wants to work with me?
Seeing this, the villagers who had not been assigned work also stepped forward to speak.
Me too. Xiao Liang, give me a task too, I learn things quickly. I learn quickly too.
Upon seeing this, Su Liang quickly pressed his hand down.
Don't worry, everyone. If you want to work with me, go and register with Su Ji.
When new jobs come up in the future, we'll definitely need your help.
But we already registered.
I only have one arm, and Su Ji said he doesn't need me.
Xiao Liang, can you think of a way to help me? When Su Liang spoke, the villagers became even more eager.
Su Liang, of course, was unaware of the registration situation in the village. However, it's now clear that Su Ji definitely prioritizes hiring men who can do heavy work. Actually, these people are easy to arrange. For example, they can be put to fish farming or pond maintenance. Or when building a house, you can move bricks or mix mud. At worst, we can pay them less. I believe they would be willing to accept that.
Don't worry, everyone.
I promise I'll arrange work for you all very soon, at the latest within a month.
Just wait patiently. All right. Since Xiao Liang has said so, let's all go back and wait.
Yes, I believe in Xiao Liang. The sensible villagers immediately shouted to the crowd, afraid that saying too much would offend Su Liang.
The crowd quickly dispersed, while Su Liang fell into deep thought.
It seems that it's time to establish a system for the allocation and management of these villagers' work, as well as the distribution of their wages.
Otherwise, as the number of people increases, management problems will definitely arise.
Soon, Su Liang placed the newly hatched chicks in the chicken coop and then called Lu Yan and the others over.
The group was somewhat bewildered by the sudden appearance of so many chicks. Su Liang quickly explained to everyone using the prepared explanation.
Everyone then realized that it had been transported along with the grain.
Su Liang's efficiency is truly remarkable.
These women all had experience in raising livestock, so Su Liang didn't have much to say to them. He simply handed over the management task to Lu Yan. He roughly calculated that almost all the chickens had hatched, leaving only some duck and goose eggs. The overall incubation success rate is over 90%. That is, out of a little over 2,000 eggs, more than 1,900 were successfully hatched.
This exceeded Su Liang's expectations. Once he gets back, he'll have to collect another wave. The sky was getting dark.
Su Liang and Li Shudong returned to their previous home. Before leaving, he stored some food in his space and preserved it using constant temperature and time deceleration.
So it's still warm when you take it out.
However, both of them had been busy all day, so before eating, they took a shower and changed into pajamas that were easy to take off.
Li Shudong showed no reaction to Su Liang's change in abilities.
But there's one thing she's very worried about. Su Liang packed so many chicks, along with all the food and the water he used for his bath.
Can he conjure up a mattress? The bed is completely bare right now.
She held it in for a long time, but finally couldn't help asking, My husband, do you still have any immortal power? Su Liang had already noticed that Li Shudong was staring at the bed, so he had a guess in his mind.
He feigned confusion and asked, Why do you ask that, my lady?
Li Shudong lowered her head awkwardly. It's nothing, I'm just a little worried that you might overuse it. Su Liang said oh, and sighed, Alas, I have indeed overused my immortal power today, and I can no longer extract anything.
Oh? I see.
Li Shudong felt a pang of regret.
Su Liang chuckled, Does my wife want a mattress?
Li Shudong never expected that Su Liang would see through her intentions. She shrugged, feigning nonchalance, and said, No, it's all the same wherever I sleep. Besides, my back has been hurting these past few days, so sleeping on a hard bed is fine.
All right.
Su Liang sighed with some regret, then my wife can sleep on the hard bed by herself. After saying that, he walked to the bedside and took out a mattress. This mattress is quite a veteran. It was the one the two used the night they were setting up the sniper rifle.
There were still scratches on it from Li Shudong. Li Shudong knew Su Liang was doing it on purpose, but she was also a person who cared about her reputation, so she turned her head away. She refused to believe that Su Liang wouldn't touch her tonight. Just as she turned her head, Su Liang unbuttoned his pajamas and walked to her side. Li Shudong was secretly delighted. Sure enough, this guy couldn't resist after finishing his meal. "Humph, you dare to make fun of me? I'll just hold it in for a while. I'm going out to practice my skills tonight, so you can sleep in the room by yourself." Li Shutong's lips curled up, and she turned her head to see Su Liang's reaction. As a result, he was unable to speak. Su Liang loved his wife dearly and worried that she wasn't eating enough, so he took out food and forced her to eat. At that moment, Lu Yan happened to walk to the window. She stared in disbelief, completely frozen in place. After arranging the feeding, Su Liang hurriedly returned home and made dumplings. Her brother-in-law not only cured her illness, but also valued her so much that he appointed her as the manager of the breeding farm. Lu Yan was deeply grateful and had no way to repay him, so she could only use her best dumpling-making skills to treat Su Liang. But to everyone's surprise, the two of them had already started eating, and they were eating with great relish. Lu Yan was filled with mixed emotions. She had intended to knock on the door, but the oil lamp inside made her glance at it instinctively. As a result, the smile froze on her face, and the dumplings in her hand no longer seemed so important. Lu Yan wanted to turn around and leave at that moment, but her legs seemed to be glued to her and she couldn't move them at all. Perhaps it was because she felt disappointed at not being able to send out the dumplings that her heart was in turmoil, and her heart was pounding wildly. Both Su Liang and Lu Yan heard the noise outside the door, and Su Liang also saw that the person who came in was Lu Yan. But he didn't stop what he was doing, he even pressed down on Li Shutong's head. "My dear wife, you've had a long day. Please eat more." Li Shudong stammered and tried to turn her head away. But Su Liang increased the force in his hand. "My wife, you must concentrate on your meal." Lu Yan stood by the window, not daring to move an inch, afraid of making the slightest sound. She only managed to slip away when Li Shudong had finished eating and the two were preparing to go to bed. "Who was outside just now?" Li Shudong blushed with embarrassment. Su Liang was truly despicable. "There's no one there, my wife, you're overthinking it." After saying that, Su Liang carried her to the bed and bought several different styles of black stockings. Lu Yan was still in shock when she got home. She glanced at her husband, who was snoring loudly, and silently returned to her room. As Lu Yan lay in bed, she recalled the scene of Su Liang treating her illness. She remembered Su Liang's instructions that if she wanted to prevent her condition from recurring, she had to massage herself frequently. Lu Yan recalled Su Liang's technique and slowly began to imitate it. Early the next morning, Su Jun had just gotten up when he saw his wife hanging out the quilts and clothes to dry. Ever since Su Liang cured her illness, she's been much more diligent than before. Su Liang consummated his marriage last night, but after all the calculations, he only received 30,000 points of affection. The reason is simple: I've torn too many black stockings and tried on all sorts of uniforms. Su Liang ate a simple breakfast and then went out. He was going to send all the ducks and geese that had hatched last night to the breeding farm. When Zhuo Yong returns, the construction of the blacksmith shop and the paper mill should also be put on the agenda. Li Shudong lay in bed resting, but she didn't have much of an appetite. She had eaten far too much the night before. Fortunately, we arrived early enough that no one from the farm had come yet. Su Liang successfully put the ducks and geese inside. As he was about to go to Su Ji's house, a beautiful woman in her 30s stopped him on the way. The woman approached Su Liang, smiled, nodded, and gave him a slight greeting. Su Liang was certain he had never seen this person before, and although she was dressed plainly, her fair skin and polite manners told him that she was no ordinary village woman. Su Liang nodded in response, then asked, "And you are?" The woman smiled again and then said, "I am your aunt. Can I work with you too?" Su Liang was stunned. What does that mean? My aunt wants to work for me? Chapter 103: I want to marry my husband. Su Liang broke out in a cold sweat upon hearing this. Where did this aunt come from? Is she really that open-minded? However, he quickly realized that what the woman was talking about must be work-related. When did I become so horny that I want to take my pants off whenever I see a woman? Su Liang gave himself a moment of profound self-reflection. These are all bad habits the system instilled in him. May I ask which aunt you are? Su Liang asked. The woman sighed softly, a look of reminiscence flashing in her eyes, before quickly regaining her composure and smiling again. Seeing the change in the woman's expression, Su Liang's first reaction was that this aunt had a story to tell. My second reaction was, wow, this aunt is so sexy. Unlike his many wives, this woman, though only of average to above average appearance, exuded the charm of a mature woman in her demeanor. For example, her breasts aren't as big as Li Shuyao's, her buttocks aren't as big as Bai Susu's, her legs aren't as long as In Miao's, and her flexibility certainly can't compare to Qin Shishir's, but the feeling she gives off is just different. Su Liang took a deep breath, dispelling the random thoughts in his mind, and listened quietly to the woman's statement. My name is Su Ro. I returned here a couple of days ago. My father, Su Yunhai, went to Qingzhou many years ago and died of illness on his way back home. It turns out that Su Yunhai went to Qingzhou to make his fortune in his early years, going from having nothing to being extremely wealthy, and then suddenly falling to rock bottom. He was getting old and planned to return to his hometown, but unfortunately he passed away en route. Su Yunhai had countless wives and concubines throughout his life, but in the end, only his adopted daughter Su Ro accompanied him back, making his later years extremely desolate. Su Liang sighed repeatedly after hearing this, realizing that this aunt wasn't a blood relative. And judging from what she said, she has never been married. It will be difficult for these older single women to get married. Fortunately, she met Su Liang. They're all family, how could Su Liang watch his aunt suffer? My deepest condolences, aunt. Su Ro smiled slightly. I've heard rumors about you everywhere I go since I came back these past 2 days. Seeing you today, I can confirm that you are indeed a young hero. Auntie, you flatter me. I just do a little business, haha, a little business. Su Ro didn't beat around the bush and directly stated her purpose. I have been familiar with the family business since I was a child, and I have some experience in business and management, so I think I can help you. Su Liang immediately agreed, that's great. I'm exactly looking for someone like you, aunt. Su Ro bowed slightly, then thank you very much, Xiao Liang. Auntie, you don't need to be so polite. We're all family. If you encounter any difficulties in the future, you can tell me. Su Ro nodded gently, feeling somewhat moved. She hadn't expected Su Liang to be so warm and welcoming, and to be such a family member. After chatting for a few more minutes, the two headed to Su Ji's house together. Inside the room, Fang Ru sat at the table with a girl of about 17 or 18, constantly giving her instructions. Lingxian, your aunt will take you to see Su Liang later. You must be proactive and not be shy. Okay, auntie. Whether you can live a good life depends on your own performance. Although you are good looking and have a good figure, you are still inferior to Su Liang's wife. But men like obedient women like you. Aha! Once you're married into the family, you'll have to be obedient. Su Liang has quite a few wives, and you can't outmaneuver him. But as long as you're obedient and gain favor, you won't be afraid of being bullied. Aha! You must always have a sweet tongue and know how to ask about my well-being. Say things like, my husband has worked hard, I'll help you. These are the kinds of words you should always say. Okay. I understand, auntie. Fang Lingxian stared intently at Fang Ru with her big eyes, nodding in agreement. Hee, Xiao Liang is here. Su Ji's voice rang out from outside the door. Fang Ru immediately stood up, checked her niece's makeup again, and then pulled her out. Hee, Xiao Liang is here. Fang Ru greeted him warmly as she went out. Su Liang smiled and nodded in response. Fang Ru raised an eyebrow slightly as she looked at Su Ro, and who is this? Su Ji introduced, this is Su Ro, the daughter of my cousin Su Yunhai. She just returned from Qingzhou a couple of days ago, and I haven't had a chance to tell the clansmen yet. Greetings, sister-in-law, Su Ro said with a slight bow. Fang Ru immediately smiled and responded, then quickly pulled Fang Lingxian to her side. Hee, Xiao Liang, this is my niece from the other day, Fang Lingxian. Su Liang glanced at Fang Lingxian and nodded slightly before quickly looking away. In that brief moment, he had already finished scoring. Her face, chest, and buttocks were all quite ordinary and unremarkable. Although it's not bad overall, it would only rank last compared to his wife. Upon seeing this, Fang Ru's heart sank. Clearly, Su Liang had not taken a liking to her niece. On the contrary, Fang Lingxian was still staring blankly at Su Liang. She was somewhat surprised and delighted it turned out that Su Liang, whom her aunt had mentioned, was indeed so handsome. Is this my future husband? This was Fang Lingxuan's first blind date. She had once been a young girl with romantic feelings, and had fantasized about what her future husband would be like. Clearly, Su Liang satisfied her greatly, perfectly matching her fantasy of a perfect husband, and even better than she had imagined. Fang Ru sighed inwardly. Her niece was so silly. She had just been taught to be proactive, and she had already forgotten. Unfortunately, my niece is mentally challenged, so only her aunt could step in. She coughed lightly and nudged Fong Lingxian. Lingxian, why don't you greet young Master Su? After Fong Ru said that, Su Liang looked at her again. Fong Lingxian also came to her senses and quickly lowered her head, somewhat flustered, to avoid Su Liang's gaze. Lingxian greets her husband. Upon hearing this, everyone was stunned and turned their attention to her. Fong Ru sighed in exasperation, rubbing her forehead. She had taught him to call her husband after the marriage, but who knew this child would be so clueless? Well, my niece is a bit blunt. She's got her eye on you. Fong Ru was also ready to give up entirely. It would be best if Su Liang accepted it, but there was no real loss if he didn't. Su Liang felt a little awkward and didn't know what to say. Fong Lingxian, however, had not yet realized that she had said the wrong thing. The scene became awkward, and for a moment no one spoke. After a moment, Su Ro said, Xiao Liang, I think this Miss Fong is quite nice. As a girl, it's rare for her to be brave enough to express her feelings. Fong Ru quickly smiled ingratiatingly, yes, yes. After saying that, she teased her niece, Lingxian, do you want to marry Su Liang? Yes, I want to. I want to marry my husband. Fong Lingxian stared wide-eyed and nodded firmly. Now, everyone's eyes were on Su Liang. The final decision rests with him. Su Liang initially thought Fong Lingxian was trying to hook him, but as he watched, he realized she was too naive. He glanced at the group of people, somewhat helplessly. What else can we do? Just marry her, anyway, the family just happens to need a naive and innocent girl. Su Liang looked at Fong Ru, Auntie, let's write the marriage certificate. Chapter 104, How much do you know about the wedding night? Write a marriage certificate? The group was stunned again. Su Liang was even more direct, wanting to get married on the spot. Fong Ru was stunned for a full 30 seconds before she came to her senses. A marriage certificate, this is too fast. At least we should have gone to their home to propose marriage. Proposing marriage? Isn't this the woman you're going to marry? What's there to propose? Which of my wives has ever proposed marriage to me? Su Liang immediately became unhappy. I don't have those rules when I get married. If you don't want to write them down, then forget it. Fong Ru was also somewhat displeased. Although she wanted to marry her niece to him, what kind of attitude was this? Even if she were to get married, the Su family would still come to propose marriage. Xiao Liang, I think you should think this through more carefully. If you don't want to propose in person, you can find a matchmaker. Su Liang quickly raised his hand to stop the other party. Then let's drop this matter, Auntie, please don't mention it again. After saying that, he looked at Su Ji and said, Uncle, let's go outside and talk. Watching Su Liang turn and leave, Su Ji immediately glared at his wife and said, Look what you've done. It was only then that Fong Ru remembered what had happened before. The look Su Liang gave me when he left was absolutely terrifying. Fong Ru was terrified that she had dared to negotiate with such a person. Her hands trembled slightly. He's been too kind lately, which led me to misunderstand. Fong Ru kept reminding herself that she must never make this mistake again. Su Ro followed behind Su Liang, her eyes slightly narrowed. This nephew isn't as easy to get along with as she thought. Su Ji quickly caught up and said, Xiao Liang, your aunt didn't mean anything by it. She's just a bit stubborn. Please don't misunderstand. Uncle, there's no need to say more. I won't take it to heart. That's good, that's good. Su Ji breathed a sigh of relief. Su Ro became more and more confused. If Su Ji's wife was a woman, it was understandable that Su Liang didn't give her face, but why was Su Ji, as the clan leader, so afraid of Su Liang? Next, Su Liang led the two to select 2 locations in the village, both near water sources and with relatively convenient transportation. These 2 locations are occupied. Whose land is it? They should be compensated at a price higher than the market value. Su Ji chuckled, no need for compensation, this belongs to the Su family. Okay, that's good. Su Liang did not say he would give money to Su Ji, because the money belonged to the Su family and was his. Su Ro is a smart woman. Although Su Liang didn't say what he wanted to do, she could tell what kind of industry was going to be built just by looking at the location. Xiao Liang, can you tell me what you're going to do? Su Ro asked. Su Liang thought for a moment but still didn't say anything. Iron smelting and papermaking were both relatively important industries, and he had to plan the division of labor among the personnel to ensure that some technologies were not leaked. There was no need to talk about it before the project was completed. Moreover, he could not trust any woman who was not his wife. You'll find out then. Seeing this, Su Ro didn't ask any more questions. When Su Liang returned home, Li Shudong had already returned to the city with the last batch of grain transport teams. It took more than a day to transport 80,000 jin of grain. This efficiency is far too low. Once the blacksmith shop is completed, Su Liang will improve the carriage. On the one hand, it can improve transportation efficiency, and on the other hand, it is more comfortable to sit in. Now he only needs to wait for Zhuo Yong's return, then discuss the matter of supplying coal to the brick kiln, and then he can return to the city. With nothing else to do, Su Liang took out paper and pen and began planning the construction of the village. Although he had no formal training in architecture, he could still design some brick and tile houses without any problem. Just as he was engrossed in his drawing, there was a knock on the door. Su Liang was startled. When he opened the door, he was surprised to see Fang Ru and Fang Lingxian. Fang Ru greeted Su Liang with a smile. Xiao Liang, your aunt has brought you the person, and the marriage certificate is all written. After saying that, she handed a piece of paper to Su Liang. Su Liang looked down and saw that it really was a marriage certificate, and the other party had already signed it. Seeing this, Fang Ru said, then I won't disturb you any longer. You two chat. Before leaving, she gave Fang Lingxian a push. Su Liang had no choice, it was already being offered to him, and it would be too disrespectful to refuse it. Come in. Fang Lingxian followed obediently behind Su Liang. After entering the house, she didn't say a word, her eyes fixed on the marriage certificate in Su Liang's hand. You want me to sign? Su Liang sat in his chair, scrutinizing Fang Lingxian across the table, much like a teacher instructing a student or a leader questioning a subordinate. Fang Lingxian nodded. Su Liang nodded, quite satisfied with Fang Lingxian's initiative. Since she wanted to marry him so much, her loyalty was definitely at its highest level. I'm fine with signing, but first tell me what skills you have. I know how to farm. That's it? Is there anything else? I will. Fang Lingxian stammered for a long time, unable to recall anything else she could do. Su Liang was somewhat disappointed. She was ordinary compared to the other women, she was too ordinary. However, she is indeed obedient. As the saying goes, having no personality is still a personality. A woman only needs to know how to follow her husband's lead. Su Liang coughed lightly twice, placed his hands on the table, and picked up a pen. How much do you know about the wedding night? Fang Lingxian became nervous upon seeing Su Liang's actions. Judging from Su Liang's expression, if he can't answer this question, he might not sign. At the same time, she secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully Fang Ru had just given an emergency explanation. I know. My aunt told me that the bridal chamber is it's me on the bottom and you on top, and then. Fang Lingxian blushed as she spoke, realizing that it was too embarrassing to say these things in front of Su Liang. And then what? Don't be nervous, tell me slowly. Su Liang was very patient with this. He was a newcomer, so he couldn't be judged too harshly. He had to be given a chance. This. Fang Lingxian didn't expect that marrying Su Liang would be so difficult, he was too strict. And then you were on top of me, kissing me, hugging me. Continue, what's next? Next, it's time to take off your clothes. Then what? Fang Lingxian's face was already as red as a monkey's bottom. She shook her head violently. I don't remember. Su Liang sighed. What you learn from books is never enough. You must put it into practice. Practice is the key. If you only read books and don't do exercises, how can you learn something solid? It seems I'll have to teach them myself. Come on, go to bed and wait for me. Swish, swish, swish. He quickly signed his name on the marriage certificate. Congratulations, host, on your successful marriage. You have received a wedding gift package and one chance to win a prize. Wife, Fang Lingxian, 18 years old, loyalty, 100%. Su Liang nodded secretly. Sure enough, the woman who had married him willingly had full loyalty. Congratulations on drawing the farming ability, your skill is being converted. Conversion successful. Acquired ability, Seed Encyclopedia. This time, the ability didn't appear in my mind, but entirely in the shop. Su Liang opened it and found all sorts of plant seeds, including many he had never seen before. This ability is extremely useful. It can enrich the variety of grains and vegetables in the entire Great Xia dynasty. On a larger scale, it is a major event that benefits the country and its people. For example, potatoes and sweet potatoes could solve the problem of famine. Moreover, by using its own spatial functions, it can break the limitations of time and space and eat anything it wants. Su Liang quickly composed himself, took a deep breath, slowly got up, and walked towards Fang Lingxian, who was sitting by the bed. Chapter 105: The Unique Services of Yingchun Tower. Su Liang approached Fang Lingxian with a mischievous grin. "I've already signed the marriage certificate. Do you know what to call me now?" "Husband," Fang Lingxian called out and then lowered her head. So good girl. How about your husband teaches you how to consummate your marriage?" "Huh? Isn't the wedding night supposed to be at night?" Fang Lingxian was a little surprised. This was different from what she had been taught. "Look at you, you've learned knowledge to the point of being rigid. People need to learn to be flexible." As Su Liang spoke, he began to take off his clothes. Fang Lingxian lowered her head even further, her heart pounding wildly, but she couldn't help but steal glances out of the corner of her eye. "What are you standing there for? Take it off. Do I have to do it myself?" I'm scared." Fang Lingxian was telling the truth. Her head was down, so she saw it. This bridal chamber was nothing like she had imagined. It was a bit scary. What's there to be afraid of? We're a legally married couple, and we're at home. But if you keep dawdling, I'll divorce you," Su Liang said, his tone becoming more forceful as he tried to gauge the other person's reaction. Upon hearing that she was to be divorced, Fang Lingxian immediately panicked and obediently unbuckled her belt. "Holy crap, this is way too obedient." Su Liang was somewhat surprised, but also pleasantly surprised. This was truly a first for him. "Husband, I'm done." Fang Lingxian covered her chest, still not daring to look up at Su Liang. "So you know what to do next?" Su Liang asked. "Yes, I know," Fang Lingxian said, and was about to lie down. Su Liang quickly stopped her. "Wait." Fang Lingxian immediately stopped what she was doing, without daring to ask why. "Alright, let me ask you a question, my wife. If two armies are going to war, what should the soldiers do before the battle?" "This? I don't know. Of course, it's about sharpening our weapons and preparing our swords." Fang Lingxian still didn't understand what this meant. Su Liang didn't waste any words and directly made her lie on the bed while he stood by the bed. Lu Yan rushed home as soon as she finished her work in the morning. She tried to thank Su Liang last night but failed, and she has been thinking about it ever since. "So when I got home I started cooking, and now I'm carrying the bowls on my way to Su Liang's house." But when she got to the door, Lu Yan was stunned again. Su Liang, is he out of his mind? He's having his wedding night in broad daylight. When Lu Yan saw the woman's face, her heart trembled even more. This woman isn't Li Shadong. Who is she? Why is she with Su Liang? What is their relationship? These questions flashed through Lu Yan's mind. But she quickly stopped thinking about it because Su Liang went to bed, and sounds came from inside the room. Lu Yan leaned against the wall, her heart pounding wildly. That's an incredibly pitiful scream. Isn't it a bit of an exaggeration? But when she tried to put herself in his shoes, she felt that it seemed quite normal. 15 minutes later, Lu Yan hurriedly left the courtyard. Just then, she saw Zhuo Yong riding back on horseback in the distance. Lu Yan knew this person was looking for Su Liang, so she immediately turned around and walked back into the courtyard. "Xiao Liang, I've brought you some food," Lu Yan shouted, actually trying to remind Su Liang to get dressed quickly. Su Liang understood immediately, because he had seen Lu Yan arrive. After quickly tidying up, Su Liang got dressed and went outside. Seeing Su Liang come out so quickly, Lu Yan breathed a sigh of relief. "Xiao Liang, haven't you eaten yet? Your sister-in-law made you some noodles, hurry up and eat them while they're hot. They're getting a little cold." Su Liang took the noodles and saw that there were 2 eggs inside. "Thank you so much, sister-in-law. I'll cook noodles for you next time I have the chance." Okay. Lu Yan gave an awkward smile, her thoughts unreadable. Soon, Zhuo Yong dismounted and came to Su Liang. Lu Yan did not linger and quickly took her leave. After she had walked away, Zhuo Yong said, "The general has agreed to transport the iron ore here, and the coal ore will also be transported here regularly." Su Liang casually placed the bowl on the windowsill, then clasped his hands in a fist and said, "Thank you for your hard work, brother Zhuo. Please thank the general for me." Zhuo Yong waved his hand, no need for formalities. If you really want to thank the general, then design that weapon as soon as possible. In Zhuo Yong's view, the general should not have agreed to the coal mine matter, but for some reason, he not only agreed but also did so very readily. As for weapons, there was no urging, and their attitude towards Su Liang seemed even better. Hee, that's for sure. I've been racking my brains these past 2 days and haven't been sleeping well at all. As soon as Su Liang finished speaking, Fong Lingxian dragged her tired body out and said, "Husband." Zhuo Yong's eyes widened in surprise. He was certain he had never seen this woman before. He knew very well how many wives Su Liang had. Where the hell did this woman come from? Hee, my wife, this is Brother Zhuo. Greetings, Brother Zhuo. Fong Lingxian bowed slightly. Zhuo Yong hummed in agreement and began to speculate in his mind. Judging from the general style of doing things, he must have already sent someone to investigate Su Liang's background. Could it be that he agreed so readily because of the woman in front of him? In that case, I'll make the arrangements now, and then we'll head back to the city. My lord, shall I go into the city with you? Of course, even though we've just gotten married, you're already mine. What? Don't you want to come with me? I was just asking. Hearing their conversation, Zhuo Yong's face twitched. Just got married? Didn't you say you were racking your brains all day? After glancing at Fong Lingxuan's somewhat weak body, Zhuo Yong instantly understood. So that's why I didn't sleep well. After returning to the city, Su Liang went to the butcher shop first. He entrusted the task of introducing Fong Lingxian to Qin Shishir, who readily agreed and warmly welcomed her new sister. Su Liang didn't want to see his wives fighting, so he told Qin Shishir to go back that night, and he would stay out later. Back at the restaurant, Li Shuyao quickly called him to the counter. My lord, business at the restaurant has been very slow these past 2 days. Zuixianglu has lowered its prices again and even introduced special services. What special services are offered? Even without her saying it, Su Liang could tell that there were indeed far fewer people in the restaurant. Li Shuyao frowned and slowly began to speak. According to Xiao Lu, they offer a variety of services. If you spend over 50 taels, you can enjoy a free black silk dance at Yingchun Pavilion. There's also a tiered system. By accumulating different amounts of money or making advance payments, you'll receive an exclusive identity token. This token is valid throughout Yingchun Pavilion. The higher the tier, the better the service you receive, and you'll even get exclusive services. It's said that without an identity token, no matter how much money you spend, it won't get you those services. They also regularly put on shows at the restaurant. Su Liang was about to speak when Li Shuyao added, Xiaolu also said that their house is bigger than ours, and it's well ventilated and cooler than ours. Also, I ate their food, and it's true that it's not as good as ours, but the taste is not bad either. And the milk tea, except for not having ice, tastes better than ours. Is there anything else? Su Liang asked. Li Shuyao shook her head, her brows still furrowed. These things were already enough to give her a headache. Su Liang sighed. He hadn't expected Huang Wenhao to be so shrewd, knowing to launch enticing promotions and even forming a powerful alliance with Yingxinla. Actually, everything else is secondary. The most important thing is the status symbol, which is a powerful tool for rich people to show off. This move directly affected the high-end route that Su Liang wanted to take. Simply providing delicious food can't satisfy a customer's vanity. Having a status and being able to enjoy exclusive services is much more prestigious. However, there was one thing that puzzled Su Liang. Although he had promised to give Kair any new black stockings he hadn't made time to do so. The other party actually launched a black stockings dance. Could it be that Chu Mubai sold himself to Yingxinla? In any case, Su Liang had to come up with a solution. All his projects were basically burning through cash, and if the restaurant didn't make money soon, he really wouldn't be able to keep up. Chapter 106 Open Course Plan. In the afternoon, Su Liang asked Xiao Lu to go to Zui Xian Lu to buy some dishes. Logically speaking, even if it were copied, the taste should be much worse. Judging from Li Shuyao's words, it seems that she has already reached a similar level. Soon, Xiao Lu returned with several dishes and a message. The grilled fish had also been copied. Su Liang frowned as he looked at the dishes. He knew this dish was different from the previous one. Without even tasting it, it smelled much fresher and more fragrant. He picked up his chopsticks, took a bite, and was immediately taken aback. Just as I suspected. There was extra chicken bouillon in this dish. The umami flavor is no worse than his finished product, and the flavor of other seasonings has also been purified, with far fewer impurities in those seasonings. This. Su Liang never expected that the other party's chef could achieve such a level in just a few days. I've indirectly contributed to the development of culinary arts in Daxia. Su Liang thought this was a good thing, but it was also a troublesome matter for him now, as things were more complicated than he had thought. Under such circumstances, restaurants may find it difficult to compete, since most people cannot taste the difference in flavor. Moreover, the chicken essence they use is likely made from concentrated broth, containing not only chicken but also the flavor of fermented sauces such as soy sauce. It's a secret seasoning with its own unique taste. It seems that unless restaurants keep launching new products, they will still be copied, including butcher shops' cooked food, which will soon have imitations. At this moment, Xiaolu said, "Master, I also heard that Zhuixianglu has recently obtained many new seasonings from the caravan." Su Liang frowned even more deeply. He didn't say anything and continued to taste the other dishes. Sure enough, some of these dishes not only imitated those from restaurants, but some were also innovative. Su Liang couldn't taste what kind of seasoning it was, but it should be a local specialty of the great Xia dynasty. Once the other party has further refined the seasonings, the taste of this dish will undoubtedly reach an even higher level. The opponent is truly a master. Su Liang had to admit that the wisdom of the ancients should not be underestimated. Seeing Su Liang's expression, Li Shuyao became even more worried. "My lord, what should we do?" Erniu and the others also turned their attention to him. Su Liang gave a wry smile. With such an expert on the other side, even if he hadn't sold the seasonings before, the result would have been the same. It was just a matter of time. However, he wasn't worried. He had all sorts of seeds and a tenfold time acceleration, so he might as well grow all kinds of seasonings in dishes. Since they're going to plagiarize, let them plagiarize. Once we grow vegetables that Daxia doesn't have, let's see how they plagiarize then. Moreover, just like incubation, once the plant has grown to a certain size, it can be planted in the outside world, thus enabling large-scale production, at which point he will become the supplier. The restaurant will continue to operate as usual. Don't worry, I have a plan. After saying that, Su Liang took Xiaolu out the door. No one knew what Su Liang was planning, but they all breathed a sigh of relief when they heard him say he had a way. Su Liang soon arrived at Chen Daliai's blacksmith shop. The ironware he had previously commissioned Chen Daliai to forge was completed, but it wasn't very successful. Actually, he wanted to build a large iron container to hold ice for cooling, which would save space compared to a wooden barrel. However, this really put Chen Daliai in a difficult position. "Xiao Liang, see where the problem is?" "If it doesn't work, I'll try again," Chen Daliai said. Su Liang waved his hand, "No need for now. Father-in-law, please gather the blacksmiths and other craftsmen first. As for wages, as long as they are not too outrageous, they are fine." After giving his instructions, Su Liang went to Ping'an Academy. All of his businesses are currently in their initial stages, and he needs to accelerate the pace of their launch. As soon as Su Liang entered the courtyard, he saw a large group of students gesturing on the ground with wooden sticks. Upon closer inspection, it turned out that what they had written were the methods of addition, subtraction, multiplication, and division. "Mr. Xiao Liang. Mr. Xiao Liang is here. Greetings, Mr. Xiao Liang." When the students saw Su Liang, they all stood up and bowed. Xiao Lu and Zhuo Yong were both dumbfounded. What was going on? How did he become Mr.? No need for formalities, everyone. Let's continue our studies. Yes. After exchanging greetings, the students squatted down and began writing on the ground. For this kind of calculation exercise, using paper and pen is indeed too extravagant, and Su Liang can understand that. However, once his paper mill is completed and he starts making pencils, this problem will be solved. Before Su Liang could even set off, Su Xian came out to greet him. "He, Xiao Liang is here," Su Xian said with a big smile. "Cousin, let's talk in private." "Good." Su Xian saw that Su Liang had something to do, so he didn't dare to delay. The group quickly entered the house, and soon Bai Susu was also summoned by the pageboy. Su Liang gave her a look, indicating that he would sleep at her place tonight, but she didn't seem to understand and just rolled her eyes at him. Soon, Su Liang revealed the purpose of his visit. That is to hold the first open class of Ping'an Academy, which is also the first enrollment conference. The main content of the open course is to popularize the new algorithm and teach cooking skills, and the whole course is free. The recruitment process involves offering advanced culinary training classes, guaranteeing that students will learn the skills, and also providing job placement guidance. The group was shocked to hear this. Su Liang was actually going to publish the recipes for some homestyle dishes, which were exclusive to his restaurant. "Master, are you really going to pass on your culinary skills?" Xiao Lu couldn't help but ask. Su Liang nodded. "Of course, cooking skills are not important, the important thing is the seasoning." Upon hearing this, Xiao Lu instantly realized that his boss was planning to sell seasonings. While the restaurant's business will be affected, Zhuxianglu will also be affected, but the owner can make money by selling seasonings. Xiao Lu still didn't understand one thing: weren't those seasonings a secret recipe? If so, how could they possibly recoup their costs? Su Liang had naturally considered this issue. In fact, it was the same as black stockings, except that affection points were exchanged for money. Moreover, once plants such as chili peppers were grown later, there would be no need to buy them from the store. As for the finished soybean oil, oyster sauce, and various seasoning sauces, you can slowly study how to make them. Since neither of you has any objections, then this matter is settled. Su Liang quickly finalized the plan and discussed the specific implementation scheme with the others. An hour later, Su Liang returned to the third floor of the restaurant. He entrusted the publicity work to Xiao Lu and Su Xian. The open class is scheduled for the day after tomorrow, and a little over a day is enough time to do the preparation work. Su Liang is about to start planting crops in the space. The seeds are not expensive, and the store also has relevant information. At the same time, we also need to plan how to acquire and allocate affection points. We must rationalize and scientize the bridal chamber to achieve high quality and sustainable development. Chapter 107. We must obtain the great mighty heavenly dragon. Su Liang's current affection value is just over 600,000, including the 170,000 points he gained with Fang Lingxian today. The affection points gained in the wedding night start at 10,000. With each body part as the core, the different actions, timings, and shouts make it a new experience every time. However, aside from achievements, each person is limited to once per day. In other words, without relying on achievements, the fixed amount is 10,000 points, although you can also earn 1,000 points per day during this period. In terms of achievements, the main categories are first time, new scene, new attempt, cumulative number of times, cumulative duration, and consecutive number of times. In addition, there are also overall cumulative achievements and cumulative achievements for a specific character. Regarding the calculation, initially it was based on 1, 2, and 5 as the base, and subsequently it was based on 10 as the base. Accumulating 10 times or 10 hours would earn 10,000 affection points, and 20 times would earn 20,000 affection points, and so on. Su Liang has now basically reached the stage of 20, 2 of which were achieved with Fang Lingxian today, otherwise he wouldn't have reached so many. A consecutive success is considered a record-breaking achievement and offers high rewards. For example, 3 consecutive successes would earn you 30,000 affection points, and this can be repeated with different wives. He has now reached a maximum of 40,000 points, which was achieved with Li Shadong. He has achieved this with the other wives 2 or 3 times. Su Liang took out paper and pen and began to seriously consider the matter. His current physical strength is boosted by 7 times, but he can't even use it all up. Taking a wife as an example, you will get 10,000 points in the wedding night, and if you do some fancy things, you will get another 10,000 points. Unless there are special circumstances, a concubine should at least have some other favors. There can't be just one method during that time. 10 times before, there were 1, 2, and 5, which is 40,000 points. Adding the accumulated time, that's 80,000 points. If we bring in a few more new scenes and new attempts during this period, that will be tens of thousands more. And this stuff is very simple. He has plenty of black stockings and uniforms. Su Liang calculated the result: if controlled well, each wife could provide an average of 50,000 affection points per day. If he doesn't come every day, he'll consummate his marriage with 2 women, which means he'll earn an average of 100,000 points per day. As for the few thousand points from daily tasks, they can be completely ignored. After Su Liang finished planning, he nodded in satisfaction. From now on, we'll do it this way, for a maximum of 1 hour a day. However, to ensure fairness, he must first bring everyone's progress in sync. Moreover, they cannot innovate and can only use the previous methods, which is quite difficult, but Su Liang is confident. Li Shadong is currently in a commanding lead, followed closely by Li Shuyao, and then Chen Shishir and Miao Wei by Susu and Fang Lingxian. Sigh. Su Liang sighed. Shu Tong would have to make do for the next few days. In the following period, Su Liang spent all of his more than 600,000 affection points. The environmental simulation and time control systems each purchased 30 cubic meters, costing a total of 450,000 yuan.
Combined with the previous 10 cubic meters, both functions now have a combined capacity of 40 cubic meters. They also made 4 more pistols and 40 bullets, costing a total of 50,000. The total cost of purchasing seasonings for sale was 100,000 yuan. The remaining amount was used to purchase seeds for chili peppers, potatoes, sweet potatoes, and tomatoes. The seeds are priced at 1,000 points for 100 seeds, which is very cheap. The main difficulty in growing these seeds lies in their cultivation. The normal growth cycle of the 4 plants ranges from 60 to 200 days, and they grow faster in more suitable environments. Su Liang planted them in the space, so there was no need to worry about the environment. They would all grow in the shortest time, and would be fully mature within 10 days. Moreover, the height of the 4 types of plants is basically no more than 1 meter, so Su Liang does not need to stack them. 40 cubic meters of space is 40 square meters of planting space. The quantity to be planted per square meter and the yield per square meter are specified when you purchase the seeds. During this period, Su Liang will continuously observe the experiments in order to find the optimal time for transplantation to the outside. In the evening, Zhuxiangla held a grand event, with half of the prostitutes from Yingqianla performing. Looking at the packed crowd of guests, Huang Wenhao's mouth almost stretched to his ears in a wide grin. Tang Niu truly lives up to his reputation as the chef his father hired in China, and he's managed to optimize the dishes to this extent. Of course, Huang Wenhao felt that this was also inseparable from his management skills, and he was definitely a business genius. How's Su Liang's restaurant doing? Lu San bowed and smiled obsequiously. As expected of the patriarch, you rendered Su Liang helpless with just one move. His restaurant is extremely quiet today and has already closed early. Ha ha ha. Just a country bumpkin from a village dares to mess with me. With the patriarch here, our Huang family will surely become the #1 family in Ping'an County. The largest family. Upon hearing Lu San's words, Huang Wenhao narrowed his eyes. That's right, the Huang family should have been the #1 family. If his father had handed over the business to him earlier, this goal would have been achieved long ago. But it's not too late now, his era has only just begun. Su Liang is just a small fry. Next, I'm going to take control of all the industries in Ping'an County. Huang Wenhao clenched his fists tightly, his eyes filled with even greater greed. At this moment, Lu San said, Patriarch, I also heard that Su Liang is going to hold some kind of public lectures. Public lectures? What are those? They said it would be a free course on new arithmetic methods, as well as cooking skills. Huang Wenhao's expression changed slightly. He didn't care about arithmetic, but he couldn't underestimate culinary skills. Could it be that Su Liang is going to give up and pass on all his cooking skills? Huang Wenhao made his own guesses, and his brows furrowed. However, he quickly relaxed again. So what if Su Liang passed on his cooking skills? Anyone can cook, the most important thing is the seasoning. Huang Wenhao didn't believe he could sell the seasonings too. Although he hadn't found out where Su Liang's seasonings came from, he was sure they weren't a lot. Thinking you can make money by selling seasonings is just wishful thinking. The secret soup paste that Tang Niu developed has a considerable cost. He believed Su Liang's was the same, and probably even more expensive. It doesn't matter. Let him teach if he wants to. Let's see how long he can keep jumping around. When Su Liang saw that Chen Shishir had brought Fong Lingxian back, he offered to escort Su Yiman and Fong Lingxian back to their residence. Upon arriving at the entrance of the county magistrate's mansion, Su Yiman invited him inside, saying that Su Hu had something to discuss with him, but Su Liang refused. He knew what the other party wanted to do, and judging by the time, the Viagra's great dragon should have run out. However, he doesn't have any extra affection points left, and he can't eat that stuff often. He now has medical skills, he can find someone to treat Su Hu properly. Su Hu was somewhat disappointed to see that his daughter had not invited Su Liang over again. Ever since the day the case was heard at the county yamen, he had felt somewhat embarrassed to approach Su Liang. On one hand, the great mighty heavenly dragon was very expensive, and he was embarrassed to accept it. On the other hand, the other party was now involved with Luo Wei and no longer needed his protection. At this moment, a maid came into the hall. Master, the 4 ladies are waiting for you in their bedrooms. Su Hu's face twitched upon hearing this. Women are terrifying. At first, he had the upper hand, but now, the situation is completely reversed. Especially his wife Zhao Huiru, despite being the oldest, she's the one who can really attract the most. I understand, you may leave. Su Hu irritably waved the maid away. He pulled out the last 2 pills from his sleeve, feeling a pang of heartache. Only 2 left. What are we going to do now?
All those boasts they made before were absolutely outrageous. A moment later, Suhu took a deep breath and swallowed a pill. He couldn't care less about anything else. He had to find Su Liang in the next couple of days. Even if it means losing face, we must get that great heavenly dragon. Su Liang then led in Miaowei out of the clinic. Chapter 108, A Sleepless Night. Husband, where are we going? Hee, you'll see when we get there. Su Liang and Miaowei soon arrived at a small courtyard. This is the very place where he shot and killed Huang Sihai. As soon as she entered, Miaowei saw 2 bathtubs placed in the room. Both bathtubs were very large, and the water inside was steaming and smelled very nice. Husband, what's wrong with you? My wife has worked hard these past few days. I was just thinking of letting you take a nice bath to relax. Thank you very much, my lord. And Miaowei was very touched. She never expected that Su Liang would prepare so much for her bath. It would take a long time to boil all that hot water, and she was indeed exhausted these past few days. Since Su Liang joined the clinic, the number of patients had increased several times over each day. By the way, husband, according to the schedule, you should be making house calls. Many people have already made appointments in advance. Alright, then I'll make my house call tomorrow. And Miao nodded slightly. She looked at Su Liang, then at the bathtub, and blushed instantly. My husband, he really knows how to do it. Each of us has our own bathtub, and we even keep an eye on each other while we bathe. And Miaowei felt increasingly embarrassed as she thought about it, but she was still very happy inside. Just as she lowered her head, Su Liang stripped completely naked. Ah, husband, you, and Miaowei looked up and was startled. However, Su Liang didn't waste any time with her and quickly undressed her too. With a thud, Su Liang carried her into the bathtub. And Miaowei never expected that the two of them would be in the same bathtub. What use was the other one? Without thinking twice, Su Liang pulled her into his arms and showered her with kisses. My wife, do you like this way of showing affection? And Miaowei's face turned as red as a monkey's bottom from the kiss, and she was too embarrassed to say anything. If my wife doesn't speak, I'll have to punish you. Ah, and Miaowei was so frightened that she quickly squeezed her legs together. No, my husband, no. So tell me, do you like it or not? I like it, I love it. Splash. Su Liang jumped out of the bathtub. He picked up the shampoo he had prepared in advance. My wife, this is my secret shampoo. Let your husband wash your hair for you personally. And Miaowei looked at Su Liang, then quickly turned her head away. But Su Liang quickly turned her head back. Wife, the worst thing about this shampoo is getting into your eyes and mouth. Close your eyes, and I'll shut your mouth for you. Su Liang took out an appropriate amount of shampoo and began to wash in Miaowei's hair. Swish, swish, swish. After a thorough rubbing, a large amount of foam appeared on Miaowei's hair. She had never seen anything like this before. Feeling the smooth sensation on her head and the perfect pressure from Su Liang's fingers, she was so comfortable that she couldn't speak, and kept humming softly. Women's hair is notoriously difficult to wash. It took Su Liang a full 15 minutes to finish. And Miaowei's head had been held down by Su Liang the whole time, and she was exhausted, panting heavily. However, after touching her hair, she found that it was indeed much smoother. Soon, Su Liang jumped back into the bathtub and began using the shower gel. After they both finished rinsing, and Miaowei thought it was all over. As a result, Su Liang carried her into another bathtub. Husband, haven't you finished washing? My lady, you flatter me. This is just the beginning. An hour and a half later, Su Liang successfully gained 90,000 affection points. Although some achievements may appear that are difficult to control, it's fine as long as they are roughly the same, and each wife can obtain about the same amount. If everything is the same, then every day will lack interest. Looking at the sleeping in Miaowei, Su Liang quietly got out of bed, quickly washed up, and went out. Bai Susu woke up with a start. She had a dream that someone slept in her bed. Upon waking up, Bai Susu immediately looked towards the door, where the door that Su Liang had knocked down was still not repaired. However, seeing that the door was still standing, she breathed a sigh of relief. It had to be fixed tomorrow, otherwise what would happen if someone actually got in? Just as she turned around, she let out a loud scream. Su Liang appeared on the bed at some point, looking at her with a smile. Don't be afraid, sister-in-law, it's me. Bai Susu instinctively wanted to run away, but after hearing Su Liang's voice, her tense heart finally calmed down. How did you get in? Bai Susu thought about it and realized she had asked a pointless question. She complained, are you trying to scare me to death? You came in without knocking. Sister-in-law, but you said you wanted to meet secretly. You. Bai Susu was so choked up that she couldn't speak. But the next second, she really couldn't say anything. 15 minutes later, the creaking sound of the rocking bed began. Bai Susu gasped for breath, desperately calling out for her husband. Another hour passed, and Su Liang earned 80,000 affection points this time. Seeing his sister-in-law still rolling her eyes and looking dazed, he got out of bed again. This time, however, he came to the yard to wash himself. Before dawn, Chen Shishir took Fong Lingxian out the door. Sister, where are we going? Fong Lingxian asked. You'll know when you get there. Chen Shishir quickly led Fong Lingxian to one courtyard, and then went to another courtyard herself. Su Liang secretly made an agreement with her before leaving last night, asking her to sneak out with Fong Lingxian ahead of time. Chen Shishir naturally knew what Su Liang was up to, but she wasn't jealous at all. Compared to the Li Shuyao sisters, Fong Lingxian was just a fool. To maintain her position at home, she had to listen to Su Liang and also bring Fong Lingxian into her camp. Soon after, a knocking sound rang out on the door. Who? Chen Shishir asked cautiously. It's me. Upon hearing Su Liang's voice, she immediately opened the door. My husband. Before Su Liang could react, Chen Shishir pounced on him. She wrapped her arms around Su Liang's neck and straddled his waist. Smack smack. Chen Shishir took the initiative to kiss him. Su Liang kissed her as he carried her into the house. A moment later, Chen Shishir released her mouth. She looked at Su Liang with a slightly dazed expression. Husband, I have already sent Sister Lingxian to the west courtyard, and I already took her to bathe last night. Not bad. Although Su Liang spoke calmly, he gave Chen Shishir's performance a perfect score in his heart. What a thoughtful and loving wife. After Chen Shishir came down, he took out a pistol and a repeating crossbow from his spatial storage. The two have similar structures, and given Chen Shishir's intelligence, she should be able to learn them after just one lesson. Chen Shishir was somewhat surprised to see Su Liang produce two items seemingly out of thin air, but she had expected it. She had overheard some of this from Li Shuyao and her sister, but the rest was all her own speculation. Su Liang didn't explain much, and simply told her to keep it a secret. This little girl was very clever, and had the most cunning among all the wives. Giving her the gun for self-defense and to ensure the safety of the house in critical moments made her the most reliable choice besides Li Shudong. Su Liang quickly taught her how to use a gun and various precautions, and finally let her practice with a crossbow a few times. Chen Shishir did not disappoint Su Liang. She listened attentively and learned quickly, with basically no problems. Moreover, knowing that Su Liang had repeatedly emphasized safety, she had specifically separated the gun and magazine and put them away. My wife is so sensible, I am so pleased with her. Su Liang kissed her cheek affectionately. Chen Shishir returned the kiss, then took Su Liang's hand, walked to the bedside, and began to undress him. After doing all this, Chen Shishir's petite body bounced onto the bed and then knelt down beside it. 130,000 points. Chen Shishir provided Su Liang with a full 130,000 points of affection. She was so proactive that Su Liang was very satisfied with her. If every wife were like this, then his previous calculation of an average of 50,000 per person per day would need to be raised even further. After daybreak, Su Liang went to Fong Lingxuan's bed. He didn't sleep a wink all night. Chapter 109. So it's my sister-in-law, then my husband shouldn't be like this. At noon, Chen Shishir knocked on Su Liang's door. My husband, are you still there? Come in. When Chen Shishir entered the room, she saw Su Liang sitting there writing something. She glanced at the bed again. Fong Lingxian was fast asleep. My lord, young Master Chu has arrived. He is waiting for you at the restaurant. Good, you've come at the right time. Take this prescription and use it according to the instructions to help her recover. Okay. Chen Shishir immediately put away the prescription. Before leaving, Su Liang added, by the way, you can also use that prescription. Chen Shishir came to the bedside and carefully lifted the blanket. The next second, she looked shocked. The sheets and blankets were soaked. This. Didn't my husband say she was the most radiant? But this. Chen Shishir immediately realized that Su Liang was comforting her. She looked at Fong Lingxian, and a hint of jealousy arose in her heart. But she quickly came to terms with it. Fong Lingxian was too pitiful. She couldn't help but feel sorry for her. The restaurant business is still not as good as before, and most of the customers are still regulars. When Su Liang returned, Li Shuyao nodded and smiled at him. Su Liang was somewhat surprised, but upon closer reflection, it seemed that her attitude had changed since she took the initiative last time. He thought for a moment, then approached Li Shuyao and whispered in her ear, "My wife, how about we stay out tonight?" Li Shuyao nodded, but quickly added, "My husband is the head of the household, so no one will say anything at home." He, my wife wants to call me that for others to hear, doesn't she? Li Shuya's little secret was exposed, and she immediately blushed with embarrassment. As the saying goes, first impressions are important, and the first time is also very important. She had grown up under her sister's nose and was used to the feeling of sneaking around. Moreover, the feeling of wanting to hold back, yet not being able to, and finally having to cry out was truly wonderful to her. Upstairs, Shu Mubai had been waiting for a long time. But he wasn't in a hurry at all. He was drinking wine and eating food, with a lot of silver notes in his pocket. He couldn't be happier. Upon seeing Su Liang arrive, Shu Mubai quickly invited him to sit down. After exchanging a few pleasantries, the two began talking about black stockings. Shu Mubai patted his chest and said, "Brother Su, this time I've really sold black silk stockings all the way to Chang'an." Su Liang was shocked to hear this, they had actually been sold all the way to Chang'an. What was the reaction? Su Liang asked quickly. Shu Mubai chuckled, "A huge success. Those people in Chang'an had already heard about the black stockings, and they sold out as soon as I arrived." Su Liang never expected that the news about the restaurant wouldn't spread first, but instead, it was Haisai who got there first. Shu Mubai didn't waste any words and directly stated the pricing and the final profit. According to the 5 price ranges Su Liang had previously set, his prices were 5 taels, 10 taels, 10 taels, 15 taels, and 15 taels respectively. A total of 8,000 taels were sold. Upon hearing this number, Su Liang couldn't help but feel excited. 270,000 affection points exchanged for 8,000 taels. That's a steal. For a moment, he didn't even want to get involved in those industries anymore, he just wanted to focus all his energy on selling black stockings. Shu Mubai took out 8,000 taels of silver notes. Su Liang immediately started calculating the cost, which was 270,000 affection points, or 2,700 taels of silver. The profit is 5,300 taels. According to the previous agreement, Shu Mubai will receive 20%, which is 1060 taels. Su Liang gave him 1,200 taels directly. "Brother Chu, please don't be so polite. Consider the extra money as your reward in bonus." This time, Shu Mubai didn't refuse, he knew Su Liang would definitely give him more. Shu Mubai had already recouped his investment after doing business with Su Liang only twice, or rather, by helping him sell black stockings twice. This far exceeded his expectations. At this rate of development, it wouldn't be long before Su Liang became the richest man in Ping'an County. Su Liang was also very excited. He had already spent more than half of his initial investment of 3,000 taels, leaving him with only 1,400 taels. And this is just the beginning of the money-burning phase. All the projects haven't even officially started yet, and the expenses will definitely be even greater later on. The money Chu Mubai brought back was a timely boon. His capital now reached 8,200 taels. That's enough to sustain him for a long time. It's even enough to start those projects. "Brother Su, how many black stockings did you bring this time?" Shu Mubai asked impatiently. Su Liang thought for a moment and said, "Brother Chu, I wonder what the market is like for black stockings now. After all, people won't always be buying them." Brother Su, don't worry. Chang'an is much richer than you imagine. There are wealthy people everywhere. Right now, supply can't meet demand. We can sell as much as we have." Upon hearing this, Su Liang felt a little worried. In a small place like Ping'an County, he was targeted even for doing business. Would others let go of such a big piece of meat as black silk? Shu Mubai only sold a small amount last time, but now the news has spread to Chang'an. The amount of money he made must have also spread, and soon someone will be eyeing it. "Brother Chu, I think we should put this matter of black stockings on hold for now." "Brother Su, why is that?" Shu Mubai was not an outsider, so Su Liang quickly voiced his concerns. Shu Mubai wasn't stupid, his family was also in business. Upon hearing Su Liang's words, he immediately understood the implications. "Then what should we do? We can't just give up on making money because we're afraid of something going wrong," Shu Mubai said. Su Liang pondered for a moment and said, "Brother Chu, of course we want to continue this business, but we'll have to wait. In the next few days, you should secretly assemble a caravan. If this business attracts attention, I believe someone will come knocking on our door soon. The two talked for a long time before Chu Mubai took his leave. In the afternoon, Su Liang went to the clinic for his appointment. Many people come to see the doctor, but they all have minor ailments. In fact, old Manon can also treat these conditions, but these people all want to see Dr. Su. Su Liang didn't return to the restaurant until evening. Seeing that there were still not many customers, he simply decided to close up shop and gave Xiao Lu a list, asking him to gather the people together for a meeting. He now has many businesses, and it's time to improve the personnel in charge of each part and some of the systems in place. Before long, Chen Shishir, Chen Xiaofeng, Lu Xiufei, and Miao Wei and others arrived. Seeing that almost everyone had arrived, Li Shuyao reminded him, "Husband, it's time to begin." "No rush, we still need one more person." As Su Liang spoke, he looked at Xiao Lu, who said, "Master, Mr. Bai said she would come over as soon as she finished her work, and she should be here soon." No sooner had Xiao Lu finished speaking than there was a knock on the restaurant door, and then Bai Susu appeared before everyone. The moment Li Shuyao and the other women saw this woman, they had a vague feeling that something was wrong. They all trusted people at the meeting, so why call her here? Su Liang quickly introduced, "This is Mr. Bai from the academy, and also our sister-in-law." Sister-in-law? Su Liang quickly gave a brief introduction, and the ladies breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this. "Oh, it's my sister-in-law. My husband wouldn't be so indifferent to even his sister-in-law." And Miao Wei is an exception. She knows exactly what Su Liang did to Lu Yan. Moreover, she also noticed that Bai Susu's gaze towards Su Liang was indeed different. However, she naturally wouldn't say that she didn't like fighting and didn't live at home, letting Su Liang do whatever he wanted. Chapter 110 Group System. Su Liang quickly explained what he needed to do. This includes restaurants, butcher shops, clinics, and colleges in the city, as well as construction teams, brick kilns, and breeding farms in the village, and factories such as the blacksmith shop that is about to be built. Although everyone already knew some of it, they were still shocked when they heard there was so much. Su Liang has actually done so much these past few days. Although he said they are all in the initial stage, if they are all developed, what a huge industry it would be. Once everyone had quieted down, Su Liang said, "From now on, we will adopt a group management system." Group management, what is that? Never heard of it. Everyone was a little confused because they had never heard this term before. Su Liang gestured for everyone to be quiet. "The group is a name I came up with myself, symbolizing gathering in unity." Everyone nodded in agreement. It was exactly what it meant. Su Liang continued, "Our group is divided into 4 levels: heaven, earth, black, and yellow. The heavenly level represents the decision-making level and is also the highest leadership level of the group. The earth level represents the management and technical levels, responsible for managing the various departments of the group. The Xian level represents the executive level, which consists of the group's backbone and elites. The yellow level represents the basic level, which is the foundation and fresh blood of the group. Each level is further divided into 3 levels, and the wages and benefits vary depending on the level. In addition, the appointment and evaluation of personnel below the earth level shall be decided by the department head at his own discretion." Su Liangxian gave a detailed explanation of what a department is, what key personnel and elites are, and what a person in charge is. Then he brought up the issue of compensation. The monthly salaries for the first to third levels of the heavenly rank are 50 taels, 70 taels, and 100 taels respectively. They also receive a first, second, and third salary at the end of the year and enjoy group profit-sharing benefits. For the first to third levels of the earthly class, the monthly salary is 10 taels, 20 taels, and 40 taels respectively. They also receive a first, second, and third salary at the end of the year and enjoy departmental profit-sharing benefits. For the first to third levels of the Xian class, the monthly salary is 3 taels, 5 taels, and 8 taels respectively. They also receive a first, second, and third salary at the end of the year and enjoy departmental bonuses. The yellow ranks, from level 1 to level 3, are paid daily wages of 30, 50, and 80 coins respectively. In addition, all employees have 1 paid day off every 10 days, and 3 paid days off each month for sick leave and personal leave. In addition, there are paid leave for festivals, ancestor worship, and even women's maternity leave. In addition, employees also enjoy benefits such as regular health checkups and discounted medical care. Everyone was stunned. Even Li Shuyao and Xiao Lu, who had been taking notes, couldn't help but tremble with their fingers. This corporation is even more appealing than being an official. Bai Susu couldn't help but wonder, if Su Xian and the students heard this, would they still choose to take the imperial examination? This is just a preliminary system, and it will be further improved in the future. Anyone who has any ideas can talk to me at any time. No one spoke up. This is only the initial stage? And it's still being improved? How can it possibly be improved? It's already good enough. Su Liang understood everyone's feelings. In his previous life, when he was a beast of burden, he had the same expression when he saw good treatment. He glanced at Xiao Lu and Li Shuyao, who had already written down everything he said. Su Liang continued, "Now let's arrange the current heads of each department and their ranks." Upon hearing this, everyone unconsciously became excited. Even Su Liang's wives were the same. Su Liang didn't say they couldn't participate, which gave them a different feeling. Unlike ordinary women who stay at home all day doing housework, they have an extra sense of participation and accomplishment. This has nothing to do with how much money you can make. The most important thing is that you are a useful person and an independent individual. Su Liang quickly arranged the ranks of everyone. First, there are the women. Li Shuyao is a top-tier executive, serving as the head of the group's finances. Li Shadong is a level 3 Earth official and serves as the head of the security department. And Miaowei is a level 3 Earth-level official and serves as the head of the medical department. Chen Shishir is a level 2D official and serves as the supervisor of the catering department. Bai Susu is a level 3 Xian-level student and serves as a senior teacher at the academy. Fan Lingxian is a level 1 yellow rank official and is temporarily serving as Su Liang's apprentice secretary. After Su Liang finished making the arrangements, Li Shuyao straightened up without even realizing it. A barely perceptible smirk appeared on her lips as she glanced around, revealing a hint of arrogance, as if asserting her dominance. See that? This is the status of the matriarch of the household, the only one at the highest level. Chen Shishir clenched her fist secretly. Li Shuyao was indeed good at bookkeeping, but she was not willing to accept it. There was nothing I could do, I just regretted arriving so late. Fan Lingxian didn't know what a secretary did, but she did whatever Su Liang told her to do. However, this lowest level made her feel very uncomfortable. The others didn't react much, thinking that Su Liang's arrangement was quite reasonable. Next up are the remaining group veterans. De Pang and Chang Gui are at the second level of the Earth rank and serve as head chefs, which falls under the technical category. Xiao Lu is at the third level of the Earthly division, and serves as the general manager of the coordination department. The coordination department is essentially a comprehensive management department. Ernio and Taizhu are also in the same department, but their level is level 2D. Chen Xiaofeng is also a level 2 Earth level official, and is temporarily assisting Chen Shishir in managing the catering department. Lu Xiaofei, Ma Dazhuan, and others are at the second level of the Xian class and are temporarily assigned to the catering department. Ernio and the others understood Su Liang's meaning. He didn't want to reduce their wages, which was why he set their grades high. De Pang and Chang Gui are alright, after all, they are good at cooking, and Xiao Lu is indeed capable in handling affairs. But the group of them felt a little awkward. Brother Liangzi, you don't need to take care of me. Just accept my current level. Don't set me up so high. I don't want to take your money for nothing. Taizhu said directly. Ernio, Chen Xiaofeng, and others quickly echoed this sentiment. Su Liang waved his hand, knowing he would not mistreat those who had followed him from the beginning. Don't overthink it. The current arrangement is only temporary. There will be many more opportunities for you to contribute later, and I will adjust accordingly. Hearing Su Liang say this, the group felt a little better. If anyone has any further opinions, please feel free to voice them, Su Liang said. At this moment, Lu Xiaofei gritted his teeth, raised his hand, and said, I want to join the security department. Me too. Ma Dazhuan also raised his hand. Su Liang glanced at Li Shadong, who nodded at him. Li Shadong knew that Lu Xiaofei and his group were hunters, and she was just worried about not having anyone to use, so how could she let this opportunity pass by? Alright, then you'll be working under Steward Li Shadong from now on. Lu Xiaofei and Ma Dazhuan nodded repeatedly. Li Shadong frowned, feeling very uncomfortable being addressed like that by Su Liang. Everyone, you are now all department heads. From now on, you can arrange everything yourself, such as hiring staff and setting the levels of your subordinates. Let me make this clear from the outset, the purpose of establishing this group is to make money and help everyone get rich. So no matter who it is, if a department has problems, they will definitely be punished. If someone's ability is consistently lacking, I will also make personnel adjustments. As for the disciplinary system, it will be gradually introduced in the future, so everyone should take care of themselves. Upon hearing Su Liang's words, the joy on everyone's faces immediately faded, and they all felt varying degrees of pressure. But at the same time, they were all excited. Su Liang trusted them so much, they were determined to do things well. Chapter 111 Open Course. The next day, Su Liang arrived at Ping'an Academy early. He and Li Shuya had a little sex last night and went to bed early, so their affection value only reached 400,000. So today he was particularly energetic and, taking advantage of the fact that no one was around, he was touching by Susu's big buttocks. What are you doing? This is the academy, the students will be here soon. Sister-in-law, there's no use in worrying, we can't do it now. You get out of here. Su Liang lowered his hand because he heard footsteps. Su Xian walked out with his back straight. He looked at Bai Susu with a serious expression and said, Susu, you are a senior teacher now. Watch your words. I understand. Bai Susu clenched her fist and glared at Su Liang. Su Liang didn't care, he was already used to Bai Susu's habit of rolling her eyes. Su Xian looked at Su Liang again and immediately smiled, little, hello chairman. Su Liang waved his hand, cousin, there's no need to be so polite. Just call me Xiao Liang. Good. Su Xian's face was full of flattery. Bai Susu had told him about the company's affairs yesterday. Su Liang appointed him as the principal of Ping'an Academy, a position at the Earth Level 3, second only to Su Liang and Li Shuyao. This was fantastic for Su Xian, who had never passed the imperial examination. It was practically the same as being an official, and the benefits were so much better. As the group grows larger, he will manage more people, and in the future he may even be able to challenge for the top tier, at which point his power will be even greater. Su Liang sneered inwardly. It was a good thing his cousin hadn't passed the imperial examination, otherwise, he would surely have become a corrupt official. The staff gradually arrived, and all preparations were completed. Everyone eagerly awaited the arrival of the people. Su Hu also led his men out early. Su Liang's publicity efforts have been very effective these past 2 days, and he already knew about it long ago. The purpose of going today is to maintain order and at the same time, to find an opportunity to obtain the great heavenly dragon. As he approached the academy, many people were already rushing there. Upon seeing Su Hu arrive with his men, some of the villagers made way for him and began to discuss the matter privately. Why are the officials here too? Are they here to arrest people again? How could that be? Manager Su hasn't done anything wrong, and Ping'an Academy is the only place in the county that teaches the officials shouldn't touch it. So, are they also attending an open class? Upon hearing the people's discussion, Su Hu immediately stopped and said, Everyone, the open class is a good thing for the people, so we are here to support the Ping'an Academy. Please feel free to participate. As long as you don't cause trouble and participate in an orderly manner, we will ensure your safety. Upon hearing this, the people cheered. Lord Su is truly a man of great principle. Yes, Lord Su and Manager Su are truly family, they are both wonderful people. What? Lord Su and Manager Su are from the same family? You still don't know? If he's from the same family as Manager Su, then Lord Su must be a good official. What you're saying? Lord Su is a good official after all. Hearing the people's flattery, Su Hu was overjoyed. In all his years as an official, he had never been praised to his face by so many people. That's right. Su Liangjiang is my nephew. Su Hu readily admitted. Wow, what a pair of outstanding talents from one family. What two heroes. Mr. Su is also Manager Su's cousin. In the academy, Su Xian and Su Hu had the same expression. His vanity was off the charts thanks to the people's praise. Although some people still don't understand what a public course is, everyone knows the word free, and it's free to teach Xiao Liang restaurants cooking skills. This is absolutely fantastic news. I'm so excited to think that I can make delicious food at home and even be a chef. More and more people gathered in the courtyard, and there was almost no room left for them to stand. Su Liang roughly estimated that the courtyard could accommodate about 500 people, and there were still many people who couldn't squeeze in at the entrance. This is much more than expected. What should we do? There's not enough room for everyone here. Li Shuyao said with some worry. Su Liang laughed and said, My wife, don't panic. You are now a top-level leader. You must remain calm when things happen. Otherwise, if you panic first, won't your subordinates panic even more? Upon hearing this, Li Shuyao immediately composed herself. Su Liang was right, she was a top-tier expert and couldn't panic. Having said that, Su Liang stood directly on the table and shouted through a pre-prepared megaphone. Please be quiet. Listen to me. Upon hearing this, everyone obediently shut their mouths. Su Liang continued, please don't push. Today's lessons will be repeated. Even if you can't hear it now, it's okay. We will start the next round of the same teaching immediately. Even if we can't finish teaching today, we'll continue tomorrow until everyone has heard and learned it. So please don't worry, and don't rush. Those of you who are behind can go about your current tasks and come over when you have time. Su Liang's words immediately dispelled the people's concerns. Manager Su was incredibly kind. He taught until everyone heard and learned from it. Okay. I trust Manager Su. I won't push anymore, I'll come again next time. Me too. The people in the rear were very understanding and left temporarily, not only because of Su Liang's words, but also because Su Hu was sending people to regulate the crowd. Su Liang nodded to Su Hu. The other party had arrived at just the right time, otherwise, relying solely on his words might not have been effective. The course started quickly, and the instructor was Big Fatty. Following what Su Liang had taught him before, he first explained the usage of each seasoning clearly, and then began to operate on the specially made stove. The stove was very high, and the fat man's voice was very loud, so everyone quietly cooperated in learning. Su Liang had retreated back into the house long ago. The public lecture wasn't important, what mattered was selling seasonings and recruiting students. The price for trainees is not low, costing 50 taels of silver per person for the entire course. This price can't be set too low, otherwise there would be too many chefs. The seasonings mainly consist of finished oyster sauce, seasoning sauces, MSG, and spices such as chili and cinnamon. As for oil, salt, soy sauce, vinegar, etc., there's no need to buy those things that ordinary people already have. Ordinary families don't need to be so professional about them. As for the cost, Su Liang roughly calculated that 1,000 points of affection could provide a complete set of seasonings, enough for an average family to use for half a year. The price was 2 taels of silver per set. In this way, you can enjoy it for a year for just 4 taels of silver, which is much cheaper than eating out. Even if your family isn't well off, there's a low-end option, just buy MSG. It's a great way to enhance flavor. 1 tael of silver can last a year. For Su Liang, he would actually earn more if he only sold MSG. 200 affection points are enough for one household's annual supply. In less than half an hour, the fat man finished his lesson. A few simple stir-fries were nothing to him. The main thing was to explain how to use the seasonings. At this moment, Su Liang and the others came out of the house one after another. It was time to get down to business. Chapter 112. Which of you two will go first? Please be quiet. Su Liang stood on the table again. After the people stopped talking, Su Liangkai continued, I think everyone has learned enough from today's lesson. To be honest, making these dishes is not difficult. The most important thing is the seasoning. Yes, without those seasonings, even if we learn how to make them, it's useless. Manager Su means well, but we still can't make this dish. The people started talking about it again, and more or less they felt disappointed. Su Liang gestured with his hand and said, everyone, I, Su Liang, am an honest man, so I won't waste any more words. Today, I'll do a good deed to the end and sell this seasoning to you at cost price. The seasoning comes in 2 packages. One is a high-end version that can make dishes with the same taste as those taught. One package costs 2 taels of silver and can last an average family for half a year. Another option is the budget version, which greatly enhances the flavor of the dishes. One serving costs 1 tael of silver and can last an average family for a whole year. I don't need to elaborate on the price, you can all decide for yourselves. I won't force you to buy or sell, it's entirely voluntary. But let me make this clear, the seasonings are limited, first come, first served. If you want to buy them later, the price won't be the same. After Su Liang finished speaking, the entire room fell silent for a moment. Everyone was weighing the options in their minds. 1 tael of silver can last a year, that's really a good deal. With just 2 ounces of rice every 6 months, I can make those delicious dishes every day. Compared to going to a restaurant, it's such a great deal. But it's still a bit expensive. If you think it's too expensive, then don't buy it. Didn't you hear what Manager Su said? It's already at cost price. Yes, if we buy oil, salt, soy sauce, and vinegar regularly, it adds up to quite a bit over a year. Manager Su, I'll buy it. I want the high-end version. I want the high-end version too. After some thought and discussion, many people expressed their intention to buy. Su Liang's lips curled slightly as he began announcing the recruitment of students. Everyone, the lessons I've taught today are all beginner level, perfectly suitable for everyday home use. However, if you want to pursue further studies, you will need to continue learning. I'm sure you've all heard about the Academy recruiting students. This culinary class is our first course open to the general public. This course not only provides basic culinary skills instruction, but also secret recipe instruction, personalized guidance for opening a business, and opportunities for priority placement in high-paying jobs. The fee for enrolling in the class is 50 taels of silver per person. Like the seasonings, it's completely voluntary and first come, first served. Su Liang spoke eloquently, and the people gasped in amazement. Although they couldn't understand many of the words, it sounded incredibly impressive. However, 50 taels is really too expensive. For those who don't want to learn cooking skills, they can just listen to the excitement. Su Liang naturally knew this. There was no rush for the students. Even if only one person signed up, it would be considered a success. Once this person is trained and a job is arranged, more people will naturally sign up, and it will be natural to offer other training courses later. After recounting the story, he quickly arranged for everyone to line up to sell and register. In less than 15 minutes, all the prepared seasonings were sold out. Su Liang quickly went back inside to continue buying. He had just glanced at the bill and saw that most people had purchased the lower spec version. So half of the 100,000 affection points he spent this time were MSG. Although the exchange rate for this affectionate relationship can't compare to that of black stockings, it can lay the groundwork for future cultivation. And you can get back to normal after sleeping a few more times, so it's definitely worth it. In less than 15 minutes, all of the more than 500 people in the courtyard, except for those who continued to study arithmetic, had left. More than 200 servings of the seasoning were sold, and the purchase conversion rate from those who attended the class was basically 50%. Soon, the second group of people gathered, and this time Changgui was in charge of the teaching. Ping'an County has tens of thousands of people. Su Liang estimated the number of participants and figured that at least a few more waves would be needed. I only have 300,000 affection points left. At this rate, it probably won't be enough for today. What should we do then? We can only produce while we sell. When everyone returned to the house, Xiaolu said, "Master, at this rate of sales, we don't have enough seasonings." Su Liang stroked his chin, pretending to be deep in thought. "I still have the seasonings. Here's what I'll do, go back to the westernmost courtyard and get them in a quarter of an hour." Everyone was taken aback upon hearing this. So that's where Su Liang hid the seasonings. Okay. Xiao Liang quickly replied. The others remained silent. They all knew about this without Su Liang saying it, and it had to be kept secret. "Cousin, you will be the one to give the speech from now on," Su Liang said to Su Xian. "Good." Su Liang then looked at Li Shuyao and her sister. "My wife, you two come back with me." The two women nodded in agreement, and Li Shuyao puffed out her chest once again. These sisters were Su Liang's first wives, and when it came to such important secrets, Su Liang trusted them the most. Su Liang's other wives remained silent, each lost in their own thoughts. Su Liang and the other two quickly returned to the agreed-upon courtyard. "Husband, where are the seasonings?" Li Shuyao asked. "Sister, of course my husband will use magic," Li Shudong reminded her. Li Shuyao suddenly realized that she hadn't seen Su Lianyong at all and had almost forgotten about the magic technique. Soon, Su Liang spent all of the remaining 300,000 yuan. The seasonings were also placed in the yard. The two women were shocked to see such a huge pile of seasonings. How much immortal power must have been used up? "Husband, are you all right?" Both women showed signs of worry. "It's all right, I had these stored away in advance." Upon hearing this, the two breathed a sigh of relief. Before long, Xiao Lu and his men took away the seasonings. Before leaving, Su Liang told him to come back for more if he didn't sell the goods. "Husband, aren't we going back to help?" Li Shuyao asked. Su Liang didn't speak, but instead grinned mischievously and said, "Wife, guess why I didn't come back by myself?" Li Shudong immediately understood what Su Liang was going to do, while Li Shuyao was slow to realize it. This. The two women exchanged a glance, feeling both shy and embarrassed. It would be fine if it were just one person, but now there are two. Could it be that my husband wants it? "My lord, can we go home?" and Li Shuyao said. "She has never had her wedding night outside the home." "My wife, this is our home too." But Li Shuyao looked at her younger sister, unsure of what to say. Su Liang crossed his arms. "Are you two coming together? Or one at a time?" "One at a time," the two women said almost in unison. After they finished speaking, they both lowered their heads, neither looking at the other. It was so embarrassing to blurt it out at the same time. Su Liang thought about it and decided that the idea of sharing a husband should not be forced. He looked at the two women and asked again, "Which of you will go first?" Chapter 113 of the open class was a complete success. The two remained silent, they simply couldn't bring themselves to ask this question. Su Liang walked up to Li Shuyao and asked, "Wife, who do you think should go first?" Li Shuyao turned to the side, still too embarrassed to speak. Su Liang used the same trick again, approaching Li Shudong, but the result was the same. Too embarrassed to say it? Then I'll make you say it. Neither of you will say anything, huh? I'll count to 3 now. Whether you speak up or not at all, you won't be allowed to consummate the marriage for a month. Both women trembled upon hearing this. Especially for Li Shuyao, a month without consummating the marriage was nothing to her, but the most important thing was that Su Liang spent that month with other people every day. Li Shudong quickly calmed down. After thinking about it, she felt that it didn't really matter. She could concentrate on practicing her skills now, and she thought her sister would think the same way. 3, 2, 1. I'll go first. As soon as Su Liang's countdown ended, Li Shuyao shouted it out urgently. Li Shudong stared wide-eyed at her sister, unable to believe that her sister would compromise for such a small threat. Li Shutong's feelings became complicated, and she felt betrayed by her sister. Su Liang chuckled inwardly, thinking, "You think I can't handle you now? Alright, then let's go with Lady Shuyao. As for Lady Shudong, you can focus on managing your security department for the next month." After saying that, Su Liang took Li Shuyao's hand. "You guys," Li Shudong wanted to say something, but in the end she didn't speak. Li Shuyao lowered her head, not daring to look at her sister, let alone speak. She felt terrible and extremely guilty. "Shudong, I'm so sorry." Li Shudong stood in the courtyard, lost in thought. Before long, the sound of clothes being torn and the older sister's soft moaning could be heard from inside the room. Li Shudong gritted her teeth, turned around, and left angrily. At this moment, Su Liang pulled Li Shuyao to the window. "Wife, you've made my sister leave." Li Shuyao looked at Li Shutong's back and immediately lowered her head. "Why does my wife seem unhappy?" "Husband," Li Shuyao looked up at Su Liang, her eyes slightly moist. She didn't know why Su Liang had become so mean today. The next second, Su Liang gently pulled her into his arms again, his tone softening. "Does my wife feel guilty?" Li Shuyao felt a little better after being held by Su Liang. She nodded slightly and hummed in agreement. "Well, since you feel guilty, I'll go and win Shudong back. You can bear the burden for a month." After saying this, Su Liang was about to put on his clothes and go out. "No!" Li Shuyao quickly hugged him. "Why is that, my lady?" I was just joking, I didn't expect it to make you feel guilty. This will ruin the relationship between you and your sister. I think you should go and talk to Shudong about it." Upon hearing this, Li Shuyao felt a little tempted. It turned out that her husband was just joking. At this moment, Su Liang said again, "Wife, go and explain things to her quickly. I'll go find Shishir and Miaowei." Upon hearing this, Li Shuyao, whose arms had loosened slightly, hugged Su Liang tightly again, even tighter than before. "No. Husband, don't go to them. But Shudong might be angry with you." "It's all right. I'll explain it to her later." Su Liang sighed, "Since my wife has said so, then, let's see how you perform." Li Shuyao looked up and met Su Liang's gaze for a moment before slowly kneeling down. The sky was getting dark. The last group of people from the academy left intermittently. Xiao Lu led everyone in carefully taking stock of today's harvest. Meanwhile, Su Liang's side was also nearing its end. He consummated his marriage with Li Shuyao 5 times, breaking Li Shutong's record. Now the first wife is far ahead of everyone else. After a whole day, Li Shuyao was completely exhausted. But she's strong-willed. Su Liang told her about the achievements of the other women. She refused to admit defeat and insisted on winning first place in every single event. Su Liang had no choice but to comply, since she was his first wife. A moment later, Li Shuyao swallowed hard, her throat bobbing, and she completely relaxed. "Husband, am I number 1? Li Shuyao asked in a hoarse voice. Yes, you are." Su Liang quickly embraced her and bought medicine from the store to wipe her wounds. "Shuyao's wife is working so hard. It provides him with over a dozen new achievements, as well as various achievements based on cumulative attempts and cumulative duration.
the affection value reached over 600,000. After deducting the 2 trips Xiaolu took later, as well as various expenses in between, there was still 330,000 left.
Su Liang also completely entered a state of enlightenment. He was terrified.
Luckily, he was a miracle doctor. He could just go back and give her some good nourishment and she would be fine. Otherwise, he would have to stay in bed for at least half a month. After helping Li Shuyao change her clothes and cleaning up the black stockings and uniform fragments scattered on the floor, Su Liang carried her back to the restaurant. Fortunately, the others hadn't returned yet, so Su Liang prepared her medicine and cooked her a nutritious porridge. He bought all these things from the store, and with the new clothes he changed into, he spent a total of 50,000 affection points. But Su Liang didn't feel bad at all. She deserved it. Shuyao's wife is too competitive. She always wants to be number one in everything.
I can't tell her everything next time. Su Liang kept reminding himself.
He only realized today how possessively Shuyao was. She wanted to lock him up tightly. If she finds out about him being with any other woman, she'll get jealous, even if it's her own sister. These were all words she uttered herself when she was in high spirits. Just for speaking the truth and shouting, Su Liang gained tens of thousands of affection points. Fortunately, this experience helped her open up, otherwise she couldn't keep it all bottled up inside. After Su Liang settled Li Shuyao in and prepared 2 tables of dishes, the rest of the people returned.
Wow, it smells so good. Brother Liangzi, you're cooking today.
After a busy day, everyone gathered around the table laden with delicious food.
Speaking of which, Su Liang only cooked for the restaurant in the very beginning. Afterwards, it was always De Pang and his friends who did it. Of all the people, only the first few had tasted Su Liang's cooking.
Everyone has been busy all day, please sit down and eat, Su Liang said, inviting everyone to take their seats.
Everyone readily accepted the offer and sat down.
Li Shudong glanced upstairs and knew her sister was resting.
She snorted and gave up the seat next to Su Liang. Chen Shishir didn't hold back and immediately filled in the spot. My dear husband, you've worked hard cooking. You should eat first.
Chen Shishir picked up her chopsticks and put a piece of meat on Su Liang's plate.
Thank you, madam.
Su Liang's other women didn't give Chen Shishir a friendly look when they saw this, but the latter didn't care at all.
It's so delicious. Is this the owner's cooking skill? The same dishes taste much better than what Big Fatty makes. At the other table, Lu Xiaofei and his group praised it. Of course, Brother Liangzi hasn't made a move in a long time. You're in luck today.
Big Fatty didn't care at all about the comparisons people made to him. Although he was a little tired from teaching today, he felt a great sense of accomplishment, all thanks to Brother Liangzi. Xiao Lu was quite sensible. He only turned his attention to Su Liang after everyone had almost finished eating. After receiving a nod of approval from his employer, he spoke, "Employer, our open class today was a complete success.
The seasonings sold like hotcakes. We also recruited quite a few students." Chapter 114 Interview. Yes, Xiao Liang, we made quite a bit of money today. Su Xian chimed in.
Upon seeing this, Xiao Lu handed him the completed statistics paper. Su Xian stood up with the paper in his hand, cleared his throat, and began to report. Today, we sold a total of 412 servings of premium seasoning, earning 824 taels. Sold 1350 portions of low-grade seasoning, earning 1350 taels. We recruited 17 students and earned a total of 850 taels of silver.
Total income, 3,024 taels.
Su Xian's arms trembled slightly after he finished reading it.
More than 3,000 taels of silver.
He had never seen so much money in his life.
And this is just what I earned in one day. It's terrifying to even think about.
Seeing that no one reacted, Su Liang took the lead in clapping.
Slap, slap, slap.
Everyone put down their bowls and chopsticks and started taking pictures.
Su Xian felt great. The chairman even applauded for him personally. How are you in arithmetic? Su Liang asked. Su Xian's face froze instantly.
At this moment, Bai Susu said, their arithmetic skills are not very good.
The common people can't understand them, so there are very few merchants coming, and even fewer people who recognize their abilities. Su Liang nodded. It's all right, there's no rush. We can just hold it regularly from now on.
You can decide on the specific arrangements, cousin.
Okay. Su Xian replied quickly. Also, the academy needs to recruit more people to bring in more talent. The compensation will be in accordance with the group system, and the specific level will depend on individual ability. This matter will be decided by you, cousin.
Su Xian nodded, feeling a heavy burden on his shoulders, but this pressure also made him somewhat excited.
The same applies to the other departments. How to develop rapidly is also a test for you. Let's set a 1-month time frame. After 1 month, I will evaluate each department.
After Su Liang finished speaking, he looked at Xiao Lu and said, "You should inform Su Ji about the group's matters tomorrow. His rank will be set at level 3D. He will be in charge of village affairs and the rank of others."
Good.
Xiao Lu added to today's report, "Boss, all the money has been counted and is in that box. Also, there are still many people who haven't learned it yet, so we expect to have to teach them a few more times tomorrow. However, our seasonings are already sold out."
Su Liang nodded, "Yes, I'm out of seasonings too, so I won't sell any more for now."
"Tomorrow, give the accounts to Shu Yao and make sure to check and record them."
Next, Su Liang made arrangements for the students' teaching. The program is divided into 3 phases: basic instruction, practical instruction, and personalized instruction, culminating in graduation guidance.
The latter 2 tasks were completed by Su Liang himself, and the entire teaching process is expected to be completed within a month.
As for the restaurant, it will be temporarily closed.
Su Liang plans to make quick money to accumulate capital, and with the current temperature, selling ice is the most suitable option.
After the meal, once everyone had left, Su Liang kept Joyong behind and gave him a repeating crossbow.
He has a gun now, so keeping this thing is useless to him. In addition, you can't let others watch you while you do other things.
What is this?
Oh, the reason I left early today is because I had an inspiration, so I rushed over and secretly made this repeating crossbow. Joyong looked at Su Liang with some surprise. These past few days, he's been busy following the other party around, and although he's been quite shocked, he's never forgotten his mission. He had originally intended to find an opportunity to remind him, but he didn't expect that Su Liang, despite being so busy, still managed to squeeze out time to make weapons, which showed that he had always attached great importance to this matter.
This thing, are you sure it's a crossbow?
Joyong fiddled with it for a long time, but still couldn't figure it out.
Come with me.
Su Liang didn't waste any words and directly took back the crossbow and magazine and went to the backyard. He placed a wooden board at a distance, then demonstrated how to load the magazine, chamber around, and aim, before finally pulling the trigger directly onto the board.
Swish! Bang!
2 sounds rang out one after the other, and the crossbow bolts, as sharp as steel nails, pierced directly into the wooden planks. Joyong's eyes widened in disbelief. He hadn't expected this little gadget to be so powerful.
But Su Liang's next move almost made his jaw drop.
Swish, swish, swish. The remaining 4 crossbow bolts were fired almost simultaneously, all embedding themselves in the wooden plank. Joyong had exceptional eyesight and clearly saw Su Liang's finger pull the trigger.
It's a rapid fire attack. Didn't I tell you before?
Su Liang said casually, then tossed the crossbow to him. Joyong quickly caught it, afraid that it would fall to the ground and break.
Take it back and play with it yourself. I'm a little tired today and need to rest. After Su Liang finished speaking, he went into the house.
Without saying anything more, Joyong quickly picked up the crossbow bolts and climbed over the wall out of the courtyard. Su Liang has already arranged a courtyard for him. He will practice diligently tonight and take it back to the general tomorrow. The next day, Fatty and his friends continued to teach the people. Su Liang, meanwhile, put up a sign outside the restaurant advertising ice. He got up in the middle of the night and spent 90,000 affection points to expand the temperature control space to 100 cubic meters, and then filled it with water. The water in the space had already turned into ice. He doesn't plan to make any iced milk tea anymore. He's too lazy to bother. Selling iced drinks directly is easier to calculate the profit margin. He can sell whatever he wants. 1 cubic meter of ice cost 1 tael of silver, and delivery was also provided. It was mainly sold to merchants and wealthy families to help them cool off in the summer. In this hot weather, I'm sure someone will buy it. Of course, he couldn't just wait around, so he also put up recruitment signs to recruit people for the village and for various departments of the group. Before long, more and more people came and went on the street, and everyone who passed by the restaurant would stop for a moment to check the contents of the sign. Gradually, a crowd gathered at the restaurant entrance.
What does it say up there? Does anyone recognize the words? This sign says selling ice, and that one says job opening. Hiring? What kind of jobs are you hiring? It says they'll hire anyone, but you'll need to go through an interview to find out for sure. An interview? What's that?
At this moment, Xiaolu and Ernyo came out and began to explain to the onlookers.
Oh, so Manager Su personally asked the questions and selected the candidates during the interview. Then I'll give it a try. I'll give it a try. Many people were eager to try, and Xiao Lu quickly organized them to line up. Ernie then went back to the house to find Su Liang. Soon, Su Liang came downstairs and set up tables and chairs, just like when he was recruiting in his previous life. After the group was settled, he called Fong Lingxian, Xiao Lu, Ernyo, and the others over. Recruitment should also be handled by them, and a dedicated human resources department should be established. The interview officially began, and the first applicant walked towards us. He was a burly man, about 30 years old, with a muscular build and a simple, honest appearance. Looking at the group of people sitting neatly in place, the man, who hadn't felt anything before, suddenly felt a little nervous. Please sit down. Okay. The man carefully sat down opposite the group. Su Liang smiled and said, "Let me introduce myself first. Chapter 115 here to cause trouble. How do I introduce myself?" Not only the big man, but also the other applicants were somewhat bewildered. It's just a simple introduction, name, age, skills, and what kind of work I can do, Su Liang explained briefly. The big man had his hands on his knees and sat up straight, looking just like a well-behaved elementary school student. I. For some reason, the burly man became more and more nervous as he looked at the people opposite him, and his voice trembled involuntarily. Don't be nervous, it's just a chat, Su Liang reassured him. The burly man clenched his fists, and, forcing himself to speak, began. My name is Xia Laosan, I'm 35 years old, I know how to farm, I'm strong, I can do the work of 5 people. Su Liang nodded, yes, do you have any other skills? That's all. Xia Laosan shook his head. Where are you working now? I didn't work in the fields, I just tended to my own land. How much money can you earn in a year? Xia Laosan scratched his head, feeling a little embarrassed when asked about his income. That depends on the harvest. In a good year, it can reach 30 taels, but in a drought like this year, it's estimated to be less than 10 taels. Upon hearing this, Su Liang subconsciously glanced outside. Indeed, if Xia Laosan hadn't mentioned it, he wouldn't have realized that there had been less rain this year. That's not bad, Su Liang said. Xia Laosan gave a wry smile. Manager Su, you don't know, I was talking about the harvest of a family of 13. I have 2 older brothers. 13 bites. Su Liang was somewhat surprised. With so many people, even in a good year, 30 taels was far too little. Looking at Xia Laosan's clothes, they were indeed more worn than the others. Then why don't you find a job? I don't have any skills, all I know is farming, and the landlord's farmhands are full of people. Su Liang nodded. It seemed that there were quite a few people like Xia Laosan. Lacking any skills, and with a large population and limited jobs in Ping'an County, they could only rely on their own land to survive, making them the lowest class in the county. If I asked you to work for me, what would your expected salary be, that is, how much would you want per day? Xia Laosan's eyes lit up. Su Liang had already asked about wages, so he must be the one they wanted. His Adam's apple bobbed, and he pinched his thigh, forcing himself to calm down. This is a very important question. If you ask for too much, the other party might just eliminate you. After thinking for a long time, Xia Laosan finally cautiously held up one finger. 10 coins a day, is that all right? Su Liang frowned and shook his head. Seeing Xia Laosan's humble appearance, he felt a strange pang of pain in his heart. People at the bottom of society suffer so much. They have to be extremely careful when looking for a job, even if it's just for minimum wage. Xia Laosan's heart skipped a beat. It seemed the price was going to be too high. He didn't blame Su Liang, because he really didn't have any skills. Seeing this, the others shook their heads. Manager Su wouldn't even pay 10 coins a day to hire people. Wasn't that a bit too much of a rip-off? Xia Laosan gritted his teeth and held up 5 fingers. 5 coins, is 5 coins a day okay? Su Liang realized that the other party had misunderstood, so he quickly pressed his hand down. If you want to work for me, you can't get such low wages. The lowest wage here is 30 coins a day. Upon hearing this, the entire room fell silent. 30 coins a day, and that's the lowest I can get? Manager Su must be joking. What? You disagree? Su Liang asked. Xia Laosan snapped out of his daze and quickly replied, agreed. I agree. Alright, then it'll be 30 coins a day. Come here to report for duty tomorrow. Xia Laosan sat there completely dumbfounded. He never expected that he would get the job so easily. 30 coins. That's 10 taels of silver a year. That's almost the total income from farming. 30 coins, that's more than what I'm paid for my current job. Didn't you hear Manager Su say this is the lowest price? Yes, the restaurant offered 10 taels of silver a month to hire a chef a few days ago. The people in line were talking amongst themselves, and some even secretly cut in line. Xiao Laosan was an honest man. Although Su Liang gave him a lot, he knew he didn't have any skills. After the initial excitement, he felt some worry and shame. Manager Su, may I ask what kind of work I do? Besides farming, all I have left is my strength. Su Liang waved his hand. You have enough strength. Don't worry about what to do for now. I will arrange it myself. Even if you don't know how, I will send someone to teach you, so don't worry. Go home and pack your things now. You might be working in Xingchuan village outside the city and need to live there. Is that acceptable to you? Yes. I'll go back and pack right away. Xiao Laosan got up and was about to leave. Su Liang called him back. Wait, if your family members also want to work, bring them along for the interview tomorrow. Xiao Laosan turned around, momentarily at a loss for words. Looking at Su Liang, his eyes welled up with tears. Thank you, boss. Xiao Laosan bowed deeply, then turned and left. He wanted to go home immediately to tell his family this wonderful news. After he left, the remaining crowd began to stir, all eager to have their turn for an interview. Seeing this, Xiao Lu quickly restored order. Before long, the morning had passed. Su Liang recruited more than 30 people, but also rejected many others. Most of those who were rejected were people who had other jobs or who asked for high prices despite not having much ability. He also suggested that these 30-plus people could bring their families, so the total number should be around 100. At lunchtime, even more people lined up for interviews. Left with no other option, Su Liang had to suspend the recruitment process. Everyone, please go back now. We've already filled our quota for this recruitment. Please come again next time. Xiao Lu quickly dispersed the crowd. At that moment, the two men who had previously worked as chefs at the restaurant squeezed through the door. Shopkeeper, I was wrong, please give me another chance. Yes, shopkeeper, we know we were wrong. Su Liang was a little confused, not knowing what was going on. Ernio quickly stepped forward to explain, these people were the chefs at the restaurant before, but they were later poached by Zhuxianglu. Oh. Su Liang nodded, looking at the group as if he vaguely remembered them. Since you went to Zhuxianglu, why did you come back? Oh, shopkeeper, that Zhuxianglu brothel cheated us. They promised us 15 taels a month, but as soon as you closed down, they kicked us out. Shopkeeper, we know we were wrong, please let us come back. Even if Zhuxianglu offered us 20 taels this time, we wouldn't go. Su Liang couldn't help but laugh. What did he think this place was, coming and going as he pleased? Okay, how much money do you want when you get back? Hee, we'll just keep the 10 taels of silver we used to have each month. Su Liang said oh, and then asked, isn't 10 taels a bit too little? Hee, the shopkeeper is right. How about you give us 15 taels, just like you did at Zhuxianglu? Su Liang was so angry he laughed. He hadn't expected these people to actually dare to ask for it. Ernio, kick them out and never hire them again. Get out of here, all of you. Ernio and Taizhu pushed the group out the door. Su Liang, don't be ungrateful. Your restaurant is empty now, you can't find anyone else if you don't need us. Su Liang, don't think we don't know your secret. If you try to kick us out today, I'll expose your secret to everyone. The group changed their tune and started spewing insults on the street. Su Liang's expression changed slightly. It seemed that these people didn't simply want to come back to work, but were here to cause trouble. Chapter 116. Su Liang is so ruthless. Seeing that the group kept cursing, Ernio and Taizhu couldn't stand it anymore and stepped forward to argue with them. As soon as their bodies made contact, the group of people all fell to the ground, crying and wailing. Ouch! Someone's been assaulted. Someone's been assaulted at Xiao Liang restaurant. Help! Someone, please help! Ernio and Taizhu were shocked. This was a scam. They had encountered this kind of thing at the restaurant before. This. Brother Liangzi, we haven't even made a move yet. Taizhu quickly looked at Su Liang. Su Liang sneered, is that all? Their staged accident skills are getting weaker and weaker, not even as good as those actors from last time. Just then, several government officials ran out of the alley. Stop! Who's hitting people? Upon seeing the officials arrive, the men who had fallen to the ground cried out even louder, "Oh, sir, it's Xiaoliang restaurant. They've started beating people up." "Bullshit. We didn't hit them at all. They're framing us." Ernio's face turned red with anger. "Shut up. Men. Seize these two." Several officers quickly drew their knives and surrounded Ernio and Taiju. Su Liang narrowed his eyes. These people were all unfamiliar faces. They were neither Su Hu's men nor Xingfeng's men. It seems they came prepared, so it's probably related to the Huang family again. Before he could even speak, the men who had fallen to the ground pointed at him. "Sir, it was Su Liang. He's the one who ordered it." The leading officer smirked. "Take him down too." Su Liang showed no fear in the face of the two knife-wielding soldiers, his gaze fixed on the leader. You're trying to take someone right off the bat, are you not even going to put on an act anymore?" The man snorted coldly, waved his hand, and ordered again, "Take them down. Kill anyone who resists." "Liangzi. Brother Liangzi." Ernio and Taiju were about to make their move when they saw that Su Liang was about to be arrested. Su Liang quickly raised his hand to stop the two. The other party had said to kill without mercy, which meant that this matter was even more complicated. Just then, Li Shadong arrived with Lu Xiaofei and the others. "Let's see who dares to touch my husband." She drew her sword directly, and Lu Xiaofei and the others behind her gripped their long staffs tightly. When the leader saw Li Shadong, he instinctively took 2 steps back. He had heard that this woman was highly skilled in martial arts. "How dare you? Are you planning a rebellion?" the leader shouted, forcing himself to remain calm. Just then, Su Hu's voice came from afar. "I think you're the one who wants to rebel." Everyone turned to look and saw Su Hu arriving with a group of people. Swish, swish, swish. Su Hu's men immediately drew their knives and surrounded everyone. Snap. He stepped forward and, without saying a word, slapped the leader across the face. "You!" Snap. Su Hu slapped him again. "Why don't you bow to me when you see me?" The man glared fiercely at Su Hu, then suppressed his anger and clasped his hands in greeting. "Greetings, magistrate." Su Hu snorted coldly and shouted at the others, "Get back now." The group was somewhat frightened, but they did not obey Su Hu's orders and all turned their gazes to the leader. The man clasped his hands in a fist salute again. "Your Excellency, this matter was ordered personally by the county magistrate. I am afraid I cannot comply." Upon hearing this, not only Su Hu, but everyone present frowned. It turned out that the county magistrate had personally given the order. By saying this, the other party is essentially admitting that these people were trying to stage an accident. This Su Hu looked at Su Liang, a troubled expression on his face. He could not disobey the magistrate's orders. Su Liang nodded to him, then looked at the leader. "If the magistrate wants to arrest me, he can just do it directly. Why resort to such low-level methods?" The man's face stiffened, and he was speechless for a moment. The group lying on the ground started hurling insults again. "What do you mean by low-level tactics? If you ordered your men to beat someone up, you should be arrested." "That's right, if someone assaults someone in the street, who else would they arrest if not you?" Su Liang laughed in anger. "Were you injured? And who saw us beat someone up?" The group of people all turned their gazes toward the crowd. The onlookers were completely bewildered, having no idea who they were looking for. "I saw it." "Me too. It was Xiaoliang restaurant that did it." A moment later, several people stepped out from the crowd and identified Su Liang as a witness. "Humph, Su Liang, what else do you have to say?" Su Liang chuckled and walked over to Lu Xiaofei. "Having witnesses isn't enough." As he spoke, he picked up the wooden stick from the other person's hand. "What are you trying to do? Don't do anything reckless. Let me tell you, there are so many people watching. Sir, you must do something about him." When the people who were trying to stage an accident saw Su Liang walking towards them with a wooden stick, they panicked. The leader instinctively wanted to step forward to stop him, but after thinking about it, he realized that it would be easier to convict Su Liang after he had beaten someone. "Su Liang, don't be impulsive." Su Hu warned. "Uncle, you've seen what happened. Whether I fight or not, the outcome is the same. So I might as well let them have their way." Upon hearing this, everyone felt that there was some truth to it. The people on the ground panicked even more. Su Liang was really going to make a move. "Don't come any closer. Let me tell you, if you dare lay a hand on me, the magistrate will not let you off." "Humph, with so many people here, I don't believe you dare to lay a hand on me."
Su Liang originally wanted to hit the nearest person, but seeing how tough someone was, he changed his target. The stubborn man sat up straight when he saw Su Liang walking towards him.
Come on. Shoot me on the head.
If you've got the guts, kill me.
If I even flinch, I'm your grandson.
As he spoke, the man stuck his head out.
He didn't believe Su Liang would actually dare to make a move. Ha, everyone heard that, he asked for it himself. Su Liang raised the stick and struck it down on the head. Bang!
Blood splattered everywhere, and the man fainted before he could even scream.
This. Everyone was stunned. Su Liang really dared to make a move. And they even went for the kill. Damn, you're too weak, you're already knocked out?
Su Liang had no intention of ending it, so he raised the stick again and swung it down at the man's knee.
Bang crack. Ah! A blood-curdling scream, like that of a pig being slaughtered, rang out. That blow woke the man up.
He clutched his shattered knee, his face contorted in extreme pain.
Stop yelling. Aren't you so tough? Bang bang bang.
Su Liang started smashing things at him.
Click click click. With each blow, a bone in the person's body shattered.
After a dozen or so blows, he collapsed to the ground, barely alive.
The room fell silent, everyone was stunned. This isn't just hitting someone, it's murder.
Su Liang then looked toward his next target. The moment the man met that cold gaze, he chickened out.
No! Manager Su, please don't hit me.
I was wrong, it was Huang Wenhao, he's the one who told us to frame you.
Su Liang didn't care about all that. Didn't they say they were beaten? Well, today he'll grant their wish. Bang bang bang.
Another round of smashing ensued. Screams of agony accompanied the sound of bones shattering. A moment later, the group collapsed to the ground, all of them unconscious. The number of onlookers hadn't decreased, but they had all retreated quite a distance.
That's terrifying.
The shopkeeper Su in front of me seemed like a completely different person, even more frightening than the official. Everyone present, except for those who had witnessed Su Liang committing murder at the restaurant, was dumbfounded.
Su, who was utterly shocked Su Liang was so ruthless. Chapter 117 Men sees him.
Su, who suddenly thought of the previous murder case. Now it seems that those people were very likely killed by Su Liang. Su Liang looked at the few people in the crowd who were going to testify and said coldly, "You just wait." The group shuddered, a chill running down their spines. That chilling voice and that terrifying gaze were absolutely horrifying. They all began to regret offending Su Liang for that little bit of money.
Let's go, the charges have been established.
Su Liang said to the leader.
Take him back to the county office.
The man's eyes darted away, avoiding Su Liang's gaze, and his voice no longer had the same firmness as before. Soon, Su Liang and the rest of the restaurant staff were taken to the county government office. After the officials reported to him, Chen Yong abandoned his previous humble attitude, slammed his gavel in anger, and shouted, "How dare you, Su Liang?
You dare to commit violence in the street. You have no respect for the law. Do you know your crime?" Su Liang snorted coldly and pulled out Luo Wei's token from his waist. "These people broke into my restaurant and tried to steal General Luo's token. I was just acting in self-defense." Chen Yong's lips twitched when he saw the token. He never expected it to be in Su Liang's hands. Actually, the token was left to him by Zhuo Yong before he left. Su Liang then created a new type of hand crossbow, which made him even more aware of its importance, and he was afraid that something might happen when he returned to report. As a result, this happened right after he left. If he didn't have the token, Su Liang wouldn't have hit someone in the street. Chen Yong squinted at Su Liang, his face frighteningly gloomy. This guy actually tried to use Luo Wei to intimidate me, luckily he has people with him today. He turned to look at the man in the seat next to him, and immediately put on a fawning smile. Master Lu, what do you think of this?" Without even looking up, Master Lu picked up the tea on the table and took a sip unhurriedly. After slowly setting down his teacup, he glanced at Su Liang and said, "Humph, a mere captain dares to call himself a general? Luo Wei has some nerve." Chen Yong quickly smiled obsequiously. Yes, Master Lu is absolutely right." Master Lu shook his head twice, looking arrogant. "Someone, bring me that token." "Yes." His two guards, upon receiving the order, immediately went to Su Liang. Upon seeing this, Chen Yong's lips curled into a wicked smile as he looked at Su Liang. "Wait. Who are you?" Su Liang asked, looking at Master Lu.
Before Master Lu could even speak, Chen Yong shouted, "How dare you be so disrespectful to Master Lu?" As he spoke, he clasped his hands together and raised them above his head. "This is the advisor of the prefect of the neighboring imperial city."
Prefect?
Su Liang turned to look at Li Shuyao, who took 2 steps forward and whispered, "The prefect governs a prefecture and is a local official. He is a 4th-rank official, but because he is close to the capital in Chang'an, his position is special, so he is a 4th-rank official."
Su Liang nodded slightly.
No wonder Chen Yong had decided to target him today. It turned out he had connections. However, he didn't have any grudges against that prefect.
Su Liang frowned, and quickly thought of a possibility: the black stockings were to blame. Chu Mubai had sold quite a few there. Does the prefect's advisor hold an official position? Su Liang asked.
Li Shuyao shook her head. The advisor is his staff member, without a specific official position, but he usually acts on behalf of the prefect when he goes out.
Does he have the right to participate in the adjudication of cases?
No, unless there is an official document from the prefect.
Su Liang simply said, "Oh," thinking, he has no official position and no right to act all high and mighty here. Master Lu, is that right?
Hoof. Master Lu glanced at him again, then began to drink his tea.
What a show-off.
Su Liang silently agreed, then continued,
"Does Master Lu have any documents from the prefect?"
Master Lu paused for a moment, then remained silent.
However, he clearly did not react in this way. Su Liang accurately grasped this point and understood the situation. Without official documents, he's just an ordinary person. But with this 5th-rank captain's token, there's nothing to fear about him. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and get started. Master Lu urged. He didn't know why Su Liang asked that, but the look in Su Liang's eyes made him feel uneasy. Upon receiving the order, the 2 henchmen immediately moved to snatch the token. "How dare you? You dare to steal the token of a 5th-rank captain? Are you trying to rebel?" Su Liang roared and kicked the 2 of them. 2 loud bangs.
Before the 2 could react, they were sent flying backward.
"You!"
Master Lu was so shocked that he stood up abruptly, his finger trembling as he pointed at Su Liang, clearly furious. Su Liang stared directly at him. "You are just a lowly clerk with no official rank, yet you dare to sit in the courtroom and act arrogantly, even trying to steal the military commander's token.
What are your true intentions?" For a moment, Master Lu was speechless.
He was stunned by Su Liang's voice. What the other party said made perfect sense.
Su Liang then looked at Chen Yong. "Magistrate Chen, this place is under your jurisdiction. Did you instigate this matter?
Please tell me, so I can truthfully report to General Luo and have him report to the imperial court."
This.
When Chen Yong heard that the matter had been reported to the imperial court, he panicked.
Su Liang was completely unpredictable.
Normally, the prefect's advisor does not hold an official position, but his subordinates would give him face. No one would dare to directly confront a superior's confidant.
"Magistrate Chen, I'm asking you a question. So many people are listening.
If you don't explain yourself clearly today, I'm going to the military camp right now. You conspired with Master Lu to seize the command token of the army commander. You must be planning a rebellion."
Su Liang spoke louder and louder, enunciating each word clearly, so that the people at the door could hear him clearly. "What? Magistrate Chen is going to rebel?"
So he arrested Manager Su to start a rebellion.
Magistrate Chen actually had such a conspiracy. What should we do? Should we run away? He won't kill us to keep us quiet, will he?
Chen Yong was so shocked by the people's reaction that he broke out in a cold sweat.
He couldn't bear the charge of rebellion. Don't even mention him, even his dead father wouldn't be able to do it. Even if he's dead, we'd dig him up and grind his bones to dust.
Chen Yong wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. "Su Liang, no, young Master Su. Please don't talk nonsense. How could I dare to rebel?"
"Hoof."
Su Liang sneered. "Since Lord Chen isn't in cahoots with this Master Lu, why haven't you taken him down yet?"
Su Liang was also sweating bullets.
In fact, like Master Lu, he did not hold any official position, and the fact that he was holding the token was itself suspicious. But since the other party has already been intimidated, we can't give them time to think.
This. Chen Yong looked left and right, caught in a dilemma.
Su Liang continued, "All right, since Lord Chen isn't going to make a move, I know what to do." After saying that, he looked at Li Shadong and said, "My lady, go to the military camp immediately to inform General Luo."
"No.
You should ride straight to the capital and inform the court of this matter."
Forehead. Li Shudong was taken aback for a moment, but seeing Su Liang blink, she quickly agreed and turned to leave.
Wait! Wait a minute! Chen Yong shouted hurriedly. If this matter were to reach the capital, he would be unable to continue as the county magistrate. Even if the rebellion was not established, the fact remained that he had seized the token. He wouldn't dare take that risk. He turned to Lu, the clerk. Lu, I have offended you. Men, seize him. Chapter 118, coated with deadly poison. Chen Yong. Are you out of your mind? You don't want to be the county magistrate anymore? Let me go. Master Lu cursed loudly, never expecting that the other party would actually make a move. Chen Yong wore a pained expression. He regretted issuing the order as soon as it was given. He had offended Master Lu, and he would be in deep trouble as well. This official position is no longer viable. Su Liang stood there and almost burst out laughing. This combination of deception and bluffing had actually fooled the other party. He quickly suppressed his smile and said in a deep voice, Lord Chen is wise. Chen Yong glanced at him and his lips twitched. He thought to himself, my wisdom is my ass. It's all your fault. At this moment, Master Lu also turned his anger towards Su Liang, and you, Su, you just wait. When I get back, I'll make sure you die a horrible death. Su Liang's face darkened. If you want him dead, then you'd better not live. Lord Chen, this man, using the name of the prefect's advisor, disrupted the court proceedings and plotted a rebellion. He not only threatened to kill me but also framed the prefect. His crimes are heinous. Please execute him immediately. Eliminating this rebel would be a great achievement. Su Liang was also unfamiliar with the law, and he could rattle off all sorts of crimes off the top of his head. Chen Yong was stunned. How did it become the purge of rebels? But it was indeed a great achievement. He turned to look at his advisor, Wu Kai, who scratched his head, unsure of what to do. When Master Lu heard that Su Liang wanted to kill him, he panicked. He looked at Chen Yong and hurriedly said, Lord Chen, please don't fall for his trick. He's trying to fool you. Release me now, and this matter will be over. Before Chen Yong could react, Su Liang said, Sir, you can't release him. This man is a traitor, and the people are watching. If you release him now, it will prove that you are his accomplice. At that time, even a god can't save you. Don't listen to his nonsense. You can't let it go, sir. Chen Yong's gaze kept shifting between the two men, and for a moment he didn't know who to listen to. At this moment, Master Lu finally remembered that he still had a letter written by the prefect on him. Although it wasn't an official document, it bore his personal seal. His purpose in coming here was actually for Su Liang's business. He wanted to get his hands on not only the black stockings, but also the restaurant's recipe and ice-making techniques. He had already sent people to secretly investigate these matters beforehand. Knowing that the Huang family and Su Liang had a strained relationship, he took the opportunity to accept the money and smooth things over for them. So they found an excuse to arrest Su Liang, punish him, and then force him to reveal the information. This was the most efficient way. Upon arriving in this county town, given his status, he didn't need the prefect's written order, he only needed to speak, and the county magistrate would have to comply. Wait! I have a letter from my master here. Master Lu shouted. Chen Yong was stunned. Why didn't you bring out the handwritten letter sooner? Quickly, release Master Lu. Master Lu snorted coldly, glared at Su Liang, and was about to take out the handwritten letter from his pocket. Su Liang cursed inwardly, you bastard, why didn't you show your trump card sooner? He thought again that things had gotten a bit out of hand today, and he absolutely couldn't let this guy recover. Even if he offended the prefect, he couldn't do it alone, he had to drag everyone down with him. Lord Chen, be careful. Just as Master Lu reached into his robes, Su Liang shouted and charged out. He was incredibly fast. Before anyone could react, he was already in front of Master Lu. During this time, he secretly reached into his sleeve and took out a crossbow. With a whoosh. Just as Su Liang tackled Lu Shiye to the ground, a steel nail-like arrow shot out and struck Chen Yong directly in the chest. Before Chen Yong could react, he felt something prick his chest. But everyone around saw it. Quick! Protect the adults! Wu Kai shouted and quickly crawled under the table. At this moment, all the Yamen runners came to their senses and surrounded Chen Yong. Sir, are you alright? I'm fine. Chen Yong lowered his head as he spoke. The next second, he let out a howl. I've been shot with an arrow.
quick, help me. He was completely stunned when he saw the arrow in his chest, and his legs went weak instantly. Fortunately, several constables helped him up. Meanwhile, Su Liang had already forced another arrow into Lu the advisor's hand. After he finished, he gripped the other person's hand tightly. Protect Lord Chen! Su Liang shouted and started rolling around on the ground with Lu the clerk. Before long, the two of them rolled to the center of the lobby. Su Liang is below, and Master Lu is above. In everyone's eyes, Master Lu was holding an arrow, about to stab Su Liang to death. Lord Chen, quick, save me. I can't hold on any longer. Su Liang grabbed Lu Shuria's hand and pointed the arrow at his own throat. His hands were trembling uncontrollably, and his face was flushed red. He looked like he was struggling desperately. Chen Yong was furious when he saw this. This Master Lu actually wanted to kill him. He must be tired of living. Men, kill him. Master Lu panicked completely. Su Liang was clearly trying to frame him. Chen Yong, we've all been fooled by him. Don't act rashly. Go to hell. You want to kill me, and you tell me not to be impulsive? Attack. All of you, attack. Execute this traitor on the spot. No. No. Ugh. One of the constables stabbed Lu, the clerk, in the back with a single stab. Su Liang pushed him aside and then lay on the ground, panting heavily. Husband, are you all right? Li Shuyao rushed over to check on Su Liang's condition. She had wanted to sleep with him for a long time, but Li Shudong stopped her. The moment she was stopped, she knew Su Liang was faking it, but it was so convincing that she couldn't help but worry. My lady, I'm all right. Help me up, I need to treat Lord Chen's injuries. Chen Yong's eyes lit up. That's right, Su Liang is a miracle doctor. Great. He won't die. Dr. Su, please save me. Quick. Go to my clinic and get your medicine kit. Su Liang shouted. The constables didn't dare to delay and quickly ran out. Su Liang quickly approached Chen Yong. Two people, help Lord Chen into the house. Sir, what should we do with Master Lu? A yamen runner asked. Chen Yong was furious the moment he saw him. Drag him away and chop his head off. Please calm down, my lord, you are injured. Su Liang said with concern. Okay, quickly help me inside, Dr. Su, you must save me. Don't worry, sir, you'll be fine with me here. Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Su. Soon, the constables brought over Su Liang's medicine box. This was something he specifically left at the clinic when he last saw a doctor. Lord Chen, it might hurt a bit now, you must bear it. Success depends on your cooperation. Okay, I'll definitely cooperate. Chen Yong was truly terrified. He could clearly feel his body weakening. You may all leave. Staying here will only hinder my treatment of Lord Chen. Get out. All of you, get out. Listen to Dr. Su. After everyone left, Su Liang began the treatment. Before the arrow was fired, he used his sleeve to absorb the force, so the wound was not fatal. He only needed to remove it, disinfect and stop the bleeding, then take some medicine and rest. However, Su Liang had to make a big deal out of a minor illness. He frowned immediately after taking off Chen Yong's clothes. Upon seeing this expression, Chen Yong felt a chill run down his spine. Dr. Su, my injury. Su Liang sighed, his brows furrowing even deeper. Lord Chen, those arrows were coated with deadly poison. Chapter 119 Entertainment Department. Highly poisonous. Chen Yong rolled his eyes and fainted from fright. Su Liang took the opportunity to administer a few acupuncture needles to him, and then slapped him twice to wake him up. Lord Chen, you can't sleep. If you do, you won't wake up. Chen Yong was terrified and excitedly reached out to grab Su Liang, begging him for help. But then he discovered that he couldn't move his hands or feet. I, Dr. Su, can't move. Alas, this deadly poison will paralyze the nerves, causing the limbs to become weak and powerless, and finally invade the internal organs, turning the person into a puddle of pus. Chen Yong's fright actually made him a little more clear-headed. Dr. Su, you can definitely save me, right? I'll give you anything you want as long as you can save me. Su Liang quickly waved his hand. Lord Chen, you misunderstand. I do have a way, but I don't have some of the precious medicinal herbs. I have ginseng, deer antler, lingji, and all sorts of precious medicinal herbs in my mansion. I'll give them all to you. Soon, Chen Yang's wife led the Yamen runners to bring in all the medicinal herbs from the mansion. Su Liang's eyes lit up when he saw the various boxes. These were all valuable and precious herbs. Take these things away, then grow and mass produce them in the space, that would be a huge profit. Dr. Su, please take a look and see if these medicinal herbs are enough to save me. Upon hearing this, Su Liang stroked his chin, pretending to ponder for a moment before nodding. Staying alive is no problem, but we'll probably have to use all of these. Use it. Use it however you like. As long as it saves my life. Chen Yong said excitedly. Soon, everyone went outside again. Su Liang then officially began his treatment. He first used silver needles to knock Chen Yong unconscious, then put the medicinal herbs into his spatial storage, and bought some seasonings, crushed them, and had people cook them in batches. Finally, he spent a high price of 2,000 affection points to buy a bottle of laxatives and made a large pill using the same method as Dawei Tianlong. When the time was almost up, Su Liang quickly treated and bandaged the wound, then slapped Chen Yong awake. Lord Chen, how are you feeling? Chen Yong looked up at his bandaged chest and then felt the tingling sensation in his limbs. I'm better now, I can feel it again, Dr. Su, thank you. Chen Yong was so excited he almost cried. Just then, there was a knock on the door, and Chen Yong's wives came in carrying medicine. Dr. Su, the medicine is ready. Su Liang nodded and pointed to the pills on the table. These 2 pills are made from the essence of those medicinal herbs. They are extremely potent and can completely expel toxins. However, Lord Chen will have to endure the pain of detoxification. As for these medicinal soups, use a spoon to feed them to Lord Chen in the order of 1, 3, 2, 1, 1. Remember, the order must be correct. You need to feed him 9 times in total. Just throw away the rest. Thank you so much, Dr. Su. The group was stunned. No wonder he was a miracle doctor, even taking medicine was done with such care. This was so different from those quack doctors. And just as the medicine was being brewed, my master woke up. Su Liang is too amazing. Su Liang did not rush to leave, but personally guided the ladies to feed the animals twice before taking his leave. This moved Chen Yong and his companions even more. Not only were their medical skills superb, but they were also so conscientious and responsible. Thank you very much, Dr. Su. I will personally send someone to deliver your consultation fee to the clinic, said Chen Yong's wife. Yes, we certainly won't treat Dr. Su unfairly. Chen Yong quickly echoed. Su Liang waved his hand and said righteously, Lord Chen, there's no need to be so polite. You were injured for the sake of the court and the people. It's my duty to save you. If I were to charge you for your medical treatment, what kind of person would I, Su Liang, be? For the court, for the people. Chen Yong listened with great enthusiasm and suddenly had the illusion that he was a good official. Su Liang did not return to the restaurant, but went directly to the academy. Lord Chen's heroic deeds must be spread among these scholars. We need to make sure all the people in Ping'an County know about this, and we need to do it quickly. After instructing Su Xian, he then asked Li Shuyao to write a letter to the head of the Su family. After all, the other party is the governor's man. He must find stronger protection. Within 3 days, news of Lord Chen's execution of the traitor Lu had spread to every corner of Ping'an County. During this time, Su Liang went to the military camp. His repeating crossbow was very popular with Rou, who included it in his mass production plan. As for the matter of killing Master Lu, Luo Wei said he would protect him. Su Liang didn't ask about the specifics of the insurance. As long as there was some protection, that was fine. In these 3 days, he earned 300 taels of silver by selling ice, and as planned, he steadily gained 100,000 plus love points every day, bringing his total value to 500,000. The most troubled person was Huang Wenhao. Not only did the money he gave to Master Lu go down the drain, but the business of Zuixianglu was also severely affected. A cooking craze has swept through Ping'an County, with residents buying meat and vegetables to cook at home. Even wealthy people flocked to Su Liang to buy seasonings and sent their servants to the academy to learn cooking skills. Boss, someone else has come to buy seasonings. Brother Su, I don't see any problem. Besides, the caravan has already been assembled. When will the black silk arrive? Inside the restaurant, Xiaolu and Shumubai were talking back and forth, both looking a little anxious. The business is at our doorstep, but we've run out of raw materials. Su Liang sighed. He was trying his best to sleep, but he couldn't unlock too many achievements at once, or he would lose interest later. Don't rush, wait a little longer, there's no stock yet. Upon hearing this, the two could only shake their heads helplessly.
The source of Su Liang's goods remained a mystery, but they could not inquire about it.
Xiao Lu, how are things going with the arrangements in the village? The newly recruited workers have all gone there. Su Shi counted the number of people.
Including the original workers and the ones he just recruited, there are now 500 workers in the village. Another brick kiln has been expanded, a pond is under construction, and the blacksmith shop and paper mill have also been initially completed.
And then there are the expenses. The total cost for all the villagers is about 800 taels a month.
At this point, Li Shuyao took over the conversation.
My lord, currently only the village's engineering department is in a state of loss.
The catering department, medical department, and academy in the city are all profitable. As for Shutong's security department, although it has no income, it also has few expenses.
Su Liang nodded. Tell Shutong to continue recruiting, but don't rush it. The security department is very important, so we must recruit trustworthy people. We should mainly rely on recommendations from people within the group. In addition, if there are suitable people, we can also arrange transfers between departments.
Good.
Shu Mubai listened in stunned silence.
He knew about Su Liang's creation of the group, but what bothered him was that he didn't have his own department.
Brother Su, you should arrange a position for me too.
I don't need the money, but I'd like to participate.
Su Liang chuckled. Brother Chu, don't worry, your department has already made preparations for you. Shu Mubai's eyes lit up upon hearing this. What department? Entertainment department. Chapter 120. Aunt, would you be willing to become my woman? Su Liang gave a brief explanation of what the entertainment department was.
That includes all the entertainment projects to be built in the future, including massage parlors, bathhouses, and new-style gambling dens.
Shu Mubai was overjoyed when he heard this. The entertainment department was perfect for him. Brother Su, from now on I'll be the head of the entertainment department. Shu Mubai thought the name minister sounded quite nice. Sure, you can call me minister if you like. But Brother Chu, you'll be temporarily in charge of the transportation department for now. Good. Shu Mubai readily agreed. He didn't even need to ask. The Ministry of Transport was just a caravan, after all. After chatting for a few more minutes, Su Liang set off back to the village. Because the restaurant was closed, many people went back this time. Apart from Chen Shishir and Miaowei and the sister-in-law from the academy, almost everyone went back.
Upon arriving in the village, Su Ji immediately led his men to greet them. As soon as Su Liang stepped off the carriage, the group, under Su Ji's arrangement, bowed in unison and said, "Greetings, Chairman." Su Liang was somewhat surprised. This team was training quite well.
All right, you're all doing well too.
Su Ji quickly reported the situation to Su Liang. He is now the head of the village's engineering department, with Su Ro and Su Jun serving as his assistants. Out of 500 people, he also selected 5 people to serve as team leaders, which is a fairly reasonable arrangement.
Su Liang raised an eyebrow, glanced at Su Ji and then at Su Ro, and quickly guessed that this must have been arranged by Su Ro. After all, she was someone who had done big business. Can the village accommodate so many people? Su Liang asked.
Yes, there are plenty of empty houses in the village.
Although they are a bit crowded, there is still enough room to live in them.
Su Liang nodded. Go back and have someone build a few stoves, and then have Pang and Wangshan select a few people who want to learn cooking skills and pass them on.
Good.
As they walked and talked, they arrived at Su Liang's farm. He then instructed that the manager and all the skilled workers be called over.
Soon, the group arrived in a hurry.
These people were excited, even nervous, when they met Su Liang, because it was the first time many of them had ever met him.
Is this the generous boss? He's so young. Without wasting words, Su Liang immediately began making arrangements.
He redistributed the 500 people, 100 continued working at the brick kiln, 100 were assigned to the paper mill, 100 to the blacksmith shop, 150 were responsible for building houses, and the remaining 50 were assigned to the mobile team. All personnel assignments are made by the relevant supervisors, and workers' choices are respected if they wish to go to a particular place. In addition, adjustments will be made as needed if there is a shortage of manpower in any area. The blacksmith shop and paper mill have been set up in a simple manner, and Su Liang will go to check them out later. He kept the person in charge of building the house and some of the craftsmen behind. After briefly inquiring about the situation of these people, Su Liang was fairly satisfied. They have experience with earthen houses, wooden houses, and brick and tile houses. Su Liang carried the tables and chairs to the courtyard and showed everyone the blueprints he had designed earlier.
The above shows the locations of the new houses in 4 basic house types of 80, 120, 150, and 200 square meters. The crowd gasped in amazement. They had seen many houses, but this was the first time they had ever seen one with such ingenious design. Living room, kitchen, bedroom, and even a bathroom. Moreover, the storage rooms in each courtyard were also built with bricks and tiles. Isn't this a bit too extravagant? Chairman, what is this restroom? Su Liang thought for a moment and said, let's just consider it a reserved space for now. It can be used as a small storage room temporarily. He didn't explain, because this thing might not be achievable. Is it okay for you to build these houses? Su Liang asked. No problem, the person in charge readily agreed, and then added, with so many of us, as long as we have enough bricks, tiles, and wood, we can build 3 in a day. Su Liang nodded. A team of 100 people building 3 small houses in a day was a fairly average speed. We can produce bricks, but what about the wood? The person in charge asked. You don't need to worry about that. I'll have Su Ji handle it later. Su Liang had already planned for this. He could buy all the timber needed in other places from Nanlin village. The restaurant's renovation materials were purchased there, as that village specializes in producing various wood products. After arranging the house, he told everyone to go back. They are now producing bricks at full capacity. Ma Lauer previously said that they could produce 100,000 bricks per month. Now that the brick kiln has been expanded and there are so many more people, the output is expected to double. The production cycle for each batch takes 10 days. Now, the first batch is almost ready for use, and there will be no more gaps after that, with new bricks available every day. Su Liang asked Su Ji to take everyone to familiarize themselves with the village's various environments, and also asked Li Shuyao to do more detailed financial statistics, as well as Li Shadong to select security personnel. He stayed behind to improve the construction and production process of the paper mill, something he had already done in his spare time. After everyone left, Su Liang went inside. I had just picked up my pen when there was a knock on the door. Su Liang looked up and saw that it was Su Ro who had returned. Is there anything else, Aunt? Su Liang asked. Su Ro felt a little embarrassed by the question, but she was well aware of her situation. She was a shrewd and capable woman. Although she chose to stay in the village, she was not content to be just a village woman. Now that she has Su Liang as a powerful figure, she must seize the opportunity to fully utilize her talents and live a high-quality life. Hee, Xiao Liang, it's the same as last time I told you, I can help you make your company even better. Su Ro said frankly. Su Liang became interested upon hearing this, and he put down his pen to ask, my aunt is now Su Ji's assistant, isn't that already helping me? Su Ro's expression turned serious. Su Ji is not as good as me, but I can do better than him. I want a higher position. Su Liang sneered inwardly. This woman was indeed ambitious. But thinking about it, it makes sense. How could a woman who has been in business since childhood, and has even run a very large business, be willing to be a village woman? However, for Su Liang, ambition alone is not enough. If he wants a higher position, then he must have his woman. This isn't some kind of unspoken rule within the company, it's his own set of rules. Su Liang smiled and asked, why hasn't Aunt found a man all these years? Su Ro was taken aback by what she heard. She hadn't expected Su Liang to ask this so suddenly. She thought for a moment and said frankly, actually, there's no real reason. When I was young, I was busy with family affairs. When I reached marriageable age, my father's wife wanted to marry me off to a villager and drive me out of the house. I naturally wouldn't agree, so I've been busy with business and haven't thought about getting married again. Su Liang nodded slightly. It seemed that the other party looked down on her as an adopted daughter. Since Su Ro was being so frank, Su Liang decided not to keep her in suspense any longer. He directly stated his terms. Would you be willing to become my woman, Aunt?